Light in the Dark. By Alec Winters. Chapter 1, Prologue. We're leaving, and we aren't coming back. Those 7 words struck Bella Swan to her core, burying themselves in her heart and splintering like ice through her veins. The chill spread, freezing her every limb. Rain began to patter against the treetops surrounding her and Edward Cullen, as if nature itself sensed her need to hide the tears welling up in Bella's dough-brown eyes. What? Because I got a little paper cut. Edward, I can handle Jasper with one hand tied behind my back. The bronze-haired vampire gave her a weak smile, his resolve cracking at the humor she tried to muster despite the agony etched across her features. It was one of the things he loved about her instinct to break the tension with a laugh, even at her own expense. But the thought sobered him. He knew that the longer he delayed the inevitable, the more it would break the girl he loved. We're a danger to you, Bella. Your birthday party served as a reminder of just how easy it is for any of us to lose control. The unspoken words, for me to lose control, hung heavy in the air, but Bella heard them all the same. The copper-haired vampire stepped closer, gently tilting her chin so their eyes met. It's not safe for us to be around you. He paused, his head tilting slightly as he heard a branch snap in the distance. The faint scent of his sister lingered, and he knew she was there, watching from afar as she always had. Edward leaned down, placing a feather-soft kiss on the crown of his beloved's head. It will be like we never existed. You won't ever hear from us, from me, again. I have to go. Goodbye, Bella. His dead heart broke as he blurred away from her, the sound of Bella's wails echoing through the woods. Bella didn't know how long she had been running through the woods. She only knew that her legs burned and her lungs heaved from the lack of oxygen. She had never been much of an athlete, but desperation fueled her now. The full moon hung overhead, casting long shadows that flickered between the trees, interrupted only by the rumbling thunderclouds threatening a downpour. Bella, oblivious to her surroundings, felt no concern for the scrapes adorning her hands from her falls, the storm looming above, or the darkness creeping at the edges of her vision. None of it mattered compared to the devastation in her heart. Edward couldn't really be gone, they couldn't all have left her. Alice, Jasper, Emmett, Carlisle, Esme. Rosalie. They couldn't have just abandoned her like this. As she ran, Bella didn't see the tree root that snagged her foot, sending her tumbling into a thorn bush. She glared at her twisted ankle, cursing the sharp pulse of pain radiating from it, along with the cuts that now marred her arms and legs. Slumping to the ground, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the sight of her own blood. Exhaustion, pain, and grief drained the last remnants of her strength, and she slipped into unconsciousness beneath the moonlit canopy. When Bella woke, she gasped, panic tightening around her throat as she struggled to draw in breath. A steady drizzle hammered against the treetops, soaking her clothes through. Lightning split the sky, followed by the distant rumble of thunder. How long had she been out? Her body felt ablaze, heat radiating from her head to the tips of her toes. Tremors coursed through her, every nerve ending crackling beneath her skin. With a sudden heave, she vomited bile, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand as she scrambled away from the mess, desperate to cool the burning sensation enveloping her. The rain offered some relief, but not nearly enough. She swore she could almost see steam rising from her skin wherever a raindrop landed. Alone in the woods, she felt the piercing gaze of a predator watching her. Bella looked around frantically, the scent of teakwood flooding her senses as a figure emerged from the darkness. It was a man, tall and muscular, with somber dark eyes. Sam Hewley stared down at her, a frown etched on his face, his brows furrowing as he lifted his nose to sniff the air like a dog. He was shirtless and barefoot, steam rising from his skin, much like hers. Sam. Bella rasped, the words escaping her dry throat with a growl. She hadn't seen him in months. The last time they met, he had still been with Leah Clearwater, and recently, rumors had circulated in La Push that he was now involved with Leah's cousin, Emily Young. Bella had spent countless nights at the Clearwaters, trying to bring a smile back to Leah's face, and seeing Sam now ignited a wave of rage that threatened to consume her. She began to tremble, rising unsteadily to her feet. What the hell are you doing here? Bella snarled, taking a step toward Sam. As her foot hit the ground, liquid fire raced down her spine, forcing a strangled gasp from her lips. Her stomach felt like it was collapsing in on itself, every muscle in her abdomen screaming in agony. Sam regarded her with an unreadable expression, seemingly either oblivious or dismissive of the fury radiating from her. He stepped closer, his hands raised in a calming gesture. Despite the darkness, Bella's gaze locked onto the strange tattoo that now adorned his right shoulder. "I'm here to help you," he said, his smooth baritone grating on her nerves. She wanted him to stop talking. Bella intended to snap back at him, but the storm of emotions within her surged, the fire in her spine intensifying, filling her body until she felt like she might explode. And then she did. Bella erupted with fury. Into a mass of tawny brown fur and snapping jaws. She collapsed to the ground, her sides heaving. The first thing her frazzled mind registered was the smell, the moss underfoot, the scent of rain, and the rich aroma of teakwood. Bella lifted her head, her vision slowly coming back into focus. She had been on her feet, so why couldn't she stand now? Looking down, she saw 4 paws supporting her. She tried to scream, but the only sound that escaped was a haunting wail. Twisting in a circle, she noticed the tawny brown fur covering tightly corded muscles and, near her rear, a tail tucked between her legs. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Bella. Sam's voice didn't come from in front of her, it seemed to echo inside her head. She turned sharply, her stomach dropping at the sight of a towering black wolf standing where Sam had just been. She whined, instinctively backing away from the overwhelming aura he radiated, scrambling to distance herself from the massive beast, nearly toppling over her new limbs in the process. "Stop." The voice came again in her mind, and her muscles locked against her will, forcing her to freeze. There was a command in his tone, a timbre that demanded her attention and obedience. A small part of her, buried beneath the mind-numbing panic, bared its teeth in response. The black wolf stepped closer, narrowing his amber eyes on her. "You're okay. It's me, Sam. You're going to be all right. Just breathe, Bella." The voice was unmistakably Sam's. This wolf was Sam. Bella took a shuddering breath, feeling the knot in her chest begin to unravel. The scents around her overwhelmed her senses again. The woods were alive with noise and smells. Unconsciously, she raised her head, inhaling the air, and felt her tail start to wag. "Good. You're handling this better than Paul did." It seemed Sam was saying, or thinking, that last part to himself, but she could sense the relief in his voice. Bella heard it anyway. Once she managed to breathe normally, her thoughts kicked into overdrive. The legends are true. Spirit warriors. This is amazing. I didn't think this was real. Oh my God, what is going on? Holy shit. Sam interrupted her, his ears pinned back. "You're part of the pack now. Our pack. Me, you, Paul Lahote, and Jared Cameron. That means sharing thoughts, even when you don't mean to. You'll learn to control it over time, but for now, every thought you have will be projected to anyone who is phased in at the same time." Bella tried to slow her racing thoughts, taking deep breaths filled with the delicious forest scent surrounding them. It felt as if a veil had been lifted from her senses, revealing the world in shocking clarity. She could smell the forest, hear the drumming rain, and see all around her as if it were practically daytime. The tawny brown wolf dragged her paws along the mossy ground, tilling the earth and releasing the rich scent of the soil. Suddenly, a realization struck her. "Sam, our stories about the spirit warriors are true. That means the cold ones are really the reason we turn into wolves, right?" The black wolf dipped his head. "They are. The Cullens returning triggered my first phase. Jared and Paul phased shortly after me. I'm not sure how you were able to be around them for so long without the gene manifesting, but you're a protector now, just like us." Mentioning the Cullens stirred something within Bella, and a snarl escaped her, an instinctual noise she didn't even realize she was making until Sam cocked his head at her. The snarl subsided, replaced by a deep vibration from her chest, A growl. They really left. They abandoned me, leaving me alone in the middle of the woods with barely a goodbye. You're not alone, Bella. Sam stepped forward, bumping his muzzle against her shoulder, nearly sending a tawny brown wolf stumbled, and a voice said, "You're part of the pack now." Chapter 2. Things hadn't been going the best for Bella Swan these past 4 months. After her first phase in September, she had joined Sam's pack, which, by mid-January, included Paul LaHote, Jared Cameron, Embry Call, and herself. Breaking the news to Charlie had been one of the scariest things she'd ever had to do. How could she tell her dad that the legends they'd both grown up hearing about great-grandpa Ephraim Black were true? That the spirit warriors who could turn into giant wolves were real, and that she was now one of them? Charlie had taken it hard. That night, as they sat together at the kitchen table, he told Bella that a part of him had always believed in the stories, and a deeper part had hoped, when he was younger, that he would be one of them. It worried him that it was now her duty to protect their town, the police chief and his wolf daughter. Eventually, he warmed up to the idea, but he never asked about the legends that spoke of the cold ones, which Bella appreciated. Charlie wasn't part of the council, so it was definitely against the rules for her to tell him. Revealing the existence of vampires could put him in the crosshairs of the Volturi. Bella had kept him in the dark about the Cullens. She didn't want to do the same with herself. Shortly after Bella phased for the first time, Sam laid down the order. No word of their existence could be shared outside of the council. He reminded her that after she had already told Charlie, it had earned her a stern reprimand from the Alpha and a week of solo patrols. However, Sam had to take it as well as he dished it out. Emily had given him a fierce talking to in front of the entire pack, insisting that any parent of a wolf deserved to know the truth. After a long council meeting, Sam had approached Bella and formally apologized for his harsh reaction. Bella had shrugged it off. Honestly, it wasn't the worst Sam could have done, and she had essentially gone behind his back. Bella faced a difficult challenge in keeping secrets from the council and the tribe. What weighed heavier on her heart was not being able to share her new reality with her friends. She had spent every summer in Forks before her mother, Renee, married Phil. Renee had never been the most attentive mother, and marrying a minor league baseball player only made it harder for her to be present for Bella during her teenage years. Shortly after the wedding, Bella decided it would be best for both of them if she moved to Forks permanently. However, she secretly worried about how her mother would manage on her own for the first time in nearly 8 years. Bella's best friends, Jacob Black and Leah Clearwater, had been inseparable since they could walk, thanks to their father's close bond. They were thrilled to hear she was coming to stay, but Bella's involvement with the Cullens didn't sit well with either of them. Still, they supported her and made time to hang out whenever they could. After Bella phased and joined Sam's pack, she had to create some distance from Jacob and Leah. To them, the legends were merely stories shared around the campfire. They didn't speak of the loneliness endured by the warriors or the heavy burden of protecting their land. Bella found herself on the sidelines, watching her friends from a distance she had established. Sometimes, she would check in on Jacob as he worked in the garage, whittling away at the rabbit. She would stand about 30 feet away, hidden in the tree line, fighting back the whine that threatened to escape her. Seeing Leah around La Push was even harder. Bella had spent countless nights at the Clearwaters' home, watching movies or playing board games to help Leah forget her heartbreak over her cousin Emily Young and her ex-fiancé, Sam. As a member of the pack, Bella was constantly aware of the boys' thoughts, just as they were aware of hers. She loathed the warmth of love radiating from Sam whenever he thought of his imprint while on patrol. For the first few months after she phased, she refused to step foot in Emily's house. It felt like a betrayal of Leah's trust. Bella knew it wasn't Sam's fault, just as it wasn't Emily's. Yet, it still broke her heart to realize that fate had deemed Leah unworthy of being Sam's imprint. The look on Leah's face when she saw Bella roughhousing with Jared on First Beach, the pack tattoos still fresh on her shoulder, had been etched in Bella's mind for over a month now. "Yo, Bella, stop moping." Paul's irritation sliced through her thoughts, causing the fur on her ruff to bristle. "Shut up, Paul." "I'll mope all I want," she shot back. The gray wolf running alongside her growled, stepping into her path and forcing the tawny brown wolf to stumble aside. They were on the morning patrol, making their way around the Fork's territory in the gray light of dawn. Mist clung to their pelts, creating a thick fog in the forest that only their wolf eyes could penetrate. "What's done is done, Bella," Paul continued, though the bite had left his voice. "We have responsibilities now that they can't know about. Just remember, you aren't alone. You're stuck in this mess with the rest of us." Bella fell quiet for a moment before letting out a huff. She skirted around a tree and returned to Paul's side. "I hate it when you're right, Lahote." "I'm always right, Swan." "Try to pay attention," he replied, a hint of a smirk in his tone. Paul could be a pain most of the time. His temper often got the better of him, leading him to phase more frequently than the rest of the pack. But he had been getting better since Bella joined. His outbursts still happened, but between their arguments, playful fights with Jared and Embry, and the tight leash Sam kept on him, Paul was making progress. "Time to swap out," Jared called to them. Bella and Paul watched as he phased and began his run toward Forks. "Your turn, Paul." "I owe you from yesterday," Jared said. The gray wolf let out a huff and peeled away from Bella's side, turning in the direction of La Push. The boys had it only slightly better than Bella when it came to managing their schedules around what Jared liked to call wolf time. The Council of Elders in La Push helped them navigate school so they could maintain some semblance of an education alongside their patrols. Bella, however, didn't have the same luxury just yet. She was still enrolled at Forks High, attending classes just enough to avoid truancy until Charlie could finalize her paperwork for the Quileute Tribal School. The council had a hand in that, too, accepting her registration despite it being a quarter into the school year. Charlie had initially argued that there was no reason she couldn't continue at Forks High with her friends for her senior year, but her declining grades had changed his mind. The chief of police recognized how challenging it was becoming for Bella to balance her life as a human and her responsibilities as a wolf, though he wished with all his heart that she didn't have to. Just then, Jared's dusky black wolf emerged from the tree line to Bella's left, trotting to catch up with her. "Manage not to tear Paul's head off this time, Bells?" Jared joked, giving his pack mate a good-natured shove. The tawny brown wolf responded with a playful shove of his own, huffing out a mock growl. "Somehow, he does make it pretty hard, though. He's been getting better. I think having a gentler hand in the pack helps." "Who said I was gentle?" Bella snapped playfully at his tail, smiling internally at his yelp. "You shouldn't be mean to your brothers just because you're the beta," Jared mumbled, though there was no jealousy in his tone. Sam had appointed her as his beta a month after her first phase, sharing some of the burdens of being the alpha. Bella took it in stride, appreciating Sam's trust in her to run the pack in his absence. Initially, she worried that Paul and Jared might resent her since they had phased first alongside Sam, but none of them seemed interested in holding any grudges. Leadership was a mixed bag for Paul. He loved being part of the pack, even if he never said it aloud. The pack link sometimes betrayed his thoughts when he wasn't paying attention. Jared, on the other hand, had shrugged it off when Sam broke the news to them. "I'm a follower at heart," he had said, "and being in charge was never my strong suit. I prefer the comic relief lifestyle." After Embry phased for the first time a month ago, he looked at Bella as if she had grown a second tail when she asked him during one of their patrols, "Why the hell would I want more responsibility? I'm already a protector, I don't need to add another title to that." Even though they supported Sam's decision, Bella found herself questioning his judgment in appointing her to any position within the pack. But, like everything that came with being a wolf, she had learned to roll with the punches. With a snort, Bella dodged between two towering oaks and replied to Jared, "I've never had brothers before, but from what I've learned from books and movies, as the older sister, I have every right to tease you, Paul, and Embry." The tawny brown wolf threw her head back and howled, tearing off through the trees toward Forks territory. Jared echoed her howl and gave chase after his beta. Bella slowed to a trot before finally stopping just outside the tree line of Forks High. Inside the building, the bell had just rung, signaling the end of the fourth period. Bella felt a pang in her heart as she watched students rushing to their next class, chatting and laughing together, completely unaware of the two shapeshifters observing them. She thought she caught a glimpse of Angela and Eric in the crowd, but they disappeared before she could be sure. This wasn't the first time she had paused her patrol to check in on her friends, but she tried not to make a habit of it. It hurt to see them so carefree, blissfully unaware of the real reason she was rarely at school anymore. "Bella," Jared murmured, brushing his muzzle along her side. "Come on, we should go," the beta urged. The dusky black wolf could sense Bella's internal struggle as she gazed at the place where it all began, the spot where she'd met the Cullens, made her first friends outside of the reservation, and discovered that the stories of the Cold Ones were true. Bella shook out her fur and nuzzled against Jared's ear. "Yeah, let's go. I want to check on my dad before we call it a day." "You aren't going to give him another heart attack, are you?" "Charlie isn't a young buck anymore, Bells." Bella chuckled inwardly. "I've got to keep him on his toes. Plus, he secretly loves Wolf Bella, even if he doesn't say it." Together, the two wolves continued their patrol circuit until they reached the police station. Bella's ears strained to catch any sound of her dad amidst the hustle and bustle of the station. The tawny brown wolf lifted her head and howled, letting the sound resonate for several long seconds before lowering her head to listen again. From inside the chief's office, Bella heard Charlie stand up abruptly, shuffle some papers on his desk, and make his way to the back door. Charlie Swan looked every bit the chief of police. His badge and gun holster gleamed with a fresh polish, and he had recently trimmed his mustache after Bella had jokingly asked where the squirrel on his lip hid its nuts. His cattleman hat rested low on his brow, but he pushed it up as he headed toward the woods. "Bells? Is that you?" he called, once he was out of sight from the station. Bella emerged from the brush, trotting up to Charlie with her tongue lolling. Although he acknowledged that this massive wolf was his daughter and that she had been blessed by the spirits with this form, Charlie still wasn't quite used to it. Jared stopped a few paces behind his beta and inclined his head to the chief. "Afternoon, Jared. You keeping my Bella out of trouble?" Charlie asked. Jared huffed, and the sight of the wolf rolling its eyes drew a quiet laugh from Bella. A chuckle escaped Charlie as he focused back on his daughter. "Thanks for checking in on your patrol, Bells. Looks like it'll be another quiet day." That was one rule Charlie had insisted on after accepting that his only daughter could transform into a wolf. Whenever she was on patrol, she had to check in with him. If she ever caught a whiff of trouble, she was to give him a warning. 3 howls, each 3 seconds long, would signal him to put his officers on high alert for anything suspicious and to call him at the first sign of trouble. The police chief had Sam on speed dial and wouldn't hesitate to reach out to the Alpha at a moment's notice to protect both the tribe and his town. "Oh, before I forget," Charlie continued, "Sue and Harry are having us over for a fish fry tonight, and we're both going." He cut off Bella's protest with a raised hand. "I understand how hard it's been for you to juggle your life and the pack, but Leah is still your best friend. If I were in your shoes, even if I was upset with Harry, I'd still miss him. You can always tell him we're having a pack meeting tonight." "Even the chief can't say anything about wolf stuff," Jared chimed in, leaning against Bella's flank in support. Bella gazed into her father's brown eyes, the same ones she had inherited as a human, before nodding slightly. Charlie returned her look with a grateful smile, then adjusted his gun belt. "Well, I'd best get back before they send out a search party. You two be careful." Chapter 3. Bella finished her patrol with Jared a few hours before sunset. She trudged up the back porch of her house, her skin still warm from phasing back to her human form. Charlie was at the Clearwaters, needing to catch up on some paperwork at the station before he could clock out for the day. She made a beeline for the kitchen, grabbing her gallon water jug and a tinfoil-covered plate from the fridge. Removing the foil revealed 2 hefty strip steaks. Bella had learned early on that the amount of food she needed after phasing couldn't be supported by a chief of police's salary, and she hadn't yet received the council stipend that the boys in the pack did to cover extra expenses. Fortunately, she had spent more time as a wolf than nearly anyone in the pack, aside from Sam. She preferred the freedom of her wolf form to the realities of being human. During some of her patrols, she had started running with packs of their smaller cousins, learning their hunting techniques and the best ways to take down prey. Jared and Embry had looked at her like she was crazy when the pack link revealed her new diet, but they happily devoured whatever meat she managed to bring down, especially when Emily got her hands on it. The first day Bella brought in a fresh doe slung across her shoulders, Sam's pride washed over her like a warm ray of sunshine. He beamed at the sight of this beta providing for the pack and ensuring everyone was fed. He teased Jared, Paul, and Embry to learn from her, but none of them shared her enthusiasm for hunting unless it involved chasing a cold one. After a month of struggling to break down the deer herself, Bella eventually ceded that task to a local butcher in Forks. He always gave her a fair price for whatever she managed to kill and bring in for him to process. Harrison never asked about the gigantic teeth marks he sometimes noticed in the meat, and the two of them got along just fine. Initially, Bella had considered bringing her kills to her dad or Harry, but Bella hesitated to share that part of herself with anyone outside the pack. She crisped up the edges of the steaks in a skillet before plating them. One of the perks of phasing was that she could nearly eat meat raw, even in her human form, which significantly cut down on cooking time whenever she needed a quick meal. Transforming into a giant canine predator seemed to erase any nausea she once felt at the sight of blood. Since she and Charlie were heading to the Clearwaters for a fish fry, she knew someone would notice when an 18-year-old girl packed away a third helping, so she needed to eat something extra before they left. Sue and Harry were both part of the council, but Leah and Seth weren't, and they might ask questions. Bella finished the steaks in record time and headed upstairs for a shower. She turned the water down to the coldest setting before stepping in, stooping beneath the shower head, which was a bit too short for her 6'3" frame. Charlie had promised he would set aside some extra money soon to install a taller one, but she wasn't complaining. The cold water couldn't touch her elevated body heat, and it had become a habit for her to try and save her dad money, especially after accidentally breaking so much furniture, outgrowing her wardrobe twice, and eating enough food to put competitive eaters to shame. The beta ran a hand through her short hair, letting out a sigh. It was cut just below her chin, now a rich tawny brown rather than the dull mousy shade it had been before she phased. As the first female shifter in Quillud history, she realized that, for reasons she couldn't quite understand, the length of her hair seemed to reflect the length of her fur. Paul had taken one look at her wolf and laughed so hard he couldn't stop for hours. The next day, she cut her hair herself, then took a chunk out of Paul's fur just for good measure. Once Bella finished her shower, she walked into her room, which had also undergone some changes to reflect her transformation. The walls sported a fresh coat of light gray paint, and the old wooden bed frame had been donated and replaced with a reinforced steel one. Bella had tossed her blankets aside. Ever since she phased and could smell Edward's lingering scent on them, she couldn't bear to lie in them anymore. Not that she needed blankets to stay warm, her new body heat had changed everything. Now, all she had left in her room were a few pillows, new maroon sheets, and a thin knitted blanket featuring a picture of a howling wolf. She had spotted it at the Adara General Store on the reservation, and she knew it was probably handmade by Joy Adara. Bella slipped into a pair of loose jeans and laced up a new pair of black Converse. She finished her look with a plain white t-shirt and a baggy bomber jacket she had picked up at a thrift store in Port Angeles a few weeks ago. She needed all the help she could get to conceal her new physique. As much as Leah hated her right now, the two had been friends their entire lives. Bella could probably pass off the growth spurt, but there was no way to explain the 50 pounds of new muscle she had gained. Leaving the house with time to spare, Bella hesitated as she approached her truck. She had no idea what she was going to say to Leah, especially given Sam's alpha command. How could she look one of her best friends in the eyes and lie about why she was hanging out with her ex-fiancé and his group of friends? Suddenly, a branch snapped in the trees, and Bella whirled around, only to roll her eyes at Jared's dusky black wolf, who was sitting on his haunches with his tail wagging in the shadows of the tree line. "I'm going to be fine, Jared. I don't need a babysitter," she said, opening the door and sliding into the driver's seat. Jared rolled his eyes back and gave her a disbelieving grunt. "You want to phase out and catch a ride? I'm passing your place anyway. There's some clothes in a dead log about 10 feet to your left." Jared nodded and disappeared into the trees, returning a moment later. A few minutes later, Bella found herself in a pair of basketball shorts, without the shirt she knew had been left behind in the log. Jared hopped into the passenger seat, grinning. "Damn, Bells, when's the last time you even washed these?" he teased. "You try running the pack sometimes, and I'll ask when you have time to do laundry," she shot back, reversing the truck out of the driveway before pulling onto the main road. They drove in silence for a few moments until Jared broke the quiet. "I'm sorry we're such a handful sometimes for you and Sam." Bella smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder while keeping her eyes on the road. "I wouldn't trade the pack for anything in the world, you know that. You're my brothers now, even Dad," she laughed. Jared cracked a smile at that, recalling the running joke among the pack that Sam was their new dad and Emily was their mom. It drove the alpha crazy, but he never told them to stop. "How do you think it'll go?" Jared asked, ducking his head when Bella shot him a glare. Bella began, then cut herself off, deflating into her seat. "Leah hates my guts right now, and she has every right to. But I can't even tell her why I'm around you guys and Sam every day. I'm supposed to be her best friend, and up until I phased for the first time, I was. But now it's all messed up, you know?" As Bella took the exit that led straight to La Push, she felt her stomach tighten with anxiety. Jared placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and gave it a firm squeeze. "It'll be all right, Bella. Like you said, you're her best friend. That hasn't changed. Leah can hold a grudge like nobody else, but she still loves you." Bella managed a weak smile as she pulled to a stop in front of his house, catching the delicious scent of a roast cooking through the cracked kitchen window. "Tell Holly I said hi, and that I'll still be here Saturday to bake cookies." Jared hopped out of the truck. Jared shook his head as he climbed into the truck. "It's still weird how you and my mom are friends," he laughed. Bella flashed her brother a cheeky grin. "Maybe I just think she's hot, and I'm looking to add stepmom to the list of titles you'll have to call me." Jared slammed the door a bit too hard, the metal whining as it crumpled against the truck's body. "Hey. Watch the goods, Cameron. Stop flirting with my mom. That crosses the bro code line." "I'm not flirting, it's called charm. You're just upset you don't have any." "Jared, please stop yelling at Bella from across the yard. We have neighbors." Holly Cameron chimed in from the front porch. She wiped her hands on her apron, crossed her arms, and gave them her best mom glare. Holly was a middle-aged woman with graying black hair, warm honey-brown eyes, and a sweet, heart-shaped face. Jared had inherited none of her features except for her eye color, which darkened in anger as he received his reprimand. He mumbled an apology and walked past her, giving Bella the finger before heading inside. Holly let out a long-suffering sigh and smiled at Bella. "Really, you antagonize him too much, but I know that's just what sisters do. Don't forget about the bake sale on Saturday." Bella returned her smile, her enthusiasm shining through. "Don't worry, Miss C, I'll be here." The final stretch of the drive to the Clearwaters felt both too long and too short. Charlie's police cruiser was already parked next to Harry's pickup and Sue's old sedan, providing her with an extra barrier between herself and Leah when the inevitable argument broke out. Letting out a sigh, Bella climbed out of her truck and walked around to the passenger side to assess the damage Jared had done to her pride and joy. The door was slightly concaved at the edges, digging into the body of the Chevy. Just then, she heard the unmistakable sound of paws pounding against the ground as they approached her. From the trees to the left, Bella snarled at her alpha without looking up. "Tell Holly I'm making Jared-flavored cookies on Saturday because I'm going to beat him into a pile of dough for hurting Buela." Sam, the massive black wolf, remained in the shadows surrounding the Clearwaters property, offering only a huff in response. Bella turned her glare toward him, and they stared each other down for several moments until she finally broke, dropping her gaze to the ground. "I'm going to be fine, Sam. You don't need to stick around for this." He let out a low growl, which Bella interpreted as, "Yes, I do." "Shut up, Bella." She turned back toward the Clearwaters, trying to muster the courage she didn't quite feel. "At least patrol the area if you're going to stick around." I know it's hard for you to be here too, but I don't have an imprint to explain why I've barely seen my best friend in months. It felt like a low blow, but it was the truth. Sam had loved Leah, but his genetic code dictated his life now, and that code, and his wolf, had chosen Emily to be his forever. Bella hadn't imprinted on Emily, but she had still left Leah. Leah had been her best friend since they were babies, the one she'd run to for anything she needed, and now the beta had abandoned her when Leah had needed her the most. Sam growled again before disappearing back into the trees, the sound of his paw steps fading into the evening bird's song and the chirping of cicadas. Giving herself a shake, Bella squared her shoulders and headed up to the Clearwater's porch. Before she could knock, the door was nearly yanked off its hinges by Seth, who wore the biggest smile when he saw her. "Bella. About time you showed up. We were just about to start without you," Seth said, opening the door and pulling her inside. Well, he tried to pull her. Now that she was stronger than 5 grown men combined, she allowed the excitable teen to lead her where he wished. "Mom," Seth called out. "Bella's here," Sue Clearwater exclaimed, poking her head out of the kitchen with a warm smile. "Glad you could make it, Bells." Charlie was just about to grab the whiskey on an empty stomach. "Sorry, I was dropping Jared off at his place," Bella replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Sue waved it off. "Dinner's almost ready anyway. Seth, can you come help me set the table?" Seth hurried into the kitchen to assist his mom, leaving Bella standing alone in the entryway. She took a deep breath, soaking in the familiar sights and smells of the Clearwater house. The long hallway that led to the front door opened into the living room, which branched off to the connected kitchen where Sue was cooking up a storm. The warm burgundy walls were adorned with pictures of Seth and Leah growing up, along with various hand-carved figurines and tribal decorations. A fireplace in the living room showcased a painting of Sue and Harry on their wedding day. Bella had spent most of her childhood and summers as a teenager in this house or at Jacob's, both places feeling like home. In the living room, Charlie and Harry lounged on the couch, engrossed in a baseball game with beers in hand. "Hey, old man," Bella greeted playfully. "Don't call Harry old, Bells, that's just rude," Charlie chided, though the grin on his face softened the reprimand. "I was talking to your dad," Bella shot back with a smirk. "Hey, Harry, how are the Mariners doing?" "Terrible. And if they do any worse, your dad owes me $20, Harry replied, laughing as Charlie's face reddened under Bella's playful glare. "Dad, stop betting on sports. It's bad for my heart and your wallet," Bella said, shaking her head. Charlie waved her off with a huff, muttering about nosy daughters and their hovering. Bella rolled her eyes and made her way into the kitchen, where Sue and Seth were finishing up with the table settings. The famous Clearwater fish fry was the centerpiece, and Bella's mouth watered at the sight, even with the steaks on the grill. The tension she felt to settle. The table was beautifully set, adorned with mashed potatoes, asparagus, and a vibrant fruit salad for dessert, completing the meal. "Where's Leah?" Bella asked, immediately regretting the question when she noticed Sue's warm expression falter. "Upstairs, hiding." "Seth, why don't you go tell her that dinner's ready?" "Sure, Mom," Seth replied, jogging toward the stairs that led to the second floor. Once he was out of earshot, Sue turned to Bella, her eyes filled with desperation. She hasn't been the same since Sam phased and imprinted on Emily. When you joined the pack, it was like the last piece of her foundation got ripped out from under her. "I know it isn't your fault, and I don't blame you, Bella, but please, if there's any way you can get around the command and be her friend, I'm asking you to try. She needs you more than she'll ever admit." Her words were strained, her eyes pleading, and Bella's heart clenched in response. The wolf within her stirred, aching at the thought of their sister in pain. She pushed those feelings down just as footsteps echoed down the stairs. She couldn't tell Leah the truth, but she could be her friend. That was the least Leah deserved after everything they'd been through together. "What's she doing here?" Leah practically spat as she entered the kitchen, glaring at Bella. Bella noticed the dark circles under Leah's eyes and how her clothes hung loosely on her too thin frame. "Leah. Don't be rude." She's here for family dinner, Sue snapped, meeting her daughter's heated gaze with her own. Leah scoffed and took a seat as far away from Bella as possible. Harry and Charlie entered shortly after, settling into their seats, with the sounds of the baseball game still filtering in from the living room. Charlie gave Bella a pointed look, blinking twice. Bella mentally cursed, turning away from the table and trying to calm her trembling limbs. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to focus on the moment, determined to keep the tension at bay. The wolf inside her settled, but God, she hadn't felt this high-strung since her first month of phasing. Once she calmed herself, Bella took her seat, giving Charlie a nod of thanks. Her dad winked at her and began piling food onto his plate. Dinner passed in relative silence, despite the adults and Seth trying to spark lighthearted conversations about school and an upcoming fishing trip for Seth's class. Yet, tension crackled in the air. Bella kept stealing glances at Leah, but the older girl ignored her completely, barely lifting her gaze from her plate throughout the meal. Bella swallowed the wine that threatened to rise in her throat, wishing more than anything she could explain everything. But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, the alpha command tightened around her vocal cords. "I'm going for a walk," Leah announced abruptly, pushing away her half-finished plate and heading toward the back door of the house. Sue cleared her throat and gave Bella a pointed look. Taking the hint, Bella stood up and jogged after Leah, catching a glimpse of her receding form as it disappeared down a trail leading to First Beach behind the Clearwater's house. Bella followed, hearing a branch snap to her right as she entered the forest. "I've got her, Sam. As your beta, just this once, I'm telling you to back off," Bella growled, picking up the pace until she cleared the tree line that led to the beach. The bright full moon hung overhead, illuminating the scene with a clarity akin to daytime. Leah sat on a log near the tide pools, her arms wrapped tightly around her shoulders. Bella stopped behind the log, shifting her weight from foot to foot. "Leah." "What, Bella? What could you possibly have to say to me after ghosting for months and joining up with a gang of steroid junkies?" Leah practically growled, standing up and glaring at the brunette. First, it was getting cozy with those freaky Cullen kids, and now it's hanging off of Sam's every word. Bella took a step back, reeling from the ferocity with which Leah confronted her. She felt her body begin to shake at the slander being hurled at her brothers. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Leah, I'm sorry for everything you've been going through. If I could tell you everything, I would. God, I would. But I can't. You're one of my best friends, and you deserve better than me ghosting you for the last few months." Leah blinked in surprise at Bella's apology, clearly taken off guard, before her lips curled into a sneer. "Saying sorry doesn't fix it, Bella. It doesn't fix Sam leaving me for Emily. It doesn't fix seeing you hanging around him like it's nothing. Who the hell do you think you are to call yourself my friend when you stick by the man who broke my heart and ruined our future together?" Leah took in a shuddering breath, wiping away the tears that dripped down her cheeks. Suddenly, her eyes widened as a groan escaped her clenched teeth. Bella took a step back as the wind changed direction, blowing Leah's scent toward her. She smelled feverish, and the lilac perfume was underlined with a foresty musk. Panic rose in Bella's throat as she noticed Leah's limbs beginning to tremble. "Leah, are you feeling all right?" Bella asked, concern etched on her face. Leah let out a bark of laughter. "Yeah, I'm just peachy, Bella. First, I get dumped by my fiancé, then betrayed by my cousin, and the cherry on top of my messed up Sunday is when you join Sam's little gang. No, damn it, Leah. Have you been feeling sick recently?" Bella pressed. "Fuck off. Stop acting like you care." Leah snarled, but then a choked gasp escaped her, and she bent over as her body began to shake uncontrollably. "Fuck. Leah, I'm so sorry. It's going to be all right. I'm here, I'll be here the whole time, I promise," Bella rambled, taking a step back as Leah fell to her knees. Leah knelt, a lupin whine escaping from her clenched teeth. The beta felt her wolf rising to the surface, ready to move heaven and earth to protect her sister during this first phase. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention. Seth burst out from the tree line, his eyes wide as he took in the state of his sister. Leah. What the hell did you do to her, Bella? He yelled, rushing toward Leah. The beta stepped into his path, shoving him back and baring her teeth. Seth, back off. It isn't safe. With an inhuman howl, Leah suddenly erupted, as if she were bursting out of her own skin. Chapter 4. Leah was smaller than the boys in the pack, with long legs, overlong silver fur, and striking ice-blue eyes. She struggled to stand on her new paws but couldn't seem to get her limbs to cooperate. Instead, she scrambled in the sand, whimpering softly. Bella extended her hands in a soothing gesture toward the frightened wolf. Leah, it's okay. You're all right. Behind her, Seth let out a terrified scream as he took in the sight of the wolf that had replaced his sister. His scream quickly morphed into a wail as he tried to escape, his body erupting into a mass of sandy blonde fur, even smaller than Leah. God damn it. Sam. Bella yelled, phasing into her wolf form in a blind panic. The alpha burst from the tree line and onto the beach, followed closely by Paul, Jared, and Embry, their hackles raised as the pack's collective mind was flooded with Leah and Seth's frantic thoughts. What the hell is happening? Leah? What's going on? Sam snarled, slamming a massive paw against the sand to get their attention. Enough. Leah, Seth, be quiet and calm down so that I can explain what happened to you. His commanding voice cut through their panic, silencing the newest members' thoughts. While their fear and confusion lingered, it was muted under Sam's authoritative presence. With a huffing sigh, the black wolf watched as Leah and Seth settled. The waves whispered against the shore as the pack gathered around their alpha. Bella stood at his right shoulder, taking in the sight and scent of their newest members. Leah still carried the fragrance of lilacs, but it was now underlined by a sharp, bittersweet scent. Her silver fur practically glowed in the moonlight, muscles taut and defined in her fore and hind legs. Seth, on the other hand, had a smoky scent with a hint of spice reminiscent of cinnamon. His brown eyes had an amber tint around the iris, and his fur was just a shade darker than Leah's. The sand was darker than the beach itself. Damn, now we have 2 new members and a puppy in the pack. Bella snarled and leapt at Paul, crashing into the gray wolf in a whirlwind of teeth and claws. The wolves snapped and growled at one another, kicking up sand in all directions until the beta managed to latch onto Paul's scruff, using her weight to pin him down. Shut the hell up, Paul. Now isn't the time to be an idiot, Bella said firmly. Sam, get him off me, Paul grumbled. If you say one more stupid thing, you'll be running solo for a month, Sam warned. Jared chimed in, might as well tell the guy to stop breathing, boss. Everything he says is stupid. With a final tug on his scruff, Bella clambered off Paul and shook her fur. Sometimes she wondered if he thrived on starting fights, and then it hit her, he definitely did. Sam sighed, turning his attention to Leah and Seth, who stared up at him with wide, terrified eyes. I'm truly sorry that this has happened to you. You both know our legends, and now you know they're real. Our ancestors were blessed with the form of the wolf to protect our people, and this blessing is passed down to you. You two are now part of our pack, and it is your duty to be protectors. I am the alpha, the leader of the pack, and Bella is my second in command, your beta. We are all connected by what we call the pack mind. That's how you can now hear me and everyone else. It allows us to hear each other's thoughts and see through one another's eyes. With practice, you'll be able to block some thoughts out, but for now, you'll both be like open books for everyone in the pack while you're phased. Phasing is what we call the change from human to wolf. It can be triggered by strong emotions, especially anger, and it will be dangerous for you to be around humans until you learn to control it. Leah whined, casting a confused glance at Bella. The beta brushed her muzzle against Sam's ear. I think they're all right now. Let's. The alpha huffed, releasing his command. Suddenly, Seth's excited voice burst into the pack's mind. Oh wow, this is awesome. I'm a wolf. Leah's a wolf. We're all wolves, this is amazing. I have a tail, and it wags. The sandy blonde wolf stood on wobbly legs, craning his neck to yip at the sight of his tail wagging happily. Leah slowly rose to her paws, her ice blue eyes scanning over her brother before settling on her new form. For a newly phased wolf, her thoughts were surprisingly quiet, flitting between various emotions and questions before settling on one. Bella? The beta broke away from the half-circle, approaching Leah and lowering herself onto her belly. I'm so sorry, Leah. The tawny brown wolf whimpered, memories flooding back to the forefront of her mind, laid bare for the entire pack to see. Her first phase months ago, Sam ordering them to keep the pack a secret, refusing to step foot in Emily's house for months, secretly watching Leah and Jacob during her patrols, everything. The silver wolf stood still for several long moments, processing the overwhelming rush of memories. Leah experienced a whirlwind of emotions before settling on sadness. All this time, you've been dealing with this, turning into a giant freaking dog and literally fighting undead monsters. You were never angry at me for hating you and blaming you. Why? The beta whined, unable to meet the silver wolf's gaze. You had every right to be angry and to hate me. You're one of my best friends. I couldn't be mad at you for something neither of us could control. I'd take every awful word you threw at me and the pack if it meant you were safe from this. Leah took a tentative step forward, then another, finding her balance on 4 limbs. Bella rose to her paws, gazing down at the silver wolf as she brushed her muzzle against the beta's cheek. I missed you, Bells. Damn much. I missed you too, Lee, Jared said as he trotted up to Bella's side. I'm glad you guys had your reunion, but Chief, how the hell did you miss the signs? The tawny brown wolf growled, shoving him off. I was a bit preoccupied, jackass. There hasn't been a new pack member in a while, and I didn't go to dinner expecting 2 new wolves to burst out of their skins. But there has been a scent around the reservation, Sam cut in. Someone is going to phase soon. I believe this time it will be Jacob Black or Quill 8 era. Embry perked up at the mention of his friends but quickly deflated, realizing they'd be thrust into this life without warning. Paul nipped him on the tail. Whoever joins will be happier for it, man. Don't stress over what doesn't need stressing right now. Yeah, words of wisdom from the pack, dumbass, Jared snickered, recalling how when Paul had first phased, he thought he was having a nightmare and kept biting his paw to wake himself up. As the high-running emotions slowly settled throughout the pack, one member simmered with anger that was turning to a boil. Bella's ears folded back as she felt it wash over the pack, already dreading the coming fight. She caught a snippet of Jared and Embry taking bets on who'd be walking away with teeth marks. Sam, Leah said, her lips peeling back over her fangs as she glowered at the alpha. I want to talk to you, alone. A chorus of protests rose from the rest of the pack, but Sam silenced them with a fierce growl. Enough. Paul, Jared, Embry, go home or to Emily's and phase out. I'll take over patrols for the night. Bella, take Seth home. Tell Harry and Sue what happened. The rich timbre of the alpha echoed through his command, and the pack dispersed. Seth seemed to finally gain control of his paws and began the uneven trek back to his house, thinking about how amazing his night had turned out. Bella watched as Seth moved ahead, taking her time as she lingered at the edge of the trees. She glanced back at the black and silver wolves, now alone and silhouetted against the moonlight. Get out of here, Bells. This conversation is months overdue. And I'd like it to be private, at least for tonight, Leah said, her voice heavy with the weight of her long-standing sadness. Shaking off her fur, Bella turned and followed Seth's retreating form. As they approached the Clearwater's back porch, Sue, Harry, and Charlie were already waiting for them. Sue gasped and stood up from the porch swing. Bella? Where are Leah and Seth? Seth yipped excitedly, trying to leap forward, but he lost his footing and tumbled into a heap. I take it that's my son, Harry said, unable to hide his smile. His dark eyes sparkled with pride as Seth scrambled back to his paws and playfully growled at his father. Sue sank back onto the porch swing beside Harry, gripping his arm tightly. Oh God. Harry, he's only 14. How could the spirits bless a child like this? Harry placed his hand over hers, his expression turning serious. It is in our blood, my love. It's what fate deemed necessary for whatever is to come. Bella, did Leah phase too? The beta nodded before turning her attention to Seth. All right, I'm going to teach you how to phase back. Close your eyes and visualize yourself as you are now. Then remember your human form. Think about how the grass feels beneath your paws, and how it will feel beneath your feet. It's not an exact science, but I usually just try some deep breathing exercises to focus myself. Don't worry if it takes a few tries. Before Leah could finish, Seth's form rapidly shrank, and his fur receded into his copper skin. In an instant, a very human, very naked Seth Clearwater stood where the sandy blonde wolf had been. Ah! Damn it, Seth, my eyes! Bella exclaimed. Oh shit! Seth shouted, quickly covering himself. Son, go put some clothes on. And don't curse in front of your mother. Harry yelled, shielding his and Sue's eyes. Charlie had turned around the moment Seth began phasing back, whistling to himself. Seth dashed inside, leaving Bella and the adults alone. Ha! Now you know how it feels, Harry, Charlie chuckled, turning to look at his daughter. You shredded yours too, Bells? The beta nodded, which seemed to snap Sue out of her daze. She stood up and said, I'll get you something of Leah's. It might be a little small, but it'll have to do. Sue headed inside and returned a few minutes later with Seth in tow, carrying an old sports jersey and a pair of gray sweatpants. Bella trotted forward and took them in her teeth before heading into the trees. Just before she phased out, she paused to listen for a moment, checking on Sam and Leah. She quickly tuned them out when she heard the shouting match erupting back on the beach. They both deserved closure, but Bella was relieved she wasn't caught in the middle of it. Once she phased out and dressed, she smiled at the familiar scent of her best friend on the clothes before making her way back to the house. And then Bella totally ripped Paul a new one. She's so huge I didn't think she could move that fast, but I blinked and Belle's had him pinned down. Seth explained excitedly, completely unaware of the green tinge creeping across his mother's face. Harry smiled at his son, but Bella noticed it was strained. Charlie gave her a friendly slap on the back as she settled onto the porch steps. That's my Bells, putting the boys in their place. Bella ignored him, as well as the blush darkening her cheeks from the praise. Sue, Harry, Leah is still phased right now. She's having a, talk with Sam down on the beach. Harry sighed and reached into his jacket, pulling out his pipe. He grabbed a matchstick and Harry pulled a cigarette from his breast pocket and lit it, taking a long drag before exhaling a thin wisp of smoke. I've worried since the day you phased that the spirits would bless my daughter with the form of a wolf. Now that she has, I'm concerned she won't hold back against your alpha. Bella shrugged. She was mostly sure that, as a newly phased wolf, Leah couldn't do much damage. But she was also certain that Sam had enough guilt weighing on him that he'd let Leah take a few chunks out of him regardless. Like I said, they're having a talk, and nobody is allowed to phase in for the night. If things get bad, Sam will give me a howl. But Leah's my best friend, and no matter what happens on that beach, I'll still be on her side. Me too, Seth added fiercely, looking at Bella. She's my sister, and I don't care what fate says, she didn't deserve what happened. Harry clapped his son on the shoulder before standing. I need to let the council know. Did anything else happen with the pack tonight? At his question, the beta hesitated. While Harry and Sue had taken their kids phasing in stride, Bella could already see the strain it was putting on them. It was now Leah and Seth's duty to defend against any cold ones that dared set foot in Forks or La Push. The thought of having to do the same with Billy, who was practically a second father to her, left a bitter taste in her mouth. We'll have another pack member soon, probably in a month or so. Sam thinks it might be Quill or Jacob. Harry and Charlie exchanged a worried glance before the police chief ran a hand through his graying black hair. Ah hell, Harry. Billy's hoped since the day Jake was born that he'd be the one to follow in Ephraim's footsteps. The Quilut elder shook his head. Hoping for it and actually having it happen to your own kid is a different thing, and you and I both know that. I'll give him a call first and let him know to look for the signs. Thank you for telling me, Bella. Hopefully, this will save Billy a lot of complaining now that our kids are part of the pack before his, Harry said as he headed inside, with Sue slowly getting up to follow him. She turned to look at Bella over her shoulder before going back in. Thank you for being there for her. Bella ducked her head awkwardly and mumbled, "You're welcome." She had never been good at receiving maternal praise. Well, I'm about to head home. You coming? Charlie asked, but Bella shook her head. I'm going to stick around for a while, just in case Leah needs me. And to make sure Seth doesn't do anything stupid on his first night. Hey! Seth exclaimed, but Bella smirked at him. You think you have enough energy to run a marathon right now, but I can tell you that since you just had your first phase, you'll get about a mile before you keel over and sleep for 24 hours straight. Seth ducked his head, blushing. I was just going to do a lap around the res. Alpha's orders say no phasing tonight. Beta's orders are to go get some sleep. The teen groaned but obeyed, flashing Bella a smile as he passed her. Yes, Chief. And don't start that. Jared gets away with it because I like his mom. You love Sue. Correction, I think Holly is hot. There's a difference. Now go to bed, pup. I'm sure we'll have a pack meeting tomorrow, and you can phase in for as long as you want. Seth laughed and headed inside. Charlie gave Bella an odd look. What? She asked. Nothing. You've just changed a lot these last few months, kiddo. Not just into a giant wolf. You're, I don't know, responsible. More grown up, Charlie said, shaking his head with a smile. Makes me feel older. Bella returned his smile and pulled him into a hug. You are old, Dad. Charlie harumphed before pulling away and donning his cattleman hat. The pack is good for you, Bells. They take care of you, and you take care of them. I'm proud of how far you've come since Edmund. Bella rolled her eyes. Edward, Dad. How come I'm over what he did, and you still won't say his name? I'm your father. I'll never be over anyone who breaks my little girl's heart. With that, Charlie turned and walked back around the house to his cruiser, leaving Bella alone on the back porch. She couldn't understand what she had done to deserve a dad like Charlie. Despite everything that had happened since she met Edward, the secrets, the chaos in Arizona, and how badly she had treated him, he still loved her. Bella felt grateful that, these days, it seemed like she had earned that love, even though she knew it shouldn't have to be earned in the first place. She reflected on what Charlie had said about the pack, smiling to herself as she realized how accurately he had captured her feelings. Being the beta brought her a sense of responsibility toward her pack, a feeling of control and purpose that she had longed for throughout her life. As Sam's second-in-command, it was her duty to ensure that the Alpha's word was followed. She cared for Paul, Jared, and Embry as if they were her own brothers, keeping them in line, being there for them when they needed support, and providing a sense of stability in lives that sometimes felt chaotic. For Leah and Seth, she was determined to be their mentor, teaching them everything she could about what it meant to be part of the pack and helping them find their place within it. For the first time, Bella felt a deep stir within her soul at the thought. Meant to teach. Meant to lead. The beta growled and pushed those feelings down. They had been surfacing more frequently as the months went by, and she did her best to hide them from Sam. As Ephraim's eldest descendant with the wolf gene, she carried the blood of the previous Alpha in her veins. She knew it, and Sam knew it too. Bella was content with the way things were, but she worried that someday that could change. The sound of approaching paw steps pulled the beta out of her internal struggle. She looked up to see Leah's silver wolf trudging up the path. Leah's tail drooped as her ears perked up at the sight of Bella still sitting on her back porch. Hey, Lee, do you want me to teach you how to phase back? Bella asked, walking over to the silver wolf. Leah hesitated for a moment but then nodded her massive head. All right, I'm going to turn around and talk you through it. I thought Seth would take a few tries, but I got an eyeful of his junk when he managed it on the first try," Bella said as she turned around. Leah let out what Bella interpreted as a huffing laugh. "Focus on your form as it is, feeling where your paws touch the ground and the wind in your fur. Now remember what that feels like as a human, standing barefoot in the grass with the wind on your face." Phasing back is all about staying in control, calm, and focused. Bella waited for several minutes until she heard the sound of bones snapping back into place, followed by a very low, very human groan. "Fuck, that hurt less the first time," Leah complained. "Can you get me some clothes, Bells? Commando isn't my forte." Bella dashed into the house and grabbed a tank top and a pair of sweatpants. When she returned outside, Leah was hiding behind a tree to cover her nudity. Bella tossed the clothes over before heading to the back porch swing, rocking gently until Leah, now clothed, joined her. Bella noticed that Leah had gained a few inches in height and her arms had more muscle definition than they had just 2 hours earlier. Leah pulled her knees to her chest and curled against Bella, closing her eyes. They sat like that for some time, rocking slowly back and forth as the night dragged on, neither willing to break the silence. Finally, Bella couldn't take it anymore. "Are you all right?" Leah took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Honestly, I don't know. I thought my whole world had been flipped on its ass already, and now it feels like it's been flipped again. I turned into a wolf, my little." Leah sat up, her ice blue eyes fixed on Bella. "When your brother turns into a wolf, you turn into a wolf," she said, her voice trembling. "Sam explained everything to me, showed me everything. But now that I know the truth, I can't even tell if it hurts more or less. He tried to fight it with Emily, I know he did, but he still gave up. He let me feel the moment he imprinted, and for a second, I almost felt like I loved my own cousin like that. It was so overwhelming. How can the elders call imprinting a gift when it feels like a curse?" By the time she finished, Leah was practically shouting, her entire body shaking as her anger threatened to unleash the wolf within. Bella wrapped her in a tight hug, holding her close until Leah's trembling began to subside and she started sobbing into the crook of Bella's neck. "It's okay, Lee. I'm here now. I've got you." Chapter 5, Chapter 4. Bella rolled over with a groan, silencing her alarm clock by hitting the snooze button so hard that the cheap plastic display cracked down the middle. That was her third one in the last month. "Great," she muttered. She had stayed out longer than intended on patrol last night, sneaking back in through her bedroom window just after 5 in the morning. Sam typically handled night patrols alone, operating on a practically nocturnal schedule so the rest of the pack could at least attempt to lead normal lives. But lately, he had been passing some of his shifts to Bella, trying to find odd jobs during the day to help pay the bills at his and Emily's place. The beta didn't mind the night shifts. Being completely alone while phased was a rare delight in the pack, allowing her to enjoy being a wolf without anyone else's thoughts cluttering her mind. Last night, however, she had heard Leah's thoughts not long after starting her patrol. She discovered Leah lounging atop Lookout Rock, deep in the La Push wilderness, dozing in her high perch. Lookout Rock was a massive, jutting formation that stood over 20 feet tall, seemingly springing up from nowhere amidst the towering fir and spruce trees of the woods. It was covered in moss and had crumbling footholds from years of wear. Bella, Leah, Jacob, and Seth had found it when they were kids, back when their dads would drop them off with Rachel and Rebecca Black for babysitting duty while they went fishing for the day. The twins never took their babysitting responsibilities seriously, and as long as Bella and Leah promised to look after the boys, they were free to raise hell on the res, provided Rachel and Rebecca didn't get blamed for it. Seth had discovered the rock after drawing all over Leah's face with a Sharpie while she slept, sending him running blindly miles into the woods to escape her wrath. He had been the one to name it, and once Leah had cooled off, he brought them all out to show off his discovery. They had discovered this amazing spot, claiming it as their hangout and playing countless games of cops and robbers, king of the castle, and knights versus dragons over the years. It was a place filled with happier memories and childhood nostalgia, and it warmed Bella's heart to see that Leah still cherished it. After thinking it over for a few minutes, Bella decided to climb up and join Leah. They ended up talking late into the night about anything and everything. Only a few weeks had passed since Leah and Seth had phased for the first time. While Seth was over the moon to be a wolf, Leah was still struggling to find her place in a pack that included Sam. Bella mostly listened as the silver wolf vented, providing the support Leah needed while occasionally sharing her thoughts. It hadn't fixed everything, but Bella could tell that Leah felt a bit lighter when they parted ways as the sun began to rise. Band-aids couldn't heal all the cracks in Leah's heart, but they could hold everything together until it healed. Unfortunately, their long conversation had reduced Bella's planned 4 hours of sleep to just under 2. With a groan, she rolled out of bed, shaking the exhaustion from her limbs and running a hand through her hair. After giving it a quick brush, she pulled on the first clean pair of bootcut jeans and socks she could find. Rummaging through her hamper, she discovered a black indie band hoodie that only smelled a little musty. With a sigh, she threw it on anyway, knowing she would have to mask this scent with sandalwood perfume from her nightstand, which she promptly sprayed on herself. "Bells, you're about to be late again," Charlie called from the bottom of the stairs. Yeah, I'm coming," Bella grumbled, hopping on one foot as she slipped the other into a cowboy-style boot, one of the latest additions to her mismatched collection of thrift store finds. The beta trudged down the stairs and into the kitchen. Bella snatched the piece of toast right out of Charlie's hands just as he was about to take a bite. "Hey! I worked hard on that," he exclaimed. "It's just toast, Dad." "It's not rocket science," Bella replied with a grin. Charlie huffed, rolling his eyes as he turned to make another slice. But then he stopped, doing a double take at her feet. "Hold on," he said, grabbing his cattleman hat from the counter and placing it on her head. "There you go. Now you look like a rodeo clown." Bella laughed, hooking one hand through her belt loop while tipping the hat with the other. "I make it look better than you, Pops." "Hardy har," Charlie grumbled. "Just remember to be on your best behavior. Your paperwork is still processing, Anne. And if I feed into the gang rumors, I could get kicked out instead, and it'll end up on my permanent record." "I know the deal, Dad. I'll be fine, I promise." Charlie looked like he wanted to say more but thought better of it, turning back to the toaster. "Just be careful. You haven't had an incident in months, and Sam agreed you don't need a babysitter." "Dad, stop talking to other dad about me. I don't need a babysitter, and I'll prove to both of you that I can handle myself just fine so you can stop worrying." Bella took off the cattleman hat and set it on the table. With a quick hug goodbye, she headed out to her truck and started the drive to school. By the time Bella pulled into the parking lot, only a few stragglers remained. Among them were Angela and Ben, who looked like they were in the middle of a heated argument. Deciding to steer clear of any drama, Bella killed the engine and climbed out of the cab. She rummaged through her glove box until she found her iPod and headphones, slipping them into her ears. High school noise could be almost deafening at times, especially with her enhanced senses, but she had found that music, always at the lowest volume, helped ground her. As she grabbed her bag and made her way inside, she kept an eye on Angela and Ben. Their argument seemed to escalate, both gesturing wildly as their voices grew louder. Angela threw her hands up in frustration and turned away from Ben, her gaze locking onto Bella. Without saying a word, the tall Asian girl began marching toward Bella, who froze like a deer caught in headlights. When Angela reached her, her lips started to tremble, tears brimming in her eyes. Bella quickly pulled out her headphones. Hey, it's okay. I don't usually have this kind of effect on pretty girls," Bella said, trying to lighten the mood. Angela sobbed and pulled Bella into a crushing hug. Bella was taken aback for a moment but then returned the embrace, glancing over Angela's shoulder at Ben, who glared at them for a moment before scoffing and heading inside. After a long minute, Angela pulled away, looking embarrassed. "I'm sorry. God, I'm not usually a hugger." "Hey, it's okay. It looked like you needed it. Plus, I've been told I give warm hugs, meaning I'm basically a life-size teddy bear," Bella replied with a smile. Angela laughed and gave Bella's arm a squeeze. Warm hugs and humor. Every girl's dream. Bella nudged the shorter girl with her shoulder playfully. If you don't mind me asking, what was that about? Angela sniffled and pushed her glasses up. Funny you ask, but it was actually about you. Me? Bella questioned, intrigued. Yeah, Ben says all I ever talk about lately is Bella this, Bella that. Where you are, what you're up to, how you're feeling. He keeps saying if I think about you so much, I should just go date you instead. Oh, Bella replied, momentarily floundering. She had never thought Angela liked girls, but maybe Ben was just projecting to cover his own bruised self-esteem. Angela smiled, wiping away the last of her tears. He's not wrong, well, not about the Bella this and Bella that. I miss you, but as a friend. It's not like I'd stand a chance against Rosalie Hale if I tried to sweep you off your feet. Bella floundered again, feeling her cheeks heat up. I know it's been like 6 months, and I don't have the best memory, but I'm pretty sure I was dating Edward. Sisters and friends are two different things. Okay, yep, we're done with the deep dive into my failings as a bisexual. Are you and Ben okay? Angela sighed. I don't know. Things have been rocky for a little while. I like him, I really do, and we have a lot in common. But he has a lot of insecurities when it comes to my friends. He's worried I'm secretly in love with Lauren or something. Well, at least I'm a step up from that. Are you ready to head inside now? I think the first bell already rang. In fact, the first bell had rung almost 10 minutes ago, but Bella wasn't going to rush her. Angela was still her friend, and the beta wanted to make sure she was all right before she faced a crowd of nosy high schoolers ready to pounce on any scrap of gossip. Angela nodded, and together they walked inside before parting ways for first period. Bella made it to Mr. Mason's English class about 15 minutes late. He waved off her apologies and sent her to her seat at the back of the class. Since she missed most of her classes during the week, claiming bad health, most teachers had come to expect either her absence or that Charlie would bring in her assignments. The rest of the day passed in a similar fashion, attending government, then trigonometry, and finally Spanish. The teacher seemed more surprised to see Bella there than anything else. Mr. Varner had given her some attitude during trigonometry, but aside from that, things had gone smoothly. By the time lunch rolled around, the beta was drained. The noise, smells, and crowd were overwhelming, and she needed to lock herself in the bathroom for a good 5 minutes before she felt centered enough to brave the cafeteria. It was already hard enough to ignore the stares directed at her, whether because of her past relationship with the Cullens, her frequent absences, or the rumors that had traveled from La Push to the school hallways. Whispers of steroids and gang followed her wherever she went. Beta followed Bella everywhere she went, and it set her teeth on edge. After leaving the bathroom, she headed to lunch, casting a quick glance at the old Cullen table, which still sat empty, before making her way to her own. Her old friend group was gathered there. A few of them, Angela, Eric, and Mike, looked genuinely happy to see her, while the others, Lauren, Jessica, and Ben, glared at her. Bella pulled her brown bag lunch out of her backpack and began chatting with Angela and Eric as she ate. I'm not really sure what I'm doing for college, Angela said, pushing her peas around with her fork. I like photography, but I'm not sure I can actually make a career out of it. Bella swallowed the last bite of her second bologna and cheese sandwich. I've seen your pictures on Facebook, on. You could totally make a career out of it with any of those big-name companies. You got a great eye for composition and lighting. Angela smiled, ducking her head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Ben glared at Bella from across the table, his dark brown eyes practically glowing with jealousy. Just then, Lauren barged into the conversation, her nasally voice more obnoxious than ever. What about you, Bella? Any plans for college? The way she asked made it clear that Lauren doubted Bella would even get to college, but Bella merely shrugged, refusing to take the bait. Nothing solid. I love reading and English, so I've thought about becoming a teacher. The English teacher at the Quilev Tribal School is retiring in a few years, and since I'm switching over there anyway, I thought I'd try my hand at teaching once I get my degree. Bella realized too late that sharing that information might not have been the best idea, as Lauren's green eyes lit up. Yeah, I forgot about you switching schools. A couple of people have been asking about that. Since you're not Quillut, they've been wondering how you're allowed to go there. Bella felt a growl rise in her throat but held it back with a deep breath. My great-grandfather was Chief Ephraim Black. That's where my Quillut heritage comes from. Funny, you don't look Native American. You're so much paler than those reservation steroid junkies. Bella slammed her hands on the table. Nobody in La Push is on any form of drugs, Mallory. And for your information, those people you call junkies are my friends and my family. So the next time you try to disrespect me for my heritage, maybe you should think before you talk for once. A deafening silence fell over the cafeteria as all eyes turned to their table. Angela slipped her hand around Bella's wrist, squeezing gently until Bella realized she had practically shouted at Lauren in such a public, crowded space. Ben and Mike stared at her, wide-eyed and mouths slightly agape. Jessica's pale face flushed red under the scrutiny, but Lauren's was practically purple. You're just like that gang in La Push. Coming to school whenever you feel like it and walking around here like you own the place. You're nothing but a piece of reservation trash, you stupid squaw. Angela gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Jessica's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Lauren. Mike, Eric, and Ben seemed torn between cringing out of their skin or staring at Lauren in horror. Bella felt a surge of anger. The wolf in her soul was begging her to smash that blonde's teeth in. She stood up, ready to confront Lauren, but Coach Clapp beat her to it. The balding gym teacher marched over to their table, coming to stand behind Lauren with his hands clenched into fists. Ms. Mallory. You and I are going to the principal's office, now. His voice was filled with barely restrained anger, a thick vein popping on his neck. Lauren whirled around, ready to argue, but Coach Clapp fixed her with a fierce glare. Now, Ms. Mallory. Bring your bag. It's going to be a long day for you. With a frustrated noise, Lauren grabbed her book bag off her chair and trailed after him as he walked out of the cafeteria. Bella took several slow breaths as she stepped through the cafeteria doors, her arms trembling. She finally sat back down, and Angela placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, wincing at the heat radiating from Bella. I'm so sorry, Bella, Jessica whispered, her first words since lunch began. Her eyes were downcast. That was so wrong. Lauren had no right to say any of that about you. Bella noticed how small Jessica seemed, with her chin tucked in and her shoulders hunched. Both she and Angela recognized it as a submissive and apologetic posture, which only served to soothe the anger simmering beneath Bella's skin. It's fine. Well, no, it's not fine, and I might clock her in the jaw next time I see her, but it's not your fault that she's your friend. Jessica winced at the reminder, nervously running a hand through her hair. Her blue eyes flicked up to meet Bella's for a brief moment before looking away. I don't think I want to have friends like that anymore. Cheers to that, Eric chimed in, trying to lighten the mood. Bella rolled her eyes at him, and the group collectively sighed in relief. Once Bella got home from school, she headed straight to the fridge, grabbed a Rainier beer and an uncooked steak, and made her way to the living room. She plopped down on the couch with a huff, tearing into the steak and chewing angrily. Charlie watched her, wide-eyed and a little green in the face from his spot in his recliner. Bad day? He asked. Bella growled in response, not replying until she had finished the steak, swallowing the last mouthful with a swig of Rainier. I hate being a wolf. Bells, if you weren't a wolf, you wouldn't have been able to shove 10 ounces of uncooked deer meat in your mouth without throwing up, which I'm very close to doing, Charlie replied, shaking his head. Bella sighed, feeling her cheeks warm. Sorry. Bad day. Charlie hummed in understanding but didn't pry, which Bella appreciated. Her mind was crowded with too many thoughts to process properly. Bella felt an overwhelming urge to be with her pack. She longed to be surrounded by her brothers and sister, those who truly understood what she was going through. Charlie did his best to support her, and she loved him for it. But being around the other wolves had a calming effect that even the beta couldn't fully explain. With them, she didn't have to pretend to be someone she wasn't, she was simply allowed to be herself. With that thought in mind, Bella stood up, downed the rest of her beer, and crushed the empty can in her hand. I'm going to Emily's. I thought you didn't have patrol today, Charlie replied. I don't, but I need to be with my pack right now, Bella said, feeling her confidence waver under the weight of Charlie's long look. Eventually, he smiled, though it carried a hint of sadness. Go on then, get out of here, Bells. I'm sure they'd be happy to see you. Bella hesitated for a moment before walking over to hug Charlie. Thank you. Charlie's face flushed red as she pulled away, and he rubbed the back of his neck. I'll always be here when you need me, but even I know when you need some space. Just be here in the morning before I head to the station. Bella kissed him on the cheek before jogging out the back door and into the trees. In mere moments, she stripped off her clothes and phased into her wolf form. Her senses ignited, the air was sharper, sounds were louder, and she felt a surge of happiness. The beta bowed into a low stretch, letting her cramped muscles loosen as she got her blood flowing. Damn, Chief, can't go a single day without us? Gathering her clothes in her jaws, Bella started running toward La Push. Memories of her day at school flashed through her mind, laid bare for Paul and Jared, who grew progressively angrier as she relived the moment Lauren had called her a slur. I'll kill her, Paul snarled, veering back toward Emily's once they realized that's where their beta was headed. No, you won't. Listen, I just want to put today behind me. Can we do that, please? Bella urged. It seemed like he wanted to argue, but he held back. The three of them met a few miles east of Emily's, with Bella leading the way until the house came into view 10 minutes later. The rest of the pack was already there. Emily and Sam lounged on the porch swing while Embry sprawled out on the deck nearby, looking half asleep beneath the weak afternoon sunlight. Leah and Seth were arguing over a game of chess in the living room. As the alpha caught sight of his beta, Jared and Paul, he sat up, his brow furrowed. Bella? Is something wrong? The tawny brown wolf huffed, trotting behind the house to phase back into her human form and dress before walking toward the porch. Paul and Jared had already phased out, wearing nothing more than a pair of cut-off shorts. Embry sat up, his short-cropped hair sticking up at odd angles. Leah and Seth seemed to have finished their game, both now sitting on the porch steps. Are you okay? Sam asked, concern etched on his face, a sentiment mirrored by Emily. No, that stupid pale face, Paul started, but Bella elbowed him in the ribs, cutting him off. He turned a venomous gold glare on her. Shut up. I said I wanted to put it behind me, so drop it. Paul lowered his gaze, his anger visibly deflating. Sorry, Beta. What's Paul talking about? Leah interjected, looking at Bella with concern. Bella took a deep breath, letting the warm, familiar sense of her pack wash over her before she sighed. Nothing, just a bad day that I came here to escape from. She noticed Sam opening his mouth to speak, but she pressed on before he could say anything. No, I didn't have an incident. Just some teenage girl trying to pick a fight. Honestly, guys, I'm fine, and I appreciate that you all care, but I'd like to relax. The pack as a whole didn't seem to believe her, casting glances at one another or shifting uncomfortably. Seth was the one who finally broke the tension. Well, Leah sucks at chess, and I'm tired of beating her. Want to play? Bella smiled, feeling the stiffness between her shoulders ease. I'd like that. Emily stood up from the porch swing. I'll make some cookies. How about chocolate chip? A chorus of agreements rang out, and the pack made their way into the house. Emily headed to the kitchen with Sam following closely behind to start baking. Bella trailed Seth to the living room coffee table, where the chessboard was already set up. Leah, Embry, Paul, and Jared flocked down on the couch to watch. The TV, which Sam had mounted in the den last month, played an old episode of Tom and Jerry, providing a comforting background hum. Soon, the game began in earnest, and Bella quickly realized that chess could turn into a bloodbath when Seth was involved. Leah and Jared teamed up with Bella, heckling Seth, while Paul and Embry rallied behind him, firing back with their own jabs. Eventually, Paul resorted to throwing couch pillows at the opposing team. The delicious smell of cookies baking wafted from the kitchen, and Bella leaned back from the table, taking a deep breath. This was exactly what she needed. Her pack surrounding her, laughing together, feeling free to be themselves. Emily was whipping up something tasty, while Sam kept a watchful eye on them from his spot by Emily's side, his dark eyes filled with familial love. Seth rolled his eyes as Paul tried to offer him strategic advice for a game he'd never played before. Embry sneaked a move with a pawn while Seth wasn't looking. Jared and Leah clung to Leah's shoulders, urging her to finally defeat the chess master. This was what Bella needed after a rough day, her family, her pack. Chapter 6. Bella. No. Bella, come on, it'll be fun. No. Chief. Bells. Do I look like an idiot to you? Paul, don't answer that. Bells, when's the last time you actually had fun? Bella couldn't help but remember last week when Jared had tried to show off to Seth during a patrol. He hadn't realized where he was going and ended up running right off the cliffs where the boys go diving. By the time he dragged himself out of the water, he looked like a drowned rat. That had been fun, and the whole pack couldn't stop laughing for the entire day whenever someone brought it up. I'll never live it down, Jared grumbled when he sensed Bella's thoughts drifting back to that moment. The beta huffed at his melodrama and leaped across the river that separated La Push from Forks, doing her best to ignore Leah's, Paul's, and Jared's persistent pestering. It's just a bonfire with a bunch of stuffy elders. It's the after party where we'll really let loose. I'm thinking full contact football with no rules, plus a ton of alcohol to see if wolf metabolism can keep us from getting drunk. Bella rolled her eyes as she watched Paul practically drool at the thought of beer. He never did anything in half measures, and any drinking the pack did was sure to turn into a contest that would likely leave someone with alcohol poisoning, probably him. She and Paul were paired up to patrol Forks, while Jared and Leah were miles away at the cliffs overlooking First Beach. It was another cold, overcast day in March, with a steady drizzle that had been falling since dawn. Bella hoped it would let up soon. Whenever she phased out after a patrol in the rain, she could never quite get the smell of wet dog out of her hair. I'm fine with the after party, it's the bonfire that's not happening. Billy is sure to bring Jake, and Jake is sure to bring way too many questions that I can't answer. Leah grumbled. Ghosting him isn't helping anything. At least let him see you there, say hi without trying to spill. Let's just talk about the pack, and we'll call it a win-win, Paul said, grinning. You know he's going to want to talk to me. I've barely hung out with him since I moved here. We used to be inseparable. Bella felt a pang in her chest. Joining the pack had given her the loud, rowdy family she'd never had, but it came at the cost of her old friendships. Besides, he's going to ask about Edward, and then he'll want to know about any other guys I've dated, like the gossip hound he is. I'm not ready for the "I'm not completely straight and leaning more toward girls right now" talk with him. You guys are literally in my head, so it's not like I could even hide it. Paul howled, practically bouncing with excitement as he ran beside the beta. God, please date a girl already. I'm sick of seeing naked women I'm basically related to on this channel. Bella let out a long, suffering sigh. I wish this was a radio so I could change the station every time you came on, Lahote. You'd miss me too much, Chief, the tawny brown wolf shot back, turning on a dime to snap at Paul's tail, earning a yelp from the gray wolf. How many times do I have to say, stop calling me that? Paul whined, picking up his pace to avoid another snap from the beta's teeth. Jared and Leah snickered at his expense. I think his mom is hot, and she makes amazing brownies. That's why he gets special privileges, Paul joked. Chief, my mom is too good for you. Also, for the love of God, stop trying to become my stepmom. It messes with my fantasies. Bella laughed internally. What fantasies? The one with Kim, or Kim? Jared thought for a moment. Yeah, that's the one. The tawny brown wolf tuned him out as she and Paul came into view of the Cullens' abandoned mansion. Despite the months they had been gone, the sickly sweet scent of bleach still clung to the property, practically seeping into the foundations from how long the coven had been there. Bella hated that the patrol route even passed through this area. Sam had insisted they keep an eye on the place, harboring doubts about the Cullens staying gone, despite Bella's assurances that they would never come back. Edward had made that clear when he left her alone in the middle of the woods. The mansion always left a sour taste in Bella's mouth. It was where she had fallen in love with Edward Cullen, and soon after, with the rest of his family. Esme had been the doting mother Bella had never had, always ensuring she felt welcome and whipping up something delicious in the kitchen. Carlisle had been equally warm, providing Bella with the picture-perfect pseudo-parents that only existed in movies or cheesy romance novels. Emmett and Alice had taken on the roles of best friends who felt like siblings. Bella had grown accustomed to constant shopping, especially after phasing had made her outgrow her clothes. Shopping with Alice had always been a joy, as the little pixie radiated a bright, bubbly energy, like a shaken-up energy drink. She could be a bit much at times, but Bella missed her nonetheless. Emmett had been in a constant battle for Bella's attention with Alice, stealing her away to play video games or read comics in his room whenever he got the chance. Jasper had been a bit harder for Bella to figure out, but once she let slip her secret love of American history, he was hooked. She had loved listening to his stories about his time in the army, even though he admitted they reminded him of worldviews he had long since abandoned. Rosalie was a more complex puzzle. She had made it clear from day one that she disliked Bella, showing her frosty exterior to everyone in the coven. However, that exterior began to thaw just before the Cullens left. Bella would often pop into the garage when she heard the blonde working, sitting in silence for hours as Rosalie tore apart cars and put them back together. The mansion brought up too many painful memories for Bella to bear without dwelling on them, so after a quick check for any lingering thoughts, she steeled herself for what lay ahead. As new scents filled the air, Bella hurried past and headed toward town. Paul noticed her silence and quickly trotted to catch up until they were running side by side. "Those leeches really did a number on you, huh?" he said. "I don't want to talk about them," Bella snapped, increasing her pace until she'd pulled ahead, taking the lead. The gray wolf wasn't deterred. "I know they must have messed you up in a lot of ways, Bella. Your thoughts always go quiet when we run this route. You have plenty of bad memories of them that you keep hidden." "I said I don't want to talk about them. Did I stutter?" "Come to the bonfire tonight," Paul urged, his tone hinting at danger. "Make some better memories." They traveled in silence until they reached the southern border of Forks, running along the edge of the Hoh rainforest. Bella sensed that Jared and Leah were tuned into their conversation, but they remained quiet while Paul contemplated his next move. Finally, Bella sighed. "Fine, I'll go to the stupid bonfire." Paul yipped and bounded to catch up with her, practically prancing as he circled around. "Mopey McGee's sanctioned drinking." "Shut up. Can you finish patrol on your own?" "I need to call Sam. I was supposed to cover his shift tonight." Leah jumped in before Paul could respond. "We'll keep an eye on him. Go let Mr. Almighty Alpha know to suck it, and we're getting you drunk tonight." Bella ignored Paul's colorful and irritated reply as she turned north and headed home. "Thanks, Lee. But I'm not drinking. I'm just going to see Jake and then beat Paul's ass at football." "Don't threaten him with a good time, Chief," Jared chimed in. The beta growled at him but didn't reply, focusing instead on the anxiety building in her gut. She and Sam had worked hard to make the patrol schedule as seamless as possible, but she knew the Alpha hated when plans changed unexpectedly. He preferred structure and order within his pack, and the beta was about to throw a wrench into that. 15 minutes later, Bella reached the edge of the tree line at the back of her house. She paused for a moment, listening to Paul, Jared, and Leah discussing who needed to chip in for beer money before they phased out. Bella quickly grabbed a bra and a pair of cut-off shorts from her hidden stash in a hollow tree, then jogged up the back porch. It was a little after 11 in the morning, which meant Charlie was still at work. Before heading over to Emily's, Bella took some leftover steak and potatoes out of the fridge and tossed them in the microwave. While the food heated, she dialed the landline and leaned against the kitchen counter, nervously twirling the cord between her fingers. Hello? Emily answered, and Bella could hear the familiar sizzle of bacon cooking in the background as the pack mother prepared breakfast. Hey, it's Bella. Is Sam up yet? Before Emily could respond, a jostling noise came through the phone, and Sam's gruff baritone filled the line. You're supposed to be on patrol. Good morning to you too, Alpha, Bella replied. I know that. Leah and Jared are keeping tabs on Paul. I wanted to check in with you to see if it was all right for me to go to the bonfire tonight. Sam was silent for several moments before he finally said, Jacob will be there. Bella huffed and walked over to the microwave to grab her food. I know that. I want to go for the after party, not the elders' storytelling. Are you sure that's a good idea? I'm not against you going, Bella. Spirits know you need to get out of the house for more than just patrols, Sam said, much to the beta's chagrin. Paul makes a convincing argument. So, can I go? The Alpha hummed noncommittally. Paul convinced you to go? I'm not sure that makes me feel better. I promise I'll be on my best behavior, and I'll take a lousy shift to make up for it. I know you were supposed to have the night off. Bella took a bite of her food, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The delicious aroma of steak wafted through the air, making Bella fight back a groan of pleasure. Emily was an incredible cook. Just take the night off, Bella. I don't need to be buttered up for you to enjoy a night out with the rest of the pack. Just don't make this a habit, all right? We both know it's a nightmare trying to adjust the patrol schedule on a whim. A hint of the Alpha's command resonated in his voice, and the beta struggled to suppress the instinctive growl that rose within him. You got it, Dad. I'll see you tonight. With that, Bella hung up, finished her meal, and headed upstairs. She grabbed a strand of hair and sniffed it, gagging at the wet dog smell. After a quick shower, she dressed in a pair of bootcut jeans and a snug black t-shirt. She dug out a pair of old cowboy-style boots from under her bed before heading back downstairs. For some reason, her favorite thrift shop in Port Angeles, Mooney's, seemed like a haven for wannabe cowboys, always stocked with a surplus of boots, bootcut jeans, and rodeo button-ups. Bella never bought the tops, but the jeans and boots, usually in men's sizes, fit her 6'3" frame perfectly. She grabbed her bomber jacket off the hanger next to the door before stepping outside to her truck. The passenger side door had been lovingly ripped off, leaving an eyesore with the edges bent inward. Bella hopped in and ran her hands along the dashboard. Don't worry, old girl. Jared might have forgotten what he did to you, but I didn't. Bella, do you always talk to your truck? Embry's teasing voice made her jump, and she turned to see him standing at her window. Freaking hell, Em. Can't you see I'm having a moment? Embry rolled his eyes. It's a truck, Bella. Not a puppy. Shut up. What are you doing here anyway? You don't have patrol for another 2 hours. Bella grumbled, motioning for him to get in the passenger seat. Out of the rain, Embry climbed into the cab, shaking his wet hair much to Bella's dismay. I was bored. Emily made breakfast, but I wasn't hungry. I can't go to school since I have 2 patrol shifts today, and I can't exactly hang out with Quill and Jake like I used to. He tried to brush it off with a grin, but Bella could see right through him. Embry could laugh and joke with the best of them, but those days felt distant without Quill and Jake. She could see the struggle in him to connect with the rest of the pack, and it made her heart ache. They had all sacrificed pieces of themselves when a shifter gene kicked in, but for Embry, things were tougher. He didn't have a real family to lean on. His friends were his lifeline, but now they viewed him as just another guy flaunting around the reservation. His mother, Tiffany, was an on-again, off-again alcoholic, often forgetting he even existed. The council had allowed the pack to keep their secret from their parents to avoid extra stress, but Embry had chosen to tell his mother nothing. Nowadays, he practically lived on Emily's couch. Well, I was about to head to Joy's to pick up some snacks for the after-party tonight. Want to come? Bella asked. Embry perked up at the mention of Joy's name, but then his smile faded. You think Quill will be there? Bella shrugged. It's noon on a Friday. I figure he's still at school. We can go somewhere else if you want. I'm down for company. No, it's fine. It'd be nice to see Joy again, even if she gives me the evil eye. Plus, she always makes the best lemonade. Embry's smile returned, less forced this time, and more genuine as he thought of the woman who had been more of a mother to him than his own ever had. Sounds like a plan, Bella replied, feeling a sense of relief at his excitement. Chapter 7. The 8-Era General Store exuded a warm, homey charm ever since Joy 8-Era took over ownership following her grandmother's passing 12 years ago. The building itself was a small warehouse that had once served as a lumber storage facility back in the 30s, before the 8-Era family purchased it. Joy had planted a variety of flowers around the front deck, adding a touch of color alongside a few wrought iron chairs and tables where customers could relax in the shade of the overhang. Large bay windows cut into the metal paneling allowed plenty of natural light to flood the store. On this slow Friday, when Bella and Embry walked in, they found themselves without a shield from Joy Atira's full attention. She stood behind the counter on the left wall, a cleaning rag in hand, her body going rigid at the sight of them. Joy's curly black hair, streaked with silver, framed her angular features, which tightened as she pursed her lips. Embry, Bella, she greeted, though there was a steely glint in her dark brown eyes. Embry ducked his head, his shoulders curling inward as he rubbed the back of his neck, unable to meet her gaze. Bella stepped forward, resting a hand on his shoulder and giving it a reassuring squeeze. No matter how much Embry struggled with his sense of belonging, he was Pac, and Bella wasn't about to let him retreat into himself. "Hey, Joy," Bella replied, gently nudging Embry toward the coolers at the back of the store. He turned away from Joy, his dark eyes glistening with unshed tears. "She hates me. She practically raised me, and she hates me," Embry whispered, his voice cracking with pain. Bella sighed and wrapped her arm around his shoulder as she surveyed the selection of sodas. "She doesn't hate you. Like you said, she practically raised you. She knows you're not a bad kid, she just doesn't understand what's changed. Neither does Quill." Feeling Embry tremble beside her, Bella tightened her grip, wanting to reassure him. "That doesn't make it any better. I never asked for this. I never wanted to abandon my friends." Bella tightened her grip as a low rumble built in her throat. She caught Embry's downturned gaze, her eyes blazing like molten gold. "Calm down," she growled. "This is Joy's store. If you phase in here and destroy the place, you'd never forgive yourself." Embry's trembling subsided, and Bella released her arm from his shoulder. She glanced over at Joy, who was watching them with barely concealed concern. When Joy noticed Bella's gaze, she huffed and turned her attention back to wiping down the front counter. Bella sighed, opening one of the coolers. She grabbed a case of cola, a jug of fruit punch, a couple of packages of hot dogs, and a container of fruit salad, then dumped the lot into Embry's arms. "Jake and Quill have the bloodlines to inherit the gene. With the way the pack keeps growing, they're probably both going to phase sooner rather than later." Embry glowered at her. "Great. Now they get to turn into giant mutts like the rest of us, find out that the cold ones are real, and it's their duty to kill them. I can't wait." Before Bella could finish, the front doorbell rang, followed by a cheerful voice. "Hey, Mom." Cursing under her breath, Bella turned to see Quill stopping at the front counter, his back to them. He was wearing baggy cargo pants and a loose maroon hoodie, with his old backpack hanging off one shoulder. "My class let out a bit early today since we finished our projects, so I figured I'd drop by and lend a hand. Does anything need restocking?" For the umpteenth time, Bella hated being a wolf. She hated that the cheerful, carefree way Quill spoke to his mother was tinged with a barely noticeable forest musk in his scent. She hated the way Embry tensed beside her, taking in his friend's growing height and musculature. And she hated how Joy's eyes flickered between them. Bella's son seemed to just realize the extent of his physical changes, noticing how much bigger Embry and Bella had grown. "Let me ring them up, and then we'll restock, hon," Joy said, her polite smile masking the tension beneath. Ring who up? Quill asked, turning around. He froze at the sight of Bella and Embry. A whirlwind of emotions crossed his face before settling on anger and disgust. Oh. It's you too. Isn't there a store in Forks you could have gone to? Quill snapped, directing his glare at Bella. The wolf within Bella stirred, eager for a confrontation, already recognizing Quill as part of the pack and feeling the need to assert her place in the hierarchy. She pushed those feelings down, grimacing. I like this one better, Bella replied calmly, brushing past him with Embry practically glued to her side as she dumped their snacks and drinks on the counter. Quill rolled his eyes and scoffed. Yeah right, like Embry would willingly go anywhere he'd see me. Embry let out a quiet whine, barely audible, but Bella heard it. She shot a glare at Quill, struggling to keep both herself and the wolf inside her calm. Leave him alone. He came with me because I asked him to. If you want someone to blame and be angry at, I'm right here. Quill held her glare for several moments before finally looking away, the tension seemingly draining from his shoulders. Whatever. Just go somewhere else next time. You two make this store look like a drug drop-off. With that, he turned and stalked off to the back rooms of the store without a backward glance. Bella felt Embry start to tremble again, but a quick glance showed it was from holding back a sob. A single tear leaked from his left eye, leaving a wet trail down his cheek. Joy had observed the entire interaction in silence, ringing up the snacks and drinks and bagging them beneath the counter before taking the cash Bella handed her. As she handed back the change, she opened her mouth, as if to say something, but no words came out. Bella could hear Joy's heart racing, watching as the older woman's throat bobbed with each swallow. The beta gathered their bags and handed them to Embry, nudging him with her shoulder. He hesitated for a moment, glancing at Joy before his gaze drifted to the back rooms where Quill had gone. Then, he turned away and headed out the front door. Bella started to follow him but paused when Joy whispered, so softly that Bella wasn't sure she was meant to hear it, look after him. Bella wasn't sure if Joy meant Embry or Quill. Quickly recovering, she joined Embry outside at her truck bed. I'm so sorry, Em. Are you okay? Bella asked. Embry shook his head as he hoisted the bags into the truck bed. He paused, tilting his head to the side before letting out a choked laugh. He reached into one of the bags and pulled out 2 mason jars of lemonade, each adorned with the Adara General Store logo. She makes the best lemonade, Embry said, giving Bella a watery smile. Bella and Embry arrived at the Elders' Council building with time to spare. The sun was set to dip below the horizon in an hour, casting a soft golden glow across the field behind the council building where the bonfire would be held. Most of the elders were already present, along with the pack, except for Seth and Leah, who were out on patrol until 10. Emily and Kim were also there, sitting by their wolves at the fire pit. Sam would make his appearance as the elders required of the Alpha before heading out to take over patrols for the night while the pack celebrated the after-party. Bella felt a twinge of guilt, knowing Sam already pushed himself to the limit running most of the night patrols solo, allowing the rest of them to catch some sleep. He had been looking forward to a night off with his imprint and his wolves, and she had changed her mind on a whim just to see Jacob. The Alpha spotted her and Embry pulling up from his place by the fire pit. Bella jogged over to meet them as they climbed out of the truck, heading to grab the snacks and drinks from the bed. I'm sorry, Sam. This was a stupid idea. You deserve a night off with Emily. I can head out now to get Seth and Leah and take over for the night, she blurted, feeling her cheeks flush with embarrassment when Sam merely laughed. It's not the end of the world. I told you to come and take a night off. Honestly, woman, you're a worse workaholic than I am. The beta growled, though it lacked any real heat. Let me feel bad, boss. You're not living up to the alpha male stereotypes. Sam playfully cuffed her upside the head before grabbing a bag from her arms. No moping. I'll tell Emily if you don't let yourself have fun. Please don't tell Mom, she'll send me on patrol without breakfast. I don't think she knows about second breakfast, Jared chimed in, joining the group at the truck and giving Bella a quick hug. Good thing you brought more food. Paul's setting up for a hot dog eating contest before the beer chugging contest later. Jared's gaze landed on the lemonade in one of the bags, and he reached for it. Embry snatched it away from him, baring his teeth as he cradled it to his chest. "This one is mine, you can have Bella's." "No, he cannot have Bella's. This is Bella's lemonade, and she'll fight you for it," the beta replied, leaving the guys and heading to the fire pit, where several picnic tables were spread out around it. Sue and Harry were there, bickering about what needed to go where and whether the chocolate for s'mores really needed to go in the cooler. "Hey, where do you want this?" Sue paused, turning away from Harry to smile warmly at the beta. "Toss it wherever it fits. Honestly, it's mind-boggling to think you kids can and will destroy all this food. There's enough here to feed a football team." While her back was turned, Bella caught Harry sneaking a chocolate bar out of an open package and slipping it into his jacket pocket. Their eyes met, and he grinned mischievously. He frantically put a finger to his lips in a shushing motion. Honestly, with him, Billy, and Charlie around, Bella couldn't understand how she didn't have gray hair yet. Mopey McGee. "Just in time. I was afraid you'd get your tail in a knot and cancel on us," Paul teased as he jogged over, wrapping his arms around Bella's midsection and hoisting her onto his shoulder. "Put me down, La Haute. I'll kick your ass. I'll kick your dog's ass," Bella shouted, flailing her legs and pounding her fists against his back. Paul laughed in that annoying way of his and ran back to the fire pit, tossing her into Jared's waiting arms. "Can't kick my ass, Chief." "My mom would be hurt," Jared snickered, but he gently set her back on the ground. Kim rolled her eyes at Paul's antics while Emily tried to stifle a laugh behind her hand. Embry and Sam joined them, with Embry still cradling his lemonade and Sam giving Bella an exasperated look. Bella grumbled and raised her middle finger toward Jared. "Paul doesn't have the holly card to fall back on, and don't think I forgot what you did to Buela, jerk." Jared grimaced. "I thought we could forget about that." "Bella treats that truck like it's a puppy, dude," Embry chimed in. "It's like you kicked her puppy." "You don't kick the beta's puppy." Sam sighed, shaking his head and running a hand through his short-cropped black hair. "I want an easy night, no fighting, no revenge, just easy." "Can you all manage that?" Bella ducked her head in embarrassment while Jared just grinned. "Can do, boss. We'll keep our beta in line." But the alpha's warm expression sobered when he glanced over Bella's shoulder. "Jacob is here." Bella didn't need to be told. The scent of an impending phase was billowing in their direction, more pronounced than Quill's had been. She turned around and watched Jake help Billy out of the truck and into his wheelchair. The teen's long black hair was pulled back in a simple braid, and his copper skin shimmered in the fading light. Bella felt a warmth spreading through her as Jacob's body temperature slowly rose. He wore an old jacket that clung tightly to his upper body, the seams straining whenever he moved his arms. Already standing over 6 feet tall, he hadn't even transformed yet, and it looked like he would be even bigger than Sam. She turned away, suppressing a growl with her hand over her mouth. Sam shot her a scrutinizing look, his dark eyes searching hers. Under his gaze, Bella straightened, shaking off the tremors in her limbs. "I hate that the spirits are doing this to him," she said, her voice tinged with sadness. "We grew up together. I've known him since he was just a little kid making mud pies on the beach with me. And now he's going to be thrown into our world without warning." Bella watched as Sam's expression softened slightly. But she couldn't tell her alpha the real reason behind her outburst, that the wolf within her saw Jacob's size and inevitable transformation as a challenge. They both had Ephraim's blood in their veins, but Jacob's lineage came from their great-grandfather's imprint, not a one-time mistake like hers. Sam was the alpha because he had phased first, and he had been there to guide Bella into her new life. Yet, as Ephraim's eldest descendant, she felt the weight of her mantle. The wolf would remain contained as long as she kept it suppressed. If it came down to it, she could challenge Sam for leadership, but she didn't want to. He was a good leader, albeit a bit hard-headed, and they worked well together to run the pack. As the thought of Jacob challenging her for alpha crossed her mind, anxiety tightened her chest. She bit her lip to stifle another unbidden growl. "He's heading this way. Are you good?" Sam asked, his dark eyes flashing amber. Bella let out a shuddering breath, feeling the tension drain from her muscles as the wolf settled. She was with her pack, their familiar scents and presence providing a soothing balm to her frayed nerves. Bella felt a wave of nerves wash over her, but they gradually subsided. "I'm good. Don't go all alpha male stereotypes on me now, Dad," she joked, watching as the alpha relaxed and stepped back to give her some space. "If you're good enough to crack jokes, then you're fine," he replied. "Just give them some room. If you need us, we'll be nearby." With that, Sam shot a significant look at Paul, Jared, and Embry before the guys dispersed. Emily stood up. "Come on, Kim, let's go see if Sue needs any help before the boys trash everything." With that, the two imprints left, leaving the beta alone. "Bells?" Jacob called out. She squared her shoulders and turned to face him. He was even bigger up close, standing just an inch shorter than she was now, his mouth forming an "oh" as he stared at her. "Geez, Bella, what the heck are they feeding you in forks nowadays? You look like a linebacker." Just like that, Bella felt the last of her tension fade away. Jacob wasn't angry with her. He wasn't throwing a fit about the people she hung out with. He was simply Jake, her best friend. She giggled, tried to stifle it, and only ended up bursting into full-blown laughter. Jacob's brows furrowed in bewilderment. "Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm good." "God, I haven't laughed like that in a while," Bella said between giggles. "Linebacker? I'm at least a safety by now. Have you seen these guns?" She flexed her arms for show, watching a small smile spread across Jacob's lips. He shook his head, still smiling. "I don't know what's happened to you lately, but I have to say I'm impressed. You used to be 100 pounds soaking wet. I could kick your ass then, and I can definitely kick it now. I missed you too." With that, Jacob pulled her into a crushing hug, filling her senses with the scent of pine, warmth, and Jacob himself. Bella clung tightly to him, only letting go when she was ready. When he tapped her on the back, pretending to gasp for air, he said, "Those guns aren't just for show." The beta chuckled, trying to shake off the last of her nervous energy. "Sorry. I've gotten into working out. Sometimes I forget my own strength," Bella replied. Jake waved her off, a sly smile creeping across his face. "I take it that boyfriend of yours likes the she could bench press me type, huh?" Bella grimaced. "No, we actually broke up a couple of months ago. I got into working out and running to get my mind off him, you know?" "Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Bells. I didn't realize." It was Bella's turn to wave him off. "Don't be. Honestly, I think it was for the best. We just didn't have a lot in common, and he was kind of a drama queen." Jake laughed at that, and they stood in silence for a few moments. Then, with a playful wiggle of his eyebrows, he turned to her. "So, Ms. Guns, any hot guys caught your eye?" Bella rolled her eyes and shoved him, careful not to do it too hard. "Shut up. Aren't boys supposed to talk about cars or hunting, not gossip like teenage girls?" "Oh," Jake drawled, slinging his arm over her shoulder and whispering in her ear, "Any hot girls then?" "Jacob Black." Bella chuckled, pushing a hand against his face when he started making kissing noises. "Oh my God. You're like 5 years old. Stop acting like a lecherous old man, you creep." Jacob laughed and turned his attention to Billy, who had wheeled over during their playful banter. "It's good to see you, Bella," Billy greeted. "Jake, why don't you go help Sue wrangle the other boys into setting the table? They seem to be causing more chaos than actually helping." Jacob nodded and walked over to the picnic tables, where Sue was berating the boys about what needed to go where. Paul was attempting to shove a handful of marshmallows into his mouth while Jared kept count, much to the amusement of everyone around. To Sue's dismay. "It's already started, hasn't it?" Billy asked quietly, his eyes following his son. The beta sighed, watching as Jake shyly joined in on Paul and Jared's antics until Sue waved them off with a wooden spoon. He seemed uncomfortable around the boys in the pack, his movements cautious as he got too close to Paul, who was caught in Jared's headlock. Unbeknownst to Jake, his instincts were becoming attuned to the pack, subconsciously recognizing the slight tremor in Paul's arms as he pushed Jared off. It has. He'll phase within a week, maybe less. Quill too, probably right after Jake, Bella said, resting a hand on Billy's shoulder. The Quileute elder grasped her hand, letting out a shuddering sigh. I used to pray for this day, for my son to follow in his great-grandfather's footsteps. Now that it's happening, I curse myself and the spirits for that prayer being answered. The beta gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. I'll be there for him when it happens. Sam has been keeping tabs on him, but he said I can be the one there for Jake. Thank you. He won't know it, but it will mean the world to him that it's you helping him through the first change. The sun had long since set, and Harry got the bonfire going as the temperature dropped below 50 degrees. One by one, the group gathered around the fire, the boys of the pack jostling for space on the logs they'd assembled earlier in the day. Kim settled on Jared's lap, snuggling back into the arm he had slung around her waist. The elders, Sue, Harry, Billy, Old Quill, and now Sam as the pack alpha, took their spots closest to the fire. Emily sat next to her wolf, her hand clasped firmly in his. Holly Cameron and Terrence LaHote were also present, sitting near their sons. Bella wheeled Billy over next to Harry before taking her place at Sam's right side. Billy cleared his throat, taking a moment to look at each person gathered around the fire. The group gathered around the fire. Friends, loved ones, and family, he began. We come together beneath the stars, by the warm light of the fire, to remember the stories of our tribe. We unite as one to honor the struggles of our ancestors, so we may learn from them and live our days guided by their wisdom. I welcome each and every one of you, and I urge you to take these lessons to heart. These are their stories, their histories, and they belong to us as well. Tonight, we will remember the tale of Taha Aki, the first shapeshifter of our tribe. Chapter 8. Billy's voice was made for storytelling. His pitch wavered at just the right moments, and as he concluded the legend, his tone carried a somber finality. Over time, our enemies have disappeared, but one remains. The Cold Ones. Our magic awakens when they're near, and we sense it now. Feel the threat in our blood. Something terrible is coming, and we must all be ready. All of us. His dark gaze flickered to each of the pack members gathered around the fire before he sighed. For now, it is late, and an old man needs his rest. Thank you for joining me tonight. And remember, no matter what we face, our tribe will remain strong. His sentiments were echoed by those present, and one by one, the group began to disperse. Bella stood and stretched, smiling as Jake shuffled up to her side. He looked feverish, a sheen of sweat glistening on his brow, which he quickly wiped away. I've heard that story 100 times, but I've never heard that last part. Do you think Dad was just trying to scare us with a spooky story? His tone was probing, casting uneasy glances between his father and Sam, who had started toward Billy's pickup, talking quietly to each other. Bella shrugged. Maybe he's going senile in his old age. My dad just keeps telling me the boogeyman is real. Her deflection didn't land as she had hoped. Jake glared at her instead of returning her joke, his sense spiking with anger as his heart rate quickened. Fine, whatever, Bella. I'll see you later. Jake jogged to catch up with his father and Sam, glowering at the alpha before helping Billy into the passenger seat and tossing the wheelchair into the truck bed. Bella felt her throat constrict, but she refused to let the tears that pricked the back of her eyes fall. First it was her, then Leah and Seth, and now it was Jacob. One way or another, their group was going to come back together, even if she prayed to all the spirits that would listen that Jake never had to. Become increasingly tense. The reality of their lives weighed heavily on Bella, constant vigilance, the fear of protecting their loved ones, the need to distance themselves from anyone who couldn't know their secret, and the struggle to control their own bodies during the transformation. In the midst of her thoughts, Sam approached her, his gaze fixed on Jake as he revved the engine and sped out of the parking lot. "It will happen tonight," the Alpha murmured, bringing Bella sharply back to the present. "Are you sure?" she asked, her heart racing. Sam nodded, his dark eyes filled with seriousness. By then, Paul, Jared, and Embry had gathered around them, exchanging uneasy glances. New phases always put the pack on edge. They all remembered the blinding panic and fear that accompanied a first transformation. The memory of Leah and Seth phasing for the first time made Bella's stomach churn. "Are you sure you want to be there for him?" she asked, concerned. The beta nodded, trying, and failing, to offer a reassuring smile. "I would have wanted him there for me. With what he's about to go through, it's the least I can do. He's family." Bella paced back and forth, battling the nausea and anxiety churning in her gut. Around her, the rest of the pack roamed in their wolf forms. Leah lay curled around Seth, the sandy brown wolf struggling to keep his eyes open. Paul sat nearby, still as a statue, his gaze fixed on the black house through the trees. Jared sat beside him, his twitching tail the only indication of his nerves. Embry was pacing in a circle, pausing only to listen to Jacob's pained groans before continuing his restless path through the leaves. Sam stood at Bella's side, his pitch-black fur almost disappearing into the darkness of the new moon. Hours had passed since the bonfire, and now it was just a matter of time. Bella wasn't sure how he knew, but as the Alpha, Sam had an uncanny sense for when a new wolf was about to phase. When the pack had first gathered, Bella had tried to joke with Paul about his beer going to waste, but the gray wolf had only grown more tense. Bella barely blinked. It was rare to see Jacob so serious, and the sight of it set her nerves on edge. Both she and Jacob had inherited the expectations of Alpha, sharing Ephraim Black as their great-grandfather. However, Bella had happily embraced her role as Beta when she joined the pack. Now that Jacob was about to join them, it raised all kinds of alarm bells about the pack's hierarchy. Would he challenge Sam for Alpha? Could Bella maintain her position as Beta? Or would Jacob's presence awaken the vast power within her, compelling her to claim her birthright as the eldest if he dared to challenge her? Suddenly, Sam tensed and turned to look down at Bella, stamping a forepaw against the ground. "Now," he said. Bella took in a shuddering breath, nodded at her Alpha, and stepped out from the trees onto the Black's front porch. Inside, she could hear Jacob struggling with the third wave of vomiting he'd experienced in the last hour, groaning in pain. Steeling herself, Bella opened the screen door and knocked. She heard Jacob's confused muttering before the heavy thump of his footsteps approached the door. He yanked it open so hard that the rusted hinges protested. His dark, fevered eyes blinked several times as he tried to process the sight of her on his porch. "Bella? What the hell are you doing here?" "It's like 4 in the morning, Jacob said, his voice hoarse, the bloodshot veins in his eyes standing out beneath the flickering porch light. Bella took a moment to let her eyes roam over him. She could practically feel the heat radiating off him, and he had grown another inch or so in just the past few hours, now standing eye to eye with her 6'3" frame. Jacob wiped his mouth, attempting to clear away the bile from his latest bout of sickness. Bella took a deep breath, letting herself and the wolf absorb the scent of his impending transformation. "I'm here to help. I know you've been feeling terrible the past few days, but tonight is going to be. Isn't it the worst?" Jacob's nostrils flared, and the fevered light in his eyes dimmed, sharpening with suspicion. "How did you know that?" The beta gave him a small, sad smile. "I've got a nose for these things. Plus, you still smell like vomit, dude." Jake tried to return her smile, but it turned into more of a grimace. "Can you please stop with this cryptic nonsense you've been on for months? I've tried to be a good friend, I really have, but I'm so tired of being left in the dark by everyone, especially you." He glanced over his shoulder before stepping fully out of the doorway, letting the screen door swing shut behind him. Turning to face Bella, he squared his shoulders. The wolf within her wanted nothing more than to respond to his posturing, but she forced herself to take a small step back. From the tree line, she could hear the pack shifting nervously on their paws, sensing Jacob's subconscious display in front of their beta. My dad has been watching me for days, like he's expecting something from me, and I have no idea what it is. You have too, you and your friends. Do you think I'm blind? You and Sam were watching me like hawks at the bonfire, and it was creepy. I'm not going to fall into whatever bad crowd you're in, Bella. You already got Embry hooked on whatever made you grow into a linebacker in just a couple of months. You're not going to get me too. By the end of his outburst, Jacob's voice had risen several octaves, his chest heaving with emotion. Bella slowly reached forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, Jake. You already have. It's part of our heritage, and it was always going to happen. Jacob yanked her hand off and walked closer until he was nearly nose to nose with her. No. Just because we have the same great-grandfather doesn't mean I'll ever be anything like you. At least he was married to my great-grandmother. I didn't come from some bastard child like you. A heavy silence followed his words, so profound that even the nighttime birdsong seemed to fade away. Soon, a deep, all-encompassing growl began to resonate from Bella's chest, rising up into her throat. The beta started to shake, feeling her temperature reach a boiling point as the wolf within her surged to the surface. Suddenly, two pairs of hands gripped her arms, dragging her back off the porch. Sam and Leah had phased out, both speaking over one another in a frantic attempt to calm her down, but their voices fell on deaf ears. Jacob watched in wide-eyed terror as his best friend broke free from their hold, convulsing before her body exploded into a mass of tawny brown fur and blazing gold eyes. Bella snarled, her lips curling back over her teeth, hackles raised as she stepped toward Jacob. In the span of a heartbeat, chaos erupted. The pack rushed out from their hiding places in the trees, ready to defend their beta. Sam and Leah phased in, lunging forward to grab hold of any tawny fur they could find, trying to pull Bella away. Bella raised her head and tail, her defiant posture going unnoticed by everyone except the teen in front of her. Jacob's emotions surged, his lips curling back in a snarl as he leapt forward, instincts taking over as the wolf within him broke free. A russet wolf, equal in size to Bella, confronted her head-on. How dare you? Bella howled, her rage a blinding red tidal wave that overwhelmed the pack's minds with its intensity. She slammed a paw against Jacob's muzzle, sending him stumbling on his new, disoriented limbs. But before he could recover, she was on him again, her teeth sinking into his foreleg and yanking the russet wolf onto his back with enough force to nearly dislocate his joint. Jacob howled, kicking out his hind legs in a desperate attempt to regain control. Catching the beta in the chest, Bella sent her flying several feet into the air before she crashed into a tree. In an instant, Bella regained her footing and charged back towards Jacob, leaping over Sam, who tried to position himself in front of the beta. The tawny brown wolf struck Jacob with the force of a semi-truck, flipping them over and over until the russet wolf found himself on his back, with Bella's front paws caging either side of his head. Her fangs were mere inches from his muzzle as she snarled. How dare you, Jacob Ephraim Black? How dare you call me a bastard when I have always been here for you? I have been your best friend for your entire life, no matter what. Do you know how hard it is to live with the blood in my veins? To know that I'm a mistake. I am Ephraim's eldest descendant within this pack, and if you ever call me a bastard again, I'll... Before the beta could finish, she was slammed into from the side and sent sprawling. Several pairs of paws and teeth latched onto her, causing her to howl in rage and thrash against her restraints. Her hind legs connected with something solid, and one set of teeth disappeared. Another pair latched onto her left ear, sinking through the thin membrane and tearing it. Bella swiveled her head toward the source of the pain and snapped, narrowly missing a silver-colored muzzle. Bella, calm down. Leah growled, slamming Bella's muzzle down with her paw. Bella, please. Sam bellowed, his command echoing with the weight of an alpha's authority. But it fell on deaf ears. A chorus of pleas followed, one after another, until Seth whimpered, please calm down. You almost hurt Leah. At those words, the beta stopped thrashing, her limbs turning heavy. Leah. She'd almost bitten Leah's muzzle in half. Bella's lungs heaved, her tongue lolling out of her mouth as the red haze slowly lifted. Distantly, she saw Jacob being held down by his scruff by Sam, the alpha. Bella's blazing amber eyes locked onto Seth's, and she could feel his anger and disappointment radiating off him. But it was the fear seeping from Seth that finally snapped the beta out of her rage. She lay still for several long moments, forcing herself to take deep, slow breaths until her heart rate began to calm. "Let me up," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. The sound made the alpha's ear twitch in response. "Please." One by one, the pack stepped back from their beta. Bella slowly rose to her paws, shaking out her fur. A quick glance around revealed that Sam had released Jacob, but the russet wolf remained lying on his belly, a steady whine rising in his throat. Seth stood slightly behind his sister, unable to meet her gaze while trying to hide the fear in his eyes. Paul and Jared were sitting on their haunches, both impressed and a little intimidated by how the beta had handled herself in a real fight. Embry shifted nervously on his paws, casting glances at Jacob but staying with the rest of the pack. With a huff, Bella took a step toward Jacob, only for Sam to cut her off. The alpha rose to his full height, his lips curled back over his fangs. His anger had cooled to a simmer, but it was still present. Bella could hear him berating himself for allowing things to spiral out of control before his thoughts fell silent. "I don't think that's a good idea," Sam said. "Sam, please. I'm all right. I'm in control now." The alpha grunted in disbelief but stopped baring his teeth. "You nearly took his head off. You know how the first phase brings out the worst in us." Bella lowered herself slightly, brushing her muzzle against the underside of Sam's jaw. "Please, just let me be with him. He's family, whether I like it or not. He's scared, phasing is scary, and I want to do everything I can to make it easier for every new pack member we get. It's the least I can do." Bella could practically taste her own guilt, but she pushed through, determined to make things right. "Let me help him, just like I helped Leah and Seth, please." Sam huffed, accepting Bella's submissive posture and allowing her to walk over to Jacob. She settled down on her belly beside him, pressing her muzzle against his cheeks until his whine faded away. His thoughts were a chaotic mix of panic, desperation, and guilt, but a quick glance at Sam eased the alpha's command. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I never meant to say that, this is a nightmare. I don't think you're, please forgive me, Jake." Bella nudged against his side. "I know. It's okay. I was angry, but I shouldn't have reacted like that. You aren't having a nightmare. Just breathe." Jake took a shuddering breath, his eyes tightly shut. He didn't believe her. He couldn't understand how he could hear her voice in his head, even though something deep within him whispered the truth. After a long moment, he opened his eyes, lifting his head to look at Bella. "The stories, they're real, this is real." His thoughts were jumbled, struggling to process that whatever he thought was being projected beyond the confines of his mind. The russet wolf lifted a paw, staring at it as if it might suddenly grow teeth and bite him. "It's real," Bella confirmed. "Just like our great-grandfather before us." Jacob's ears flattened at the reminder. "I'm sorry, you're not a bastard. I'd never think that about you. Friends, scared, this can't be happening." "It's okay, Jake." The beta huffed, pressing her muzzle against his cheek to ground his racing thoughts. The russet wolf whined, looking at her with wide amber eyes. "I can hear you, in my head, crazy, scared. You can hear me?" "Yes. I'll give you the long explanation later. Right now, just breathe. I've got you." One by one, the pack drew closer to the pair, welcoming a new brother into their fold. Jacob's thoughts remained fragmented and difficult to decipher, but he began to calm down as his surroundings filled with the warmth of his family. Bella felt her senses settling into her new body. She got to her paws and trotted over to Leah, nuzzling her muzzle in a gesture of forgiveness, which Leah readily accepted. Embry edged closer to Jacob, nudging him with his muzzle. The two shared a heartfelt reunion that ended with Jacob rolling onto his back, while Embry, the gray and black spotted wolf, happily hopped back and forth over him, yipping like a playful pup. Bella glanced at Sam from her spot beside Leah's silver wolf, and in that instant, the alpha's thoughts aligned with her own. With the Cullens gone, why was the pack still growing? Hurry up, slowpoke. I'll make you eat those words, swan. Bella let out a joyous howl, her paws pounding against the forest floor as she pushed herself to run faster. Jacob was just a foot behind her, snapping playfully at her tail. They were supposed to be on patrol, but when Jacob challenged her to a race to First Beach, Bella couldn't resist. The tawny brown and russet wolves raced through the law-push woods, a blur of movement, their barking and howling echoing for miles. To the south, Seth and Paul were on their own patrol around Forks, both boys radiating amusement at Bella and Jacob's antics. It had been a little over a month since the disaster of Jacob's first phase. Although tension still flared between them at times, the gaps between their incidents were growing longer. Bella remained the beta of Sam's pack, while Jacob, despite sharing Ephraim's blood, wanted nothing to do with leadership. He, like Quill, who had phased a week after him, was just happy to have all his friends back. Bella crested the cliffs that overlooked First Beach just moments before Jacob caught up. The russet wolf came to her side and playfully shoved her toward the edge. Feel like going for a swim, Bells? Not on your life, Jake. I just went to the groomers. Jacob let out a bark of laughter, noticing a group of teenagers gathered nearby. They gathered around a fire pit on the beach far below them. Jacob stepped back from the edge, and Bella followed suit as she picked up on his thoughts. She glanced up at the ominous clouds in the distance, catching the scent of rain on the wind. Well, we've still got an hour to kill. Want to go hunting? Bella suggested, her mouth watering at the idea of a fresh deer. The pack didn't hunt often, most of the guys were satisfied with eating enough for 3 people in their human forms. Leah would sometimes join her, but Jacob never turned down a nice, juicy steak. With a playful growl, the russet wolf bounded back into the woods they had come from, and Bella eagerly chased after him. An hour later, the pair trudged up the steps to Emily's house, jostling each other and dressed only in cut-off shorts, with Bella sporting a bra. Jacob opened the sliding glass door with a theatrical bow, letting Bella enter first. Ladies first, he said. The brunette seized the opportunity, pulling him into a headlock as they both stepped inside. That definitely means you, Jake. Jared hooted from the dining table, his words muffled by a mouthful of pancakes. The table was already packed with the rest of the pack, except for Seth and Paul, who were still wrapping up their patrol. Laughter and jokes filled the air, all in good spirits over the impressive spread that Emily had prepared. There were pancakes, bacon, scrambled eggs, and a plate of papaya just for Bella. She had mentioned how much she missed the fruit from her time in Arizona, and since then, Emily made sure to have a plate ready for her every day at breakfast. Bella had tried to insist there was no need to go out of her way, especially since the fruit was pricier in Washington than in Arizona, but Emily simply smiled and waved her off, saying, I'll feed my pack however I wish. Now eat before the boys start asking for their own treats. Bella shouldered her way into a seat between Jared and Quill, stacking her plate high and snatching her papaya away from Jacob before he could reach for it. Come on. He pleaded with puppy eyes. Bella, how come you get the whole thing? Jacob teased, sticking his tongue out at her. Because I'm Mom's favorite, she shot back playfully. Children, Sam interjected as he came down the stairs, casting a warm, loving gaze over his pack before making his way to his imprint. Emily was just finishing up her last batch of pancakes. She turned around to accept Sam's embrace, and he pressed gentle kisses across each of her scars. Bella caught Leah's eye from across the table and pretended to gag at the display. Leah laughed, turning to the couple and making exaggerated kissing noises. A quiet settled over the table as all the boys paused their eating, tension rising in the air as Sam glanced at Leah. He rolled his eyes and grumbled, "Shove off, Leah." Leah rolled her eyes in response, and the tension dissipated. After her first phase, being in Sam's head had given Leah plenty of time to reflect on their relationship. Her time with Sam had been precious, and she had been happy, but seeing him with Emily made her realize that he was happier now than he had been then. As a wolf, She knew she would have a chance at that happiness someday too. Sam grabbed his plate and took his seat at the head of the table, digging into his meal as his pack continued to eat around him. Bella and Jared finished first, clearing the table and doing the dishes while the rest of the pack migrated to the living room. Quill had been saving up money from working with his mom at the Adara General Store for the past few years to buy a car. But now that he could run anywhere he needed to faster than anyone could drive, he decided to buy a PS2 instead and kept it at Emily's for everyone to share. Bella had never been much into video games, aside from the times Emmett had completely destroyed her on every console imaginable. But joining a pack full of teenage boys left her little choice. She had to get good enough to beat them at Madden. During her match against Quill, Seth and Paul came in from outside. Jared and Leah were heading out for their patrol shift when Bella was jolted out of her focus on Quill's questionable defense by an elbow to her ribs. She turned to Jacob, growling playfully, but he just smiled back at her. "Wanna race back to your place?" "Dad just called and said their fishing trip ended early," he suggested. Bella glanced out the kitchen sink windows, noticing the clouds that had been gathering over First Beach had unleashed a downpour. Turning back to Jacob, she smirked. "You really want to lose twice in the same day?" A chorus of playful ovas erupted from the living room, where the pack had gathered. Paul leaned against Jacob's back from his spot on the couch. "You really gonna let her talk smack like that, man? She's already got half the pack whipped. Can't let her get you too, or we'll start phasing into chihuahuas." Bella snapped her teeth at Paul, who raised his hands in mock surrender. Jacob pushed Paul off, saying, "Nah, she's just scared." Seth, from his spot on the couch behind Bella, chimed in, "You know she's second fastest only to Leah, and she could outrun all of you." "Quiet, puppy. The big dogs are talking," Paul retorted, pulling Seth into a headlock and ruffling his hair. Seth struggled to break free, a growl building in his throat as he began to shake. "Take it outside," Sam's voice rang out from his armchair across the room, with Emily resting in his lap. "No more destroying my furniture," she added. Though she wasn't the alpha, as Sam's imprint and the pack's unofficial mother, her words held just as much authority. Still holding Seth in a headlock, Paul dragged them both outside while the rest of the pack followed, laughing and cheering at the spectacle. As soon as they hit the porch, Seth wriggled out of his shorts and phased, knocking Paul off his feet as the sandy blonde wolf landed on the ground. Paul crouched down, a playful grin on his face. "All right, puppy, you asked for it." With that, he tossed off his shorts and leaped into the air, phasing mid-jump to land on top of Seth in a flurry of gray fur. Rain began to pour, transforming Emily's yard into a mud pit as the two wolves wrestled. Their growls echoed through the air while the rest of the pack settled onto the porch. Embry and Bella took a seat on the swing, Jacob nestled between Bella's feet, and Quill perched on the edge, teasing Paul for letting Seth get a hold of his tail. Sam and Emily stood in the doorway, smiles on their faces as they watched the antics of their pack. $20 on Seth," Bella whispered to Embry. "I'll take that bet." "Paul's got 50 pounds on the kid," he replied. In the end, Seth found himself on his back with Paul's jaws wrapped around his neck. Bella, cursing under her breath, pulled out a $20 bill and handed it to Embry, who made a show of examining it before slipping it into his wallet. "Much obliged, Bells," he said, grinning. "Shut up," she shot back. "It's not my fault you make bets you can't win. I'll get that 20 back before tomorrow. I'll probably lose it to Quill before then, but whatever you say, Beta." "All right, let him go, Paul," Sam ordered, prompting the gray wolf to step off Seth's smaller form. They both retrieved their shorts and phased back, with Seth walking onto the porch, head hanging low and dripping wet. "Hey, come on. You almost had me that time," Paul said, coming up beside him and wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Next time, remember I'm in your head. Don't think before you come at me, just act on instinct. The wolf knows what to do." Seth looked up, his expression brightening at the praise. "Yeah," he said, giving Paul a good-natured shove. "I'll definitely kick your ass next time. That's the spirit, pup." You two had better take showers before you step foot in my house, Emily admonished, eyeing Paul and Seth up and down. Both boys were covered in mud and bits of grass. Yes, ma'am, Seth replied with a mock salute as he walked off the porch, tossing his shorts to the side before phasing back into his wolf form. His sandy blonde fur stuck up in all directions. I'll make sure he doesn't get lost, Paul said, following suit and stepping back into the rain to phase as well. Seth dropped into a playful crouch, let out a bark, and tore off into the storm, with Paul hot on his heels. The rest of the pack filed back into the house, leaving Bella and Jacob sitting alone on the porch. Bella leaned into Jacob's taller form, resting her head on his shoulder as they watched the rain fall. A crack of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by the low growl of distant thunder. It was peaceful here in La Push, away from prying eyes, a place where the pack could truly be themselves. Bella's heart swelled with the thought of being part of this world, surrounded by her brothers and her sister. Still up for a race? Bella asked, rising from the porch swing. Nah. I think I'd just enjoy a walk this time. Sure, Bells. I'll keep you company then. Chapter 9. Bella's alarm went off at 12:10 on the dot. She had barely turned up the volume, but her wolf hearing caught the first few notes, and she silenced it in an instant. Pushing herself up on her elbows, she paused to listen for Charlie. In the room next door, she could hear him mutter something before his mattress creaked as he turned over. His breathing remained deep and even as he slept. While Charlie was aware of the patrol routes they ran, Bella had never mentioned the night runs Sam usually made. Despite her ability to transform into a giant wolf at will, in his eyes, she was still his little girl who needed protecting. She didn't want to argue about her safety when it came to running solo patrols in the middle of the night. It was simply easier to slip away while he slept and return before he woke up at 6. With a sigh, Bella pushed aside her blankets and walked to her bedroom window. She opened it wide, letting the cold spring air fill her lungs and shake off the lingering sleepiness. Then she jumped out, phasing as she fell to land on 4 paws instead of 2 legs. As a wolf, she immediately felt more alert, drinking in the sights and scents of her backyard before giving her fur a shake. It was barely Sunday, and Sam had asked her and Jacob to take over his weekend shift so he could spend some time with Emily. Jake had taken the shift yesterday, making it Bella's turn today. The tawny brown wolf began her trek to La Push, occasionally scenting the air as she ran to pick up any signs of danger, but the night was quiet. She reached Emily's house in about 15 minutes, pausing at the tree line at the back. Inside, she could hear Emily mumble something in her sleep, but her ears perked up at the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. Sam pushed open the screen door, his dark eyes still blurry from sleep, and inclined his head at her. Thank you for taking this weekend. Both of us appreciate it. The tawny brown wolf blinked in acknowledgement, lifting her muzzle towards him. Bella approached the second-floor window of Emily and Sam's bedroom. Her alpha chuckled and said, Yeah, I hear you. Thanks for checking in. Give me a howl if there's any sign of trouble. With a chuff, Bella turned and disappeared back into the woods. Sam's patrol route covered a full circuit around La Push and Forks, but she wasn't in a rush. After all, she had the whole night ahead of her. As she completed a loop around Forks, she was careful to keep an eye out for cars before crossing the highway. A few weeks back, Jared had made a mistake by jumping the tree line without checking first, narrowly avoiding a collision with an oncoming truck. Since then, Forks had been buzzing with tales of a giant bear rampaging through the woods. Bella had never seen Sam so furious when they returned to Emily's. He had yelled at Jared as a man before phasing and snarling at him as a wolf. Jared had sulked with his tail between his legs for days, until Bella finally talked to him during patrol. She reminded him that Sam wasn't just angry with him, his mistake had put their entire pack in danger, prompting hunting parties to be sent out. Sam had to worry about everyone, and as the alpha, it was his duty to keep them safe. After that conversation, Jared approached Sam to formally apologize, promising to do better for his pack. Although Sam remained stern, Bella could sense that he had been scared for Jared when he snapped at him. Past the highway, Bella headed back to La Push, following Jacob's scent from the day before up to the cliffs above First Beach. The tawny brown wolf settled down with her paws dangling over the edge, watching the white-capped waves crash against the rocky cliff face below. At the far end of the beach, a group of teenagers gathered around a fire, but Bella knew they wouldn't be able to see her from this distance. She laid her head down on her paws, closing her eyes to listen to the distant music they were playing. The group sounded more than a little drunk, talking and laughing loudly among themselves. Listening to their carefree sounds, Bella felt a pang in her heart, knowing they were blissfully unaware of the giant wolf shifter watching over them. She loved her pack more than anything, but there were moments in the dead of night when her thoughts drifted back to a time before, when the Quillet legends were merely stories. Before her heritage had come knocking, and she had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting her land while keeping the pack in line as Sam's beta. Bella also thought about the Cullens, even though it hurt. They had welcomed her into their fold so easily, treating her like family. Esme and Carlisle had been the picture-perfect parents she never had. Charlie was an amazing dad, but Renee had never truly been a mother. Jasper, Alice, and Emmett were the best siblings she could have asked for, always keeping her company when she got lost in a good book or making her laugh with some silly joke. Then there was Edward, the one she had loved. With time to reflect, Bella realized that her feelings had been more of an infatuation than true love. But Rosalie had always occupied a special place in Bella's mind. Her initially cold demeanor had slowly melted the longer Bella knew the Cullens. Rosalie was beautiful and incredibly smart, whether with her words or her hands. Bella cherished every opportunity to sit in the garage and watch the blonde take apart a car, only to put it back together better than before. That had been just a month before they left. Rosalie had started talking to her without the usual frostiness in her tone, and Bella felt triumphant that her efforts at friendship had finally begun to pay off. Suddenly, Bella heard a shout from somewhere on the beach. She opened her eyes and lifted her head to look down at the group. The new moon night was dark, with thick clouds obscuring any hint of stars. Only the dying embers of their fire illuminated the scene, helping the wolf see them. Two of the guys seemed to be fighting, and Bella's stomach dropped as she recognized one of them. It was Mike. One of the girls called out, her shrill voice cutting through the air. Bella recognized it as Jessica. Suddenly, the wind shifted, carrying a sickly sweet scent of bleach that filled Bella's nostrils. Instantly, the wolf within her surged to the surface, hackles raised as she inhaled deeply. The sweet bleach mixed with the metallic tang of blood sent a growl rumbling from her throat. Vampire. Panic gripped Bella's heart as she thought of her friends on the beach, blissfully unaware of the danger lurking nearby. She had to protect them, and La Push. Throwing her head back, Bella howled and sprinted after the scent. From the beach, she could hear voices rising in confusion, but she had no time to dwell on them. She could only hope that the legends of a bear haunting Forks would deter them. Within moments, Sam's consciousness merged with hers, followed by the rest of the pack as they responded to her call and phased. Through her senses, they could track her and the vampire scent she was pursuing. "We're on our way, Bella. Don't lose it." Sam growled through the pack link. She could feel him pushing his body to the limits, racing to reach her. A chorus of howls echoed throughout La Push as the pack joined the hunt. Bella stumbled to a stop just as Sam and Jacob burst through the underbrush beside her. The tawny brown wolf sniffed the air, snarling in realization. The vampire had doubled back, trying to escape the same way Bella had just come. "Spread out. Protect the reservation and the town. You two, with me." Sam's command reverberated through the pack, urging them to cover more ground. The thrill of the hunt quickened their blood, and one final howl from Leah rang out in the distance as she and Seth raced to join Jared in searching Forks. The Alpha took charge, leading the way into the heart of the chase. Bella and Jacob were hot on his heels. It had been nearly a month since the Beta had scented a vampire in wolf form, ever since they confronted Loran. She had felt nothing when the pack tore him apart, just as she knew she would feel nothing once they caught this one. The scent burned her nostrils, igniting a deep, primal frenzy within her. Red eyes belonged to monsters, perfectly crafted to lure and kill humans. She was determined to keep her human friends safe, just as she would protect this land with her life. The salty air told her they were closing in on the cliffs, and the stench of vampire grew stronger, indicating they were cutting off any chance of escape. Bella surged forward, breaking through the tree-line just before Sam and Jacob. Her jaws opened, ready to seize the vampire's diamond-hard skin and tear it apart. Then, in a flash of ginger fur, the leech spun around with a hiss, her red eyes locking onto Bella's. Victoria. Bella stumbled, and Sam and Jacob crashed into her, tumbling into a heap. The last thing Bella heard was the sound of Victoria's cruel laughter before the vampire leaped off the cliff. Sam regained his footing and raced to the edge, peering down in hopes of catching a glimpse of the red-eyed monster, but the pitch-black ocean had swallowed her whole. He let out a snarl. It was too dangerous to follow when the leech didn't need to breathe. Turning to Bella, he growled, but the sound caught in his throat at the sight of his beta in a catatonic state. The tawny brown wolf trembled, her golden eyes wide with fear and her tongue hanging out as she panted. Waves of icy fear radiated from her, overwhelming Sam and Jacob, causing them to back away. The rest of the pack sensed Bella's distress, and multiple voices began calling out at once, but none reached her. Bella's mind was filled with images of a ballet studio and screams, her own voice pleading to just die so that the pain would stop. Bella felt the memories wash over her, recalling James breaking her bones and reveling in her suffering. She could almost taste her own tears as she sobbed for mercy, longing for an end to her agony. Distantly, she heard a voice calling her name, but all that filled her mind was her mother's voice. How foolish she had been to believe it was real, how easily he had lured her into a trap. Bella, stop. Sam's voice broke through the haze, pulling her back to the present. She lifted her head to meet her alpha's panicked amber eyes. Jacob was by her side, whining softly as he pressed against her. Bella shook herself, unsteadily rising to her paws with Jacob's support. I'm sorry, Sam, Alpha, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Bella, Sam interrupted, though his tone was gentle. What happened? What were those memories? The tightness in her throat made it hard to speak, but she managed. I know that vampire. Moments later, the rest of the pack arrived, forming a loose circle around their still trembling beta. Leah stepped forward, brushing against Bella's side opposite Jacob. The silver wolf nosed her cheek. Who is she, Bella? With her pack surrounding her, Bella felt the icy grip of fear in her heart begin to thaw, warmed by their sense and presence. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay grounded in the moment despite the memories clawing at her throat. Her name is Victoria. Her mate, James, was a tracker. Their coven stumbled upon the Cullens one day when we were out playing baseball. He caught my scent and realized I was a human. I became his next target. My life was his ultimate game, and the Cullens' protection of me only made it more thrilling for him. He was obsessed with the hunt, and he wouldn't stop until I was dead. Jacob growled at that, the vibration of it shaking through Bella's ribcage. She nuzzled against his ear before continuing. That's why I went to Arizona for a while a year ago. We were running from. He tricked me into thinking he had Renee, and like an idiot, I fell for it. He led me to my old ballet studio and tortured me. He broke some bones and bit me. Wait, Paul interjected. A vampire bit you? And you stayed human? Bella let out a small chuff, trying to ignore the pang in her heart as she continued. The Cullens showed up after that and ripped him to pieces. Edward was able to suck the venom out. He managed not to drain me entirely, and I didn't turn. She took a deep breath, looking around at each of the gathered wolves before settling on Sam. Victoria is here for revenge. For me. A mate for a mate. Edward killed hers, so now she's here to kill his. Paul snarled, his hackles raised. They killed the tracker and let his mate live. Are they stupid? If one hair on the pack gets torn out by a bloodsucker, I'd go to the ends of the earth to hunt them down. This time, it was Seth who cut in. But Bella, that doesn't make any sense. If vampire mates are anything like our imprints, Edward wouldn't have been able to leave you. The sandy blonde wolf let out a whine, pawing the ground and sinking into his belly. A chorus of agreement rose up from the rest of the pack, causing Bella's ears to fold back at the overlapping voices. She doesn't know that. I don't think she recognized my scent either. If she's here for me, then she's still hunting a human. Sam spoke next, his voice deathly quiet. When one of the pack is threatened, we all are. If she ever comes back, we'll make sure she knows that. You aren't alone, Bella. Bella felt like she'd been thrown back in time to last September when she had phased for the first time and Sam had said something similar. A rush of affection for him surged through her, a sentiment echoed by the rest of the pack as all 8 wolves crowded around their alpha. Yeah, Bells, Leah said. No matter what the bloodsucker tries to throw at us, we'll be ready for her. In the distance, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky above the Pacific Ocean. Chapter 10. Charlie made a discontented noise over his morning coffee, his brows furrowed as he stared down at the newspaper. Bella looked up from her breakfast, noticing his accelerated heart rate. What's wrong, Dad? She asked. The police chief glanced up at his daughter before sliding the newspaper across the table. Sounds like there's some trouble in Seattle. A lot of missing persons and bodies turning up. The Seattle police are worried about a serial killer, or maybe a pack of them. Bella scanned through the paper, a nagging sense of worry creeping into her mind. There wasn't much detail about the murders, only that they were gruesome, but one of the missing person photos looked vaguely familiar. When she couldn't quite place the boy's face, she pushed the paper away and took the last bite of her bagel. Today marked the 8-month anniversary of the Cullens being gone, and while most of the pack wanted to celebrate, Bella couldn't find it in her heart to feel excited. Victoria had made 2 more attempts to hunt her down, each one bringing her dangerously close to the pack, yet Bella had managed to evade them every time. Her last encounter had been 3 weeks ago, and since then, they hadn't seen or scented a trace of her. It was driving Sam mad, knowing a red-eyed vampire was coming to their land, near their people, and would continue to come until they killed her. He had taken to doubling patrols, running them day in and day out, and Bella doubted he had gotten much sleep in the past month, what with the council riding him and his fear for the pack's safety. To cover more ground, he ordered Bella to cancel her school transfer and stay at Forks High for the little bit of her senior year that she had left. When she tried to argue, Leah volunteered to go with her. Since Leah had already graduated, she could patrol around the school and Forks while Bella was in class. Jacob also offered to join her. Being a junior, he could enroll in classes and provide additional backup if needed until the situation with Victoria was resolved. Charlie finished his coffee and stood up from the table, reaching for his work coat hanging on the rack. He ran a hand through his salt and pepper hair, turning to Bella with a frown as he adjusted his collar. Do I ever get to know why you canceled the transfer we'd been working on for months? Bella took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. Not yet. It's just a precaution, Dad, I promise. Charlie huffed as he secured his gun belt. That really doesn't make me feel any better, Bells. I'm already in on the pack secrets. What could be the harm in me knowing what's going on now? Vampires. The Volturi. You being hunted for sport. When I know, you'll know. It's Alpha's orders. I'm just doing what I'm told. The police chief adjusted his hat, giving her a long, searching look before sighing and stepping out the front door. Bella watched him leave, her heart clenching. They used to be so close, and it hurt to see the distance grow a little larger with each passing day. But it was for his own safety. He understood the Quillet legends, yet like her, he was a see it to believe it kind of person. Bella had shown him her wolf form to prove that part of the legends was true, but she prayed to every god and spirit that would listen that he'd never encounter a cold one in the flesh. The sound of his cruiser pulling out of the driveway prompted Bella to stand and stretch before dumping her plate in the sink. She grabbed her backpack from the counter, pausing to glance at the newspaper still spread across the kitchen table, then walked out to her truck. Jacob and Leah were already there. Jacob was underneath the hood, fiddling with Buell's engine, while Leah lounged in the cab, her legs dangling out the driver's side window as she bobbed her head to the iPod she'd snagged from the glove box. "Don't you two have your own cars?" Bella grumbled, tossing her bag into the cab, landing it right on top of Leah, who let out a playful grunt. Charlie let out a grunt before giving Bella the finger. Jake peeked around the hood of the truck, his face and arms smeared with grease. "The rabbit is still a work in progress, thanks for asking." "I was just checking on the old girl," he said, pulling back and dropping the hood. He reached into his back pocket for a rag to wipe his hands. "She needs an oil change sooner rather than later. One of your spark plugs is going bad, and I might need to check on your alternator." "Jake, I love you, but I understood maybe one of those things," Bella replied with a laugh. The younger teen rolled his eyes. "Truck no work if parts go bad. I fix for free." Bella playfully shoved his shoulder, rolling her eyes. "Thanks, much better. Now hop in the bed, the cab isn't going to be big enough for the three of us." Leah popped her head out of the passenger window with a grin. "It's like riding the short bus, Jakey boy. I'm sure you're used to it." Jacob grumbled as he climbed into the bed. "Stupid girls. Stupid short bus jokes. At least I'm Dad's favorite." Bella got into the cab and put the key in the ignition, leaning conspiratorially toward Leah. "You're Sam's ex, and I give the alpha a migraine. It's process of elimination to be his favorite." Leah snickered, leaning closer to Bella and whispering loudly, "I think he has a crush on him. It's kind of sad, Sam's a married man, and Jake's a homewrecker." "I heard that," Jacob shouted from the back, laughing as Leah peeled out of the driveway, nearly sending him flying out of the truck bed. "So, how are you guys feeling about all this?" Bella asked once Jacob settled against the back window with his arms folded. Leah shrugged, taking out her earbuds and tossing the iPod back into the glove box. "Kind of nervous. I have to babysit you two idiots all day and make sure you don't kill that Lauren chick." "I'm excited," Jake replied, his voice slightly drowned out by the wind. "Lots of cute high schoolers who never saw me with baby fat. Braces. It's like a new frontier," Jacob said, trying to sound serious. Bella laughed. "All right, Casanova. I'm only in school for about a month, so don't go dating a townie just for kicks." "Bella, I'm a gentleman. I'm looking for marriage," he replied, puffing out his chest. Leah and the beta exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "For the love of God, Jacob, you're like 4 years old." "I don't think my heart could handle a bunch of little Jacobs running around the residential just yet," Leah teased. Jacob growled playfully, pulling open the back window and sticking his head through. "For your information, they'd all be called Jacob Jr." Leah shot him a skeptical look. "What if they're girls, genius?" "Jacobina, Jacoby for short," he quipped. Bella took one hand off the wheel and shoved Jacob's face back out of the window. "I pray you're never a father. Your kids would get laughed out of every elementary school they go to." Their playful banter came to a sudden halt as Bella was about to turn onto the road for the high school. A summoning howl rang out several miles to the north, quickly answered by 2 more from the west. "Shit!" Bella cursed, jerking the wheel and pulling onto the shoulder before cutting the engine. Leah and Jacob were already moving, dashing out of the cab and the bed, respectively, heading straight for the trees. The beta tore after them, phasing the moment she was out of sight of the road and leaving her clothes behind. Jacob's russet wolf and Leah's silver wolf were already a league ahead, racing back to La Push. Bella's tawny brown wolf surged forward, trying to catch up, the woods blurring past her in a vibrant green rush. "God damn it, this better be good. That was my second favorite pair of boots." "They're back," Sam snarled, his fury palpable. His vision filled the pack mind, and Bella stumbled mid-stride. He was at the treaty line beside Jared, with Seth pacing anxiously behind them. And there, directly in front of him, stood the Cullens, Carlisle, Esme, Alice, and Jasper. Edward. No sign of Rosalie or Emmett. Bella caught up with Jacob and Leah, her thoughts a whirlwind of panic, anger, and confusion. They were back. Why were they back? Where were Rosalie and Emmett? It had been 8 months, 8 long months. And they had chosen to return on the anniversary of it all. Was it to prove a point? Were they back for her? Did they know? Why? 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 Bella. Sam's growl cut through her spiraling thoughts. The sooner you get here, the sooner most of your questions will be answered. Just hurry. The mind reader is trying to see my thoughts. Bella forced herself to slow down as she, Jacob, and Leah crested the hill that sloped into the valley of the first treaty line. They moved cautiously, transitioning into a prowl until they stood alongside their alpha. Leah took her place at his right shoulder, her ear twitching as Paul, Embry, and Quill burst out of the underbrush to her right, completing the pack. Bella couldn't help but feel a sense of smug satisfaction as the coven collectively stepped back from the 9 enormous wolves standing before them. However, her satisfaction was short-lived as she finally faced the coven. Given how long they had been gone, how long they had abandoned her, she thought she would be prepared. But she wasn't. The ethereal, picturesque beauty that lived in her memories could never do the real thing justice. Each member stood as still as stone, none even pretending to breathe, not without a human present to act for them. Their ivory skin reflected bursts of refracted, kaleidoscopic colors with every break in the clouds above. Bright topaz eyes watched the pack warily, and Bella could pick out every individual speck of tarnished gold and umber that adorned them. The only thing marring her memory of them was the sickly sweet stench that now emanated from them. Yet even that was tempered by a strange, alluring scent that clung faintly to each member of the coven. It reminded Bella of the scent of Earl Grey tea and lilacs finally pulled her from her memories and back to the present. After several tense moments of the vampires and wolves sizing each other up, Carlyle stepped forward, his hands raised in a calming gesture. Not a single strand of his blonde hair was out of place, and he had traded his usual doctor's attire for a simple gray dress shirt and black slacks. "Good morning, members of the Quileute pack," he greeted. "I would address you all by name, but I'm afraid I only recognize 3 of you, Jared, Paul, Sam." He nodded respectfully at Sam, the alpha, who returned the gesture with a flash of his teeth. Unfazed, Carlyle motioned for Edward to step forward. The bronze-haired vampire looked just as perfect as Bella remembered, his angelic beauty causing her breath to catch in her throat. She wanted to loathe him, but the overwhelming burn of his scent against her sensitive nose kept her grounded. "You remember my son, Edward? He can hear the thoughts of others. If it's all right with you, he would like to be the mediator for our meeting. All thoughts but mine and my betas will be silent until the Cullens are gone," Sam commanded, his rich, authoritative tone resonating across the pack. In that moment, Bella could only hear herself and Sam. Once the alpha was satisfied that there would be no errant thoughts in front of the mind reader, he turned his attention back to Carlyle. "Why did you come back?" Edward's expression tightened, his brow furrowing as he stared at Sam. Under his breath, he muttered so quietly and quickly that the wolves likely weren't meant to hear, "That's odd. I can hear him, but it's fuzzy, like filtering through radio static. The rest of the wolves are the same. It wasn't like this last time." Out loud, he echoed Sam's words, his golden gaze flickering across each of the wolves before settling on Bella. The beta snapped her teeth at him, and the bronze-haired vampire grimaced. Carlyle looked at Sam, his expression one of calm resolve, despite the tension crackling in the air between his coven and the wolves. "We've been keeping an eye on the happenings in Forks and the surrounding areas. Recently, we've heard of unprecedented troubles in Seattle, and we fear they could begin to leak into Forks." Sam's voice was firm. "The pack can handle trouble. You are not needed here." "I understand, Sam," Carlyle replied, his tone steady. "But as a fellow leader, you must recognize my caution. You know my coven's connection to Bella Swan, and we worry for her if the troubles in Seattle are in any way related to us." At that, Sam snarled, taking a menacing step closer to the treaty line. "Bella Swan is no longer your concern. You made that clear 8 months ago when you left. She is under our protection now." Alice growled when Edward repeated Sam's words, straining against the iron grip Jasper had around her waist. You're a pack of untrained puppies. If Bella is in danger, we can protect her better. Her outburst drew fangs and growls from every member of the pack. Even with their thoughts silenced under Sam's command, Bella could feel the heat of their anger matching her own. They could protect her. After disappearing for nearly a year? Were they really going to act like they were doing her a favor, treating her as a fragile human in need of vampire protection, when it had been the pack that had given her strength, purpose, and family all those months? Alice, Carlyle said sharply, if you cannot remain calm, you will leave. The wolves were given their forms to protect their people from vampires. You will respect them. Do you understand? Alice growled again but eventually bent beneath the glare of her coven leader, relaxing in Jasper's hold. Despite herself, Bella felt a flicker of warmth for Carlyle, but she quickly suppressed it when Sam snapped his teeth. If you are to stay, the treaty will resume. You will not come onto our land. You will not. Do not drink from a human, and do not turn a human. However, circumstances have arisen in your absence that require some members of the pack to attend school in Forks. Sam paused, struggling to find the right words. If it's agreeable, these members will continue their attendance until the year is over. Forks and Highway 101 will remain neutral territory for both your coven and the pack, and my wolves will not be harassed for their presence there. Carlyle tilted his head slightly, a subtle sign of his confusion, but he nodded in agreement. Of course, Sam. May I ask why members of the Cullens tribe are attending school off the reservation? No, Sam replied firmly. If you're here to stay, there's nothing more I have to say to you. Bella edged closer to him. Where are Rosalie and Emmett? They all left together, why didn't they come back together? The alpha huffed, echoing her question for Edward to voice aloud, though he referred to them as the blonde one and the big one, instead of using their names. He, like Bella and the rest of the pack, had no intention of revealing her place in their ranks, preferably ever, if the alpha had anything to say about it. Rosalie and Emmett went off on their own shortly after we left last year. However, they will be returning later at my request, Carlyle replied, showing no sign of being thrown off by the question. Thank you for your time, all of you. I hope we can continue to coexist peacefully and face the challenges I believe may be coming our way. With an unspoken signal, the coven departed. Only Edward paused at the edge of the trees, his gaze returning to Bella for a moment before he shook himself and took off after his family. The pack stood frozen for several minutes before Sam lifted his command, and suddenly the pack mind was filled with a whirlwind of overlapping voices. Holy shit, untrained puppies. What about Seattle? Spirits, my nose hurts. Bella, Bella, Bella. The beta growled, flashing her teeth at Jared and Seth, who were crowding her flanks. I'm fine, and I don't want. I'd like to go on a solo patrol for the day, if that's all right with you, Sam. The alpha hesitated, battling his own thoughts, before finally nodding. Go. We'll talk later. He turned to the rest of the pack. You all can head home or go to Emily's and phase out for the day. Several members protested, with Jacob and Leah voicing their concerns the loudest, but Bella cut through their objections. Enough, she snapped. I want to be alone. I need to be alone. I'll have my breakdown when I'm good and ready, all right? The intensity of her anger silenced the pack, and the tawny brown wolf ignored the sting of hurt she felt from her best friends. Without looking back, she turned and bounded up the hill, away from her pack. She could practically taste their worry, but she pushed it aside. The beta could barely focus with her own racing thoughts. She didn't have the space for the pack right now. She needed to run, to feel the wind against her fur, to remind herself that she was strong and healed, and that the ache in her heart had nothing to do with the Cullens' return. Who was she kidding? Chapter 11. Bella didn't shift back the day the Cullens returned to Forks. Nor did she the next day. By the third day in her wolf form, the beta felt her grip on her humanity slipping away. The tawny brown wolf prowled across La Push and the surrounding neutral territories like a mindless beast. Even the smaller packs, those she had once learned to hunt with, now avoided her. It was as if a dark cloud hung over her, scaring away anything that dared to come too close. Despite Sam sending out his own pairs, the beta continued to run the patrol circuit in La Push, day and night. Jacob and Leah found her on the second day, tucked away in a makeshift den at the roots of an ancient oak tree. They tried to reach out to her, but Bella could barely hear their voices. Leah attempted to squeeze her silver form into the den beside the tawny brown wolf, but Bella responded with a warning growl, every hair on her body bristling. Understanding the signal, Leah backed off. The two of them stayed by Bella's side for about an hour before leaving, telling her they were there for her whenever she was ready. Bella didn't respond. When night began to fall, she dragged herself from the den and resumed her patrol. Running on autopilot through La Push, the tawny brown wolf paused at the edge of the Kalawa River, her hackles raised as a sickly sweet scent reached her nose. She stood still, listening, until the sound of booming laughter broke through the trees. Bella watched as Emmett and Jasper chased each other on the other side of the river, their laughter and playful growls echoing in the air. An aching sense of longing bloomed in Bella's chest as she witnessed them acting just like they used to, as if no time had passed at all. Jasper noticed her first, freezing for just long enough that Emmett pounced on him. The blonde vampire quickly grabbed Emmett by the shoulders and slammed him down onto his back. Emmett pouted from his place on the ground. "Using your powers to cheat again, huh?" he teased. "Fake-out tactics are cheating, Jazz. That doesn't mean you won that round." "One of the Quilud is here," Jasper replied. Emmett scoffed. "That trick only worked the first 5 times. I'm not giving you a 6th. Jasper rolled his eyes and pointed at Bella. "It's one of the new wolves. The big brown one with gold eyes who stood beside the alpha during our meeting." Emmett's expression was disbelieving, but the big vampire quickly flipped to his feet. A gleeful smile brightened his features at the sight of Bella, his fangs glinting in the moonlight. "I've never tussled with a wolf before. You want to see who's the bigger dog, pup?" Jasper cuffed him upside the head. "Don't antagonize the wolves, big guy. One of them will eventually take you up on that offer, and I'll have to put you back together afterwards." Bella felt that aching longing grow into pain as she stared into Emmett's bright, excited eyes. He had once felt like her brother. They both had. The beta snarled at him before disappearing back into the La Push wilderness, trying to outrun the pain steadily growing in her heart. On the third night, Sam caught up to her just as she turned west to circle back around First Beach. The alpha emerged from the shadows of the trees, his paw steps nearly silent as he approached her. This has gone on long enough. The beta's ear twitched, the only sign that she had heard him. Her thoughts had slowed lately, driven more by primal instincts like hunger or anger, thoughts of an animal. Sam growled at her lack of response, stalking closer until he was inches from her muzzle, clacking his jaws together. "You've been living like a ghost for 3 days, Bella. The pack is worried." "I'm worried. Whatever coping you're doing right now isn't healthy. It's not taking care of the pack you've fought so hard to call family." The beta flashed her teeth but didn't back down. She felt a pulse of guilt ripple through her. The tawny brown wolf shook her fur to dispel the tension that clung to her. She was on patrol, dedicated to keeping the people of La Push safe from the cold ones. That was her duty, her purpose. How could her alpha not see that? "You're fulfilling your duty as a protector," Sam relented, his lips pulling back over his fangs as he stepped closer to Bella. "But you've been neglecting your responsibilities as my beta. The patrol schedule has become a mess. Paul is slipping back into the anger and aggression he had when he first phased. Jared is barely eating. Seth is too terrified to phase in because he can't stand to hear your thoughts. Embry and Quill haven't shared a joke in days. Jacob is forced to attend a school off the reservation for the first time in his life, and he's all alone. Leah hasn't slept in 2 days. Emily and Kim are running themselves ragged trying to care for the pack, to feed them or make them smile, but they can't because the wolves need you, Bella. I need you. I need my beta back." Bella shook her massive head, rejecting the alpha's words. They couldn't be true. The pack didn't need her that much, they could survive without her. They could leave her in the woods and be better off, happier even. Soon enough, the pack would be fine. They'd move on with their lives, and it would be as if she had never existed for them, just like the Cullens. She had been a part of their family too, but in the end, she hadn't been enough to stick around for. She never was. Bella sank down onto her haunches, her head hanging low. Sam let out a heavy sigh and padded over to settle beside her. The alpha pressed his black fur against hers, nuzzling her cheek with his snout. Our pack will never be like the Cullens, Sam mumbled. Do you know why I chose you as my beta over Paul, Jared, and even Jacob after he phased? The beta huffed in response, still struggling to process the weight of his words. No. The first cohesive thought she had been able to muster in days. I chose you for your heart, your spirit, and your compassion. I never chose you simply because you are Ephraim's eldest descendant. From the very first day you phased, you always put others before yourself, always worried about the boys even while pushing them to be better. Your hunting ensures the pack will always be fed, lifting some of the burden that Emily and I have shouldered to provide for everyone. You were the one who convinced me to let the parents of the pack know our secret, easing just a bit more of the strain that phasing puts on our lives. You have been there for every new member of the pack, helping them transition into our world, even when I lose sight of how terrifying that first phase can be. It has been you, Bella, who has truly made this pack think of each other as family. You have pulled us together the most. You have made being a protector enjoyable, even when it brings out the worst in us. Sam stood, nudging Bella until she rose to meet his gaze. Amber to gold, alpha to beta. Our pack is nothing like the Cullens. It is a family, one that is stronger together, and we have never, and will never, abandon one of our own. The tawny brown wolf took a shuddering breath, feeling as though a key had clicked into the lock of her mind. Then she howled. Her call echoed for several long moments before Sam's voice joined hers, and soon after, 7 more rose to meet her song. The beta howled out her anger, her fears, and her pain. Jacob, Leah, Seth, Paul, Jared, Embry, and Quill responded with their love, their praise, and their welcome for her return. Bella howled until her lungs screamed for air, tilting her head back to look at her alpha with sparkling awareness in her golden gaze. Without a word, she surged toward him, sending them tumbling over and over until the black wolf ended up on his back with the beta. Bella was enveloped in affectionate licks from the pack. Tails wagged and tongues lolled as they gathered around, delighted to see their alpha getting covered in slobber. I love you too, Dad, she said playfully. Sam snarled and pushed his beta away, wiping his muzzle with a paw. First of all, that was gross. Second of all, don't make it weird, Bella. I can still call you Daddy Alpha if you prefer, she teased. Leah collapsed onto her side, howling with laughter. Sam bared his teeth, but there was no malice in his expression. If you're good enough to crack jokes, then you're fine. In unison, the pack piled onto their beta, whining and yapping excitedly. Jacob and Leah wriggled their way beneath the pile, rubbing against Bella's fur. Don't ever do that again. Leah snapped, tugging at the ear she had once torn with her teeth. I had to watch Jake flirting with people. It was like watching Bambi on ice. Hey. I did just fine on my own. Jacob protested. Chief, if you go radio silent again, I'm going to have to cut you off from my mom. She deserves better than that. You better believe you've got a lot of fights lined up, Mopey McGee. I've learned some new moves that will put you on your ass in 3 seconds flat. Embry and I couldn't even make bets on when you'd pull your head out of your ass. It was so depressing at Emily's place. Are you okay, Bella? Seth asked softly, edging his way between Jacob and Leah to nuzzle against her jaw. Bella took a deep breath, inhaling the familiar sense of her pack and family, and offered the youngest member a wolfish grin. I'm okay, Seth. Sorry for scaring you. Seth stood tall, puffing out his chest. I wasn't scared. The wolf pile began to disperse, and Paul walked over to Seth's side. "Come on, pup, you were a little scared." "Was not," Seth insisted. "Was too." Sam let out a long-suffering sigh, casting a pleading glance at his beta. Bella stood up, ready to join in the banter. Bella shook out her fur, stepping between Paul and Seth to separate them, playfully slapping her tail against Paul's muzzle. Girls, you're both pretty," she teased. Sam rose to his paws, glancing up at the night sky. The stars were already fading, and he could see the gloomy gray-purple clouds in the east, signaling the approach of sunrise. "Let's all go home, Bella." The beta was already thinking ahead. "I'll finish out the route on my way home. You'll be out for another hour. Leah, Jacob, and I will cover Forks for the day. I can feel that Embry and Quill are exhausted. They should crash at Emily's until the second shift. Paul and Seth have plenty of energy. They'll trade you off at 6. The Alpha nodded, and Bella could sense how much he needed even a slight reduction in his burdens. "You heard the beta, you know your schedules." A chorus of agreements met his words, and one by one, the pack turned to head home, ready to catch up on some much-needed sleep. Jacob, Leah, and Seth lingered for a moment, brushing against the beta's flanks, flooding the pack's mind with their happiness at her return. Bella returned their sentiments before nudging the other wolves away. Soon, only the Alpha and the beta remained in the clearing. "You can't do that again," Sam said softly. "I try to be a good Alpha, but it's not a job I can do best alone. You're a good leader, a good friend, and I need you by my side." "I know, Sam. You deserve better, and so does the pack. I'm so sorry. Whatever is coming, I'll be here for it." The Alpha considered saying more but thought better of it. "Go home, get some rest. Tomorrow is a new day." With that, the black wolf turned and trotted off to retrace the patrol route, his form swallowed by the shadows of the trees. Bella watched him go, feeling the early morning darkness creeping in, but she rallied against it. Her pack needed her, and that was what mattered. The beta turned and headed for home, allowing her thoughts to flow. Bella moved in and out like the tides. Sam deserved his rest, and she didn't want to distract him. As she turned southwest at the edge of First Beach, she arched wide back toward Forks. Victoria still hadn't made another appearance, and despite the catatonic state the beta had fallen into for 3 days, Bella knew it was putting the pack on edge. The red-headed vampire reminded her of James in several ways: her cruelty, her anger, and her obsessive dedication to the hunt. So far, Victoria had managed to avoid being torn apart by the pack, but she still hadn't reached her goal. Why, then, had she stopped coming after Bella? At this thought, Bella growled, slowing to a trot. It didn't make any sense. James would have followed Bella to the ends of the earth, and Victoria would have followed James. She wouldn't have given up, even if faced down by all 9 wolves of the pack. Where was she? Suddenly, a faint scent caught the beta's attention, causing her hackles to rise. It was laced with the overly sweet yet burning aroma she associated with all vampires, but more overpowering was the delicious, alluring smell of Earl Grey tea and lilac flowers. Bella felt Sam's thoughts brush against her own, and he shared her confusion. "I'll check it out," she thought. The Cullens had that same scent clinging to them when they came to the treaty line. Maybe it's one of them. Sam grunted in acknowledgement and withdrew from her thoughts, redirecting his focus to the idea of crawling into bed with Emily once his patrol was finished. Bella rolled her eyes but smiled internally. If there was anyone in the pack who needed a good day's sleep, it was Sam. The tawny brown wolf scented the air and turned further south, her confusion deepening as the scent drew her closer to the woods behind her house. The scent grew stronger, calling out to the beta like a siren song. It seemed to beg her, "Find me, find me, find me." It couldn't be one of the Cullens, not without the wolf in her. Alarm bells rang in Bella's mind as she broke into a run, weaving between the trees and leaping over brambles, the enticing scent filling her lungs. The tawny brown wolf skidded to a halt just before reaching the tree line that marked her backyard, stopping just 3 feet away from a woman standing there. The woman spun around, her blonde hair creating a shimmering halo, and dropped into a crouch, hissing like an angry demon. Pitch-black eyes locked onto Bella's burning gold ones, and in that moment, Bella felt her world spin off its axis, drifting into a void until everything suddenly snapped back into place. The very fabric of her reality, the axis, gravity, and even the air she breathed, seemed to revolve around this woman. She would do anything for her. A friend, a lover, a sister. Bella would watch the world burn if it meant this woman would be safe. She would throw herself in front of a bullet if asked. Her heart stuttered in her chest, trying to match the beat of the woman's presence, but there was nothing. Vampire, her soul whispered. Imprint, her wolf sang. Rosalie, her heart cried. Chapter 12. Bella stood frozen, her paws rooted to the ground as she and her imprint, no, not her imprint, not hers, Rosalie stared at each other. The vampire looked just as beautiful as Bella remembered. Long blonde hair fell in soft waves down to her mid-back. She wore a large powder blue designer sweater paired with tight-fitting dress pants. Her feet were bare, as if she hadn't thought to put on shoes before rushing here in a split-second decision. Rosalie's pitch-black eyes blinked rapidly as she assessed the gigantic tawny brown wolf in front of her, fangs bared. The beta wanted to howl. She wanted to scream. She wanted to beg every god and spirit that existed for answers. But the only response was a growl rising up in Rosalie's throat. Then, before Bella could process what was happening, the blonde vampire blinked and blurred away, almost faster than her wolf eyes could track. Panic lanced through Bella's chest as she instinctively made to follow. Had Rosalie felt that? Did she know and still choose to run away? Bella needed to follow. She needed to prove she was a mate worthy of staying. She shook her head, trying to dispel the high thrumming in her veins. Those thoughts weren't hers. She was in control, not her wolf. Bella had witnessed other wolves' imprints firsthand. She understood how all-consuming and overpowering that first look could be. She'd been phased in when Jared had imprinted on Kim, but she couldn't remember if it had felt like this. Sam had also let her see his memory of when he imprinted on Emily. Wait. Sam. Panic swamped Bella. Sam had been here the entire time. He knew. He knew, and he was going to throw her out of the pack. She had imprinted on a cold one, their mortal enemies, the very beings that triggered phasing. She felt like a sham of a protector. Sam was going to kill her and hide her body somewhere nobody would find it, just toss her over the cliffs like a sack of potatoes. Bella took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Spirits. Breathe, Sam instructed. The beta followed his command, inhaling deep, slow breaths until her racing heart calmed. Why would I have just given you the talking to of your life if I didn't mean it? You're a bigger handful than half the pack, but I wouldn't trade you for the world, he said, his tone teasing before turning serious. When we imprint, it isn't a choice, it's fate, and we don't control it. Sam's thoughts drifted to Emily. Bella watched through his eyes as he slowly circled their home, his shift nearly over. She could hear Emily mumbling in her sleep, followed by a loud snore. Through Sam, she felt a surge of love and protectiveness. He hadn't chosen his imprint, nor had Jared, but both had found their way to love in the end. Fate had merely nudged them in the right direction. Whoever a wolf imprints on cannot be harmed. It's our most absolute and sacred law. I will not allow it to be broken while I'm alpha. Bella whined low in her throat. But she's a vampire. Cullen or not, the council won't stand for it. The council will be informed under the watch of all 9 wolves. Whether they support it or not is their choice, but imprinting is pack business, and they have no say in it. They'll be told so we can decide where to go from here and determine if it affects the treaty. Bella hung her head, shame heating her fur. It was bad enough that her Quilut blood stemmed from a woman who wasn't Ephraim's imprint, but now it threatened to disrupt the treaty and the long-held traditions of the Quilut and the pack. I wish there was more I could do or say to make you feel better, Bella, Sam sighed. If it's any consolation, your mate is beautiful, if a bit stone-cold terrifying. Bella couldn't help but let out a bark of laughter. Laughter bubbled up inside her, releasing some of the dread that had been weighing her down. Sam wasn't exactly known for his humor, but he was certainly trying. "You're a married man, Dad. Don't go cruising around now or Jake might get some ideas," she teased. Sam chuckled before cutting himself off. "What?" "Nothing. Good night, Alpha." "I'll see you tomorrow," Bella rushed out, phasing away before Sam could ask any more questions. The beta groaned softly as she transitioned back to her human form for the first time in days. She shook out her aching limbs, rolling her shoulders and cracking her neck as she steadied herself on unsteady legs. Bella rummaged through a hollow in a tree, pulling out a pair of shorts and a cut-off t-shirt before stepping out of the woods. The back porch light was on, signaling that Charlie was home. "Shit," she muttered to herself. She'd been missing for days. Bella had caught a snippet from the pack mind before she phased out, noting that Sam had been keeping Charlie updated on her whereabouts, but she knew that wouldn't be enough for her dad. With a sigh, she trudged up the steps, her head hung low. Charlie looked up from his recliner as she entered, his brow furrowing at her downcast expression. "Bella?" "Hey, Dad." Charlie hesitated before asking, "Are you all right?" Bella shook her head and made her way into the kitchen, grabbing 2 Rainier beers before returning to the living room. She handed one to her father, twisting the cap off her own and taking a swig. The police chief understood that patience was a virtue, so he remained silent as they sat together. The only sound filling the heavy air between them was the baseball game playing on TV. Bella took after him in that way, needing time to process everything before she could share her thoughts. Finally, she broke the silence. "The Cullens are back." Charlie nearly choked on his beer, wiping the spittle from his mustache as he exclaimed, "What?" "They disappear for what, 7, 8 months, then come back like it's nothing?" Bella shrugged, her dough-brown eyes flashing gold as a tremor of uncertainty coursed through her. Charlie shook his head, taking a deep breath to steady himself for both their sakes. "Did you talk to them? Is that where you've been?" "Christ, Bella, you've been gone for 3 days. I would have sent out search parties if Sam hadn't kept insisting you were safe." "I know, Dad. I'm sorry." Charlie sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I thought I lost you last year when you disappeared. And now the Cullens are back, and you left again." Bella felt another wave of tremors wash over her. She had done this to Charlie, blinded by her love for the Cullens. She had made her father fear she would vanish into thin air. "I'm sorry, Dad." Charlie shook his head and took a swig of his beer. "Is that where you were? With the Cullens?" Bella took a sip of her own beer, wishing her wolf metabolism would slow down just for one night so she could feel a little buzz to numb herself. "No. The pack got news of them coming back first. I heard it through them," she said, tapping her temple. She began wringing her hands in her lap. "But I saw Rosalie. There it was." Charlie knew his daughter had been sweet on the blonde, despite their Quileute heritage and the warnings from Billy and Harry. Bella had grown close to the Cullens, especially Rosalie, although what she saw in the icy blonde, despite her beauty, eluded him. Bella set her beer aside, her head falling into her hands. "Something happened," she whispered, raising her head to meet Charlie's gaze with teary golden eyes. "I imprinted on her." The police chief blew out a long breath, rubbing the stubble along his jaw. "You're angry that they're back. But now the wolf won't let you stay angry," he concluded, reaching forward and placing a hand on her shoulder. Bella's breathing quickened, more tremors beginning to rack her body. Charlie would never be afraid of his own daughter. Wolf or not, he'd always stand by her side. Charlie had always raised Bella with the understanding that one day their shared Quileute blood might come into play, and he never shied away from that reality. Bella needed him to be there for her, putting his own hurt aside for the moment, and that's exactly what he intended to do. "I just don't understand it," Bella said, her frustration bubbling over. "Imprinting is supposed to be the ultimate gift from fate. Whoever you imprint on becomes your center of gravity. They keep you grounded so you don't completely lose yourself to the wolf. Suddenly, she stood up and began to pace back and forth, her voice rising with each word. But this is ridiculous. They left me in the woods and disappeared for months, and the minute they come back, I imprint on Rosalie. How is that fair? She finished her rant with a growl, kicking the coffee table so hard that it splintered down the middle. Bells, I need you to calm down before we keep talking, Charlie said, trying to keep the peace. I've spent more than a chief's salary on home repairs and furniture these past few months, and I'd like to avoid doing it again. Bella looked momentarily ashamed as she effortlessly lifted the 50-pound table with one hand and placed it back in the center of the living room. Sorry, Dad. When she sat back down, Charlie continued, I'm sorry you're going through this, Bella. I know how hard it was for you when they left, and now that you're part of the pack, it just complicates things further. But you have to understand, imprint or not, you do have a choice. Whether you decide to forgive them or not, they don't get to waltz back into your life as if nothing happened. Bella let out a sigh, the gold fading from her eyes as the tremors in her body subsided. Charlie couldn't fully grasp what an imprint felt like, even though Bella had explained the basics. She could still feel the pull toward the Cullen home, toward Rosalie. It was an incessant ache that she couldn't ignore, one that would always be there, if the wolf had anything to say about it. Part of her longed to run to that glass mansion in the woods, to declare her love from its very doorstep. Bella sat at the table with a smile on her face, but a part of her remained grounded in reality. She knew the Cullens had hurt her. Whether they believed it was for her own good or not, they had abandoned her, and she wasn't going to forgive them easily. Bella? MHM? The Cullens are back. MHM. They're staring at you. That's great, Angela. Angela kicked Bella's ankle under the table, causing her to wince. You're not supposed to beat up on your friends, Bella mumbled. Angela shot her a scrutinizing look. The Cullens are back on a day you're actually here, they're staring at you, and you haven't even glanced their way. Bella shrugged, aware that they were likely eavesdropping on every word of her conversation with Angela as she picked at her lunch. Edward broke up with me, then his whole family disappeared off the face of the earth. What am I supposed to say to them? I'd tell them to leave you alone, Jake chimed in, his mouth full of ham sandwich. He grinned at the sub-vocal hisses aimed his way, swallowed his food, and then leveled Bella with a serious look. I'll tell them for you if it makes it easier. Bella shook her head, a chuckle escaping despite the tightness in her throat. Thanks, Jake. The younger teen smiled and returned to devouring his lunch. He had always been like a ray of sunshine in her life, brightening even her saddest days with a bit of humor. Jake had taken on the role of mediator in their childhood friend group, and even after phasing, he remained one of the most level-headed members of the pack. Bella knew that if Leah, who was currently patrolling just outside the school, were here, she would have already thrown a punch. Have they tried talking to you? Jessica asked, leaning forward and practically bouncing in her seat. After what she had dubbed the Lauren incident, Jessica had distanced herself from her old friend group and started hanging out with Bella and Angela. Mike, Eric, and now Jacob. Bella had shed much of the fake, bubbly facade she wore around Lauren, revealing a much nicer, easygoing chatterbox beneath. However, one thing Jessica was unrepentantly good at was gossip. Edward? Alice? You even started talking to Rosalie last I knew. The imprint bond throbbed in Bella's heart, begging for acknowledgement and acceptance that she wasn't ready to give. She grimaced, scratching the area above her heart, a gesture Jacob watched with concern. Giving him a subtle shake of her head, Bella shrugged at Jessica. I don't think there's anything they can say that I want to hear. Despite knowing she shouldn't, Bella risked a glance at the Cullen table. Edward seemed torn between staring at her and glaring at Jacob, switching his focus back and forth. Alice perked up at the attention, but Bella quickly looked away. Jasper and Emmett were whispering in hushed tones, too quiet to hear over the clamor of the cafeteria, though they kept stealing glances in her direction. Rosalie, on the other hand, hadn't looked up at all during lunch. She sat with her coven, engrossed in a book, not even attempting to join the conversation or glance Bella's way. Bella hadn't been able to sleep the night before, her thoughts spiraling in circles about Rosalie. Eventually, she'd given up and started pacing, the only thing that kept her from running all the way to the mansion deep in the woods. Even now, she couldn't sit still, her leg jiggled beneath the table, seeking a physical outlet for the energy coursing through her. Bella felt like she could run a marathon with the adrenaline pumping in her veins, but she knew that if she phased right now, she wouldn't be able to stop the wolf in her soul from racing straight to Rosalie. Before Jessica could ask more gossip-worthy questions, the bell rang, prompting the group to groan and gather their things for the next round of classes. Bella looked around, feeling the weight of the moment. Bella glanced towards the Cullen table once more, noticing that all but one pair of golden eyes were fixed on her. Jake stepped in front of her, blocking her view with his towering frame. "You okay, Bells?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm okay," she replied, trying to muster a smile. "Just wondering how I ever thought I could live a life that meant perpetually going to high school." Her attempt at humor didn't land as she had hoped, and Jake let out a sigh. "Come on, just 2 more classes before the meeting. It'll get easier." But as they settled into biology 2, Bella realized that Jake was a bit too optimistic. She sank down in her chair with a sigh, reading the notes on the board while retrieving her textbook from her bag. Mr. Banner had assigned a tough end-of-the-year exam, and nearly all of the last month of class had been dedicated to partner or solo studying. Even with Edward gone, no one else had wanted to sit beside her, leaving the seat next to her tragically open. When Edward Cullen, Fork's former heartthrob and wealthy boy, walked into the room, the buzz of chatter faded into a hushed silence. All eyes followed him as he made his way to the back of the class and slid into the empty seat next to Bella Swan, the clumsy girl he had dated once. If she had been phased, Bella knew her hackles would be standing on end. But as a human, she simply scooted her chair to the far edge of her side of the table and focused on her flashcards. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Edward furrowing his brows as he pulled out his own textbook. Slowly, the chatter resumed, but students kept glancing their way. They worked in silence, Bella refusing to meet his gaze while Edward seemed unable to look away from her. Finally, with 5 minutes left in class, Edward closed his textbook and turned fully to face her. "Bella?" he said. She ignored him, continuing to write. "Bella, love, will you please look at me?" The anger that had been simmering at the edges of her consciousness began to boil over. Bella snapped her head toward him, praying her eyes still looked brown. "Love? Love? You've got a lot of nerve throwing that word around, Edward Anthony Mason Cullen." Edward looked taken aback by the fury in her tone. "I only wanted to talk, to explain, Bella." Bella scoffed. "Yeah? Where was this 8 months ago?" "You know what, I don't care. I don't want to talk to you at all." She began shoving her things into her backpack, but froze when an icy hand wrapped around her wrist. The sickly sweet smell of bleach filled her nose, and she felt her entire body start to tremble as she looked up into Edward's eyes. His angelic features were pained in a way she could never have imagined causing a year ago, but that time of her life felt long gone. Overhead, the bell rang, signaling the end of the period. "I just want to talk," Edward repeated, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I kept going to your house, but you've been gone for days." "Well, I don't want to talk to you, and the locked window should be a pretty big neon sign that I don't want you in my room ever again." Edward's brows furrowed, his tone softening. "You used to love when I visited you, but now your room stinks of those residential dogs, and it's difficult for me to be there." He looked at her from beneath his long lashes, a small smile on his face as if he expected her sympathy for his struggles. Bella wrenched her wrist out of his hold, opening her mouth to curse him out or make a scene so brutally public that he would never approach her again. But then the warm, familiar scent of Jacob reached her. "She said she didn't want to talk to you, Eddie boy. Don't you know that no means no in this century?" Jacob stood behind Edward, arms folded over his chest, his 6'7" frame adding to the threat she saw in his eyes. The remaining students in the classroom milled about, watching the scene unfold. Edward turned to glare at Jacob, but before he could respond. Before Bella could say a word, Mr. Banner approached the three of them. "Is there a problem here?" he asked. Jake uncrossed his arms and flashed a grin at the teacher. "No, sir. Just here to grab Bella for her next class." Mr. Banner huffed, looking slightly annoyed by the towering 16-year-old. "Get going then." Bella swung her backpack over one shoulder and walked past Edward, giving Jake a gentle push as they left the classroom. Once they reached the hallway, Jake dropped his tough guy act and smirked at Bella. "You sure know how to pick them," he said. Bella playfully punched him in the shoulder. "Shut up. But thank you for stepping in." Jake waved her off. "You were 5 seconds from phasing, but you're welcome. Never thought I'd be on the Bella Doomsday Brigade, but here I am." "You're good at it. I think the baby face really puts the bad guys on edge," Bella teased. Jake growled at her through a smile. "Thanks, Bells. Just be glad it's me and not Leah. She would have phased right alongside you." Their conversation faded as they approached the gym, along with the scent of more Cullens. Jake's arms trembled, and Bella looked at him with concern. "Are you okay?" "I'm grateful you're here, Jake, but I know it's hard." The younger teen shook out his arms. "I'm fine. Just trying to tell my wolf that." They parted ways at the gymnasium double doors. Taking a deep breath, Bella stepped inside. Jessica and Mike were already there, changed and waving when they saw her enter. The volleyball nets were set up, which meant another day of holding herself back despite the energy surging inside her, nearly doubled since lunch. Coach Clapp frowned at her from across one of the courts, tapping his watch. Bella jogged the rest of the way to the locker room, heading for her spot in the corner to start changing. She froze at the sight of Alice sitting on the bench in front of her locker. The pixie-like vampire stood up, her bottom lip trembling from tears she could never shed. "Bella?" In that moment, the weight of her resolve to stay strong crumbled. Bella dropped her bag and rushed toward Alice, wrapping her arms around the tiny vampire in a tight embrace. Alice responded with a sob, returning the hug. Although the scent of the vampire still stung her sensitive nose, Bella couldn't bring herself to care. She had missed Alice. "I thought you were dead," Alice whispered, pulling back from the embrace but keeping her hands on Bella's forearms. "I hadn't checked your future in so long. Then Seattle happened, and I looked, it was just gone. I was so scared, and I didn't know what to think, but you're alive, and you're all different now." Bella tensed at Alice's words. Alice couldn't see the wolves, but she didn't know yet. "I missed you," Bella said, trying to mask her internal struggle as she stepped back from the vampire. "You never returned my calls or my emails. I thought I at least deserved that." Alice dropped her gaze. "It was a majority decision. We had to move and leave you a normal life, and it was a majority vote." She looked back up, her expression pained. "I voted against it, Bella. You were my first friend outside of the coven, and I didn't want to leave you. But once the decision was made, I couldn't go against my family." Bella wanted to ask what Rosalie had voted, but she bit her tongue at the last moment. "I believe you," she said instead, watching as the last remnants of Alice's sadness faded away. "But I want an explanation. I have questions, and I want real, honest answers. Can you do that?" Alice looked conflicted for a moment, studying Bella before wrinkling her nose and asking, "Do I get one too?" Bella paused. She knew Sam didn't want the Cullens to know about her place within the pack, and she understood that the pack felt the same way. But in the end, it was her decision. The Cullens had felt like family to her. Bella had missed her family dearly, and spirits above, she felt the absence of almost every single one of them. If they were here to stay, at least for now, the truth would eventually come out. If Alice could be honest with her, then Bella could do the same. "Yes. Come to my house later tonight, and we'll talk," Bella said. Alice smiled and pulled Bella into another hug. Bella returned the embrace, letting go slowly. "Come on, we should hurry up. Coach Clapp is already itching for a reason to throw me out of his class," Bella added. As they left the locker room, Bella was suddenly swept into a hug by a pair of huge biceps, accompanied by a booming laugh that filled her ears. "Bella Bear!" Emmett exclaimed, swinging her around. Bella playfully smacked his shoulders until he set her back on the ground. She took a step away, her eyes watering from the sweet, intoxicating scent that lingered around him. "I missed you too, she replied. And she had, despite the ache in her chest that came from his familiar exuberance. She had truly missed Emmett. His childlike enthusiasm and carefree attitude never failed to brighten her day. The curly-haired vampire grinned, looking her up and down. "Damn, Bella Bear, did you hit a second growth spurt or something? You're huge now." Bella smiled but shrugged. "Something like that. I'm big enough to take you on now." His challenge from the previous night lingered in her mind, and the wolf within her stirred, eager for a chance to accept it. Emmett's eyes sparkled with excitement, but their joyful reunion was cut short by Coach Clapp calling them over to start the games. Gym class passed quicker than Bella thought possible. Perhaps it was because she was on the opposing team from Alice and Emmett. For the first time since she started phasing, the beta was able to let a bit of her true strength shine through. By the end of the game, the rest of the class had gathered around their court, captivated by the action. The sides erupted with cheers for each team as Jessica hit the ball at the perfect striking height. Bella spiked it with such force that even Alice's vampire speed couldn't reach it in time. The volleyball hit the ground hard, careening off the court and nearly touching the ceiling. After a brief pause, the students cheering for Bella's team erupted into an uproar. Alice stared at Bella, her mouth slightly open in disbelief, while Emmett looked at her with pure joy. The beta simply smiled and shrugged. After gym class, Bella dressed quickly to avoid the questions she could practically see bouncing around in Alice's mind. She dodged the pixie-like vampire as she headed toward her truck. Leah had already phased out and gotten dressed, chatting with Jake as they leaned against Buela, waiting for her. Their gazes snapped toward Bella as she opened her mouth to greet them, but the words caught in her throat when the imprint bond flared to life in her chest. "Bella?" The beta felt her wolf practically vibrating at the proximity of her imprint. It took every ounce of willpower to turn around slowly instead of jumping up and down like an excited toddler at the sound of Rosalie's beautiful voice. Bella's breath hitched. Rosalie stood there, her brilliant golden eyes cast downward. The once-ice queen of Forks, who had a reputation for devouring teenage boys for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, looked nervous. She fiddled with a loose thread on her sweater, the same one from last night, without meeting Bella's gaze. The scent of Earl Grey tea and lilacs flooded Bella's senses, and she barely stifled a low rumble of a purr that threatened to escape her throat. "Yeah?" Bella managed, sending a silent prayer to the spirits that her voice wouldn't crack. Rosalie was slightly shorter than Bella now, yet she kept her eyes glued to the ground. "Look at me, please," Bella thought, desperate for Rosalie to meet her gaze. Rosalie fidgeted again, dropping the loose thread and taking in a deep breath. Bella took a shuddering breath. "I'm sorry. I know that isn't enough to make up for what we did, or for what we put you through, but I'm sorry." She floundered for a moment, struggling to process the fact that Rosalie Hale was standing in front of her, apologizing. Just a short while ago, the blonde vampire had barely acknowledged Bella's existence, moving from cold shoulders to one-word responses, which Bella only received while Rosalie worked on a car. After an awkward pause, Bella stuttered, "It's okay." "Well, it's not, but it's okay. You're back now. You are back, right? For good this time." Rosalie nodded. "For good, until we know what's going on in Seattle or we get too old to stay in the area." "Oh," Bella replied, unsure of what else to say. The Cullens wouldn't have returned if whatever was happening in Seattle hadn't caught their attention. "Thanks for the apology, Rosalie." She tried to sound sincere, but she could tell it fell flat when she noticed Rosalie wince slightly. With a sigh, Rosalie glanced up, looking over Bella's shoulder. "Right. Well, your guard dogs are trying to bury me with their eyes, so I'll see you around." Despite her mixed emotions, Bella felt her heart flutter at the thought that Rosalie wanted to see her again. "Yeah, see you around." Rosalie turned and headed for the corner of the parking lot, where the rest of the coven was waiting to pile into Emmett's Jeep and Edward's Volvo. Bella didn't need to look up to sense 4 pairs of golden eyes burning into her, so she turned to face the confused and furious gazes of Jacob and Leah. "What the hell was that?" Leah growled, her limbs trembling as she glared at the Cullens. Jake nudged her in the arm. "Not the main concern right now, Lee." He turned his attention to Bella. "You okay?" Bella took a shaky breath, gritting her teeth against the tears that threatened to spill. "No, not really. I really don't want to do this here," Leah said, her growl trailing off as she wrapped her arm around Bella's shoulder, guiding her to the passenger side of the truck. "Come on, we'll talk on the way." Jake jumped up into the bed of the truck while Leah and Bella settled into the cab. With a quick shift into first gear, Leah hit the gas, peeling out of the parking lot as fast as the old Chevy could manage. Bella wiped her eyes, glancing back to see the Cullens watching her until Leah turned onto the main road, and the coven vanished from sight. Chapter 13. Bella felt like she was going to be sick. Billy, Harry, Sue, and Old Quill sat on the circle of logs that remained from the bonfire back in March. A light misting rain had swept in during the drive over, accompanied by an ominous rumble of thunder in the distance, promising a coming storm. Sam stood at the front of the pack with Bella at his right shoulder. Jacob, Leah, Seth, Embry, and Quill stood slightly behind them, while Paul and Jared patrolled in their wolf forms, flanking either side of the pack, ready to take over when the meeting was finished. "All right, boy, you've got us all together in this awful weather. What's so important that it couldn't wait until the scheduled meeting next week?" Old Quill grumbled, tapping his cane against the ground. Paul and Jared growled at the slight against the alpha, but they fell silent at the sharp look Sam shot them over his shoulder. "I'm sure it's important, or he wouldn't have called for a meeting," Billy said, nodding at Sam. "We're ready when you are." "One of the pack has imprinted," Sam announced. Old Quill harumphed. "That's all? We'll put it in the historical records." "You made this meeting sound important, Samuel." "It is important, sir," Sam replied through gritted teeth. "Well, spit it out, boy. We haven't got all day." The alpha glanced at Bella, who started trembling as her fight-or-flight response kicked in. She hadn't phased since her imprint, so nobody but Sam knew. She was terrified of how the pack would react. Sam placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder before addressing the council. "Bella has imprinted on a Cullen. The blonde female, Rosalie." A pin-drop silence followed Sam's words. Bella felt like she wanted to shrink into her own skin, bracing for the disgust, the horror, the denial from the pack, but none came. When she chanced a glance over her shoulder, she found only concern, confusion, and worry shining in the eyes of her brothers and her sister. The beta let out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding. She turned back to the council, noticing that Old Quill and Sue were turning red in the face. "A Cullen?" Old Quill spat, thumping his cane against the ground as he fixed his furious gaze on Sam. "You allowed this to happen? For one of your wolves to choose a cold one?" Jacob and Leah snarled, their forms beginning to tremble. Sam bared his teeth at the elder. "Imprinting cannot be controlled. It is a gift from the spirits." "A gift?" Sue demanded, standing up from her log. "A gift would never have broken my daughter's spirit, Sam Yulee. And now they cursed Bella with a monster. The spirits are punishing your pack." Arguments erupted between the council and the pack, rising in volume until the sound of tearing clothes and snarls broke out behind Bella. 6 towering wolves stood behind their alpha and beta, growling and snapping at Sue's words. Only Seth remained in his human form, taking a shaky step forward and staring at his mother in disbelief. "You can't mean that, Mom." Leah snarled, stepping up to Bella's side and baring her fangs at Sue. The female elder's face drained of color at the sight of the gigantic silver wolf that stood in place of her daughter, shaking her head. "The spirits have turned their back on this pack. They would never demand a child to take on the form of a wolf." They would not destroy a happy relationship, and they would not force a heart to love something without one. Harry stood, placing a hand on his wife's shoulder. You are wrong, my love. The spirits have given the pack strength. Imprinting is a gift. Sue looked at him in outrage before shaking off his hand and storming away. Harry sighed and turned his attention to the pack. You have my apologies, Sam, Bella. Thank you for telling us. What does this mean for the treaty? Sam asked through gritted teeth, his dark eyes flashing amber as he stared after Sue's retreating form. Old Quill clambered to his feet, shaking his cane at the Alpha. Nothing, boy. That bloodline was never meant to be the Alpha, and now it's causing chaos within the pack. A wolf cannot have a cold one for a mate. It's an insult, blasphemy of the highest degree. If you had stepped aside for the true Alpha, none of this would have happened. His bloodshot eyes darted between Bella and Jacob as he finished his tirade. Sam snarled, taking a menacing step toward the elder. Bella placed a hand on his chest, averting her gaze from the fury blazing in the depths of Sam's amber eyes. She tilted her head to the side, exposing her unprotected throat in a gesture of submission. This act seemed to calm the wolf within him, and Sam shook out the tension in his arms, redirecting his glare back at Old Quill. That's enough. Billy snapped, wheeling his chair closer to Harry. His dark eyes scanned the gathered wolves. For now, the treaty remains intact. Continue your patrols, protect our lands, and defend one another. Sam, we will hold another meeting at the scheduled time next week to discuss the pack's recent events further. You are dismissed. His gaze lingered on Jacob's towering russet form for a moment before he turned away. Bella allowed Leah to nudge her away into the trees surrounding the council building. Once she was sure none of the elders could see her, she finally let the tears flow. Rough, ugly sobs escaped her throat as she sank down to her knees. The faint sounds of bones cracking and resetting barely reached her before she felt a cold nose nudge her cheek. Looking up through tear-filled eyes, she met Sam's intense amber gaze. The Alpha let out a gentle chuff, nudging her again. Bella exhaled shakily, kicking off her boots before phasing. The tawny brown wolf curled into a ball, squeezing her eyes shut as she braced herself for what was to come. The pack had put on a united front for the elders, but now she would finally hear what they truly felt. The pack mind fell into silence for several moments before Leah spoke up. I always figured you'd be in the non-imprint club with me, Bells. Now I'm stuck with these idiots all by myself. Her attempt at humor elicited a few chuckles from the pack, but then her thoughts turned venomous. I can't believe her. She had no right to say any of that. She's clinging to the memory of me, not who I am now. Mom is wrong. Old Quill is wrong. Agreements echoed through the pack mind before Jared chimed in. We know you didn't have a choice, Chief. Sam and I sure as hell didn't. The Alpha let out a low growl, the hateful words of Old Quill flooding the pack mind before he could rein himself in. Bella took a shuddering breath, forcing herself to stand and look at the black wolf. For a moment, the beta felt a deep, hidden part of her soul rise to the surface. Sam was off balance, his mind tainted by the rot Old Quill had planted there. He was angry, but Bella could sense the flicker of fear lurking at the edge of his thoughts. Fear of her, of the black blood that coursed through her veins, the blood of the Alpha. Bella stepped toward Sam, and the black wolf tensed. Then, she dipped into a low bow, exposing the back of her neck completely. I don't want Alpha. I know you felt that part of me before, the part that wants to fight you for it, but that's not me. I'm happy as your beta. I don't want anything else. Jake cautiously padded to her side, mirroring her posture before the Alpha. I don't know what Old Quill was looking at me for, but I definitely don't want Alpha. You can get all the gray hairs you want from corralling us, but I'm just glad to be in the pack with my friends. Several tense moments passed before the Alpha pressed his muzzle against the tops of Bella's and Jacob's heads. The black wolf stepped back as they stood up. I'm sorry, both of you. I should have never let that old harpy's words get in my head. Quill snickered at that. Dad's using some pretty bad language now. We need to tell Mom, Embry said, nudging the chocolate brown wolf's shoulder. $20 says she sends him on patrol without dinner. I'll take that bet. Emily just has to look into his big, sad eyes, and she'll be a goner. Laughter echoed through the pack's mind, and the tension among the wolves began to fade into the background. The only one still restless was Paul, who shifted nervously on his paws, his tail twitching with agitation. How can all of you act like this is okay? Bella's imprint is a leech. Cullen or not, she's still our enemy. The unfulfilled bond within Leah flared to life in her soul, compelling the beta to defend her imprint. Before she could fully process it, the tawny brown wolf rounded on Paul, baring her teeth. Don't call her that. Her name is Rosalie. Paul snarled, his muscles tensing as he crouched low. Last I checked, she still drinks blood, doesn't sleep, and has no heartbeat. What else does that make her besides a leech? She's my imprint. You'll call her by her name. You just shifted Alpha, you don't get to tell me what to do. Maybe Sue was right, and the spirits chose wrong. Suddenly, Sam lunged at Paul, clamping his jaws around the gray wolf's scruff and forcing him onto his belly. Paul, be still and be silent. The fury of the Alpha's command resonated through the pack, making the assembled wolves whine and back away. I am still your Alpha, Paul Lahote, and you will listen. Bella is your beta, my second in command. Her words are mine. You will respect her imprint. You will not disrespect your beta, and you will obey what she tells you. Do you understand? Paul trembled beneath Sam's grip, the weight of the Alpha command pressing down on him. The gray wolf nodded, pressing his head against the ground in agreement. Sam released him, lifting the command. Paul slowly got to his feet, his demeanor shifting. Bella kept her head low, feeling guilt welling up in Paul's thoughts, but she chose not to acknowledge it. The pack needed to function as a cohesive unit, and the hierarchy was established for a reason. Once the blind haze of the imprint bond faded from her mind, she found it hard to blame Paul. He had grown up in La Push, where everyone had a vague, uneasy memory of the strange family that once lived nearby. When the Cullens returned to the area last year, Paul was thrust into a living nightmare that took the form of a wolf, doubling his already short temper and forcing him to abandon his dreams for the future. Though they tried to mask their feelings with humor, the beta knew that Embry and Cullens shared the same hatred for the Cullens. Her thoughts and memories of her imprint would paint the Cullens in rose-colored lenses until the bond settled, but it couldn't erase the long-held animosity. Paul, Jared, go pick up patrol. Seth, Leah, you'll take over at 5, Sam rumbled, clearly dismissing the conversation. Jared trotted off, but Paul lingered for a moment, casting uneasy glances at Bella before he huffed and followed after Jared. That's why you were acting so twitchy at school, wasn't it? Jake asked, his memories of the school day surfacing. Bella hadn't realized how on edge she had been, and she was once again grateful that Jake had been there to keep her grounded. Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. I didn't know how you or Leah would react, and I was scared, she admitted. Leah huffed, I wouldn't want your imprint for all the money in the world, but if the Vamp Ice Queen makes you happy, I'm happy. Happy sounds like a relative term in this case, Quill mumbled just as Embry chimed in. Blondie seems stone-cold scary and ice-cold beautiful. What's not to love? Thanks for the support, guys. Really raising my spirits here, Bella deadpanned, her thoughts swirling with Paul's words, echoing in her mind. She pushed the thoughts down with a growl. The pack was mostly supportive, and really, what more could she ask for, given who her imprint was? Speaking of which, I'm heading home. I haven't cooked for Charlie in a week, and he's been living off beer and old pizza, Bella announced, keeping her thoughts focused solely on her dad and what she was going to prepare for dinner. With tension still crackling like dying embers in the pack's mind, the beta wasn't in the mood to add fuel to the fire. Embry chimed in with a wolfish grin, I want to be just like him when I grow up. Ignoring him, the beta nuzzled against Jacob, Seth, and then Leah's cheeks before trotting back home. She made it in good time, phasing out and dressing just before 5 in the evening. Charlie had picked up a 12-hour shift to cover for one of his deputies, meaning he'd be gone for another 2 hours. This left Bella enough time to go to the store and cook a healthy dinner. Whenever she was double-booked with patrols or busy with pack meetings, Charlie's diet often slipped back into bachelor mode, as Embry had put it. But Bella wasn't going to let that happen. She had always enjoyed cooking when she was younger, but her wolf metabolism now forced her to make large batches of easy-to-reheat meals, mostly consisting of deer she hunted, potatoes, or rice, with fresh vegetables often neglected. Tonight, she wanted to have a nice sit-down dinner with her dad, both as an apology for her 3-day disappearance and as a chance to spend quality time with him. Charlie was a simple man who appreciated simple pleasures, so Bella settled on a salmon and asparagus sheet bake, followed by apple pie for dessert. Grabbing her keys, she headed out to her truck. For a moment, the beta debated going to the Adara General Store, but Joy Adara, who was now aware of the pack's secrets, still wouldn't look her in the eyes. She struggled to accept the new reality her son lived in, and a small part of the beta felt empathy for her. Bella wondered if Joy blamed Sam, and, by extension, her, for his phasing. Looking down at her fraying chucks, oversized basketball shorts, and loose-fitting tank top, she sighed, resigning herself to a trip to Thriftway, the small grocery store and Forks. It was a slow Tuesday evening when she parked her truck, with only 3 other cars in the lot. As Bella headed inside, she grabbed a cart and began to peruse the aisles. When she reached the bakery section, the thought of making an apple pie from scratch felt like too much work. So, she opted for a pre-made one and tossed it into her cart. "If you don't make it yourself, it doesn't taste as good," came a teasing voice from her left. Bella turned her head to see Holly Cameron standing beside her, a smile on her face and a hand on her hip. Her graying black hair was pulled into a bun, highlighting her heart-shaped face and honey-brown eyes. Bella grinned and pulled Holly into a hug. "Hey, Mrs. C. Long time no see. What are you doing on my side of town?" Holly's smile faded slightly at the edges. "Oh, this and that. I'm supposed to be hosting a bake sale down at First Beach this weekend to raise funds for the school's camping trip. Joy has been a bit hostile recently, and I didn't want to stir up trouble at her store, so I came here instead." Bella frowned. "I didn't know we had another bake sale. I could help you if you wanted." Holly's smile disappeared completely. "That's all right, dear. Jared has barely been home lately, and when he is, he's exhausted to the bone. I know you're all busy, I don't want to take you away from that just to make cookies." A pang of guilt gnawed at Bella. The whole pack had been running themselves ragged recently. With the threat of Victoria still looming over them, there was little room for anything, or anyone, else. Now that the Cullens were back, it only intensified the tension. Bella ran a hand through her hair. "I'm sorry, Mrs. C. Once we take care of the problem, things will settle down. I promise." Holly merely shook her head and turned to leave, pausing to throw a sad smile over her shoulder. "I appreciate that, Bella. But I don't know if things will ever settle down, for you or my boy." Bella stood there for a few moments, feeling a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. It was already difficult for the pack to fulfill their duties as protectors, but they also had to grapple with the reality that the people they cared about the most, family and loved ones, knew they were risking their lives every time they phased. Maybe it would have been easier if Bella had never convinced Sam and the council to let them in on the secret, allowing the wolves to lead double lives without anyone knowing. But would it really have been easier? Could the pack have maintained the facade of normalcy while lying about their physical changes, their constant exhaustion, and their withdrawal from friends and family? With a deep breath, Bella shook off the tremble in her arms and finished her shopping. She made it back home by 6 o'clock, immediately setting about preheating the oven while she seasoned and oiled the salmon and asparagus. When the oven dinged, Bella placed the baking sheet on a rack and glanced around the kitchen. Usually, it was Charlie who took care of the cleaning, but his habits had suffered since her disappearance. She quickly tackled the pile of dishes in the sink, wiped down the counters, and took out the trash. Just as the oven timer went off, Charlie walked in the front door. "Bells?" he called as he hung up his gun belt and jacket. In here, Bella replied, taking the baking sheet from the oven, her mouth watering at the delicious aroma of cooked salmon. Charlie's smile when he entered the kitchen made the tough parts of her day worth it. You cooked and cleaned? Guess I'll have to tell the maid her contract is over. Charlie chuckled as he settled at the dining room table. I'm more than happy to help. Capable of turning on the oven, unlike some people, Bella replied, as she prepared their plates. She set them both on the table and grabbed a bottle of water for herself and a can of Diet Cola for Charlie from the fridge. I feel like I'm being buttered up for something, Charlie mumbled around a mouthful of salmon. Bella rolled her eyes as she dug into her own meal. Heaven forbid I be a good daughter for once. As soon as the words left her lips, she wished she could take them back. An awkward silence replaced the comfortable atmosphere that had filled the room. She pushed her asparagus around her plate, then sat back inside. I know I already apologized, but I just wanted to say I'm sorry again, Dad, for disappearing and for scaring you. Charlie took a sip of his cola and sighed. I know you are, Bells. But after what happened last year, when you disappeared and ended up in the hospital, can you really blame me for not trusting you? You said time and again that the Cullens had nothing to do with it, but you can't look me in the eyes and tell me they had nothing to do with it this time. Bella fought to keep herself from trembling as she met his gaze. They didn't have anything to do with it. I just needed some time to myself, that's all. Don't all teenage girls go through that rebellious phase? That drew a grin from Charlie, but he wasn't deterred. They go through that from about 1 to 16, not 18, especially with the weight of a pack of wolf shifters on their shoulders. I meant what I said, just because they came back doesn't mean you have to see them again. Bella pushed away her half-finished plate, feeling her appetite vanish. I know, but that doesn't mean I don't want to. I can't help but want to, not after I imprinted on Rosalie. Charlie frowned, intertwining his fingers and resting his chin on them. You get a choice, Bella. Whether you forgive them or not is still up to you, imprint or not. I just want you to be happy, but that doesn't mean I want to see Edmund skulking around in my house. The beta cracked a smile at that, feeling the tension in the air lighten with the old banter Charlie was offering as an out. It's Edward, Dad. And I promise, you'll never see him again if I have anything to say about it. Dinner went more smoothly after that, filled with small talk and playful banter over the pre-made apple pie. When Bella stood to clear the table, Charlie waved her off. I've got it. You did plenty today, Bells. I'm just glad you were home for dinner. Bella went upstairs to grab a shower, still toweling off her hair when she walked into her bedroom and nearly had a heart attack. Alice sat primly on the bed, her mouth forming an "oh" as the towel that had been cinched around Bella's chest dropped to the floor. Is that a six-pack? Alice. Bella hissed, snatching the towel off the ground as her whole body began to shake. She hadn't noticed the vampire's scent during her shower or the walk to her bedroom, and the adrenaline coursing through her veins was setting the wolf in her soul on edge. How did you even get in here? Also, with your ability to see the future, didn't you think to turn around? Alice shrugged a delicate shoulder. I slipped in behind Charlie when he came home from work. As for turning around, I haven't been able to see a future with you in it for some time. Bella bared her teeth as she walked to her closet to dress. All right, before we have our talk, there are a few things I need to say, and I want you to really listen to me. Because if you don't, I want you to leave. When she came out, Alice had moved to the rocking chair in the corner of the room and opened the window facing Bella's bed, merely causing the beta to growl. First thing, I have boundaries now, and I want them respected. That window was locked for a reason, and I want it to stay that way whenever I invite you over. I don't like being hugged. I don't want to be touched or thrown around unless I initiate it or say it's okay. I'm my own person, and I don't want anyone telling me how to act, feel, or talk. The second thing is, I said I missed you, and I do, but that doesn't change the fact that you cut me out of your life so completely. If it wasn't for the pack holding me together during the first month you all were gone, I would have believed I hallucinated your entire family and everything I went through with them. Alice opened her mouth to speak, but Bella raised a hand to stop her. I wasn't finished. You hurt me, Alice. All of you did, and just because I'm glad you're back doesn't fix it. You apologized, and I accepted that apology, but I don't fully trust you. If you or anyone from the Coven wants to be in my life the way it is now, you're going to have to earn that trust back. The tiny vampire flitted through a multitude of emotions as she rocked back and forth before settling on a look of contrition. I understand, Bella. I listened to everything you said, and I won't forget it. I'm sorry about the window, I didn't know. It just stinks in here. Feeling a bit of satisfaction, Bella huffed and rolled her eyes as she flopped onto her bed. You're one to talk. Cursing herself for the foot she kept putting in her mouth, Bella sat up to find Alice's face just inches from hers. What the hell? Stop doing that. Bella demanded, shoving Alice back. The pixie-like vampire wore a look of dawning realization. I can't see your future, you actually pushed me away, your whole room smells like wet dog, and you think I stink. You're a Quilut shifter. Bella froze for a moment before throwing up unenthusiastic jazz hands. Surprise? Alice made to smack Bella's shoulder but paused, her hand just a hair's breadth away. Surprise. I've been here for 4 days, and you just now tell me the biggest news of my immortal life. Bella rolled her eyes again. In her human life, she could bet money that Alice had some. Alice respected Bella's new boundaries, even if she struggled with her own hyperactivity. It was a start. I'm pretty sure I'm not the biggest news in your life. Also, you're allowed to touch me right now, I'm good, Bella said. With permission granted, Alice grabbed the beta by the shoulders and shook her vigorously. Don't you know what this means? The beta flashed a grin and snatched Alice's hands, pinning them to her sides. But I'm not a soda can and don't need to be shaken up. Ally, for the love of the spirits, take a deep and unnecessary breath to calm down. You're not helping me with the wolf right now. Alice was practically bouncing as she followed Bella's advice, reminding her of a shaken energy drink condensed into a person. Once she settled down a bit, the beta released her hands and sat back. Okay. We'll do this like 20 questions, or else we'll be talking until sunrise. Unlike you, I actually need sleep. You can go first. This means I don't have to hold back with you. I can hug you without holding back. With permission, of course, Alice quickly added. Bella cracked a grin, feeling the tension between her shoulder blades ease. That was a statement, not a question. Alice pouted, seemingly unable to sit still as she fidgeted with the maroon sheets. I don't like this game, but fine. How are you a shifter? How long have you been a shifter? Can I see your wolf? Ally, that's still not how the game works. You ask a question, I answer, then I get to ask a question. Now I get to ask you 3 questions, the beta said, running a hand through her hair. My great-grandfather was Ephraim Black, the same as Jacob but with different grandmothers. That's where my shifter gene comes from. I've been a wolf since the day Edward dumped me in the middle of the woods and took off. It triggered my first phase. As for my wolf, you saw me at the meeting. I was standing beside Sam when you called us untrained puppies. Alice looked like she would. Alice felt a flush of embarrassment, lowering her head. I'm sorry. The wolves just put me on edge, and I was really worried about you. The beta didn't hold back her growl this time. That doesn't make it any better just because you were worried, Alice. None of us chose to become shifters, and we're all trying to deal with it as best we can. Your arrival triggered Sam, Jared, and Paul to phase, and none of us deserve to be disrespected or treated like animals because of something our genes forced us to become. So if you want to be around me, you need to accept the pack as a package deal. I don't want to hear another disrespectful word about me or my brothers and sister. Bella's voice turned sharp at the end, and she could feel her eyes blazing gold as the wolf within her surged to the surface. She hadn't fully forgiven Alice for everything that had happened, no matter how much she missed her, but she wouldn't be friends with someone who didn't respect her boundaries or her family. Alice lowered her head even further. I'm sorry, Bella, she whispered, her voice sincere and contrite. You're right, I was rude and in the wrong. I want to be your friend, and I promise I won't disrespect you or the pack again. Bella relaxed a bit, the wolf inside her calmed by Alice's submissive posture, while the human side appreciated the sincerity. She let out a sigh, forcing the tension in her arms to ease. Good. Thank you. The pixie-like vampire lifted her head, a thoughtful expression crossing her face as she processed Bella's words. I thought the gene was triggered by the presence of vampires, like it was for Sam, Paul, and Jared. You were around my family for months without any signs of the change. Bella nodded, pulling her knees up to her chest. I've had many discussions with Billy and Harry about that very thing. One of our best theories is that I met your family before my gene was activated. I'm ready to manifest, and I've never felt unsafe with any of you, despite Edward's insistence that I always was. But now it's my turn to ask, where did you all go for 8 months? Why didn't you respond to any of my calls or emails? And why did you come back now? Alice flinched at the intensity in Bella's voice. A whine rose in her throat, but she quickly stifled it with a grimace. We traveled for the first month. Rosalie and Emmett broke off during the second. I'm not really sure where they went, maybe Paris? Rose changed her mind a lot and never made concrete decisions about where she wanted to go, while Emmett just followed her wherever she wanted. The rest of us settled down in New York for the last 7 months. Esme took a teaching position at a high school there, while Carlisle worked at a freestanding hospital. Jasper, Edward, and I enrolled in the high school where Esme taught. Bella couldn't help but smile at that. Esme seemed like the perfect teacher. Her love for children and her endless patience made her ideal for the role. As for your emails and calls, I couldn't reply to you, Bella. I should have, but I didn't, and I'll have to live with that for the rest of my existence, knowing the pain I caused you. I loved you and never wanted to hurt you, but I couldn't go against Carlisle. His word is final, and it's how we've managed to stay together for so long. He's the head of the coven, and he weighs all the options before making decisions. It had to feel as if we never existed for you, because we thought it would be safer that way. James showed us how dangerous it was for you to be human in our world, and your birthday highlighted how dangerous we could be for you. I know it was wrong, and I understand that just saying it isn't enough. But I am truly sorry for everything we put you through. I just hope that in time, I can prove it to you. I want to be your friend. I want to earn your trust back. Alice's shoulders began to shake as she let out another breath. A low whine escaped Bella, and she realized she was crying in the only way her body would allow. Oh, Alice, Bella said softly, pulling the vampire into her lap and wrapping her in a tight hug. Alice sobbed into the crook of her neck as Bella ran soothing fingers through her spiky black hair. I was never in danger around your family. My birthday was just bad luck, and I've never blamed Jasper for what happened. He's still new to your lifestyle, and I know how hard he always tried to be around me. I'm not scared of him, or you, or anyone in your family. Alice sniffled, nodding in acceptance. She scooted out of Bella's lap and took a deep breath to compose herself. We came back because of the visions I've been having. I kept seeing Victoria, but I couldn't see where she was. The visions were becoming more and more frequent before they suddenly stopped a few weeks ago. We knew she had to be coming after you, but when I tried to see your future and it came up blank, I panicked and moved us back here as soon as I could. Bella froze for a moment, warring internally, before letting her head fall back against the headboard. She has been coming back, after me, I mean. She's been all over La Push and Forks for the last month, and then all of a sudden she just disappeared these past few weeks. We've been running ragged, scouring every inch of our territory, but she hasn't returned. Alice's brows furrowed. Why? We don't know, and I don't know how much longer the pack can keep this up. Most of us barely sleep, eat when we can, and we're on patrol at least once a day, sometimes twice. It's driving Sam crazy. Alice frowned. I'll let the coven know. We'll be on alert for any sign of her, and I'll focus my visions as much as I can to figure out where she is and what she's doing. I'm sorry you and the pack are going through all of this. Bella merely shrugged, fighting off a yawn as she replied, It's what I was born into. I was born to do one thing: hunt down the bad vampires and protect my people. But it's late, and we're not really playing 20 questions anymore, so I need to get some sleep, unlike some glittery immortals. You're no fun, wolf girl, Alice teased. She hopped off the bed and walked to the open window, pausing with one leg swung over the windowsill. But I still have one question. Bella crawled under her sheets, yawning widely as the mental exhaustion of her day finally set in. What? She asked. What's imprinting? Chapter 14. I'm going to do it. Bella, please don't. I like your limbs attached to your body. Even the head you use to make stupid decisions. The beta glared at Jacob, her eyes flashing gold before fading in an instant. I need this, Jake. I feel like I'm going to go insane if I don't at least talk to her. It had been 2 days since Bella's conversation with Alice. 2 days since she had reluctantly explained, while half asleep, what an imprint was and what it meant for her to have imprinted on Rosalie. For 2 full days, the little pixie had been giving Bella those puppy dog eyes because Bella had forbidden her to mention it or her phasing to anyone else in the coven, even Jasper, until she felt ready. This meant Bella hadn't spoken to Rosalie in 2 days, much to the dismay of the wolf that raged within her, growing more restless with each passing minute away from the blonde vampire. There was little record of an imprint bond going unfulfilled, let alone unacknowledged. The only dark tale in the tribal archive spoke of a protector whose imprint had rejected him. He gradually succumbed to grief and lost himself to the wolf within after a month. He disappeared into the northern wilderness, never to be seen by the tribe again. After just 2 days, Bella felt she was treading a similar path. All she could think about, whether phased in or out, was Rosalie, her scent, her voice, her presence. A clap of thunder rocked Bella's cab, a veritable downpour thrashing against the windshield. Leah had grumbled the entire drive to school, with all 3 of them crammed into the front seats. She demanded payment in the form of Bella's homemade cupcakes for the freezing rain she would be running through all day, while Bella and Jacob stayed nice and dry inside the building. When Leah clambered out of the cab and into the storm, the Cullens had just pulled into the parking lot, leaving Bella and Jake to their current argument. It's going to be fine. I promise. Bells, I'm saying this as your friend, it's a bad idea. I know she's your imprint and the wolf is pushing you to do this, but you still don't know how she voted before the Vamp Glitter Gang left. She said she was sorry, but I haven't seen anything to prove that. The beta growled and swung her bag over one shoulder. As your friend, I'm asking you to trust me. I know what I'm doing, and you've got to let me. What's the worst that can happen? With that, she stepped out of the driver's seat and jogged across the parking lot. By the time she reached the cherry-red Jeep, she was already soaked. Emmett rolled down the driver's side window with a smile on his face. Sup, Bella? I know the wet hair look is all the rage right now, but this has to be a step too far. Rosalie sat beside him in the passenger seat, her nose buried in a book. Thanks, Em, she deadpanned. Mind if I hop in? Boilers heaters don't work and I'm freezing. That was only half a lie. The ancient Chevy didn't have air conditioning or heat, but with her wolf blood, she never really got cold anymore. None the wiser, Emmett nodded, and Bella climbed into the back seat. The burly vampire cranked the heat, filling the cab with warmth. The beta already felt like she was sweating as her proximity to Rosalie set her blood on fire, but she hoped the rain would cover it up. A sickly sweet bleach scent clung to the seats from how often the coven rode in the Jeep, but for Bella, all she could focus on was the aroma of Earl Grey tea and lilac flowers. Hey, Rosalie. The blonde vampire didn't look up from her book or give any indication that she'd heard Bella. Undeterred, the beta leaned forward onto the center console, soaking in her imprint's side profile. What are you reading? Again, Rosalie gave no response, but Bella wasn't going to give up that easily. How are you? Worked on any cool cars recently? How was Paris? At that, Rosalie snapped her head up. Bella shut the book and placed a hand over its cover. Emmett, it's time to go, she said coolly, completely ignoring Bella. Pain lanced through Bella's chest, and she leaned back, pressing a hand against the area above her heart. Emmett's previously sunny expression darkened. "Rose," he warned, but the blonde scoffed and grabbed her purse, tucking the book safely into the depths of the expensive designer leather. Without another word, she reached into the back seat, grabbed an umbrella from the floor, and accidentally brushed her finger against Bella's jeans, sending a shiver through the beta. Rosalie stepped out of the Jeep, snapped open her umbrella, and slammed the door behind her with a force that made the metal groan. A tense moment passed before Emmett sighed. "I'm sorry." But Bella was already moving, dashing out of the back seat and into the rain, jogging to catch up with Rosalie. The blonde vampire walked at a brisk pace, keeping her eyes forward even when Bella matched her stride. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you upset. I just wanted to talk to you." Rosalie paused for a fraction of a second, barely enough for Bella to notice, before continuing on. "Well, I don't." Bella gritted her teeth, the wolf within her begging to drop to her knees and grovel for forgiveness from her mate. But the human side knew she had nothing to apologize for. "You had plenty to say 2 days ago," she tried instead, but Rosalie only scoffed. "I said everything I needed to say. I'm sorry for what I and my family did to you, and that's the end of it." "That's not how forgiveness works," Bella argued, feeling her blood heat up at the complete turnaround her imprint had made in less than 48 hours. "You apologized, and I accepted that, but actions speak louder than words, Rosalie. That was the wrong thing to say." The blonde vampire froze in her tracks and hissed. "In the direction of the betas. How's that for actions?" Rosalie snapped, stomping past Bella. The beta jogged after her. "Rosalie," but before she could finish, Rosalie slammed her foot down into a massive puddle just before the sidewalk, sending dirty water splashing all over the blonde vampire's white purse and jeans. The two of them stood frozen for several heartbeats before Bella broke the silence, panic rising in her voice. "Shit, I'm so sorry. I'll clean that. I'll buy you a new one." "Wait, was that Chanel?" Rosalie let out a long sigh through her nose, wiped the rivulets of dirty water off her purse, and walked inside the front doors, leaving Bella standing there, soaking in the rain. She remained rooted in place for over a minute, even as groups of students began streaming past her, the final bell about to ring. A numb, detached weight settled in her chest, making it hard to breathe. The wolf in her soul urged her to give chase, to prove she was a mate worth Rosalie's time, but the beta didn't move. Only when the rain suddenly stopped falling did Bella look up into Emmett's sad topaz eyes. The burly vampire held an umbrella over both of their heads. "I'm sorry about her," Emmett said. "She isn't always like this." Bella sighed, straightening her spine and folding her arms to hide the trembles threatening to overwhelm her as she forced the wolf down. "She can play Ice Queen all she wants. I'm not going to give up." She wouldn't have apologized if she didn't mean it. And if she meant it, that means she feels it. "I'll win the next round." Emmett grinned at that. "That's the Bella Swan spirit I missed. Come on, let's get to class." The school day passed in a blur until lunch. Bella wolfed down her food at a rate that would have been alarming for a human, chugging the last of her Capri Sun and slamming it on the table when she finished. Angela, Eric, Mike, Jessica, and Jacob looked at her in varying stages of surprise. Bella took a deep breath, her expression serious. "I'm going to do it again," she announced, prompting a groan from Jake as he dropped his head into his hands. "Not again. Dad will kill me if he die." "What's going on?" Angela asked, glancing back and forth between Bella and Jake, clearly confused. The beta squared her shoulders, searching for the courage she hoped was in her veins. "I'm going to talk to Rosalie again." Jessica, the resident gossip, frowned over her Caesar salad. "Didn't you splash dirty water all over her $7,000 Chanel bag, like, 4 hours ago?" Mike, Jacob, and Bella all chimed in at once. $7,000. "Bella, at this point, I'm just glad she didn't kill you on the spot." "Great, now I have to talk to her and beg for forgiveness." Bella groaned, slumping back and stealing a glance at the Cullen table. Alice and Emmett were animatedly chatting, occasionally interrupted by Emmett's booming laughter. Jasper lounged back, an arm draped over his mate's shoulders, looking relaxed despite the crease Bella noticed between his eyebrows. Edward was speaking to Rosalie, who responded with clipped, one-word answers, her focus mostly on the book in her hands. Taking another deep breath, Bella stood from the table. "Wish me luck." Her friends offered encouragement and uneasy well wishes as she made her way across the room to the Cullen table. The vampires froze as one when Bella approached, 4 pairs of golden eyes locking onto her. Hey guys, mind if I sit here?" "Of course, Bella, you can sit," Edward began, but Alice quickly interrupted, scooting over to create a spot between herself and Rosalie. "Right here." Bella wasn't sure whether to kiss the little minx for her enthusiasm or punch her for that Cheshire grin lighting up her elven features. Instead, she sent up a silent prayer to the spirits that Alice's meddling wouldn't lead to her thoughts about the imprint surfacing while Edward was around. Bella glanced around the table at the Cullen family and slid into the open seat. "So, what's up, guys?" "Belle, I'd like to formally and wholeheartedly apologize for my previous behavior," Edward said solemnly. "I shouldn't have acted or spoken as if nothing had changed and no time had passed. I hope to earn your forgiveness." Bella caught a glimpse of Alice out of the corner of her eye. She grimaced and shrugged. "Right. Not many secrets with a mind reader in the family." Bella let out a sigh. "Way to make it gloomy, Edward. Since I'm sure you lifted that from Alice, those boundaries apply to you too. I appreciate the apology, but I don't know if I can ever forgive you, and that's all I'm willing to say about it for now." That might be all there ever was to say. She had loved him once, so wholeheartedly and blindly that she'd nearly lost herself. She had dealt with Charlie's separation anxiety, withdrawn from her friends, and even fantasized about an immortal life spent in high school if it meant they could be together. But he was the one who had torn that apart. He made a choice for her, without giving her a voice in the matter, and ripped away the people she had once considered family. That wasn't something she was ready to forgive, not now and perhaps not ever. If he proved he meant every word he said, maybe, just maybe, she would entertain the possibility of friendship. Edward nodded. "I understand." An awkward silence hung in the air until Jasper inclined his head toward Bella. "It's good to see you again, Bella. I'm glad you're doing all right. I apologize if our return made the pack wary enough to send one of their own as your permanent guard." His eyes flickered across the cafeteria to Jacob, who seemed to shiver under the weight of Jasper's gaze. Bella could almost hear the unspoken words, "my return," woven into his apology, along with a flicker of guilt. "Jasper," Bella began. "I never blamed you for what happened, and I still don't. You've got to stop blaming yourself." Jasper met her gaze, and Bella let herself reflect on the night of her birthday, along with all the emotions that swirled around it. There had been panic when she cut her finger, frustration at her own terrible luck, and worry for the coven surrounding her, but fear had never been part of it. Maybe that was just her own lack of normal self-preservation skills, but Bella hated seeing that Jasper still carried the weight of guilt from that dreadful night. Jasper blinked, a smile starting to form at the corners of his lips. "I don't think I've ever met a human quite as bold or fearless as you, Bella Swan." He grinned and tipped an imaginary cowboy hat. "Thank you kindly, Major Whitlock," Bella replied with a playful tone. As Bella interacted with everyone around the table, she couldn't help but notice the heavy silence emanating from Rosalie. Determined not to be discouraged again, she turned her attention to her imprint. "I'm sorry about your purse, but I only have about $20 to my name, so I figured I could work off my debt instead." Rosalie sighed through her nose without responding, simply turning the page of her book. Bella rested her elbow on the table and propped her chin on her hand. "There's a decent pair of dirt bikes in the scrapyard just outside La Push. If we fix them up nicely, I think we could sell them for a profit." "And why would I do that?" Rosalie asked, her tone sharp, before freezing as she realized she had spoken at all. With an exasperated sigh, she snapped her book closed and shoved it into her now-stained $7,000 Chanel purse. "Because actions speak louder than words," Bella chirped. "Plus, Isn't that what friends do? Have a cool montage of themselves fixing up lemons with cheesy 90s music in the background? Oh, Rosalie replied, her voice as cold as ice. What have I possibly done to make you think that we're friends? Well, you didn't kill me on the spot for ruining a purse that costs about 7 times as much as Buela, the beta said with a smirk. And you're still talking to me? Rosalie let out an exasperated noise and stood up, marching toward the cafeteria exit doors. Bella leaned back in her seat and called out, "I'll bring them over today." Her voice was loud enough that half the cafeteria fell silent, turning to look at the Cullen table. The blonde vampire hissed under her breath and slammed the doors open as she stormed through them. For a moment, silence reigned, and almost all eyes turned to Bella. The beta grinned and raised her hand to offer Emmett a high five, which he met with such force that a crack echoed through the room. "I told you I'd win the second round," she said. "Never thought I'd see the day when someone could put Rose on her back foot," Emmett laughed. "But hey, if you're coming over today, I have a ton of new games I've been waiting to play with you." Bella glanced around the table, suddenly feeling self-conscious. "I'd like to, but I'm not sure I'm allowed back at your place." "Don't you guys need to ask Carlisle if it's okay?" The remaining members of the coven exchanged glances before Alice spoke up, delivering the general consensus. "To be honest, Bella, we've all been wanting you to come over since the day we got back. Especially Carlisle and Esme." After our conversation got announced to everyone within a 5-mile radius, she paused to glare at Edward before returning her attention to Bella. "We wanted to have another family meeting, with you included." I apologized, but you deserve more than just me. The beta sat stunned for a moment. On one hand, she still resented Carlisle for making the final decision to leave. On the other, Edward had instigated that decision. She'd never been invited to a family Cullen meeting before, and the reminder was both painful and enticing. "Are you sure Rosalie won't maim me while I'm there?" she asked. Emmett nodded. "I'll keep the maiming to a minimum. I think I prefer 0, but I don't think I'll get that." "All right, I'll come over today once I pick up those dirt bikes." Alice tilted her head to the side, a little habit Bella had come to notice. It was something she did so quickly that, when she was human, Bella had never picked up on it. It reminded her of Quill, who often did the same until Embry joked that he looked like a dog being asked if he wanted a treat. That usually ended with the two of them trading dog jokes until one of them laughed, and the other claimed the $20 bill Bella had lost to them months ago. She still didn't understand why they held on to that ratty bill after all this time. Maybe they just wanted to remind her how terrible she was at making bets. "You know you don't actually need to pay Rosalie back, right? She has like 3 of the exact same purse hidden in her closet for emergencies," Alice said. But Bella was starting to read the little pixie's tells, the fidgeting hands, the way her eyes darted around, and the tone of her voice. She was putting on a show, hopefully convincing enough to fool a mind reader and an empath. Bella had to give her some credit. With so many gifted vampires in one family, keeping a secret for even 2 days seemed nearly impossible. Bella shrugged and smiled. "I don't win the second round unless I follow through. Plus, whether she likes it or not, we're friends, and friends have this cool montage of themselves fixing up lemons with cheesy 90s music playing in the background." The thought of spending time with Rosalie sent Bella's adrenaline soaring. They would be alone in the garage, a space where no one else in the coven dared to tread. The wolf in her soul ached for her mate, and Bella felt a shiver run through her entire body. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Jasper watching her with a curious expression, his gaze flitting back and forth across her face. Swallowing hard, Bella stood up from the table. The wolf within her soul threatened to unleash love and unwavering loyalty, ready to spill out of her every pore right in front of the empath. "Well, I'll see you guys tonight." As the bell rang overhead, Bella jogged back to her table to grab her bag. Jake was already holding it out for her. "So, how did it go before you sent her running for the hills?" The beta grinned, practically bouncing as she spoke. "I'm picking up those dirt bikes from Scruffy's, and Rosalie and I are going to rebuild them." That had been Jacob's idea, one she had lifted from his thoughts while on patrol yesterday. He'd finished the rabbit last week and was now on the lookout for a new project to keep his hands busy whenever he wasn't on patrol or hanging out with the pack. There had been a few options on his mind, but to Bella, the dirt bikes felt like the perfect project to win Rosalie's favor. She had only ever seen Rosalie work on cars, so she hoped that switching to two wheels would provide enough of a challenge to pique her interest, maybe even spark a full conversation or two. For a moment, Jacob's brows furrowed, then he sighed and muttered, "Oh, cool. Have fun with that." Before Bella could ask what was wrong, the younger teen shouldered his own bag and walked past her out of the cafeteria. "So, are we going to talk about it?" "Talk about what?" "Got it, so we're just going to ignore it until it blows up in your face." Bella growled, stepping into Leah's path and forcing the silver wolf to veer away from a thorn bush. "What the hell are you talking about?" Leah huffed and quickened her pace until she was running alongside her beta. "The guys won't do it, so I will." "Bella, you're a bisexual disaster who can't keep her mouth shut for 5 seconds. Also, you're an idiot." "I wasn't that bad." The silver wolf let out a bark of laughter, but she didn't find it all that funny. "You spilled your guts to the pixie vamp in what, 10 minutes? And then you went above and beyond making a fool of yourself in front of Blondie, not once, but twice. She barely looked up from that stupid book of hers the entire day to watch you do it. And who needs a $7,000 purse?" Bella felt her mood sour, which was surprisingly easy to do given the freezing cold storm they were running through. After lunch, Jacob had avoided her for the rest of the day. Once school ended, he decided to phase and run home instead of being crammed back into Beulah. Bella and Leah rode home in silence, picking up patrol once the ancient Chevy was safely parked in the Swan driveway. Leah was confused. "What's the problem?" "We were fine all morning, and then Jake did a complete 180, Rosalie style." Bella huffed, feeling her temper flare. But Leah continued, "You're an idiot, Bella. He was thinking about those dirt bikes as a project for you too. If you weren't so love-drunk on that stupid imprint bond." She sneered at the words, "You would have picked up on that too." Bella ran in stunned, guilty silence for at least a mile. Finally, it seemed Leah took pity on her. The silver wolf slowed to a trot at the base of Lookout Rock. The weathered stone and moss were slick with rain and looked unsafe to climb, but the jutting structure offered temporary cover from the storm. Leah padded over to one of the few dry spots on the ground and plopped down on her haunches. "Remember that one time when Seth was trying to play king of the castle and he fell from the highest spot he could have?" Bella nodded. She remembered all too well. Seth had been 10 at the time, still scrawny for his age but with the biggest dreams. He'd been warned time and time again by both Bella and Leah not to climb to the top. There was a dip in the smooth rock, covered by a patch of moss that made it all too easy to slip. Despite the warning signs, he had climbed up anyway, proclaiming himself the king of the castle. But then his foot slipped, and he plummeted 20 feet onto the hard-packed dirt below. He broke his left arm in 2 places and cried all the way home as Bella, Leah, and Jacob carried him. Sue Clearwater had gone into full mama bear mode, threatening to tend their hides for going to that unsafe pile of rocks, just as she had warned them not to. Luckily, Harry was there to calm her down. He drove Seth to the hospital, where he received a cast that he would wear for 2 months. When he returned home, Bella, Leah, and Jacob marched up to him and bowed. Then Bella pulled out a freshly painted, still wet cardboard crown from behind her back, proclaiming Seth the forever king of the castle. He started crying all over again, with little rivulets of yellow paint dripping into his hair. Sue lost the rest of her anger at that moment and made them all hot chocolate while they raced into the living room to set up a pillow fort, complete with a makeshift throne for Seth, while Harry put on a movie. That was one of Bella's most cherished memories, and she kept a photo of it on her corkboard, a little Polaroid of her, Leah, Jacob with a hot chocolate mustache, and a cardboard crown, yellow-haired Seth passed out in a pile under the pillow fort. Jacob misses those days. More than anything. The hot chocolate mustache? Leah let out a laugh, a genuine one this time. He misses how simple things used to be. Before phasing and the pack. He misses when it was just the four of us, with Seth as the forever king. You're so busy nowadays, Bella, Leah said, her tone turning sad. Between being the beta and now with an imprint, it's easy to forget about anything else. Guilt welled up in Bella's heart at those words. It was true, with the way her life was now, it hardly felt like there was time for anything else. Leah hesitated, searching for the right words. But then she thought about Alice and how she had asked for trust that could only be shown through actions, not just words. A tawny brown wolf approached and nuzzled against Leah's cheek. You're right. I am an idiot. I'll make it up to Jake and Seth too. And for you, how do those cupcakes sound right about now? The silver wolf perked up at the mention of hot, sugary goodness. You just read my mind. No kidding, Lee. Bella laughed, feeling lighter than she had in a week. Chapter 15. Rosalie paced the garage like a caged animal. That was the perfect way to describe how she had felt since her coven returned to Forks. She was like a tiger in a zoo, fine to be watched from behind bars or poked there for the crowd's amusement. The blonde snarled. A tiger was a predator, and they didn't thrive in cages, nor did they enjoy being poked for fun. Lately, Alice, Jasper, Edward, and even Emmett had been keeping a close eye on her, as if she needed any more attention. In her 73 years of existence, Rosalie had grown accustomed to Edward always looking for something to blame her for or argue about. He was the prodigy child, the musician, Carlisle's secret yet entirely obvious favorite. Alice was forever pulling her in 3 different directions with her endless hobbies and energy, but recently, she had taken to simply hovering at the edge of Rosalie's orbit, as if afraid to come too close. Jasper had been looking at her strangely for nearly a year, but after today, Rosalie couldn't shake the nagging feeling that he was piecing together parts of a puzzle she had tried to keep scattered in the farthest corners of her mind. As for Emmett, when he watched her, he just looked sad. Rosalie snarled again. A faint whisper of a breeze brushed against her cheek, and she snapped her head around to see Alice perched on her workbench, swinging her legs back and forth. Didn't you see the sign? Rosalie snapped, pointing to the hand-carved wooden sign above the now-open garage door. It read Rosalie's Sanctuary in elegant cursive, and in smaller, bold text, "No pixies allowed." Alice rolled her eyes. That was supposed to be a gag gift, not a permanent decoration. It's come in handy. Now get out, I'm busy. The pixie-like vampire chuckled, running her hand along the immaculate rack of tools to Rosalie's left. Yeah, busy working a circle into solid concrete. I've been pacing since we got home. Are you nervous? Alice asked, a mischievous glint shining in her honey gold eyes. Rosalie knew that glint always meant trouble. No. Now put that ratcheting wrench back where you found it. Alice pouted, spinning the wrench one more time in her hands before setting her latest fidget toy back on the rack. Her feet continued to swing back and forth over the edge of the workbench. Rosalie pursed her lips. Alice was usually twitchy, always needing some kind of outside stimulus to center herself or keep her hands busy. While her boundless energy often got on Rosalie's nerves, today, the blonde vampire sensed something different, a restlessness in her sister that went beyond her usual hyperactivity. What do you want? Rosalie asked. Alice froze for exactly 3 milliseconds, enough time for Rosalie to notice, before she hopped off the workbench. The blonde vampire subtly shifted to her right, trying to block the view of the rolling table behind her. On the top and bottom shelves sat stacks of dirt bike and motorcycle manuals that Rosalie had pulled out of her tool closet the moment she got home. She couldn't quite explain why she had gotten them out when she didn't want Bella coming to her sanctuary in the first place. But Alice noticed them anyway, tilting her head with a small smile. You don't have to be nervous. Everything is going to work out, she said, pausing to rock back and forth on her heels. I think. Rosalie folded her arms, baring her teeth. Is that my sister talking, or the seeress? The pixie-like vampire shook her head sadly. Both, Rose. It's going to work out, one way or another. You don't have to be nervous. Great. Thanks for the cryptic help, Delphi. Can you please get out? I need to tear something apart. Alice sighed and walked toward the garage door. Just give Bella a chance, Rose. She deserves that much. With a faint click, she closed the door behind her. Rosalie wished she had slammed the door instead. Anything to show she was upset, not just disappointed. With a growl, the blonde vampire shifted her focus to her latest project. The 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air was meant to be electric blue, but time had taken its toll, leaving rust patches across the body and roof, and even eating away at the cab near the passenger side. This car held a special place in Rosalie's heart since the day it hit the market, and now it had been left to rot in a junkyard for over 20 years. Rosalie enjoyed taking on new projects every year or so, but she knew she had to pace herself to truly appreciate them. If she wanted, she could find every single part that needed replacing, fix the dents with her bare hands, and have it running as if it had just rolled off the factory line in less than a month. But she hated doing that. When she worked on a car, the outside world and all its noise simply faded away. She could forget who she was, even if just for a little while, and that made every car special to her. Today, Rosalie was focused on the suspension, which was practically non-existent. The Bel Air was already jacked up, and she pulled her hair into a ponytail before settling onto her creeper chair and sliding beneath the car. She wasn't sure how long she had been down there, assessing the damage and removing parts as she went, when she felt a tap against her foot. There were only 2 vampires in the coven who dared to interrupt her while she was working without fearing her wrath. She could hear Esme bustling around in the kitchen, cooking up a storm for Bella, so when she rolled herself out from under the car, she was already scowling. "I'm busy," she said. Emmett's usually sunny demeanor was dimmed by the heavy furrow of his brow and the frown on his lips. Rosalie was the only one in the coven who could put that expression on his face, and the thought thawed her icy attitude just a bit. "Sorry, what's wrong, Em?" she asked. "She deserves to know," he replied. Rosalie felt the frost return, allowing the cold mask to settle back on her features. Rosalie carefully slipped the part back into place, a task she knew all too well. Edward had promised never to discuss it in front of their coven. Even a hint of a secret was never safe with him within a mile. "We've talked about this. I'm free to make my own choices," she asserted. "Have you ever stopped to think that they might be the wrong ones, Rose?" Emmett asked, concern evident in his voice. Rosalie felt a surge of frustration. She hated the secrets, the heaviness pressing on her chest that had only intensified over the past week. She despised fate and its cruelty. Most of all, she loathed the disappointment she saw reflected in her best friend's eyes. "I still believe they're the right choices. I haven't changed my mind, and I'm not going to. Can you please just drop it?" She struggled to keep the pleading tone out of her voice, but Emmett sighed and folded his arms over his broad chest. A flicker of his usual warmth returned as he quirked his lips. "You're right, they're your choices. And as your best friend and favorite brother, it's my job to support you." He paused, lowering his voice to a whisper meant only for her. "But she's still your—" "I need to keep working on the car," Rosalie interrupted, her eyes pleading with him to let it go. There were too many ears and too many powers in the house for this conversation right now. When she had confided in him months ago, she had felt helpless, lost, and scared. Rosalie hadn't known what to do, and Emmett had been the only one she could trust. Since that moment of vulnerability, she had rebuilt her defenses, making them thicker and colder than ever before, with only Emmett granted access through a side door. He had been her best friend since the day she saved his life, the only person in the world she trusted with every part of herself, the good and the bad, and he knew that. Emmett sighed again but let the topic drop. "Do you need any help?" he offered. Rosalie smiled at the familiar question, rolling back under the car. "No thanks, bear man. You'll just end up breaking something," protested softly before sliding under the car to lay beside her. His broad shoulders and barrel chest made it a tight fit, but Emmett just smiled. "I can be good help, boss, honest. You want to let all this raw talent go to waste?" Rosalie rolled her eyes as she broke the torque on a particularly rusted bolt, eyeing it with distaste. You can help if you tell me what this is called. That's a screw. Come on, Rosie, give me a challenge. Sorry, but you're never going to live out your mechanic dreams. Emmett chuckled, and they fell back into their comfortable banter while Rosalie worked. When he finally rolled out from beneath the car and left, Rosalie felt some of the weight on her chest lift. One way or another, even if he was upset with her, she'd always have Emmett. She continued working on the Bel Air until someone impatiently cleared their throat at her feet. With a growl, Rosalie was forced to roll out from beneath the car again. Edward stood there with a frown, his copper hair perfectly styled, and his dark gold eyes narrowing at the sight of her. Can't you read? Rosalie snapped, pointing to the sign above the garage door. Beneath the words, "No pixies allowed," in even smaller letters, it read, "No broody mind readers either." Edward rolled his eyes. First of all, I'm not broody, I'm introspective. Secondly, I prefer the term telepathist. Lastly, that sign is stupid. We all use the garage, you can't just bar the rest of the coven from it. You're right, I can't keep the rest of the coven out. I just bar you and Alice from it to save me from moments like this, where you intrude on my peace and quiet. With that, Rosalie rolled back beneath the car, determined to continue her work. She was already thinking about the parts she needed to order and how long it would take for them to arrive when she heard Edward walk away. The blonde tuned him out as she focused on her task. Edward's voice cut through the air, sending a chill down Rosalie's spine. Why do you have dirt bike manuals out? Still lying beneath the Bel Air, Rosalie forced herself to focus on her work. I figured I'd need them when Bella brings those hunks of junk over later. You hate Bella. You have since the moment I brought her home. What makes you want to play nice with her now? Edward's tone was defensive, tinged with anger. I'm not playing nice. She ruined a perfectly good Chanel purse, and now she wants to pay me back for it. End of story. She ignored the shuffling noise to her left until her creeper chair was abruptly yanked from beneath the car. Edward's eyes darkened, a hint of a sneer curling his lip. You could have bought 100 brand new ones and not felt it. So I'll ask again, why are you being so nice to her all of a sudden? It isn't like you at all. Rosalie sprang to her feet, her temper flaring as she faced her brother. Not like me at all? Just like my own brother falling in love with a human, risking the safety of her and his entire family, before abandoning her the moment things got tough? I may be an ice queen, but at least I own up to it. The moment we got back, you went straight to Bella's house and expected everything to be the same. But you. This has nothing to do with me. You got us into this mess, Edward. You put our family in danger, and nobody batted an eye. You nearly destroyed that girl, and then you had the nerve to beg for her forgiveness as if she would ever give it to you in her right mind. Rosalie felt her iron control beginning to slip, but she didn't care. It was his fault for bringing Bella into their lives, into her life. Edward's eyes flicked back and forth, a tell she recognized all too well. He was trying to read her. You're hiding something, Rosalie thought. I'm hiding how close I am to ripping your arms off and throwing them over a cliff. Now get out. Edward opened his mouth to argue, but Esme appeared in the garage doorway, her lips pursed at the sight of her 2 children. Edward, that's enough. Bella should be here in an hour, and I don't want the first thing she hears to be you two going at it like alley cats. Edward growled under his breath, shooting one last glare at Rosalie before walking past Esme and leaving. Esme turned to her oldest daughter, her smile filled with motherly warmth and concern, making Rosalie look away. I'm glad you're giving her a chance, Rose. She really is a wonderful girl, and I think she'll be good for you. Before Rosalie could ask what she meant, Esme was already gone. Rosalie stood there for several moments, feeling the fight drain out of her. She slumped down at her workbench, struggling to wrap her head around the way her coven had begun to act around her. It was driving her crazy, like a tiger in a cage, perfectly fine to be watched through the bars or poked at for the amusement of the crowd. Chapter 16. The storm seemed to be passing as Bella finished icing a dozen of her homemade cupcakes. She had been trying to draw a wolf howling at the moon, but it mostly resembled a strange fish caught on a hook. Luckily, they would taste good whether they looked awful or not. Leah proved that by shoving 3 of them down in rapid succession, ending up with blue icing smeared across her chin. The older girl leaned back with a contented sigh, but her eyes were already on the rest of the cupcakes still cooling on the rack. "Nope, the rest gets split between you and Seth," Bella said firmly. Leah pouted, folding her arms from her spot on the kitchen counter, a look Bella hadn't seen her use in years. "Stupid baby brother, stealing my hard-earned food, always gotta share." Bella rolled her eyes, pulling Leah into a hug before leaning back to wipe the frosting off her chin. "Let's all do something this weekend, just the 4 of us, like old times." Leah hopped off the counter, rolling her shoulders and making an obvious grab for another cupcake, which Bella quickly swatted her away from. "Can't this weekend. I'm double booked Saturday and Seth's busy on Sunday." "What about next weekend?" Leah asked. "Bella, you make the patrol schedule. You know we're all booked almost every day. The 4 of us can't really do anything like old times." Bella huffed and turned away, thinking it over for a moment before an idea struck her. She faced Leah again, excitement bubbling up. "Pack party." Leah looked skeptical, with fresh blue icing smudged on her lips. "We definitely can't do that. What's her face, the ginger, is still out there somewhere. Sam won't let anyone have a day off until she's dead." Bella barely heard her, already beginning to pace. "No, listen. It won't exactly be a day off, but we could set up a cookout at Emily's, have a wrestling contest with a real day off as a prize, bring in a ton of alcohol, and run movies all night. That way, everybody has a chance to come, eat, and have fun." "Relax, Leah. We've been running ourselves into the ground for months. I know the wolf keeps us going, but we're getting close to burnout here. I can convince Sam." The older girl still looked skeptical, but Bella could see her considering the idea. "So, like, a day-long party?" "Exactly." Leah snorted. "I think you'll need to convince Emily before Sam. She'll cook one of us on the grill if we break one more piece of furniture." Bella rolled her eyes. "I'm Mom's favorite, I've got this." She turned and started loading the remaining cupcakes, 8 instead of the 9 that should have been left, much to Leah's dismay. "Here, and tell Harry I said paws off." I could smell his blood sugar going all over the place at the meeting. Leah took the container and headed toward the back door. A wolf carrying a container of cupcakes in its mouth would be an odd sight in the woods, but Bella was headed in the opposite direction of La Push after she haggled the dirt bikes out of Old Man Scruffy's hands. Leah hesitated when she opened the door, glancing back at Bella. "You're one of my best friends, Bells. We've been through hell and back together, and I don't know what I'd do if something ever happened to you. Just, be careful with the leeches, okay? The Cullens. I got on Alice for calling us dogs, and I'll get on you for calling them leeches. You're one of my best friends too, Lee, but they're still a part of my life. Well, some of them, and Rosalie is part of the coven." Leah looked ready to argue but then sighed. "Wolves and vamps don't mix, that's the way it's always been. Does disco ballers work better? Or walking talking mosquitoes? How about Fawn Gang?" Bella snorted and rolled her eyes. "Baby steps. Get home safe, and I meant what I said about Harry." Once Leah left, Bella headed upstairs to change. Mooney's had just received a new shipment the week before, most likely from Cowboys R Us. Not that Bella was complaining, the salespeople were always friendly. Bella always appreciated how the clothes fit her new musculature, especially since they were affordable. Today, she chose a pair of bootcut jeans with minimal rhinestones on the back pockets, a baggy gray button-up shirt that she tucked in and rolled the sleeves up, and topped it off with a black NFR hat. She gathered her hair into a loose bun at the nape of her neck and slipped on her latest pair of second-hand boots. After giving herself a quick glance in the mirror and nodding in approval, Bella headed out to her truck. When she arrived at the junkyard, she found Scruffy already in a sour mood. Scruffy wasn't his real name, and Bella didn't even know what it was. The place was called Scruffy's Chunkies, but everyone on the reservation simply referred to the owner by that nickname. He sat on the front porch of his small house, which served as the guard post and entrance to the lot, smoking a pipe. Scruffy had owned the junkyard for as long as Bella could remember. As a kid, she, Leah, Jacob, and Seth had often dared each other to sneak in and see who could hide the longest without getting caught. Despite his ancient appearance and blindness in one eye, Scruffy had the keen sight of a hawk and the nose of a bloodhound. None of them ever lasted more than 10 minutes before he chased them off. As Bella parked her truck and walked up to the house, Scruffy hawked a glob of phlegm. He was Quillut, with wrinkled coppery skin and wispy white hair, his thin frame swathed in a loose jacket and covered by a hand-woven blanket draped across his lap. He regarded Bella with his single dark eye, the rocking chair beneath him creaking with each movement. "Didn't figure you'd show, girly," Scruffy said, letting out a rusty chuckle. "After I ran off Billy Black's boy, I thought I'd get to keep my peace and quiet. He never was too brave. But you? You've had that look about you since the first time you tried to sneak onto my property." Bella felt a blush creep up her neck as she let out an amused sigh. Bella cleared her throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I'm here about some dirt bikes you've got in the back of the lot. Any chance you'd be willing to sell them?" She had saved up around $300 from a year of Charlie's allowances and odd jobs she could pick up between patrols. It wasn't enough for a new Chanel purse, but it was a good excuse to use in front of her imprint, Rosalie. She wasn't sure how well she could haggle with someone like Scruffy, but she was willing to take a risk if it meant spending time with Rosalie. Scruffy took a long drag from his pipe, blowing the smoke out slowly. Bella nearly recoiled from the horrid scent but stood her ground, gritting her teeth. "Sell them? Now why would I do that to the great-granddaughter of Ephraim Black?" Bella felt her hackles raise, barely suppressing a growl. Many of the older Quilluts still looked down on her heritage, and hearing it thrown back at her so blatantly had the wolf within her itching to break free. She glared at Scruffy for a moment, but then, unexpectedly, he let out a bark of laughter. "There's that black fire. Spirits know the boy didn't get enough of it." He shook his head, flashing her a gap-toothed grin. "I won't sell them to you, girly. You can take them. Consider it a gift." The sudden shift in his demeanor caught Bella off guard. "I thought you hated us for all the stupid stuff we did when we were kids. I have money, I can pay for them." Scruffy chuckled. "You certainly didn't make things any easier on me, girly. But you lot kept my golden years interesting." He fumbled for his cane, a polished length of oak with hand-carved depictions of wolves running along its length, and hoisted himself to his feet. For a man who had to be at least 90, Scruffy stood only a bit shorter than Bella. Bella said, "You can pull the truck through and take them. I don't know how salvageable they are, but I get the feeling you're looking for a challenge." With that, the old man shuffled into his house, letting the doors shut behind him with a faint click. Bella wasn't quite sure what to think of Scruffy, but she wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. She climbed back into her truck and drove it into the yard until she reached the dirt bikes, which lay rotting beneath a tarp and half of a Buick. Glancing over her shoulder to make sure Scruffy wasn't around, Bella braced her hands beneath the Buick and tossed it aside as if it weighed nothing. One of the bikes looked mangled almost beyond repair, but the others seemed to have mostly cosmetic damage, aside from the missing front tire. She tossed the bikes into Buela's bed and closed the tailgate behind them. As she pulled out of the junkyard and back onto the highway, Bella couldn't shake the nagging feeling in the back of her mind that someone was watching her. Shaking it off, she drummed her fingers on the steering wheel as she drove. It wasn't the first time she'd been to the Cullens mansion since they had left, given that it was on the old patrol route, but now the entire coven would be there. A pit of anxiety yawned in her belly, and Bella didn't try to fight the tremors that shook her body. The wolf in her soul was running hot and cold, excited to see her imprint while dreading the thought of being surrounded by an entire coven of vampires. When Bella arrived at the mansion, the sight of it made her heart hammer in her chest. Nearly every light was on, and she could hear each member of the coven moving around and talking to one another, adding a sense of life and fullness to a place she had grown accustomed to seeing as cold and empty for almost a year. Taking a deep breath to settle her nerves, Bella killed the engine and stepped out just in time to hear heavy, rapid footsteps approaching from behind. "Bella!" Emmett shouted, skidding to a stop just 2 feet away from her, sending gravel flying. A broad grin lit up his already cheerful face, his golden eyes sparkling with joy. Bella half expected him to scoop her up in a bear hug, but the burly vampire respected her space. Noticing her confusion, Emmett chuckled. "Don't worry, I know you've got boundaries. I'm not going to push them, especially not after that performance in gym class. You completely mopped the floor with us." Bella felt some of the tension in her shoulders melt away. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Emmett, who, despite his size, returned the hug so gently it almost hurt. "Thank you, Em," she said softly. He let go and scratched the back of his head. "No need to thank me. It's just common courtesy to respect people. Now, how do those dirt bikes look?" Emmett glanced over at the truck bed and let out a low whistle. "Well, Rose always likes a challenge. Are you sure those can even be fixed?" Bella shrugged. "No idea. I'm not a mechanic. Jake seemed to think they could be, so that's good enough for me. Do you mind getting them down?" As Emmett began unloading the bikes and leaning them against the truck, the enticing scent of Earl Grey tea and lilacs filled Bella's lungs. The unacknowledged imprint bond pulsed through her, enveloping her skin like a layer of burning frost that only thawed in Rosalie's presence. "Oh joy, you brought scrap metal," Rosalie said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Bella turned to respond, but the words caught in her throat. Rosalie stood before her in a snug black tank top, loose jeans, and grime-stained work boots. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, highlighting the elegant curve of her neck. Smudges of grease marked her cheek and throat, and she was wiping more off her hands with a faded blue rag. In other words, she looked effortlessly stunning. Bella couldn't help but admire Rosalie, who looked so beautiful that it made her heart race. After a brief, awkward pause where Rosalie raised an eyebrow while still eyeing the bikes, Bella regained her composure and gestured toward them with a dramatic flourish. 2 profitable dirt bike projects, as promised. "Come on, Rose, you love a mechanical challenge," Emmett chimed in, leaning against a bike missing its front tire. As he did, a piece of the engine clattered to the ground. He winced. "You love a mechanical cry for help?" Rosalie let out a sigh through her nose, casting a glance in Bella's direction before looking away, crossing her arms over her chest. $7,000 seems like a stretch to profit, even if I can get these things running. "If we can get them running," Bella corrected, feeling a buzz of energy at the distance between herself and her imprint. Friends have cool montages of fixing up lemons with cheesy 90s music in the background. "And we're friends, right?" The blonde scoffed. "Friends don't ruin expensive and well-loved purses. Friends don't apologize for things they don't feel either." Rosalie growled softly, an aggressive, almost animalistic sound that sent a shiver down Bella's spine. "Emmett, will you put the bikes in the garage? I'm going to get changed." Before Emmett could even respond, Rosalie blurred away, moving faster than Bella's eyes could follow, disappearing back into the house. Emmett and Bella stood in stunned silence for a moment, then he burst out laughing. The familiar, booming sound eased the pounding in Bella's heart. "You sure know how to handle Rose. I'm not even sure Esme could reroute an argument that fast." Bella blushed. "It's not handling. I just meet her ice with my fire. It's got to melt eventually, right?" Emmett's expression sobered immediately, the warmth fading as he glanced up at the second floor of the house, toward Rosalie's bedroom. "I hope so, Bella. Come on, let's get these projects into the garage before the family meeting." "Carlisle should be home any minute," Emmett said, hefting both bikes onto his shoulders and marching toward the garage. Bella hesitated, feeling a blush creep across her cheeks as her sharp ears picked up the sound of fabric being pulled from Rosalie's bedroom. Shaking her head, she jogged after Emmett as he punched in the code to open the outer door of the garage. "Whoa. Bella had been in the garage a few times before the Cullens left, but on those occasions, she mostly just watched Rosalie work or asked questions that earned her one-word answers. She recognized Emmett's Jeep, Edward's Volvo, and Rosalie's BMW, but the canary yellow Porsche 911 and the gutted Bel Air on Jack's were new to her. Emmett set the bikes down in the corner of the garage, and when he noticed Bella gawking, he grinned. "Alice's new toy," he said, pointing to the Porsche, then nodding at the Bel Air. "Rose's latest project. It still blows my mind how much money you all have. Seriously, it can't all be legit, right?" Bella asked, running her hand along the cab of the Bel Air, realizing this was the beast that had transformed Rosalie into a gorgeous grease monkey. "Don't touch that." Bella nearly jumped out of her skin when Rosalie appeared in the garage doorway, leaning against the frame with her arms crossed. Her topaz eyes darkened at the sight of Bella's hand on her car, prompting Bella to jerk her hand back as if the metal had burned her. Rosalie was wearing the powder blue sweater again, now paired with cream-colored slacks and leather flats. The sight of the sweater sent Bella back to the night just a week ago, the moment she'd imprinted on Rosalie. Unconsciously, she took a step closer to the blonde, as if entranced, the wolf in her soul yearning for acknowledgement from her mate, but Rosalie turned away. Bella turned away and walked back into the hallway. Over her shoulder, she said, "Carlisle is home, the family meeting is about to start." Bella glanced at Emmett, swallowing hard. "You'll keep the maiming to a minimum, right?" The burly vampire frowned as he watched Rosalie walk away, then shifted his attention to Bella. For a moment, his expression was unreadable, but then he smiled. "Scout's honor. Come on, everyone's waiting." Bella lingered in the garage for a few moments after Emmett left, taking in all the cars and the two scrapped dirt bikes. She had a decision to make. She had already spoken with Sam and received the Alpha's reluctant permission to tell the Cullens about her place in the pack. It was just a matter of when she wanted to share that with them. She didn't trust the Coven the way she once did, but being around them again brought back memories of how good it felt to be part of their family. There was still a significant distance between her and the Cullens, but she hoped that, with time, both sides could build bridges to reconnect. If the Coven was honest and took responsibility for their past actions and the pain they had caused her, she could be honest too. Taking a deep breath and squaring her shoulders, Bella headed into the house, sending a silent prayer to every spirit that would listen, hoping to keep both of her families, the pack and the Cullens. Chapter 17. When Bella walked into the living room, the entire Coven was there, waiting for her. They painted a picturesque, if somewhat unnerving, scene. Jasper leaned against the fireplace, while Alice perched on the arm of a chair to his left, her hands fidgeting in her lap. Esme sat on the couch, with Carlisle standing behind her, a reassuring hand resting on her shoulder. Emmett was cross-legged on the floor, and Edward lounged against the bottom half of the staircase leading to the second floor. Meanwhile, Rosalie stood as far from the group as possible, leaning against the bookshelf on the back wall, gazing out into the misty woods beyond the mansion through the bay windows. The delicious aroma of cooking meat wafted in from the kitchen, almost strong enough to mask the sickly sweet scent of bleach that threatened to make Bella gag, so concentrated was it in that one room. Amid the blood roaring in her ears, Bella could hear soft piano music playing from speakers scattered throughout the room. The melody clicked into place in her mind, and she barely managed to keep the snarl from her voice as she turned to Edward. "Turn that off right now before I walk out of here." For a moment, none of the Coven moved. They stood frozen, statuesque and utterly still. In the blink of an eye, Edward vanished and reappeared on the stairs, having turned off the music. Yet, the echoes of her lullaby still rang in Bella's ears. "I'm sorry, Bella. I just thought you'd enjoy hearing." Bella raised a hand to stop the copper-haired vampire. She took a deep, centering breath before exhaling slowly. "No, this is what I meant at school today. I already told you that I didn't know if I could ever forgive you, and that hasn't changed in the last 3 hours." Edward's brows furrowed as he stood and closed the distance between them, now only a foot apart. Bella instinctively stepped back, feeling her arms tremble at his proximity. He reached out a hand, as if to place it on her shoulder. "But I made that for you. It was a gift. I know I made mistakes, and I'm willing to work to earn your forgiveness. I thought hearing it would help you relax. If you'd prefer, I've even bought a bed so you can rest in my room when you feel overwhelmed like this. Gah. Bella threw her hands up, taking another step back. This is exactly what my boundaries are for. It's why I established them in the first place. You're always making decisions for me or for my own good, without asking what I want or what I think. Her outburst stirred various reactions throughout the coven, but now that she had started, it felt as if the dam built up over 8 months had burst. Anger, depression, anxiety, fear, resentment, and hate burned like red-hot iron beneath her skin. She was done trying to fit herself into a neat little box for other people's benefit. The beta felt her entire body start trembling as she continued, flashing her teeth at Edward. I loved you. I thought you would be my forever. You promised me you would, and then what did you do to me, time and time again? The copper-haired vampire opened his mouth to reply, but Bella cut him off. You hurt me. You dangled the idea of becoming a vampire in front of me like a dog with a bone, always just out of reach. You made decisions for me, abandoned me, treated me like a piece of fine china that would break at the slightest breeze, and you took away the people I considered my family, Edward. I told you, over and over, that I wasn't afraid of you, that I loved you, but you always spouted that holier-than-thou nonsense about my soul and my purity. Well, look where that got us. Now we both get to be monsters. Edward opened his mouth to speak again, but Bella held up a hand. I'm still not finished. I said that maybe, just maybe, we could be friends someday, but you keep proving to me that you won't even put in a token effort to change your behavior. Everything I said doesn't even scratch the surface of what you put me through, Edward, and from where I'm standing, you don't even care. The beta took a deep breath, releasing it slowly as she glanced at the rest of the coven. Jasper's brows were furrowed, absorbing the weight of her fury, and Bella felt a pang of regret for putting him in that position. She had always liked Jasper and never intended to cause him any strain. Beside him, Alice seemed momentarily lost in thought before snapping back to reality. She exchanged a glance with Rosalie, shaking her head slightly. Emmett, on the other hand, was giving Bella an enthusiastic thumbs up, a wide grin plastered across his face. Carlyle wore a somber expression, his thumb gently tracing soothing circles along Esme's collarbone. Esme looked back and forth between Bella and Edward, her eyes filled with motherly concern. Meanwhile, Rosalie glared at Edward, her golden eyes darkening at the edges. Whatever thoughts were racing through her mind made the copper-haired vampire growl under his breath, returning the glare. Bella could already feel her resolve beginning to wane, but she pressed on, addressing the entire coven. The night you all left, something happened to me. It was always in my blood, but being abandoned, left with barely a goodbye, well, it triggered it. She glanced toward Rosalie, but the blonde had turned away from Edward, staring out over the woods. The constant avoidance from her imprint stung more than anything else, but Bella steeled herself. I phased for the first time that night, and I've been a part of the Quillud pack ever since. Silence enveloped the room, thick and oppressive, until Edward's gaze snapped toward Alice. You knew? And you said nothing? The pixie-like vampire shifted uncomfortably under the weight of the coven's scrutiny as all eyes turned to her. I made a promise to a friend, and I wasn't going to break it. Bella felt a warmth spread in her heart at that declaration. For a vampire to change their nature was like a boulder eroding down to a pebble. It wasn't impossible, but it required immense effort. It took a long time and a lot of effort, but Alice was already showing her commitment to being Bella's friend again through her actions, not just words. From his spot on the floor, Emmett let out a booming laugh that broke the last remnants of the oppressive silence. That's why you're so good at volleyball now. No offense, but you used to be a danger to yourself on flat surfaces. Bella flashed him a grin, her earlier tremor subsiding. Well, now I'm only a danger to cocky vampires who pick fights they can't win, she retorted, a playful challenge sparking in her eyes. The wolf in her still yearned for a match, just like he had challenged her to a week ago. Carlyle spoke next, his tone curious yet warm. How did you become a shifter? From what I understand, the only Quilut who inherit the gene are certain bloodlines in males. My great-grandfather was Ephraim Black, just like Jacob, but with different grandmothers. I inherited the gene from him. Leah Clearwater also phased a few months after I did. We're the first female shifters in the tribe's history, Bella explained, watching as Carlisle's topaz eyes brightened with interest. Incredible. I'd been wondering how an 18-year-old like you suddenly went through a second growth spurt. What is it like? What other changes have occurred? How do you feel? His voice grew more excited, his years of medical experience and curiosity bubbling to the surface. Bella shifted on her feet, feeling a mix of being put on the spot and a bit embarrassed. The first phase was horrible, but it's gotten a lot easier to deal with the pain after doing it for so long. All of my senses are enhanced, I run hotter than a human, and I can eat enough food to feed a small army. Honestly, I feel amazing, both like this and as a wolf. Carlisle looked like he wanted to grab a notepad and start taking notes, but Esme placed a gentle hand on his arm. Darling, she isn't a lab rat, she reminded him, her tone warm yet firm. Esme smiled at Bella. When the meeting is over, I've prepared plenty of food for you to take home as leftovers for Charlie. For now, I want to speak not just for myself, but for all of us, when I say how sorry I am for what we did, Bella. You have every right to hate us, to mistrust us, and to wish for nothing more than closure from our family. We made a decision that impacted your life and your future without your consent, and we were wrong in every sense. I hope that one day you can see us as family again, but I understand that it may be a long way off, if you ever choose to do so. Bella felt tears prick at her eyes, overwhelmed by the warmth and motherly love in Esme's voice. Worried that her voice would crack if she tried to respond, the beta simply nodded in acceptance. Your scar is gone, Jasper said, his gaze focused on the smooth skin of Bella's right forearm, where her sleeves had been rolled up. Bella couldn't quite decipher the look on the blonde vampire's face, but she could almost sense sadness emanating from him. For the first time, with her newly enhanced sight, she noticed the bite-mark scars lining his arms, neck, and exposed collarbone. They varied in size and depth, each carrying the silvery sheen that marked them as vampire bites. The sight sent a chill down her spine, and she replied, "Wolf healing. It didn't take kindly to any bit of vampire in my system. After my first phase, it healed." Edward was also looking at the spot where the bite mark used to be, and Bella could read his expression clearly, guilt and despair. I did this to you. My actions forced you to become one of those res dogs. A series of hisses and growls filled the living room, the loudest coming from Bella herself. She whirled on Edward, baring her teeth, her eyes turning a burning gold as the wolf within her surged to the surface. Enough. I gave you chances to prove you could change, and you threw them away. Away. The pack is my family, and I won't stand here and let them be degraded for something none of us had any say in. Edward opened his mouth to respond, but Bella wasn't done. Get out. Go hunt and don't come back until you can pull your head out of your ass. Her words were rich with a timbre that carried a sense of compulsion and command. The copper-haired vampire blinked, momentarily dazed, before shaking his head and glancing at Carlisle. The head of the coven wore a mask of disappointment. Go, son. I won't have any member of this family disrespected. I think it's best you take some time to repent. With his head hanging low, Edward blurred out of the living room and through the front door into the woods. Once he was gone, all eyes turned to Bella. The beta could almost hear the unspoken question hanging in the air, but she didn't want to answer it. Instead, she looked over at Carlisle and offered a weak grin. I think I'm good with the family meetings from now on. Carlisle shook his head. I apologize, Bella. I raised my son to be a better man than this, but he has his own actions to answer for. You never received my apology for making the final vote in our leaving Forks. I am truly sorry for the hardships and trauma that I, along with our family, have put you through. I know simple words aren't enough to fix what has been broken. I made a decision I thought was best and safest for my family and for you, but in the end, the past always catches up when you least expect it. Though you and the pack can defend yourselves, Victoria is clever. She won't be an easy target, nor will she ever give up on her goal of revenge. Our mistake in letting her live needs to be rectified if we ever stand a chance of healing." The doctor grimaced at the thought of taking a life, but Bella could tell he had steeled himself to the reality of their situation long before the coven returned to Forks. "Thank you, Carlisle. I might still blame. I understand, just a little bit. I know you were trying to protect your family. I don't know what I would have done if the pack were in danger. Speaking of Victoria, we've been hunting her down for months, but she hasn't returned to our territory in weeks." Jasper spoke next. "Alice has been keeping an eye on her, but it's like trying to catch a ghost. She never makes concrete decisions, always jumping back and forth between a dozen of them at a time. When she came to La Plush, where was she headed? My house. Or at least, she was trying to. Before you all came back, the pack was patrolling Forks as well as La Plush. We never let her get within 3 miles. The first night she arrived, I was part of the group that found her. She was in La Plush, probably because that's where my scent is strongest. We chased her over the cliffs at First Beach, but when she saw me, I don't think she recognized me. If she's hunting me by scent alone, she's still tracking a human." Her revelation seemed to trouble the coven, who exchanged uneasy and angry glances. "We will continue to run our own patrols, and Alice will do what she can to monitor Victoria's decisions," Carlisle said, gripping Esme's shoulder. "For now, all we can do is remain vigilant, both our coven and the pack." A few muttered agreements followed Carlisle's words as he nodded at Bella. "Your safety is the reason we returned. You don't have to accept our help, but know that Victoria will stop at nothing to achieve her goal. If the pack agrees, we would offer them the same." Bella considered the idea. On one hand, she knew how burdensome it would be for the pack to have another group protecting them from red-eyed threats. On the other hand, this group was a coven of vampires. She didn't have much hope for any sort of alliance, so she shrugged. "I'll talk to Sam, but only the Alpha can make the final decisions for the pack. Even if we don't work together, we both have the same goal. For now, that is the best we can do." Family meeting adjourned. With that, the coven dispersed. Alice, Emmett, and Jasper headed upstairs, while Rosalie slipped out to the garage without sparing Bella a glance. Carlisle grabbed his briefcase and made his way toward his office at the end of the hall. Soon, it was just Esme and Bella left in the living room. Esme stood up, brushing off invisible dust from her jeans. "How about some dinner before you go work on those bikes with Rose?" "Please, I'm starving." "I'm just skin and bones over here," Bella replied. Esme laughed, her voice warm and sweet like honey. "I'll make you a plate. You can eat at the island table if you'd like." As Esme walked into the kitchen, Bella followed closely behind. The sight that greeted her nearly took her breath away. The kitchen counters were filled with an impressive spread: steaks with peppers, steaming bread rolls, a large bowl of salad, and a tray of brownies. Esme quickly plated some of each and slid the dishes over to Bella. Bella had always had good table manners. After all, Renee and Charlie had drilled them into her since she could hold a fork. But right now, she hadn't eaten in hours, and she dove into her food like a wolf. Each bite tasted so delicious it almost hurt, and it wasn't until she had polished off her plate that she realized she probably looked a bit wild. I'm really sorry about that," she said, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her voice. "The food was amazing, Esme. I didn't mean to go at it like that." Esme's golden eyes widened as she looked at Bella, then she burst into laughter again. "Dear, don't apologize. I enjoy cooking, and none of my other kids eat anything but deer, elk, mountain lion, or bear. Please, whenever you come over, I'll make you as much as you want, and I'll pack some to-go containers for Charlie." Bella felt warmth flush her cheeks, not just from Esme's motherly demeanor, but because she understood how much Charlie meant to her. Before she could respond, a snarl echoed down the hallway. The beta sprang to her feet, ready to phase at a moment's notice to protect her imprint. But as she stepped into the garage, she found Rosalie alone, crouched down and hitting one of the dirt bikes with a wrench. Stupid hunk of junk, spraying oil all over the place. Rosalie paused, her body going still as Bella's scent wafted into the air. The beta entered the garage cautiously. I can leave you two alone if you want. Lovers quarrel, I understand. Rosalie let out a breath and stood, turning to face Bella. Her hair, face, and chest were splattered with oil, some still dripping from the snarl that curled her lip. The beta tried to hold back her laughter, but it burst forth uncontrollably. She doubled over, struggling to catch her breath, and when she caught sight of the stunned expression on Bella's face, it only made her laugh harder. Eventually, she calmed down enough to look at Bella, noticing that the downward curl of Bella's lip had just barely turned upward. I'm sorry. I haven't laughed like that in a while. I just didn't realize that dirt bikes and I have a thing for getting you wet, on accident. As soon as the words left her mouth, Bella mentally smacked herself. Foot, meat mouth. Not in a bad way. I mean, in a good way, no, crap. I suck at this. Spirits, I'll just shut up. I'm so sorry. Rosalie stood frozen for a moment, several emotions flitting across her features before a familiar cold mask slid over them. She turned away, reaching for a rag on her workbench to wipe off the muck. Grab those manuals off the rolling table. You said we were going to fix them, so I'm not doing all the work and getting oil sprayed all over me again. Taking the hint, Bella went to grab the manuals but paused, calling out, Hey can you steal Edward's iPod and stereo speaker for me? In less than 5 seconds, the burly vampire appeared with both in hand. Rosalie plugged in the speaker, handed Bella the iPod, winked at her, and slipped back out the door. Bella scrolled through the playlists until she found the song she wanted. As Hold On by Wilson Phillips began to fill the garage, she felt the lyrics resonate with her. I know there's pain. Why do you lock yourself up in these chains? No one can change your life except for you. Don't ever let anyone step all over you. Just open your heart and your mind. Is it really fair to feel this way inside? Satisfied, Bella set the iPod on the stereo speaker and grabbed the dirt bike manuals. To her, the manuals looked as easy to decipher as Russian. Out of the corner of her eye, she watched Rosalie pull out 2 dirt bike stands, hefting each piece of scrap metal up, one in each hand, before setting them down. Most of the oil had been wiped off her face and chest, but her blonde hair still glistened in spots. The sight made Bella's heart race, quicker than she thought possible. Rosalie's scent filled the garage, dizzying and exhilarating her all at once. If Rosalie sensed her struggle, she gave no indication. Do you want a ground-up rebuild or just cosmetic repairs and tire replacements? Bella grinned, placing the manual back down as she moved to stand beside Rosalie. Rosalie shifted on her feet but didn't move away as Bella cocked her hip and rested a hand on her chin, studying the projects. They should have names to make it easier to know which is which. They're machines, not puppies. They don't need names. We're rebuilding them together, they deserve names because they're ours. No, we're rebuilding them so you can sell them to pay back the purse you ruined. We aren't keeping them. Semantics. Please, Rose. Bella barely held her wolf in check, clamping her mouth shut to prevent a flood of emotions from spilling out at Rosalie's closeness, yet feeling the complete distance between them. Please look at me, please accept me, please. Let me in, please, please, please. Rose? Rosalie asked sharply. Bella took it in stride, smiling as she replied, That's not a good name for your bike, it's too confusing. Rosalie growled under her breath and folded her arms across her chest. The beta sensed she was walking on thin ice, knowing the threat of a promised maiming loomed, so she backed off. Rosalie, will you please give yours a name? Hold on for one more day. You could sustain, or are you comfortable with the pain? You've got no one to blame for your unhappiness. You got yourself into your own mess. She looked sad for just a moment before running a hand through her still oily hair. Glaring at the mess, the blonde tossed the tool bag at Bella, who caught it with a grunt at its weight. "Come on, wolf girl," she said. "Let's see if we can get these mechanical cries for help up and running." Chapter 18. Rosalie turned out to be a terrible foreman. She snapped, snarled, and growled as she meticulously peeled parts off Skull, her brows drawn together in disgust. Whenever Bella asked a question while poring over the dirt bike manual in her lap, she hadn't even removed a bolt from Hattie yet, Rosalie would respond with clipped, one or two-word answers. Skull had sprayed more random fluid from his engine all over Rosalie when she removed the wrong part at the wrong time. Bella had to talk her down from the verge of picking up the dirt bike and throwing it through a wall. All in all, the beta was having a great time. The heavy tone of a Wilson Phillips song had long since faded, replaced by a more upbeat tune from the Goo Goo Dolls. Bella mostly stole glances at Rosalie as she read. Rosalie had taken off her sweater before starting to work, revealing a black tank top underneath. The cream-colored slacks were now stained an ugly gray-brown in several places, and she had swapped her flats for a different pair of work boots. Even in mismatched, grimy work attire that reeked of old oil and gasoline, the blonde vampire was stunning. Diamond-hard muscles flexed beneath her creamy white skin as she worked, and her face relaxed as the mask she wore slowly slipped away, her attention fully focused on the machine in front of her. These were the moments Bella remembered best from before the Cullens left, the rare occasions when she visited the garage, watching Rosalie in her element, the only place where the blonde seemed to fully relax. The thought made Bella grimace and look away. Even when she was with Edward, she had often thought more about her time with Rosalie. That was a lot to unpack for another day, because now she was confronted with the realization that Rosalie Hale was her imprint. The bond had formed the instant Bella met her gaze a week ago, and now, Rosalie wouldn't even look at her. Bella knew vampires had mates, after all, Edward had claimed to be hers. Bella felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. She couldn't quite grasp how it all worked. Alice had often described her own connection with Jasper, how she simply knew he was the one because of her visions. Jasper, in turn, had felt the emotions radiating from Alice in that very moment. Carlisle had met Esme, left her to live her human life, only for fate to bring them back together, leading him to transform her into a vampire. Esme had once explained that when she was still human, she felt the connection with Carlisle that no one else could compare to. Carlisle had referred to it as a magnetic pull he couldn't resist. As these thoughts swirled in Bella's mind, a knot of anxiety tightened in her stomach. For the wolves, imprinting was instantaneous. Their entire existence revolved around their imprint, whether it meant being a lover, a sibling, or a friend. They would do anything to remain close to their imprint. But for vampires, the process felt more like a slow burn, an ember that ignited between two beings and only grew stronger when given the space to thrive. What if Bella had imprinted on Rosalie, but Rosalie wasn't meant to be her mate? What if Rosalie discovered this and was repulsed, ordering Bella to stay away forever? The thought sent a surge of anxiety straight to Bella's heart. She opened her mouth to speak but found the words stuck in her throat. The snapping, snarling, and growling had faded into the background. Rosalie appeared completely absorbed in her work, her face relaxed and her bright topaz eyes focused. The wooden sign hanging above the garage door, intended as a gag gift, had become her sanctuary, the one place where she could escape her coven and let the outside world slip away. Bella shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. She didn't fully understand what Rosalie felt, their bond was still too new and unacknowledged. Yet, she recognized that Rosalie had earned the nickname Ice Queen for a reason. She was cold, standoffish, and bluntly honest. Rosalie was sarcastic and easily defensive. Bella knew that if she blurted out all the thoughts racing through her mind, Rosalie would probably turn and run for the hills. In all honesty, Bella didn't know what she felt either. She barely knew Rosalie beyond the surface, and she understood that this was exactly how Rosalie wanted it. The wolf within her often took charge whenever the blonde vampire was around, leaving little room for Bella to process her feelings. But right now, all Bella really wanted was to break through Rosalie's icy walls. So, Bella began, "How was Paris?" Rosalie paused for a moment, laying out a series of wires on the floor. She reached for another strand before replying, I thought we were here to work on dirt bikes, not talk. Bella shrugged, even though Rosalie wasn't looking at her. This will probably take at least a month, so I figured I should get a head start on the small talk. Is asking about my travels in Paris really small talk? I could ask for all your deep, dark secrets instead, if you'd like to get this friendship going, Bella said, watching as Rosalie's muscles tensed before she let out a sigh. Paris was fine. Well, drab is a better term. I was there for the student riots and protests in 1968, so maybe my expectations were a little high. Bella nearly choked at the casual mention of her imprint attending an event 38 years ago, long before she was born. Spirits, you're a cougar, she mumbled under her breath, forgetting she was in a house full of superhuman hearing until Emmett's booming laughter echoed from upstairs. Face flushed, Bella hurried to keep talking before Rosalie could respond. I've always wanted to go to Paris. Rosalie moved on to what Bella thought was the cylinder head of the engine. It's nice the first few times. But nowadays, there are too many shady art exhibits, too many tourists, and too many wonderful-looking restaurants that I have no. Maybe when I go someday, you can come too. I'll owe and awe at all the quirky artwork like a good tourist and try all the food you think looks good. The blonde vampire tensed again, and this time, the tension lingered. Maybe. Bella knew she should probably let the conversation go, but she just couldn't. Talking to Rosalie felt like touching a live wire, sending electricity coursing through her veins, making it impossible to loosen her grip. As the beta had told Emmett, Rosalie might be ice, but she was also fire. It had to thaw eventually, right? What was that book you were reading today? I never got to see the cover. This project is going to take 2 months if you don't start working on your bike, Rosalie deflected. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm about as mechanically inclined as a doorknob. This manual looks like Egyptian hieroglyphics to me. Rosalie exhaled through her nose and muttered something under her breath so quietly that Bella couldn't catch it, before she stood and walked over to Hattie. Come here, and bring your manual. Bella complied, trying to hide the tremors shaking her entire body as she stood next to her imprint. Apparently, she didn't do a very good job, since Rosalie took a step away from her. If you can't control yourself, I can finish this myself. Bella felt her cheeks burn as she let out an embarrassed cough. I'm in control. I've been doing this for 8 months now, I'm not a trigger-happy pup anymore. That turned out to be the wrong phrase to use. Rosalie raised an eyebrow, and Bella caught a glimpse of a smirk curling the blonde vampire's lips. Trigger-happy pup. Figure of speech? Bella replied, but it came out more as a question. Fortunately, Rosalie seemed to take pity on her and let it go. The blonde vampire ran a trained mechanical eye over Hattie. Yours has mostly cosmetic damage on the surface. That doesn't really show how worn the engine and all the moving parts could be. You should start by taking it down to the frame and going from there. The beta nodded, though she felt lost about where to begin. She had watched Jacob work on the rabbit for months, but her mechanical knowledge barely extended to knowing which tool to hand him when he asked. A pang of guilt hit Bella at the thought of her best friend. He had envisioned these bikes as a project for the two of them, and here she was, going over his head to win favor with her imprint. Rosalie walked over to the tool rack and swiftly grabbed a dozen tools, tossing them into another bag before handing it to Bella. I'm not doing this for you. You have a manual, and you can watch me work if you need to. Unless you don't think you can fix Hattie enough to sell her. Just like that, the wolf in Bella's soul rose to the challenge that her imprint had presented. Whether or not Rosalie felt the bond they shared, she knew exactly how to push Bella's buttons. The beta growled low in her throat, I'll fix her up better than Skull ever will. Rosalie had already turned away, her tone cool as she replied, whatever you say, wolf girl. Not Bella, not Bells, just wolf girl. The slight stung, but Bella brushed it aside. Her instincts were screaming at her to prove herself, and that's exactly what she intended to do. She marched over to Hattie, settled into a rolling chair, and propped the manual against the stand as she began to take the bike apart. The two of them worked in silence for what felt like hours. The music and the clatter of tools filled the air, replacing conversation, but Bella found she didn't mind. It gave her space to think and to steal glances at Rosalie whenever she could. Her imprint didn't seem to notice her, but the soothing scent of Earl Grey tea and lilacs filled Bella's lungs as they worked, easing the chill that had settled in her bones. In the beginning, Bella had never felt cold. But ever since the imprint, a chill seemed to creep over her skin whenever Rosalie wasn't around. The implications of that were frightening, but the thought of revealing their bond to Rosalie was even scarier. Bella knew she would have to share this eventually, but for now, she was content to spend whatever time she could with her. Eventually, Rosalie leaned back inside. Skoll was reduced to a frame, with all the pieces methodically spread out around him. Bella glanced at Hattie, grimacing at how little progress she had made. Fortunately, Esme came to her rescue just in time, appearing in the garage doorway with a stack of filled Tupperware in hand. "Here are a couple of dinners for the week, along with a dozen chocolate chip cookies for you and Charlie," Esme said, her voice warm and inviting. Bella grinned and walked over to accept the containers from the Cullen matron. "Thanks, Esme. I'm sure Charlie will appreciate some home-cooked meals, too." Esme beamed back at her. "Anytime, Bella. I'll always have something ready for you when you come over. I know you mentioned your metabolism is a lot higher now, so I made extra." Bella could have kissed her for that, but she settled for giving Esme a hug. She ate as much as she could whenever she had the chance, but there was only so much time in a day to cook or hunt, and Emily was already busy trying to feed a pack of insatiable appetites. When she pulled away, Esme's expression turned to one of motherly concern. "You feel like skin and bones, dear. Are you sure you don't want me to heat something up before you go?" Bella laughed, untucking her button-up shirt and lifting it to reveal her tightly toned abs. "I'm all muscle now, don't worry about it." From the corner of her eye, she thought she saw Rosalie staring, but the blonde vampire was still focused on Skoll when Bella glanced over. Feeling her cheeks heat up, Bella quickly dropped her shirt and cleared her throat. "Well, I should get going. Thanks again for the food, Esme." Esme smiled, her eyes full of warmth and care, as Bella turned to leave. Smiled and walked away, leaving Bella and Rosalie alone once more. The beta balanced the Tupperware in one hand while she tucked her shirt back in. "Same time tomorrow?" she asked. Rosalie scoffed. "If you can learn a few tricks, like self-control and not flashing my mother, then yes. I can learn plenty of tricks. I just need a good handler and some treats," Bella replied playfully. The blonde vampire shot her an incredulous look, but Bella quickly backtracked. "Wow, I'm so sorry. I have no filter. I've been hanging around a pack of teenage boys for like 8 months. I swear I'm not usually this much of an idiot." A brief silence followed, and then Rosalie laughed. The sound was so wonderful and surprising that Bella froze, like a deer caught in headlights. Slowly, Rosalie composed herself, shaking her head. "You are, by far, the most confusing person I've ever met." "Thanks," Bella replied, unsure whether to take that as a compliment. Rosalie shook her head again, getting up from her chair and grabbing a stack of manuals. She hit a button on the wall, opening the outer garage door. "Come on, I'll walk you to your car. Read up on these tonight so you can get more than just a piece of the frame off tomorrow." Still feeling like a deer in the headlights, Bella followed her imprint. The sun had long set, leaving the mansion driveway in darkness, illuminated only by the light of the full moon overhead. Nighttime birdsong filtered through the trees, accompanied by the rhythmic clicking of cicadas. Rosalie piled the food into Bella's passenger seat before handing her the manuals. Their fingers brushed during the exchange, sending a shiver down Bella's spine, but she quickly pulled away and stacked them on the floor. As she closed the door, Rosalie ran a finger along the truck bed. "This was worth $1,000? she asked, arching an eyebrow. Bella leaned against the cab, crossing her arms to hide the tremors that shook them, praying her eyes still appeared brown. "Don't hate on Buela. She's a reliable truck." "Why do you always name mechanical cries for help?" Bella asked. "Only the ones I like. It gives them character," Rosalie replied, rolling her eyes. "That's stupid." They're machines, not puppies, Rosalie said. Bella just grinned and shrugged. We've established I'm an idiot, plus I'm part dog now. I have a thing for puppies. Before Rosalie could make a snappy reply, Bella added, thanks for trying to teach me and for letting me work off my debt. I don't like owing people. Rosalie looked like she wanted to say something harsh, but instead, she sighed. You don't need to thank me. I understand not wanting to owe anyone. Just study up tonight so you can do some actual work tomorrow. Before Bella could respond, a howl pierced through the nighttime cacophony. She froze, her heightened senses pinpointing the call coming from several miles north, towards La Push. I have to go. Can you get my truck home? Bella asked. Rosalie blinked, then nodded. Bella ran for the trees, quickly stripping off her clothes and tossing them in a haphazard pile before she phased. The pack mind was overwhelmed with voices talking over each other, images flashing, and memories flooding her thoughts. But the beta took one last glance over her shoulder before running to join her brothers and sister. She and Rosalie locked eyes, gold to gold, before Bella howled in answer to her alpha's call and raced away. Chapter 19. Rosalie stood frozen for several moments after Bella left. The image of the gigantic tawny brown wolf with blazing golden eyes was seared into her mind. It was the same wolf she had locked eyes with a week ago, the one that made her feel as if her dead heart had tried to kick back into beating. But it couldn't be. She couldn't be that foolish, fantasizing over impossibilities and long-dead dreams. The sound of metal whining pulled the blonde vampire out of her spiral of thoughts. She had grabbed onto the top of Buela's bed, a ridiculous name for a dinosaur of a Chevy, and had left a handprint in the surface. Cursing under her breath, Rosalie pulled the dents out before gathering her thoughts. One step at a time, don't think, don't hope, and don't decide. It was a mantra she had adopted back in the 70s to cope with her gifted siblings, and she found herself relying on it more than ever now. Rosalie walked toward the edge of the tree line and collected Bella's clothes. Honestly, she didn't understand where the wolf girl had picked up her new style. She dressed like a college frat boy from a rodeo town. With the burden in hand, the blonde vampire headed back to the truck and dumped the clothes on top of the dirt bike manuals and a stack of filled Tupperware. For a fleeting moment, Rosalie allowed herself to inhale deeply. It felt as if she had tossed back a shot of liquid fire, suffusing her chest with warmth as it burned its way down to her lungs. The cab and the clothes were saturated with Bella's scent, reminiscent of the forest after a rainstorm, layered with cedarwood. She took one last moment to savor it before shutting the door. Just then, Emmett appeared behind her. What was that? His solid presence provided Rosalie with something to latch onto as her thoughts raced in multiple directions. She could hear and smell the rest of the coven gathered on the front porch, except for Edward, who still hadn't returned from hunting. With no mind reader around to, you get a front row seat to Rosalie's internal turmoil. Rosalie shrugged. I don't know. One of the wolves howled, and she just took off. Something is wrong, Carlyle said, drawing the attention of his coven. That was a summoning call, a long howl meant to travel far and wide. The pack only uses it when there's danger, to gather quickly to the alpha. Victoria? Rosalie snarled, glaring at her sister. Jasper met her glare and wrapped an arm around Alice's shoulder. Alice threw her hands up in frustration. I don't know. I'm trying to watch her every move, every second of the day, but everything is blurry. I can't pin her down. I'm doing the best I can, Rose, but I'm not a magician. I can't pull a rabbit out of a hat when there's no rabbit in it. Whatever the cause, Carlyle intervened, his tone placating. As always the diplomatic leader of the coven, the pack has issued a warning of danger. We need to protect our territory and the people of Forks. Esme and I will scour our land. Jasper, Alice, head south toward the Hoh Rain Forest. Emmett, Rosalie. We'll protect Forks, Rosalie cut him off, freezing as all eyes turned to her. I told Bella I would take her truck home. One of us can guard Charlie while the other protects the town. There was a moment of silence before Carlyle nodded, his eyes filled with unasked questions for his eldest daughter. Go. If you see Edward, tell him what's happening. As one, the coven dispersed, vanishing into opposite directions until only Rosalie and Emmett remained in the driveway. The burly vampire turned to her with a grin. I take it your date went well? Rosalie growled at him as she climbed into the driver's seat. Emmett let out a booming laugh and jumped into the bed, slapping the roof of the cab. Come on, Rose, it's just the two of us. You can talk to me. Rosalie ignored him, rummaging for the keys. Rosalie opened the glove box before turning the ignition. Beulah roared to life, and the blonde vampire winced at the sound of the drive belt whining from years of wear. She knew she would need to replace it soon. Pressing the clutch and shifting into first gear, she jerked the wheel and floored the gas, hoping to send Emmett tumbling over the side. Instead, he hooped and bounced up and down, straining the rear shocks to their limit. To keep him from tipping the truck, Rosalie grumbled, it wasn't a date. I tore apart a dirt bike that should have died 5 years ago, and Bella only got one piece of her frame off. She shifted the Chevy into second gear and pulled onto the highway, smoothly cruising through the gears until she reached Beulah's limit of about 62 miles per hour. Of all the mechanical relics Bella could have chosen as her pride and joy, the ancient Chevy was truly something special. Well, she survived 3 hours in your sanctuary, which is a record in our family, so I think it counts as a date, Emmett replied, slumping down in the truck bed and leaning his head back against the rear window. Despite herself, Rosalie snorted as she turned into Forks proper, watching the businesses and houses pass by. Nobody wants to be around me for more than 10 minutes, Em. It doesn't take much to set a record. I like being around you all day. I just know you couldn't handle how awesome I am for more than a few hours, Emmett boasted. Then, with a gentler tone, he craned his neck to look at her. Whatever you want to call it, did you at least enjoy spending time with her? Rosalie drummed her fingers on the steering wheel as she turned onto Bella Street, slowing to a stop at the curb and pulling the e-brake to park the truck. The lights were on in the Swan residence, and she could hear Charlie shuffling around in the living room as he noticed the ancient Chevy sputtering to a halt. Emmett jumped out of the bed and he approached the driver's side window, his boyish features revealing a mix of concern and playfulness. I'm not trying to pry or upset you, Rose. Your choices are your own, and I'll never take them away from you. I just need you to answer me honestly. Did you enjoy spending time with Bella? There were moments, almost 365 days a year, when Rosalie despised being a vampire. She loathed the immortality, the stagnation of everything around her, and the insatiable thirst for blood. Right now, that disdain felt sharper than ever. She wanted to cry, to let the tears flow down her cheeks and experience the comforting rush of oxytocin and endorphins that followed. But she couldn't. Even if there was only one person in the world she would allow herself to cry in front of, it was Emmett. I did, she whispered, her voice cracking. What am I supposed to do, Em? Emmett shook his head slowly, glancing over his shoulder toward the front door, where they could hear Charlie approaching. When he turned back to Rosalie, he offered her a sad smile. Your choices are yours, Rose. Even when they're difficult, only you can make the right ones. Just then, the front door swung open, and in the blink of an eye, Emmett vanished. Charlie peered into the darkness, squinting at the Chevy. Bells? Is that you? Did you dye your hair blonde? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, and catching a disorienting whiff of Bella's scent in the process, Rosalie climbed out of the truck. No, sir. It's Rosalie Hale. Charlie's eyes widened as he pulled the front door open, revealing a shotgun in one hand. Rosalie Hale? Lord above, girl, I thought someone had stolen Beulah from Bella and was coming after my life insurance. Rosalie froze at the sight of the gun, more concerned for Charlie than for herself. His words registered a moment later, and she almost rolled her eyes. Bella may have claimed it was the pack that gave her the... Rosalie felt a pang of frustration as she realized her lack of a filter might be inherited from her father. The thought of the pack made her want to smack herself. She was at a loss for how to explain to Charlie why she had driven Bella's truck back and where Bella was. Thankfully, Charlie set the shotgun down and folded his arms, probably trying to appear intimidating as the chief of police. But the fuzzy pink bunny slippers on his feet didn't quite help his case. Bella got picked up by Jake, I take it? Up and dumped Beulah in your lap? He asked. Yes sir. Rosalie replied. Charlie harumphed, but she could see his heart racing as he gazed north toward La Push. She had a strong feeling that Charlie knew more than he was letting on, but she decided not to push it. He had given her an out, and the best course of action was to go along with it. If he knew about the pack, it was likely a cover story. Jacob Black was supposed to pick Bella up to keep any humans from discovering the supernatural happenings in their quiet, rainy town of Forks. But if he was using a cover, he believed Rosalie was human. Esme meant to send her home with dinners for the week. If you're hungry, Rosalie offered, watching as Charlie shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts before focusing back on her. Just then, his stomach let out a loud grumble. The police chief's mustache quivered as he coughed, embarrassment creeping into his cheeks. Sure, Esme's home cooking sounds nice right about now, he admitted. Rosalie gathered the Tupperware and manuals from the passenger seat before making her way to the front door. She noticed a variety of emotions flit across Charlie's face, finally settling on exhaustion. The chief of police led the way into the kitchen, the ears of his bunny slippers flopping with each step. As she followed him, Rosalie couldn't help but take in the details of the house. Pictures of Bella adorned the walls, from newborn baby photos with a woman. Rosalie glanced around the kitchen, taking in the framed photographs that lined the walls. Most likely, those were Renee's, showcasing a mix of toddler and teenage pictures of Bella, always accompanied by Jacob Black, Leah, or Seth Clearwater. Often, all four of them were crammed into a single photo. There were also several framed paintings, each adorned with the initials BMS and dated at the bottom corner. Most depicted landscapes or animals, so vivid in color and detail that they seemed almost photographic. The most recent painting featured 4 wolves running through a forest, one silver, one tawny brown, one russet, and one sandy brown, dated just 2 months ago. As they entered the kitchen, Charlie grabbed the Tupperware and tossed one container into the microwave before placing the others in the fridge. Not sure where else to put the manuals, Rosalie set them down on the kitchen table. When Charlie spotted them, he snorted. I still don't know what Bella was thinking with this project of yours. She's about as mechanically inclined as a doorknob. Rosalie replied dryly, leaning against the counter. She said the same thing. Don't worry, sir. I'm the family mechanic. If anyone can teach her how to turn a wrench, I'm your girl. Charlie retrieved his food from the microwave and settled down to eat. If he was surprised by her interest in cars, he didn't show it, and Rosalie was grateful for that. She had lost count of how many times she had mentioned her hobby while looking into new projects, only to be talked down to by male car dealers and collectors. After taking a bite, Charlie said, "Here's hoping." Jake never could. And enough with the sir nonsense. Only criminals or kindergartners call me that. You can call me Charlie or Chief. Are you hungry? Rosalie shook her head. I had dinner with Bella earlier, but thank you, Chief. I really should get going. It's a school night, and Carlisle doesn't like us being out so late. Charlie leaned back in his chair, studying Rosalie with doe-brown eyes, just like Bella's. He cleared his throat awkwardly before looking away. How was she? What are you doing tonight? Before you have to leave? Rosalie hesitated before answering. Charlie looked utterly exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes and hollowed cheeks. Under the harsh kitchen lights, his skin appeared almost sallow. If he was aware of the pack's secrets and Bella's role in them, it was clearly weighing heavily on him. He understood what that summoning howl had meant, and he likely knew his only daughter was entangled in whatever danger had brought the pack together. She seemed happy, Rosalie said carefully, a smirk creeping onto her lips. Especially when she got on my nerves and blurted out the first thought that came to her head. Charlie nodded, letting out a low chuckle. She gets that from her old man, no sense of social cues. He took another bite of his dinner but grimaced, as if the steak and peppers tasted like sawdust. She's good, you know. Good heart, good head on her shoulders. I don't know how much I trust you or your family after you left her the way you did. But if my Bells decided to trust you, well, that makes you good in my book too, for now. Rosalie didn't know how to respond, but fortunately, she didn't have to. The front door swung open, and Bella appeared in the kitchen doorway, clad in oversized basketball shorts and a baggy t-shirt riddled with holes. Rosalie's breath caught in her throat as she watched steam rising from Bella's exposed skin. The scent of a forest after a rainstorm, layered with cedarwood, hit the blonde vampire like a truck, flooding her chest with warmth. Bella's eyes shimmered gold for a heartbeat before she blinked and they faded back to brown, focusing on Charlie. Sorry I'm late. Billy was having some trouble with his insulin, and Jake needed my help getting him to Sue's place. The tremor in her voice betrayed the lie, but neither Rosalie nor Charlie commented on it. The chief of police let out a shuddering sigh, and Rosalie heard his erratic heartbeat slow as some tension left his body. I'm just glad you're home, Bells. I can't eat all those cookies Esme made you by myself. Why don't you take Rosalie home, and we can catch up afterward? The familiar sound of Emmett's Jeep pulling up in front of the Swan residence reached Rosalie's ears. Don't worry about me, Charlie. I called my brother to come pick me up before I got here. I'll walk you out, Bella said, her movements jerky as she turned away and walked to the front door. Rosalie started to follow but paused just before leaving the kitchen. She turned back to Charlie. I'll try my best to stay good in your book, Chief. The chief smiled in the same crooked way his daughter did, nodding and turning his attention back to his dinner. Bella stood on the porch, her arms trembling slightly as Rosalie joined her. The brunette growled before words started spilling out in a rush. She came back. Victoria made another run. We chased her from First Beach all the way to the Cullen border. Edward and Emmett headed her off before she could make it to town. They couldn't catch her, but they chased her halfway to Seattle. They lost her trail but had been scouring for an hour without any sign of her coming back this way. Rosalie echoed Bella's growl. Bella chuckled, but the sound was pained. Sam said there's another phase coming. Maybe in a week. She just keeps coming back, and whatever threat she poses keeps activating the shifter gene. We can't keep going like this. The pack is already stretched thin with the wolves we have, and it's all we can do to keep ourselves going. Rosalie noticed Bella's shoulders starting to shake, and the scent of salt filled the air. A single tear trailed down Bella's cheek before hissing away into steam. The blonde vampire lifted a hand, hesitated, and then let it drop. Emmett had said she had to make choices. Before her conscious mind could catch up, Rosalie asked, Carlisle offered to help the pack. Why not take it? Bella snorted, glancing down at her. I'm the beta, not the alpha. I don't make final decisions for the pack. Most of them would rather die on this hill than ever work with the coven, vegetarian vampires or not. Rosalie shot back, reminding herself of the promise she'd just made to Charlie. Convince them then. Like the way you did with Edward. She still wasn't exactly sure what had happened when Bella told him to go hunt. It was as if Bella's voice had transformed, taking on a honey-sweet, rich timbre that echoed with compulsion and obedience. Bella shook her head, running a hand through her hair. I can't, and I won't. What you heard, that command, it isn't a part of me that I like. It's a mark of my bloodline as Ephraim Black's eldest descendant. It's the voice of the alpha, not the beta. If you have it, why aren't you the alpha? Bella shook her whole body, as if trying to shake off water. Her eyes glimmered gold again as she replied in a strained tone, Rosalie, please don't ask me that again. I'm just not. End of story. Now come on, Emmett said you're having another family meeting when you get home. To emphasize her point, Emmett humped the horn of the Jeep, as if trying to wake the entire neighborhood. Rosalie growled at him before walking down the porch steps. She hesitated before opening the passenger door, glancing back at the front porch. Charlie had joined Bella, his arm wrapped around her taller shoulders. Bella was trembling from head to toe, her eyes flashing sporadically between dough brown and gold. Rosalie felt that same strange warmth tingle beneath her skin, followed by a tugging sensation deep in her chest. In that moment, she made a difficult decision. Rosalie looked up, straight into Bella's eyes. It was as if the sun had just come out. Rosalie glanced at the brunette, her lips parting as her gaze locked onto Bella's molten gold eyes. Charlie noticed his daughter freeze, shifting her attention between Rosalie and him before smiling and nodding at the blonde vampire. Rosalie returned the gesture with a small smile of her own. She opened the passenger door and slid inside, her eyes still on Bella. It felt as though a crucial piece of her lifelong puzzle had suddenly clicked into place, leaving her uncertain if that was a good thing or a very, very bad one. "Good night, Chief," Rosalie called out, which seemed to snap Bella back to reality. The brunette looked incredulously between the blonde vampire and her father. "Please tell me she's talking to you. If not, I'm going to kill Jared." Charlie laughed and ushered them both inside, and as the door swung shut behind them, Emmett pulled away from the curb. The burly vampire's expression fluctuated between worry and excitement as he drove. "So, do you admit it was a date now?" he asked, grinning. Rosalie growled softly under her breath and turned away from him, sinking deeper into the leather seat. They drove in silence for several minutes before she sighed. Maybe it was a date. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Emmett smiling. "I'm proud of you," he said, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. But then his smile faded. "But now we have bigger problems." "What?" Emmett shook his head. "Family meeting. I asked Bella to come, but she said she needed to stay with Charlie tonight." "Emmett, what the hell is going on?" Rosalie snapped, feeling her earlier good mood evaporate at his vagueness. She hated when the coven treated her like a delicate ticking time bomb, especially when Emmett did it. He sighed as he took the turn on the highway leading back to the Cullen mansion. It wasn't in Emmett's nature to be serious or nervous, and seeing him like this put a knot in her stomach. A gnawing feeling of dread settled in Rosalie's gut. Emmett cut the engine as they pulled up in front of the garage, turning to look at Rosalie with a frown. "Edward caught a glimpse of some of Victoria's thoughts before we lost her near Seattle," he said, his tone serious. "Whatever she's planning, it's bigger than just a solo suicide mission. It's more than what we or the pack can handle alone." Chapter 20, Chapter 19. Bella felt completely drained. She hadn't slept in nearly 3 days, and for most of that time, she'd been out on patrol. It had been just as long since she'd seen Rosalie, and the familiar chill began to creep over her skin after the first 24 hours. Sam had firmly shot down the idea of a day-long party, which did nothing to lift the wolves' spirits. Embry and Quill tried to maintain their light-hearted banter, but even they were starting to feel the weight of the dark cloud hanging over the pack. Jake was still giving Bella the cold shoulder, but Paul eventually came around to offer her an apology, even though he still referred to the Cullens as leeches. He accepted Rosalie as her imprint, despite his resentment and the fact that he didn't trust the blonde vampire any more than he could throw her, which was probably around 20 feet. Baby steps. With graduation looming on the horizon, an imprint who didn't even realize she was an imprint, and her responsibilities as the beta, Bella wanted nothing more than to collapse on her paws and sleep for an entire week. "The party is a good idea, Chief," Jared interjected, his dusky black fur glimmering in the rare spring sunshine filtering through the treetops as he ran alongside her. "But the boss is right. None of us can relax until that ginger witch's ashes are 6 feet in the air." Bella snorted at the visual, but it didn't do much to lift her spirits. She had managed a few 30-minute naps between patrols, but each one was plagued by nightmares of faceless red eyes tearing into the people of Forks and La Push like a tidal wave of death and destruction. After the last nightmare, she had given up on sleep entirely. In the distance, Bella sensed Jake's presence entering the pack mind. His usual sunny disposition had faded over the past week, replaced by a cool indifference that felt even worse than outright hostility. Instead of greeting Bella the way he used to when they were phased together, he addressed Jared and ignored her completely. 6 o'clock, time to swap out." The dusky black wolf sent a pulse of acknowledgement, brushing his shoulder against Bella's before he turned toward Emily's. Most of the pack had gathered there, transforming it into a revolving door for food, naps, and whatever relaxation they could manage. Bella and Sam had done their best to create a seamless patrol schedule, but even with 9 wolves, there were still only 24 hours in a day to cover. So, the Alpha and the Beta took on double shifts to ensure their pack was supported, allowing the others more time to rest. Jacob, the russet wolf, trotted out of the trees to Bella's left, quickening his pace until they were running side by side. But he didn't say a word. The Beta wanted to feel angry, but the numbing exhaustion in her bones left little room for any strong emotions. She understood that his feelings were valid and that she had messed up, yet it still hurt to have one of her best friends shut her out like this. They had grown up together, practically inseparable, even before they transformed into giant wolves and could communicate directly in each other's minds. For the longest time, they had been Jake and Bells, a dynamic duo facing everything together. But now, as the heavy responsibilities of their roles as protectors weighed down on them, it felt like their bond was fraying. The two of them ran in silence for the first hour. Then again for the second. By the third, Bella couldn't stand it anymore. She veered off the patrol path and headed south toward First Beach. She sensed Jacob's confusion, but the russet wolf followed her anyway. When they reached the cliffs, Bella slumped onto her belly and hung her paws over the edge. After a moment, Jacob joined her. It was a sunny day over La Push, with a pale blue sky dotted by fluffy white clouds. The Pacific Ocean crashed gently against the sand below, frothing against the cliff face in a spray of salt water that tinged the air. It was a moment of calm amidst the chaos. It was peaceful here, calm and quiet. So much so that when Bella let her heavy eyelids fall shut, she could almost imagine living in a world without vampires or wolf shifters. She could simply exist as herself. Jacob seemed to sense this, or perhaps he could hear her thoughts, and he let out a huff. "Sam will flip if he catches us lounging around instead of patrolling," he said. Bella didn't open her eyes. Instead, she rested her head on her paws. "We can take a few minutes. I'll take the blame if he gets upset." Jacob huffed again. "What are we even doing out here, Bella?" "Taking a minute," she replied. Jacob wanted to keep arguing, but instead, he fell silent. After a few moments, Bella heard him lay his head down as well. They lay together like that for several minutes, surrounded by sunshine and the sound of crashing waves, before Jacob let out a long sigh. "This is nice. I miss this." Bella opened her eyes and lifted her head, nuzzling against Jacob's ear. "I'm sorry, Jake. I know I haven't shown it, but I really am sorry for going over your head and shoving it in your face afterward." He returned the gesture, a mix of guilt and forgiveness radiating from him. "No, I'm sorry. Here I am, acting like my hurt feelings are the end of the world when we have so many other problems going on. Yeah, you did a crappy thing, but I felt what the imprint bond does to us. I understand it doesn't always allow for rational decisions. I think everything that's been happening lately started to get to me, and instead of dealing with it, I just shoved it all in a box so I could ignore it." "Ignore you too." Bella could relate. Turning into a giant wolf at will, having her future set in stone, and carrying the weight of others' lives on her shoulders, all of it felt like too much for a bunch of teenagers. Because, in reality, it was. Jacob might look like he was in his 20s and tower over most, but deep down, they were still just kids trying to navigate an impossible situation. Almost everyone he met seemed older than their years, but he was still just 16. Spirits, Seth was only 14, yet Bella hardly thought of him as a kid anymore. She loved being part of the pack, but that didn't mean everything that came with phasing was a blessing. The Beta climbed to her paws and shook out her fur. "We all handle things in the best way we can. Sometimes that means compartmentalizing all the bad stuff so we can get through the day. Just next time, will you talk to me or start a fight so we can get it all out in the open?" Jacob snorted and got up to follow her. "I'll keep that in mind. Just next time, don't be a lousy friend." "Oh, we're still friends? That's good. I thought I'd have to lay on the groveling extra thick." Maybe make you beta for a day or something. Shut up, Bells. The beta grinned internally and turned away from the cliffs, trotting back into the trees to resume her patrol. She held on to the 4 minutes and 39 seconds they had just relaxed together, along with the fact that she had timed the break to align with the border they had just run. Jacob needed a moment, and as the beta, it was only half of her job to ensure Sam's orders were followed to the letter. The other half involved taking care of each individual member of the pack, lifting their spirits, being a shoulder to lean on, and providing a grounding presence when they needed it. After a moment, Jacob ran to catch up with her, his cool indifference melting back into the familiar warmth of their companionship. The sun was beginning to set as they turned toward Emily's to finish their patrol. They had run the edge of the Cullen border, and although Bella swore she saw a flash of blonde hair through the trees, they hadn't spotted any of the coven. She still didn't know exactly what had transpired during their second family meeting, having been so busy with the pack, and it made her anxious. Rosalie had looked right into her eyes the night she left, and Bella couldn't shake the memory. Rosalie's eyes were gold, but they also... Bella noticed the darker flecks in the corners of Rosalie's eyes, resembling polished amber, surrounded by a distinctive lighter ring around her iris. In that moment, everything felt perfect. It was like seeing the sun for the first time, as if all that Bella had known before the imprint had been shrouded in darkness, until Rosalie arrived and filled it with light. This feeling lasted only a few seconds, maybe just one, but the wolf within her howled in joy as the bond solidified. The acknowledgement was there, now Bella had to figure out what it meant. As the tawny brown and russet wolves completed the last mile of their patrol, a tidal wave of panic, fear, and confusion surged through the pack mind, nearly causing them to stumble. Just as quickly as it had come, the wave vanished. In that same instant, Sam phased in and released a short, summoning howl from several miles to the east. Bella reached through the pack mind, seeing through the Alpha's eyes. She recognized the all-too-familiar backyard, where a small reddish-brown wolf with darker markings on its face, legs, and tail was prostrated on the ground below him. It was Cullen. Jacob's voice was soft with disbelief, his ears still ringing from Sam's howl. Bella shook her head in denial, a whine rising in her throat as images of Jacob's little cousin flooded her mind. Cullen had just recently turned 13, far too young to drive and barely beginning puberty. He had grown up close to Jacob despite their 3-year age gap, often crashing at the Black's house during the summer. "It can't be," Bella said. "He's just a kid." Jacob's fur bristled, his throat alternating between a whine and a growl as he tried to catch Sam's thoughts. But the Alpha had closed himself off to focus on the newest member of the pack. Bella cursed herself. The scent of an impending phase had lingered over the reservation for days, but with everything else happening, she had pushed it aside. Bella had been lost in thought, not fully aware of her surroundings when Sam's voice echoed through the trees. "Jacob. Bella. I need you here now," he's spiraling. His booming alpha tone sent a shiver down their spines, clearing their minds of everything else. Without hesitation, Jacob sprinted toward the Little C's house, and Bella followed closely behind, trying to push aside the wave of panic radiating from him. As they raced through the forest, the trees blurred into a streak of green. Out of the corner of her eye, Bella caught a glimpse of something white. When the tawny brown wolf turned to look, she only saw trees. Shaking her massive head, she dismissed it as her imagination and focused on the pressing situation ahead. They burst through the tree line at the back of the Little C property, skidding to a halt at a heart-wrenching scene. Kevin Little C clung to his wife, Connie, who was crumpled on the patio, wailing at the sight of their son. Cullen, the newest member of the pack, cowered beneath the weight of Sam's alpha command, unable to move. Without thinking, Jacob rushed forward, shoving Sam aside to reach his cousin. The alpha growled, his frustration echoing like a storm within the pack's shared mind. Bella quickly intervened, stepping in front of Sam and rising to her full height until they were muzzle to muzzle. "Sam, you need to back off. Jacob's got this, and your domineering alpha presence isn't helping Cullen," she said firmly. Sam stepped closer, snapping his jaws near Bella's muzzle, but she stood her ground. "Sam," Bella said softly, lowering herself onto her front paws and exposing the back of her neck in a gesture of submission. "He's just a kid. You're scaring him." Her words seemed to break through Sam's anger. He glanced at Colin, still cowering, and his amber eyes softened. Jacob brushed the underside of his jaw against Bella's brow. "You're right. I'm sorry. Let's help our newest member calm down." He crawled forward on his belly toward the young Quilut, trying to make himself as small and unthreatening as possible. "Colin, it's me, Jake. You're going to be all right, buddy. Just take a couple of deep breaths." The reddish-brown wolf let out a strangled whine, thrashing his head back and forth in an attempt to resist Sam's command. He looked nearly identical to Jacob's wolf, only much smaller and with fur a shade lighter. Bella stepped closer, following Jacob's lead as she slinked forward on her belly until she was close enough to nudge the smaller wolf's cheek with her muzzle. "I'm here too, Colin. You don't have to be scared. You're not going crazy, I promise. Just focus on breathing." Colin's whine slowly faded as he turned his attention toward Bella. "BB Bella?" His voice was timid, but Bella felt a rush of pride at his ability to connect through the pack mind after his very first phase. It had taken Paul ages to do that. "That's right. You're okay. I'm right here." The beta glanced over her shoulder at Sam, who caught on and lifted his command from the newest pack member. Sensing the newfound freedom of his limbs, Colin slowly rose on unsteady paws, shaking his fur, which nearly sent him toppling over again. The reddish-brown wolf craned his neck around to look at Sam, Jacob, and Bella. His mind-numbing panic had faded somewhat, lingering just at the edge of his thoughts. "What happened?" "Scared. I don't understand. Help. Do you remember our legends? About the spirit warriors?" Jacob asked, rising to his paws as well. Colin edged away from the much larger wolf, positioning himself behind Bella. The tawny brown wolf let out a huff of laughter, realizing that Colin didn't find her as scary or intimidating as the two males. I remember. Stories. Legends. Not real, maybe real. Are we really wolves now? Just us? A pack?" Colin asked, his voice trembling with uncertainty. In response, a chorus of howls erupted across the reservation. The pack had phased at the sound of Sam's summoning howl, all eagerly waiting to welcome their newest member. Bella felt a wave of warmth in her chest as the harmonious music they created filled the air, a song now carried by 10 voices. "No, Colin, it's not just us. You're part of the pack now," Jacob reassured him. "Yeah, now Seth isn't the only puppy," Paul chimed in, causing Colin to whirl around, searching for the source of the voice. Paul was over by First Beach, running patrol with Embry, who had been assigned to pick up after Jacob and Bella. "As a pack, we share a link that lets us hear each other's thoughts and feel each other's emotions when we're in wolf form," Jacob explained, nudging Colin with his shoulder, nearly making the smaller wolf stumble. "It can be pretty annoying at times, but with some practice, you can learn how to not share every little thing." "Yeah," Paul interjected again, prompting Colin to spin around, trying to catch sight of the others nearby. "It's nice not having to hear Bella being such a mopey McGee all the time." "Hey." Bella shot back, her voice sharp. "I've got the best control in the pack. At least I'm not constantly flooding the pack mind with low-budget porn." "All right, enough, you two," Sam interrupted, cutting off their playful bickering. "It's time we show Colin what we do." "What about my parents? Mom? Dad?" Colin whined, his gaze shifting to Connie and Kevin Little C, who were still on the back porch. They stared at the wolf that was now their son, fear and astonishment etched on their faces. Connie took a step forward, but Kevin held her tightly in his arms, muttering under his breath about nightmares and skinwalkers. "The council will be here soon. I notified them that I believed Colin would be the one to phase, and they were to come here at the sound of my howl to explain what it means for you to be part of the pack," before the alpha could finish his thought. A howl echoed from a few miles west, causing all 4 wolves to turn towards the sound. "Alpha. Bella, Jake. Brady Fuller phased, and he's freaking out. Seth's voice rang out, and immediately, the wolves linked their minds to see a gangly, ashy brown wolf spinning in circles and snapping at Seth whenever he tried to approach. The pack mind flooded with feelings of fear, pain, and confusion as Brady struggled to articulate his emotions. Seth whined, pacing in a wide circle around the pack's newest member, unsure of how to help. Seth, stay where you are and don't let him leave. Paul, get over here and wait for the elders. Send them to the Fullers when you're done. Jared, link up with Embry and finish patrol. Colin, stay here. Bella, Jake, let's go. The Alpha's voice carried a rich timbre of command, ensuring his orders were followed without question, before he took off in the direction of the Clearwaters. Through the pack mind, Bella knew that Brady had been hanging out with Seth at the Clearwaters. The youngest member of the pack hadn't recognized the changes in his scent or body temperature until they had argued about Seth abandoning his old friends to spend time with Sam and his group. Seth had gotten angry, not enough to phase, but enough for his wolf to emerge. It was as if the dormant wolf in Brady sensed the challenge and responded instantaneously, forcing him to phase before his body had adapted to the changes the rest of the pack had undergone over the week. Sam, Bella, and Jacob snarled at the thought. More kids were phasing, younger and younger, with each new wolf joining the pack. Children with the dormant shifter gene were being thrust into the role of protectors, their childhoods and futures snatched away without any say in the matter. La Push and Forks were on the brink of change. Even with the constant threat posed by Victoria, her mere presence shouldn't have been enough to trigger the transformation gene, especially when the pack was already the largest in colloid history. As they ran, Bella brushed against her alpha, offering her support and loyalty in the face of the challenges that lay ahead. One way or another, the pack would remain strong and united against any threat to their land. Sam bumped her shoulder in acknowledgement, and Bella quickly swerved to avoid an oncoming bramble bush. Though she was nearly the same size as Sam, as the alpha, he had just a bit more muscle. She tried to push that thought aside. The pack had enough issues to deal with right now without her lineage as Ephraim's eldest descendant complicating things. Bella had become quite skilled at shoving that thought into a little box in the corner of her mind whenever it arose, but Rosalie's question from 3 days ago echoed in her head, if you have it, why aren't you the alpha? Sam was already being stretched thin by the growing pack, Victoria's threat, and the Council of Elders demanding answers day and night. He was a good alpha, a good friend, and Bella trusted him with her life. The last thing he needed was her stray thoughts about being strong enough to challenge him complicating matters. A deep, unsettling feeling stirred within her at that thought, and she shoved the box down even further. Suddenly, the 3 wolves burst through the tree-line just as Brady lunged at Seth, his jaws wide open, teeth glinting as they aimed for the sandy brown wolf's foreleg. Bella put on a burst of speed, rushing toward the pup and slamming into him, sending him tumbling across the yard. The beta snarled as she glanced down at her shoulder, which was torn open and bleeding from where Brady's teeth had caught her. The gangly, ashy brown wolf. The wolf hit the ground hard and didn't get back up. Confusion and pain pulsed through the pack mind as he tried to come to terms with his strange new body lying on its back, flailing all 4 paws in the air. Jacob couldn't help but snort at the sight, likening Brady to a turtle stuck on its back before he could stop himself. Hey! Sam snapped, directing his attention to the russet wolf's ear before stalking toward the floundering pup, who seemed to sense the commanding presence approaching and started flailing even harder. Jacob settled on his haunches with a sigh, confident that his alpha and beta had the situation under control. Seth, the beta, trotted over to his brother and nuzzled his cheek, pressing close to his smaller form. You good, Seth? Yeah, I'm good. But Brady isn't gonna be in a second, Seth replied. Bella turned toward the alpha and the newest pup just in time to see the black wolf shove his muzzle under Brady's back, pushing him onto his belly. The ashy brown wolf was a whining mess, scrabbling at the dirt beneath his paws, trying to flatten himself into the ground under the weight of Sam's command to stay down. Brady, I need you to breathe. You aren't going crazy. It's going to be all right, Sam soothed, his thoughts and emotions focused on remaining gentle and calm. Gradually, the ashy brown wolf's labored breathing slowed, and his whines trailed off into silence. He twisted his neck around, trying to see the 4 wolves that had formed a loose circle around him. A distressed whimper escaped his throat. "Brady, hey, it's okay. You're okay. I promise," Seth said, dipping his head when Sam gave him a significant glance, allowing the sandy brown wolf to inch closer to his friend. "Can you talk to me?" "I'll hear you, just try." Brady's ruff raised as he opened his jaws, letting out a strangled whine that caused Bella and Jacob to snicker. Sam snapped his jaws at them, his ears flattening in response. Flattened against his skull, Jacob thought, feeling the tension in the air. "Be quiet. He's struggling just as much as Paul did. Not everyone can phase for the first time and be running within the next hour. For goodness sake, leave me out of this." Paul snapped, and Brady twisted his neck toward the voice. "Shut up, Lahote. You're not helping." "Brady, we communicate through our thoughts," Bella said, hunkering down beside Jacob near the tree line. "We call it the pack mind. You don't need to use your voice. Just imagine what you want to say, and it'll come out." Seth nudged his brother's shoulder with his muzzle. "You got this, bro. Just visualize." "That's how I learned." Brady felt a rush of gratitude for Bella's teaching, spreading through the pack mind like a soothing balm over the static that had filled it when he first phased. Shaking his fur, a determined light sparked in his eyes. "Like this? Oh, so cool. Talking. I hear all of you." Sam chuffed, lifting the alpha command and allowing Brady to bounce up to his paws. He spun in a circle, excitement bursting from his thoughts. The ashy brown wolf nearly toppled over on his new limbs but managed to keep his balance as he inspected his new form. He was still scared of Sam, the huge black wolf who set off warning bells in his head, urging him not to make Sam upset. But Seth was only slightly bigger than him, and he was also a freaking wolf. "Good job, Brady. Looks like Paul is going to hold on to the record for sucks at being a wolf," Jacob laughed, his ear twitching at the colorful retort Paul shot back at him. At his side, Bella got to her paws and stretched. "What's the word now, boss?" Sam shook his fur before joining his beta and Jacob. "Now we have 2 pups, and the pack keeps growing." His unspoken concern flickered at the edge of his thoughts, but he quickly brushed it away. Bella sensed it and let out a low whine. The pack shouldn't. The thought lingered for a moment, weighing the reality of their growing pack. It was hard to believe they were up to 11 members now. Just a year ago, it had only been Sam, Paul, and Jared phasing. The previous pack had been much smaller, with only Levi Yulee, Ephraim Black, and Quill 8 Era 2. They had phased back in the 30s, triggered by the arrival of the Cullens. Now, with Brady embracing his new form, the pack had gathered in the backyard of the Clearwaters, a mix of whining and growling as they welcomed him. Paul had stepped away to speak with the elders at the Little C's house, where he successfully guided Cullen through his first transformation as well. Leah broke away from the group and approached Bella, nudging her cheek affectionately. "Puppy had some bite." "You're still bleeding, Bells," Leah remarked, concern lacing her tone. Bella returned the gesture, giving Leah's shoulder a gentle lick, grimacing at the metallic taste of her own blood. A wave of regret washed over Brady as he began to realize he had inadvertently hurt her during his initial panic. "Don't worry about it, kid," Bella reassured him. "I'll heal in an hour or so." One of the perks of being a giant wolf with superpowers. As the adrenaline from the first phase wore off, Bella felt the weight of exhaustion settle over her. Her head drooped forward, and she would have fallen if Leah hadn't caught her. "Spirits, Bells, when's the last time you got a full night's sleep?" Leah asked, genuine concern in her voice. Bella let out a soft laugh. "Sleep is for the weak. I'm a giant wolf with superpowers. I'm aiming for 4 days straight, Lee. It'll be a new record." "Bella," Sam interjected firmly, "go home. Get some sleep. You can't help the pack if you aren't thinking straight." "You're not my real dad," Bella shot back playfully. "Plus, you haven't slept either. That's hypocritical." Don't be a bad influence on our brand new puppies. Sam let out a sigh, knowing she had a point. With a long, suffering sigh, Leah, Quill, and Embry laughed at Jacob's expense. I'll work a double today, Sam, Jacob said. You both have been doing too much to help out the rest of us. You deserve a break. His words were echoed by the rest of the pack. The alpha sighed, but Bella noticed his forelegs starting to tremble, exhaustion catching up with him as well. Fine. Leah, you're in charge while Bella and I get some sleep. If anything happens, you know what to do. Leah tilted her head. What? Why me? Why not Jared or Paul or even Jakey boy over here? Jacob growled at the nickname, while Sam replied, because I trust you to organize things and keep a level head if things go wrong. In that moment, it felt as though a rift that had always existed within the pack mind began to smooth over. Paul didn't want to be in charge of anything, but he respected Leah enough to follow her orders. Jared felt the same, believing Leah was a good choice. As for Jacob, he'd rather chew off his own leg than take on a position of power within the pack. It just wasn't who he was. Leah rose to her paws, nodding at the alpha. I've got it. You two go get some sleep. I'll walk Brady through phasing out. With leadership sorted, the pack withdrew from the clearing. Bella trotted alongside Sam until they reached Emily's house. She bumped his shoulder playfully before turning to head for home. Each step felt like walking through molasses, gnawing at the last of her strength. If she had been even a little more exhausted, she wouldn't have lifted her head in time to avoid walking right into Rosalie. The blonde vampire let out a startled hiss and spun out of the way. The soothing scent of Earl Grey tea and lilacs filled Bella's lungs, adding to her lethargy, but the presence of her imprint brought a fresh energy to her limbs. She lifted her head, towering over her imprint as a wolf, and stared into his dark eyes. Her tail began to wag before she could rein it in. Wait, dark eyes? Where have you been? Rosalie growled, crossing her arms over her chest. She looked more casual than Bella had ever seen her outside of the garage, wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, purposely ripped jeans, and ankle boots. Her hair was braided, elegantly draped over one shoulder, every strand perfectly in place. It's been 3 days. You haven't been at school, you haven't been home, and we've been hearing howling on the reservation for hours. Spirits, she was stunning even when she was angry. Bella whined and lowered her head, stamping a paw on the ground to signal Rosalie to stay before retreating back into the trees. She phased out and dressed quickly, frowning at her tank top and worn cut-offs before heading back to her imprint. Bella wasn't quite sure why Rosalie was even at the tree line behind the Swan property, but she wasn't about to complain. She felt warmth radiating from Rosalie again. The beta's usually high body temperature felt like it added 10 pounds to her eyelids. Rosalie frowned as she studied Bella, her dark eyes scanning her face. You look like a raccoon. Bella snickered. Your compliments could use some work, but thanks. Raccoons are cute. So, you think I'm cute, huh? Rosalie's nostrils flared, but Bella didn't give her a chance to take back the compliment. I'd been patrolling double shifts. Sam and I ramped up the schedule for the pack. We picked up extra hours so the rest of them could get some time off. For 3 days? You've been running in circles chasing your tail for 3 days? Bella growled. The imprint bond made it nearly impossible to be angry with Rosalie, but the scorn in the blonde's tone rubbed her the wrong way. Patrolling. The council has a say in some pack matters, and one of them is the safety of the tribe. We're running all hours of the day in pairs to cover our territory as much as possible. Victoria is still on the loose. Loose, and whatever she's planning keeps causing more wolves to phase, the beta said, realizing her voice was rising. She took a deep breath to calm herself. I'm sorry. We just had 2 pups join the pack. They're only 13, and it's setting all of us on edge. Rosalie's eyes widened. 13? They're still children. Bella hummed in agreement, but then she made the mistake of blinking for too long. She swayed on her feet, and when she opened her eyes, there were 2 Rosalies. When did you get a twin sister? Rosalie looked at her like she was an idiot, which was true, but Bella still found it amusing. The beta snickered at her own joke, which only seemed to frustrate the blonde vampire more. When's the last time you slept? I'm a giant wolf with superpowers. I don't need sleep, Bella boasted. But her bravado was quickly undermined by the loud growl from her stomach. Rosalie raised an eyebrow, placing her hands on her hips. Or eaten? Sleep? I don't know, maybe 3 days? I tried to take naps, but I kept having nightmares. Haven't eaten in a while, maybe since yesterday? Things started to blur together after the first day. Rosalie exhaled through her nose. Go inside, eat, then go to sleep. I can hear how slow your heart rate is already. But there's no food in the house, Bella replied. I ate through most of Esme's dinners, and Dad finished them off. I haven't had the chance to go hunting in a while either. Rosalie frowned at that. You hunt? Why? When I can. Phasing takes a lot of energy, and I can't really work to pay for my own food. The chief of police salary isn't all that great either. I eat at Emily's when I get a chance, but whatever I manage to bring down on a hunt, I usually take there to help feed the pack. I'm pretty sure I've put a dent in the local deer population at this point. The beta swore she saw the ghost of a smile curl Rosalie's lip, but it quickly faded. Bella quickly masked her emotions, slipping back into her usual Ice Queen demeanor before she could fully process her feelings. Go get some sleep. I'll hunt and bring something back for you, Rosalie said, turning away to head out. But Bella stepped into her path. I'll come with you. 2 is better than 1 on a hunt, right? Rosalie rolled her eyes. I don't need help. I've been hunting since before you were born. Friends hunt together. I thought friends just had a cool montage of themselves fixing up lemons with cheesy 90s music in the background. Bella laughed at that, and this time, Rosalie truly smiled, a small but genuine smile. The beta considered it a victory. Vampire and wolf friends hunt together. Come on, I know where the herd in this area likes to bed down at night. Somehow, Bella found enough energy to disappear back into the trees, undress, and phase. The tawny brown wolf stretched deeply, yawning wide before finishing with a clack of her jaws. A creaking branch above caught her attention, and she looked up to see Rosalie perched high on a tree branch. Sure you won't fall asleep on your paws, wolf girl? Bella dropped into a playful stance, hopping back and forth on her paws before giving the blonde vampire a mock growl. Rosalie's fangs glinted in the moonlight as she replied, try to keep up. Chapter 21, Chapter 20. Jacob and Jared were on patrol when Bella phased back in. As she ran, she felt their thoughts brush against hers, but they kept their conversation to a low murmur in the back of her mind when they realized who their beta was with. Jake's only comment before Bella tuned them out was, be careful. The pack had mostly come to terms with her imprint bond to Rosalie, but there wasn't a wolf among them that fully trusted a Cullen. Rosalie wasn't kidding when she said to try to keep up. The blonde vampire flitted gracefully from branch to branch in the trees above, while Bella struggled on the ground, battling through bramble thickets and forest undergrowth that seemed determined to trip her up. Part of the reason for her clumsiness was that she couldn't stop looking up at Rosalie, not paying attention to where she was going, until she ran headfirst into a tree. Melodic laughter echoed through the treetops before Rosalie appeared along a branch of the tree Bella had collided with, leaning against the trunk with her arms crossed. Her skin reflected the moonlight in bursts, casting a rainbow of colors on the leaves surrounding her. You know, you wouldn't make a very good seeing-eye dog, Bella, Rosalie teased. Bella shook her massive head in response, grumbling before tearing off through the forest, with Rosalie following above her. In the back of her mind, Bella realized this was possibly the first time since the Cullens had returned that Rosalie had called her by her name. The thought stirred a mix of emotions in her, a happiness that filled her chest and a hurt that was just as strong. The clash between the wolf and the human parts of her soul raised too many questions for her sleep-addled brain to comprehend at that moment, so she pushed those thoughts aside for now. But one thing she couldn't easily dismiss was her confusion. Why had Rosalie been waiting at her house? How long had she been there? Why did she care that Bella hadn't slept or eaten? And why was she looking Bella in the eyes now? So many questions swirled through Bella's mind that she struggled to find clarity. Bella nearly lost track of her destination. The faint scent of crushed grass and torn flowers registered on her keen nose, pulling the tawny brown wolf back to the present. She slowed to a trot, half a mile away from where the herd settled down for the night, ears perked to catch the soft sounds of hooves and the rustling of fur against the grass. Suddenly, Rosalie emerged from the trees, landing silently beside Bella. Her eyes were so dark that Bella couldn't even make out her irises. Deep down, Bella knew she should be terrified of this sight. A hungry vampire was one of the most dangerous predators on the planet, capable of tearing apart a full-grown wolf in seconds, driven by a bloodlust that could devastate entire towns. Yet, instead of fear, Bella felt her tail begin to wag. Spirits, kill me now. Fortunately, Rosalie didn't comment on Bella's lack of control. She was too focused on the herd to notice. I count 12, Rosalie said. 3 fawns, 6 does. One of them is old and walks with a limp, and a pair of bucks. Bella blinked, realizing that while she knew vampire senses were enhanced, even she couldn't determine how many were in the herd. Rosalie crouched down, her voice dropping to a cool murmur. You said you could hunt, wolf girl. Let's see it. The thrill of the hunt ignited a fire in Bella's blood, but the added challenge from her imprint set it ablaze. The tawny brown wolf dropped into a hunter's crouch, moving away from Rosalie. Bella had been hunting almost since the first month she had phased, observing the wild wolf packs and adopting their techniques until they became second nature. Rosalie may have been hunting since before Bella was born, but the beta was determined to prove she could provide for and protect her imprint. It was written into her very being. The tawny brown wolf edged downwind of the herd, her keen eyes piercing the nighttime darkness as the deer came into view through the tall grass. One of the bucks was pacing around the herd, while the other hunkered down, keeping a watchful eye. At the edge of the clearing, fawns nestled against their mothers, sleeping peacefully. Nearby, an elderly doe nibbled on a patch of flowers, her left hind leg showing a distinctive limp. Suddenly, a flash of blonde hair darted through the trees on the opposite side of the clearing, and Bella caught the faint sound of a low growl carried by the wind. The buck, pacing around the herd, paused, his ears swiveling back and forth as he detected the scent in the air. Bella froze, muscles tensing as she sent a silent prayer to the spirits for a successful hunt. Then, she burst from the trees. The herd erupted in chaos, fleeing in all directions, their frantic cries echoing through the clearing. The buck sprinted after their does, while the fawns clung tightly to their mother's flanks. In the midst of the chaos, Bella seized the elderly doe, her teeth sinking into the soft flesh of its neck. Thick, warm blood flooded her mouth as she felt the life drain from her prey. Bella had learned plenty of hunting techniques from the wild wolf packs that roamed the Olympic Peninsula, but she was 3 times their size and twice as fast. Few of her hunts ever ended in failure. Gently, the tawny brown wolf laid her kill down, offering thanks to the spirits for the life it had provided. She then scanned the area for her imprint. A few paces away, Rosalie crouched over one of the bucks, her fangs buried deep in its throat, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The contrast between Bella's wolf instincts and her human side surged within her once again. To the wolf, Rosalie was an equal predator. To the human, she was possibly the most captivating sight in existence. Rosalie's eyes, golden and glistening with fresh blood, snapped toward Bella as she dragged her doe over. Whenever Bella hunted alongside Jacob or Leah, they always shared their meals. It was part of the pack code. Unbeknownst to Rosalie, the wolf within Bella recognized her as pack, family, and mate. Rosalie froze as Bella approached. Hunkered down over her doe, Bella tore into the meat, feeling the ache in her stomach fade as she filled it. Eventually, Rosalie pulled away from her buck, her chin smudged with red. For a moment, she hesitated, watching the tawny brown wolf eat. Bella caught a glimpse of the flicker in Rosalie's icy demeanor, alternating between cool indifference and an emotion she couldn't quite place. Then Rosalie murmured, "I saw your paintings when I dropped your truck off the other night." She paused, wiping the blood from her hands with the heel of her palm and licking it off. "Have you been doing them for long?" Bella had to come to terms with the sight of her imprint licking the blood before her higher brain function could return. The thrill of the hunt had cooled to a simmer in her veins, yet it felt like everything Rosalie did was designed to set her off. The beta wasn't sure if it was the imprint bond doing all the thinking for her or if her phobia of blood had somehow morphed into something else entirely. With a huff, she shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. Bella wished she could talk as a wolf, but all she could manage were whines or barks, which didn't seem like a good answer to Rosalie's question. Instead, she gave her best approximation of a shrug. Rosalie seemed to understand, as well as Bella's lack of clothes. "You're not a very good conversationalist in this form. I almost enjoy it better this way. I didn't even need to bring dog treats for training." Bella snapped her gaze to the blonde vampire in outrage, but then the teasing note in Rosalie's voice registered, along with the smirk tugging at her lips. The tawny brown wolf huffed and returned to eating her dough, her tail thumping against the ground despite her best efforts to stop it. She hated how her happiness at Rosalie's voice, presence, and scent manifested in this form. Bella couldn't hide her thoughts, even if she tried. "Never knew you had so many undiscovered kinks, Chief. I'm kinda impressed. You seemed so warm and vanilla when you first joined the pack, it was almost painful." "Next, you'll be asking her for a rhinestone collar with Rosalie's pet written on the tag," Jared teased. The beta's ears folded back as she realized how loudly she had been projecting her thoughts. She growled low in her throat. "Hey, Cameron, have you ever thought of shutting the heck up?" Jared just laughed, and the sound made the beta's rough raise and her growl deepen. "You don't have the holly card to fall back on anymore, so next time I see you, I'm whooping your ass into next week." "Bella, watch your language. There are kids on this channel now," Jacob chimed in, joining in on Jared's teasing. The beta angrily tore a chunk out of her dough, snapping a rib bone between her teeth. "They aren't even here. Don't you two have anything better to do than creep on my date like a pair of peeping toms? You call this a date? High-class ladies like candlelit dinners and romance, not a hunk of old deer meat in some random field," Jared replied haughtily, comparing this to his own dates with Kim and finding the betas lacking. Bella huffed, shaking her head to dispel the boys' voices. The pack mind was like an open radio station. Any wolf that was phased in could tune into a conversation or project their thoughts back out. For the most part, the beta kept herself tuned in, but whatever odd power she had that hid her thoughts from Edward's mind reading seemed to work similarly with the pack. With a little extra effort, she shut Jacob and Jared out completely. She didn't do this often, as it usually gave her a headache after too long, and as the beta, she needed to be constantly available for the pack. But for now, she just wanted to spend some time with her imprint without anyone else. Barging in, Bella sighed in relief at the sudden silence. She glanced at Rosalie, only to find her imprint already staring back. What was that? The beta cursed herself again for not bringing any clothes. Rosalie was speaking to her, forming full sentences, and Bella couldn't fully enjoy it. In response, she lifted a paw, tapped her temple, and dragged it over her ear. Rosalie furrowed her brows, trying to decipher the wolf sign language. "You were talking to your pack?" Bella nodded, and Rosalie rolled her eyes. "Edward is in a league of his own when it comes to invading other people's privacy. I can't imagine willingly doing that with a dozen people all the time." Bella huffed out a laugh before getting to her paws. The doe was little more than a couple of bones now, but her tawny brown fur was caked with blood, dirt, and gore. Grinning internally, Bella dropped into a playful crouch, hopping back and forth on her paws. If Rosalie had come all the way to her house to check on her, was talking to her, and even cared that she hadn't eaten, then she wouldn't follow through on the promised maiming. At least, that's what Bella hoped as she leaped at her imprint. Rosalie hissed as they collided and rolled through the grass. Then, with a swift motion, she slammed her hands into Bella's ribs, sending the wolf soaring until she landed in a heap several feet away. Bella quickly got back to her paws, dropping back into a playful crouch and barking. Rosalie's face and clothes were now slick with blood, dirt smeared across her cheek. Her golden eyes darkened dangerously as she snarled, "What the hell was that for?" Bella merely barked again before turning tail and running. She heard an outraged hiss behind her. "Get back here." Maybe ruining more of Rosalie's expensive clothes was a bad idea, but now Bella was committed. She may have been a fumbling mess earlier, but that didn't matter now. As Bella dashed through the woods, she lost herself in the rhythm of her movement. The beta had been navigating these trails every day for nearly 9 months, allowing her to duck, twist, and turn effortlessly among the trees as they thickened deeper into Olympic National Park. Rosalie was hot on her heels, muttering curses under her breath as she chased the tawny brown wolf. Bella felt a gentle breeze brush against her cheek and instinctively rolled to the side just as Rosalie soared over her head. She heard the blonde vampire snarl as she crashed through the undergrowth, and Bella couldn't help but bark out a laugh. Score, Bella 2, Rosalie 0. But then the snarl morphed into a deep, guttural growl from somewhere above, and Bella's amusement faded. Had she pushed her imprint too far, too soon? Shaking off the thought, the beta kicked into high gear, zigzagging between the trees for another mile until the sound of roaring water filled her ears. Deep within the Olympic National Park, there were a few hidden waterfalls, one of which Bella had discovered during a solo night patrol while covering a shift for Sam. Tucked away far enough from the trails, it was a secret spot that few hikers ever found. The waterfall nestled into a small cliff face, with a series of caves concealed behind the cascading water. The thick forest formed a natural grove around the bank, keeping it shielded from prying eyes. As the trees around Bella began to thin out and finally gave way to the riverbank, she didn't hesitate before launching herself into the icy water. It was late spring, but the river was still freezing, and the shock hit her system like a jolt as she swam to the surface. Rosalie stood at the water's edge, arms crossed and a scowl on her face. "You needed a bath, so you got me covered in gunk and dragged me all the way out here?" Bella huffed, her voice playful as she phased out, keeping her chin just above the water. Rosalie's nostrils flared, and she quickly closed her eyes. "What are you doing?" "You're naked." Bella laughed and swam closer to the bank, ready for the next round of their playful rivalry. Bella kept herself submerged in the chilly water. "I'm naked when I'm phased, you know. You have fur as a wolf." "Just change back," Rosalie replied, annoyance creeping into her voice. "If it makes you uncomfortable, I will." "Sorry, I'm not great at keeping my clothes on around people. With the pack, I usually just burst out of them anyway." "I figured you'd want to wash off all that muck too." Rosalie growled under her breath. "The muck you put on me in the first place, wolf girl. Was this your plan all along? To get me dirty and use it as an excuse to go skinny dipping with you? Whoever said anything about skinny dipping? You have a dirty mind, Miss Hale." "I'm just washing off." Rosalie's eyes snapped open, but whatever sharp retort she had seemed to freeze in her throat when she noticed how close Bella was. Aware that she was pushing the boundaries of their undefined relationship, the beta kicked away from the bank and swam deeper into the river. "I'll phase back if you want." "I know I'm a better conversationalist as a wolf," she offered. Rosalie rolled her eyes, but after a long moment, she sighed. "Fine. Just stay over there. Unlike you, I don't enjoy smelling like a wet dog." Bella chuckled, but the sound faded as she watched Rosalie peel off her black long-sleeved shirt, revealing a lacy blue bra and a plain of tightly corded muscle on her abdomen. The blonde vampire dumped the shirt into the river before laying it across a nearby rock to dry, her skin practically glowing beneath the moonlight. Feeling her face heat up, Bella ducked beneath the surface to cool off. When she resurfaced, Rosalie was already in the river, bobbing a few feet away. "How's the water, Miss Hale?" Bella teased. Rosalie scowled and dumped her head beneath the water. When she resurfaced, she had undone her braid, leaving her long blonde locks loose and floating around her. "Fine. And stop calling me Miss Hale, it makes me sound like a Southern belle from the 20s. Weren't you born in the 20s? Bella quipped. 1920s, not the 1820s, wolf girl, Bella teased. "God, you really are a cougar. I mean, you're old." I'm sorry. I'm sleep deprived, and it's messing with my filter right now. Rosalie shot her an exasperated look. Do you ever stop talking? Bella shrugged, unable to suppress a smile. We haven't covered that part of my training yet, so no. Also, Wolf Girl is so last Tuesday. You can just call me Bella. Bella? Yeah? Please stop talking. Bella pretended to zip her lips closed and toss away the key. At least Rosalie had asked nicely and used her name. The beta was used to getting on people's nerves. It was part of her charm, or perhaps her annoying qualities. The pack often debated which label suited her best, depending on the day. With the wolf safely tucked away in her soul and the scent of vampire mingling with the river water, the nighttime birds gradually returned to their trees in the grove, filling the air with their gentle songs. Cicadas chirped along the bank, the roaring of the waterfall provided a steady baseline, and the breeze added its soft whispers, completing the natural quartet. Bella let her head sink back into the water, absorbing the symphony of sounds, feeling exhaustion settle like lead in her bones. Her stomach was full, she'd spent a delightful hour with her imprint, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky to block the moon and stars. With a deep sigh, she expelled all the air from her lungs and sank beneath the surface. When she resurfaced, she had phased back into a tawny brown wolf. She glanced over at the bank, where Rosalie stood, wringing out her long sleeve before pulling it back over her head. Bella swam over and clambered up the bank, locking eyes with Rosalie just as she said, "Don't you dare." Bella let out a snort and took a few steps away before shaking out her wet fur. It was fun to tease Rosalie every now and then, but Bella valued having her limbs intact. She still didn't know Rosalie very well beyond what the imprint bond revealed to her, yet tonight had been enjoyable. There was no stress about the pack, Victoria, or the problems between the packs and the Cullens. After the 3 long days she had endured, Bella truly needed this moment. The rough edges of the imprint bond had smoothed out now that Rosalie was willing to look her in the eyes and be present with her. Bella understood, however, that this sense of calm would only last for a short time. She had spoken at length with Sam and Jared about their own imprint experiences after forming her bond with Rosalie. They described the process as unfolding in 4 stages. The first stage occurred when the bond was created, the moment when the wolves in their souls first made eye contact with their imprint. In that instant, everything else, family, friends, previous relationships, simply faded away. The second stage was the acknowledgement phase, which both Sam and Jared agreed was a bit ambiguous, lying between the first and third stages. As the bond settled, the wolf needed eye contact, proximity, and time with their imprint to feel balanced. The third stage was acceptance. Sam and Jared had explained how their bonds affected Emily and Kim, and they sought the imprint's acceptance of the bond. Ultimately, regardless of how the wolves inside them kicked and howled, they could only follow their imprint's wishes, whether that meant acceptance or rejection. It was a choice for the imprinted individual to make. The fourth and final stage was cementing the bond. While Bella's first thought when discussing this with Sam and Jared was about intimacy, which made the alpha blush, cementing the bond was actually accomplished through a bite. When a wolf bit their imprint, it created a lifelong bond, a permanent scar that would never fade, forever intertwining the imprint with their wolf. Bella guessed that she and Rosalie were somewhere in the second stage. When she tried to imagine the third, Bella felt her heart racing, as if it might leap right out of her chest. Rosalie tilted her head back, wringing out the last drops of water from her hair, and teased, "Now you really do smell like a wet dog." Bella knew they were definitely in the second stage of their relationship. The beta huffed and turned west toward home. She figured she had exhausted Rosalie's patience for the week, so she glanced over her shoulder in confusion when she heard the blonde vampire jogging up behind her. The Cullen mansion was only a few miles away from the falls, with a dozen more miles in the opposite direction to the Swan residence. Rosalie must have read the question in Bella's eyes. Her expression shifted behind her Ice Queen facade. "You still haven't slept in 3 days, Bella." "Wolf senses or not, I'm worried about you running into another tree and knocking yourself out." Bella rolled her eyes, but a warmth blossomed in her chest. Beneath that icy exterior, Rosalie cared, even if it was in her own roundabout way. The tawny brown wolf picked up the pace, with Rosalie keeping stride beside her. The thought of her bed was tempting, urging her to run as fast as she could, but Bella was content to maintain a steady pace with her imprint at her side. They covered 12 miles in good time, and Bella estimated it was around 1 in the morning. When they reached the tree line at the back of the house, the beta ducked behind a nearby tree to phase out and get dressed. Charlie, being one of the best dads a teenage wolf shifter could ask for, had washed and replenished all the clothing stashes Bella had hidden around the house. She pulled on an old mariner's jersey and a pair of sweatpants before rejoining Rosalie. "There, now I have clothes on. No more hot naked wolf girl harming your delicate eyesight." "Better?" Rosalie smirked. "I almost prefer you with just fur. At least you're not as much of a headache then." Bella chuckled. "I'm way better than that. Than just a headache. I'm at least a migraine to 3 other people." "I can be worse if you want," Bella said, the wolf within her urging her to say more. Rosalie grimaced at the words. "You're bad enough as it is. I don't think I could handle worse." "You're managing training just fine," Bella replied. "I usually prefer elk over deer, though, if you're looking for some high-value treats." Rosalie snorted, a sound Bella never would have imagined the most beautiful woman in the world capable of making. "Go to bed, Bella. We have finals and graduation this week." Bella sighed, rubbing the back of her neck. "Right. Graduation. Can't wait. I'd take a red-eyed vampire any day over that." The blonde vampire frowned. "You only graduate once. It's important to get your diploma so you can continue your education." "Rosalie, I'm the beta of a pack of wolf shifters. My education goes as far as teaching new wolves how to patrol and communicate telepathically without spilling their deepest secrets. High school is kind of the end of the line for me. I've got bigger responsibilities than the human world will ever understand." Bella knew it was a bit unfair to throw that in Rosalie's face, but it was the truth. Before she'd phased for the first time, all she had imagined for her future was becoming a vampire and joining the Cullen Coven, perpetually going to high school or college and choosing whatever career she wanted for those few years. As a kid, she had thought about being a teacher or a professor, maybe even in English or art, but now there was no point. The pack consumed nearly all of her time, and she had to be ready at a moment's notice to phase in to defend her land and her people. Her life didn't fit the mold she'd once dreamed of. Rosalie frowned again, opening her mouth to reply before she froze. The faint nighttime breeze had shifted directions, bringing with it the air was thick with the reeking stench of coppery, sweet bleach. Bella growled, spinning in a circle as she caught the scent, but the sound choked in her throat. It was coming from her house. Without a word, the beta sprinted across the yard and burst through the slightly ajar back door. Inside the living room, the scent intensified, hovering over Charlie, who was snoring softly on the couch. Bella's heart leaped into her throat at the sight of her dad sleeping peacefully, surrounded by the unmistakable stench of a red-eyed vampire. She felt a presence behind her, but the soothing aroma of Earl Grey tea and lilacs kept her from whirling around to snarl at her imprint. A red-eyed vampire had been in her house, her home, had seen Charlie, and lingered long enough for their scent to envelop him. Growling low in her throat, Bella followed the scent trail up the stairs, pausing at her bedroom door where the smell grew so strong she nearly gagged. Muscles tense, she cracked the door open and stepped inside. Everything appeared undisturbed, but the odor was so overpowering that she quickly opened her bedroom window. Rosalie entered behind her, her golden eyes dark as she surveyed the room. If Bella weren't so on edge, she might have felt embarrassed by the mountains of clothes strewn across the floor and the half-finished paintings cluttering her walls and desk. Something's wrong, Bella realized, glancing around and zeroing in on her desk. I had a hat sitting on that lamp. And my bomber jacket was hanging off my chair. The beta made a quick circuit around the room, peeking under the desk and rifling through her clothes hamper, but both searches came up empty. Rosalie growled, I don't recognize the scent. Whoever he is, he's long gone. What kind of red-eyed vampire can get past the coven and the pack, come to my house, steal my clothes, see my dad asleep on the couch, and just leave. Who the hell? Who is this guy? Rosalie's growls softened, her expression shifting to one of concern as she noticed the desperate, frantic edge in Bella's voice. I don't know, she replied. I'll track the scent, but if he could be easily found, I doubt he would have come here. I'll inform the coven about what happened and see if Alice has had any recent visions. The blonde vampire moved toward the open window, pausing to glance back at Bella. We'll figure this out, Bella. With that, Rosalie leaped out of the window, landing gracefully 20 feet below before disappearing in a blur. Bella sighed, sinking down onto her bed. All she wanted was to get some sleep, but the air in her room was heavy with an unpleasant odor. The faint scent of Earl Grey tea and lilacs lingered, struggling against the overpowering stench of coppery bleach. It wasn't enough to mask it completely, but as she curled up on her side, she could almost pretend that Rosalie had chosen to stay instead of rushing off to hunt down some unknown threat. Almost. Chapter 22. Rosalie hated to admit it, whether to herself, to God, or to any higher being that might be watching over her immortal life, but she had genuinely enjoyed hunting with Bella. Of course, that was aside from the threat of a red-eyed nomad she had tracked all the way to Seattle, only to lose the trail amidst the stench of the city slums. As she made the journey home in just 30 minutes, the blonde vampire couldn't understand how easily Bella managed to get under her skin. Rosalie was a creature of habit, driven by sheer, unyielding will. Her concern for Bella had manifested in a way that was beyond her ironclad self-discipline, and that simply couldn't be allowed. She was in control, not her instincts, and certainly not the lump of venomous flesh that rested in the left side of her chest. Yet, even as she tried to reorient her thoughts and reinforce the walls she had built around herself, Rosalie couldn't stop thinking about Bella. There was something about the wolf girl's endearing charm and gentle warmth that threatened to melt the layers of ice Rosalie had wrapped around herself. Troubling as that realization was, she couldn't help but think about Bella, the way her muscles flexed beneath her pelt as she ran, the way her golden eyes glowed under the moonlight, both as a human and as a wolf. Rosalie recalled how Bella's fangs glistened with fresh, hot blood as she tore apart her doe. Even when the overgrown lapdog had covered her in gore and tricked her into a night swim, Rosalie had relished wiping that smug, challenging look off Bella's face when she finally joined her in the water. Sure, the wolf girl's conversation skills could use some work, but Rosalie smirked at the thought of the kind of training that would entail. Perhaps it was her own fault, or God's, or whatever higher being might be watching over her life, that the moment she walked through the front door of the Cullen mansion, everything began to change. She was sent flying 20 feet back through the air. Rosalie cursed herself as she soared, reciting her mantra in her thoughts before hitting the ground with a resounding boom that carved a 10-foot-long crater. As she lay there, the blonde vampire felt the air shift near her left cheek, prompting her to roll out of the way just in time to avoid a fist that slammed into the ground where her head had been. Honestly, if that was the best he could do, her brother was getting predictable. A vicious snarl echoed in response to her thoughts, and Rosalie dropped into a crouch as Edward's form blurred overhead. The copper-haired vampire leveled 2 trees before crashing into a boulder, the deafening crack as it split down the middle echoing for miles. Edward looked like a creature straight out of human folklore, his eyes pitch black, fangs bared, and hatred twisting his features into something inhuman. What are you doing with her? Edward demanded, charging toward Rosalie, who prepared to meet him head-on. The sound of their battle raged like a thunderstorm, each clash resonating like a clap of thunder. Fists connected with diamond-hard flesh, creating arcs of lightning that filled the air with the smell of ozone and fury. What is going on here? Carlyle shouted, appearing on the mansion porch as the rest of the coven rushed out to gather around him. Alice hopped onto the handrail, her feet swinging over the edge. Her ethereal features were tinged with sadness as she said, "Just let it happen, Carlyle. I've been having this vision for over a week. They need to handle this themselves." Rosalie spun into a kick that sent her brother careening 20 feet away. "I'm not doing anything. Victoria is still on the loose, and none of us have seen Bella in 3 days. She's the reason we came back in the first place. I was just making sure she was all right." Edward picked himself up from the rubble of another boulder he had destroyed. Laughing without humor, Edward said, "That's what you want to call it, Rosalie? You want to call hunting with her, swimming together while she was naked, and thinking about training her as making sure she was all right? You're disgusting. You're toying with her like she's one of your precious cars, something to fix until it's all shiny and new again." In an instant, Rosalie closed the distance between them, slamming her fist into Edward's face. The copper-haired vampire spun with the force of the punch, digging his heel into the ground and launching himself at her. They collided with a boom that sent a shockwave of air rippling through the forest, leveling trees, and leaving dozens of craters in their wake as they tore at each other. Rosalie bit a chunk out of his bicep while Edward scored 5 deep lines across her face. With a snarl, she kicked him in the chest, sending her brother flying. "There is nothing to fix," she shouted. "Bella is her own person. Did you ever stop to think that maybe you should treat her like one? She can make her own choices." Rosalie dropped into a crouch as Edward leapt onto a tree branch above her head, growling low in his throat. "I've always treated her as a human being," he retorted. "Unlike you. You used to treat her like dirt beneath your feet. So what's changed, Rosalie? You've been hiding something for weeks now, and not even that stupid little mantra of yours blocks it out completely. Are you doing it for fun? Wrapping my beloved around your finger and shoving it in my face? I know you enjoy playing games with humans, even when you were one, but this is a new low. Even for someone like you." Rosalie froze. Every drop of venom in her system turned to ice. Slowly, she looked up at her brother, a writhing ball of rage, hate, and fear working its way up her throat. She snarled, each word coming out through gritted teeth. "What are you talking about?" Edward sneered. "You don't think I haven't heard you think about all those countless women you've been with over the years? What about Vera? None of them were ever enough to fix what he did to you. Unlike your precious cars, you aren't something that can be repaired. Certainly not by Bella." Rosalie would have preferred it if he had gutted her, torn her head from her body, and set it ablaze rather than the overwhelming emptiness that filled her to the brim. Her vision narrowed, and it felt like she was underwater, unable to hear anything over the ringing in her ears. "Shut up," she said, her voice soft, but every word dripped with icy venom. Edward dropped from the tree, invading Rosalie's space with his lips curled back over his fangs. "All those women were never enough, Rosalie. Whatever you're doing with Bella, it won't be enough. It never will be. You'll just keep stringing her along until you get bored, then move on to the next toy. You did it with Vera and the dozens of others that came after her. I guess my beloved fits the bill too, doesn't she?" "I said shut up." Rosalie snapped, grabbing her brother by the throat and pulling his face inches from hers. "If you ever say Vera's name again, I'll kill you. What I do with Bella isn't your concern anymore. You know she isn't your mate." Edward clawed at her hand around his throat, but Rosalie only tightened her grip. He snarled, "She is my mate. I've known it from the moment I met her. I'm going to win her back, no matter what it takes." "No, you won't, because she's mine." There was a gasp from the mansion porch, but Rosalie couldn't tell who it was. Her conscious mind felt a mile away, but the realization of what she had just said hit her with such force that it rattled her skull. The hand around Edward's throat went slack, and he dropped to the ground. His expression of shock quickly shifted to disbelief as he laughed without humor. "You really think that after all this? Is it really true that my Bella is your mate?" Edward shook his head and laughed, the sound chilling Rosalie to her core. "You're pathetic. Still chasing after that toy that will finally fix you. Nothing will ever be enough for you, Rosalie. I thought you'd figured that out by now. But you're still the same spoiled brat that Carlyle turned all those years ago. Stay away from Bella. You'll just end up hurting her. It's what you do best." Rosalie blinked. In the blink of an eye, Emmett stood before her, his arm cocked back, his face twisted in rage. In the next heartbeat, his fist connected with Edward's jaw, sending the copper-haired vampire crashing 50 feet into the trees with a thunderous crack. Rosalie watched as Emmett tensed, ready to pursue, but she placed a hand on his shoulder. He glanced back at her, pleading with his eyes for permission, but she simply shook her head. Inside, Rosalie felt she should be experiencing something, anything, but all she found was a vast, empty ocean, roiling silently, threatening to pull her under. Without saying a word, she turned away, hearing but not processing Carlyle's furious reprimands as Edward dragged himself back to the driveway, his arm torn off. She heard Alice trying to talk to her, but she didn't respond. Emmett's presence loomed behind her, and she ignored Esme's attempts to soothe her mate. She even heard Edward snarl before he ran off. A gentle wave of calm washed over her, and Rosalie spun around to face her oldest brother. "Stop it," she hissed. Jasper wisely withdrew his powers, his expression torn. Rosalie ripped the garage door open and stalked inside, with Emmett following closely behind, keeping a few feet between them. She slumped down onto a creeper chair, the memory of Skoll lingering in her mind, just before she had gone over to the Swan. A few hours earlier, Rosalie had found herself in a restless state. When a full day passed without seeing Bella, her nervous energy became unbearable, and she took it out on the dirt bike. Underneath years of damage and grime, it turned out to be a 2001 Kawasaki KX250. She had even given it a custom vinyl job, a striking two-tone of black and gold. While Rosalie disliked finishing projects quickly, what bothered her even more was the howling wolf she had added to the number plate. She had thought Bella might find it amusing, but now all Rosalie wanted to do was pick the bike up and tear it apart with her bare hands. "Rose? Just go, Emmett. I'm not someone you should be around right now." Emmett sighed as he punched in the code for the garage, allowing the door to slide shut. It wouldn't keep the rest of the coven from hearing them, but it provided enough of a placebo effect that Rosalie didn't argue. The usually sunny demeanor of the burly vampire was dampened by the furrow in his brow and the frown on his lips. "I always liked being around you. I'm not going anywhere." They sat together in silence for nearly an hour, neither moving nor breathing. Finally, Rosalie broke the stillness with a self-deprecating laugh. "I was right. Why am I always right? Rose. In Paris, I told you. I said I could never admit it to anyone else because then it would be real, and it would ruin everything. I'm not someone meant to be loved, Emmett. Not even by my own mate." Emmett closed the distance between them in 3 swift steps, pulling the blonde vampire into a hug. He was the only one who could do so without losing his arms. "I'm so proud of you, Rose. Emmett. Listen to me. Edward is wrong. You're wrong too. You are so good, brave, and strong. You admitted Bella was your mate. You claimed her, and you feel the pull of the mating bond to her. 8 months ago, you said you'd never let it happen." Rosalie pulled away from the embrace. Rosalie embraced her feelings, snarling under her breath. "I'm none of those things. I'm just a liar, a heartless monster, and a coward. We've barely been back for a month, and I've already broken almost every promise I made to myself." Emmett shook his head. "You're scared, Rose. You have been from the moment you met Bella. Everything you are, everything you've done in the past, you don't have to let it control your future. You get to make your own choices." The blonde vampire looked away, longing for tears that would never come. "All the choices I've made recently feel like the wrong ones." Emmett snorted, folding his arms over his broad chest. "Sometimes we have to make the wrong choices to get to the right outcomes, Rose. You taught me that the moment you saved my life. The only question is, what choice are you going to make now that it's real?" Rosalie wished the ground would open up and swallow her whole. But as she had already learned, God, or whatever higher power might be watching over her immortal life, didn't care about her wishes. She was on her own. "I don't know, Emmett. Edward was right about one thing, all the women I've slept with have never been enough. Why should Bella be any different? Healing isn't something that comes from other people. It's something you have to learn on your own, even if it hurts. And Rose, you can't look me in the eyes and tell me she isn't." Rosalie huffed, but a smile began to tug at her lips. "Since when did you become so old and wise?" Emmett's serious expression cracked slightly, revealing the warm sunshine she was used to as he grinned. Lots of video games and comic books have deep, philosophical storylines, thank you very much. It's not always about killing the bad guy and getting the girl. My question still stands, what are you going to do now that it's real? The blonde vampire took a deep, unnecessary breath. It was faint, so much so that she could almost believe she imagined it, but the scent of the forest after a rainstorm filled the air. The scent layered with cedarwood lingered in the air, Bella's scent. The same fragrance that had once triggered a whirlwind of fear, anxiety, and paranoia now enveloped Rosalie in a comforting warmth that began in her lungs and spread to her fingertips. From the moment Edward brought Bella to the mansion, Rosalie had sensed something. The nagging feeling in the back of her mind grew stronger with each passing day as Bella hung on Edward's every word. Rosalie had done her best to keep Bella at arm's length, treating her harshly and erecting an invisible barrier between them. But it was never enough. The cold front she tried to maintain didn't deter Bella at all. Instead, the brunette sought her out in the garage, eager to watch her work on cars and ask questions that Rosalie reluctantly answered. Each time Bella was near, Rosalie wrestled with herself, battling the urge to ask, "Why do you keep coming back? Why won't you stay away? Don't you understand I'm trying to protect you from myself?" Now, it felt too late. Her coven knew, Edward knew, and for the first time in a year, she had admitted it to herself. Despite all her choices, Rosalie found herself right back in Forks, where it all began. "I don't know what I'm going to do," she said, "but right now, we need to focus on what we came back for in the first place, to protect her. We should have a family meeting about what happened after we hunted together, and I think it's time to call our cousins." Emmett grimaced. "Seriously? All Kate does when she visits is try to scare me when I'm not looking, and Tanya is just frightening." "Tanya isn't scary, she just doesn't know how to show affection. The last time they visited for Christmas, she showed up at the front door covered in blood with a black bear slung over her shoulder like some twisted version of Santa Claus." Rosalie chuckled as she walked toward the mansion's entry door. "Black bear is your favorite, Em." He grumbled under his breath but followed after her. Being part of a coven of vampires left little room for privacy, except in their soundproofed bedrooms. The rest of the coven was gathered in the living room, waiting. Edward was nowhere to be seen, and Rosalie felt a wave of relief wash over her. Carlyle spoke first from his place by the fireplace. "You have my deepest and sincerest apologies for what happened, Rosalie." Rosalie scoffed, walking over to the couch and slumping into the corner. The Ice Queen mask she usually wore around her family was slipping. She could put it back on tomorrow when she wasn't feeling half numb. Edward is a grown man. He can own up to his own mistakes whenever he crawls home. "There are many things I blame you for, Carlyle, but this isn't one of them." The head of the coven seemed taken aback by her dismissive tone, but it was Esme who spoke next. "How long have you known?" Rosalie gritted her teeth as the spotlight turned white-hot under the 4 sets of eyes now fixed on her. "For now, what's important is what happened after I hunted with Bella. There was a vampire in her house. He managed to get past both us and the pack. Whoever he was, it wasn't just a passing nomad. He took some of Bella's clothes, and Charlie was sleeping on the couch while he was there, but he wasn't turned or killed." Esme gasped, covering her mouth, while Emmett and Jasper hissed in response. Like his daughter, the chief of police was well liked by the coven, and any threat to him was unacceptable. Rosalie turned to look at Alice. "I followed him to Seattle, but I lost his trail in the slums. Victoria ran there too. Please tell me you've seen something." Alice squirmed in her chair, making a frustrated noise in the back of her throat. "I'm watching Victoria constantly. If this nomad is connected to her in any way, I haven't seen it. I'm trying, Rose. But there are limits to my power when I try to focus it." The blonde vampire hissed but didn't press the issue. Instead, she turned to the head of the coven. "She's planning something. The murders in Seattle, the nomad who stole Bella's clothes, it's all connected. If that's the case, we're going to need reinforcements." Carlyle nodded, pulling out his cell phone and dialing. It rang for just a moment before a rich, velvety voice answered. Greetings, Carlyle. To what do I owe the pleasure? I'm afraid this isn't a social call, Tanya. My coven has returned to Forks. A past mistake has resurfaced, endangering the lives of thousands of humans in our territory. Tanya hummed noncommittally. That's unfortunate, old friend. I'm curious about what that has to do with this little call. My coven and I are asking for your help to face the dangers ahead. There was a jostling noise on the other end, followed by several voices overlapping each other. Then Tanya snarled, Yes, Irina, it is the Olympic Coven. No, Kate, you don't have permission to speak. Carmen, please hold her down. The line went silent for a moment before Tanya spoke again. Apologies, old friend. You know how young vampires can be. I'm sorry to say my dear Irina has a personal vendetta against the wolves in your territory, and she demands blood payment for what was stolen from her. Carlyle frowned. What was stolen? My mate. Irina snarled through the phone, seemingly fighting with Tanya for control of the device. He left to see an old friend in Forks and never returned. All that was left was the ash on the wind and the stench of those filthy dogs. Rosalie hissed, stalking toward her coven leader and motioning for him to hand over the phone. Carlyle sighed before passing it to her. The blonde vampire hissed at Irina, One of those filthy dogs is mine. I would never have touched Laurent unless he posed a threat. He wasn't a threat. He had committed to this lifestyle, to me. Rosalie sighed, glancing at Emmett, who simply shrugged. Laurent had always been a flighty and unsettling character since the moment they met him. Rosalie had her doubts about Irina being his mate, but she had no doubts about the reason he returned to Forks. A thought suddenly struck the blonde vampire. When did he come to Forks? Irina hesitated for a moment, taken aback by the intensity in Rosalie's voice. March. Rosalie quickly calculated in her mind. Bella would have already been part of the pack by then. If Laurent had returned to Forks for her, there was a chance that she was the wolf who killed him, or at least had been phased in when it happened. Steeling herself, Rosalie asked, if you could find out what really happened to Laurent, would you postpone judgment and listen? On the other end of the line, there was a murmured argument as the Denali coven spoke over one another. Finally, Tanya said, enough. We will reserve judgment for now. You are one of my oldest friends, Rosalie, and I hope you are not leading my dear Irina astray. Rosalie glanced at Carlyle. You'll help us? Tanya responded with a thoughtful hum. We will come to Forks. Irina will get the closure she deserves, one way or another. Goodbye, Olympic Coven. Rosalie ended the call and handed the phone back to Carlyle. The head of the coven frowned. How are we going to prove what happened to Laurent? Irina is a force of nature, and she will not be swayed by pleasantries or placating. Rosalie surveyed the coven, taking a deep breath. Sometimes, the wrong choices have to be made to reach the right outcomes, but she could only hope that this wasn't one of those times. Now we need to make an alliance with the wolves. Chapter 23, Chapter 22. Bella gazed into the mirror, slowly tilting her head from side to side. She lifted the right corner of her lips, revealing fangs glistening with a strange crystalline liquid. Her red eyes stared back, reflecting a sense of confusion. Something about her appearance felt off. Was it her hair? She twirled a silky strand of her chocolate locks between her fingers. No, that wasn't it. Was it her makeup? She frowned at the dark purple circles beneath her eyes. Still not the issue. Was it the blood trickling down her neck? She swiped a finger along the length of her throat to catch it, bringing her finger to her mouth. Yes, that was it. The sweet, delicious blood needed to be savored, not wasted. Bella glanced beyond her reflection to the body lying in her bed. Every so often, the dying man let out a soft moan of pain, but all she could hear was the intoxicating beat of his heart, struggling in vain to keep him alive. She shouldn't let such a fine meal go to waste. Bella turned to finish what she had started but hesitated. something felt off again. A throb pulsed behind her eyes as she stared at the dying man. He was in his 50s, wearing a strange badge on his chest, with a thick, graying mustache. Just as she began to contemplate what was wrong this time, she sensed a presence behind her. "Finish what you started, Bella." She tilted her head at the familiar voice, catching a glimpse of red hair in her peripheral vision, only for it to vanish when she turned to look. "If you don't finish your meal, I have plenty of others who gladly will," the voice whispered from in front of her. This time, when Bella turned, she saw a woman crouched over the dying man. Flames of auburn hair obscured most of her face until she tilted her head up, revealing red eyes and a predator's smile. "You don't want to disappoint me, do you? The others will tear you apart if you show weakness." The rustling leaves pulled Bella's attention away from the familiar stranger and the dying man. She glanced out of her open window and saw the tree just outside, covered with dozens of red-eyed vampires, crouching along the branches and clinging to the trunk. As soon as they realized Bella was watching, they began hissing and snarling, worked into a frenzy by the scent of the dying man and the blood that coated Bella. A throb behind her eyes erupted into a roar of agony, and she screamed. Her scream pierced the air at the sight of Victoria crouched over Charlie. The redhead smiled, saying, "Weakness cannot be tolerated in my army, Bella. I only want the strongest. Looks like the others have to kill you. Such a waste." Suddenly, the red-eyed vampires outside her window surged toward Bella like a tidal wave of death and destruction, screaming and snarling as they tore into her. The beta jolted awake with a scream, flailing and tangling herself in her sheets as she fought to escape the nightmare. Charlie burst through the door, shotgun in hand and pink fuzzy bunny slippers on his feet. "Bells? Bells." The chief of police fumbled for the light switch, momentarily blinding himself and his daughter when it flicked on. Bella gasped for air, blinking against the glare as she tried to calm her racing heart. "Dad, it's nothing, just a nightmare," she managed to say, slowly detangling herself from the sheets as she came back to reality. But even as she spoke, a cold sweat broke out all over her body. Victoria. The nomad in her room. Army. Bella screwed her eyes shut, trying to stave off a wave of nausea. That was her plan. She wasn't coming after Bella alone. The strange murders in Seattle. The boy from the missing persons photo. Victoria hadn't stopped pursuing Bella this entire time. She had been building an army to wage her war. An army of newborns. The beta slowly rose to her feet, offering Charlie a weak smile. "I'm okay, Dad, really. I need to get dressed. It's finals week, and I have to go to school." The chief of police studied her for a moment, then sighed, nodded, and left without saying another word. As soon as he was gone, Bella rushed to her desk and yanked open the top drawer. She grabbed the phone Alice had given her just last week, saying, "Had a vision, take it." She dialed and held the cell to her ear, pacing as she waited for someone to pick up. "Alice? Bella? What's wrong?" "I know what Victoria is planning." "An alliance?" Bella asked, glancing incredulously at the Cullens. "I feel like I'm on some vampire version of Deal or No Deal. Is there a camera in here? Because I'll give you a heads up, Sam says no deal. Also, where's Edward?" The vampires exchanged glances, unsure how to respond, until Emmett finally spoke up. "He's taking a break." He looked toward Rosalie before adding, "A much-needed break. He's somewhere in Canada getting his act together." Bella wasn't sure what to make of that vague and somewhat dodgy answer, but she decided to let it go. If he was gone, she wouldn't have to deal with him and his endless excuses for his unchanged behavior. Deep down, she had hoped he might change, but he had shown time and again that he wouldn't. She turned to Jacob, tilting her head slightly at the low growl emanating from him. "Whether I think it's a good idea or not, the pack won't accept an alliance with cold ones. I told you about my dreams so you could be prepared if it's true, not because I had some grand epiphany about working together." Jacob swallowed the last bite of his third sandwich from lunch and replied, "I'll second that. No offense, but but vegetarian vampires or not, I don't want an alliance. We're natural enemies. None of the guys or Leah will accept it either. Rosalie let out an exasperated noise, glaring at the beta. This is serious. If you're right, we need all the numbers we can get. Our cousins have already agreed to come to Forks, now we need the wolves. Didn't you just say one of them wants to kill me? No, I said Irina wants to kill whoever killed Laurent. Yeah, that was still me, Rosalie. I ripped his red-eyed head clean off his body. You're not exactly painting the Denali's in a good light here. The pack already hates sharing a border with the coven. They're not going to be thrilled about 5 more vampires, especially one who wants me dead. Alice jumped in to ease the brewing tension around the table. I've looked into all the possible outcomes, and most of them look promising. This alliance will work, Bella, but we need you to convince your alpha and the pack. Bella snorted, pushing her slice of cardboard cafeteria pizza around her tray. Alice, I know how the pack messes with your visions. None of them can look much better than a blurry gray blob. The pixie-like vampire pursed her lips, fidgeting in her seat until Jasper wrapped a calming arm around her shoulder. Alice gave him a quick peck on the cheek before replying, they are blurry to an extent. Most of the time, I get tiny glimpses, like I'm watching a film underwater when the flash goes off. The clearest vision I have is of you, Jacob, Leah Clearwater, and Sam Yulee meeting the Denali's. If Victoria has an army, we need each other. Bella slumped back in her chair, pouting at Rosalie. When you said you had something to tell me, I was hoping it would be something like telling me I was cute again or giving me a high-value treat. Now I feel cheated. The blonde vampire blinked as several pairs of eyes turned toward her. Emmett laughed, but it quickly turned into a grunt when Rosalie cracked him upside the head. When she turned her attention back to the beta, the atmosphere in the room shifted. The Ice Queen mask was carefully slipped back into place. This is serious, Wolf Girl. Your life is in danger. Bella frowned at the nickname, shaking her head. My life has been in danger since I met you guys. It isn't really a new thing for me. The beta watched as her imprint's features flitted through a multitude of expressions, exasperation, confusion, and anger, before settling on vexation. You're officially a migraine, she said. Bella couldn't help but smile at that. Told you I'd get there eventually, I just needed more time to get on your nerves. Rosalie growled under her breath, her tone dripping with warning. Wolf Girl. Miss Hale, Jacob interjected, clearing his throat awkwardly to break the brewing tension between Rosalie and the blonde vampire. As fun as it is to watch you two do, whatever this is, I think, and spirits, does it pain me to say this, that Blondie and Pixie have a point, Bells. Bella looked at her best friend in surprise. For being the most level-headed of the pack, Jake was the last person she expected to take help from a cold one. With Billy as part of the Council of Elders, Jake had grown up hearing about the monsters that once haunted his ancestors. Even if he had believed them to be just scary stories and legends as a kid, that kind of teaching left a mark that wasn't easily scrubbed away. The presence of the Cullens and Forks had triggered the latest generation of Quillet wolves, and most of the pack felt a validated, deep-rooted hatred for them. After 70 years of peace, the return of the shifter gene stirred up old resentments. Even without being fazed, Jake seemed to read her mind. He sighed, pushing away his 4th ham sandwich. I don't like it. Honestly, I hate it. But if the ginger is packing the kind of heat you think she is, we'll have a better chance of taking her down together, psycho cousins aside. We have a tribe to protect. Not even Sam would risk their safety over his own pride. Bella blinked and sighed as she glanced around the table at the coven, finally settling her gaze on Rosalie. All right, I'll talk to Sam, but I'm not making any promises. As she walked out of the entryway doors of Forks High, Bella couldn't help but wonder, was she supposed to be more excited about finishing high school? She had just completed her last exam as a senior 10 minutes ago, officially done with all the schooling she would ever need. But instead of celebration, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Across the parking lot, she spotted Angela, Jessica, Mike, and Eric gathered around the back of Mike's SUV, laughing and chatting. Angela noticed Bella first, flashing her a friendly wave and an exaggerated sigh of relief. Bella returned the gesture half-heartedly as she made her way to the corner of the lot, where Jake and Leah were waiting for her in Buela's truck bed. Leah, noticing Bella's sullen expression, jumped down from the bed and pulled her into a side hug. "You can't let it get to you, Bells. You just have to keep moving forward. It's what I tell myself." Bella sighed but accepted the hug. "All I've been doing is moving forward. I think it really hit me today that none of my human friends will ever understand what we, have gone through in the span of a year. They're worried about getting into a good college, while we have to worry about whether they'll even live long enough to get there. It's just, a lot." Jake walked over and wrapped an arm around both Bella and Leah's shoulders. "Well, once we take care of the Ginger Witch, I say we throw a weekend-long bash. Just the pack, no humans and no extra responsibilities raining on our parade." Bella laughed, feeling a little lighter with the support of her best friends. "You're preaching to the choir, Jake. But enough of the sad stuff from me. Now we have to convince Sam to make an alliance with the Covens." Leah snorted, "A date with the resident and visiting glitter gangs. I can't wait to see how thrilled Sam will be about that." Bella rolled her eyes at the older girl. As the girl climbed into the cab, Jake hopped up into the truck bed. The Beta turned the engine over, shifting into first gear as they pulled out of the lot and onto the main road. "You're not really helping with the positive outlook I'm trying to maintain here," Leah said. "I'm a pessimist." "Positivity is overrated," Jake replied. "Who pissed in your muffins this morning?" Leah huffed, slumping down in her seat. "Nobody. I just have a bad feeling about this meeting. I caught the scent of those other veggie vamps coming to town while I was on patrol, and now I can't get the wolf to settle right in my skin." Bella drummed her fingers on the steering wheel as she took the turn out of town onto US 101 towards La Push. "I'm sorry, Lee. Believe me, it makes me nervous too. One of them literally wants to kill me, but Alice said the best outcomes she could see were when Sam and we were the unofficial peace committee. I know it sounds stupid to put faith in a nightmare, but I just know it's true. Everything is connected, and it all leads back to Victoria. We need help if we want to stand a chance against an army of red eyes." Jake pulled open the back window as Bella turned off the highway and onto La Push territory. "Glad you're the Beta and not me, Bells. Dad's already in a bad mood." Even 5 miles away from Emily's, they could hear Sam arguing loudly with Paul. Bella sighed as she pulled up to the house and cut the engine, listening as the argument morphed into growls and snarls. She had hoped to catch the Alpha in a good mood, but her luck just didn't work that way. As the Beta, Jake, and Leah walked inside, they froze at the sight of 2 new faces alongside the pack, Emily and Kim. They looked like twins, a boy and a girl, with polished amber skin and dark hair, like most of the tribe. The only thing that stood out about them was their bright blue eyes, which mirrored each other's fear and confusion as they scanned the pack. They appeared to be around 16. Wearing jeans and sneakers, the girl sported an indie band t-shirt while the boy donned a Seahawks jersey. Bella inhaled sharply, sensing the heat of fever and the earthy musk of wolves radiating from the twins. They sat on the couch, pressed against each other, trying to distance themselves from the rest of the pack. In the center of the den, Sam and Paul faced off, muscles tense as they exchanged glances with the newcomers. "What the hell is going on?" Bella demanded, her voice cutting through the tension. Paul snarled, turning his focus back to Sam. "I picked up on what the Alpha didn't. These 2 are about to phase any day now. I brought them here because it's safer for them with the Ginger Psycho and her thieving partner on the loose." Sam growled in response, "I have a million other things on my mind, Lahote. If someone is due to phase soon, you should have told me right away. You know I need to speak with the council and wait for the new wolves to phase for the first time before revealing any pack secrets." Paul snarled again, but before he could respond, the female twin spoke up. "Excuse me? Sam, right? Paul said you could help us figure out what's wrong with us. Will and I have been sick for days, and it just keeps getting worse." The doctors aren't giving us any answers. Can you help us or not? This stick measuring contest between you two is kind of hard to watch. Quill and Embry snickered from their spot on the floor, while Jared chimed in, "She's got a point, boss. Everyone knows big paws mean bigger." "Sam," Bella interrupted, drawing the Alpha's attention. "Punish Paul later, but he does have a point. These two." "I'm Clara Silvervein, and this is my brother, Will," Clara interjected. "Clara and Will are going to phase tonight at the latest. Victoria is still out there, and we don't know what she's planning. New wolves aren't safe by themselves, and right now, we don't have time to do things the way we have been when it. Regarding the new pack members, we need to talk if that's alright with you. I have a plan that might help us get rid of her for good." Sam growled low and deep, his dark eyes flashing amber as he glared at his beta. Bella felt every instinct in her rebel against it, yet she ducked her head and tilted it to the side, exposing her throat to the Alpha. For several tense moments, Sam continued to growl, and Bella worried that she might have pushed too far, especially right after his dominance display with Paul. Finally, he shook his head and sighed. "Jacob, Leah, talk the twins through what's happening to them. Prove it however you want, I don't care. Paul, take Seth and go on patrol. Bella, we'll talk outside." There was no command in his voice, but the fight seemed to drain from him. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes, and a tremble in his hands had nothing to do with phasing. Even Paul frowned as he noticed Sam, who had always been the strong, confident leader since their first transformation, suddenly seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Seth hopped up from the stairs where he had been sitting and jogged outside, with Paul slowly turning away from Sam to follow him. Jake and Leah walked over to the twins, answering their questions, but Bella tuned them out as she stepped back onto the front porch. She sank onto the porch swing, rocking back and forth for a few minutes before Sam joined her outside. He didn't speak right away, and neither did she. Her role as beta extended to supporting her alpha, so she continued to rock the swing, glancing at him from the corner of her eye as he buried his head in his hands. After several more minutes, Sam let out a shuddering sigh and sat up, wiping his eyes. "Are you all right?" she asked, watching him struggle to mask his exhaustion. Through the cracks in his facade, she could see just how drained he really was. Fear and stress seeped from Sam. "Emily's pregnant," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Bella knew that the pack inside wouldn't have hurt him. She felt a surge of excitement to congratulate him, to celebrate the newest addition to their family, but the desolate look in Sam's dark eyes stopped her. His imprint was pregnant, while a psychotic, red-eyed vampire was gathering an army to destroy his pack. The weight of the world rested heavily on his shoulders. Bella opened and closed her mouth several times, searching for the right words, but nothing came out. Sam sighed again. "You said you had a plan. The Cullens are offering an alliance to the pack. They've reached out to their cousins in Alaska, other vegetarian vampires, for help. But there's a bit of a problem," Bella explained, sharing her dream and Alice's vision, along with the Denali Coven's reservations about working with the pack. When she finished, Sam frowned. "I won't have you in a room with a vampire that specifically wants to kill you, Bella. I don't trust the Cullens, regardless of your imprint to Rosalie and your history with them. This doesn't sound like a plan that will benefit either of us. I know it isn't foolproof, but if my nightmare, premonition, or whatever it is true, Victoria has an army. The pack can't face an army alone, and neither can the Cullens. Forming this alliance might be our best shot at protecting our homes." Bella paused, then added, "and the people we love." Sam sat back and crossed his arms over his chest. "I don't like this plan. It sounds too dangerous, especially for you. You don't have to like it, you just have to trust me. I've been a danger magnet since I moved here, it's not a new thing for me. This is the best idea. I have to protect everyone, Sam. So, will you trust me?" The Alpha ran a hand over his face, pinching the bridge of his nose. After a moment, he let his hand drop and offered Bella a tired smile. "It'll probably be the death of me someday, but yes, I trust you," Sam said as he stood up from the swing, a frown creasing his brow. The heavy scent of the oncoming phases was growing stronger in the air. We need to go now. Paul is right, we can't follow the rules anymore with the threat we're facing. I want to be back before Clara and will burst out of their skins, which, judging by the smell, is going to happen in a few hours. Bella stood to join him, noticing the tension etched on his face. A sense of dread tightened in her chest. Sam, how do they have the gene? I thought only descendants of the first pack carried it. I don't know, he replied. I've seen them around the reservation from time to time. They both grew up here and are Seth's age. As far as we know, the Silverveins have always been part of the tribe. Their mother works at the clinic with Sue, and their father is a teacher at the schoolhouse. And they're not related to any of the pack? Bella asked. Not in any way we know. Once they phase and settle into the pack, I'll contact Billy. Maybe he can dig through the tribal archives to find some answers. The beta nodded and followed his alpha back into the house. Jake and Leah were still talking to the twins when Clara suddenly burst out laughing. Huh, nice joke. Yeah, I'm totally on board with the whole "I'm turning into a werewolf" thing. I've always wanted to be able to lick my own. Jake, Leah, we're leaving now, Sam interrupted. We'll phase to get there and back faster. Jared, stay with the twins until we return. Clara turned wide-eyed to the alpha as Jake and Leah went outside. I trusted Paul when he said you had answers for me and my brother. Is this some kind of joke? The wolf warriors are just a scary story they tell kids around the campfire. Sam sighed, but Bella stepped in for him. Come outside, and we'll prove it. Clara shot her a disbelieving look, but Will stood up from the couch. Honestly, Clara, let's just go see. Either they're all in on some elaborate prank on a pair of strangers, or something really cool is happening to us. Bella couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm as she turned away and walked outside with Sam close behind. Jake and Leah had already phased, their towering russet and sleek silver forms sitting on their haunches in the driveway. Clara and Will froze when they stepped out of the front door. Bella tossed them a grin over her shoulder. Told ya. Clara scoffed, clenching her trembling hands into fists at her sides. They could be trained wild wolves. I've seen those on TV a dozen times. This doesn't prove anything. The beta groaned under her breath before kicking off her boots and starting to undress. What are you doing? Clara demanded, slapping a hand over Will's eyes. You want proof? I'll give you proof, Bella replied, leaping forward and bursting out of her skin into a mass of tawny brown fur. She bowed into a low stretch before glancing back at the twins. Both stared, mouths agape and eyes wide at the three wolves that now stood before them. Sam and Jared approached from behind the twins. You'll be doing the same thing in a few hours. For now, I need you two to wait here until we get back. Can you do that? Will nodded mutely, while Clara made a small noise of acknowledgement, neither of them looking away from Bella. Jared wrapped an arm around each of the twins' shoulders and herded them back inside as Sam quickly undressed and phased. Let's go. The four wolves gathered their clothes in their jaws and took off, tearing through the law-push woods until they reached the border. Alice had told Bella before she left school that they would have access to the Cullen land for the day, so despite the cloying scent of sickly sweet bleach that radiated from it, none of the wolves hesitated before leaping over the invisible boundary marking the end of their territory. Once the mansion came into sight, Sam called out to them. Bella came to a stop to phase out and get dressed. Despite the layers of overwhelming vampire stench, she could still smell her imprint lingering inside. Earl Grey tea and lilacs filled her lungs, making the beta nearly whine with longing. It had been days since she'd spent quality time with Rosalie, and the wolf within her was getting restless. Beside her, Leah grimaced as she pulled her shirt back over her head. Remind me again why Jake and I had to be dragged to the resident Fawn Gang dungeon? Bella rolled her eyes as they approached the front door. Because I asked nicely, and Alice said it would have the best outcome. Leah huffed, shifting nervously on her feet. You bribed me with food again. That's cohesion. Also, I trust the pixie vamp as far as I can throw her, and on a bad day, that's about 10 feet. Just then, the mansion door swung open, revealing the very pixie-like vampire. Alice frowned at Leah. I don't weigh that much, you could throw me farther than that. Don't sell yourself short on my account. Now come inside, everyone's waiting. Sam sighed as he looked at his beta. You'll be the death of me someday. I can feel my ancestors rolling in their graves at the thought of me making an alliance with cold ones. Bella shot him a significant look. We have future generations to worry about right now. The ancestors can roll in their graves once we get through what's coming. With that, she turned and walked inside. The scent of vampires was always overwhelming and nearly tear-inducing to her sensitive nose. Only Rosalie's scent was pleasant, but after spending so much time around the Cullens, Bella had learned to pick out the subtle nuances of each of their scents, despite the instinctive repulsion that the smell of vampires caused her. Carlisle, Esme, Emmett, Alice, and Jasper were all present, but Edward was still missing. Alongside their familiar scents, 5 more crowded her nostrils, demanding her attention. Bella started to tremble, and she placed a reassuring hand on Leah's shoulder as they walked into the living room. Both covens were gathered and waiting, the Denali's on one side, the Cullens on the other. Bella recognized most of them from Rosalie's descriptions. The shortest blonde Denali exuded a commanding presence even from across the room, and Bella barely managed to suppress a shiver. That was Tanya, the head of the Denali coven. Beside her stood her tallest sister, Irina, who openly snarled at Bella upon her entrance. Sitting on the couch behind them was the middle sister, Kate, who appeared incredibly bored as she played with sparks of electricity dancing between her fingertips. Further down the couch sat Carmen and Eleazar, the latter watching Bella with curiosity. Welcome, members of the Quillud pack, Carlisle said, inclining his head toward Sam. The Alpha regarded him for a long moment before returning the greeting. Carlisle gestured gracefully. This is Sam Yulee, the Alpha of the pack. These are some of his wolves, Bella Swan, Jacob Black, and Leah Clearwater. Tanya acknowledged the introductions with a nod, her expression an impassive mask. But Irina interrupted, snarling, enough. We did not come here to make nice with the wolves. She glared at Rosalie, who sat in a chair on the opposite side of the room. You said you had answers for Lauren's murder, or was that just another lie? Bella felt a surge of protectiveness for her imprint and snarled in response, drawing Irina's attention as she stepped forward. You want answers? I'm right here. Leave Rose out of it. You. Irina, Tanya interrupted, her voice both rich and lovely yet glacier cold. We have come here in good faith on Rosalie and Carlisle's word. Let us hear the wolf out, and then we can pass judgment. The youngest Denali's sister looked as if she wanted to argue, but the icy glare from her coven leader silenced her. Tanya turned her gaze back to Bella. Explain what happened to Laurent all those months ago. Leave nothing out. Bella took a deep, centering breath. She felt like crawling out of her skin as every eye in the room focused on her, but she steeled her nerves. Laurent returned to Forks in March. I was in the meadow that Edward used to take me to when he found me there. I was still new to phasing at the time, and I nearly ran away when I smelled a vampire. But when I saw it was Laurent, I stayed. He said he had returned on a favor to Victoria, to see if I was still under the protection of the Cullens. Victoria wanted him to kill me. A mate for a mate, Edward killed James, so she wanted me dead too. She paused as Irina began to growl. Tanya placed a hand on her youngest sister's shoulder, silencing the noise. The head of the Denali coven returned her attention to Bella, her icy demeanor enough to rival even Rosalie's. Or perhaps that was who she learned it from. Bella cleared her throat and continued, I was barely holding it together at that point. Laurent's eyes were bright red, which meant he'd fed recently. Lies. Laurent was committed to this life. To me. He would never drink from a human again, he promised me. Irina hissed, taking a dangerous step toward Bella. Tanya yanked her back by the arm. This is your last chance to control yourself, sister. I will not give you another. Listen to her heartbeat, the wolf speaks the truth. Finish your tale, Bella Swan. I tried to reason with him. I told him I wasn't Edward's mate and that the Cullens had left, but he didn't care. He wanted to kill me. I could see it in his eyes. When he made a move, I made mine. Sam and Paul found me as soon as I phased. I took Lauren's head off, and we burned the body. Silence hung in the air for several agonizing seconds before Irina erupted from Tanya's side. Irina stepped closer, invading Bella's space. You were the one who killed him. My Lauren, my mate. You're a liar. He would never have fed from another human. He never would have killed you. How dare you? Irina. No, Tanya. The wolf lies. The Cullens brought us here on nothing but lies. Let me get my revenge. She deserves to die. Behind her, Sam and Jake began growling, positioning themselves around their beta to form a protective barrier at her unguarded back. Leah moved around Irina, placing a hand on her shoulder and shoving her back, teeth bared in a snarl. Listen here, you talking mosquito, you'd better back off before I... Leah broke off mid-snarl, her jaw dropping as her eyes flashed between dark brown and icy blue, the wolf within her causing tremors throughout her body. Irina turned her fierce glare on the she-wolf, her mouth opening to continue the argument, but no sound came out. They stared at each other for several moments until Leah took a step toward the curly-haired blonde. Irina mirrored her movements, taking a step back. What have you done to me, dog? Irina demanded, her hand flying up to press against the area above her venom-frozen heart. Tanya and Kate stepped up to their sister's side, worry etched on their faces. Irina, what's wrong? What just happened? Tanya asked, shooting a venomous glare at Leah, who attempted to take another step closer to Irina. Bella felt a growing sense of dread and latched onto Leah's forearm, dragging her back. Leah snapped around and snarled at her beta, the sound deepening into a growl as Sam grabbed onto her opposite shoulder to hold her in place. Leah, calm down, Sam said softly, his rich, commanding voice carrying the weight of an alpha. Leah's muscles locked up, and the she-wolf went limp. Sam looked at his beta, his expression grim. Yet Bella swore she saw the tiniest shred of sadness in his eyes. The alpha turned his attention back to Leah. You're sure? The overwhelming, all-consuming light of a fresh imprint bond had already begun to fade from Leah's eyes, now dark brown as the wolf within her settled. The older girl let out a bitter chuckle. I'm sure, Sammy. I felt everyone else's. It's the same. I do not like to repeat myself, so I will ask once more before I tear the answers out of you alongside your throat, wolf, Tanya interjected harshly, stepping in front of Irina and baring her fangs. What just happened? Leah took a shuddering breath as she turned to address the head of the Denali coven, but her gaze was fixed solely on Irina. She shook off Sam and Bella's hold, stepping toward her imprint. The tallest of the Denali sisters hissed at her, but Leah either didn't notice or simply didn't care. I imprinted on Irina. Like a baby duck. Emmett blurted out, earning himself death glares and growls for his trouble. The burly vampire pouted, folding his arms over his chest. It was an honest question. Leah ran a nervous hand through her short-cropped black hair. No, imprinting is when a Quileute shifter finds their soulmate. It's a mating bond that happens when a wolf first meets their imprint's eyes. It's an instant connection that I, can't control. Silence hung heavily for several agonizing seconds as both covens processed the information. Then Irina growled viciously, stepping around her older sister to get in Leah's face. The expression of happiness at having her imprint nearby shattered with the tallest Denali sister's next words. Take it back. Leah flinched, her shoulders rolling inward and her neck curving into a submissive posture as she whispered. I can't. I don't have a choice in the bond. Only. You do, Irina hissed. You're lying. I can feel, she paused mid-sentence, her eyes widening in horror. I can feel you. I know what you're feeling. But that's impossible. I don't. The tallest Denali's sister took a step back, then another, before she turned and blurred away through the front door. Leah started to follow, but Tanya stepped into her path, blocking her way. Tanya's defensive posture had relaxed slightly, her head tilted as she examined Leah with an inscrutable expression. "Stay here, Wolf," Tanya said. "I'll retrieve my sister. When I return, you and I are going to have a very long talk. And if I find out that you've been dishonest in any way, I'll turn you into a taxidermy mount that will hang above my mantle for the rest of my life." With that, Tanya left to find her sister, leaving the living room charged with tension. The wolves, Cullens, and remaining Denalis exchanged glances. Bella turned to Alice, unsure whether to praise the little pixie or demand a free swing at her face. She settled on, this was the best outcome. Alice fidgeted with an invisible piece of lint on her skirt. "I said this was the clearest one. I didn't know what would happen, just that you four needed to be here for things to work out." Bella wanted to argue, but she didn't get the chance as Leah tugged on her sleeve. Ice blue eyes met hers, and Bella felt the wolf in her soul rise to the surface, yearning to comfort her distressed sister. This wasn't the Leah she had known since they were toddlers, the girl who was brave, bluntly honest, strong, and fiercely independent, no matter what life threw at her. This Leah looked lost, scared, and devastated as she whispered in a voice that was both her own and the wolf that shared her soul, "How do you do it, Bells? Irina, she's perfect. How the hell do I measure up to perfect?" From across the room, Kate scoffed and whispered something to Carmen, who quickly shushed her. Bella could feel the weight of everyone's gaze on her, and in Leah's vulnerable state, she wished she could make them all disappear. To ground herself and comfort her best friend, she wrapped an arm around Leah's shoulder. "It'll settle in a few days, Lee. Just focus on me for right now, okay? I've got you." A warmth raced up Bella's spine, and she barely fought back a shiver as she sensed Rosalie's eyes on her. Her mouth went dry as she realized that Rosalie had just overheard every word exchanged between her and Leah. Bella swallowed hard, unable to meet Rosalie's golden gaze. She was terrified of what she might find if she did. Did Rosalie realize what was happening? Did she know? What on earth was Bella going to do now? A dozen questions flooded her mind, making her vision blur. Fortunately, just as her thoughts spiraled, the front door opened, revealing Tanya with a sullen-looking Irina trudging behind her. The head of the Denali coven glanced at Leah with that same inscrutable expression before turning to Carlisle. "If it's all right with you, old friend, I need to borrow your office." Carlisle hesitated for a moment but then nodded in acceptance. Tanya turned away, with Irina following closely, and motioned over her shoulder, "Come, Wolf. We have much to discuss." As if drawn by an invisible force, now that she was connected to Irina, Leah slipped out from under Bella's arm and trailed after the pair. The three of them disappeared down the hall, and the faint click of Carlisle's office door echoed like a gunshot in the sudden silence. The head of the Cullen Coven's office was the most soundproofed room in the house, and a tremor of worry crawled down Bella's spine when she could no longer hear her sister's heartbeat. She glanced at her alpha, and seeing how tightly wound he was at that shared realization, she forced herself to stay calm. Bella took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. 3 wolves against nearly a dozen vampires weren't exactly favorable odds. They had come here to forge an alliance, not to start a fight. "So, shitty weather we're having, huh?" Jacob said, letting out a long, suffering sigh. At the same time, Rosalie muttered under her breath, "Migraine." "Well, we came here to talk about an alliance, and all we've done is argue and threaten to kill each other. So I'm fresh out of good segues, folks," Bella added, feeling the tension in the room. Thankfully, Carlisle picked up on the conversation. "You're correct, Bella. We've veered rather far off topic. Sam, my coven, and I are more than willing to work together to face whatever threat Victoria is bringing to our territories. I cannot speak for the Denali coven, but we believe this is our best chance to protect ourselves and the humans living here." Sam nodded slowly, glancing toward the hallway where Leah had disappeared, then returning his focus to Carlisle. "What are your terms?" I'm here on Bella's behalf, not because I wanted to be. I don't believe the pack needs help taking down a few red-eyed vampires. Carlyle shook his head. There are no terms, Sam. We simply wish to extend the offer and train together, if the pack would accept. Whether Bella's premonition is true or not, we know Victoria has a companion. Even a pair of red-eyed vampires can be incredibly dangerous. From what I understand, the pack has only ever faced one, and he was alone. Jasper has a long history with red-eyed vampires, particularly newborns. His knowledge of their fighting habits could be incredibly useful for both of us if the need arises. The Alpha glanced at Jasper, who was leaning against the fireplace with his arms crossed. The fading light of the sunset caught the dozens of crescent-shaped scars that marked his exposed arms and chest. Jasper frowned, seemingly sensing the emotions radiating from Sam, and spoke before the tension could escalate further. Alpha seized the moment. Safe to say, I know how they think, how they react, and how to kill them. Sam contemplated this for several minutes before looking down at Bella. A dozen unspoken questions danced across his face, and all the beta could do was nod. She may not have trusted the Cullens as much as she once did, but she understood that the threat to human lives was their top priority. They would fight with everything they had to protect Forks, but the pack had only so many fully grown wolves to defend the tribe. They couldn't be everywhere at once. The Alpha turned back to Carlyle. The pack agrees to an alliance. When do we start? Tonight, if possible. The more we train, the better prepared we can be. Sam nodded, his attention snapping back to the hallway as he heard the office door click open. Leah appeared first, somehow looking like she'd aged 10 years in less than an hour. Irina and Tanya followed shortly after, the latter smirking while the former looked mortified. Leah, Bella started, but stopped when the older girl shook her head and took her place at Sam's left shoulder. The Alpha glanced at her with concern before turning a glare at Tanya, whose smirk transformed into a grin. The Denalis will stand with the wolves. And Leah, dear, remember what I said. Leah shivered. With all his wolves at his side, Sam nodded tersely at Carlyle. We'll meet at the bend of the Kalawa River at midnight. Carlyle returned the gesture, and the wolves filed out of the house. They had barely hit the tree line when Leah phased, ripping through her clothes and darting back toward La Push. Cursing under her breath, Bella quickly undressed and phased, chasing after the silver wolf. Her thoughts swirled in a chaotic mix of panic and confusion, so overwhelming that the beta nearly stumbled over her own paws before Jake's russet wolf appeared at her side, nudging her back into balance. Sam, Bella, and Jake chased Leah all the way to Lookout Rock, where the silver wolf collapsed in a heap at the base of a tree. The beta approached slowly, careful not to startle her, and nudged Leah's cheek with her muzzle. Lee? What the hell happened in there? Are you okay? The chaotic whirlwind of Leah's thoughts began to settle. She rolled onto her paws and stood, shaking out her fur. That is the single most terrifying woman I have ever met in my life, she said. Irina? Jake asked, tilting his head to the side. Tanya, Leah replied, shivering at the mention of the head of the Denali coven. Don't ever leave me alone with her again. I'm begging you. Don't even make me talk about what happened in there. I'm going to have nightmares for weeks. That woman put the fear of God in me, and I don't even believe in God. Sam trotted over to her side, concern radiating off him in waves. Barring whatever the hell happened in that office, are you okay? Leah let out a huffing sigh, leaning her weight against Bella's larger form. Honestly, Sammy, I have no clue. I hate imprinting. I hate what it does to us and the people around us. But now I've imprinted on not just a woman I just met when I barely come to terms with my sexuality, but a vampire that's over 1,000 years old. I think I'm starting to understand where Mom was coming from. The Alpha didn't know how to respond to that. Instead, his understanding mingled with the memory of his own imprint, filtering through the pack mind. For the first time since she'd phased, Leah didn't react to Sam's slip. Bella wanted to comfort her sister, but for once, she felt at a loss for words. Her own imprint to Rosalie had at least somewhat aligned with how she'd felt about the blonde vampire beforehand. She couldn't imagine meeting a complete stranger and having the wolf within her decide right then and there that they would be her partner for life. Leah glanced over at Jake, catching a fleeting sense of bitterness from the russet wolf before he shook out his fur. Jake padded over and joined the trio, settling down on his belly. You know, if I had a nickel for every time one of my best friends imprinted on a blonde vampire, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's still strange that it happened twice. Leah let out a bark of laughter, which Bella echoed before playfully cuffing the russet wolf on the ear. Jakey boy, I don't know if you've noticed, but we all turn into giant wolves with superpowers whenever we want. Normal just isn't what fate had in mind for any of us. Chapter 24. Life is a highway, and I want to ride it all night long. Clara sang, her voice echoing into the night. Clara, I'm going to make your life a 2-wolf collision if you don't stop singing that song. It's been on repeat for 5 miles, the newest member of the pack whined. Her pure white fur practically glowed in the moonlight as she ran alongside her beta. Will kept pace at his sister's right shoulder, his thoughts a mix of irritation and fear, trying hard not to trip over his own paws. Their pelts matched perfectly, but their eyes told a different story. Clara's were a warm amber, while Will's shone with a striking blue, just like his human self. The Silver-Vein twins had phased only a few hours ago, with the pack surrounding them to guard their transition and welcome them into their ranks. They were the first white wolves in the pack's history, if Sam was correct, and something about their unique fur colors tugged at Bella's memories. It was as if they reminded her of something significant, but every time she tried to grasp the thought, it slipped away like smoke. Despite being thrown into a crash course on phasing, pack hierarchy, imprinting, their impending physical changes, the pack mind, their duties as protectors, and the looming threat of a newborn vampire army, Will and Clara were surprisingly composed. Well, after Will had calmed down from his panic attack and Clara had thrown up a few times, that is. Baby steps. At first, Sam had been reluctant to allow the twins, along with Brady and Colin, to attend training, considering they were the newest and youngest members of the pack. But even the alpha wasn't immune to puppy dog eyes and pleading. His only condition was that none of the 4 were permitted to participate in the training. They would have to sit on the sidelines and observe. Clara had earned her first alpha command when she tried to argue, while the boys were quickly put in their place when their beta flashed her teeth at them. So, are you going to tell your scary hot blonde that she's an imprint? Bella asked, cutting into Clara's path, sending the tension in the air crackling. A white wolf flipped its muzzle over its tail and disappeared into the bushes. A few paces away, the beta sensed Leah's thoughts echoing the same question, but the older girl quickly pushed it aside. Clara popped out of the bushes and sprinted to catch up with the pack. You should totally tell her. There's this guy in my class I've liked forever, but then he started dating this other girl who totally knew I liked him. That's just against girl code, and... Oh my spirits. Do you have an off switch? Bella demanded, exasperated. How does it feel to be on the receiving end, Bella? Sam chuckled. Bella hadn't heard him use humor in so long that she didn't even bother making another joke. It was just good to hear her alpha chime in, despite the weight of the world he carried on his shoulders. Luckily, Jared stepped in. Sorry, Clara, but the chief is waiting to be presented with a rhinestone collar with Rosalie's pet written on the tag first. Bella snorted. You sure like to think about collars, Jer-Bear. Is there something you're not telling Kim? I could recommend some great leashes so she can wring your scrawny neck with them. Jared let out a pulse of mortification at the nickname his imprint had just used for him, knowing it was now on display for every wolf to hear. That was told to you in confidence, Chief. How could you? The pack erupted in a chorus of barks and laughter, easing the tension that had been plaguing their minds as they ran toward their meeting with the vampires. Will spoke up for the first time since they had left Emily's, finally seeming to get the hang of his newfound limbs. Is it always like this? Jacob replied deadpan, only every day that ends with a why, you'll get used to it, pup. The pack mind fell silent as the 13 wolves reached the bend of the Kalawa River. Both covens were already gathered, with Emmett and Jasper in the midst of a mock sparring match. A circle had been gouged into the ground in the middle of the natural grove by the river bend, and Jasper had just tossed his brother out of it. Emmett flipped back onto his feet, grinning as he shouted, "Again!" All movement ceased as the wolves descended into the grove, with Sam leading the pack and Bella standing at his right shoulder. Both groups observed each other for several moments before Clara broke the silence with a sneeze. "Spirits, they smell awful. My poor nose is on fire." The beta snorted, cuffing the white wolf on the ear. "Get used to it, we're going to be around them a lot more with this alliance." A ripple of unease and discomfort spread through the pack's mind at the beta's words, but no wolf dared to argue. Across the grove, Rosalie watched the pack with a cool mask of indifference. However, when Bella locked eyes with her, she noticed a flicker of worry pass through the mask as Rosalie glanced over at Colin and Brady. At only 13, both boys were the smallest in the pack. Brady's ashy brown fur was still puppy fluff along his back and flank, lacking the sleekness of the older wolves, and Colin's limbs were still gangly, where they should have been muscular. From the corner of her eye, the beta noticed Paul and Jared stepping slightly in front of the pups. "Sam," Carlisle greeted with a nod. The alpha returned the gesture, and Carlisle continued, "As I mentioned earlier, Jasper has intimate knowledge of newborns and their fighting styles. He will be the one leading us through training." Sam's eyes flickered toward his beta, silently questioning her, but before she could respond, the bushes across from the grove rustled, and Edward Cullens stepped out. He looked more haggard than Bella had ever seen him, his usually perfect copper curls tangled, his eyes a dark topaz, and his clothes disheveled from days of traveling. He froze as every wolf and vampire in the clearing turned to face him. Bella heard a gasp escape from her lips. A subvocal growl rose in Bella's throat, but when she turned a questioning glance toward the blonde vampire, Rosalie wouldn't meet her eyes. "Son," Carlisle greeted, though there was an odd note of warning in his tone. Edward grimaced as he stepped forward, keeping several feet of distance between himself and the rest of the coven. He took a deep, unnecessary breath and looked toward Bella as he spoke. "My family is in trouble, and I won't stand back while the rest of you fight. None of the wolves feel comfortable phasing out, so I can be the interpreter for training." Tension crackled in the air as neither the covens nor the wolves moved. Finally, Bella huffed and brushed her shoulder against Sam's in begrudging acceptance of the newest addition to their training. The alpha turned to Edward. "What makes new vampires any different from you?" Edward repeated the question, and Jasper stepped into the center of the sparring circle, his scars glinting silver beneath the moonlight. "Newborns are the most dangerous kind of vampire you can ever face. They're half feral, with twice the strength of an older vampire during their first 6 months of this life, fueled by the human blood still in their system. Now, the two most important things to remember when fighting them are, first, never let them get their arms around you, they'll crush you instantly. Second, never go for the obvious kill, they'll be expecting that, and you will lose." The chilling edge in Jasper's voice lingered in the air, and Bella barely suppressed a shiver as the gravity of the situation hit her. Both of her families were about to face the biggest threat they had ever encountered, and it was her fault. Yet, even as that realization washed over her, the pack mind flooded with warmth, love, and a fierce sense of loyalty. The beta glanced around at the other wolves, noting how they were already looking at her. Even the pups and the twins, despite their fears, looked up to Bella for her role in easing them into their new lives. This was what she had always wanted, to be a part of something greater. It felt incredible to be part of the pack. No matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The beta let out a huff, but she couldn't hide the warmth that spread through her fur as she turned back to Jasper, who had moved to the edge of the sparring circle. "Emmett," Jasper called. The burly vampire took his place opposite his brother, his warm expression shifting to one of intense focus. "Don't hold back," Jasper instructed. Emmett flashed a predatory grin, revealing his fangs. "Not in my nature." With that, Emmett launched himself forward, ducking around Jasper's outstretched hands. He grabbed Jasper by the torso and tossed him through the air. But the Major was quick to recover, landing on his feet and backstepping to evade a wild swipe aimed at his face. He then slammed his hand down against Emmett's ribs, sending the burly vampire crashing to the ground. "Never lose focus," Jasper advised, glancing toward the wolves. "Edward, Carlyle, you're up." The next hour unfolded in a similar fashion, with vampires from both covens sparring against one another as Jasper offered praise and constructive criticism. Sam and Bella discussed logistics while observing, sharing insights about the various fighting styles as the pack watched the matches unfold. Eventually, Jasper called Alice and Carmen out of the ring before turning his attention to the wolves. "You've seen how we fight, now it's your turn. Any volunteers?" Bella padded into the circle. "I'm ready when you are, Major." Jasper grinned after Edward relayed Sam's thoughts. "My idea is for each wolf to pair with a vampire, so you always have someone watching your back. For now, I want to see how each of you fights to determine the best pairings. And please, no tearing off my arms, Bella." The tawny brown wolf rolled her eyes, dropping into a defensive crouch. She slinked to the left, with Jasper mirroring her movements to the right. In a flash, Bella launched herself at Jasper, digging her front paws into the ground at the last moment. Narrowly avoiding a punch to her ribs, Bella twisted her spine and kicked out with her hind legs, catching the Major in the back and sending him sprawling. Jasper rolled to his feet, using the momentum to stand up and brush himself off. "Good. Never go for the obvious kill. Next," he called out. One by one, Sam, Jared, Jacob, Quill, Embry, Leah, Seth, and Paul faced off against the Major. Paul, in a fit of frustration during his match, ended up taking a chunk out of Jasper's arm. In return, he received a kick to the throat, alongside a snarl from Alice, who got in his face to reprimand him. Bella snapped her teeth at his muzzle, urging him to calm down for the training. Suddenly, Leah felt warmth race up her spine. A quick glance across the grove revealed the reason. Rosalie was staring at her with a predatory intensity that made the tawny brown wolf feel exposed beneath her fur. So many questions swirled in Leah's tawny gold eyes that she had to look away. Bella swallowed hard as Leah padded up to her side, both of them freezing when Irina, standing beside Rosalie, turned her gaze toward them. Irina's look was similarly predatory, reminiscent of a mountain lion singling out a wounded deer in a herd. "Why are they looking at us like that?" Leah wondered, caught between fascination and fear. "Don't make eye contact. If you don't move, they can't see you. Bells, they aren't T-Rexes." In the midst of their internal panic, Jasper returned to the center of the sparring circle. "Leah, Tanya." The silver wolf snapped her attention to the Major, images of Carlyle's office flooding her mind, accompanied by a gut-wrenching fear. "No way. Not with the woman who haunts my nightmares. I'd take the human cattle prod over her." Edward, perched on a small rock at the edge of the grove, tilted his head and chimed in. Leah would rather not spar with Tanya. She'd prefer the human cattle prod. Kate laughed, stepping forward. Stepping into the sparring circle, Kate waggled her fingers at Leah, sparks dancing between her fingertips. "Oh, that's a new one. At least your wolf has a sense of humor," she tossed over her shoulder to Irina, who growled softly in response. Leah let out a sigh of relief at not having to face Tanya in a sparring match and stepped into the circle. "Please don't actually shock me. I don't want to look like a walking fuzzball for the rest of the night," Leah joked, drawing a few chuckles from both the pack and the covens. Then, the silver wolf sprinted toward Kate. Leah was the fastest in the pack, light on her feet, easily dodging Kate's swings and the sparks still crackling in her palms. The match ended when Kate wrapped an arm around Leah's foreleg, sending a shock through her limbs that made them jerk wildly as the electricity coursed through her. Irina let out a loud snarl, quickly covering her mouth when multiple eyes turned to her. Scoffing, she dropped her hand. "She told you not to shock her, Kate." Kate rolled her eyes and stepped out of the circle. "Pull the stick out of your butt, little sister. It's just training." Irina was incensed. "I felt that. You knew I would feel that, and you did it anyway." Kate grinned and shrugged one shoulder. "Your bond with the wolf is adorable, sister. Do you get on her nerves as much as you do mine? I'm dying to know. Maybe I should just shock her again and find out. She turned to do just that, but Tanya yanked her back by the shoulder. In a soft voice, despite the cold fire in her eyes, Tanya said, Kate, my darling sister, if you continue to harass Irina and Leah with their fledgling mating bond, I will ensure you don't see the light of day for a moon turn while you're buried 6 feet in the ground. The air in the clearing felt like it dropped 5 degrees. Bella slunk out of the sparring circle and returned to her beta, pressing against her fur and shivering. That's the woman who scares the living daylights out of me, she murmured. Kate rolled her eyes and raised her hands in mock defeat. Fine, take away all my fun, why don't you? Jasper, undeterred by the interruption in his training, called out, Bella, Rosalie. Bella felt her heart rate quicken as she padded into the circle. Rosalie joined her, tossing her braided blonde hair over her shoulder. She wore a tight-fitting black jacket that left little to the imagination and jeans that looked like they had been painted on. Bella swiped her tongue over her lips to catch a stray drop of drool before it fell, cursing herself when Rosalie cracked a grin. A challenging light sparked in Rosalie's honey-gold eyes as she said, Come on, wolf girl. Show me what you've got. Spirits, she's beautiful. Before Bella could finish her thought, Rosalie was right in front of her muzzle. The beta backstepped in blind panic, leaving her right side vulnerable. The blonde vampire ducked under Bella's swiping paws and wrapped her arms around the tawny brown wolf's ribs, squeezing tightly. Bella snarled in pain and twisted in Rosalie's hold, snapping her teeth around the hood of the vampire's jacket and yanking. Rosalie stumbled, and Bella leapt at her, slamming a paw down on her chest to pin her down. For a moment, the rest of the world seemed to fall away as they stared at each other, both panting. In the next moment, Bella watched in horror as pain flickered through Rosalie's eyes, while agony coursed through her own body from a broken rib. Bella lifted her paw, trying, and failing, to hold back a whine as she limped backward. Edward was at Bella's side in an instant, reaching a hand toward her. Bella, stay still. Let me help. The beta snapped her teeth at the offending hand, but the copper-haired vampire remained undeterred. No, Edward said, shaking his head. You need to rest. It won't heal properly if you keep pushing yourself. Let me help. Rosalie stepped up beside Edward, growling, She's an adult, Edward. If she needs help, she'll ask for it. Edward turned on his sister with a sneer. No. I told you that if you didn't stay away from Bella, you'd only end up hurting her. It's what you do best, Rosalie. You hurt the things you care about in some vain effort to protect yourself. You're still the same coward you were when you first turned. Nothing's changed. Bella felt her control snap in that moment. Instinctively, she stepped around Rosalie, hurting the imprint behind her toward the pack. A deep, rich growl rose in her throat, drowning out the startled voices of the covens and the snarls and whines of the pack watching the scene unfold. With a howl, Bella leaped at Edward, colliding with his diamond-hard frame in a resounding crack that echoed through the clearing. Bella. Sam bellowed. Stand down. The black wolf infused his words with every ounce of authority he could muster, but the command fell on deaf ears. Bella saw nothing but red and heard nothing but Edward's horrible, sneering comments about her imprint. The copper-haired vampire let out a startled hiss, slamming his palms flat against Bella's chest and sending her flying across the clearing. She felt another rib crack before hitting the ground hard, forcing the air from her lungs. But she was immediately back on her paws, every hair on her body standing on end as she snarled at Edward. The copper vampire crouched in a defensive stance, his golden eyes widening at Bella's display. Bella, what are you doing? It's me. You're Edward. Bella crouched, her muscles tensing as she prepared to go at him again. Suddenly, Rosalie stepped in front of the snarling wolf, raising her hands in a soothing gesture. Her topaz eyes darkened slightly as she gazed into the tawny brown wolf's burning gold. Bella, it's okay. I'm all right, she whispered, her voice so soft that Bella could barely hear it, but it was enough. The beta snapped back into control, shaking her massive head against the din of voices echoing through the pack mind. Bella realized that the training session was over, and both the pack and the covens had formed a loose circle around her, Rosalie, and Edward. Emmett grinned at Bella, giving her a thumbs up. Esme and Carlyle stood close together, the former looking horrified while the latter appeared livid at their son, who now sported a crack across the length of his cheek. Jasper stood a few paces back from the rest of the coven, his expression slightly pained by all the heightened emotions swirling in the clearing. Sam broke away from the pack, stalking toward Bella with his upper lip curled back over his teeth. The beta stepped in front of Rosalie, shielding her from the furious alpha. The black wolf stopped less than a foot away, a deep growl rumbling through his chest. "You are the one who formed this alliance, Bella. You convinced us to work with the Cullens in the face of a common enemy. What good will any of this be if you attack one of their own?" His rich, commanding timbre resonated through his words, forcing the assembled wolves to whine and cower as they felt Sam's rage boiling through the link. Bella fought against the pull of his authority, raising her head until she met Sam's gaze. She could sense the unease rippling throughout the pack at the display, but she was far past caring. "What if it was Emily being slandered right in front of you, Sam?" she snarled, turning her gaze toward Jared. "Or if it was Kim?" Her words struck their mark as both males growled in return, imagining the scenarios in their minds. Bella returned her gaze to her alpha. "I know I've brought this fight to the pack, and to the people of La Push and Forks. Aligning with the covens gives us the best chance we have. But I won't stand by while my imprint is treated like that." Jacob and Leah broke away from the circle, cautiously positioning themselves on either side of Bella. "Sam, you know you'd react worse if someone talked like that about Emily," Jacob reasoned, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the slowly calming alpha. "What's done is done. It's late, the training session is over, and some of these pups still have school tomorrow." "Hey!" Colin and Brady shouted in unison, their indignation at being called pups lightening the mood. Quill and Embry snickered at their expense, and Sam stepped back from Bella. "This piece is temporary, Bella. Just make sure you don't tear him apart before the red eyes show up. Don't let my trust be the death of both of us. Come on, we're going home." Carlyle, Jasper, and Emmett pulled Edward away by the arms, despite his lack of protest. The head of the Cullen coven spoke in hushed, tense tones as they left. One by one, the pack began to withdraw from the grove. Bella huffed, already dreading the run ahead with 2 cracked ribs, but froze when she felt a cold hand press against her shoulder. The beta glanced down at Rosalie, who glared back at her. "Stay. You have enough training to understand that command, don't you, wolf girl? Chief, do you prefer hot pink or baby blue rhinestones? Good luck, Bells. Tell her. Tell her. I'd say I'd take your place, but that woman could freeze a glacier with those eyes. Bella, you just offended her honor for everyone and their god to see. If you don't tell her, I will." Sam paused at the top of the ridge to glance back at his beta, before sighing and turning away to lead his pack out of vampire territory. "Come to Emily's later, we need to remake the schedule." Once the wolves were gone, the remaining Cullens and the Denali coven followed suit. Rosalie looked Bella up and down before she sighed, "Wait here." In a blur, she was gone. The blonde vampire had vanished, leaving Bella alone to grapple with her thoughts for a brief 2 minutes while Rosalie dashed to the Cullen mansion and back with clothes. Struggling to catch her breath, Bella took the clothes in her teeth and made her way into the trees to phase out. Rosalie had brought her a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt that looked well-loved, almost beyond repair, but they were soaked in the scent of her imprint. Taking a deep breath, the beta forced the wolf back into her skin, whining through clenched teeth as her cracked ribs shifted and settled into their human form. Bella dressed quickly, pausing only to pull the shirt up to her nose and inhale the comforting aroma of Earl Grey tea and lilacs. The scent of her imprint felt like a balm on her frayed nerves, easing the lingering anger at Edward and the anxiety about the conversation ahead. Once she felt somewhat composed, Bella returned to the clearing where Rosalie was pacing in a smaller circle within the sparring area. Bella opened her mouth to speak, but the blonde vampire held up a hand and kept pacing. The beta observed her imprint for nearly 5 minutes before Rosalie abruptly stopped and turned to face her. "Why did you defend me?" Bella looked away, rubbing the back of her neck. "That's just what friends do. Don't lie to me, Bella. Look at me." The beta grimaced, unable to ignore her imprint's words any more than she could stop the rain from falling. She met Rosalie's topaz eyes, which shone so brightly that she feared she might go blind if she stared too long. Heat flooded Bella's limbs as the wolf within her fought to suppress a purr at the attention and acknowledgement from her imprint. "I'll ask you one more time. Why did you defend me?" Bella shrugged, feeling her arms begin to tremble as the wolf and human parts of her soul battled for control of her voice. "You know, you and Tanya are scarily similar. She was my mentor." "Start talking, wolf girl." "Mentor, like in a scary but hot teacher way?" "Bella." "It sounds like the scary but hot teacher way." "Bella. I imprinted on you." The beta clapped a hand over her mouth, mortification and horror draining every ounce of warmth from her body. Rosalie's eyebrows shot up, nearly reaching her hairline as she asked in a dangerously soft voice, "What?" I imprinted on you. That day behind my house. The first time I saw you as a wolf." Rosalie closed the distance between them so quickly that Bella nearly flinched. "All this time? You've had the wolf version of a mating bond to me for a month and you never said a word?" Bella flinched this time. "How was I supposed to come out and say, 'Hey Rosalie, I know you hate my guts and you just got back from a year-long Bella abandonment tour, but the wolf in my soul says you're now everything in the world to me forever'?" Rosalie blinked, noticing the growl beneath the beta's words. Taking a step back, she replied in a voice so soft that Bella almost missed it, "I never hated you." Bella snapped her gaze up to the blonde vampire, snorting. "You made that very clear from the first day I met you." Leah was right about what she said to Irina. The wolf doesn't get a choice in their imprint, it just happens when they lock eyes for the first time. "I never wanted to put you in a position where you had to accept this bond out of pity." Rosalie froze, neither moving nor breathing, before she spoke in a halting voice. "It was never hate, Bella." The blonde vampire broke off, snarling to herself. "You what?" Rosalie seemed to wrestle with herself for several long moments before she sighed. "I was afraid of you." "How could you have been afraid of me?" "I was 100 pounds soaking wet human that walked into a vampire den on some random Tuesday. You're a blonde goddess who could rip me in half. Half in the blink of an eye, and I'd say thank you," Bella said. Rosalie cracked a smile at that, but it quickly faded into a grimace as she wrapped her arms around herself. "I was afraid of what would happen the longer you stayed around. I was terrified that one day my self-control would slip, that I would look at you, and it would ruin everything." Bella frowned at the vague response and Rosalie's closed-off demeanor. "What do you mean?" "You looked at me," the words caught in her throat as a dawning realization flooded her. The wolf within her cried out in joy as Bella whispered, "My eyes." She locked her gaze with Rosalie's glowing golden eyes, feeling her heartbeat stutter in her chest as the icy mask fell away, revealing nothing but fear laced with guilt. "You never looked me in the eyes. Always over my shoulder, or above me, or not at all." The blonde vampire grimaced and looked away, further confirming Bella's suspicions. "All this time, you knew?" Bella's voice cracked, raw emotion simmering beneath her skin. Rosalie took a deep breath before she sighed, a testament to her nerves, even though she didn't need to breathe at all. "I didn't know for certain. There were signs, but I avoided them as best I could. You were already head over heels for Edward, and I wasn't going to ruin anything that made you happy." "What signs, Rosalie?" Bella growled now, feeling the telltale tremble of her limbs as the wolf rose within her. Her imprint had known since day one that Bella meant something to her, that she could have been her mate, and instead, she let Bella be with Edward. Torn between the burning desire to kiss her imprint and the urge to punch her for being so self-sacrificing, Bella felt a mix of emotions. The entire Cullen clan had abandoned her on Edward's insistence that they were too dangerous to remain near a fragile human. A cold hand settled on Bella's arm, and the trembling intensified. stopped immediately as the wolf in her soul basked in the physical touch of her imprint. Your scent. You'd always had an undercurrent of something strange, like the forest after a storm, but only I could smell it. I know now it was your wolf, but to me you just smelled heavenly. Then there was the need to be around you, which I fought for the longest time. Whenever you came to see Edward the First, kept myself locked in my bedroom or the garage, trying so hard to stay away from you. But then you started seeking me out, trying to be friends with me, and I already suspected you were my mate by then. I couldn't look you in the eyes, but I couldn't stay away from you. Rosalie took in a shuddering breath, her hand tightening on her mate's arm. It was torture. But what was I supposed to do? You were with Edward, and after everything I've been through, everything I've done, I couldn't imagine having a mate. Especially not one that was so human, so fragile, and so young. You had your whole life ahead of you. I never wanted to take you away from any of that. Bella growled at the last statement, reaching a hand towards her imprint. When Rosalie didn't move away, the beta pulled the shorter woman into her arms. Earl Grey tea and lilac flooded her senses, easing the growl into a low purr in the back of her throat. After several tense moments, Rosalie returned the hug, burying her nose in the crook of Bella's neck. I should have gotten a choice. It was my life to live, but that's the past now and we can't change it. But I get to choose my own future. No more making decisions for me, okay? That's not what I want, and it isn't what I deserve. Rosalie nodded slowly in the crook of Bella's neck, letting out a shuddering breath. The beta could have gladly died and went to the afterlife right there and then, but now that her imprint had accepted their bond, she wasn't going anywhere. For a very, very long time, Bella held Rosalie a moment longer before pulling away, grinning. I think the wolf made a good choice for this bond. We're both complete idiots, Bella said. Rosalie made an offended noise and shoved Bella's shoulder, though the corners of her lips quirked into a smile. Don't get smart with me, wolf girl. You danced around on eggshells for a month. You did it for a year, Rose. That's like 7 in dog years. You could have saved me from dating Edward in the first place with that kind of time. Speaking of Edward, I'm going to hunt him down and tear him limb from limb. Rosalie quickly put a hand on Bella's arm, freezing her in place. Not tonight. I've handled Edward for 70 years now. I can manage him a while longer. Right now, I'd rather you just be here, as my... The blonde vampire trailed off, frowning. I didn't think I'd get this far in my existence. Bella put her rage on the back burner and grinned at her imprint. Why don't we start with girlfriends? No bones or supernatural stuff cramping our style. Rosalie raised an eyebrow. You never asked me to date you, wolf girl. I'm simply bound to you and only you for the rest of our lives. The beta chuckled at that. We've been on dates, and the bonds just cut out the middlemen. I can get down on one knee and tell you everything the wolf in my soul tries to force out of me when I'm within a 5-mile radius of you if you'd like. Rosalie pulled her hand away and folded her arms over her chest with a scoff. We haven't been on a real date without bonds or supernatural stuff, having a hand in them. Bella opened her mouth to argue but paused. Rebuilding dirt bikes together had stemmed from her ruining a $7,000 purse, which she still owed Rosalie for. That same day, she had endured the awful first-hand experience of a family Cullen meeting on top of Victoria making another run for her house. They had gone hunting together, which almost counted as a date, but the beta had been running on 3 days without sleep, and some of those memories were still a bit hazy. Well, that just wouldn't do for the most beautiful blonde vampire of the 5 she knew in the world. We haven't had an actual good date, have we? Don't worry, Miss Hale, I know how to give a girl a night on the town, Bella said confidently. Bella, you only ever dated my brother, Rosalie replied. Correction, Bella insisted, I can figure out how to give a girl a night on the town. Have a little faith in me. All my training has to amount to something. So, would you like to go on a date with me, Rosalie? The blonde vampire actually seemed to consider it for a moment, sending a trickle of fear down Bella's spine. Had she somehow crossed their newly defined boundaries? But then Rosalie smirked. Yes, I'll go on a date with you. I've got to keep you on your toes somehow, wolf girl. Did you think I would make this easy for you and tell you all my deep, dark secrets? Bella growled, locking her challenging golden gaze with Rosalie's. I'd never dream of it, Miss Hale. Chapter 25. Bella felt as if she were being shocked by Kate's highest voltage, every muscle in her body trembling as the wolf within her fought a losing battle against the panic of her situation. She could easily take down any wolf in the pack, tear a red-eyed adversary's head clean off, burn the body, and not even blink. She could dive off 300 feet of sheer rock into the icy Pacific, transform into a giant wolf with superpowers at will, and even ask Rosalie Hale out on a date. But there was one thing she couldn't handle, this moment. Bells, are you okay? Jake asked, concern etched on his face as he glanced at her with his blazing gold eyes. Jake, I think I'm having a heart attack, Bella replied, her voice shaky. Jake rolled his eyes, leaning against a stage column. Dressed casually in jeans, work boots, and a black t-shirt, he looked like he was ready to face anything. Stop being a drama queen. Isn't that Edward's job? Bella couldn't muster the energy to laugh. The noise of 200 voices overlapping and echoing off the vaulted ceiling filled her mind, drowning out her thoughts. Sensing her silence, Jake placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. You can do this. Everyone will be cheering you on. It's just a quick walk across the stage, and then you're home free. What if I trip? What if my throat closes up, and I can't even breathe? What if? A sickly sweet scent of bleach wafted through the air just before Alice appeared at Bella's side. She smiled brightly as Jasper joined them, placing a gentle kiss on the crown of Alice's head. Both of them wore blue and yellow graduation robes and caps, though their tassels had already been moved to the left side. Alice grabbed Bella by the shoulders, forcing her to look down. You're going to be fine. I've seen it, there's no need to wind yourself up. Just get out there. The little pixie smoothed out some invisible creases in Bella's graduation robe and nodded to herself. They're going to love you. About to call you, Bella thought just as the loudspeakers hanging from the gymnasium ceiling announced, Isabella Swan. The beta growled under her breath, I told them to scratch the first 3 letters out. Alice huffed and made a shooing motion. Bella, go. Taking a deep breath, Bella stepped onto the stage. The lights, sights, and sounds overwhelmed her heightened senses, and she nearly tripped over her own feet, just like she used to when she was human. But then, a new sound rose above the noise in the gymnasium, pulling the beta's attention to the back corner of the room. There, her pack and their imprints were cheering for her, alongside Billy, Sue, Harry, and her dad. Carlisle and Esme stood nearby, cheering along with them, while Tanya and Irina clapped politely from their seats near the Cullens. Bella smiled, and as she looked at them, all her stage fright began to melt away. They were there for her, both literally and figuratively, just as they always would be. Shaking out the tremors in her limbs, she approached the dean, a balding man in his late 60s who looked none too pleased that a class-cutting, steroid junkie was graduating from his school. Still, he handed her the diploma all the same. Turning back to the crowd of about 200 people, Bella did an exaggerated bow. Her pack went wild. However, her confidence was short-lived. Once her moment in the spotlight was over, she hurried off the stage and toward her family. The pack converged on their beta, congratulating her and giving her hearty pats on the back. Sam ruffled her hair, Leah and Seth pulled her into warm hugs, and Jared hoisted her onto his shoulder, chanting, "Chief! Chief!" Bella laughed before telling him to put her down. Once back on her own 2 feet, she walked over to Billy, Harry, and Sue, giving each of them a hug in turn. When she turned to Charlie, she noticed tears glistening in his dark eyes. Bella felt a rush of warmth as her dad pulled her into a crushing embrace. Despite the fact that the beta was now several inches taller than him, the hug made her feel like a child again. Tears welled in her eyes as she pulled away, watching her father wipe away his own tears with a smile. "My little girl's all grown up now," he said. Bella grinned and playfully punched him in the arm. I haven't been little in years, Dad. Charlie shook his head, running a hand through his salt and pepper hair. Oh, I know that. You've been an adult for a long time. Too damn long, if you ask me. I guess it just hit me all at once how much you've grown up, Bells. Bella felt a lump form in her throat, but before she could respond, Carlisle and Esme joined them. Paul and Embry growled softly under their breath, but a quick glare from their beta silenced them. Carlisle extended his hand, but Bella rolled her eyes and pulled both him and Esme into a hug instead. Thank you, for the good and the bad times. I still think of you both as family. As she pulled away, a gentle warmth radiated up her spine, and she turned to smile at Rosalie. Her imprint didn't exactly return the smile in front of the pack or her family, but the slight curl of her lips was enough for Bella. Even in her loose graduation robe and silly-looking cap, Rosalie looked absolutely breathtaking. Afternoon, Miss Hale. That was a nice catwalk you put on for the crowd. You definitely could have done with a bit less of the icy glare though. It scared the kids, Bella teased. Rosalie's nostrils flared as she rolled her eyes. And the bow wasn't over the top. I have adoring fans, I had to give them a show, Bella replied playfully. Rosalie stepped closer, her golden eyes darkening at the edges. A show, huh? Before Bella could react, the blonde vampire leaned in and pressed a kiss against her cheek, sending a rush of heat coursing through her veins. Bella felt every muscle in her body lock up, her mouth dropping open in surprise. Bella caught her breath as she watched her imprint give her a cool look before breaking into a smirk. I think I'll have to keep your shows to myself. Oh, and don't forget about our date tonight. With that, Rosalie turned away and vanished into the crowd. Bella stood there, gaping for several seconds, before slowly pivoting back toward the pack. Did that just happen? Leah stepped over and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. It definitely happened. Don't worry, Bells. We're both in the same, totally screwed boat. Irina, Leah said coolly, noticing Irina approaching the pair. The sudden presence of her imprint made Leah tremble, and she dropped her arm, struggling to conceal the happiness that radiated from her at Irina's closeness. We're leaving. I was wondering if, possibly, you'd like, gods above, this is ridiculous. I'm over 1,000. Irina, remember what I said, Tanya interjected smoothly, her eyes soft as she looked at her youngest sister. What you feel is real, just as what Leah feels is too. That doesn't tarnish his memory, nor does it take away from the lies he told you. What you choose to do about your bond is up to you, and no one else. Irina growled softly under her breath, then turned her attention back to Leah, who was practically vibrating under her imprint's gaze. What I mean to say is that maybe you'd like to, if you aren't busy. I'd love to, Leah interrupted, squeezing Bella's arm. Good luck, Bells. We could both use it. Silence enveloped the group for a few moments, the wolves, Quileute elders, and remaining Cullens all caught in a shared moment. Finally, Charlie sputtered, what the hell just happened? Bella, you aren't old enough to date. Dad, you just said I'm an adult. That was before you had Rosalie Hale kissing you in front of me. I could have died a happy man knowing you'd never date anybody and just marry some nice girl after I'm in the grave, Sue said, pulling a sour face at Bella and then at her own daughters retreating back, but she kept her thoughts to herself. Harry wheeled forward and clapped Charlie on the back. Ah, young love. You'd know nothing about it, old man. Who are you calling old, geezer? Charlie shot back. Harry stepped in to break up the escalating argument, which had turned into playground insults, with Billy ramming his wheelchair into Charlie's shins. Bella turned back to her pack. Thanks for coming out, guys, she said, nodding at Sam. And thanks for the night off. The alpha offered her a tired smile and wrapped his arm around Emily's shoulder. We're pack. It's what we do. Go woo your imprint, Bella. Spirits know you've waited long enough. The beta grinned, but nearly jumped out of her skin as Alice materialized at her side. Ally. For heaven's sake, can't you wear a bell or something? Jasper appeared at a more human pace, coming up beside his mate and nodding at Bella, who returned the gesture. Alice pouted. Why am I just now hearing about you wooing my sister? Bella rolled her eyes but couldn't fight off the embarrassment that flushed her cheeks. Because it just happened? Or is happening? It hasn't happened yet, but I'm working on it. Also, you literally see the future. How come you knew I'd do fine on stage but didn't see me ask Rosalie out? Oh, I didn't see anything. You just needed a little pick-me-up. And what do you mean, working on it? You asked my sister on a date and didn't plan it yet? Bella grimaced. It's a work in progress. Jake snorted, pinching the bridge of his nose. You're hopeless. You asked out one of the most terrifying blondes this side of the Pacific, and you don't know what to do with her. It's a work in progress. Alice sighed dramatically. It pains me to say this, but little Ephraim is right. The pixie-like vampire paused for a moment, her eyes flitting rapidly back and forth before she blinked. Into the present, Alice said with a grin, I'd love to help you plan a date. Jake and Bella spoke at the same moment. Little Ephraim? I didn't even ask you to. Ignoring Jake, Alice waved him off. That was just a passing thought, a gray blob at best, but it still came through. Don't worry, I've known Rosalie for most of my life. I'll help you plan something perfect. Bella considered arguing that she could handle this on her own, but then she realized that a helping hand couldn't hurt. Outside of what the wolf in her soul bayed to the moon at night, all the beta really knew about her imprint was that she worked on cars, could freeze lesser men with a single glare, was drop-dead gorgeous, had Tanya, I'll put you in an early grave, Denali as her mentor, and somehow, was mated to her. Even with all that in mind, she felt like she was grasping at straws trying to come up with a date idea that would impress Rosalie and still be romantic. In all honesty, Bella had thought about giving her a gag gift for a subscription to dog training and going hunting again, but maybe that was a date for another time. She wanted Rosalie to like her, not to call her wolf girl and worry about her mental health during a 3-day, no-sleep high. Eventually, Bella sighed. Fine, you can help. But no cheating and looking at the future. Bella, you wound me. Ally, you stress me out. The pixie-like vampire smiled. I do aim to please. Now come on, we're about to do the cap throwing. The final hour of the graduation ceremony passed in a blur. Bella hugged her old friends, Angela, Jessica, Eric, and even Mike, as hard as their human bodies could handle, promising herself that she'd never let anything happen to them or their futures. They had been the group that kept her afloat whenever she couldn't hide away on the reservation with Jake, Leah, or Seth, welcoming her with open arms despite her convoluted and difficult-to-explain family history, and her knack for tripping over her own feet. Thin air. Although Bella may not be as close to any of her friends, even Angela, as she was a year ago, the wolf within her saw them as an extended pack deserving of her protection. As the ceremony concluded, the tossing of the caps was celebrated by the school band's fanfare of the Forks High alma mater. Once it was all over, a wave of melancholy nostalgia washed over Bella as she took one last look back at the school that had shaped every good and bad experience of her life over the past 2 years, before stepping out the front doors. After Bella got home, she had a brief and awkward conversation with Charlie about safe sex, leaving both of them feeling mortified. Once her dad left for the Clearwaters to catch the Mariners game with Harry and Billy, she barely had a moment to gather her thoughts. Just 5 minutes after the chief of police's cruiser pulled out of the driveway, a canary yellow Porsche 911 pulled up and parked on the curb. Alice bounced out of the driver's seat and rushed to the front door, with Jasper following at a more measured pace. Bella let them in, but before she could catch her breath, Alice was already in full swing, which seemed to be her default mode. All right, first a shower, then clothes, then we'll discuss date ideas, Alice declared. Hey, Jazz, nice to see you too, Bella replied flatly, which earned her a chuckle from Jasper as he tipped the brim of his Western-style hat. Much obliged, Bella. Go on now, once she's in a groove, there's not much else to do but go along for the ride, he said with a smile. Bella rolled her eyes but did as instructed, stopping by her bedroom to grab a towel, some old clothes, and to open her window to help with the lingering vampire scent. After her shower, she had just pulled on her shorts when she heard Alice let out a shriek. Bella yanked open the bathroom door and dashed to her bedroom, only to find Alice knee-deep in her closet while Jasper lounged in her rocking chair by the window, his feet kicked up on the sill. With his hat pulled low over his eyes, Bella let out a groan as her adrenaline finally fizzled out. She continued to towel off her wet hair and walked over to her bed, plopping down with a sigh. "I take it you found the cowboy stash," she said. Alice peeked her head out from the closet, her features slack with disbelief. "Yes." "Oh my God. Your closet makes you look like a frat boy who grew up on a Longhorn ranch in Texas. You own the same 3 pairs of boots in varying stages of cardiac arrest. The steel in the toe is supposed to be beneath the leather, not showing through it. I'm more surprised there isn't an altar to Justin McBride surrounded by rhinestone denim jeans and spurs hidden in your closet." Bella shrugged and tossed her towel into the hamper at the foot of the bed. "At least I have more in common with Jasper now." Jasper chuckled, and the warmth Bella felt in her chest had nothing to do with his powers. He had always struggled the most around her, and she had only seen him at ease enough to crack a smile twice before the Cullens had left. Seeing him now, completely at ease in her presence and able to laugh at her jokes, made her smile. That might have also been due to the fact that he was wearing clothes that weren't meant to fit in with the current times. The Major wore boot-cut jeans, Western-style boots with spurs, a black button-up shirt, and a cowboy hat that he flicked upward off his eyes. Bella had only ever seen him in polos or slacks, and he had never looked comfortable in them. Now, he seemed completely at ease, looking like the cowboy he truly was. "Mooney's always has my sizes, and the sales lady gives me good deals because I'm there every month," Bella added, watching a multitude of emotions flit across Alice's features before settling on horror. "A thrift shop. I've lost you to a thrift shop. Alice, honey, breathe. You can still take me shopping whenever you want." "I tend to. I bust out of my clothes often enough that I always need more. But don't talk bad about Mooney's, it's a nice place." "If you keep complaining about it, I won't take you," Bella said, the pet name slipping out as easily as her promise to go shopping whenever Alice wanted. Neither was meant to come out. Jasper must have sensed Alice's panic because he chuckled again. "Careful, Bella. She has a thing for cowboys," he warned. Alice protested, stamping her foot. "First your wardrobe, and now the flirting. What else have I missed? I turn into a giant wolf now?" Bella teased. "That's not what I meant." "Ugh, this is so frustrating. First, I can't see your future, and now you're a hot wolf girl with charisma. Jasper, take me away from this harlot. I won't be swooned in such a manner." Alice dramatically draped herself across Jasper's lap, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Bella before they both burst into laughter. "Honey," Bella started. "Darlin'," Jasper chimed in. They laughed even harder when Alice sat up, pouting. "I hate both of you. This was supposed to be a brainstorming session, and now it feels like bullying." Jasper leaned in and pecked her on the lips, his topaz eyes shining with affection. "You're the one who got sidetracked, ally. Bella and I are just here to watch you struggle to stay on topic." Alice huffed and crossed her arms. "We already are. I wanted to see what we were working with, and I wanted to prove that you could be around her now." Her thrift shop fashion sense was just part of the process, apparently. Jasper wrapped his arms around her midsection, a playful smile on his face. "Ain't nothing wrong with wearing for comfort, darlin'. Now we came here to help, so let's get to it." With a sigh, Alice got up, blurring back and forth from the closet nearly a dozen times before laying an outfit on the bed. She had picked out Bella's newest pair of Roper boots, tastefully rhinestone jeans, and a black button-up with the PBR logo on the front. Bella reached into her breast pocket, feeling a flutter of nerves. "You sure she'll think I'm hot?" Alice smiled reassuringly. "I'm sticking to the rules, no peeking into the future tonight." "But Bella, you're already hot. Whatever outfit you choose will knock Rose off her feet. I don't need to be a mind reader to see how smitten she is with you." Bella swallowed, feeling a sudden dryness in her throat, and waved the vampires away with a shooing motion. They left her to dress in peace. Once she had changed, Bella looked herself over in the full-length mirror near her closet. Alice joined her, offering a gentle smile. "It's not just about how you look, Bella. It's about how you feel. And I can see how head over heels you are for Rose." "I'm just worried," Bella admitted. "I've never had a relationship outside of, well, Edward. I don't know how to do normal dates or anything like that." Alice pressed a finger to her lips and began pacing, then suddenly stopped with a snap of her fingers. "That's it. Go for a normal human date." "That sounds boring." "I don't want to give Rosalie something boring. How about this? I'll give you 5 things my sister likes, and you can take it from there." "I can't give you all the answers, Bella, that would be cheating. If you want to date Rosalie, you've got to put in the effort, and we both know that. Here are the 5 things. She loves working on cars, has a strange obsession with slasher films, appreciates all forms of art, secretly enjoys terrible Victorian-era romance novels, and loves heartfelt gifts." Bella sat in stunned silence, absorbing the information that would have taken her a year to figure out on her own. But she wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. She stood up and grabbed Alice by the shoulders, shaking the pixie vampire excitedly. "Alice, you're a godsend. I've got to go." With that, Bella dashed out of her bedroom and down the stairs, snatching her keys off the counter. She jogged out to Buela, her ancient Chevy, which roared to life as Bella shifted into first gear and peeled out onto the road. Bella pulled out of the driveway and onto the road. Alice glanced at Jasper while she closed Bella's bedroom window, listening to the sound of the truck engine fade into the distance. "You know, I might have a thing for cowgirls now," she said. Jasper chuckled. "Don't get your hopes up. That's a cowgirl in love, darlin'." Chapter 26. Bella adjusted the bouquet in her hands for what felt like the 100th time. She raised her hand to ring the Cullen front doorbell but hesitated, letting it drop instead. Cursing under her breath, she muttered, "Get it together, Swan. You turn into a giant wolf with superpowers. It's just a date. A date with my drop-dead gorgeous vampire imprint." This felt so much easier yesterday. Just as she was about to knock, the front door swung open, revealing none other than Rosalie. The blonde vampire wore a powder blue sweater. Bella swore her imprint knew exactly what that sweater meant to her, paired with white jeans and stylish leather ankle boots. Her hair cascaded in gentle waves over one shoulder, making her look absolutely breathtaking. Bella quickly recovered and presented the bouquet to Rosalie. Rosalie raised an eyebrow but accepted the flowers, glancing over them with curiosity. Bella had driven to both flower shops and Forks to find the perfect selection, and she felt her tongue tie itself in knots as she explained, "Amaranthus, for never-fading feelings. Aster, for fidelity. Dahlia, for proud love without compromise. Orchid, for beauty. White rose, for hope and new beginnings. Purple lilac, for first love, and because, well, that's your scent to me, Earl Grey tea and lilacs." A slow smile spread across Rosalie's lips as Bella spoke, and by the end, there wasn't a trace left of her icy demeanor. "They're beautiful, Bella." "Thank you." Feeling 50 pounds lighter, Bella reached out her hand to Rosalie. "That's just the first gift. Now we've got to go before we're late." Rosalie cradled the bouquet in one hand while taking Bella's with the other. "Late for what?" "You'll see." Bella opened the passenger door for her imprint, noting a brief flicker of concern on Rosalie's face. Alice had given her a gift from the gods with her insight on all this. Rosalie Hale had approved everything, now she just needed to tie it all together. Simple enough. Bella slid into the driver's seat and cranked the engine, pulling out of the winding driveway and onto the main road toward Forks. With one hand, she adjusted the stereo, landing on a 90s country station and sticking with it. Rosalie's scent filled the cab, enveloping Bella in a jittery warmth. "You look beautiful tonight, Miss Hale. Have a hot date you're trying to impress?" Bella teased. Rosalie snorted, placing her bouquet on the dashboard before leaning into Bella's space. You can joke all night long, wolf girl. But I think I found the key to get your training in order. Bella swallowed hard, aware of the scant inches between them. Trying to maintain her bravado, she asked, "Oh? And what's that?" Suddenly, Bella felt Rosalie's cold lips press against her cheek, sending a shiver racing down her spine. Rosalie pulled away with a self-satisfied smirk. "A kiss. It shuts you right up." Bella fought against the heat curling in her stomach, determined not to drive the car into a ditch. Once she centered herself, she glanced at Rosalie with a grin. "Only if it's on the lips." Rosalie held her gaze for a moment before looking away. "How forward of you, Miss Swan. Don't you know you have to earn a first kiss?" "Oh, I plan on earning a lot more. But I'll settle for a kiss on the lips if you like our date." The beta pulled off the main road and into the parking lot, cutting the engine before hopping out and jogging over to open Rosalie's door. As the blonde vampire stepped out, she tilted her head at the flashing neon sign above them. "The theater? I heard you like slasher films, and there's a movie out right now about a psycho doll that puts people in life or death traps." Confusion melted into excitement as Rosalie smiled. "You had Alice help you, didn't you? Didn't you?" "I had a pixie and a cowboy help me in a dream last night. Or maybe that was today, we'll never know. The point is, I want to have a normal date like regular people, without all the supernatural bombs cramping our style. So, would you like to go to the movies with me, Rosalie?" The blonde vampire hesitated for a moment before taking the arm Bella offered. "I'd love to." Saw 3 was just as gory as its predecessors, and unfortunately for Bella, nearly every scene made her jump out of her skin or battle a wave of nausea. Turning into a wolf may have dulled her aversion to blood, but watching people get murdered for a madman's sport still made her feel queasy. Halfway through the movie, she'd wrapped an arm around Rosalie during a jump scare, and when Rosalie didn't push her away or protest, Bella clung to her for the rest of the film. By the time they walked out of the theater, Bella still hadn't let go. "That was great, right? Those traps were so ingenious and horrifying. Even when he's dying, Jigsaw gets into the minds of people and breaks them at their core." "The CGI was fantastic this time too," Rosalie said in one breath. Bella nodded along while holding her free hand to her stomach. Remind me to check that off my bucket list so I never have to do it again." "Bella, I saw you eat a raw deer a few days ago." "You saw a wolf eat a raw deer a few days ago." "Human Bella can't hang like wolf Bella can." Rosalie laughed at that, nuzzling against Bella's shoulder. Bella felt the last bit of her nausea fade away with the physical affection, trying and failing to keep a contented purr from rising in her throat. Rosalie glanced up at her from beneath long lashes, and the air between them became charged with tension. Bella wanted to lean in, spirits, she could see that Rosalie did too. But this was only the first half of their date, and the wolf in her soul refused to let her take that step just yet. Bella found it hard to leave things half-finished, even if it meant missing out on the sensation of Rosalie's lips. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, the beta leaned down to press a soft kiss against the crown of Rosalie's head. "Now it's time for the second half of our date," she said cheerfully. Rosalie let out a noise that was a mix of a whine and a hiss. "Fine. I guess you haven't earned a kiss yet anyway." Bella rolled her eyes at the playful deflection as she walked over to Buela, opening the passenger door for Rosalie. "Big talk coming from a pretty vampire who wants a goofy wolf for a mate, Rosalie." The blonde vampire crossed her arms over her chest while Bella climbed back into the driver's seat and pulled the Chevy out of the parking lot. "Is that all I am? Just a pretty vampire?" Bella shook her head as she turned out of Forks. "You're so much more than just a pretty face, Rosalie. When a wolf imprints, it's because we found the missing piece of our souls. An imprint is everything we need in our lives. Without them, we feel incomplete. You're confident, smart, funny, and great with cars, whereas I'm as mechanically inclined as a doorknob. You care deeply about your family, about the pups in the pack, and anything else you feel needs protecting. I may not know everything about you yet, but from where I'm sitting, I think the wolf in my soul made the right choice in having you as my imprint." Rosalie sat in stunned silence for a moment that felt like several long minutes, before she finally whispered, "Do you know how I was turned, Bella?" "No. How you were turned is your story to tell. I never wanted to hear it from anyone else." Rosalie sighed and drew her knees up to her chest. "It isn't a happy story. It was 1933. I was young, rich, and beautiful, maybe a little vain as a result. All I ever dreamed of was having a family of my own, a little house with a couple of kids in the den, maybe a dog in the yard. I dreamed about having a family with I had a best friend named Vera. We grew up together, attending all the town balls, social events, and parties. Deep down, I knew I shouldn't have loved her the way I did. It felt wrong, like a sin against everything I had been taught. But I couldn't deny my feelings. One day, I broke down and confessed the truth to her. I was terrified she would hate me, shun me, or worse, tell my parents about my feelings for her. But to my surprise, Vera loved me too, just as fiercely and for as long as we had each other. We shared countless nights together, exchanging affection in public, convinced we could keep our secret safe. In the end, we never got caught. But at 18, we were both eligible to marry, and the world was a different place then. A father's word was law in the household. We promised each other that it didn't matter, that we could overcome anything together. But when it came down to it, we couldn't reveal who we really were or who we truly loved. Vera's father arranged for her to marry an awful man who owned a department store uptown, while my father had me engaged to a man I'd only seen in passing at the bank. His name was Royce King too. During our year-long engagement, Vera became pregnant and gave birth to a baby boy named Henry. I visited her as often as I could, staying by her side during the birth while her husband was busy at work. Henry was such a beautiful baby, so small, with a little tuft of his mother's dark hair on his head. When I looked at Vera that night, I could see the family I had always dreamed of. 1 week before my wedding to Royce, I snuck away to Vera's house. I brought suitcases, money, and clothes, anything I could gather to help us escape and start fresh somewhere new. But that night, Vera was so tired. Henry was teething, keeping her awake through the night. She begged me to come back the next evening after she had some rest. I promised I would, but as I left, I was filled with so many thought about him the most, the way he had treated me, the way he thought he could take whatever he wanted. Rosalie took a deep breath, her voice steady but filled with emotion. Royce and his friends stripped away every part of me that night. They took turns, then beat me within an inch of my life. They left me for dead, and believe me, I wished for it. I wanted death so badly that God seemed to laugh at me, sending Carlisle into town that night. He followed the scent of blood and found me. He took pity on me, brought me back to his house, and turned me. He thought he was saving me. Turning was the most excruciating pain I have ever experienced. Every inch of me was broken down and then remade with venom. During those 3 days, I wanted to die all over again. But when I woke up with a new body, nearly indestructible, with superhuman strength and speed, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. I hunted down all those men, killed them one by one, but I saved Royce for last. Rosalie paused, her expression a mix of resolve and pain. Bella, feeling the weight of her words, squeezed her hand tighter, silently urging her to continue. I wanted him to know it was me, to drive him mad with guilt and fear. I never spilled a drop of their blood, I couldn't bear the thought of a single piece of them inside me again. But I made them suffer for what they did to me. After Royce finally died, though, all I could think about was Vera. Her husband was home that night, and she had fresh bruises painted all over her body in the shape of his handprints. I killed him quietly and then tossed his body in the Genesee River before I returned for Vera. Henry was in his crib next to the bed. He woke up when I came back from the river. When he reached for me, I let him take my finger, and he flinched at my cold touch. That was the first time I truly looked at myself, my white, diamond-hard skin, my blood-red eyes, and how even little Henry made my mouth pool with venom. I pulled out the suitcases and the money from the closet and left them with a note by the door. I begged Vera to take our beautiful son and start a new life somewhere, but I couldn't go with her anymore. In the years that followed, I joined the Cullens, but I checked in on Vera from time to time. She moved to a little town in Ohio and raised Henry into a wonderful young man. So many years passed. Our son grew up and started a family of his own, but Vera never had another lover. When she was 75, she passed away, and I was there to hold her hand and promise her everything would be all right. With Vera gone, I lost myself for a few years. I slept with countless women, trying to fill the void that Vera left and the one that Royce had created, but it was never enough. Until I met you. As Rosalie trailed off, Bella gently tugged on their connected hands, drawing her into her arms. I'm so sorry, Rosalie. For what happened to you, for what they took from you. But I'm not sorry for you killing those men, for torturing them the way they deserved, each and every one. One of them will burn for eternity for what they did. I'm so sorry that you lost Vera, that you lost your chance at a family with her. Rosalie sobbed, wrapping her arms around Bella's midsection and burying her nose in the crook of her neck. I loved her so much. Bella made a soft cooing noise, running her fingers through Rosalie's hair as she cried in the only way her body would allow. I know, and she knew that too. She lived a better life because of you. Those men could never hurt anyone else because of you. You did a good job, Rosalie. They stayed like that for a long time, Rosalie crying while Bella whispered soothing words, until the sobs slowly faded. Rosalie sat back, looking deeply into Bella's eyes. Do you really still think that your wolf made the right decision about your imprint? I've killed people, Bella. I've been alive for almost 100 years. I'm cold, mean, and rude. I don't want you to accept being my mate out of pity or guilt. Bella shook her head, slowly leaning toward Rosalie and pressing their foreheads together until they shared the same breath. I will never regret my imprint. You are more than your past, Rosalie. I was meant to meet you when I did, and I thank the spirits every day that you came into my life. But what if? I'm making this decision. Not my wolf. Not the imprint. Me. I'm making a decision for myself, and I choose you. What are you going to choose? 1 breath, 2 breaths. You. I choose you too. Bella smiled and pressed a kiss against the bridge of Rosalie's nose. Then for now, that's all that matters. Do you want to go home? I know that was hard. Rosalie blinked as if in a daze before shaking her head. You promised a second half of our date. I'd like to do that. Your wish is my command, princess. Stay here, I've got to go set everything up first. Bella hopped out of the driver's seat and grabbed a bundle of blankets from the truck bed. Before she dashed into the trees, Bella parked near a trail in Olympic National Park, just a mile from the falls where she and Rosalie had swum a week earlier. The beta quickly set up her surprise, stepping back to admire her work. She called over her shoulder, all right, you can come now, but close your eyes when you get close. A gentle breeze stirred the grass as Rosalie blurred into the clearing. Bella glanced at her setup one last time before saying, open your eyes. Rosalie obeyed, her topaz eyes widening at the sight before her. Bella had spread a blanket on the bank at the water's edge, surrounded by over a dozen flickering candles that cast a warm orange glow throughout the clearing. On the blanket stood her art easel, complete with all the watercolor paints she loved. Next to the easel was a wine glass filled with chilled deer blood. Gods, Rosalie breathed, turning to her mate. This is beautiful, Bella. Bella smiled, her cheeks flushing as she walked over to the easel. I'd like to paint a portrait of you, if that's all right. Rosalie joined her on the blanket, picking up the wine glass and swirling the deer blood. I usually prefer it hot from the source, but this smells delicious. With that, the blonde vampire tipped the glass back, her throat bobbing as she swallowed. Bella turned her gaze away, heat pooling in her stomach. I hunted it this morning for you. A movie and a candle at dinner? Maybe you do know how to show a girl a night on the town. The beta chuckled as she began mixing her paints, glancing at Rosalie while applying the first stroke to the canvas. "I told you I only needed a few treats and a good handler." Rosalie hummed thoughtfully. "You never told me how your paintings became so good." Bella continued to paint, her focus on the defined muscles in Rosalie's throat as she took another sip from her wineglass. "I've always used art as an outlet. Whenever my mind feels chaotic, putting a brush and some colors on paper allows me to transform that mess into something tangible. I really started when Renee and Dad divorced. I had a lot of little kid angst that I didn't know how to process, you know?" When Rosalie didn't respond with a smile or a laugh, Bella pressed on. "When I began phasing, my thoughts were often a jumble. The boy's memories and feelings would overlap with mine, and sometimes it became overwhelming. So, I painted. Once I learned to settle into my new skin, I discovered heightened senses that let me see things my human eyes couldn't. That's when I started trying to capture everything I saw. Mostly, it's the woods near home, the pack, or first beach. I aim to capture the feeling of a place, rather than the place itself. When I'm out there as a wolf, I feel everything the pack is feeling too, and the only way I can truly express that is through painting." "That's very beautiful, Bella," Rosalie replied softly. Bella chuckled, adding a reflection of the moonlight off Rosalie's skin. "I'm not just a bundle of poorly timed jokes with no filter, Miss Hale." "Now hold still." Rosalie froze, becoming as still as a statue. Bella grinned. "Hold still and keep breathing. It helps with muscle definition and depth." "I don't need to breathe," Rosalie said. "Work with me here, princess." The blonde vampire growled at the nickname but complied, occasionally sipping from her wineglass as Bella painted. The beta worked in silence for nearly an hour before stepping away from the easel. After a moment of contemplation, she painted her initials in the bottom corner, then gently picked up the canvas and turned it to reveal her work. "What do you think?" Bella asked. Rosalie's mouth fell open slightly as she stood up. "That's what you're feeling right now?" Bella glanced at the canvas, tilting her head as she tried to take in every detail. Bella examined her painting, searching for flaws, but this time, she couldn't find any. She had captured Rosalie exactly as she saw her, beautiful, regal, and completely at home beneath the light of the moon and stars, her outline glowing red from the candlelight. Yes? Is something wrong?" "I can try again, I swear." "It's beautiful, Bella. I look beautiful. Is this how you see me? How you feel about me?" "Yes," Bella replied honestly, watching as shock transformed into a heart-clenching gentleness in Rosalie's features. "It's amazing. Thank you for showing me. I'm not just showing you. It's a gift. I want you to have it." Rosalie took a step back, her expression shifting. "I couldn't. You made it. It's beautiful, it should be put on display somewhere. I made it for you. I want it on your nightstand so you can always remember how I feel about you, even when we're apart, Rosalie." The blonde vampire hesitated, as if she might argue, but then she held her hand out for the painting. Bella handed it over, watching as Rosalie traced a finger along the waterfall in the background, a slow smile forming on her lips. The beta rocked back and forth on the balls of her feet as Rosalie set the painting aside and turned to her with burning gold eyes. "So, have I earned a first kiss yet?" Instead of answering, Rosalie grabbed the beta by the collar and pulled her down, connecting their lips softly. Bella sighed into the kiss, running her fingers through Rosalie's blonde waves while using her other hand to pull Rosalie closer. Her lips were incredibly soft, and Bella felt her eyes nearly roll back as the wolf in her soul cried out with unbridled joy. She let Rosalie set the pace, yielding when her imprint demanded it and only fighting for control when she allowed it. After what felt like a blissful eternity, Rosalie pulled away, her eyes nearly black as she inhaled sharply. "You smell so good." "Is that a..." Before Bella could finish her sentence, Rosalie. She pulled her down and kissed her once more, the growl in her chest resonating against Bella's. Bella let out a soft groan. If this was how it felt every time, an eternity with Rosalie would never grow old. Chapter 27, Chapter 26. Tonight's training session was going leagues better than the last. It was a warm June night, with the faint sound of the Kalawa River whispering through the clearing, accompanied by a cool breeze. The pack, along with the Cullens and Denali's, was spread out around the sparring circle. Jasper stood at the center, ready to explain a few battle tactics before the training began. Edward had returned to Canada after the last session, and Alice was keeping a close watch on his decisions in case he decided to come back on a whim. If that happened, Bella was more than ready to put him in his place for the way he had treated Rosalie. She had considered forgiving him once, but those thoughts had faded away. Rosalie had confidently assured Bella that she could handle Edward, and Bella knew she could. Yet, she couldn't shake the urge to take a piece out of him for his behavior. None of the pack had shown up in human form tonight, but there was a noticeable ease among the wolves that hadn't been there before. Even Paul's temper had softened a bit, thanks to the announcement Sam had made to the pack the night before. Bella had just returned from her date with Rosalie, riding high on the thrill of their shared kisses. There had been a few more moments in the clearing while the beta packed up, several during the truck ride back to the Cullens, and one more at the front doorstep. Each kiss had made Bella's heart soar higher than it ever had, and with each one, she fell a little more in love with Rosalie. When she had left, the imprint bond hadn't sent a cold pulse echoing her heartbeat. Instead, it enveloped her in a gentle warmth, accompanied by a slight tug in her chest. It was a reminder, a promise that if the beta followed the bond, it would always lead her back to Rosalie. It was nearly 1 a.m. when she walked through Emily and Sam's front door, surprised to find the entire pack gathered in the den, including the pups and Kim. Sam stood in front of the fireplace, one arm wrapped around Emily's shoulder, pulling her close. The alpha looked. Sam looked up at his beta as she walked in. "Good, you're here. Take a seat. We have a pack meeting." Bella glanced over at Jacob and Leah, both wearing equally confused expressions. The beta complied, wedging herself onto the floor between Leah's feet. Once the pack was settled, Sam turned to address the room. "We have some news we'd like to share with all of you." He glanced down at Emily, who smiled and announced, "I'm pregnant." Silence filled the room for a moment before it erupted with whoops, cheers, and congratulations. The wolves converged on their alpha, clapping him on the back and praising him, while everyone took turns hugging Emily, finally understanding the strange undercurrent to her scent over the past month. Leah was the last to embrace her cousin, her expression soft as she pulled Emily into a hug and whispered something too quiet for even wolf hearing to catch. When they pulled apart, both had tears in their eyes. Kim looked at Jared with a wry smile, laughing as her wolf turned beet red. Once the pack settled down again, Sam cleared his throat. "Thank you, everyone. We're very excited and very, very terrified." His honesty drew a few chuckles from the room, but then his expression turned serious. "Of course, we wanted to share the news with everyone sooner, but there's another reason I chose to do it now. You all know what's coming to our land and what we're facing." Sam paused with a weary sigh, looking at Bella and then Leah before continuing. "I know our ancestors are rolling in their graves, but Bella was right. We have future generations to think about now. I don't like this alliance, most of you don't either, but we have bigger things to worry about than our own feelings and prejudices. An army is coming to our lands, to our homes, and they will stop at nothing to destroy us. The Cullens and the Denali's give us an edge, a fighting chance to defend what is ours. I won't ask any of you to fight. I won't issue a command for this, so the decision is up to each of you. I'm fighting to defend my home, my imprint, and my child, but I won't force you to do the same." The pack exchanged confused glances, but Bella was the first to rise. "I'm with you, Sam. Victoria is coming for me, and I'll make sure I'm the last thing she ever sees." Jared stood next, offering Kim a sad yet determined smile before turning to the alpha. "You're my ride or die, boss. I'm hoping for a ride, but I won't just sit at home twiddling my thumbs if it comes to that." Jacob, Leah, and Seth followed suit, but it was Jacob who spoke for the trio. "Somebody's got to watch Bella's back if she tries to play the hero. We're not letting some red-eyed freaks come to our homes and get away with it." Quill and Embry joined them as well. Quill ran a hand through his curly hair and sighed. I may hate it sometimes, but we're protectors. We're pack. To me and the wolf, that means family. You don't abandon family. Embry nodded at Bella. It doesn't matter if the red eyes are here for you or not. You were there for me when I needed you, and I'm not going to let you go without me now. Paul slowly got to his feet, glancing around at the pack in his alpha before settling on his beta. I know I've said it before, but I'm sorry for what I said about your imprint. I understand you didn't get a choice in it, and I know my temper can be an issue sometimes. But I wouldn't trade this pack for anything in the world. If there's a fight, hell, that's what I'm good at. I'm on your side, Bells. As more of the pack stood and joined the call to battle, the Silvervein twins whispered back and forth to each other. When the room fell silent and all eyes turned to them, Clara stood up. We just got here. We've only been phasing for a week, and now we have to fight undead monsters from the tribal legends? How is any of this fair? Is that fair? Sam frowned. I'm not asking you to fight, this is your own decision. Will stepped in beside his sister, giving her a playful shove on the shoulder. We've got family here who could be in danger. I may be new to phasing in the pack, but I'm still a protector. I'm with you. He glanced at his sister, who sighed and growled softly under her breath. Where you go, I go, dipshit. But if I die, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. The alpha turned to Colin and Brady. I'm not asking either of you to fight. I'm telling you to defend the reservation. The pack will take the brunt of the army alongside the Cullens and the Denalis. But if there are stragglers, they might try to make a run for La Push. I want you two here to protect our people. Understood. Brady looked like he wanted to argue, but Colin cut him off, his expression as serious as a 13-year-old could muster. We understand. You can count on us, Alpha. Bella scanned the room, taking in the determination, loyalty, and solidarity of the pack. A chill settled over her bones. No matter what happened, the wolves would stand together. Only fate knew if they would fall. A cold hand brushed against her shoulder, pulling the beta from her thoughts. She looked down at Rosalie, who frowned. Where did you go just now? I felt a chill run down my spine. I'm not supposed to feel temperatures anymore, so I know it was from you. Bella huffed and lifted a paw to tap her temple. She hadn't meant to project anything through the imprint bond, but she was learning it wasn't something she could control at will. Somewhere between the third and fourth stages of an imprint bond, the wolf and the imprintee became more intertwined, feeling each other's emotions if they were strong enough. Leah and Irina had crashed through the first 3 stages all at once, forcing them ahead of schedule, and now they found themselves at this uneasy point. Acceptance from Irina and awkward devotion from Leah. Rosalie sighed, running her hand from Bella's shoulder to her cheek, gently caressing the soft fur beneath her fingers. It's going to be okay. That's what all this training is for. Your personal training will just have to go on the back burner for now. The beta whined softly as she felt multiple eyes turn toward her. She heard Quill and Jared laughing at her expense, while Clara cheered her on from the background. The wolves had been paired with their vampires at the beginning of the night. Each pair was meant to complement one another and provide support in the upcoming battle. Sam was with Carlisle, as the leaders. Paul was paired with Jasper, both having the most fighting experience. Jared was with Emmett, Bella with Rosalie, Jacob with Carmen, Leah with Irina, Seth with Tanya, Quill with Eleazar, Embry with Kate, Clara with Alice, and Will with Esme. Jasper was now in the circle with Leah and Irina, taking on the role of the red-eyed vampire and pushing the pair into defensive maneuvers. For the Silver Wolf, it was instinct to protect her imprints, dodging in and out of the Major's attacks to draw his attention away from Irina. Unfortunately, this also meant she was frequently in the way of her imprint's counters. Finally, Irina stopped mid-sparring and snarled at Leah. I'm not a piece of fine china. I'm over 1,000 years old, and I can handle myself in a fight. If you want to be my partner for the battle, you can't keep trying to protect me. You're going to get hurt. Leah hung her head and whined. Jasper sighed and brushed off some dirt and grass from previous fights on his shirt. You two are going to have to figure this out. Your bond will either be a blessing or a curse during the battle, but if you can't fight together here, I'll have to pair you with someone else. Both Leah and Irina growled at the Major's words, who simply threw his hands up in exasperation. Hands up in defeat, Jasper said. Don't shoot the messenger, but I'm not going to throw you two into a real battle if you can't work together now. We'll try again later. Rosalie, Bella, you're up. Rosalie gently caressed the beta's cheek, drawing the tawny brown wolf's gaze down to her own. She smiled, but it was a chilling smile that Bella hadn't seen in months. If you get in my way, I will put you in the ground, understand? We're a team, so let's fight like one. Bella swallowed hard against the sudden dryness in her throat and the heat rising beneath her fur before dipping her massive head in acknowledgement. The blonde vampire smiled, this time genuinely, and pressed a quick kiss against Bella's muzzle. Good girl. If Bella had ever wanted to die of embarrassment, it was nothing compared to the moment when every wolf and vampire in the clearing saw her tail start wagging as Rosalie pulled away and walked into the sparring circle. The pack mind erupted with whoops, cheers, and catcalls so loud that the beta winced, snapping her jaws over her shoulder at the pack, which only made them cheer louder. I hate all of you. We love you. Bella shook out her fur before joining her imprint in the sparring circle at her right shoulder. Jasper nodded at the pair before dropping into a crouch. The beta fought against the instinct to shield her imprint from the impending threat, mirroring the Major's movements as she slinked to the right. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Rosalie doing the same to his left, forcing him to pick a target. In the blink of an eye, Jasper whirled and launched himself at Rosalie. The blonde vampire ducked and rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding a swipe from the Major's nails. Using her own momentum, Rosalie rolled back to her feet, blurring toward her brother and dodging around him at the last moment, drawing his attention. Bella leapt across the length of the sparring circle, almost managing to slam her paws into Jasper's back before he rolled away just in time. The Major sprang to his feet and spun around, launching a kick aimed at Bella's jaw. Just in time, Rosalie stepped in front of the beta, catching his leg midair and slamming him to the ground. The two moved in perfect sync, with Rosalie pinning him by the shoulders while Bella caged his arms with her paws, clacking her jaws over his startled face. After a moment's pause, he smiled, signaling them to let him up. Once he was back on his feet, Jasper nodded at the pair. Divide and conquer. A newborn will always focus on what's right in front of them, making them easier to distract and more vulnerable to teamwork. Good work. Bella felt a warm glow from his praise. It was hard to earn. She nuzzled against Rosalie's shoulder before trotting out of the sparring circle to rejoin the pack. Rosalie made her way over to the Denali coven as Jasper called out, Will, Esme. The beta slumped down on her haunches next to Leah, who lay on her belly with her head resting on her paws. Show off, Bella snorted, nuzzling the silver wolf's ear. I'm sorry, Lee. I know it feels impossible to fight those instincts with how new your imprint is, but you can do it. Neither you nor Irina want to be paired off with anyone else. You saw how she reacted when Jasper even suggested it. Leah huffed, but Bella felt a rush of affection for her imprint regardless. I feel like I'm driving blind. She was born over 1,000 years ago, thought she was mated to that red-eyed freak who tried to kill you, and then she met me. What am I supposed to do with that? Bella hummed as she watched Esme, Will, and Jasper spar, noting a few movements the white wolf still needed to work on before she replied, You learn. You ask questions. You get to know her. I'm not saying there isn't a mountain of baggage there, but the wolf in your soul chose Irina, just like mine did. Rosalie. She was created to be all the missing pieces of you, just as you were made to be hers. For what it's worth, you're both trying. What did you two do after graduation, anyway? Leah groaned under her breath as memories flooded back. I showed her around Forks. All 10 feet and 20 people of it. I wanted to take her to La Push, my home, and First Beach. Those places are part of me, things I know. But I tried to do the next best thing. She seemed bored. What the hell am I supposed to do with a woman I'm fated to love forever? I don't want to be a boring mate. At this point, I don't even care if it's the stupid imprint bond messing with my head. I just want Irina to like me. The beta slumped down onto her belly beside her best friend, brushing the underside of her jaw against Leah's head. These things take time, Lee. You too will get there eventually. For what it's worth, she hasn't stopped staring at you all night. Wait, really? Leah popped her head off the ground so quickly that she smacked into Bella's jaw, causing Bella to yelp. Across the clearing, Rosalie and Irina were talking too softly to hear, each focused on their respective wolf. Leah perked up at the attention before whining under her breath, I hate when they get together like that. It's terrifying. If Tanya joins them, will you pick out a nice casket for me? Before Bella could respond that Leah was being dramatic, she saw Rosalie make a come-hither motion toward her. The beta immediately got to her paws, freezing when Rosalie raised her hand in a stop gesture. After a moment, the blonde vampire dropped her hand to the ground. Confused, Bella tilted her head, then followed Rosalie's silent command, settling back down beside Leah. With a satisfied smirk, Rosalie turned to Irina and spoke at a normal volume, see? They just need a little training. I have some high-value treats I could recommend to you. Bella felt warmth radiate from the tips of her fingers. Leah's ears drooped down to her tail as she processed what had just happened. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, filling the pack's collective mind as every wolf in the clearing turned to look at her. It isn't a kink. Rosalie shot a glance back at Bella, her grin almost predatory, making Bella's insides twist with heat. They just need a little push sometimes. I'm sure you and Leah will figure it out. Bella felt like she might combust right then and there. It isn't a kink. I swear. Bella, there are kids on this channel now, shame on you. Chief, you sly dog. Bold of you to assume it wasn't always a kink, Mopey McGee. Bells, I feel like I don't even know you anymore. What is happening? It feels like the gay panic I had in high school gym last year. Dude, since when are you gay? Last year? Did I switch the channel on accident? Because I didn't stutter. Please, stop your imprint from giving mine ideas. There's 1,000 years of pent-up rage in that woman, and I can only handle so much, even with wolf healing. The beta whined and covered her eyes with her paws, wishing to disappear from sheer embarrassment. In the sparring circle, Jasper ended Esme and Will's match with a few pointers before turning to address the entire clearing. Good. For the most part, you've all done well, but this is only practice. In a real fight, everything that can go wrong will go wrong. There can be no mistakes because you won't get a second chance to protect your partner. Remember how you fought tonight and think about how you can improve. Tomorrow, we'll move on to multiple opponents. Just as the major finished speaking, Alice gasped from across the clearing, her eyes darting rapidly back and forth as she leaned against Clara's shoulder. The white wolf froze, her instincts almost compelling her to snap at the pixie-like vampire, but a barked command from Sam held her in place. Jasper rushed to his mate, gently taking her by the shoulders and sitting her down on the ground. After nearly a minute, Alice snapped back into consciousness, her topaz eyes wide. Alice's eyes widened in realization. Bella was right, she said, turning to the beta, her expression a mix of horror and urgency. I've pieced together everything about what's happening in Seattle, the missing persons posters, Victoria, your missing clothes. You were right. There's an army of newborns in Seattle, and they're coming to Forks. The missing person from Forks, Riley Beers, he's leading them. A deadly hush fell over the clearing at Alice's words. Carlyle stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. How many? When are they coming? Dozens. I'm not sure exactly how many, she replied, her voice shaky. The decision has been made. They're gathering all the newborns scattered throughout the city. They'll be here within a week. I saw a cloudy day with no rain. That's... Alice trailed off, her eyes darting back and forth before she snarled under her breath. Saturday. We have 3 days until they arrive. Chapter 28. Bella separated from the pack as the training session came to an end, trotting over to join Rosalie and the Cullens. She had already shared her plans for the night with Sam, and with the looming threat on the horizon, he didn't argue. After Alice's vision, both he and Jared were eager to be with their own imprints as well. The wolves gathered around their alpha, and with a final glance at his beta, he led the pack up the ridge of the clearing and out of sight. Leah remained behind, having brought a change of clothes to the training. As soon as the session concluded, she phased out and got dressed, running her hands through her short, cropped hair in an attempt to tame it as she emerged from the trees. After a moment's hesitation and a glance at Bella, Leah approached her imprint. She rubbed the back of her neck, gathering the courage to ask, "I'd like to get to know you better. Do you want to go for a walk? There's a break in the woods a few miles from here that's perfect for stargazing this time of year." Irina looked stunned, blinking at Leah several times before finally agreeing. Leah smiled as though she had just seen the sun for the first time and offered her hand to Irina. After a brief moment, Irina took it, and together they disappeared into the trees, following the bend of the Kalawa River north. Tanya watched her youngest sister leave with a faint smile on her lips before turning to address the Cullens. "I fear we may be putting a dent in your local hunting grounds, so we'll be heading a few hours south for the day before our next training session tomorrow night. We need to preserve our strength and be fed before the battle." Carlyle nodded, wishing them good hunting. In the blink of an eye, the Denali coven blurred out of the clearing. With only the Cullens remaining, Bella huffed and nudged Rosalie's shoulder, raising her muzzle in the direction of the Cullen mansion. Rosalie raised an eyebrow. Do you want to come home with us?" Bella huffed, wishing she had taught her imprint wolf sign language like she had for Charlie. In response, she shook her head and lifted a paw to point directly at Rosalie. An uncomfortable itch had settled between her shoulder blades, a sensation that had begun just before Alice's vision. It wouldn't ease until she had a moment alone with Rosalie. The beta sensed her thoughts starting to spiral out of control, so she redirected her focus to the run ahead. She loved her pack, but some matters needed to remain private until she was ready to share. Rosalie seemed to grasp this, though her brows furrowed as she noticed the tension in Bella's posture and felt the tumult of emotions coursing through their bond. "Do you mind if we have the house to ourselves for the night?" Rosalie asked, glancing at Carlyle. Carlyle and Esme nodded, the Cullen matriarch smiling as she replied, "We'll go hunting and spend the night at the cabin." "Emmett, Alice, Jasper, would you like to join us?" Emmett grinned. "Bear territory? Count me in." Jasper pulled Alice under his arm and shook his head. "We appreciate the offer, but I reckon we'd both like some time alone as well. We'll meet back here at the same time tomorrow night." With the plan set, Bella turned away and trotted to the top of the ridge, pausing just long enough for Rosalie to catch up before she took off. The woods flew past in a green blur as the tawny brown wolf ran, struggling to keep her mind shielded from the pack. A headache was already forming behind her eyes, but she gritted her teeth and forced herself to concentrate. One paw in front of the other. "Don't think. Just breathe." Bella felt a flicker of concern from Sam and Jacob when they realized what she was doing, but neither voiced it in the pack mind. After a moment to center her thoughts, the beta sensed her connection to the pack mind fading into radio static. A few minutes later, the Cullen mansion came into view. A tawny brown wolf slowed to a trot in the driveway. Rosalie walked up to the front door, glancing over her shoulder with a playful smile. Was this just a ploy to get me alone again in the middle of the night? The beta grumbled under her breath and sat on her haunches, giving her imprint a pointed look. Rosalie frowned at the response and sensed a mix of emotions leaking from Bella through their bond. Without another word, she disappeared inside, only to reappear moments later with a handful of clothes. It was a simple pair of athletic shorts and a red t-shirt featuring an image of a Corvette Stingray. Yet, they were so saturated with Bella's imprint scent that Bella felt a small surge of happiness flow through her chest. Taking the clothes gently in her teeth, the beta padded back into the woods to phase out and dress. When she returned to the driveway, Rosalie was lounging on the deck in one of the sun chairs, her silhouette illuminated by the silver moonlight. Bella felt her breath catch at the sight of her imprint but quickly composed herself and joined Rosalie in the chair beside her. "No hot naked wolf girl harming my delicate eyesight tonight?" Rosalie teased, sitting up and turning to face her mate. When Bella didn't respond, Rosalie's expression shifted. "What's wrong?" The beta felt an itch between her shoulder blades intensify into a burn as her arms began to tremble. "What's wrong?" "Rosalie, what's wrong is that you treated me like a dog in front of almost everyone I consider family." "Sure, I make dog jokes and play along with the training humor, but that's just between us. I'm not saying I don't enjoy the teasing or that I'm unhappy with our bond. It's just, please don't do that in front of everyone, family, friends, and distant relatives included, again, okay?" The blonde vampire froze, any trace of emotion vanishing from her face. Bella could almost see the frosty outline of Rosalie's old mask threatening to slip back into place. Don't shut me out again. I deserve better than that. Yes, I'm kind of upset, but I'm allowed to be. I just want to talk about it, Rose." Another tense moment passed before Rosalie's expression softened once more. "I never meant to make you upset. I only meant to tease. I'm sorry. Can I just ask why you did?" Rosalie exhaled through her nose but didn't reply right away. Bella felt a growl building in her throat, but she forced it back down. "Look, I don't even know what your favorite color is. I know how you make me feel, how you make the wolf in my soul want to cry at the moon, but I think we skipped a couple of steps somewhere down the line. One of them is communication. And coming from someone who's connected to 12 people's minds on a daily basis, I kind of need that." Rosalie sighed this time, her voice slightly halting as she replied, "I need control. Of myself, of my life, of what happens around me. Vampires can change their natures, but I still struggle with mine. My turning and the years that followed weren't good for anyone involved. I realized that if I could remain in control of my own thoughts and emotions, I could ground myself, hold onto it like a lifeline. When things feel out of control, I tend to react rashly." During training, Irina was explaining how she was still struggling to connect with and understand her bond to Leah. She feels Laurent tormenting her every thought whenever Irina tries to be near her. "I only meant to lighten her spirits and show her that, despite us being natural enemies, we could still have a connection. It didn't have to be inherently serious or suffocating. It could be whatever she made of it. I never meant to make you feel like the punchline of a joke. You're not a joke, Bella. You're my mate." The beta reached out a hand, and Rosalie met it. Bella intertwined their fingers, feeling the contrast between tan and ivory, ice-cold and burning heat. "You're my imprint, Rosalie," she began. "But actions speak louder than words. That part of me isn't something I want to showcase to everyone. The pack is always in my head, and there's only so much I can do about that. But your coven and the Denalis? They weren't exactly at the top of my list for a front-row seat to my growing collection of embarrassing discoveries about myself. I appreciate that you're trying to help Irina, because I'm doing the same for Leah. But how about we just lend them an ear from now on instead of giving them an exclusive sneak peek of our prestigious training program? There should be a monthly subscription fee for live demonstrations." Rosalie snorted at that, but Bella felt a wave of guilt wash over her. The beta slowly raised her free hand to cup Rosalie's cheek, drawing her dark topaz eyes to meet her burning gold ones. "We're learning," Bella said softly. "We're trying and figuring things out as we go. That's what counts. We're both going to make mistakes. That's just what giant wolves with superpowers and immortal, glittery vampires do." Rosalie leaned into the hand on her cheek, and the cold wave of guilt began to fade as the static crackling through their bond settled. "I'm still sorry," she whispered. "I'll try harder, and I'll be better. I've been waiting to meet you for 73 years, and I already wasted one of those for both of us. I've made so many mistakes to get to this point, I don't want to keep making more." Bella let out a soft purring noise in her throat, accepting the apology with a gentle kiss against Rosalie's temple. When she pulled away, she offered Rosalie a wry grin. "Mistakes happen, but thank you for the apology. Just don't forget, I'll know if you ever don't mean it. Rosalie hummed in response but didn't reply, her eyes turning unfocused as she stared off into the distance. Bella watched as Rosalie seemed to get lost in thought, her gaze wandering into the woods. Leaning forward, Bella pressed a gentle kiss against Rosalie's lips, pulling her back to the present. I never said anything about when we're alone, Bella teased. But I have to warn you, I don't think I'm as easily put in my place as you might think. Rosalie hesitated for a moment, studying Bella's expression. Whatever she saw there eased her worries. Not even if I call you a good girl again? Bella felt a shiver crawl down her spine, knowing her eyes would be burning gold as she responded in a deep, rich voice, you'll have to do better than that. Rosalie shivered at Bella's words, her eyes darkening to a burnt butterscotch. That's cheating. I'm up against the most beautiful vampire on Earth, Princess, Bella replied with a smirk. I think I've earned a few tricks up my sleeve. The voice of the alpha should belong to Sam alone, affecting only the wolves, but I like seeing what it does to you too. So does the wolf in my soul. If you don't like me using it with you, I'll stop. Rosalie shot her a playful glare. That nickname is going to be the death of you. And I never said I didn't like it, wolf girl. Bella laughed, kicking back in her sun chair and crossing her arms behind her head. I have a whole list I'm working through until one feels right. How about Angel? Darling? Baby? Sweetheart? You've got to keep up with me here, Rose. Wolf Girl is so 2 months ago, and migraine is already taken. Rolling her eyes, Rosalie stood from her sun chair and walked off the deck, tossing over her shoulder, you keep digging a deeper hole, and you might not be able to crawl out of it. Bella stood and followed Rosalie to the garage door, leaning against it as Rosalie entered the code with a smile. Nayeli. The blonde vampire stepped back as the garage door swung open, glancing at Bella. That's Cullens, isn't it? What does it mean? Bella felt her cheeks flush as her mind caught up with her words, realizing what she had just said. It wasn't exactly a nickname, it was more of an affirmation that the wolf within her had pushed to the surface. But it resonated more deeply with the beta than anything else she had considered. It was a piece of her heritage, a promise, something she could offer Rosalie forever. Yet, she hadn't meant to say it so soon. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Bella rubbed the back of her neck. You'll have to figure it out. Did you really think I would make this easy for you and spill all my deep, dark secrets? Rosalie huffed, though a small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. All right then, keep your secrets. But as she turned to face Bella fully, her smile faded. I want to make up for what happened earlier and my behavior, so there's a surprise in the garage. Bella tilted her head, noticing the hint of worry in Rosalie's tone, but she followed her into the garage. The Bel Air was still a work in progress, but it looked leagues better than it had last month, sporting a fresh coat of paint and new wheels, even though the body had been gutted. Alice's Porsche had its hood open, with half of the engine resting on the ground beside it. But what made Bella freeze in place was the sight of the dirt bikes gleaming under the fluorescent lights, sitting proudly on their stands in the corner of the room. You finished both of them, Bella exclaimed, dropping to her knees on the garage floor as Rosalie walked over to her side. How could you? We were supposed to have a cool montage together. That would have taken time we didn't have right now, and they're just dirt bikes, Bella. I thought you'd be happy to see them finished. Hattie was going to be my pride and joy. My sunset ride. My taking us a daisy on the town bike. Now she's ruined. Rosalie rolled her eyes at Bella's dramatics, sitting down on her workbench with her legs dangling over the edge. She's in one piece and runs like a dream. Bella glared at her imprint, running a hand over the two-tone silver and white graphic kit on Hattie's plastics. Part of her felt giddy knowing that she and Skoll were designed to complement each other, but the other part was devastated she hadn't been able to showcase her doorknob-level mechanical skills to a woman who had been working on cars for nearly a century. It's okay, baby. Mama's here now. We'll get you that fresh coat of hot pink paint in no time. If you paint that bike pink, I'm tossing it through a wall, Rosalie threatened, her tone softening as she continued. We don't know how much time we have left with the coming battle, and I thought maybe you'd enjoy riding them at least once. I can't sell them now, they have names. They're like puppies. Bella sighed as she stood, running an appreciative hand over the bike. You know we'll have to get more now to make it a pack. Wolves work best in packs. Rosalie hopped off the workbench and walked over to join her mate, picking Skull up off his stand and leaning him against the wall. You can have a pack of dirt bikes after you learn to ride one. The beta laughed, picking up Hattie and setting her on the ground before sliding onto the seat. Bella pulled out the kick on the right side of the bike, cranking her foot down hard once. Hattie rumbled to life beneath her, the engine purring like it was fresh off the showroom floor. Flashing her imprint a grin, she said, "Try to keep up." Bella dropped the gear shift peg into first, eased off the clutch lever, and pulled back the throttle, sending Hattie roaring out of the garage and onto the Cullen driveway. The beta hooped as the wind tore at her hair, racing through the gears until she hit fifth at the end of the driveway, nearly spinning out her rear tire as she peeled right onto Highway 101. It was around 2 in the morning, meaning there was nothing but open, empty road ahead. Rosalie burst out of the woods just behind Bella, the golden graphics on Skull shimmering as the moonlight danced through the clouds above. The beta eased off the throttle until her bike was beside Bella, then tilted her head back and let out a howl. She had grown up riding bicycles, dirt bikes, and four-wheelers with Jake, Leah, and Seth, thanks to the four of them begging their parents for nearly 3 years. They finally relented when Bella turned 12. The best part of her summers after that was riding off with her best friends in La Push, getting half lost in the woods for entire days, learning tricks and pulling stunts as they grew up. These days, nothing compared to the feeling of running as a wolf, with the wind in her fur and the grass beneath her paws, but this came close. Bella let her howl echo for several moments before glancing at Rosalie. "Come on, howl with me. It's fun." Rosalie snorted and grabbed Skull's clutch lever to rev the engine. "I'm not a wolf. I don't howl at the moon. Just this once." The blonde vampire looked at her mate skeptically, then sighed and tilted her head back, letting out the most beautiful, melodic howl Bella had ever heard. The wolf within her stirred as she joined her imprint, happiness and love flowing through their bond like the tides as they sang to the moon. When Rosalie finally dropped her head, she shot Bella a playful glare that was softened by the smile on her lips. "Don't ever tell Emmett about this. He'll never let me hear the end of it." Bella laughed, miming the action of zipping her lips closed and tossing away the key. They rode Skull and Hattie beneath the moon and stars for nearly an hour until Bella attempted a wheelie, something she hadn't done since she was 16, and nearly crashed Hattie into a tree. That prompted Rosalie to call an end to their ride. They made it back to In the Cullens' garage, Rosalie set Skull and Hattie back on their respective stands. "It's gold, by the way," she said suddenly. "My favorite color is gold." Bella wished she had a mirror because she was sure her eyes flashed from dough brown to gold and back again. Her surprise and excitement must have been evident on her face, as Rosalie chuckled and added, "Yes, almost the exact same shade as your eyes, Mon Soleil." A warm flutter stirred in Bella's stomach at the nickname, and she blinked a few times before stuttering, "Was that French? You're going to one-up me with the literal language of love? And you said I'm cheating?" Rosalie shrugged, then walked over to Bella and wrapped her arms around her neck. "You'll have to figure it out. I lived in France during the 60s and picked up the language. Haven't I earned a few tricks up my sleeve?" Bella growled low in her throat and pulled Rosalie close. "Naeli. Mon Soleil." Bella leaned down and kissed her imprint. They were still discovering how all their missing puzzle pieces fit together, but they were trying. They knew they would make mistakes and have arguments, but at the end of the day, their bond burned like a solar flare, radiating warmth, happiness, and love. The wolf and the vampire smiled into their kiss, pulling each other even closer. Chapter 29. Bella wished, more than anything, to stay right where she was and never move again. After their spontaneous make-out session in the garage, she and Rosalie had relocated to the living room. Now, the blonde vampire lay on Bella's chest, her head nestled in the crook of Bella's neck, her cool breath brushing against Bella's overheated skin. In that moment, Bella could almost forget the outside world. With Rosalie pressed against her, the mansion felt empty, and the faint sound of a late-night cooking show that Rosalie had turned on to fill the silence created a perfect sense of domestic bliss. There were no red-eyed, red-haired maniacs pursuing her, no vampires, no wolves, just the two of them existing together. Bella savored the moment for as long as she could, but she had promised Charlie she would be home to see him off to work in the morning. She needed to talk to him about the threat looming over his town. With a sigh, she gently shook Rosalie's shoulder. "Rose, I've got to head home. Dad will have a new wolf fur rug if I bail." Rosalie groaned softly but propped herself up on her elbows, half glowering at her mate. "I was almost asleep." "Vampires don't sleep." That was the closest I've felt to it in my entire existence. "You ruined it." Bella rolled her eyes and pressed a kiss to Rosalie's temple. "You can file your complaints with the chief of police in the morning. He loves starting his day with a mountain of paperwork. Besides, you have me for the rest of your existence. I'm not going to complain about being used as a heated pillow every once in a while." Rosalie's glare softened at the reminder, and she slid back off Bella until she could sit up fully. "Fine, your stay could use some work anyway. You can't lay still for more than a minute. Pillows aren't supposed to have limbs in the first place." Bella laughed as "I apologize, Miss Hale, but unlike some perfect immortal vampires, I need to breathe. I promise I'll do better next time." Rosalie stood up and walked Bella to the front door. "Are you sure it's a good idea to run home by yourself? Alice's vision showed when the army would arrive, but we don't know if they're sending scouts beforehand. Maybe I should come with you." Bella shook her head. "You just end up running home alone afterward. Paul and Seth will be on patrol right now, and if anything happens..." She tapped her temple. "I'll have backup. Don't tell me the infamous Rosalie Hale has developed a soft spot for a certain charming, super sexy wolf shifter." "Mon Soleil," Rosalie growled, grabbing Bella by the collar and pulling her down a few inches. "If you want to fish for compliments, you'll need better bait." Bella opened her mouth to respond, but Rosalie silenced her with a kiss. When the blonde vampire pulled away, she smirked at the blazing gold eyes meeting her own. "Yes, I do have a soft spot for that wolf shifter, but you forgot to add migraine and a half to that list. Just get home safe, all right?" The beta nodded, her cheeks burning. "I promise I'll get home safe, Naeli." Rosalie leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Bella's jaw before whispering goodnight and turning away, closing the front door behind her. Bella felt an urge to jump up and down like a hyperactive toddler as happiness and excitement surged through her veins. Whether it was hers or Rosalie's, she couldn't tell. But she forced herself to remain calm about everything that had just happened. Normal was good. Normal meant not letting out a happy squeal loud enough to wreck Rosalie's eardrums, no matter where she was in the mansion. She could have a freak-out later in the comfort of her own bed. Once she felt reasonably settled, Bella turned and jogged off the front porch and into the night. Bella glanced down and realized she was still wearing the shorts and Corvette t-shirt that Rosalie had given her. She didn't want to leave them stuffed in some random log nearby. After a moment of deliberation, the beta quickly stripped off the clothes and phased into her wolf form, giving her tawny brown fur a shake before gently picking up the fabric between her jaws. The texture of the clothing against her tongue was unpleasant, but the scent of her imprint was so intoxicating that she could almost ignore it as she turned and trotted toward home. Paul and Seth were on patrol when she phased in, both offering her a passing greeting before resuming their conversation. Bella listened for a moment as Paul criticized Seth's defensive maneuvers, much to the younger wolf's dismay. She pushed their voices to the back of her mind, focusing instead on the path ahead. Just as she approached the Cullen territory border, a chill crawled down her spine, as if she were being watched. The tawny brown wolf halted between two towering Sitka spruce trees, feeling the fur along her back bristle as her ears swiveled around, but there was nothing out of the ordinary amid the nighttime symphony of birdsong and cicada clicks. Slowly, she dropped the clothes she had been carrying to the ground and lowered herself into a defensive crouch. Suddenly, Bella heard underbrush crashing to her left. Before she could react, she was slammed into by a mass of silver fur. The beta snarled and kicked out her hind legs, sending the she-wolf hurtling through another 10 feet of undergrowth before she rolled back to her paws. Leah. Bells. Leah's silver wolf bounded out of the bushes, bouncing toward her like an excited puppy. Their minds connected in a whirlwind of memories, thoughts, and emotions, causing Bella to whine and paw at her ear. From their patrol at the northern edge of the Hoh rainforest, Paul and Seth continued their watch, unaware of the joyful reunion unfolding. Paul reacted with frustration, yelling at Leah to get herself together before she gave everyone a heart attack. Leah brushed him off but managed to calm down enough that the tension in the pack's collective mind eased as she spoke to Bella. "I took your advice," Leah said. "I asked questions, I tried to get to know her. She's really incredible, Bella. Once I got past the fear that Tanya instilled in me, we just started to click, you know?" Bella felt a wave of happiness for her best friend and shook off the lingering chill in her spine. She trotted forward and nudged her muscle against Leah's shoulder. "That's great, Lee. I'm so happy for you." Through Leah's memories, Bella saw how the initial awkwardness and distance between Leah and Irina had faded as they reached the stargazing spot along the Kalawa River. Irina had shared her fears, worries, and doubts about their bond, and in return, Leah had offered her loyalty, support, and, most importantly, patience. Irina was over 1,000 years old, having lived countless lifetimes across various histories. She and her sisters had once sparked the myth of the succubus. Yet, after so many lives, faces, and identities, the one thing Irina had never found in any of the humans she had been with was love. Laurent had made her believe she had found it. He had the charm, the right words, and all the promises she could ever wish for. She had fallen for him, even in the face of Tanya's apparent disapproval of the nomad when he first joined their coven and their vegetarian lifestyle. Irina had been blind to his flaws, convinced that when he left on a whim to run an errand for an old friend, he would return. After all, Laurent was her mate, he couldn't leave forever. But when he didn't come back from Forks, Irina was devastated. She had begged Tanya for permission to go after him, but when the head of the Denali coven denied her, she took matters into her own hands and left. She followed his trail to the edge of the pack's territory and found his scent mingled with ashes and burnt venom. Tanya and Kate had trailed their sister, dragging her back to Alaska before she could do something irreversible. The eldest Denali sister was determined not to break the treaty the Cullens had made with the wolves, a promise that bound her, forged by her long friendship with Carlyle and her mentorship of Rosalie. After that incident, Irina fell into a deep depression, one that neither her sisters nor her coven could pull her out of. Then, many months after Laurent's death, Carlyle reached out to propose an alliance. Now, Irina was slowly working through her grief, untangling the web of lies Laurent had spun for so long, and grappling with the realization that those lies had been just that, lies. She struggled to be around Leah or even speak to her, because every time she did, it felt like Laurent was watching, whispering for her to come back and leave the wolf behind. Yet, a stronger voice urged her that Leah was hers, that she was a mate, everything Irina had been missing in her long life. Bella absorbed all of this through the pack's mind, and in return, she offered Leah her night with Rosalie. The silver wolf brushed her cheek against Leah's, teasing, "I guess we're doing a good job with this whole imprint thing, huh? As good as a toddler in a knife factory." Leah snorted at that, but before she could respond, Seth chimed in, "Hey, could you two maybe save this cute, gross bonding for another time? You're my sisters, for spirit's sake. I'll never get these memories out of my head." "Tough luck, pup," Paul jeered. "Just wait until you imprint, then you won't shut up about it either." "I'm still waiting for the right tall glass of water to look me in the eyes," Seth replied. "With the way these bonds are forming, it's gotta be any day now, and I'm feeling lucky." "I pity the woman you imprint on, Lahote," Bella quipped. "She'll have to deal with enough room in her heart for you and your ego," someone quipped, and laughter echoed through the pack's mind. But this time, Paul didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he answered his beta in an uncharacteristically serious tone. "I really am happy for you guys. Spirits know you two deserve it. Leah glanced at Bella, her ice blue eyes wide. Did I just hear Paul Lahote be serious? About love of all things? Is this the Twilight Zone? Don't be a smartass, Leah. I know that's hard for you to do, Paul shot back. It happens once in a blue moon, or when the stars align, or whenever the hell I feel like it. Now it's like 3 a.m., and you two have patrol in a couple of hours, so go home. Seth chimed in. Seth and I were just getting to the good part of this magazine I found last. The beta tuned him out before he could finish, bumping her shoulder against Leah's and picking up the clothes Rosalie had given her between her teeth. Guess the stars are aligned tonight because Paul's right about something. Come on, I'll run home with you. Together, the tawny brown and silver wolves broke into a run, reaching the Clearwaters in less than 10 minutes. Leah nuzzled the beta's cheek before saying goodnight, then trotted up to the back porch to phase out. Bella turned away to avoid a full nudity shot of her sister, loping back into the trees once she heard the sliding door open and shut. Several miles into the woods, the beta felt that same odd chill crawl down her spine. The tawny brown wolf paused, tilting her head as she realized that along with the feeling, she could almost tell it was radiating off something. After a quick glance at her surroundings, she recognized she was only a minute away from Lookout Rock, where the strange sensation seemed to originate. Shaking her head, Bella altered her course and paused when she reached the jutting rock formation in the middle of the woods. She dropped the clothes she was carrying at the base. Perched at the very top of Lookout Rock was a white wolf, its head resting on its paws, completely still. Asleep. The beta let out a frustrated huff and climbed up the rock until she was beside the wolf, nudging her shoulder. Clara? Will? Which one of you is foolish enough to be out here alone at this ungodly hour? The white wolf grumbled at the contact, lifting her head and blinking open her blurry amber eyes. Clara? Beta? Bella? Oh, no. Clara scrambled to her feet, nearly slipping off the rock on a dip hidden beneath a patch of moss, but Bella caught her by the scruff and steadied her. The white wolf folded her ears back, lowering her head in response to the disapproval radiating from the beta. What the hell are you doing out here? Bella demanded. It's the middle of the night, you're alone, and you were asleep. What if something happened to you? Clara whined, ducking her head so low that her jaw nearly touched the stone. Bella sighed through her nose, accepting Clara's submissive posture and silent apology. I'm not mad at you, Bella said. I just don't understand what part of your mind thought this was a good idea. After a long moment, the white wolf lifted her head and dragged a forepaw along the mossy stone as she settled back on her haunches. I don't know, Clara admitted. I just needed to get away. Mom and Dad haven't really stopped fighting since their meeting with the Council of Elders about phasing. Will won't stop talking about how awesome it is to be part of the pack. We still don't even know why we phased in the first place. It started to get to me. I've been phased in for hours. I didn't think anyone would notice. Bella sighed again before joining Clara, slumping onto her belly with her paws hanging over the edge. I'm sorry that all of this has happened to you and Will, she said softly. Being part of the pack can be overwhelming at times, especially with what's coming our way. I understand why you're feeling this way. But when you're phased in and conscious, you're connected to the pack mind. Someone would notice, you can't avoid everything. Clara chuckled, though her tone was strained. How can you understand? You know your place in the pack, your role, everything. You make it look completely effortless, like you've been taking down red eyes and making names your whole life. She paused for a moment, a mix of fear and guilt flickering through the pack mind before it faded away. Bella tilted her head, curious. And what? If I didn't want to be found while I was phased in, I wouldn't be. I think I'm like you, just different. The beta turned to look at Clara, who had flopped onto her belly. What do you mean? You have that thing with your mind, like a shield that protects your thoughts, right? Your freaky ex couldn't read your mind because of it, and you can block out the rest of the pack if you really wanted to. Mine's more like a sword, I guess. Yours is defensive, while mine is offensive. I can make people think or see things I want them to if they're close enough to me. Nothing crazy, like the sky splitting open like a watermelon, but if I don't want to be seen or noticed, I can make others believe I'm not there. Bella felt blindsided, her jaw slightly agape as she stared at Clara. She had never met anyone outside of a vampire who possessed some kind of inherent power, and here was Clara, revealing one right in front of her. Wait. Was that what I felt earlier, before Leah tackled me? Clara had the grace to look away, shame radiating from her. I wasn't trying to stalk you or anything. I just saw you passing by when you left the Cullens and wanted to talk to you, but then Leah came out of nowhere, so I left. I found this place using Seth's memories, and I guess I just fell asleep. Bella was still trying to process everything Clara had shared, but something in her words clicked. If Bella's power was a shield and Clara's was a sword, then however the White Wolf projected her power to go unnoticed by others must have been extraordinary. A strange chill lingered throughout the night, and Bella wondered if it was some sort of rebound effect from the beta's presence. That was the best explanation she could come up with, but her mind was overwhelmed with questions she couldn't quite articulate. Taking several deep breaths, she finally released them all in one go. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Clara shrugged. I didn't think he'd believe me at first, until I found out you have some kind of power too. After that, we were hit over the head by the pixie vamp, letting us know that the red-eyed circus is coming to town to kill us all. There was never really a good time. I'm your beta, Bella replied. I always have time for every wolf in the pack. Unless you've developed a split personality in the last 5 minutes, you can't be in multiple places talking to multiple people at once. I just wanted to get away from everyone tonight. This is just a happy accident that your weird power messes with mine and somehow the rebound let you find me. Bella playfully cuffed the White Wolf over the ear. I can be everywhere anytime I need to be, pup. And don't take the good Lord Bob Ross's saying in vain. You have a gift like mine. Do you know how incredible that is? Think about how we can use it in battle. Clara rested her head on her paws and sighed. That's the problem. Yours is a shield. It's always there without you trying. Mine is a sword, and I'm not great at controlling where the pointy end goes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes I'm asleep and it just starts swinging. Bella frowned at Clara's somber tone, realizing that the weight of those thoughts had likely been on Clara's mind since she phased. During her first phase into the pack mind, Clara must have sensed Bella's power, the imminent threat of red-eyed vampires, and the fact that she couldn't control her own ability in a way that would help protect the people she cared about. After a long moment, Bella leaned over and nuzzled Clara gently. I struggle as the beta, Bella confessed. Some mornings, it's a challenge just to get out of bed. The weight on my chest feels so heavy that I can hardly breathe. But I always manage to push through because it's not effortless. Every day demands so much time and energy, yet I keep going. I'm not just the beta, I'm also plain old Bella, a girl who leapt into the gene lottery and started phasing just a year ago. I may not understand how you have the shifter gene, but I know I have people to protect, just like you, even if they don't realize it. Do you think my imprint would ever willingly let me protect her? Clara let out a small laugh but didn't respond, so Bella continued, you have a power similar to mine. It may not be exactly the same, but if we work together, maybe we can learn to control them better. In 2 days? Clara raised an eyebrow. Bella clambered to her paws and shook out her fur. I always work better under pressure. It might not seem like much, but I'm willing to put every last bit of effort I have into this. Are you? Slowly, the White Wolf stood to join her. I'm willing to try. And you're definitely my new idol. Beyoncé can take a hike. Bella rolled her eyes at the dramatics but felt some of the weight lift from Clara's shoulders. 2 days to learn how to control a power she barely understood in the first place wasn't a lot of time. Still, if there was one thing Bella had learned since phasing, it was how to roll with the punches. They had made a deal, and now she just had to figure out how to live up to the pedestal Clara had placed her on. The tawny brown wolf turned away and carefully made her way off Lookout Rock, glancing back as the White Wolf hurried after her. We shouldn't travel alone. I'll run home with you and then link up with Paul and Seth on my way back. Bella had almost forgotten that they were still phased and on patrol while she'd been talking with Clara, realizing the strange chill of the White Wolf's power was still coursing through her. A tingling sensation ran along Bella's spine, and she felt the onset of a headache forming behind her eyes. With a grunt, the beta concentrated on easing her connection back into the wider pack mind. Paul acknowledged her presence with a flicker of thought, his initial concern quickly shifting to confusion as he realized who she was with. Clara? When did you phase in? Clara glanced at Bella, who spoke for her. Long story. I'll explain tomorrow. I'm heading home now. Clara's going to run with me, then link up with you and Seth afterward. Sounds good to me. The pup's no fun when he's tired. Bella tuned out the argument that broke out between the boys as she gathered her clothes from the base of the rock, giving Clara a nod before trotting off. The strange chill along her spine faded in and out as the White Wolf ran beside her, something Clara noticed and groaned about under her breath. Stupid sword. Bella chuckled but chose not to comment, relishing the wind in her fur and Rosalie's scent filling her lungs. They crossed over Highway 101, skirting south around Forks until they slowed to a walk at the tree line behind the Swan residence. Charlie was snoring softly, his heartbeat slow and steady as he slept. It seemed he had passed out watching an old baseball game, if the TV still playing in the living room was any indication, and Bella let out a sigh. Charlie rarely slept in his bed anymore. He always ended up on the couch so he would wake up when she came in through the back door. Recently, he had been getting more gray hairs, something that troubled Bella, knowing she was the cause. Charlie tried to hide it, but the weight of her role in the pack and her responsibilities as a protector weighed heavily on the chief of police. Bella knew that the conversation they needed to have in the morning would only add to his worries, but she couldn't live with herself if she didn't at least try to convince him to leave town for a few days, just until the battle was over. Charlie had been. Bella had faced nearly every difficult day of her life with support, but this was one day when he simply couldn't be there. She padded out from the tree line, glancing back at Clara. We'll start practicing tomorrow, so go home and try to get some. Before she could finish her sentence, the sickly sweet scent of coppery bleach filled the beta's lungs, causing every hair on her pelt to stand on end. A vicious snarl ripped from her throat. Bella dropped the clothes from her jaws and snapped her head forward. Edward stood silhouetted by the back porch light, his clothes smeared with dried blood and travel grime. His copper hair was disheveled, casting shadows over his ruby-red eyes, which slowly lifted to meet Bella's burning gold gaze. A small smile crept onto his lips just as the phone Bella kept in the desk drawer of her bedroom began to ring. "Hello, my love," he said. Chapter 30. Ice-cold fear washed away nearly every thought in Bella's mind as she stared at Edward. The only thoughts that remained were of threat, danger, and protecting her pack. "Clara, stand down," the beta ordered in a deep, rich voice, commanding the White Wolf to freeze despite her protests. Bella kept her gaze fixed on Edward, who hadn't stopped smiling at her the entire time. He didn't even glance at the White Wolf behind her, and the beta was determined to keep it that way. Clara was young, small, and still new to phasing. Bella refused to let her get caught in the crossfire of whatever Edward was planning. The phone in her bedroom continued to ring, and she had a strong feeling it was Alice on the other end. Bella couldn't fathom how Edward had managed to evade the pixie vampire's visions, but she sensed something was off about him, not just his eyes or the blood on his clothes. There was something entirely inhuman in his expression, something ravenous and unhinged that sent a shiver down her spine. The beta ignored the other voices and emotions tried to crowd her mind as she phased out and dressed in the blink of an eye, fighting back the bile that threatened to rise when Edward's eyes lit up with manic glee at the sight of her naked body. That glee was short-lived, however, as the scent of the clothes Bella now wore reached him, twisting his lips back into a snarl. Bella would have preferred to strike first and ask questions later, but Edward stood just a few feet from the back porch. There was no way she could reach him in time if he decided to go inside and get to Charlie. Paul and Seth were already on their way, but they were still at least 20 minutes away. She needed to stall. "What are you doing here, Edward?" she demanded, The copper-haired vampire tilted his head. I'm here for you, Bella. I've realized my mistakes, all of them. I've repented, and God has shown me the path to happiness. Our happiness, my love. Bella gritted her teeth. Whose blood is that? What have you done? Bella asked, her voice trembling with fear. Edward frowned, briefly glancing down at his clothes before returning his intense gaze to the beta. I rid the world of sinners. The damned. None of them were as pure as you, my love. So many women. So many beautiful brunettes with dull brown eyes. They tried to be good, oh, how they tried, but I read their minds and saw the truth of them. They could never reach heaven with their sins, so I guided them down the right path to redemption. Bella felt bile rise in her throat at the vacant tone Edward used to describe the women he had killed, women who resembled her. But Clara's presence at her back and Charlie's soft snores drifting in from the living room kept her grounded. They needed her to remain calm and strong, to keep him talking. Why are you here? She asked, her voice steady despite her inner turmoil. I've realized all of my mistakes, my love. The worst was leaving you. My absence forced you to become a monster. But don't worry. God always has a plan. He's shown me that it wasn't your fault the wolves tricked you. They imposed their curse upon you. But your soul is still pure, I know it is. I can still save you, Bella. I can rid you of this curse, and we can find our happiness again. The beta remained rooted in place, choking back a growl as she replied, her tone strained, Edward, the pack didn't trick me or curse me. I'm Ephraim's eldest descendant. I was always going to phase. I don't need to be saved, I'm happy already. The distant look in Edward's blood-red eyes sharpened into focus as he took a dangerous step closer, his gaze boring into Bella's. You reek of her. Their curse fooled you into thinking it's love, but it's only an obsession, a phase that can pass once we're together again. You will be happy, my love, but only if I save you from her. This time, Bella didn't hold back the growl. Her voice resonated with a deep, rich timbre as she commanded. Leave. Leave and never come back, Edward. Rosalie is my imprint, and I'm her mate. I won't let you hurt her anymore. Edward blinked, as if caught in a daze. He took a step back, shaking his head in disbelief. His hands tangled in his copper hair, tugging at it as he cried out, Why don't you understand? I'm here for you, for us. I can save you. We can still be together, Bella. Behind her, Bella heard Clara let out a strained whine. Quickly, she stepped in front of the white wolf, doing her best to shield her. The beta raised her hands in a placating gesture, aware that whatever thread of sanity Edward was clinging to was beginning to fray. I'm with Rosalie now, Edward. I was always meant to be with Rosalie. I don't need to be saved. It's over. No. 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 Edward sank to his knees, slamming his fist into the dirt repeatedly until he had created a hole over a foot deep. His chest heaved as he slumped to the ground, tilting his head up to the sky. Why? You showed me the path, but why didn't you show me this? Edward, Bella took a step toward him, but froze when he jumped back to his feet. His red eyes darkened until they were nearly black. She doesn't deserve you. She was made for me, for me. But I realized how rotted she was, inside and out. But you, my sweet, beautiful Bella, you are perfect. So pure and innocent. You were meant for me. Not her. I'll save you from this curse, I swear it. Time seemed to slow for the beta as she watched the next few heartbeats stretch into what felt like hours. She observed Edward's muscles tense before he sprang toward her. She felt her outstretched hands morph into paws as the wolf within her overrode her conscious mind. She watched his clawed hand arch down toward her throat. Everything unfolded in the space between breaths. Bella felt her heartbeat quicken, and she sprang into action, but it wasn't fast enough. Time snapped back into focus as she sensed Edward scoring 5 deep lines across her throat. The tawny brown wolf let out a fierce snarl and slammed a paw down onto the copper-haired vampire's back, sending him flying several feet into the trees. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, flowing in 5 rivers down her throat and splattering onto the ground. She barely had a moment to catch her breath before Edward lunged at her again, his teeth snapping mere inches from her foreleg. With the momentum of their struggle, Bella twisted, rolling over and over, sinking her teeth into his diamond-hard flesh. She kicked out with her hind legs, trying to dislodge him. The sound of metal screeching filled the air as his right arm was torn from his body. Edward sailed through the air, crashing into a tree and splitting it down the middle before he collapsed to the ground. Stunned, the copper-haired vampire lay there for a moment before slowly rising to his feet, muttering under his breath, "Kill the wolf. Kill the wolf and the soul is free. Kill the wolf." Black spots danced in Bella's vision as she continued to lose blood, the severed arm dropping to the ground at her paws. A pounding headache blossomed behind her eyes, and the sound of rushing water filled her ears, drowning out the rest of the world. From the corner of her eye, she saw Clara still frozen under her command, her amber eyes wide with terror as she stared at her beta. The sight of fear in the white wolf fueled Bella's aching limbs. She was a protector, it was woven into the very fabric of her being. She would defend her pack with her life. The tawny brown wolf crouched low, snarling a challenge at Edward, who had stopped swaying. The copper-haired vampire looked up, his eyes shifting from blood-red to burning gold, and smiled. "Kill the wolf and the soul is free." Bella moved first, rushing forward. Ducking beneath the outstretched claws of Edward's hand, Bella sank her teeth into his calf. The copper-haired vampire snarled, smashing his fist into the delicate bone of her right eyebrow, caving it in. The beta bit down harder, then jerked her head back, throwing him off his feet and onto the ground. But Edward twisted around, slashing at her right eye. His claws took half of her eyelid, rendering it completely useless. Bella wailed, and the moment her grip on his leg loosened, Edward kicked her in the jaw, sending her careening away. She flipped over and over until her spine cracked against an oak tree at the edge of the yard, choking the air from her lungs. It felt as if several vertebrae had slipped out of place. Her paws scrambled against the grass as she tried to stand, but the blood seeping from her throat had already formed a puddle around her, making the ground too slick to get back up. Wheezing, Bella lifted her head, one golden eye staring up at Edward. His expression was sickeningly gentle as he crouched down, pressing his left hand against the beta's throat. "Don't worry, my love. Once the wolf is dead, your soul will be free, and we can be together again." Bella tried to paw his hand away, but she was so exhausted. Edward pressed down harder, and the beta felt her vision flicker in and out of focus as she choked. Her last thought was a silent apology. "I'm so sorry, Rose, I tried." Just as triumphant light began to enter Edward's eyes, Bella watched, as if from a distance, a white blur slammed into him. Fangs glinted beneath the moonlight as they sank into his throat and tore off his head. Bella wheezed and coughed, fighting to get air back into her lungs, digging her claws into the ground as she forced herself onto her paws. A few paces away, Clara stood over Edward's headless body, the head still crushed between her jaws as the white wolf heaved for breath. The air was thick with tension, and Bella's amber eyes were vacant, reflecting a profound emptiness. She stumbled toward Clara, each step a painful reminder of her agony, feeling a chilling coldness run down her spine. "Clara," she whispered, struggling to comprehend the situation. "He was going to kill you." "I know. I killed him," Clara stammered, her voice filled with disbelief. "You did. Drop the head, Clara. We have to burn the body." The white wolf whined, her disgust and fear flooding the pack's mind as she tossed the head away. "I didn't mean to." Before she could finish, Bella collapsed. Blood seeped from her wounds, her vision blurred in her right eye, and every muscle screamed in pain. Clara rushed to Bella's side, whimpering, "Please stay awake. They're almost here. Just hold on, Bella." Bella fought to stay conscious, but her one good eye blinked too long, and suddenly, she felt the presence of Paul and Seth standing in a half-circle around her alongside Clara. She faintly heard Paul trying to calm Clara before he ordered Seth to fetch his mother. The sandy brown wolf nuzzled Bella's cheek, offering a moment of comfort before darting back toward La Push. Paul looked down at his beta, pain and fury burning in his gray eyes. "Just hold on, Chief. We're going to get you help." Bella wheezed, coughing up a trickle of blood. "Don't call me that, Lahote." Paul tried to laugh, but the sound caught in his throat. His ears perked up at the snarls and crashing undergrowth nearby, and he turned to Clara. "Get back, now." An all-encompassing warmth washed over Bella as a blonde-haired, black-eyed figure burst through the trees. Rosalie was at her side in an instant, hands trembling as they hovered over the deep gashes on Bella's neck. Bella tried to push comfort and love through their bond, but Rosalie snarled at Paul as he attempted to step closer, positioning her body protectively over the much larger tawny brown wolf. Bella, trembling and bloodied, lifted a shaky paw and pressed it against Rosalie's thigh, drawing the blonde vampire's attention back to her. With a whine of pain, the tawny wolf raised her head and nudged her muzzle against Bella's chest. Cold hands gently caressed Bella's cheek as Rosalie cradled her head in her lap, pressing her brow against the beta's uninjured one. Love, warmth, and protectiveness surged through their bond, easing the agony that coursed through Bella's body. In the distance, Bella heard the howls rising throughout La Push, signaling the arrival of the pack as all 13 wolves phased in. The pack mind erupted into a chaotic blend of voices, emotions, and memories as they rushed toward their beta. Bella didn't have the strength to block them out. Instead, she focused on Rosalie's comforting touch to ground herself. After what felt like hours of slipping in and out of consciousness, Bella blinked awake to find a circle of wolves pacing uneasily around her and Rosalie. From the corner of her eye, she spotted Sue standing beside Seth, her medical bag slung over one shoulder, tears streaming down her face at the sight of Bella's condition. On the opposite side, she noticed Jacob standing guard over Edward's body, ensuring it remained undisturbed. Sam broke away from the circle, approaching Bella and Rosalie. He froze when he saw the blonde vampire tighten her embrace around her mate and snarl at the alpha. "Bella, Sue needs to look at you, but your imprint won't let anyone near you," Sam said, concern lacing his voice. Bella groaned softly, slowly lifting her head to nuzzle against Rosalie's cheek. The blonde vampire let out a soothing purring sound in response, but her gaze remained fixed on Sam. Bella had never witnessed any of the Cullens so completely consumed by their primal instincts like this. Rosalie felt a surge of helplessness, unsure how to pull herself back from the brink. Fortunately, she didn't have to. 5 separate breezes stirred the air, and the Cullens blurred into the yard alongside the wolves. The pack barely acknowledged their presence, continuing to circle their beta while clearing a path for Carlisle, who stepped forward to stand beside Sam. Esme was the first to notice Edward's body. Her hand flew to cover her mouth as she gasped. Alice's expression was blank as she stared at the lifeless form, yet she clung to Jasper's arm with a grip that was white-knuckled. Emmett's gaze was fixed solely on Rosalie, his expression a mix of pain and understanding. Carlisle followed the direction of his coven's stares, his eyes darkening as his face transformed into a mask of mourning. After letting out a shuddering breath, he turned to Rosalie. "Rosalie, Sue and I need to look at Bella. She's hurt." Rosalie snarled at her coven leader, pressing herself protectively against the beta's bloodied fur. Bella purred at the contact but nudged Rosalie with her muzzle, trying to push feelings of comfort and safety through their bond. The snarl began to fade, but Rosalie remained unmoving. Carlisle tried again, his tone gentle. "You can stay by her side. She's your mate, we won't harm her. We just need to ensure she's healing. Will you let us do that?" Several tense moments passed before Rosalie finally gave a jerky nod, cradling Bella's head back in her lap as Carlisle and Sue approached. The doctor and the nurse conducted a methodical examination of Bella's condition while the Cullens and the pack looked on. They spoke in hushed whispers as they assessed the damage and exchanged observations, but Bella's gaze remained locked on Rosalie. The blonde vampire watched with a predatory intensity as Carlisle and Sue carefully examined her mate, running soothing cold hands through the fur along Bella's tawny brown neck. Every few moments, Rosalie leaned down to kiss the top of Bella's head, offering her silent support. Rosalie pressed her cheek against Bella's fur, filling the beta's struggling lungs with the comforting scent of Earl Grey tea and lilacs. After several tense minutes, Carlyle frowned as he gently ran a hand along Bella's spine. "You have several vertebrae out of place," he explained. "Normally, this would require surgery, but you're already healing. If I don't attempt to align them now, they may heal incorrectly and cause you further pain." "This is going to hurt, Bella." Bella let out a grunt of acknowledgement as Carlyle positioned his fingers along one of her lumbar vertebrae. 1, 2, 3. With a quick jerk of his hand, Bella howled as her bones snapped back into alignment. Rosalie growled, a deep and vicious sound, glaring at her coven leader. Carlyle raised his hand in a soothing gesture until Rosalie settled down, then continued to realign Bella's spine. After the third bone snapped back into place, Bella was ready to take his hand off. "Last one, Bella. Are you ready?" The beta whined but nodded, focusing on her breathing as Carlyle grasped the last bone and jerked it back into alignment. Bella let out the loudest howl yet, rubbing her muzzle into Rosalie's chest while the blonde vampire whispered soft cooing sounds in her ear. Suddenly, every being in the yard froze as the back door swung open. Charlie, blurry-eyed and wearing bunny slippers, stumbled into view, waving his shotgun through the air. "What the hell is going on?" No one moved. Not the wolves, not the Cullens, not even Sue. A pin-drop silence filled the yard as the supernatural being stared at the chief of police. Charlie blinked several times, scrubbing his eyes, and zeroed in on his daughter lying in a pool of blood in the middle of his backyard. "Bells? Bells," he shouted, scrambling off the porch steps towards her, the shotgun waving wildly. Rosalie hissed at him, the sound deepening into a snarl as the chief of police stumbled to a halt just a few feet away. Charlie stood there, shotgun raised and aimed directly at her. What the hell are you? What did you do to my daughter?" Before Rosalie or Bella could respond, Paul's gray wolf broke from the group and stepped forward, positioning himself between the loaded shotgun and his beta and her imprint. "Paul? Get out of the way. That woman isn't human." "No, she isn't," Carlyle said calmly as he rose from his position behind Bella, moving to stand beside Paul, further shielding his daughter and her mate. "My family is not what you think we are, but trust me when I say we're here to help." "Yes, Bella was hurt, but she's all right now. Rosalie is only defending her mate." The shotgun trembled in Charlie's hands as he swung it back and forth between Carlyle and Paul, his doe-brown eyes wide with fear. Then Sue appeared at Paul's side, her hands raised in a calming gesture. "Charlie, it's all right. The doctor isn't lying." After a long moment, Charlie let the shotgun lower to the ground, his eyes darting between Carlyle and Sue as he demanded, "Then what is she? What the hell has eyes like the devil and hisses like an alley cat?" Bella groaned softly as she eased out of Rosalie's protective hold and stood on her paws, ignoring the worried voices of her pack as she limped toward her father. She could almost see out of her right eye again, which meant Edward hadn't taken it completely, and the wounds on her neck had mostly healed. She still hurt like hell, but she wasn't dead, and this conversation was long overdue. Rosalie stayed close to her side, a steadfast support as Bella brushed her cheek against Paul's in gratitude before turning to face her dad. Now that her mate looked healthier and she was healing properly, Rosalie's eyes had brightened back to a warm topaz as she faced Charlie, who instinctively took a step back from her. Bella gently rubbed her jaw along the top of her imprint's head, feeling a mix of emotions as the moment unfolded. Rosalie slowly emerged from her instinct-driven protective mode. She reached up and gently ran her fingers through the soft fur on the beta's neck. "I apologize for my behavior, Chief. I realize that it didn't earn me any points in your book. You were right, my family and I aren't human. But I assure you, I'm not the devil. That would be far too much responsibility." Charlie looked taken aback by the sudden shift in her demeanor. He glanced quickly between Rosalie and his daughter before asking, "Then what the hell are you?" "My family and I are vampires," Rosalie replied. Chapter 31. The Swan's living room wasn't designed to accommodate half a dozen vampires, one Quileute elder, 13 wolf shifters, and Charlie Swan himself. To reduce the crowd, Carlisle had sent all of the coven home except for Rosalie and Alice. Meanwhile, Sam had instructed the pack, excluding Jacob, Leah, Seth, Clara, and Will, to wait outside until the meeting concluded. The faint sound of a crackling fire wafted through the open kitchen window, mingling with the acrid scent of burning venom as the pack tended to Edward's body in the gloomy, gray-purple light of dawn. Bella knew she should try to maintain a strong front for her alpha and pack mates, but after nearly dying less than 30 minutes ago, she found solace being cradled in Rosalie's arms on the couch. The blonde vampire ran soothingly cold hands through Bella's hair. Clara and Will sat on the plush carpet in front of the coffee table. Clara stared vacantly into space while Will wrapped an arm around his twin's shoulder, pulling her close. Jacob, Leah, and Seth crowded around Bella and Rosalie, as close as the blonde vampire would allow without showing her teeth. Jacob leaned over the back of the couch, Leah settled with Bella's legs draped over her lap, and Seth slumped against the edge of the couch on the floor, resting his head against Leah's thigh. Sam leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his dark eyes focused intensely on Carlisle. Charlie sat in his recliner with his elbows on his knees, Sue by his side, her expression tense as she flicked her dark eyes between her children and the vampires across the room. Carlisle and Alice stood beside the fireplace. The doctor's golden eyes were cast down toward the floor while the pixie-like vampire placed a grounding hand on his shoulder. A heavy silence enveloped the room, thick and suffocating, making it feel as if time itself had come to a standstill. The tension in the room thickened. Finally, Sam broke the silence, pushing off the wall to confront Carlisle. His voice was laced with a snarl, and tremors racked his body. "You have broken the treaty, Cullen. One of yours tried to kill a wolf in my pack, tried to kill Bella. I want you gone, all of you. Leave Forks for good and never, ever come back. The wolves will face the army alone." Carlisle's gaze slowly lifted to meet the alphas, centuries of sorrow and despair burning in his topaz depths. But it was Bella who answered for him, her voice still raspy from the angry red scars on her neck that had yet to fully heal. "Sam, no." The alpha snapped around to look at his beta, his amber eyes softening slightly as she sat up from Rosalie's arms. The blonde vampire made a small noise of protest at the loss of contact, which faded away when Bella wrapped an arm around her waist. The beta drew strength from the touch of her imprint, their bond flickering with warmth in her chest. They didn't break the treaty. Whatever Edward was in the end, he wasn't a Cullen. He wasn't himself anymore. I don't blame the Cullens, Sam. Edward made his own choices, he chose his own path. Bella paused, shuddering at the word before continuing. "We need the Cullens and the Denali's. We can't face the army alone." Jacob growled from behind her, stepping around the couch to stand by Sam in the center of the living room. "To hell with that. Carlisle is their leader. He shares the blame for whatever the hell Edward turned into. How are we supposed to trust any of them?" Bella felt her heart ache for her brother. Jake was like a walking ray of sunshine, always bringing warmth and smiles wherever he went. Besides her, he was one of the most level-headed members of the pack, always weighing options before making a decision and putting others before himself. But right now, his eyes burned with a hatred tinged with red, and she could sense the turmoil within him. The wolf within him was restless, yearning for the pound of flesh he felt was owed. "He's right," Carlisle said softly, his voice capturing the attention of everyone in the room. He looked up, not at Sam or Jacob, but at Bella. In Carlisle's eyes, the beta saw lifetimes of pain, over 300 years spent trying to forge a new way of life. He had dedicated himself to teaching his kind that they could be more than bloodthirsty monsters. He had sought to build and nurture a family of his own. "I am the head of the coven," Carlisle continued. "I share the blame for what my son became, for what I allowed him to become. I was blind for too long, seeking the good in him, and it nearly cost the life of someone I consider family. I'm so sorry, Bella. I will never forgive myself for everything Edward did, and I will never seek your forgiveness in return." Carlisle then turned to face Sam. As the alpha of the pack, your word is law for the wolves. So too is mine for the coven. If you will allow us to fight alongside you in this battle, we will stay. Afterward, we will leave for good. No more children will have to phase because of our hubris, I swear this to you. Sam opened his mouth, ready to snarl a reply, but then paused, letting out a deep sigh. His dark eyes flickered over to Bella and then to Leah before returning to Carlisle. You may remain for the battle. After that, the pack will decide their futures. I will not make a final decision without their input. I may want to tear your dead heart out of your chest, but our imprints are the highest law. The spirits have granted 2 bonds between your kind and my pack, and I will not tear them apart. Then I offer you something beyond your final decision, Carlisle said solemnly. A blood debt. Whatever you require of my coven, we will provide it without question. A vampire always pays his debts. The snarl returned to Sam's voice as he replied, the pack has no need of a debt owed by cold ones. I'm allowing you to stay and fight with us. Pack keeps growing. We already struggle to keep everyone fed and on their own 2 feet. The resident fawn gang has more money than they know what to do with. If it comes down to it, should we really deny a debt because of our own pride? Leah replied from her spot on the couch. Sam glowered over his shoulder, feeling undermined for the second time in just a few minutes. He turned to face his beta. His amber eyes flickered to the angry red scars on her throat before returning to her eyes. This would be your debt, Bella. What do you want to do? Bella opened her mouth to immediately deny it, to tell Carlisle off for even suggesting it in the first place, but she paused. Leah began to draw random shapes along her ankle, capturing Bella's attention as her dark eyes flashed to ice blue and back again. Worry filled those dark depths, worry for the pups and her little brother, who weren't even old enough to drive but would be fighting for their lives in less than 48 hours. The pack was the largest in the tribe's history, given the looming threat they faced. But what was to say there wouldn't be an even greater threat someday? What if the Cullens left, and the pack continued to grow? What if the spirits activated the gene in wolves who were still just kids? Every instinct in Bella's body fought against the decision, but she forced herself to take a deep breath and turn to Carlisle. She had once seen him and Esme as the picture-perfect parents she had never had, and his coven as an extension of her family. But now, she had the pack, a tribe to protect, and future generations to worry about. I accept your debt, Carlisle, she said firmly. The head of the Cullen coven nodded in acceptance. A heavy silence followed, and Jacob broke it as he rounded on Alice. That's great and everything, but what good are your visions if Edward and the... Why can that ginger manage to get around them so easily? How can we be sure the army will even be here in 2 days? Alice seemed to shrink at the intensity of his tone, her hands twitching at her sides. The future is based on decisions. It changes constantly, she said, her voice trembling. I was watching Edward from the moment he left for Alaska. I still saw him there until suddenly he was standing in Bella's backyard. I thought I had more time. I tried to call and warn her, but I was too late. The pixie-like vampire broke off with a shuddering sob as she stared at Bella. Victoria was never making decisions, she was playing in my blind spot by having Riley decide things for her and for the army. I know he decided to move the army from Seattle, and I know the weather for the day they'll arrive. Jake opened his mouth to snap a reply, but Rosalie cut him off, her voice sharp and icy. My sister's visions have never been wrong before. There are limits to how much she can control them. If I thought she was to blame for Bella nearly dying, would have torn her head from her body. But she isn't. Nobody is to blame for what happened except for Edward, and now he's dead. Save your anger for the newborns, because they will be here in 2 days, and we have to work together if we want to survive. Jake swallowed hard, some of the red-tinged hate fading from his eyes. Bella nearly let out a sigh of relief as the choking tension in the room began to ease. That was until Charlie slapped his knees and stood up from his recliner, his dark eyes sweeping around the room before settling on his daughter. All right, if you're all just going to beat around the bush, I'll come out and say it myself. What the hell is going on? Dad. Charlie raised a hand to cut her off, pointing a finger at Rosalie. She's a vampire, he said, sweeping his finger to point at Carlisle, and then. Alice exclaimed, he's a vampire. She's a vampire who can see the future. There's a damn army coming to my town. You were nearly killed by that son of a bitch Edward, and this is the first time I'm hearing about any of this. What the hell is going on, Bella? The beta nearly cowered under the weight of her father's anger, swallowing hard as she replied, Dad, I couldn't tell you about the Cullens. There are laws, the treaty, the Volturi. And there's still more. More that you haven't told me. I'm your father, Bells. I already know about the pack, about your place in it. What could possibly be worse with me knowing more? At the end of his outburst, Charlie slumped back in his chair, burying his head in his hands. I could have lost you tonight and not even known who to blame. Bella opened and closed her mouth several times, struggling to find the right words, but everything tasted like ash and burned venom on her tongue as hot tears welled in her eyes. Rosalie wrapped an arm around her back, pulling Bella close while sending a gentle flicker of love through their bond. Turning to Charlie, Rosalie spoke softly, Bella truly couldn't tell you, Chief. My kind is governed by a group of vampires called the Volturi. 3 kings control the Volturi, Arrow, Caius, and Marcus. They hold no respect for human life, but they do respect the law above all else. Charlie slowly lifted his head from his hands, letting out a disbelieving snort. Vampires? They suck your blood, have no reflection, and are deathly allergic to garlic? And they have some twisted sort of royalty? Have laws? Rosalie nodded, undeterred by his skepticism. Not very many. And only one that's regularly enforced. We must keep the existence of our kind a secret. We don't make spectacles of ourselves. We don't kill conspicuously. Unless, of course, you. I want to die, Bella said, her voice barely above a whisper. The kings oversee the governance of our kind, but Arrow takes a particular pleasure in hunting down those who break the law. His elite guard has been alive for hundreds of years, and they're incredibly skilled at tracking down criminals to bring them to trial. My family first came to Forks in the 1930s, where we met the old pack led by Ephraim Black, Levi Yulee, and Quill 8 Era 2. Carlisle and Ephraim forged a treaty between our coven and the pack, allowing us to settle in the area. One of the key clauses was mutual secrecy. We couldn't reveal what we truly were, and neither could they. Bella has been bound by the Volturi's law since the moment she discovered the truth about my family, and the treaty doubled that bond. She couldn't tell you, Chief. Charlie let out a shuddering sigh as he absorbed all this information, then turned to his daughter. Is that true, Bells? All of it? Bella nodded, wiping the tears from her eyes with the heel of her palm. All of it. I'm so sorry, Dad. The chief of police exhaled slowly. Apology mostly accepted. I just don't understand why you waited so long to tell me your imprint was a cold one. It's not like I didn't think they were real already. All eyes in the room turned to Charlie as Bella asked, What? Bells, you turn into a giant wolf at will. The tribe legends about the spirit warriors are clear. Phasing only happens when a cold one is near. Did you think I just fell asleep by the fire when Grandpa Ephraim was telling stories when I was a kid? I may be old and going deaf, but I'm not an idiot. You aren't upset that my imprint is a cold one? Bella asked, her voice trembling. Charlie shook his head, running a hand through his gray-streaked hair. I've always supported you when you talked about your place in the pack. Even if your girlfriend is a cold one. One that's way too old for you, by the sounds of it. But if she makes you happy and treats you right, why would I be upset? The chief of police glanced over at Rosalie while Bella tried to process everything he had just revealed. How old are you, anyway? I know it's rude to ask a lady her age, but I think I'm owed something after the night I've had. I'd been a vampire for 73 years. I was turned when I was 18. Charlie choked, pounding a fist against his chest as he coughed. Once he regained his composure, his demeanor shifted, adopting the steady, calm presence of a chief of police with a decade of experience. He looked around the room and said, "All right. The cat's out of the bag. Now, what are we going to do about this so-called army coming to my town?" Chapter 32. "Charlie," Carlyle began in a firm but gentle tone, "there's nothing you or your department can do in this situation." Charlie turned to the doctor, fury etched on his face as he waved his hands in the air while rising from his recliner. "There's a goddamn army coming to my town, and my daughter and kids, not even old enough to drive, are set to fight? I can't do anything about it." "A newborn army, Chief," Alice said softly, drawing Charlie's attention. The raw fear and honesty in her voice softened some of his anger. "A newborn army doesn't need thousands like a human army, but no human army can stand against them. The Quillet legends about the Cold Ones speak of red-eyed vampires, brutal, feral monsters, but they're nothing compared to a newborn vampire. In our first few months of this life, we are at our most volatile, our most powerful, and our most dangerous. All we can think about is easing the burning in our throats for human blood. If you or any other human is within miles of the field where we plan to make our stand against the army, it will only provoke them into a blood rage. They will hunt you down, no matter what stands in their way, whether it's my family or one of the wolf pups you want to protect." Sue placed a hand on Charlie's shoulder. "I feel the same way you do, but the spirits blessed our children with the soul of the wolf for a reason, Charlie. They're protectors. It makes me want to curse every strand of fate, but this is their fight, not ours." Charlie glanced helplessly at the Quillet elder, but before he could respond, Bella stood from the couch, pulling Rosalie up to stand beside her. The beta was nearly fully healed now, her right eyelid was back in one piece, and the red scars on her neck had faded into smooth, tan skin. "Sue is right, Dad. It's our duty to protect the tribe, to protect our homes. The pack has formed an alliance with the Cullens and their cousins, the Denalis, to face the army together. We've been training, and we know when they're coming. But why? Why is there an army coming to town in the first place? And what makes the Cullens any different from them?" Bella grimaced, realizing she was cornered in a way she had hoped to avoid. "Last year, when I went to Arizona for a while, I was on the run from a red-eyed vampire. I had gone to watch the Cullens play baseball, and a group of nomadic red-eyes heard about it. One of them was named James." She paused, shuddering at the name. The chill in her veins only began to thaw when Rosalie wrapped a steadying hand around her waist. "James was a tracker. He lived for the hunt, to get inside the mind of his prey and break them. When he saw me with the Cullens, I became his target. The Cullens realized what he was and what he planned to do, so we left the area as quickly as possible, trying to escape him. He lured me away from Alice and Jasper while we were in Arizona by using old recordings of my mom's voice. Luckily, the Cullens found me in time and tore him apart. But his mate, Victoria, has been hunting me ever since. She still believes Edward is my mate. She wants revenge for what happened to James. A mate for a mate, he killed hers, so now she wants to kill his." Bella paused after finishing her story, bracing herself for the explosion she expected. She had always admired her father's level-headedness. He had never raised a hand or his voice at her throughout her entire life. Yet, she had been lying to him for over a year, about herself, about the Cullens, and about the nightmares that had often woken her, leaving her screaming in the night. Charlie would always come in to calm her down, no matter how late it was. But this time, nothing came. No yelling, no anger, just silence. When Bella dared to glance at her father, she saw that he looked as though he had aged 10 years, his face slack in a gray tinge on his cheeks. The police officer let out a weary sigh. "Your previous apology is barely accepted now." Bella grimaced but nodded as Charlie turned his attention to Carlyle. "What makes your family different?" Carlyle replied, "We consider ourselves vegetarians. We only feed on animal blood. That's what gives our eyes their color and helps us maintain better control around humans." Charlie's expression seemed distant as he processed the information, running a hand through his gray-streaked hair while scanning the room. "All right. I want all of you out." Bella stepped closer to him. "Dad, You need to leave town, even for a little while, just until the battle is over. I said I want all of you out. Charlie's voice was firm, and Bella flinched as if she had been burned. A low growl rumbled from Rosalie as she wrapped an arm around Bella's waist, pulling her away. Charlie slumped back in his chair, dismissing Sue when she reached out to comfort him. I'm not going anywhere. Even if I can't help, this is my town. These are my people. I understand why you did what you did, Bells, but I need time. So please, just get out of my house. Bella opened her mouth to respond, but no words came. After a tense moment, she let Rosalie guide her out of the living room and through the back door, followed by her coven and the pack. Sue remained behind with Charlie. As the sun rose in the east, it cast faint rays through the trees, dissipating the last of the morning fog. A pile of ash lay at the edge of the tree line, guarded by Jared and Paul in their human forms. Nearby, Embry, Quill, Colin, and Brady stood as wolves, their ears perking up at the sight of their pack emerging from the house. Bella watched numbly as Carlisle approached the ashes, sinking to his knees in the still wet grass. He began whispering softly, and when Bella caught snippets of Bible verses, she tuned him out. There was nothing left in her. Either half of her soul for Edward Cullen. A soft whimper pulled the beta out of her numbness, and she glanced over at Clara. Clara clung to Will with a white-knuckled grip, her gaze fixed on the remains of the vampire she had killed. Will snarled under his breath, glaring at the ashes as he wrapped his arm around Clara's shoulder, pulling her toward the tree line. Quill nuzzled Clara's shoulder as she and Will stopped between him and Embry. She accepted the shaky hand Clara placed on his neck to steady herself. Bella felt a chill crawl down her spine and said, "Sam, we should go. We need to have a pack meeting." The alpha nodded, his dark eyes somber as he looked at the twins before addressing the pack. "You heard the beta. Head back to Emily's. We'll be there shortly." The wolves obeyed, trotting or jogging out of the clearing to phase. Sam nodded at his beta before walking after the rest of the pack, leaving Bella alone with the Cullens. After several minutes of Carlisle muttering prayers, the doctor stood. His words were barely a whisper as he said, "Alice." The pixie-like vampire nodded, and in the blink of an eye, she and the ashes were gone. Carlisle stared at the spot of charred grass for a moment before he too blurred out of the clearing. Bella stood frozen beside her imprint as the events of the last few hours finally caught up with her. Her arms began to tremble as the wolf in her soul battled her fight-or-flight instincts. A suffocating weight pressed against her lungs, making it hard to breathe. Tears pricked at her eyes, and a ragged sob escaped from behind her clenched teeth. Just then, cold arms wrapped around the back of her neck as Rosalie pulled her into a hug. Bella returned the embrace, taking a deep breath of the blonde vampire's scent as she buried her nose in the crook of Rosalie's neck. After several minutes, Bella let out a shuddering sigh as the tremor subsided, both halves of her soul soothed by Rosalie's touch. Rosalie eased her hold but kept her arms around the back of Bella's neck, her honey gold eyes looking up into Bella's dough-brown ones. Bella managed a shaky smile. "You know," she said, "you used to call us dogs, but you make a pretty good guard dog yourself." Rosalie cuffed her lightly on the head, but when Bella let out an indignant grunt, the blonde vampire pulled her down into a searing kiss, cutting off the sound. Bella let her hands trail down to Rosalie's hips, pulling their bodies flush against one another. Their bond lit up like a solar flare, full of love, promise, and forever. Rosalie pulled away slowly, her golden eyes darkening around the edges as she said, 74 years I've lived without you. All that time without a full of herself, migraine-inducing, danger magnet wolf girl." "Hey, I'm not," Bella began, but Rosalie placed a hand over her mouth, raising an eyebrow. "I wasn't finished. When I felt your pain and fear through the bond, a bond one fought for a year to ignore, it felt like my venom-frozen heart kicked back into beating just to stop again. I was ready to move heaven and earth if it meant you were safe. I just got you, Bella. I can't lose you." Bella studied every inch of Rosalie's expression, the tense set of her jaw, the fierce light in her eyes, the furrow between her brows. She realized she had never seen Rosalie like this. Normally, Rosalie was a model of perfection, an ice queen who always seemed above everyone else. She was always in control, always needing to be in control, or else she felt helpless. But right now, Bella understood that helplessness was exactly what Rosalie was feeling, vulnerable and scared. The bone that connected them clashed like the waves of First Beach against the cliffs as Rosalie's emotions surged through it. Yet Bella reached through the chaos, forcing it to settle, smoothing out the ragged edges with her own warmth. Feelings of comfort and calm washed over Bella. The beta reached for the hand that Rosalie still had pressed against her mouth, intertwining their fingers. You have me. I'm not going anywhere, Naeli. I promise, Bella said gently. Rosalie shook her head and took a step back, her eyes lowered to their joined hands. Don't make promises you can't keep. The newborns will be here in 2 days. In 2 days, it'll be 24 of us against dozens of them. Even if I were blind and deaf, I wouldn't take those odds. Don't be so sure. The pack has a new bona fide secret weapon on our side, Bella replied, trying to inject some optimism into the conversation. Despite the chaotic emotions flowing between them, Rosalie managed a weak smile and a disbelieving snort. The pack's only weapon is going half-naked and flexing their muscles, no matter the weather. Bella shook her head, determined. I'm serious. When I left the house earlier, I found Clara on top of Lookout Rock. I think she's like me. She has some sort of power that can put whatever she wants in people's minds. If she didn't want to be noticed, she could trick your mind into thinking she isn't there. But for me, because of my shield or whatever, it has some sort of rebound effect. We only have 2 days, but if we can figure out how to control her power, even a little bit, we could gain an edge for the battle. Rosalie frowned at this information. If she does have a power, maybe Jasper or Kate could help her learn to control it. Even you don't know how your shield works, just that you have one. Bella chuckled as she tugged Rosalie toward the tree line. I don't think the pack wants to be around any vampires right now, but I'll let Clara decide for herself. She paused just out of sight of the house and turned fully to face Rosalie. I need to head to Emily's for the meeting. The pack needs to know what's going on and what I'm planning. Rosalie growled under her breath, stepping into her mate's space until her back hit a tree. The blonde vampire cradled Bella's head between her hands, her claws digging into the bark beside Bella's ears. The wolves can handle themselves. I don't want to let you out of my sight again. Bella fought off a shiver at Rosalie's display of dominance, leaning down to nuzzle the top of Rosalie's head. I have to go, Rose. I'm the beta, my place is with the pack. They need me. I need you, Rosalie snarled, her golden eyes darkening as she snapped her gaze up to meet Bella's. I need to know that you're safe, and the only way I'll know that is if you stay with me. Over the past year and a half as the beta of a pack mostly made up of teenage wolf shifters, Bella had witnessed her fair share of dominance displays. She had often been the one to put the boys back in their places more times than she could count. But with Rosalie as her imprint, she didn't feel that instinctive urge to reinforce the pack hierarchy. Instead, a wave of calm washed over her as she slowly reached up, grabbing Rosalie's hands and locking the blonde vampire's wrists in an iron grip. Rosalie snarled, trying and failing to pull her hands away, but Bella held firm. Rosalie, the beta said softly, don't make me choose between you and them. You're my imprint. They're my family. It's my job to protect and take care of them, but I can't do that unless you let me go. Rosalie stopped fighting, her teeth bared as a sound that was halfway between a growl and a whine rumbled in her throat. After a tense moment, her eyes softened back to a warm honey gold. Bella released her wrists, but the blonde vampire didn't step back. Instead, she jabbed a finger into the center of Bella's chest. Fine. But only if I run you to the border, and only if you come back to me the moment you're done with them. Bella grinned. My, Miss Hale, you never told me how soft you could be beneath all that ice. Do you always? Do you treat all the self-important, migraine-inducing, danger magnet wolf girls like this, or am I just special? A cold, Impassive mask settled over Rosalie's features, but the effect was undercut by a small quirk at the corner of her lips as she replied, "You're already walking on thin ice, Mon Soleil. Try not to thaw it anymore." Bella chuckled again as she pulled her shirt up and over her head, then thumbed the top of her shorts. She froze when she realized Rosalie was still watching her. The scent of Earl Grey tea and lilac sharpened in the air, underlaid with something heavier. "Rose?" Rosalie didn't reply. Instead, she took a small step forward and pressed her hand against Bella's abdomen. The beta barely withheld a groan as the icy touch met her overheated skin. Her mouth went dry as Rosalie slowly lowered her hand to the top of Bella's waistband. Rose?" The blonde vampire blinked, as if coming out of a daze. She shook her head and took a step back. Right, phasing. "I'll be over there." She pointed vaguely over her shoulder before blurring away. Bella blinked, the budding ache behind her navel dissipating as she sighed, "Smooth, swan. Real smooth." Shaking her head, the beta quickly shed the rest of her clothes before leaping forward, her skin exploding outward into a massive tawny brown wolf as she hit the forest floor. Bella grumbled under her breath as the scent of her imprint filled the air, now a deeper, richer aroma that momentarily made her head spin. With a huff, the beta trotted to catch up with Rosalie, who had leaned against a nearby spruce tree, her impassive mask fully restored. Once she saw the tawny brown wolf, the blonde vampire turned and blurred away. Bella felt the crackling embers that had tried to settle in her blood roar into a blaze as she tore after her. Bella's imprint. Did she really want to run away again? The beta wasn't going to let that happen. With a burst of speed, Bella darted through the forest undergrowth, weaving in and out of the trees as Rosalie's blonde hair flashed just ahead of her. With a powerful howl, the tawny brown wolf leaped through the air, effortlessly clearing the space above Rosalie's head and landing directly in front of her. Rosalie dug in her heels, sending a spray of grass and dirt into Bella's muzzle. The tawny wolf huffed, shaking it off before dropping into a playful crouch, her tail wagging eagerly. Rosalie's expression remained impassive, the only sign of her reaction being a raised eyebrow at the beta's playful antics. Bella felt a surge of defiance. "You don't get to shut me out." It was too late for that, Rose. Although Bella knew Rosalie couldn't hear her, she felt the message resonate through their bond, prompting a frown from the blonde vampire. "You said you need to be with your pack, Bella, so let's go." "We don't have time for this," Rosalie urged. Bella growled, rising from her playful crouch and trotting toward her imprint. As a wolf, the beta stood nearly 2 feet taller than Rosalie, so she lowered her head to nuzzle against Rosalie's cheek. She waited, and after a moment, she felt cold hands gently cup her cheeks. "You're allowed to care. You're allowed to want me. To touch me," Bella wanted to convey. "I'm sorry I keep running away. It's what I've always done. It's what I always do. There's not enough time, Bella. There's not enough time for us." Bella whined softly, nuzzling her imprint and pouring her feelings of love, warmth, and desire through their bond. She sensed Rosalie's fear, she felt it too. But one way or another, they were going to face the next few days together, they had to. And afterward, Bella promised herself that she would show Rosalie just how much she truly meant to her. The beta knew that the imprint bond, deep within her, would guide them through. Bella felt a sense of urgency as she interacted with Rosalie. She knew that the bond they shared wasn't fully realized yet, but she could sense that Rosalie was waiting for that fourth stage to unfold. Though Bella didn't fully understand how mating bonds worked for vampires, she had learned from the Cullens that it was akin to an imprint bond. Once the souls were connected, the pull would continue until it was complete. The weight of the situation loomed over her. There was a real possibility that Bella could die in the coming days, never getting the chance to fully embrace their bond. After a few heartbeats, Bella pulled away and looked into Rosalie's dark gold eyes. There was so much she wanted to express, but the words eluded her. Instead, she playfully licked up the side of Rosalie's cheek. "Hey! What the heck, Bella?" Rosalie exclaimed, laughter escaping her lips as she jumped back from Bella's playful swipe, dropping into a crouch. The blonde vampire wiped at her cheek, her expression a mix of outrage and disbelief. "You're so dead. Do you really think you can outrun me?" With a sly chuckle, Rosalie transitioned from annoyance to a focused calm, crouching low. "You won't be fast enough." Bella barked playfully before turning and sprinting away, a grin spreading across her face as she heard Rosalie's snarl behind her, signaling the chase was on. Rosalie was right, time was short. But for now, Bella was determined to do whatever it took to keep Rosalie smiling, even if it meant putting herself on the line. Chapter 33. Rosalie pressed herself against Bella's chest at the northern La Push border, taking a deep breath of the wolf's fur. A calming warmth trailed down her spine as the scent of the forest after a rainstorm, layered with cedar wood, filled her lungs. The tawny brown wolf cradled her head against Rosalie's back, offering the best approximation of a hug before stepping away. Rosalie looked up at her mate, running a hand through the soft fur around her neck and up to her cheek. "Come back safely," she said softly. Bella blinked in acknowledgement, pressing against the hand on her cheek. After a moment, the tawny brown wolf took a few steps back from Rosalie before running forward and launching herself over the Kalawa River, landing easily on a jutting piece of rock just off the riverbed. Bella cast one last glance over her shoulder, her burning gold eyes shifting to bright topaz, before tilting her head back and letting out a howl. Rosalie rolled her eyes at her mate's antics, but the amusement quickly melted into a block of ice in her stomach as she watched the tawny brown wolf make her way up the slope before disappearing into the trees. The blonde vampire remained rooted in place, listening to the sound of paws thumping against the forest floor until they faded too far into the distance to hear. When that happened, she reached through the bond connecting her to Bella, just to reassure herself that the wolf was still safe. Rosalie gritted her teeth at her own vulnerability, her own dependency. She was a creature born from human nightmares, a monster made flesh, a being of ironclad will. Yet, in the last day, she had felt nearly none of those things. When she sensed her mate in danger, felt the life leaving Bella's body, Rosalie had nearly lost herself to the primal, feral instincts burning just below her skin. There had been nothing in her mind other than the thoughts of mate, danger, protect her, as she tore across the miles that separated them. Bella had changed in just a few minutes. Everything that had surrounded her when Rosalie found her lying in a pool of her own blood had been a threat, the cause of her mate's pain, and Rosalie had defended her wolf fiercely. Even now, she could feel a pulse of venom coursing through her veins, an intense desire to keep Bella close and safe, despite knowing her mate was in pack territory, easily within reach of the 12 wolves she considered family. Rosalie turned away from the river, but she didn't rush back to the mansion. Instead, she chose to savor the last half hour of peace she would have for a long time, walking at a human pace. Every few minutes, she reached for the bond in her soul that connected her to Bella, reminding herself that her wolf was all right. A vampire's nature was nearly impossible to change. They were immortal, built to withstand the sands of time for thousands of years, and their human personality traits lingered on. They were incredibly possessive and protective of their mates, a truth Rosalie had observed over the years with Carlisle, Esme, Jasper, and Alice. But she had started out that way too. Naive at just 18, she had claimed Vera for herself, dreaming of taking them both to a better place. One of the first things she had done as a vampire was to kill Vera's abusive husband, ensuring her freedom, even if that meant Rosalie could never have her. A remnant of that possessive streak lingered in Rosalie, no matter how much she hated to admit it. It had her stifling growls as she watched Edward spin Bella around his fingertips when he first brought her to the vampire den. There were countless reasons Rosalie had hesitated to acknowledge her mating bond with Bella. She was human, with a life ahead full of endless choices that Rosalie would crush beneath her heels if she. Rosalie had told Bella the truth. She had chosen Edward, loved Edward, and despite fighting against that bond from the moment she realized what the weight in her chest meant, she couldn't bring herself to hurt her mate. The irony of it all nearly made her laugh. Bella wasn't human anymore, and the wolf spirit that shared her soul had chosen Rosalie as its imprint. She had revealed her feelings to Bella, and now Edward was gone. Regardless of the choices she had made, Bella was still her mate, and as a Quileute shifter, her future was tied to her pack. She would always be a part of the supernatural world. It felt as though some higher power enjoyed watching her life tumble down a hill, like a spectator with a bucket of popcorn. Rosalie paused at the edge of the driveway, catching the faint sounds of multiple conversations drifting from inside the house. The Denali coven had returned from their hunt, and she tried to draw strength from the knowledge that her mentor and oldest friend, Tanya, would be there for her. Taking a deep and unnecessary breath, the blonde vampire closed the distance to the front door in the blink of an eye and reached for the handle. As soon as she stepped inside, Tanya stood before her, arms open wide. The head of the Denali coven studied Rosalie for a moment before embracing her. Rosalie had known Tanya for nearly her entire existence. She was a solid, grounding presence who had supported Rosalie through some of the darkest years of her life. When Rosalie first visited Denali, she and Tanya had formed an instant connection, discovering a companionship they had never found elsewhere. Tanya had helped Rosalie heal from her traumas, always offering a listening ear or a shoulder to lean on. In their early years, they had been intimate, but eventually, they both realized they were better off as friends. Tanya knew Rosalie better than she knew herself sometimes, effortlessly reading every micro-expression that slipped past her mask. She always seemed to know exactly what Rosalie needed. Rosalie needed a hug. She stepped into Tanya's arms, holding her tightly as a soothing hand ran down her back. After a long moment, she pulled away and said, "Thank you." Tanya nodded, allowing Rosalie to push past her and into the living room, but she kept a hand on Rosalie's lower back. The room was filled with members of both covens, the air heavy with a somber tension. Jasper stood by the fireplace, his expression clearly showing the toll that everyone's emotions were taking on him. Alice was practically wrapped around her mate's waist, her dark gold eyes staring blankly into space. Emmett watched Rosalie from the couch, moving as if to approach her but stopping when he noticed Tanya at her back. Esme was in the kitchen, cooking, but every few moments, she let out a quiet sob. Kate, Irina, Carmen, and Eleazar stood near the stairs, aware of the oppressive atmosphere but less affected by it. Irina cast a few glances through the open bay window that led to the front deck, looking toward La Push, her hand pressed against her heart. Of everyone there, Rosalie felt she could relate to Irina the most. Their wolves were too far away, and the mating bonds that connected them demanded that distance be closed. Carlyle emerged from the hallway that led to his office, his face haggard and his shoulders slumped. "Rosalie," he began, but she shook her head, leaning slightly against Tanya's hand. "I've heard enough apologies, Carlyle. I can't and won't ever forgive you for what you allowed Edward to become. But he was an adult. In the end, he made his own choices." Carlyle grimaced and looked away. Rosalie wished that would be the end of it, but deep down, she knew it wasn't right. The brother she had known throughout her life as a vampire was gone. Rosalie felt a mix of relief and lingering pain. She was glad he was gone, glad he could no longer threaten her or harm her mate. Yet, his memory was more complex than that. Their coven had been together for over 60 years, striving to create a semblance of a human family, and that bond left a mark that even the sharpest vampire memory couldn't erase. He was my brother once," Rosalie admitted, her voice heavy with nostalgia. "We never got along, we were too different and too stubborn for that. But I regret that he had to die, Carlyle." And she truly did, despite the hoarfrost that burned beneath her skin, roaring in denial. Edward had once been family. Perhaps her own selfish choice not to claim Bella from the start had led them down this dark path, but that was a regret for another time. He was gone now. He had tried to kill Bella. There was nothing left in her venom-frozen heart to mourn his memory after that. Realizing she might say something she would regret if she lingered, Rosalie turned and left the living room, heading into the garage. The familiar sense of metal, oil, and hydraulic fluid enveloped her, soothing her frayed nerves. She left the door ajar as she approached the Bel Air. Moments later, Tanya entered, shutting the door with a soft click behind her. The garage was nearly as soundproof as the bedrooms in the house, allowing only Rosalie to hear Tanya say, "You're a terrible liar, Rosie." Rosalie chose to ignore her, rolling up her sleeves and getting to work on the Bel Air's engine. The car's exterior gleamed in its signature electric blue, freshly painted and polished. However, the convertible top hadn't been salvageable, so Rosalie had replaced it with a brand new one ordered from a private, very expensive seller. The interior was also complete, showcasing blue and white leather seats, dashboard, and steering wheel. The final piece of the rebuild was the engine, which she still needed to assemble before Jolene, cursed Bella and her penchant for naming cars, could hit the road. Off on Rosalie, ready to drive, Tanya said. Rosalie grimaced at the icy tone in Tanya's voice and looked up from the engine bay. Tanya softened her approach. Talk to me, Rosie. I've been down here for weeks, and you've been avoiding me. Rosalie opened her mouth to deny it, but the raised eyebrow from Tanya silenced her. She sighed, rising from her creeper chair to grab the wrench she needed from the tool rack. I haven't meant to. There's just too much going on right now, Toddy. Tanya hummed noncommittally as she pulled up a creeper chair to sit beside Rosalie. Rosalie settled back in front of the engine and got to work. You're happier he's dead than you'll ever admit to your coven, Tanya said. Rosalie froze mid-turn of the wrench. I don't know what you're talking about. You and Edward never got along. You were too similar and too different at the same time for anything but animosity to form between you. But he nearly killed your mate. Something like that doesn't leave room for grief. Speaking of your mate, where is she? I didn't think you'd be able to let her out of your sight. She needed to be with her pack right now. And you let her? Rosalie nearly snapped the wrench in her hand. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly. I don't dictate where she goes or who she's with. She's an adult, not my property. Tanya chuckled, a low, rich sound that eased Rosalie's nerves. The head of the Denali coven crossed her legs, propping an elbow on her knee and resting her chin on her hand. It's nice to see you so grown up. Though I have to say I'm surprised it took finding your mate in one of the wolves. She treats you well, doesn't she? Otherwise, I'll have to have a similar talk with her as I did with our darling Leah. Rosalie felt a rush of warmth, as if she might blush if she had any blood in her body. She does. Better than I ever expected. Than I deserve, so please don't traumatize her further. She's been through enough. And what do you mean I'm grown up now? I'm over 70 years old. Tanya snorted and placed her hand over the one Rosalie had braced against the Bel Air's grill for support. 70 to me is practically a child. Her tone hardened as she fixed Rosalie with a glare. You deserve happiness. Nothing you have done has warranted anything less. Rosalie pulled her hand away with a growl, rising from her chair and pacing the length of the garage. You don't understand, Toddy. I caused all of this. If I'd claimed Bella in the first place, none of this would have happened. Edward never would have become obsessed with her. James never would have found her. I never would have put her and her family through so much pain. The army is coming here because of me, and now children, are going to fight them. With a wordless cry of frustration, Rosalie threw the wrench still clutched in her hand, burying it in the wall right beside Skull. It's all my fault. Lungs heaving with air she didn't even need, Rosalie sank to her knees, burying her head in her hands as she repeated in a broken whisper, it's all my fault. After a moment, Tanya came over and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Rosie, none of this is your fault. Not even Alice can always predict the future as it will unfold. There's no way to know how Edward would have reacted to meeting his singer, whether you claimed her or not. The tracker and his coven mates would have passed through your territory regardless. The army is coming here at Victoria's whim. You did not create those newborns, did you? Rosalie let out a shuddering sigh, lowering her hands to meet Tanya's gaze. No, but... Then hush, love. If we lived our lives with nothing but regrets, we would never truly live at all. You found the other half of your soul, how and when it happened is irrelevant. What matters is that you did. If you keep second-guessing and blaming yourself, you'll never truly be happy with her. Does she deserve that? No, Rosalie said, her voice almost a snarl. The sound faded as she caught the teasing light in Tanya's eyes, realizing she had walked right into her trap. The head of the Denali coven stood and reached out a hand, which Rosalie slowly accepted. Perhaps things were always meant to be this way, to unfold as they did. You have a future with your wolf, and I want it to be a happy one for you, Rosie. For too many years, I watched you lose yourself to the past, only to end up with whatever pretty woman crossed your path to escape it. Rosalie chuckled weakly. At least I've come a long way from that, haven't I? Tanya looked like she wanted to maintain her stern demeanor, but her gaze softened as she replied teasingly, there was a time when 3 women were involved in one night, Rosie, and 2 of them were at the same time. I was a little dramatic back then. You're still dramatic now. The only difference is you can't use sex to work it out of your system. Rosalie chuckled again, this time with more strength. She felt the weight she had been carrying for nearly a year begin to ease as she let out a sigh. Tanya had been there for her during some of the darkest years of her existence, especially in the first dozen years after she was turned, helping her navigate through her traumas. In turn, Rosalie had become Tanya's closest friend and confidant outside of her sisters. If there was ever a person in this world who could force Rosalie to see things logically, it was Tanya, even if she cursed her for it in the moment. I love her, Tanya. I love her, and I spent so long trying not to. I wouldn't even allow myself to. I was a coward, and I've been awful to her. Now there's a chance we might all die in the next few days. What was the point of it all? Tanya sighed and pulled Rosalie into a hug so gentle it almost hurt. The point is that you take the time you have. Because you might not get any more, love. Rosalie pulled away first, offering a smile to Tanya. I'll try, Toddy. Does that mean you'll finally admit your feelings for Emmett if we're all doomed anyway? Tanya scoffed, folding her arms over her chest in a way that was almost petulant. He isn't my mate, and you and I both know that. He just has this way about him. His funny personality gets under my skin and makes me want to hunt down every black bear within 100 miles. Rosalie laughed at that, walking back over to the Bel Air to keep her hands busy until Bella finished with her pack. He does have that effect. He'd be good for you if you stopped scaring him. Our last Christmas together was a bit much for the big guy. Tanya harumphed but joined her. I'm not scary. I thought he'd get the joke. Apparently not. Rosalie chuckled again, but her laughter faded as she caught the faint sound of sobbing through the thin crack of the outer garage door. Esme was in her garden, the scent of funeral lilies mingling with the sound of a mother's pain. Rosalie pushed away the flicker of guilt that threatened to settle in her throat. She hoped Bella's meeting with her pack was going well and that she'd come home to Rosalie soon. Bella walked into absolute chaos at Emily's. Nearly everyone in the living room was arguing. Sam and Leah were ripping into Paul and Seth, alternating between yelling and snarling about how they were the ones on patrol, questioning how Edward could possibly have gotten past both of them, and wondering how they could be trusted to keep La Push safe. Quill, Embry, and Jake were trying to defend them, but their efforts were futile against their livid alpha and the she-wolf. Colin and Brady looked scared, sitting side by side near the fireplace. Clara was curled up beside Emily on the couch, the pack mother laying a tense hand on her rounded belly, while Will stood slightly in front of the group, growling under his breath as the wolf within him shone through his ice-blue eyes. Bella almost died. Sam snarled. Clara could have gotten hurt. Leah added, her entire body trembling. Paul, Seth, and Jake began talking over one another, adding to the already deafening volume in the small living room. The beta let out a bone-weary sigh. If this was what she left her imprint for, she should have just stayed with Rosalie in the first place. Guys, she tried to interject. But the arguing didn't subside, it only grew louder. Nobody seemed to realize Bella was even there. She attempted again to raise her voice above the chaos. Guys. Still, nothing. Bella felt exhausted to her core, but a blaze of anger ignited her veins as she watched the pack turn on one another. This was her family, they needed to act like one if they were going to survive the next few days. Instead, they were acting like children. The beta felt the deep well of power within her rise up, and for once, she didn't fight it. She didn't push it down. Instead, she allowed it to reach a roaring crescendo, filling her to the brim before she forced it out in a single, barked command. Shut the fuck up. The argument stopped instantly, and every eye in the room turned to Bella. She cast an apologetic glance at her alpha before addressing the pack as a whole. I almost died 2 hours ago, so how about you all just shut up, stop playing the blame game, and act like adults? There's an army heading for our doorstep. We don't have time to fight among ourselves when we need to focus on fighting them. The beta let out a heavy sigh as all the fight drained out of her. She knew she still had to come to terms with everything that had happened, but she didn't have the luxury of time. Right now, she needed to be strong and level-headed for her pack, and that's exactly what she would be. Please, stop passing around blame like it's. Paul and Seth are not to blame for what Edward did. They couldn't magically teleport to help me. I told Clara to stand down. I chose to face Edward alone. That's on me. I called this meeting for a reason, so let's all take a deep breath and try to have a normal conversation about this. Bella turned to Clara first. I'm sorry I told you to stand down. I thought I could handle him myself, but I was wrong. I never meant to put you in that situation. She then shifted her gaze to Paul and Seth. And I'm sorry you two got blamed for this. It was nobody's fault. It happened, I'm alive, and right now, I can unpack all of that after we get through the newborns. Seth nodded silently, casting a hurt look at his sister. Paul seemed ready to argue, but he backed down at the significant glance his beta shot him. Emily let out a sigh as she pushed off the couch, quickly joined by Sam, who tried to support her until she waved him off. I'm glad somebody has a lick of sense around here. You all can hash things out. This pregnant lady is going to make some lunch and find some peace and quiet. If I have to listen to any more arguing, I'm going to get a migraine. Colin, Brady, will you come help me? The youngest wolves eagerly agreed and dashed out of the living room after the pack mother, grateful to escape the tension. Bella exhaled, feeling the atmosphere lighten as the familiar sounds of Emily's radio began to filter in from the kitchen. The wolves remaining in the den exchanged uneasy glances, but it was Sam who broke the silence. Paul, Seth, I'm sorry for overreacting. I know you'd never let one of the pack get hurt. The world's falling apart, and sometimes it's easier to point fingers than deal with it, Paul snapped, earning a grimace from the alpha, who could only nod in agreement. Paul continued, I'm sick of always being your scapegoat. Sam, I've been with you since the beginning, and you still treat me like everything is my fault. So, forget you. You can have this meeting without me. I'm going back on patrol. At least then I can feel useful instead of just a disappointment to everyone. Paul shoved past his alpha and his brothers but paused in front of Bella. Red-rimmed dark eyes met her dough-brown gaze as he pulled her into a quick hug. I'm glad you're all right, Bells. Bella returned the embrace before letting him go, watching as he jogged out the front door. Without bothering to undress, he shredded his clothes and phased into a gray wolf in the front yard. In a flash, Seth bolted out of the house, practically tearing off his clothes before he phased as well. The gray and sandy-brown wolves cast one last look over their shoulders before racing into the trees. Way to go, guys, Jared snarled, earning a few disbelieving looks due to the ice in his tone. Among him, Embry, and Quill, it was hard to tell who had the more carefree, joking attitude about everything that came their way, but Jared was fuming as he continued, the chief is right. We should have handled this better, and now we've created a divide we can't afford right now. They deserve apologies after this meeting. Leah's eyes flashed ice blue before fading back to a dark brown as she looked out through the front door screen. The alpha ran a hand over his face, the gaunt lines of his cheeks and the dark circles beneath his eyes more pronounced than ever as he nodded. He turned to his beta. I'll find them afterwards, get them caught up, and apologize. Bella, what's going on? Bella didn't back down from the weight of the remaining wolves' gazes but quickly glanced at Clara, who slowly stood and walked over to stand by her side. You all know how I have some strange power, like a shield over my mind that blocked Edward from reading my thoughts and lets me cut myself off from the pack mind. Right? A few murmurs of agreement responded, prompting Bella to continue. Clara is like me, just a bit different. If my power is a shield, then hers is like a sword. Mine is defensive, while hers is more offensive. The beta nodded toward Clara, who swallowed nervously under the pack's watchful gaze. Bella pressed on, I can make others think what I want them to. For example, I can make you believe there's a wall in front of you when there isn't one. Or if I don't want to be seen, I can make you think I'm not really here. But I can't. Control it, Bella finished for her. Her power is the reason I'm alive. But we don't know what triggers it or how to hone it. If we can, there's a chance we could gain an extra advantage against the newborns. Silence filled the room for a moment before it erupted with overlapping voices. What the heck? That sounds amazing. The army will be here in 2 days. What good does this do now? How do you train a superpower? How did you hide something like that? What do we need to do? It was Sam who posed the last question, his voice quiet and strained. When Bella turned to look at her alpha, she could see how frayed the rope holding him together had become, and it broke her heart. Rosalie offered for Jasper, Kate, or Eleazar to help teach her, but I wanted to leave that decision to Clara. No, Clara said immediately. I don't want to be around any more vampires right now, please. Bella nodded. Then I'm all you've got, and I don't know how much help I'll be. My best guess is that we start by figuring out what causes your power to lash out in the first place, then build from there. But we need to start now if you're up for it. Clara nodded, appearing to shrink into herself as all eyes in the room turned to her. The beta stepped protectively in front of the young Quillet. We'll try in the backyard. Sam, you should come with us. Bella knew the Silvervein twins were incredibly close, relying on and caring for each other as naturally as they breathed. Clara needed that support, and Bella understood that Sam needed a break from his pack, even if just for a little while. The beta turned and guided Clara out the back door, with her alpha and Will following closely as they moved past the tree line and into the heart of the forest. Clara seemed to breathe a little easier now that they were out of the pack spotlight, while Will jogged to catch up with his twin until they walked side by side. Bella lagged behind, giving them some space as Sam joined her. You're good with them. Better than I am, she said. Sam sighed, doesn't feel like it. I've never been good with kids, much less wolf shifter pups. Bella smiled at his honesty. Sam's warm, familiar baritone was a soothing balm on her nerves as he continued, it's not just them. The pack, all 12 of them. You're just better than I am. I guess I never realized how much until now. Bella turned to look at the alpha in surprise. Sam. Before she could finish, Clara and Will stopped just a few feet ahead, turning to look back at their alpha and beta. Clara said, this feels far enough away from the peeping wolves. Bella glanced around, quickly assessing how deep into the woods they were. They had ventured about half a mile from Emily's place, still safely within La Push territory and a good dozen miles from the Cullen border. The imprint bond flared to life in her chest, causing her heart to ache, but she pushed it down. She would see Rosalie in a few hours, a thought that did little to calm the wolf in her soul. Turning her focus back to Clara, Bella walked over to a nearby fallen log and sat down, motioning for the Quilut teen to join her. Clara complied, with Will standing protectively at her side. Sam mirrored that action for Bella. All right, Bella began. I still don't really understand your power, so can you try to explain it to me? What does it feel like when you're using it? Clara sighed, rubbing her arm nervously. Will placed a reassuring hand on his sister's shoulder. She's not one of the shrinks, sis. You can tell her. And if she doesn't believe you, I'll take care of it. Bella nodded, noticing some of the tension ease from Clara at his attempt to lighten the mood. No shrinks allowed in the pack. It's already a mess with everyone's problems to deal with. I have a power, just like you, but I can't help if I don't understand yours a bit better. Plus, Do you really want to see me put Will on his back? Don't threaten him with a good time, Beta, Clara chuckled, but then she heaved a deep sigh and continued, I guess it feels like an extra arm or something, which is super weird. It's almost like an extension of myself that I push out to someone else. But it's cold. Like that extra arm, or sword, whatever it is, feels made of ice. When it swings and connects with someone, my whole body goes cold, even now that I'm a wolf and my temperature usually runs high. Bella propped her chin on her hand, humming thoughtfully. Maybe that's why I felt a chill down my spine earlier. If it feels like ice to you, whatever rebound it has off my shield could give me that feeling. Alright, so that's what it feels like. But what are you feeling when it happens? I don't know. That's the problem. It always happens so randomly, even while I'm asleep. I don't think it can be controlled. Before Bella could respond, she felt that familiar chill crawl down her spine, like someone dragging an ice cube along her overheated skin. It felt as if multiple pairs of eyes were staring at her. Out of the corner of her eye, the Beta thought she saw a flash of movement and a color that didn't belong in the vibrant green of the summer forest. But when she turned to look, the forest stood silent, filled only with trees. Bella turned back to Clara, excitement in her voice. You just did it. But Clara's attention was fixed on the Beta, her amber eyes wide and her face drained of color. No. That wasn't me, Clara said, her voice trembling. That was the ghost that's haunted me all my life. The Beta exchanged a glance with Sam, and they both laughed, but the sound faded quickly as Bella realized Clara was dead serious. I know we turn into giant wolves, Clara, but I have my doubts about ghosts existing. What do you mean one has haunted you all your life? I've seen it since I was a little kid. Will never did, but I swear it's real. Mom used to say it was a guardian the spirits sent to watch over our family, but every time it was nearby, I felt a chill run through my whole body. It always showed up when something bad was about to happen. Honestly, among all the craziness and supernatural things Bella had learned to accept, ghosts weren't high on her list of believable creatures. Yet, there wasn't a hint of dishonesty in Clara's expression, and her voice trembled with genuine fear as she spoke. Something nagged at the back of Bella's mind, prompting her to ask, what does this ghost look like? Sometimes it looks like an old Quilut man, wearing animal skin pelts and warrior paint. But usually, it's a giant white wolf with a missing eye. Whenever I see it, it just stands there and watches me until it disappears. I swear I'm not lying, Bella. Please, you believe me, don't you? The ghost only appears when something. Clara trailed off, her eyes widening as she started to breathe heavily. Bella opened her mouth to respond, but then she felt another chill crawl down her spine. Sam jumped back from her, his dark eyes wide as he exclaimed, Bella. Bella. Where the hell did you go? Clara met Bella's gaze, her eyes flickering between amber and dark brown, her heart racing and breathing becoming erratic. Bella made a soft purring noise in the back of her throat. As Bella reached out, she gently placed her hand over Clara's, feeling her friend's breathing gradually slow. After a few moments, Sam shook his head, rubbing his eyes and blinking rapidly. But I swear, that was your power? How on earth did you do that? I couldn't even smell Bella anymore. He gave Clara's hand a reassuring squeeze before turning to address his alpha. I think I just figured out the trigger. Chapter 34. Fear? Clara asked skeptically. How would fear be the trigger? Bella leaned forward, propping her elbows on her knees. Fear triggers your fight or flight response. If your power acts like a sword, it's swinging in self-defense. Think about it. You saw me nearly die a few hours ago. What were you feeling then? I panicked. I couldn't move because of your command, but when you started to fade, it slipped, and I didn't know what to do. I was terrified, and I just reacted. I knew he was a mind reader, but if he couldn't see me, maybe I could save you. Bella nodded, forcing herself to remain still despite the trembles threatening to shake her whole body. She had to be strong, for Clara and the rest of the pack. Weakness wasn't an option right now, not with all the trauma trying to well up from the dark corners of her subconscious. Taking a deep breath, she blew it out and continued, fight or flight. You chose fight, but it still leads back to fear. The ghost you've seen all your life only shows up when something bad is about to happen. The sight of it terrifies you, and it was looking at me, wasn't it? Clara's eyes flashed from brown to amber and back again as she nodded silently. Bella reached out slowly, placing a hand on the Cullens' shoulder. You protected me from Edward, and you tried to protect me from it too. Your trigger is fear, Clara. Your power seems like a self-defense mechanism of some kind. But that means we can still use it for the battle, if we can figure out how to control it. We'll cut into the conversation, his tone strained as he glared at Bella. But how? Clara's had this power her whole life, and if her being scared is really the trigger, how the hell is she supposed to control that? Bella flashed her teeth at the younger wolf but forced her voice to remain steady. I'm not saying it's foolproof, but we've only got 48 hours to try. Even if Clara can't control it, but she's still a protector who will stand with the rest of the pack to fight. Will looked like he wanted to argue further, but his twin silenced him with a pleading glance. Clara turned to Bella, her hands trembling in her lap. I'll do whatever I can to help, Beta. Where do you want to start? Bella glanced down at her shaking hands, then looked up to see that her entire body was trembling. Her dark eyes were bloodshot. Now that everyone knew she had a power similar to the Betas, they would expect her to use it, to control it, and to give them an advantage in battle. For Bella, she hadn't even realized she had a power until she met the Cullens. But for Clara, it seemed she had spent her entire life visiting doctor after doctor, trying to get her abilities explained or, worse, fixed. Bella didn't know the full extent of what Clara had been through, but no one except her twin had ever truly believed her. Now, Clara was overwhelmed by expectations she never anticipated, on top of the weight of the life she had taken less than 2 hours ago. She would have to bear a heavier burden in the upcoming battle, facing dozens of red-eyed foes she would need to crush between her teeth. But if the great epics of wars and battles were true, the weight of the lives she would take would come much later. For now, Clara was just a 16-year-old girl who happened to turn into a giant wolf, killed someone, and seen a ghost. She was terrified. Bella glanced up through the treetops, gauging how far the sun had risen over the eastern mountains surrounding Forks. It was around 8 in the morning now. The clock was ticking, and with her limited understanding of latent mental powers and the precarious position Clara was in, they needed help. For now, I want you and Will to go back to Emily's, Bella said. Try to eat and get some sleep. At 6 o'clock, I want you at the Cullen border. My control of my own power is shaky. You need people with real experience, and at best, that's what we have. The Cullens and the Denalis will help. I'll meet you there and escort you across to the mansion. Kate, Eleazar, Jasper, and Alice have lifetimes of experience. With them, we'll have a better chance against the ticking clock of the newborn's arrival. Clara opened her mouth to argue, but Sam cut her off with a cool dismissal. You heard your Beta. She knows what she's doing, and she's right. You need to rest. The Silvervein twins exchanged uneasy glances. Bella quickly added, if it helps, Will can come too. We don't have time to argue about it. If you want to learn to control your power, that's the best plan I've got. Now go, and tell Leah to meet me here when you get back to Emily's. Clara nodded and got off the fallen log, turning away from the clearing and jogging back to the house. Will lingered for a moment after his twin left, giving the Beta a significant look. She really looks up to you, you know? You're the first person besides me who ever believed in her. I'll try to live up to that pedestal. Go on, she needs you. And tell the pack to back off until Sam comes home, Beta's orders. Will nodded and took off after his sister, leaving Bella and Sam alone in the clearing. Bella groaned as she stood up from the log, stretching her arms above her head until her back popped in several places. Spirits, I could use a nap, a cigarette, and a can of Rainier, in that order. The Alpha frowned at her. You should take your own advice. You haven't slept or eaten since yesterday. Bella waved him off, her tone sharp. I'll sleep when I'm dead. The wolf won't settle right in my skin until I'm back with Rosalie, and I'm not heading over there until you and Leah apologize to Paul and Seth. What were you two thinking? The alpha growled at her tone. I overreacted. I have a million responsibilities weighing on me right now, and you nearly died. I'm sorry for caring so much about every wolf in the pack, especially stubborn, overconfident betas. What were you thinking, taking on a red-eyed vampire by yourself? Bella confronted Sam, matching his aggressive posture with her own fierce determination. Earlier, when she had silenced the arguing at Emily's, she had allowed the deep well of power within her to reach a crescendo. Now that it was unleashed, it resisted being forced back into confinement. It craved to command, to control, to lead. For as long as Bella had tried to contain it, she didn't know if she could do so any longer. Red tinted her vision as she spat. So you take it out on Paul? On Seth? And for what, Sam? It was nobody's fault that Edward did what he did. Do you want me to apologize for almost dying? If you need someone to blame, I'm right here. The alpha took a dangerous step forward, and Bella felt every muscle in her body tense. They had been skirting this line for months, and now, at the worst possible moment, it seemed they were finally about to cross it. But then Sam let out a wordless yell of frustration, the sound morphing into a mix of a whine and a growl as he stepped back, away from the beta's space. He ran a hand through his short-cropped hair, his eyes flashing amber as the wolf within him fought for control. Bella remained frozen, battling her own internal conflict. This was Sam, for crying out loud. He had been there for her from day one, guiding her through phasing and integrating her into the pack. He had helped her find her balance when her entire world had turned upside down. He wasn't perfect, but neither was she. They were meant to be a team, they worked best as a team. She refused to let some stupid voice in her subconscious dictate her actions at the worst possible time. I'm sorry, she finally said, her voice softening. Sam, Bella started, but the alpha raised a hand to cut her off. He took several deep breaths, his eyes settling back into a dark brown. No, you don't owe me an apology. There's no excuse for my behavior. This power struggle between us was always going to happen, and with the tensions running so high, I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. He broke off with a bitter chuckle. No, I'm not even surprised. You're a good person, Bella. A good friend. I know how hard you've worked to keep the peace within the pack. Now it feels like a rift is growing between us that may never close. Bella felt her throat tighten. I can close it, Sam. I can make it right. Just give me some time. Sam shook his head, a sad smile on his face. Don't force yourself into a neat little box for others' benefit, Bella. You're better than that. You're stronger than that. For now, let's just focus on getting through the battle, okay? When it's over. His tone carried a somber finality that made Bella hesitate to push the issue, but they both knew this wasn't the end. Sam was the alpha by chance, and Bella was the beta by choice. Neither title had ever quite fit. In the distance, Bella heard the sound of paws thumping against the ground. Moments later, Leah trotted through the undergrowth, pausing to tilt her head at her alpha and beta, chuffing as if to say, what? Sam and Bella exchanged a weighted glance, silently agreeing to keep their little episode under wraps. Then, the alpha jogged into the trees to phase. Bella turned back to face the silver wolf. You two are going to find Seth and Paul to apologize, and then you and I are heading across the border to see our imprints. Leah's ears folded back as she flashed her teeth, but the tension in her stance eased at the mention of seeing Irina. Bella knew the pack and patrol schedule was already a mess, and neither she nor Leah would be any better off. It was hard to be good to anyone until they had spent some quality time with their vampires. Even now, Bella could feel the imprint bond pulsing in her chest, pushing against the thought of waiting any longer to return to Rosalie. She gritted her teeth and endured it. Sam's black wolf trotted back into the small clearing, dipping his head toward Bella before turning to Leah. The silver wolf grunted in response to whatever Sam communicated through the pack mind before heading west and padding away. The alpha lingered by his beta's side for a moment longer, and Bella leaned her head against his shoulder. "We're going to get through this, Sam. I promise we will. I won't let anything happen to our pack," she reassured him. Sam rumbled in acknowledgement before trotting off after Leah, leaving Bella alone. She listened for a moment until the sounds of paws hitting the forest floor faded beyond even her enhanced senses. Then she turned to follow the pull in her chest, knowing it would always lead her back to Rosalie. To home. Bella reached the Cullen border in 20 minutes and only had to wait another 15 before she heard Leah's familiar paw steps approaching. The beta undressed and phased quickly, scooping her clothes into her jaws just as the silver wolf emerged from the underbrush. Bella may have had the ability to shield her thoughts, but Leah often challenged her with how easily she could detach herself from the pack mind. Emotions still lingered like a faint mist over Leah's mind: guilt, sadness, worry, and trepidation, but they felt distant. "Lee? I want to see my imprint, Bells. Can we just go?" Bella didn't argue. Instead, she crossed the Cullen border in silence. After a moment, she picked up her pace, and Leah fell in step beside her. The tawny brown and silver wolves made it to the mansion in record time, and no sooner had their paws touched the gravel of the driveway than the front door burst open. The door swung open with a force that nearly tore it from its hinges. In an instant, Irina dashed across the driveway, kicking up dirt and gravel as she skidded to a stop just a foot away from her mate. "Where have you been?" "Actually, it doesn't matter. You're not leaving my sight for a month, no, decades. Where are your clothes? Do you need some? Gods above, when's the last time you brushed your fur?" Irina spoke so quickly that her words nearly blurred together, her lungs heaving with air she didn't even need as the blonde vampire spiraled into a panic. From the front porch, a low, rich chuckle rang out, drawing the trio's attention to Tanya, who leaned over the deck railing. "Peace, little sister. There's no need to go overboard with our darling Leah. Why don't you let her borrow some of yours? That will help the bond settle." Irina turned on a dime and disappeared back into the mansion, giving Bella a moment to reflect. For being over 1,000 years old, it's nice to see her acting like a lovesick puppy. She cares about you enough to freak out like this. "Should I tell Emily not to expect you home for dinner for the next month?" Leah growled, but her feelings of happiness and warmth flooded the pack mind as she replied, "Go find your own blonde vampire. I need this right now." Though Leah's tone was meant to be teasing, Bella could practically taste the bitter honesty in the silver wolf's words. Leah had long since come to terms with Emily and Sam's relationship, yet the sting of betrayal and her uncertain footing in the world after she phased for the first time left her feeling constantly off balance with Irina. It was as if she was always waiting for the other shoe to drop. While the imprint bond painted Irina in the best, brightest, and most perfect light for Leah, the she-wolf still ached deep down for the feeling of being needed, loved, and cherished, just as all protectors did for their imprints. Leah deserved her time in the sun. Bella prayed to any spirit or ancestor who would listen, hoping for a good outcome with Irina. The beta nuzzled against the silver wolf's cheek before ducking behind the tree line to phase out and get dressed. By the time she returned, Leah and Irina were gone. Tanya had moved to one of the sun chairs on the deck, lounging with her head tilted back to catch the faint rays of morning sunshine filtering through the trees, sending dazzling bursts of color dancing across her skin. Tanya glanced down at the beta with her brilliant golden eyes and murmured, "She's in the garage." Bella nodded in thanks and walked toward the outer garage door, but froze when Tanya added, "Rosie said I don't need to have the talk with you like I did with our darling Leah." "Is she right, little wolf? Because if she isn't, I'm afraid you and I are going to have a nice long chat." The beta paused, turning to look at Tanya, their golden eyes locking as they sized each other up as equals. She might not have mended the widening gap between her and Sam, but the wolf in her refused to back down from the challenge laid at her feet. Rosalie was hers. Her imprint. No one else had a say in what that meant but the two of them. Bella smiled, though it was more of a baring of teeth. "She's my imprint. I'd never be anything other than what she needs, a friend, a lover, a sister. Anything, as long as she's happy. Does that sound good enough to you, Tanya? Before Tanya could respond, the outer garage door was yanked open, revealing none other than Rosalie herself. The blonde vampire looked utterly stunning in a black tank top, faded blue jeans, and work boots. She glanced back and forth between Bella and Tanya before sighing, "Toddy, what did I say about interrogating my mate?" Tanya rose from her sun chair, hands raised in mock defeat. "It was just a conversation, Rosie. What kind of mentor or friend would I be if I... Didn't you ask any questions about her intentions?" Rosalie rolled her eyes and made a shooing motion. Tanya chuckled at the gesture but complied, drifting back into the house without saying a word, the door closing softly behind her. Before Bella could say anything, Rosalie pulled her into the garage and slammed the door shut. In an instant, Rosalie wrapped her in a tight hug. Bella felt nearly every ounce of tension melt away as she reveled in the warmth and touch of her imprint. She returned the embrace, nuzzling the top of Rosalie's head and inhaling the comforting scent of Earl Grey tea and lilacs. The wolf within her let out a soft purr, a physical expression of her joy at being back where she belonged. All of her rough edges fit perfectly against Rosalie's hard lines, like puzzle pieces that were always meant to come together, no matter how fate tried to keep them apart. "I missed you, Mon Soleil," Rosalie said softly. "I missed you too, Naeli," Bella replied. She pulled away first, lifting her hands to cup Rosalie's cheeks. She gazed into her dark eyes, running soothing circles with her thumbs. The beta frowned. "When's the last time you hunted?" As she spoke, her own stomach betrayed her with a low growl. Bella flushed, and Rosalie raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk curling her lips. "When's the last time you ate?" "I asked first," Bella countered. "I still asked you a question," Rosalie replied, her tone teasing. "Princess," Bella said playfully. "Trigger-happy pup," Rosalie shot back. Bella laughed, pressing a kiss against Rosalie's temple. "Now you've gone too far, Miss Hale. It's only been 2 days. Spirits, I'm really starting to lose track of time." Rosalie's smirk faded. "Esme has been cooking since we got home. Why don't you grab something to eat while I hunt?" "I won't be long." The beta shook her head. "Do you really think I want to let you out of my sight right now, Naeli? I'll hunt with you. Fresh meat always seems to keep me filled longer anyway. And besides..." She leaned down, letting her lips hover just above Rosalie's. "It'll be just like old times." The blonde vampire shivered, tilting her head up. "That was a month ago," she replied, her tone exasperated. Bella grinned and closed the distance between them, connecting their lips. She groaned at the feel, taste, and scent of her imprint. Rosalie echoed the sound, reaching up to run her fingers through Bella's hair as she pressed their bodies together. When ice met fire, it melted away in a plume of steam. Bella wanted to do the same. Rosalie pulled away this time, her fangs peeking out as she worried her lower lip. "Don't start something you have no intention of finishing." Bella grinned again, her eyes blazing gold as she replied in a deeper, richer timbre, "Who said I never finished what I started?" The blonde vampire inhaled sharply, her eyes darkening to nearly black. The sight sent a rush of heat pooling behind Bella's navel. She had never really done this before, flirting, kissing, or touching someone with the intention of it going further. Maybe it was the wolf in her soul taking the reins, giving her newfound confidence, but she didn't really care. Rosalie's scent grew sharper, richer, like a shot of clear liquor burning its way down Bella's throat as she savored it. The imprint bond throbbed in her heart and blood, begging her to mark Rosalie's neck. But then Rosalie shook her head as if trying to clear her thoughts, pressing her hands against Bella's chest to create some distance. "No." Bella froze, every muscle in her body tensed and ready. The fire that had ignited in her blood fizzled out. Had she done something wrong? Pushed too far? What the hell was she thinking, using that voice on her imprint? Rosalie must have sensed her hesitation. Feeling a surge of emotions, Rosalie leaned in and pressed a passionate kiss against Bella's lips, playfully nipping at her bottom lip before pulling away. She looked up at Bella with sultry, hooded eyes. I want to, Bella. Gods above, I want to, she admitted, her voice low and earnest. But I don't want your first time to be on the garage floor like this. Bella smirked. I'm perfectly fine with it being on the garage floor. Rosalie chuckled but gently extricated herself from Bella's embrace, prompting a soft whine from the beta. The blonde vampire wasn't deterred, though she snarled quietly under her breath as she struggled with her next words. You deserve candles, a soft bed, and privacy. Bella crossed her arms over her chest with a huff. I can get all of those things. Don't I get a choice in losing my own virginity? Rosalie froze, her eyes widening as Bella felt heat rise in her cheeks. Foot, meat mouth. Luckily, Rosalie recovered quickly, her soothingly cold hands gliding up and down Bella's arms. You do. I just don't want it to be rushed, Mon Soleil. You deserve the world. What kind of mate would I be if I took your first time in some impulsive moment? A good one? Bella suggested. Rosalie rolled her eyes, but her tone remained gentle. Soon, I promise. I want to, Bella. I've wanted to for a long time. But we have a battle in 2 days, and we both need to hunt right now. Believe me when I say nothing would make me happier than to solidify our bond. But I want it to be perfect, special, and not rushed. Is that okay? Bella wanted to argue. The wolf within her howled and clawed against its restraints, desperate to seize this moment. Here was her imprint, ready to fully commit, to bear Bella's mark on her neck, and yet she was being asked to wait. But deep down, beneath the burning ache in her veins, the beta knew Rosalie was right. She had never gone farther. Bella hesitated, knowing that kissing anyone was a big deal for her. Even if the wolf insisted otherwise, she wasn't sure if she was truly ready. Sure, she'd imagined her first time countless times over the years. After all, she was only human. But every fantasy had been soft, sweet, and gentle, featuring a partner who cherished her, loved her, and truly wanted her. With a groan, Bella finally said, Fine. But it better be the best first time of all time if you're making me wait. Good girl, Rosalie cooed, letting her hands glide up Bella's arms until they rested on either side of her jaw. Bella trembled at the words and the touch, playfully nipping at Rosalie's fingers. Now who's starting things? I don't start things, I finish them. Come on, Mon Soleil, let's go terrorize the local herds. They're starting to stir around like they own the place. Chapter 35. Bella and Rosalie returned to the Cullen mansion several hours later, both still savoring the remnants of their meals. Nothing got the beta's blood pumping quite like a hunt, but even that felt like a mere spark compared to the inferno Rosalie ignited in her veins. Between the teasing comments, the hungry glances, and the way Rosalie darted in and out of Bella's blind spots during the hunt just to brush her hand through her fur, the beta nearly ruined the entire experience by running headfirst into a tree instead of her buck. Fortunately, she managed to catch herself at the last moment, thanks to her imprint, whose musical laughter echoed through the trees, only to be cut off as Bella's doe let out a final cry in death. Bella had just finished pulling her shirt back over her head when she felt cold hands press against her back. She shivered involuntarily at the touch and glanced over her shoulder at Rosalie, who wore a sly grin. I thought we agreed to wait? Bella asked. We did, Rosalie replied, I'm just touching my mate. Is there something wrong with that? Bella tilted her head, sensing the strange undertone in Rosalie's voice and the discordant waves rippling through their bond. She turned to face her imprint. What's wrong? The smile slipped from Rosalie's face as she glanced at the mansion before turning back to Bella. Are you sure you're all right being here? Bella hummed softly, leaning down to press a kiss to the crown of Rosalie's blonde head. I'm fine, Naeli. They're still my family too. Besides, I'm not the best teacher for strange mental powers. Clara needs experienced help, and I'm hoping Jasper, Alice, Eleazar, or Kate will fit the bill. Rosalie pulled away slightly and raised an eyebrow. Kate. The beta shrugged. I'm running low on options here. Rosalie still looked skeptical, but eventually she nodded, intertwining her fingers with Bella's. If you're sure, Mon Soleil. Before either of them could move, the sound of multiple rapidly approaching footsteps echoed through the forest. From the tree line to the left, Jasper, Alice, and Emmett suddenly came into view. The burly vampire grinned as his golden eyes locked onto Bella and Rosalie's joined hands, but the warmth of his expression faded slightly. Alice appeared better than she had a few hours ago, yet she remained practically glued to Jasper's side. Jasper inclined his head toward them. We just finished scouting the clearing for the battle. It's wide open, with no cover except for a couple of boulders. But it's far enough away from town and La Push to keep the newborns from catching any human sense. Bella nodded, squeezing Rosalie's hand before letting go. She walked over to Alice first and opened her arms wide. The pixie-like vampire hesitated for a moment before launching herself at Bella, wrapping her in a crushing grip as a ragged sob escaped her. I'm so sorry. Bella, I didn't see, I wasn't good enough, I'm so sorry. Bella returned the embrace, nuzzling against the top of Alice's head while a comforting purr rumbled in her throat. Shoo, ally, honey, you did the best you could. I don't blame you, it's okay. Alice cried, expressing her sorrow in the only way her anatomy would allow for nearly a full minute before pulling away, her eyes filled with anguish. I'm a seer. My power is meant to protect my family, and I couldn't even do that. If I'd been better, I could have seen, I could have known sooner, Bella clicked her tongue gently. I'm still here, ally. I'm okay. He's gone now, and he can't hurt me or Rosalie or anyone else anymore. I won't feel sorry that he's dead, but I won't let you blame yourself for the rest of your life for a decision you didn't make. Your power helped us plan for the army, and right now we need to focus on that, okay? Alice let out a shuddering sigh, her hands twitching at her sides, and she gave Bella a nod. I'll try, Bella, Emmett replied, his expression lacking its usual warmth. Bella slowly pulled away from Alice's comforting embrace and walked over to the burly vampire, wrapping him in a hug. Emmett let out a grunt of surprise before returning the gesture. You can't blame yourself either, Em. Beta's orders. I don't know how much weight that carries on your side of the river, but on mine, it's a pretty big deal. After a moment, Emmett chuckled as he pulled away. Though the sunny warmth he typically exuded was still muted, his tone was teasing. It's still a pretty big deal over here too, though that scary voice of yours might only work on Rose. He paused for a moment, and his tone shifted to a more somber note. How are you feeling? Bella felt his embrace tighten slightly as she tensed, but she managed to flash him a small smile as she stepped back. I'm fine. I'm still breathing, and that's all that matters. Emmett's brows furrowed, and he looked like he wanted to push for more, but he thought better of it and returned her smile, worry shining in his bright gold eyes. Bella did her best to ignore it as she took a step away from him and nodded at Jasper. The Major wasn't one for physical affection, but she felt a brush of concern and warmth against her spine in return. Are Carlisle and Esme home? Bella asked as she walked back to her imprint side, taking Rosalie's cold hand in her own. The blonde vampire shook her head as they approached the front door. Esme is. Carlisle left for the day. He said he'd be home later tonight. He needed some time. When Bella opened the door, Edward's faint scent hit her harder than a mallet, causing her steps to falter. Before she could regain her composure, she felt a gentle calm nudge against her senses, enveloping her like a warm blanket around her shoulders rather than. Bella accepted the crutch, shaking her head as she and Rosalie stepped into the living room. Jasper knew better than to push emotions on her when she wasn't ready to face them, but right now, even a hint of calm was appreciated against the rising tide of panic it helped to keep at bay. The Denali coven, minus Irina, was scattered around the living room. Tanya, Kate, and Carmen were on the couch, watching a reality TV show while chatting quietly among themselves. Eleazar sat in an armchair by the fireplace, flipping through an old leather-bound book. The sound and aroma of cooking meat wafted in from the kitchen, mingling with Esme's familiar scent. Bella pulled Rosalie toward the kitchen, pausing in the doorway to watch Esme moving energetically around the kitchen. She bounced between 3 skillets, 2 pots, and the oven, each filled with some combination of cooking meat, vegetables, or pasta. A towering stack of Tupperware already stood on the island, with a dozen more containers waiting to be filled on the counters. "Esme," Bella called gently, making her way over to the Cullen matriarch, who seemed too focused on her cooking to hear. Esme grabbed a pair of tongs to flip the 4 steaks sizzling in one skillet. "Esme," Bella said, a bit more firmly this time, placing a hand on the caramel-haired vampire's shoulder. Esme froze at the touch, turning to look up at Bella with wide eyes. "Oh dear, I didn't hear you come in, just too busy cooking. I made plenty for you and the pack, if they'll take it. Though I'm sure they won't, I don't think you will either. You never know. I wasn't sure what everyone liked, so I made several dishes to try." "Mom." Esme's rambling came to an abrupt halt. When she didn't start again, Bella gently guided her to a chair at the island before returning to the stove and turning off all the burners. When she turned back, she felt a sense of calm wash over her, grateful for the warm presence of her family. As Bella approached the island, she noticed Rosalie standing beside Esme, gently running a soothing hand up and down her back. The beta felt the wolf within her stir to the surface. Despite the unsettling image of red-eyed vampires that made her instincts roar and teeth flash, she still recognized the Cullens as her family, her pack. It was a peculiar mix, a golden-eyed vampire and wolf-shifter pack, each with their own unique abilities and a fair share of complicated issues. But they were hers. She caught the sense of Alice and Emmett nearby, a deep reminder of their bond, and wrapped her arms around Esme in a warm embrace, nuzzling the top of the Cullen matriarch's head. The sharp, sickly sweet scent of bleach lingered in the air, but now she could distinguish each family member's individual scent beneath it. Esme smelled of cinnamon, nutmeg, and a soft hint of vanilla, with a trace of cedarwood that lingered when Bella pulled back to meet her gaze. "I'm here. I'm okay. I'll tell you the same thing I told Alice and Emmett," Bella reassured her. "You can't blame yourself. You didn't need to make all this food for me or the pack. I don't need gifts or guilt to love you, Mom." Esme blinked several times, as if awakening from a daze, her eyes drifting around the kitchen. "Oh Lord, I didn't mean to do this much. Cooking usually helps me calm down, but I think I went a bit overboard." She looked back at Bella, her words hesitant. "I'm sorry, Bella. I didn't mean for you to see this. I know you and the pack have gone through so much. I only wanted to help. I didn't know what to do with myself." The beta tried her best to keep the mood light. "It'll help, I promise. We've been running ragged lately, and I haven't had much of a chance to hunt for the pack. This will help us regain our strength for the battle. And if anyone complains, I'll just eat it all myself." Esme managed a weak smile before standing up from her chair. She moved around the kitchen so quickly that Bella could barely keep track of her. In an instant, Esme reappeared in the kitchen doorway, revealing the impressive stack of Tupperware that had grown to nearly 4 feet tall. The pots, skillets, and baking sheets were soaking in the sink, while a dozen chocolate chip cookies cooled on a rack beside the oven. "Thank you, Bella. I'm glad you still think of me as a mother, even though I don't feel like I deserve it right now. I love you, and I'm so grateful that you're here with us. You will always be welcome in our home, no matter what has happened. But I think I'd like to go join Carlisle now." Without another word, the Cullen matriarch disappeared, leaving Bella and Rosalie to gaze up at the towering stack of Tupperware. Rosalie glanced sidelong at Bella. "Please don't eat all this yourself." Bella chuckled. "Don't worry, the pack doesn't leave crumbs. If we do, we just bury it in the yard for a rainy day. You should see Jared's stash of bones, he's like a terrier." The blonde vampire snorted, rolling her eyes as she walked back toward the living room, with Bella following closely behind. Alice and Jasper had joined Tanya, Kate, and Carmen on the couch, while Emmett sat cross-legged on the floor near the Denali coven, flipping through a comic book. If Bella tried hard enough, she could push her responsibilities aside and imagine herself joining the vampires as if nothing were wrong in the world. She could read a comic with Emmett, share a book with Eliezer, or watch what looked like a cheesy, overdramatic reality TV show with Tanya, Kate, and Carmen. She could even settle into the love seat with Rosalie and relax in her imprint's embrace. But for now, she didn't have the time for fantasies, no matter how tempting they were. The beta stepped into the center of the living room, Rosalie by her side, as she addressed the gathered vampires. 7 pairs of golden eyes turned to focus on her, putting her in the spotlight. "I've got a favor to ask." Bella paced the border restlessly, casting occasional glances at the setting sun over First Beach. She continued to wear a path into the grass along the riverbank. A few paces back in the tree line stood Jasper, Alice, Kate, and Eliezer, while Rosalie leaned against a nearby oak tree, her brows knitted in concern as she sensed Bella's rising stress levels. Jasper had offered his help nearly 20 minutes ago, but Bella had simply shaken her head and kept pacing. Back at the mansion, she had explained Clara's power, and both covens had agreed that everyone with abilities should come together to see who could best understand or help Clara learn to control it. They all acknowledged that true control took years, but with limited time, they had to make the effort. Now, with the clock nearing 6:30 and no sign of the Silvervein twins, Bella felt the wolf inside her raging, demanding to find the pups and ensure their safety. She nearly lost her grip on control when the faint sound of paw steps reached her ears. Golden eyes snapped up to see Clara and Will, their matching white coats glistening as they approached, flanked by Jacob and Embry. The russet and gray-black spotted wolves settled on the rocks above the river, while Clara and Will carefully made their way down the path to the riverbank, leaping over to the Cullens side of the border. Will had a backpack clamped between his teeth, and with a quick glance at his beta, he and his twin skirted around the gathered vampires and slipped further into the woods to phase out. "Babysitting duty, Jake," the russet wolf huffed in agreement, laying his head on his paws. Embry's yellow eyes darted around, taking in the gathered vampires. The beta stood near his companion, growling softly as he mimicked Jacob's stance. After a few minutes, Clara and Will emerged from the woods, glancing nervously at the gathered vampires as they approached their beta. Clara fidgeted with a loose strand of her cut-off shorts, while Will positioned himself protectively in front of his sister, his eyes flashing icy blue before settling back to their usual dark brown. Bella did her best to reassure them. "All right, Clara, it's just like when you were with me. Nobody here is a therapist. I have several medical degrees, one of which is in clinical psychology," Alice interjected, unwittingly making the situation more awkward. She winced at the sharp look the beta shot her. "Sorry." Clearing her throat, Bella continued, "Okay, everyone here believes you have a special power. I've shared everything you told me, and everyone wants to help you understand and control it. Jasper, Alice, Kate, and Eliezer all have abilities, although they're different from yours and mine. They have lifetimes of experience, and I think they can help you. Are you okay with that?" Clara took a deep, shaky breath before sighing. She looked up to meet Bella's gaze and nodded. "I trust you, Beta. I'm willing to try." Jasper, Alice, Kate, and Eliezer stepped closer to the group, with Jasper speaking first. "I'm sure you're aware, but I'm an empath. My power allows me to control others' emotions and to feel everything they do. For instance, right now, you're feeling scared, nervous, stressed, and a tiny bit hopeful. With your permission, I'd like to show you how my power works by guiding your emotions to feel something I want you to experience." Clara swallowed hard and nodded. After a moment, her eyes began to droop, and then she yawned. Will glanced back and forth between his twin and Jasper with concern. As Clara's shoulders began to slump, Jasper gradually eased his influence, and she blinked back into the moment, looking at him with wide eyes. Clara's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's crazy. Just now, I felt like I could sleep for a week straight. Even being tired is something you can control? What does it feel like when you use your power? How did you get so good at it?" Some of Clara's old infectious enthusiasm was returning, and it warmed Bella's heart to see it. Jasper smiled and explained, "To me, emotions are tangible. When they're strong, I can feel them radiating off someone. Things like rage, pain, and sorrow can be overwhelming, as they hit me harder. Think of frustration as dipping your feet in a river. You can feel it passing over, but you can choose to ignore it. But rage? That's like a riptide dragging you under, leaving you gasping for air. When I use my power, I see it as an extension of myself, but it's all about control. I can't make someone feel what I want if I can't focus. As for how I got so good at it, that's not a story I enjoy sharing, but I had many, many years to learn. From what Bella described, I believe your power might come from the same place as mine, control and focus over your own emotions. Eleazar stepped forward next. I agree with Jasper. While my power isn't as grand as his or yours, I can see the gifts in others, whether they're human, vampire, or shifter. Yours is quite similar to Bella's, as you believe it is. I'm curious about its origin. It reminds me of someone I met many years ago. Clara's eyes widened further. Someone had a power like mine? Eleazar nodded. Indeed. Although I never learned his name, we crossed paths on one of the Denali Park trails. It was unusual to see such an old man deep in the woods. When I asked if he needed assistance, he simply brushed me off and continued on his way. He was Native American, though I'm not sure which tribe he belonged to. When I tried to follow him, he simply vanished. Clara locked eyes with Bella, her heart racing as she asked hesitantly, was he missing an eye? Eleazar tilted his head and replied, as a matter of fact, he was. His left one, I believe. How did you know that? Clara's expression grew guarded as she shuffled her feet. Lucky guess. A moment of silence passed as Clara chose not to elaborate. Then Alice joined them, standing by Jasper and wrapping an arm around his waist. I don't think I'll be much help with controlling your power, she said. My visions tend to be random unless I focus them on a specific person and their decisions. But Bella explained a bit about what you've gone through because of your power, and I can relate. I started having visions while I was still human. My family thought I was going insane and sent me to a mental institution that practiced electroshock therapy. I lost my memories for a long time, and even now, I'm still missing some of them. I'm sorry you spent so long being told there was something wrong with you that doctors could fix. I promise you, there isn't. You have a gift, and we'll do everything we can to help you understand and control it. Tears formed in the corners of Clara's eyes as she replied softly, thank you, Alice. That means a lot to me. Bella felt warmth blossom in her chest at Alice's words, her soul resonating with protective, familial love. Clara and Alice were paired for the battle, and Bella hoped the bond she sensed forming between them would help them fight better together. Kate spoke next, waving her hand through the air, sparks dancing between her fingers. Well, if the Major helps you with control of your sword, I think I can help you with swinging it. My power acts like an extension of myself, centered in my chest until I focus on pushing it out through my palms. Kate, Jasper, and Clara began to discuss their powers, working together on control and technique. Bella walked over to Rosalie, who had recently left her tree to sit on a smooth rock that jetted into the river. The beta settled down next to her imprint, listening with half an ear as Jasper began to guide Clara on his approach to control, while Kate explained how she extended her power beyond herself. Bella felt a flicker of worry through their bond and glanced over to see Rosalie with her knees pulled up to her chest, her chin resting on her folded arms as she watched the trio. Bella shuffled closer to the blonde vampire, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. What's wrong, Naeli? Rosalie leaned into Bella, resting her head in the crook of the beta's neck. Her voice was low and soft, barely above a whisper, as she replied, I'm scared, Mon Soleil. The beta tightened her hold around Rosalie's shoulder and nuzzled the top of her imprint's head, inhaling the comforting scents of Earl Grey tea and lilacs. With a sigh, she reassured her, it's going to be okay, Rose. We've trained. We have a plan. We know when and where we'll be fighting. We're all going to get through this alive, I promise. And when it's done, you and I are going to go to Paris for a nice long vacation. Rosalie hummed softly, lifting her head to meet Bella's gaze. She cupped Bella's cheek, smiling as the beta leaned into the touch with a purr. But after a moment, her smile faded. You're scared too, I can feel it. You don't have to pretend to be okay, Bella. I know I've run away time and time again, but I promise I'm never going anywhere ever again. I'm here now. You don't have to be strong for me. The scent of salt tinged the air, and Bella didn't realize where it was coming from until Rosalie swiped a thumb over her cheek, wiping away a tear. Bella wiped away the tears that dripped down her face. The weight of her emotions felt like a tidal wave, crashing against the storm walls she had built to protect herself, against her pack, the Cullens, and even against herself. A ragged sob formed in her throat as those walls began to crack. James. Victoria. Edward. She had faced death 3 times in the past year and a half. James had made her wish for an end, his venom coursing through her veins as he broke a dozen of her bones. Victoria had built an army to obliterate everything and everyone Bella loved. And Edward? He had believed that if he killed the wolf, Bella's soul would be free to love him again. The pack needed her to lead. The Cullens expected her to be strong. The world seemed to watch, waiting for her to unravel as the weight of every life resting on her shoulders grew heavier with each tick of the clock counting down to the arrival of the newborns. But Rosalie didn't need her to be a leader or to be strong, nor did she want to witness Bella's suffering. I'm so tired, Rose, Bella whispered, pressing herself into the crook of Rosalie's neck as rough, ugly sobs bubbled up in her throat. I'm so tired. But I have to keep going. I can't stop. If I stop, I feel like the whole world is going to fall apart. Rosalie made a soft cooing noise, running her fingers gently through Bella's brown locks. You don't have to be strong all the time. You don't have to shoulder all the burden. We're going to get through this alive, no matter what happens. We'll go to Paris, or Rome, or even the middle of nowhere if that's what you want. As long as we're together, that's all that matters. Bella cried harder, releasing every drop of pain, worry, and fear that had filled her to the brim for months. She lost track of time as Rosalie simply held her, whispering soothing words and running gentle fingers through her hair. Slowly, Bella's sobs subsided as she focused on taking deep, steady breaths. When she finally lifted her head from the crook of Rosalie's neck, she realized she must look like a mess. Yet, Rosalie kissed her as if she were the most beautiful and cherished thing in the world. The kiss was slow and tender, filled with love, warmth, and reassurance. When Rosalie pulled away first, she smiled gently and said, I love you, Bella Swan. Chapter 36. The sun had long since set, casting a silvery glow over the little clearing by the Kalawa River. Clara was still working with Jasper and Kate to harness her gift, though her efforts had met with little success. The Kulut teen looked exhausted, her dark eyes bloodshot and her body trembling. Yet, she continued to give her all to every task Jasper and Kate set before her, never once complaining. Will stood slightly behind his twin, offering occasional words of encouragement as the hours dragged on. Jacob and Embry had crossed over the border hours earlier, now positioned near their beta, watching the training unfold. After leaping over the river, Jake had trotted straight to Clara, his understanding amber eyes fixed on her. He flopped onto his belly beside her, resting his head across her legs. At first, Clara had tried to shove him off, grumbling that his big head would make her legs fall asleep, but he remained steadfast. Eventually, Bella began to run her hand through the fur on his neck, a soothing gesture she continued despite the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Even without being connected to the pack mind, Bella could hear him as clearly as if he were speaking right next to her. I'm here, Bells. I love you, and it's going to be okay. After her emotional breakdown, Bella had hurriedly attempted to rebuild her defenses, but everyone in the clearing had witnessed it, felt it, and that realization set her teeth on edge. For nearly a year, she had worked to fortify her walls of easygoing confidence until it felt as natural as breathing, and now it seemed to have all been washed away. Deep down, the beta knew that her pack and the Cullens didn't think any less of her. But somewhere in the depths of her soul, where a well of untapped power swirled like an unacknowledged riptide, the conviction remained that weakness could not be tolerated. An alpha cannot afford weakness. Rosalie had expressed her love for Bella, but in that moment of spiraling emotions, Bella had been completely blindsided. Bella was at a loss for words, unable to respond to Rosalie's heartfelt declaration. The blonde vampire didn't seem to notice her stunned silence. Instead, she offered Bella another soft smile, a smile reserved just for her mate. Rosalie kissed Bella's temple and whispered those sweet words again. Bella would do anything for that smile, for those words, and she knew she would never tire of either for the rest of her life. Spirits, she had meant what she said about Rosalie over a month ago. You're a blonde goddess who could rip me in half in the blink of an eye, and I'd still say thank you. The beta was in deep trouble, and not in a fun way. Bella sighed into the crook of Rosalie's neck, drawing a curious glance from the blonde vampire. The hands that had been playing with Bella's hair for the past half hour stilled. What's wrong? Rosalie asked. Jared was right, and I hate him for it. He'll never let me live this down. At that, Jake and Embry burst into huffs and barks of laughter, causing Bella's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Rosalie looked back and forth between Bella and the wolves, clearly confused. What? She asked. Nothing. Forget I said anything. Jacob, I swear to God, if he's phased in right now. The russet wolf's tail began to thump against the ground, and Bella felt her face heat up even more. It's never your enemies that betray you, you jerk. If there's a bet on this, Bella shot a glare at Embry, whose gray-black spotted ears folded back in response. I will personally fight anyone who put money on it, and then I want a cut. It's my bet. Rosalie watched the whole interaction, her confusion deepening into a frown. I think I'm missing something here. Nothing. Nothing at all. Also, please never talk to Jared Cameron. I'm begging you. I'd never recover. Rosalie's frown slowly transformed into a smile as she shook her head. You are, by far, the most confusing wolf girl I've ever met. There's only 3 of us, so it's not really a competition. Though it's a step up from a migraine, right? Whatever helps you feel better, darling. You're lucky I find your complete lack of self-preservation, along with your tendency to blurt out the first thing that comes to mind, endearing. Hey. It's not my fault I imprinted on a drop-dead gorgeous vampire. Blame the spirits, or fate, or God. And you shouldn't bully your mate, that's against the code. You're a big girl, surely you can handle a little teasing, can't you? I didn't earn the title of Ice Queen by being a saint, you know. The beta shivered at Rosalie's tone, feeling the heat of a blush creep down her neck and flood her chest. The golden eyes of the blonde vampire darkened slightly, the bone that connected their souls crackling like a live wire. Fortunately, Jake broke the growing tension by nudging her thigh with his muzzle, prompting a glare from the beta until the russet wolf pointed toward the center of the clearing. Fear is a trigger, Jasper said, pacing slowly in the grass with his arms clasped behind his back. But it isn't the root. I began this life thinking my gift was all about willpower, honing it like a scalpel to dominate whoever I forced it on as I cut through their emotions with my own. But it wasn't like that, it was always about control. Fear is the antithesis of control, of the self or the world around you. If we can get to the root of fear, we can get to the root of your gift. But my power only works when I'm scared. It lashes out randomly. How am I supposed to control my own fear? Clara demanded hotly. Then she sighed, running a hand through her hair. Sorry. We've been at this for hours, and I haven't been able to use my supposed gift once. Jasper didn't look offended at all. Instead, he offered Clara a gentle smile. You're trying to learn to control something you thought couldn't be controlled, and trying to do it in a matter of days. You're allowed to be frustrated, but don't let that cloud your judgment. Clara sighed again but nodded, turning to face Kate as the blonde vampire spoke. I always feel my gift, like a crackling ball of electricity in my chest. That's where it stays until I focus it outward to escape through my palms, but it always returns to my chest. You said your sword feels like ice, but do you ever feel where it starts before you swing it? Clara started to shake her head before pausing, her voice hesitant as she replied, there's this pressure in my head when the sword lashes out. I feel like I'm getting dunked under ice water when it connects with someone to make them see something, but there's always a pressure in my head right before it swings. Bella cut in then, nudging Jake's head with her knee until he lifted it so she could stand. She walked over to join Clara, Jasper, and Kate. That's similar to mine. My shield is passive, like how Jazz can feel emotions around him without trying, but if I focus it, I can shut the pack out of my mind when I'm phased in. It gives me a headache if I do it for too long, which is why I don't do it often. But it's like, I think of it as a bunch of doorways. Everybody has a doorway that leads to their thoughts, and mine links to theirs like we're in a long connected hallway of the pack mind. When I shut my door, I can't hear the pack anymore, but I know the hallway is still there. Doorways, Clara murmured, seeming to roll the idea around for a moment before a new light entered her eyes. If your shield closes your door, I think mine is about opening it. Every time I feel that pressure, I'm trying to open my door to stab through it into someone else's. I think maybe fear just slams my door open like some kind of battering ram. Bella and Jasper shared a look, the latter shrugging. We've been at this for hours, and it seems like all we needed was a little bit of insight. Ah, that Bella Swan flare. If that thinking helps you understand your gift, I reckon it'll help Clara understand hers. The beta nodded and glanced up through the treetops. The moon was incredibly bright tonight, casting shards of silvery light through the branches, with not a cloud in the sky to obscure its glow. The nighttime symphony of summer birdsong and the chatter of insects was muted at the edge of the forest, drowned out by the rumbling of the Kalawa River and the presence of nearly a dozen supernatural predators nearby. Tomorrow marked the last day of training, with Alice expecting the newborns to arrive the following afternoon before the rain set in that night. The clock was ticking down, and Bella knew tonight was likely their last chance to enjoy this calm for a long while. We should call it a night and build up from here tomorrow with some rest and some food in us. No. Clara protested immediately, shrinking under the intense look Bella gave her. No. I can do this. I swear I can. Just give me a chance to try again, please. Bella shared a glance with Jasper, who shrugged. He was accustomed to leading soldiers, but Clara was part of the pack and therefore under the beta's command. The major knew how to pick his battles, and in this one, he deferred to her judgment. The beta met Clara's gaze, seeing both her determination and her desperation to prove herself, and sighed. All right. Try it on Jasper. Clara nodded and turned to face the major. He offered her an encouraging smile, his arms folded loosely over his broad chest. The countless silver crescent-shaped scars that adorned his skin caught and refracted the moonlight. Clara closed her eyes, her brows furrowing in concentration as she muttered under her breath, doorways, doorways, doorways. A minute turned into 2, then 5, and just as it was pushing 10, Bella opened her mouth to call off the night when Clara's eyes. Suddenly, Clara's eyes snapped open, her amber gaze burning directly into Jasper's golden ones. The major stiffened, a full-body shiver running through the Quileute teen as he turned to look at Alice. He blinked and shook his head. Ain't that something, he said. Clara groaned as her shiver subsided, rubbing the back of her head. Did it work? Did I do it? Jasper gave her a slow nod. Close. Alice flickered in and out for a moment, like she wasn't there at all. No scent or anything, but our bond kept my head on straight before my thoughts could convince me otherwise. Will let out a whoop, grabbing his twin sister's shoulder and shaking her vigorously. You did it, Clara. I knew you could do it. Heck yeah. His twin shared in his excitement, practically bouncing in place as she beamed at Bella. I told you I could do it. Bella smiled back at the pup. Good job, I'm proud of you. Now that you've done it once, I know you can do it again. Clara nodded vigorously, but was cut off by a loud, angry rumble from her stomach. Will laughed as Clara flushed, mumbling under her breath, maybe some rest and some food would be good right about now. Rosalie stood from her spot near the river's edge and walked up to the group, slipping an arm around Bella's waist. The leaning tower of Tupperware hasn't gone anywhere, and I'm sure Esme would appreciate it if it went to the pack. Bella glanced down at her imprint in surprise. You're inviting the pack to the vampire den? Who are you and what have you done with Rosalie Hale? Rosalie huffed and playfully cuffed the back of Bella's head. Apparently, I have a talent for picking up strays now that I'm eternally bound to a trigger-happy pup. Do you want help feeding your wolves or not? She then turned to Clara and Will, offering a gentle smile. Esme made plenty of food for everyone to have seconds. Thirds, and I'm sure she'd be delighted if you accepted. Bella glanced over at Jake, who shifted uneasily on his paws. Is Sam phased in? The russet wolf dipped his head in response. Bella sighed as she ran a hand through her hair. That meant Sam was paired up with Jared, which left Jacob and Embry double-booked for both patrol and babysitting. To top it off, they hadn't eaten for most of the day. Emily's pregnancy was already putting a strain on the pack, as the pack mother struggled to keep up with wolves who never seemed to stop eating. None of them had enough time to cook for everyone, let alone get some much-needed rest. Kim was doing her best to help, but her grandmother's health had been declining in the past few months, and she was needed at home more than ever to assist her father. Ask him if some pre-made food would help, even if it's from Esme. Jake's ear twitched as he relayed the message, followed by a low growl rumbling in his throat. After a moment, he nodded in acceptance. Bella knew it wasn't much, but for the alpha to allow his pack to be fed by the Cullen matriarch felt like a monumental step. She half hoped it meant he was coming around to the Cullens more than he would ever admit, but the reality was that the pack, and his imprint, needed help he couldn't provide. The beta braced herself for an earful later, but she'd take the victories where she could get them. Turning to Jacob, she added, I'm sure you and Em are hungry too. I've got some old clothes back at the house that should work if you're coming with. Jake and Embry exchanged a sidelong glance before the gray-black spotted wolf huffed in agreement. And so, 5 vampires, 3 wolf shifters, and 2 wolves found themselves at the Cullen mansion, greeted by a bewildered but smiling Emmett at the front door. This is definitely the weirdest house call I've ever seen, and I'm a vampire, he exclaimed. Rosalie rolled her eyes while Bella snorted in laughter. Emmett gave Bella a quick hug before jogging upstairs to Rosalie's bedroom. Bella had only been in that room a few times since revealing her imprint to the blonde vampire. The first time was to frame a hand-painted portrait that now sat proudly on the nightstand beside the bed. The second time was at Alice's insistence to drop off some extra clothes. Alice had flashed her one of those sly smiles that usually meant she had a vision, and Bella had learned long ago to heed Alice's advice. Embry was about her size, and Jacob was just a few inches taller and a bit more muscular, so hopefully, the clothes Bella had grabbed from the closet would fit them. As she made her way back downstairs, Bella found Clara, Will, Rosalie, Jasper, and Alice gathered in the kitchen. The Silvervein twins craned their necks, staring wide-eyed at a towering stack of Tupperware. Alice was trying to maintain a light-hearted conversation, but an uneasy atmosphere hung over the group. Bella skirted around them and stepped out onto the porch where Jacob and Embry were waiting. She passed off the clothes to the wolves before heading back inside. Alice had seemingly given up on conversation, leaning against Jasper with a small pout on her lips. Bella motioned for Clara and Will to take a seat at the island as she tackled the towering stack of containers, stretching to reach the top one just as it was snatched away. Jacob chuckled at her expression and handed it over, saying, You weren't kidding. Mom Vamp doesn't do things in half measures, does she? Embry stood behind Jacob, looking around with wide eyes. Bella grimaced. She knew the Cullens were rich, but sometimes she forgot just how wealthy they were, especially when compared to how kids on the reservation grew up. Things like stainless steel appliances, kitchen islands, and chandelier lighting were a rarity in La Push, and that thought made her heart clench. Carlyle owed her a blood debt, a debt she didn't want, but one that existed nonetheless. Shaking her head, the beta focused on the task at hand. Bella stuck her tongue out at Jake before tossing the container into the microwave. Esme made this for us, so be grateful. I could eat it all myself and leave you with crumbs. Jake rolled his eyes. You wouldn't. I'm your favorite brother. No, Embry is my favorite brother. You're like, 3rd place. 4th on a bad day. Embry chuckled at the mock devastation that crossed Jake's face as Bella grabbed the first Tupperware from the microwave and tossed in the next. She turned and handed it over to Clara, who mumbled a thank you before digging in. Like Embry, Clara kept glancing around at the opulence of everything, but there was an uneasy tension in her shoulders. So, Bella drawled, looking back and forth between the vampires and the wolves in the room, Family 1, meet Family 2. I know this is probably super awkward for everyone, but I'll go ahead and clear the air. No derogatory language, no being grumpy, and especially no fighting. Esme would literally find a way to cry if we broke her furniture. Okay? Come on, Beta, just one joke. Will asked as Bella handed him the next container. She rolled her eyes, but before she could respond, Emmett barreled into the room, grinning from ear to ear. Did I hear free game on the jokes? I've got 100 lined up that I've been dying to use. Bella let out a long-suffering sigh as Will and Emmett launched into a joke-off, but she couldn't help the warmth that blossomed in her chest as she listened to them go back and forth, laughing at some of the raunchier ones. A bit of the unease between the groups lifted as laughter filled the air, and Bella thought that maybe, just maybe, her secret dream could still come true once everything was over. Once Jake and Embry were chowing down on their meals, Bella walked over to Rosalie, looping an arm around her waist. The blonde vampire leaned into her, the mingling scents of Earl Grey tea, lilacs, and cedarwood further enhancing the moment, soothing both halves of her soul. Once the wolves had their second and third helpings, Emmett turned to Will and begged for a match of Halo. With a pleading glance at his beta, those puppy eyes could charm the fur off a bear, the two groups moved into the living room while the game was set up. Most of the Denali's were out hunting, except for Tanya, who sat smiling behind Emmett as the match began. Jake, Embry, and Clara settled along the couch. They were still a bit stiff, but the food had eased some of the tension. It turned out that Will was an avid gamer, managing not only to keep up with Emmett but actually winning a round or two. Leah and Irina walked in during the third round, with Leah nearly choking at the sight of almost half a dozen wolves in the Cullen house. Bella offered her a shrug and a smile, patting the seat beside her. The she-wolf shook off her shock and joined her beta on the couch, their hands firmly interlocked. Hey, Lee, don't worry. I've got my own blonde vampire now, Bella said. Leah rolled her eyes and playfully slugged Bella in the arm, though a smile crept onto her face. Shut up, Bells. Our ancestors are already rolling in their graves. No need to shove it in their faces. Oh, spirits, Jake groaned. You two are so in love it's disgusting. How am I supposed to think about future little Jacobs and Jacobinas in these conditions? Jacobina? Irina asked incredulously. I know I'm a bit out of the loop in this generation, but that sounds like an awful name for a girl. Thank you. Leah and Bella replied in unison, causing Jake to fold his arms and slouch. Embry, man, you've got to have my back here. Embry raised his hands in defense. Don't look at me. Do I look like parent material to you? Plus, and I say this out of love, that's a terrible name. Jake, Embry, and Leah erupted into a playful bickering, with Irina chiming in occasionally, adding to the lively atmosphere. The atmosphere was relaxed, but tension simmered just beneath the surface. Bella leaned into Rosalie, smiling at the way the blonde vampire wrapped her arm around Bella's waist. This uneasy peace between the pack and the Cullens wouldn't last, but for now, Bella wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. She hadn't realized how exhausted she was until she let her eyes drift shut. The sounds of Will and Emmett engaged in what had to be the 10th round of Halo and the playful bickering of her brothers and sisters faded into a gentle buzz in the background. Rosalie sensed the moment Bella slipped into unconsciousness. She glanced down, barely suppressing a smile at the sight of Bella's lips parting slightly, each breath punctuated by a soft snore. The conversations around her faded as she focused on Bella. Sometimes, Rosalie forgot just how human her mate was beneath the strong front Bella put on as the beta of a pack of wolf shifters. Knowing she wouldn't get upset if she did, Rosalie decided to nudge Bella's shoulder gently. Wait, Jacob interrupted, his dark eyes wide as he stared at his sleeping beta. Please, just let her sleep. I haven't seen her rest in days. Rosalie tightened her arm around Bella's waist, drawing a contented sigh from the brunette as she buried her head deeper into the crook of Rosalie's neck. Jacob watched them for a long moment before he stood from the couch. The rest of us should get home, he said. Sam will start tearing his hair out if he doesn't hear from us for too long. We'll go grab whatever meals you can cram into your backpack so we can feed everyone else. Oh, but Jake, Will started, but he cut himself off at the weight of Jacob's look. The expression was so similar to the one Rosalie had seen Bella give others that she nearly chuckled. It reminded her of Ephraim Black, their shared ancestor. He had been a stoic man, calm and composed. Levi Yulee had appeared outwardly fearless when he met the Cullens all those years ago, during the creation of the treaty. He had tried to argue with his alpha at that time, but Ephraim silenced him with a look that spoke volumes. Rosalie hadn't known Levi well, that had been Carlisle's role. Yet, the memory of the man she had met lingered in her mind, contrasting sharply with the one who had cheated on his wife to create Bella's grandmother. Will seemed to deflate under that piercing gaze, handing Emmett back his controller while mumbling that he had fun before obediently going off to follow orders. After a few minutes, he returned to the living room, joining Clara, Embry, and Jacob, his backpack slung over one shoulder and nearly bursting with snacks. Leah pressed a kiss to Irina's temple before standing to join the rest of the wolves. Jacob lingered by the front door as the others filed out of the house. He turned to face Rosalie. Tell Esme we said thank you for the food. He hesitated, glancing down at Bella, who was still sleeping soundly against Rosalie. His expression softened as he continued, I know we're enemies, as much as Bella wishes we weren't. It's just part of what we are. I still don't trust any of you farther than I can throw you, but you all make her happy, and she's my best friend. All I ever want is for her to be happy, even if her imprint is a cold one. Rosalie looked down at her sleeping mate, a soft smile tugging at her lips. She had been frozen in time for nearly 100 years, trapped within her own walls of ice, never considering to break them down. Yet, it had taken one accident-prone, reckless, cocky, beautiful firecracker, Bella Swan, to melt them away as if they had never existed. So much had happened since Bella first entered her life. So much time had been wasted, with no chance of reclaiming it, and countless what-ifs swirled in Rosalie's mind, lingering questions that might never find answers. Truly go away. But perhaps God or some higher power watching over her immortal life knew exactly what they were doing. She had been given a chance at happiness, and she was tired of being her own worst enemy. Maybe we don't have to be enemies, Jacob Black. She certainly doesn't seem to think so. Jacob startled at the use of his full name, but when he saw her smile, he returned it with a small grin before turning and jogging out the front door. Rosalie nuzzled the top of Bella's head, inhaling the scent of cedarwood and the forest after a rainstorm. When she lifted her head, she met Tanya's gaze. The head of the Denali coven's eyes sparkled with love as she nodded in approval. Rosalie rolled her eyes in response, but she couldn't help the warmth flooding her chest. Emmett grinned from his spot on the floor as he booted up a different game on his Xbox, giving her a thumbs up. Bella mumbled something incoherent, her heart rate quickening as she slowly blinked back into consciousness. She lifted her head, looking around the room with bleary eyes before turning to Rosalie. Huh? You fell asleep, darling. Your wolves went home. MHMN. Rosalie chuckled, cupping Bella's cheeks in her hands. Let's get you up to bed. Jacob said you deserve the rest, and I completely agree with him. You can't train if you're dead on your feet. Bella mumbled another incoherent sentence, a purr rising in her throat as she nuzzled into Rosalie's hands. The blonde vampire echoed the sound as she gently lifted her mate to her feet, wrapping an arm around her waist as Bella swayed unsteadily. Rosalie led them slowly upstairs, more so because Bella kept nuzzling against her or pressing soft kisses against her hair and neck with every other step, but she wasn't complaining. They finally made it into the bedroom, with Rosalie just barely. Rosalie managed to close the door just in time to see Bella pull her shirt up over her head. The blonde vampire froze, captivated by the sight of Bella's tightly corded abs flexing with each breath. However, Bella seemed completely unaware as she flopped face first onto the bed. Rosalie chuckled softly as Bella twisted and turned, becoming completely tangled in the sheets. She nestled against the pillow that Rosalie usually leaned on while reading. The sight of her mate in her bed sent a thrill up Rosalie's spine. She fought against the primal instincts roaring in her mind, urging her to take Bella and never let go. Vampires were, by nature, feral creatures, and even a vegetarian diet couldn't suppress the raw need Rosalie felt for Bella. With a determined effort, Rosalie steeled herself to walk away, intending to settle into the armchair in the corner of the room to read while Bella slept. But just as she took her first step, Bella let out a sound that was almost a whine. Their eyes met, burning gold clashing with darkened honey, as Bella murmured, "Come here. Please." Even in her half-asleep state, the deep, rich timbre of Bella's voice reverberated through Rosalie's mind, layered with a compelling command that drew her to the bedside in an instant. Rosalie knew Bella despised that part of herself, the blood of Ephraim Black coursing through her veins, marking her as the rightful alpha. Yet, when Bella used it on her, it pushed every button Rosalie had in the best way possible. With a soft sigh, Rosalie sank down onto the mattress, propping herself up against the pillows. Bella flung an arm over her thighs, tangling their legs together, and pressed her cheek against Rosalie's stomach. Despite her muted sense of temperature, Rosalie could feel the pulsing heat radiating from her mate through the thin fabric of her shirt. "I'm sorry," Bella murmured. A low purr rose in Rosalie's throat as she began to run her fingers through Bella's hair. The blonde vampire shushed her gently. "You need rest. You can be the big bad wolf after you sleep for a few hours." Bella tried to reply, but her words were so slurred they sounded like gibberish. Rosalie chuckled softly as she began to scratch Bella's scalp, coaxing out a louder purr. Slowly, Bella's heart rate began to steady, her breathing deepening and evening out. Just before she drifted off, she whispered so softly that Rosalie could barely hear, "I love you." Rosalie tightened her grip and leaned down to press a kiss against the crown of Bella's head. She had made promises to Emmett, to Tanya, and to herself. She had been given a chance at happiness, one that had nearly slipped away because of her own choices, time and time again. But no more. If there wasn't enough time left, she was determined to make the most of it, no matter the consequences. "I love you too, my son. My light in the dark," she said, her words like a prayer, a promise of forever, even if forever never came. Chapter 37. "So, are we going to talk about it?" Leah asked, glancing back at Bella. "Talk about what?" Bella replied, slightly confused. "You, Irina, life, winning the lottery. Why won't Quill and Embry just admit they kind of have a thing for each other?" Leah pressed. "I don't know, Lee. You tell me." The silver wolf let out a huff of laughter, picking up her pace and smacking Bella's muzzle with her tail as she passed. Bella playfully nipped at it and gave chase, weaving through thickets of trees and bristling undergrowth as she pursued Leah. They were the last pair on patrol for the evening before the pack gathered for the final round of training. Jasper had decided to move it to the field where they would be fighting, hoping to get a better understanding of the terrain and solidify the pairings for tomorrow's battle. The field was a dozen miles east of Forks, nearly 30 away from La Push, and just on the fringes of the Cullens' hunting grounds. The Major was as confident as he could be that the distance between them and the humans would deter any stragglers from fleeing, but with the pack's interference with Alice's gift, nothing was certain. "I'm pretty sure Quill and Embry will die on the hill of denying their feelings for each other, so that's out," Leah said, her tone dismissive. "And neither of us has the luck to win the lottery. I mean, look at us. We turn into giant spirit wolves with superpowers, and all we do every day is run the same patrol route over and over again, hunting undead, red-eyed bloodsuckers. That's like the holy grail of bad luck." Leah's voice trailed off as she slowed to a walk, trying to gather her thoughts. Bella caught glimpses of her memories, little flashes of color that filled the pack mind so quickly that the beta couldn't pick out anything concrete. Slowly, the silver wolf came to a stop and turned to look up at Bella. "You're going to take over for Sam as Alpha, aren't you? After the battle?" Leah asked, her tone serious. Bella felt her ears fold back, and she realized she couldn't meet the icy blue eyes staring back at her. What does that have to do with you and Irina? Answer the question, Bells. Please. The beta sighed and gave a slow nod. Sam had put it plainly, he was tired. Not of the pack, but of the overwhelming responsibilities weighing down on him, the burden of the tribe and the elders pressing like a ton of lead on his shoulders. He felt their constant knocks against his pride, reminding him that he was merely a temporary solution until the true alpha took his place. With Emily due in just a few months, he would soon be carrying the added weight of fatherhood. Bella didn't know how it would unfold, but she sensed that she had been slowly stepping into her role as the true alpha for months now. She could feel it in both halves of her soul, the height and strength she had been gaining so gradually that she wasn't sure anyone but her had truly noticed, along with the well of power that refused to be suppressed any longer. There were no records of two alphas ever existing within a pack in the tribal archives. There could only ever be one leader. The thought made her stomach churn. If I ask you to do something once you're the alpha, would you say yes? Why can't you just ask me now? The silver wolf huffed a laugh, but there was a bitterness to it as she began to pad away, her icy blue eyes staring off into the distance. Because I don't know if you'll say yes. The beta tilted her head in confusion and trotted after Leah. That still doesn't answer my question, Lee. Why is it so important to everyone how my imprint and I are doing? Leah snapped, but guilt quickly washed over her at the stunned expression on her beta's face. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be an asshole, it's just my default setting. I think the stress of everything is starting to get to me. Bella huffed and playfully nipped at the silver wolf's tail. Preaching to the choir, but stop tearing yourself down, Lee. You're prickly, like a cactus. There's nothing wrong with being a cactus, hell, I love cacti. I used to buy them all the time in Arizona. Gift shops aren't new to me. I didn't even have to pay an arm and a leg for you. You just dropped into my life when we were toddlers and never left. If you don't want to share, I won't pry. I'm your best friend, and I'd just like to know how your love life is going so I can gossip about it later with Jake. Leah laughed, a snort escaping her before she let out a long sigh. Irina and I are good. Honestly, all we really do is talk. And that's great. I love talking to her. She's seen so much and done so much, it's amazing to have those conversations. At first, I was terrified of how old she was. Not because she's a cold one, after seeing you and Rosalie together, the thought of being scared of Irina never crossed my mind. And she waited so long to find me. We talk about Laurent sometimes, but not a lot, just sometimes. It makes her insecure about our bond, the things he did, all the lies he forced on her, lies she blinded herself into believing. Honestly, Bells, we've spent a lot of time just sitting together in silence, letting the bond do the talking for us. As Leah spoke, memories flooded the pack mind, a watercolor painting that bled at the edges before sharpening into shocking clarity. She and Irina were deep in the Hoh rainforest, far from any man-made trails or prying eyes, lying on their backs and gazing up through the treetop canopy. Sunlight filtered down through the leaves, hitting Irina's skin and scattering rainbow colors that refracted and bent with every shift of the wind. Leah thought she was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. You're thinking quite loudly, Mally VLK, Irina teased. Sorry. I've never been good at being quiet. I've been told I'm a loudmouth. It was always easy with Irina. Leah never had to act like someone she wasn't. She didn't have to worry about being too much, too loud, too blunt, too opinionated, or too rough around the edges. Throughout her life, Leah had been labeled in various ways. Whispers circulated in La Push about that Clearwater girl, always getting into trouble with her friends, stirring up chaos, and causing problems for the other kids. Leah wore it like a badge of honor. After all, she had Bella, Jake, and little Sethi by her side, creating that so-called trouble. But deep down, she resented those labels, the whispers, and the judgmental looks. To protect herself, she built layers around her heart, allowing only her family to have the keys to get inside. Everyone else, in her eyes, didn't deserve access. Eventually, she handed out a few more keys after she phased and joined the pack, but even they were never fully allowed in. Irina, however, didn't need a key. The moment their eyes met, Leah felt every layer, every lock, and every barrier stripped away. In that instant, she experienced denial, anger, and all the rage she had harbored. Irina, in turn, sensed Leah's shock, her fear, and the overwhelming love that bubbled beneath the surface, along with a fleeting hope that maybe, just maybe, their bond could be real. It had been the scariest night of Leah's life. The threats Tanya had made if she were lying about the imprint still sent shivers down her spine. But after that night, things slowly began to change. Irina started to open up, feeling everything Leah felt and realizing it was genuine and true. Sometimes, the quiet moments they shared were the most meaningful. The bond connecting their souls allowed emotions to flow freely between them, unaltered and unfiltered, in a pure expression of trust. Irina turned over, cradling her cheek in her palm as she gazed down at Leah. "Have you thought any more about what I asked, Mali VLK?" Leah grimaced. She had thought about it, but she still didn't have an answer. Her life was here, her family was here, her pack was here. Everything she had ever known and loved stemmed from the small stretch of reservation land that the Clearwaters had called home since the founding of the tribe. And yet, she had to confront the uncertainty that loomed ahead. Leah had once dreamed of something more, a college out of state to pursue a nursing degree, just like her mother. She envisioned a boyfriend she hoped to marry and a fresh start in a place where no one knew her as that Clearwater girl. Irina noticed Leah's silence and sensed the turmoil within her through their bond. Gently, she cupped Leah's cheek, her expression tender as she whispered, "I have waited over 1,000 years for you, Mali VLK. There's no need to rush. I would wait forever and a day if that's what you wished." Leah leaned into the warmth of her imprint, inhaling the sweet scent of smoky vanilla. Just give me a little more time, Iri. I'm not ready yet. I don't know, there's just... Golden eyes flashed as Irina pressed a soft kiss against Leah's cheek, silencing her rambling. "Forever and a day, Leah. Don't tie yourself in knots over something that hasn't been decided yet. You don't have to answer my question right now. You're still young, even by human standards, as Tanya keeps reminding me. What is youth for if not to live and enjoy it?" Leah chuckled softly. "I was supposed to be spending my youth sitting in lecture halls for hours and studying all night in a blind panic just to get into nursing school." Irina laughed, her voice like tinkling wind chimes, filling Leah with warmth as she pressed another kiss against her cheek and brushed her nose along the curve of Leah's ear. Her voice dropped into a deep, throaty rumble. "And you can still have that too, Mali VLK. I do find myself attracted to well-educated women from time to time." Leah shivered at the implication. She understood what her imprint was offering and what she could have, but she couldn't help but wonder about the cost. Just then, the memory faded, clarity slipping back into a blurred watercolor, and Leah's mind returned to its familiar, closed-off grayness. The beta blinked. Bella paused for several moments, trying to grasp the memory, but the silver wolf had already quickened her pace, leading the way while avoiding the golden eyes that watched her retreating figure. Bella could almost taste the sharp rebuff Leah was preparing for her, so she decided to tuck the memory away for now. The tawny brown wolf broke into a jog to catch up with her sister. "You'll always be my best friend, Lee, no matter what happens," Bella said, her voice steady. "You don't have to tell me what that was about yet, but after the battle." She trailed off, uncertainty lingering in the air. Even she didn't know what life would look like after the battle, but she sensed that everything was about to change for everyone. Leah's irritation crackled through the pack mind for a moment before fading, replaced by a heavy mix of anticipation and dread. "I know. I will. Just not yet. Nobody else can know about that memory, okay?" Leah replied. "Okay," Bella affirmed. The pair continued their patrol for another 2 hours before they felt the rest of the pack phase in, one after another. "It's time. Head to the field," Sam rumbled, his voice resonating with the rich, commanding timbre of the alpha. Bella felt the fur along her rough bristle, but she and Leah turned off their patrol route and headed east along the Pacific coast. They arrived at the field nearly 20 minutes after the rest of the pack had gathered, forming half of a large circle completed by the Cullens and the Denalis. Rosalie smiled upon seeing the beta emerge from the tree line, and the sight nearly made Bella's heart skip a beat as she trotted over to her imprint first. Bella cradled the blonde vampire with her muzzle, attempting the best approximation of a hug she could manage while Rosalie ran a hand through the fur on the back of her neck. The scent of early gray tea and lilacs filled Bella's lungs, and a purr rumbled in her throat. The imprint bond flared to life in Bella's chest, echoing every beat of her heart with an aching, all-consuming need that nearly forced a whine through her clenched fangs. Soon, she thought. Soon it would be. Bella's mind raced with images of Rosalie's neck, marked with a distinct set of bite marks, her bite marks. Rosalie pulled away first, her eyes dark with the intensity of what she had just experienced with her mate. Promise me we'll make it through tomorrow, Bella. After that, there's nothing I want more, she said, nuzzling Bella's cheek before trotting over to Sam's side. She ignored the pointed glance her alpha shot her way, just as Leah had greeted Irina before joining the wolves on the other side of the field. Bella looked around at the pack, suddenly aware of the silence in her thoughts. She tilted her head at Sam, curious. What's going on? I wanted to give you a moment of silence to greet your imprint, particularly from certain members of the pack. The tawny brown wolf huffed, but a wave of affection washed over her at his gesture. Ah, you do care, Dad. I'm a big girl now. I can handle whatever they throw at me. Sam stared at her for a moment before giving the wolf equivalent of a shrug, lifting his command. Instantly, a chorus of teasing erupted from Jared, Paul, Jake, and Quill. Chief, how am I supposed to introduce her to Ken without worrying about you getting down on one knee with a rhinestone collar and stealing my thunder? Jared exclaimed. Finally. Not so mopey McGee, this is better than anything my terrible internet can pick up. Honestly, I don't know whether to throw up or say congratulations. The bet was only $20. You don't really want to steal my hard-earned money, do you, Bells? Bella counted to 3 before responding. Jared, if you ever mention that to my imprint, I will end your bloodline. Paul, I know you don't even like blondes, so keep your muzzle out of my future sex life. And I love you too, Jake. Quill, just save your money for next year's Madden. I needed to keep you and Embry humble. Bella was determined to face whatever tomorrow had in store for them. The pack's joking attitude quickly faded from their minds, but she felt the weight of their burdens resting heavily on her shoulders. Humor was how most of the wolves coped. She had done it herself many times, but she allowed her resolve to harden into steel, spreading that strength like a protective blanket over her brothers and sisters. She caught Sam's gaze out of the corner of her eye, and the alpha responded with a slow nod. One way or another, the pack would survive. They had to. Jasper cleared his throat, drawing the pack's attention as he stepped into the center of the circle, Alice and Carlisle following closely behind him. The Major turned to Alice, wrapping an arm around her shoulders as she prepared to address the pack. She rocked back and forth on her heels, her hands fidgeting at her sides. The future is based on decisions, cause and effect. Now that I know Riley Beers is leading the newborns, I can track his decisions to a certain point. Alice premised. I see them going into the bay in Seattle, then emerging tomorrow morning several miles east from here on the coast. After that, because of your involvement, I can't see how the battle will go. Seeing the future sounds trippy as hell. How do we know this Riley freak won't change his mind on a whim like Ed? Dude, shut the hell up. Don't say that bastard's name. Pix being twitchy is making me twitchy, man. Is she ADHD too? Sam, Bella, Sam. The massive black wolf snapped his jaws together, casting a sharp glare over his shoulder. Be quiet. The pack mind fell silent, replaced by a muted mix of worry, fear, distrust, and confusion. Bella glanced at Carlisle, a wave of guilt rising in her throat. The doctor looked more haggard than she thought possible for a vampire. His gold eyes were dull, his blonde hair falling across his face in disarray, and his pants were smeared with red clay and mud. When he finally spoke, his voice was flat, though it held an undercurrent of urgency. Jasper began to regain some strength as he spoke. I've used a spare bag of blood from the hospital to lay a trail from where the newborns will emerge to this field. This will ensure they come to us, but it will also push them into a hunting frenzy. A wave of worry and distrust rippled through the pack, now tinged with disgust and revulsion. Jasper nodded to his coven leader before continuing. A hunting frenzy isn't something we want, but it has to be done to draw every newborn here and keep them away from our lands. It'll drive them mad, but we can use that to our advantage. Whatever training they've received will go out the window when their instincts take over. It makes them stupid and sloppy, which makes them easier to handle in pairs. This field doesn't have any cover, so they won't have a place to hide either. To start, we'll have pairs going up against 2 opponents at once. Quill, Eleazar, you're up against Tanya and Emmett. As the named wolf and vampires entered the sparring circle, Sam allowed his command to lift once more. Conversations began to spring up as the training commenced, but Bella pushed them to the back of her mind as she watched Clara trot up to the black wolf, a backpack clamped in her teeth. Please let me keep practicing, Alpha. I just know I can figure this out in a way that's useful. I want to protect my pack in the best way I can. The white wolf lowered her head slightly, and Sam stared at her for a long moment before responding. Phase out. If you want to help protect the pack, I won't stop you, Clara. Just know you still need sparring practice. Clara bobbed her head and darted out of the clearing to phase out. Bella watched her leave before nudging her muzzle against Sam's shoulder. You'll be a great dad, you know. Conflict resolution goes hand in hand with parenting, at least that's what the guidebook says. Sam chuckled softly. If you're good enough to crack jokes, then I guess that makes me feel a little better about it. The beta wanted to say more to lift his spirits, but she was interrupted by Jake calling her name from the edge of the pack circle, where he sat with Leah and Seth. Bella brushed her cheek against Sam's before making her way over to her friends, flopping down on her belly to watch Quill and Eleazar face off against Tanya and Emmett. The chocolate-brown wolf excelled at defense, skillfully weaving in and out of Eleazar's attacks and covering any openings he left. However, he always seemed to be on the back foot whenever he attempted to go on the offensive. A few paces away from either group, Jasper called out pointers to the pair before turning his attention to Clara, who was now human and dressed, speaking in hushed tones with Kate, who had joined them and occasionally chimed in. Jake grunted and laid his head down on his paws, his shoulders brushing against the betas. Honestly, now that I can turn into a giant spirit wolf, I think anything is possible, he said. Feels like Hagrid could bust through the front door any day now, considering how much has changed in the last year. You're a wizard, Jacob Black. Leah snorted. You always wanted magic to be real when we were kids. It's almost ironic. What's the matter, Jakey boy? Getting cold feet about the cold ones coming to town? The russet wolf growled under his breath. I'll get cold feet when I'm dead, leech lover. I'm just worried I'll have to save your dumb self if you try to be all heroic in front of your imprint tomorrow. Do or do not, there is no try, Seth said in a faux sage voice, drawing a chuckle from the group. Really, Sethy? A Star Wars quote on the eve of battle? Have you no class? Leah teased, shaking out her sandy brown fur. She shot Jake a pointed look. You quoted Harry Potter. How was that any better? The two began to bicker back and forth about whether Harry Potter or Star Wars was superior, eventually spiraling into the horrifying realization of how similar both series were. Bella rolled her eyes as Leah settled on her other side, nuzzling against her. The first match had come to an end, and Jasper called out for Will and Esme to step up next. Before the beta settled her head on her paws, she cast one last glance toward the opposite side of the pack, where Sam stood alone. The alpha observed the training with a watchful eye, forcing his aching limbs to remain still, praying that none of the pack could see them trembling. Will and Esme stood shoulder to shoulder in the center of the field, slowly circling around Emmett and Tanya as they searched for an opening to attack. The pack lounged on their bellies or stood near the sparring circle on the eastern side of the field, while the Cullens and the Denali's remained unnaturally still and silent on the western side, intently watching the matches unfold. Even now, Sam struggled to keep his instincts in check at the sight of the cold ones so close to his wolves. The weight of knowing that his future and his family depended on them settled heavily in his stomach. Since the moment he had phased nearly a year ago, he had tried to shoulder his responsibilities alone, his pack, the elders, his tribe, and his imprint. Everything. When Bella had phased, he hadn't known if it was just another nightmare or if he was being offered an escape so soon after his life had been shattered. But it turned out to be neither. She slipped seamlessly into the role of his beta, taking some of the burdens from his shoulders as easily as breathing. In those early months, the Alpha had dared to hope that maybe things could be okay. Although it was previously unheard of for a female to phase, he envisioned a normal pack of wolf shifters with human imprints and a simple life. Unfortunately, for better or worse, Bella Swan had waltzed in and tossed every wrench she could into that long-dead dream. Then the red-headed vampire sought revenge. Then the imprint happened. Then the second imprint followed. For better, well, sort of, Bella called them family. She and Leah had both imprinted on cold ones. The Cullen leader had offered a blood debt to his beta to atone for the atrocities his son had either committed or attempted. Some members of the pack had formed bonds with the coven. The Cullen matriarch had even provided food for his pack when he and Emily struggled to keep their table filled. But the worst part was that the Cullens were also responsible for the army of red-eyed cold ones approaching, intent on destroying his pack, his pregnant imprint, and their tribe. They were the reason Bella had nearly died 3 times in just 1 year. Their presence had triggered the shifter gene to manifest again after decades of absence, stripping away any sense of normalcy or childhood from the people he considered family. The conflicting emotions swirled in his mind, creating a headache that felt worse than the noise flooding the pack's collective consciousness. Sam let out a long sigh as he sank down onto his haunches. He couldn't recall the last time he had slept more than 4 hours in a day, nor the last time he experienced blissful silence in his head. Contrary to Bella's perception of the pack mind, every member thought in layers, one thought stacked on top of another in a relentless stream of mental noise. Sam wasn't sure if Bella's unusual mental shield filtered the pack mind into a coherent form, or if it was simply his role as alpha that forced him to perceive every layer all the time. Regardless, it was exhausting. The top layer consisted of deliberate communication, much like an open radio channel, where thoughts were broadcast out into the pack mind's main station. Right now, Bella and Paul were cheering Will on. Hit harder, Will. A red-eyed one will take your leg off if you go easy on them. Go for the throat. Show him what you've got, Silvervein. You're bigger than he is. You're making me look like a terrible teacher. Can you guys shut up? The moral support isn't helping. The next layer was a constant stream of subconscious thoughts that weren't openly broadcast. Some pack members, like Leah and Jacob, were better at controlling these thoughts, but it hardly made a difference for Sam. As alpha, he could still sense everything, and it was overwhelming. Sam always heard that layer of thoughts whenever he was phased in. Sometimes, even when he wasn't in wolf form, if the subconscious thoughts became overwhelming, they would start chattering in his ear, never allowing him a moment of silence in his own mind. Jared's thoughts floated in, Kim, Kim, Kim. I wonder if she's already asleep. I'm so tired. Seth chimed in with, I miss Leah. Is it stupid to focus on training? Jacob's voice was filled with frustration. Rosalie, friends? Stupid red-eyed. Quill's thoughts were frantic. I just want this over with. Embry, stop it. Shut up. Embry's worry pierced through. What if Quill dies tomorrow? Damn my life. Leah was lost in her own thoughts. Irina, what about the future? Beneath all that noise was something far more chaotic. Usually, it came in the form of memories or intense emotions like fury or despair. It felt like snapshots of images submerged underwater, their edges smeared and blurred in the middle. These were the hardest for Sam to grasp, let alone understand, so he tried not to invest too much energy into them. They mostly just gave him a headache. Colin thought, I'm scared. I have to be strong, not a baby. Let me fight. Brady's voice added to the mix. Seth's not much older. I could handle this. I'm so tired. I miss my friends. Then came the memory of teeth sinking into tawny brown fur, the world flipping upside down, pain flooding in. Sam. The alpha blinked, pulled from his thoughts into the present. Bella was looking at him expectantly. The tawny brown wolf stood tall beside him, maybe just a hair taller now. Tightly corded muscles flexed beneath her pelt as she patted over, bumping her muzzle against his shoulder. Sam couldn't tell if that filled him with dread or excitement, but he didn't have the time or energy to analyze it. In Bella's thoughts, he found solace. He only ever heard what she projected unless she was experiencing a particularly strong emotion or subconscious thought. And sometimes, only when he was utterly exhausted, he could catch glimpses of what lay beneath. Sam had allowed himself to focus solely on his beta during patrols. The near silence was both a crutch and a double-edged sword. As the alpha of the pack, he needed to be aware of everyone's thoughts at all times, even if he despised it. You're up next. Tanya is just about done wiping the floor with Will. Hey. I heard that. Will exclaimed just as Tanya ducked under a swipe of his paws. She wrapped her arms around his ribs and supplexed him. The white wolf's head hit the ground with a loud thud, and he crumpled into a boneless heap of fur, pawing at his ears and whining as his pain echoed through the pack's mind. Never lose focus, Jasper intoned from outside the sparring circle while Will slowly got back on his paws with a growl. The Major then addressed the next pair. Alpha, you and Carlisle will be facing off against Rosalie and Irina. Irina, one hair on her head. A bright smile and a gentle kiss, sunlight filtering through the trees. Rosalie, sweet words, a soft bed, hands in her hair. Spirits, Jasper knew just the two wolves that Sam never wanted to anger, the females. With a sigh, the alpha climbed back to his paws and trotted over to the sparring circle, giving Carlisle a customary nod. The head of the Cullen coven still looked like a beaten dog, but Sam couldn't muster a single ounce of sympathy. He had raised a monster, and one of Sam's pack had killed him. The alpha simply couldn't understand how a cold one, who had supposedly been alive for hundreds of years and worked as a healer for half of that time, could have been so blind to what he had created. They were supposedly paired together to show a united front of leadership between the wolves and the vampires, but Sam held no respect for that so-called leadership anymore. The only reason he acted cordial was for the sake of appearances. For Bella's sake, the blood debt that still hung over him, Sam sensed that Carlisle understood it too. He turned to face their opponents, baring his teeth at the feral grins worn by the two blondes. An electric thrill surged through the pack mind as his muscles tensed. Irina, Irina, Irina. Rosalie, Rosalie, Rosalie. Kim, Kim, Kim. Emily, Emily, Emily. Spirits, Sam was so tired. All he wanted was to make it through tomorrow. He would give anything to see his son or daughter born, to present them to the pack amidst rounds of applause, congratulations, and well wishes. He longed for a quiet life with his imprint, away from the horrors he had faced for over a year. Maybe he could even open his own auto shop, just like he had dreamed of as a kid, hiring some of the pack to earn extra money between patrols. He imagined coming home after a long day of work to find Emily wearing a gold wedding band, kissing her as if she were the most precious thing in his world, because she truly was. Please. We never asked for any of this. We never wanted to be part of the legends. Just keep my family safe. Let us be okay. As usual, only the various layers of the pack mind responded, but none of them heard his silent prayers. The spirits had never answered him before. Why would they start now? Chapter 38. Ball bump. Ball bump. Ball bump. 12 heartbeats thumped in perfect harmony with Bella's. All of them raced raggedly, forcing blood in and out through a crescendo of fear, stress, and hatred that coursed through the wolves. They formed a line on the western front of the field, shoulder to shoulder with their paired vampires, Sam with Carlisle, Paul with Jasper, Jared with Emmett, Bella with Rosalie, Jacob with Carmen, Leah with Irina, Seth with Tanya, Quill with Eleazar, Embry with Kate, Clara with Alice, and Will with Esme. 24 stood united against an army that would stop at nothing to tear them apart. Colin and Brady remained on the reservation, a last fail-safe to protect the tribe and its people. Ba bump. Ba bump. Ba bump. Conversations whispered through the pack's mind, exchanged between the vampires and their partners. Hushed words of encouragement mingled with bated breaths caught in throats, creating a thick, cloying anticipation that crackled like electricity in the air. The sky hung in a listless gray, completely obscured by clouds, casting a gloomy light over the field. A faint breeze wound its way down the coast from the east, just as Alice had predicted, bringing with it the distant scent of the blood trail Carlisle had left an hour earlier. All the planning, all the chess pieces set in place, the clock ticking down to the final moments. In that moment, Bella couldn't help but briefly think of her last interaction with Charlie. Her throat tightened at the memory. Please, Dad. I know I've lied to you and betrayed your trust, but just this one time, I'm begging you to listen to me. Go to La Push on Saturday and stay with Billy. Colin and Brady will be protecting the reservation while the pack fights. Charlie stood up so abruptly from the kitchen table that his chair toppled backward, crashing against the linoleum floor. His face contorted with fury for a brief moment before it was overtaken by a beaten-down resignation. And who will protect my town, Bells? You said it yourself, you've done everything you can to make sure all the red eyes go where you want them to, but there could always be stragglers. What kind of chief would I be if I left the people I swore to protect vulnerable to a threat they can't possibly understand? Dad, please. Charlie raised a hand to cut her off and dragged the other down his face with a sigh. I'm not going anywhere, Bells. You've got people to protect, the same as me. He broke off with a chuckle, though it was tinged with bitterness. The police chief and his wolf daughter, two against the world. Bella let out a ragged sob as she stood from her chair and moved around the table to pull her dad into a crushing hug. Physical affection and loving words weren't their usual language, but in that moment, Charlie held his daughter close and didn't let go until a summoning howl called the beta back to her pack. Sam, Paul, Leah, and Jared went over battle tactics repeatedly, creating a steady hum atop a dozen other conversations in the pack mind. Quill and Embry stood shoulder to shoulder, refusing to look at each other yet unwilling to be anywhere else. Clara listened as Alice whispered quietly about her life as a human, occasionally nuzzling the pixie-like vampire with her muzzle while Jasper wrapped an arm around his mate's waist. Tanya, Kate, and Irina spoke too quickly and softly to be heard over the breeze, their expressions tight, and even pained in Irina's case. Carmen and Eleazar said nothing, but gripped each other's hands in a crushing embrace. Carlisle stood with his arm around Esme's shoulder, his golden eyes staring off into the distance as he held his mate close. Jake, Seth, and Will tried to maintain a conversation, but they kept falling silent, losing their places. Emmett paced in a short line at Jared's shoulder, muscles bulging as he flexed his arms and stared at the other edge of the field. Ba bump. Ba bump. Ba bump. The beta squeezed her eyes shut, forcing herself to return to the present before the memory and the noise overwhelmed her. A cold hand traced up the side of her neck, leaving a trail of icy warmth as it moved to her cheek. Bella opened her eyes and looked down at her imprint. Rosalie was, and would always be, the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Her bright gold eyes shimmered beneath perfectly arched brows, her face sculpted like a masterpiece by Michelangelo or Donatello, every angle captivating and utterly divine. Heart-shaped lips parted to reveal fangs that glinted in the gray light. Rosalie's blonde hair was pulled back and braided, accentuating the graceful curve of her neck. The beta glanced at that spot for a moment before she dipped her head to nuzzle her imprint's cheek, inhaling deeply the scents of Earl Grey tea and lilacs. The imprint bond throbbed in rhythm with the beat of Bella's heart, every pulse a tidal wave of protective instincts and a possessive need to take Rosalie far away from the battle, to keep her safe. The blonde vampire pulled away slightly, smirking in a way that didn't quite reach her eyes. I'm not going anywhere, Mon Soleil. If this is to be our end, we'll meet it together. Bella gritted her teeth and forced her gaze to the ground until those cold hands found her cheeks again, pulling her eyes back to Rosalie's. Any attempts at levity had vanished, replaced by a burning, protective light that flashed in her imprint's darkening eyes. "I love you, Bella Swan. I should have told you a year ago, but I'm here now. We're going to get through this together, I promise. You're mine, and I'm yours. Nobody, not the newborns, nor the Volturi, nor heaven or hell, will keep you from me." Ball bump. Ball bump. Ball bump. Bella felt the imprint bond ease slightly at Rosalie's declaration. Not completely, but just enough. Bella needed to push her emotions down to the depths of her subconscious so she could concentrate. "I love you, Naeli," she said softly. "I love you too, my son," Naeli replied. A hush fell over the field, broken only by the distant sounds of crashing undergrowth, feral snarls, and pounding footsteps. Tension rippled through the group as muscles tensed and fangs were bared. The newborns burst through the tree line, nearly 40 pairs of red eyes forming a tidal wave of death and destruction. They came to a staggering halt just 2 lengths away from the line of wolves, Cullens, and Denali's, twitching, hissing, and snarling. One of the newborns broke away from the rest. His eyes were darker than the others, and his movements were less erratic, indicating he was just barely out of his newborn phase. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper, yet it dripped with disdain and venom. "So it is true. You've allied yourself with the mutts. Was damning us to die for not following our true natures not enough for you?" Snarls and snapping teeth erupted from the pack as a dozen voices clamored to rip his head from his body. That had to be Riley, Victoria's lieutenant and the one calling the shots for the army. Whatever lies had been spun for the newborns seemed to only fuel their anger. Several of them, their eyes the brightest shade of red, jerked forward but froze when he raised a hand. Ball bump. Ball bump. Ball bump. Carlyle stepped forward, his hands raised in a placating gesture. "We have made an alliance with the Quiluch shifters to ensure the safety of our covens. I do not know what has been told to you, but we would never attack another coven unprovoked. Our way of life is peaceful, and we wish to continue it as such. There is more to this life than killing innocent people. If you would allow us, we could show you how to be more than what you were created to be, to live amongst humans without needing to hide. In the shadows, you must not let your baser instincts take control," Carlyle warned. Riley laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down Bella's spine. His crimson eyes darkened as he pointed an accusing finger at Carlyle. "See how he lies. Their golden eyes only prove their weakness, a mark of the animals they feed from. He would rather kill you, just like he did to all your friends who didn't make it here, than accept you into his precious family." Carlyle and Tanya began to protest, Carlyle with calm reasoning, Tanya with fervent intensity, but their voices were drowned out by the cacophony of snarls rising from the newborns. Riley flashed a victorious smile before slowly raising his hand above his head. With a snap of his fingers, the newborn army surged forward. Ball bump. Ball bump. Ball bump. As one, the pack, the Cullens, and the Denalis moved to meet them. In that brief moment before the lines collided, Jasper shouted, "Now!" The group scattered, pairs sprinting off in every direction across the field to create chaos among the newborns, who charged wildly after them. In their instinct-driven frenzy, the newborns were like wrecking balls, an army crashing against a wall, determined to break it down through sheer numbers and brute strength. Jasper understood this all too well. He knew that creating dissent, diversion, and confusion in their ranks was easiest when they were consumed by a blood-fueled hunting frenzy. These newborns weren't soldiers, they were mere fodder for Victoria. Whatever training they had received was meaningless against the instinct to chase fleeing prey. "Separate them, don't take on more than 3 at a time, and trust your partner," were the Major's final words from earlier that morning. Bella could only hope it would be enough as she raced toward the northern edge of the field, ready to confront the first of the newborns. The newborn swung at her, the sound of screeching metal echoing in the air as Rosalie ducked under his guard and tore into his throat with her teeth. All around, the cacophony of similar screeches mixed with snarls and screams, the loudest coming from right behind her. The beta kept running, pivoting sharply as she reached the edge of the tree line, dropping into a defensive crouch with her imprint mirroring her stance at her side. In front of them, 5 newborns charged forward with reckless abandon. Bella took a brief moment to glance down at Rosalie, taking in every hard line, every bared fang, and those furious black eyes. If this was to be their end, she was grateful it was Rosalie by her side. In the next instant, the beta launched herself at the red-eyed attackers. There was no time for thoughts or the frantic voices of the pack ringing in her head, only the instincts that urged her to rip, tear, and rend as though she were born to this fight. 3 of the newborns charged directly at her. The first lunged for her throat, only to have its head crushed between Bella's teeth, sending it flying through the air, its head and body landing a dozen feet apart. The remaining 2 targeted the beta simultaneously, one coming from the left and the other from the right. Rosalie leapt to intercept the one on the right, the collision echoing like a car crash as they tumbled to the ground, hissing and clawing at each other. Bella rushed forward to assist her imprint, but suddenly, 2 bodies crashed onto her back, slamming her muzzle first into the ground. The beta twisted like an eel, shaking off one of the newborns and sending it flying, but the other clung tightly to her back, hands gripping her ribs and squeezing, teeth sinking into her shoulder. Bella let out a howl, snapping her head around to bite into the marble-like skin of her assailant, wrenching with all her strength. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a blur of silver before the weight on her back suddenly shifted. The tawny brown wolf sprang back to her feet without a second thought, racing toward Rosalie, who was pinned to the ground. The newborn's hands gripped her throat, pulling tightly. Thin, spiderweb-like cracks began to mar Rosalie's porcelain skin, and Bella saw red. With the force of a semi-truck, Bella slammed into the male, flipping him over and over. Her fangs sank into the back of his neck, and she tore his head from his body. She dug her paws into the ground to stop her momentum, spitting out the severed head and the rush of venom from her mouth as her eyes locked onto Rosalie's. Her ears rang from adrenaline, but she could still see Rosalie's lips moving, repeating her name like a prayer. Gradually, a new sound began to join the ringing, loud and persistent, but she couldn't tear her gaze away from the inky blackness of Rosalie's eyes. Her shoulder throbbed from a venomous bite, and each breath came with a rattle as several broken ribs struggled to heal. Everything around her felt muted and distant, as if. Then the sound exploded in her head, loud and demanding, and it oddly resembled Leah's voice. "Bella. God damn it, answer me. Look out." In an instant, reality snapped back into focus. Bella turned just in time to dodge another newborn lunging for her throat. She slammed a massive paw against its spine before ripping its head off. Gasping, she tossed the head aside and looked up to see Leah's silver wolf standing just a few feet away. Fury blazed in Leah's ice-blue eyes before she rejoined the fray, Irina at her side. "Stop thinking with your imprint and use your damn brain. You're going to get yourself killed before we find the red-headed bitch." Bella shook her massive head, her golden eyes scanning the battlefield as Rosalie stumbled back to her side. Jasper's plans seemed to be working, with more than a dozen headless newborns lay scattered across the field, but it still wasn't enough. The pairs were being overwhelmed. Riley and 3 other newborns were locked in a fierce battle with Seth and Tanya. The sandy brown wolf looked small and terrified as he desperately tried to protect the blonde vampires from incoming attacks. The beta glanced around frantically, searching for a flash of red hair. But there was none. Where was Victoria? A few yards away, Jacob, Carmen, Quill, and Eleazar had formed a tight group, struggling against nearly a dozen newborns. Carmen narrowly avoided having her throat slashed open, but Eleazar wasn't so lucky. In an instant, 2 newborns pounced on him before Quill could react, and just like that, Eleazar's throat was in their teeth. Carmen screamed, throwing herself at her mate, at the red eyes that had taken him. Jacob and Quill had no choice but to follow her lead, fangs bared and claws tearing, but they couldn't reach Carmen in time. 3 newborns latched onto her, one at her head, the other 2 at her arms, and tore her apart. Tanya, Kate, and Irina froze in their places across the field. In unison, the Denali sisters transformed into a whirlwind of death, ripping through every newborn in their path to reach their coven mates. Seth, Embry, and Leah charged in behind them, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Bella met Rosalie's eyes once more, the love and fury burning in those dark depths reigniting her resolve as she rushed back into battle. With every newborn that fell to her fangs or Rosalie's, she kept searching for that flash of red hair. But there was none. No, that couldn't be right. The newborns were here. Riley was here. If Victoria wasn't here, then where the hell was she? The beta didn't have time to let that thought spiral, as the Denali sisters and their wolves descended upon Riley and his newborns. Blood and venom splattered the ground around them. The scent of grass filled the air, mingling with the chaos of battle. Tanya, Kate, and Irina seized Riley, their primal sounds of rage and hatred echoing as they tore him limb from limb amidst his screams. Quill and Embry worked seamlessly against 3 more newborns, perfectly in sync as they defended each other. Meanwhile, Jacob, Leah, and Seth formed a tight trio, corralling the remaining red-eyed foes into a spitting, hissing circle. Seth struggled to put weight on one of his hind legs, stumbling forward to sink his teeth into one of the newborn's arms. But the red eyes were quick, sensing his weakness. They struck like lightning, rolling through a tangle of outstretched claws before arcing their own hand from Seth's chest to his jaw. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if time stood still. Sound lost its meaning, and everything faded away as Seth slowly looked down at his chest. The sandy brown wolf took a step back, a rattling, world-crushing noise rising from his torn throat before he collapsed. One moment, he was a wolf, the next, he was a barely 15-year-old boy, dark eyes staring up at the listless gray sky above. Everything snapped back into motion as his connection to the pack mind vanished. The silence he left behind erupted into a roaring, screaming cacophony as the wolves spiraled into the horror of their brother's death. Seth. No. Please. No. 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 Sethy. Leah's voice screamed the loudest, her raw agony flooding the pack mind in a wave so powerful that it dragged them all down with her. The silver wolf attacked the newborn that had killed her brother without hesitation, tearing him apart piece by piece as the remaining red eyes met similar fates around her. Bella felt as if she couldn't breathe anymore. She could do nothing but stare at Seth's body. So small. He was so small. Why hadn't she realized how small he was before? But the battle hadn't ended. Bella halted, surrounded by chaos. Her pack and family were still fighting, desperately trying to survive, but it wasn't enough. They had lost Seth, and the tide was turning against them. In the distance, she could hear Sam barking commands, urging the pack to push aside their grief, if only for a moment, to see another day. His voice trembled, but his orders compelled the wolves to keep moving, even when all they wanted was to mourn, just as he did. In the center of the battlefield, Sam, the black wolf, was being overwhelmed, both he and Carlisle sustaining multiple wounds, blood and venom seeping from their injuries. Yet, they pressed on. Sam fell among a mass of marble limbs and glistening fangs, and Bella sprinted towards him. The beta attacked anything within reach, sinking her fangs into flesh, tearing marble from bone as a red haze descended over her vision. At her side, Rosalie fought like a fierce, golden-haired demon, attacking the newborns without hesitation to protect her mate. When the last of the swarm fell between Bella's jaws, her golden eyes locked onto Sam's amber ones before he squeezed them shut, sending a jolt through her heart. Nearly every inch of the alpha's pitch-black fur was drenched in blood and gore, most of it his own. He struggled to rise, but a pool of his blood formed around him, leaving him clawing at the grass, unable to find his footing. In that moment, the beta felt a surge of power within her soul at the sight of the alpha's weakness. He wasn't going to rise again. He couldn't lead any longer. She could. Sam's eyes snapped open, meeting Bella's once more. There was no fight left in those amber depths, only a sad resignation filled with pain and suffering. She knew the alpha had wanted a different outcome, a true passing of power that she had both earned and longed for. But fate offered no luxuries like choice or happy endings. Amidst the screams of battle. In the midst of battle, With the tang of blood hanging heavy in the air and the relentless tension building between them, the Alpha and the Beta knew they had reached a critical juncture. Bella. Alpha. Beta. Anyone, help. Brady's voice tore through the pack's collective mind, cutting through the grief, pain, and tension with a raw urgency. Bella's gaze shot toward La Push as she reached into the tangled web of their thoughts, desperately trying to see through his eyes. What she witnessed sent a chill of icy fear straight to her heart. Red hair and crimson eyes, Brady's blood dripping from bared fangs. Victoria was no longer with her army. She had no interest in them, Riley, or anything else. All that mattered to her was revenge for the death of her mate. For months, she had been hunting Bella, repelled by the pack and later by the Cullens, yet she had never given up. It didn't matter if she knew Bella was a shifter now, she had never forgotten Bella's scent. And where had Bella's scent been that morning? Sam and Emily's house, at the pack's final gathering before the battle. Brady had been patrolling the property line when he caught Victoria's scent. He rushed back to the house, where a very pregnant Emily was anxiously waiting for her wolf to return home safely. Just as Victoria was about to reach the door, Brady intercepted her, managing to throw her out into the driveway. He then took his post on the front porch, enduring 4 deep gashes along his flank and a crescent-shaped mark on his scruff, both bleeding profusely. Through his ears, Bella could hear Emily and her unborn child's stuttering heartbeats as the pack mother tried to stifle her sobs. The Beta turned to her Alpha one last time, his burning gold eyes shifting to molten amber as he issued his final command. Protect Emily. Protect my child. Go. Chapter 39, Chapter 38. It felt a bit like imprinting. The world shifted beneath her, as if the gravity holding her down had lifted. She could still sense her connection to Rosalie, the hum of their bond pulsing with every beat of her heart, but everything else faded away. For a brief moment, Bella felt weightless, as if she could reach up and touch the sky, free from any restraints. But then that feeling changed, like a rubber band stretched to its limit, snapping her back down to earth, back to her pack. The Alpha felt as though she were dying as thoughts, memories, and emotions surged through the storm walls of her mind like a tidal wave, dragging her into the depths of her pack. Irina, please, not him. Not my baby brother. Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all. She recalled her mother pulling them aside just before dawn, pleading for them to keep each other safe. Want to go home, Embry, please, please. She remembered a hug that lingered too long, arms holding his broken pieces together after his father had died. Not Seth, please. It should have been me, expendable, useless. It should have been me. She pictured Play fighting in the pouring rain, watching his frown turn into a smile, like the little brother he never had. Can't be gone. Best friend, scared, red eyes, danger. Emily's warm smile came to mind, her hand ruffling his hair while he helped her cook to escape the pack's anger. Kim, I'm coming home. I promise. Whispers in the dark, a steady hand against his erratic heartbeat echoed in her thoughts. Please let me live. I'll tell him if I live. Stolen glances over the years filled her with a constant fear of rejection, or worse. Clara, scared, not her. I won't lose you. I refuse. Protecting his sister from their parents, promising to always be with her. Emily, so much pain. Everything hurts. I'm not Alpha anymore, let me rest, spirits. Let me see my baby grow up. Hands on her swollen belly, she made a promise to come home safe. Brady, no. I can't lose him too, Bella thought desperately, envisioning Lookout Rock in the fall, with Seth perched at the top, yellow paint in his hair. I could have helped. I can't do this. Memories flooded her mind, a prescription bottle for schizophrenia she had thrown away, parents who never believed her, and Seth, who was just too young. No, Seth. I don't want to do this anymore. Help me, please. She remembered smiling down at him, trying to calm the anger that always seemed to linger. But now, There was only silence, a pocket of emptiness within the pack mind that could never be filled again, now that he was gone. Thoughts, memories, and emotions surged through Bella in the space between heartbeats, a moment that felt like it lasted a lifetime. In an instant, she had claimed her rightful title of Alpha and had to ride the riptide of responsibility that came with it. The tawny brown wolf heaved, bile burning in the back of her throat, but she didn't have time for weakness. None of them did. She had fought this power for so long, struggled tooth and nail to maintain peace within the pack and between her and Sam. But no more. She was Ephraim Black's eldest descendant to carry the wolf gene. She was not meant to step back or confine herself into a neat little box for the sake of others. She was born to lead. With determination, the Alpha tipped her head back and howled. The deep, rich timbre of her call filled the air, louder than the screams, louder than the snarls, and louder than any of the newborns could ever be. Every eye in the field snapped to Bella, unable to resist the command that washed over them. For a brief moment, every wolf and vampire in the field froze. Then, in unison, the pack raised their heads to answer her song. Grief, love, fury, and pain echoed in every vibration of the Alpha's throat as she welcomed and was welcomed in turn by her pack. The howl lasted only a moment before Bella lowered her head, ready to issue her first command to her brothers. Sister, protect each other. Kill every red-eye that moves, and don't any of you dare to give up. Fight for yourselves, for the tribe, and for Seth. A tidal wave of thoughts, memories, and emotions surged through the pack mind, but this time, Bella was ready. The storm walls around her mind were reinforced, prepared to withstand the onslaught. An outpouring of noise erupted, a burning inferno of rage coursing through her veins, before the pack united and plunged back into the chaos of battle. The momentary pause among the newborns shattered as they charged toward the wolves. Bella stole a split-second glance at Rosalie, who looked up at her with a blend of love and awe, their bond weaving the very fabric of their souls together. Recognition flickered in Rosalie's topaz eyes as she grasped the weight of what had just transpired amidst the fight, pushing aside her previous emotions to whisper, "Bella." The blonde vampire understood that her mate was already shouldering the burdens of the world, aware of how hard and how long Bella had fought against the fate that her supposed birthright had laid at her paws. This wasn't who Bella was or who she wanted to be, it was simply what she had to become. But just like the chaotic months that had preceded this moment, Bella didn't have time to process. She needed to act. The Alpha jerked her head east and sprinted away toward La Push. She didn't need to look back to know that Rosalie was right behind her. Reaching into the pack mind, she connected with Brady. "I'm coming. Just hold on." Brady didn't respond, but a pulse of pain and fear echoed through his thoughts, accompanied by a vivid image of Victoria, crouched and ready to launch herself at him again. The Alpha snarled, forcing herself to run faster, the trees blurring past her in a rush of green as she tore through the La Push woods. Bella nearly stumbled mid-stride when Cullens' vision flooded her mind, offering a snapshot of the Kalawa River border. The small, reddish-brown wolf raced through the moss and bracken, determined to reach his Alpha. He thought, "I have to help protect. I'm not a baby, I can fight and prove myself." He could almost feel Jake and Bella nuzzling his fur, promising him that everything would be all right. "No." The Alpha snarled, a flicker of guilt washing over her as she noticed Colin recoil. She softened her tone as much as she could, mindful of the young wolf beneath the storm of emotions swirling in her mind. "If Victoria gets through, there could be more stragglers. Rose and I will handle this. I know you want to fight and that you're not a baby, but I'm trusting you to protect the tribe and our people. Can you do that?" A whine echoed in Bella's mind before she felt Colin pull away, redirecting his focus back to his patrol route around La Push. After a moment, his desire to prove himself shifted to resolve. "Yes, Alpha. You can count on me." Bella felt a rush of pride swell within her, but she quickly pushed it aside. The pack was still fighting, and Brady and Emily were in danger. It was her duty to protect and lead them all. Shaking her massive head, the tawny brown wolf felt her lips curl over her fangs as the sickly sweet stench of copper filled her lungs. Out of the corner of her eye, Bella caught a glimpse of movement between the trees. Something was wrong. A shiver crept up her spine as her instincts kicked in. Before she could fully process it, she was nearing the edge of Sam and Emily's yard. An anguished scream and a pained howl pierced the air as she burst through the tree line. The sight that awaited her knocked the breath from her lungs. Brady lay several feet away, one of his front legs bent at an unnatural angle, a gaping wound torn into his flank, blood gushing out. His yellow eyes were wide with fear, and his tongue lolled out of his mouth as he struggled to breathe. Victoria spun around to face her. Bella and Rosalie stood on the front porch, watching in horror as Victoria dragged a sobbing Emily by her hair. The pack mother appeared unharmed, aside from the tear tracks marking her scarred cheeks and the desperate cries that trembled in her throat. "Emily, please, no. Help her." The alpha snarled fiercely, taking a step toward the red-haired vampire. Victoria hissed in response, yanking Emily to her feet and wrapping one hand around her throat, while the other pressed against her stomach. "Ah, ah, ah. Play nice, mutt, or the little whelp she's carrying dies." Bella froze, every muscle in her body coiled tight, ready to spring. Rage surged within her. When the pack needed to, they could become a single-minded, multi-bodied entity. Their thoughts, memories, and emotions melded into one singular purpose, empowering them to push through any pain, fear, or suffering. Even in the midst of battling newborns, patrolling the territory, or healing, they could see through their alpha's eyes and feel nothing but fury. Out of the corner of her eye, Bella noticed Brady struggling to rise, his healing process far too slow to mend the damage he'd suffered. At her side, Rosalie let out a choked snarl before dropping into an offensive crouch, her black eyes blazing with anger as she realized the pack mother was pregnant and trapped in the clutches of a red-eyed vampire. "Let her go, Victoria. Your fight is with us. Or are you still too much of a coward after all this time to fight fair?" Victoria threw her head back and laughed, her high, childlike voice grating on every nerve in Bella's body. "Fair? You want to lecture me about fairness?" Her lips curled into a sneer, her expression shifting from one emotion to the next in an instant as she spat. "How fair was it when your entire coven ripped my James apart? How fair was it when Edward's precious little mate got to live, while mine did not? You animal drinkers are all the same, spineless, sniveling cowards who sing your own praises of morality and justice while you spit on those of our kind who hunt and kill as we were meant to." Bella snarled, the sound cutting off as Emily cried out in pain, Victoria tightening her grip around the pack mother's belly. "I told you to play nice, mutt," Victoria taunted, a wicked smile on her lips. "I've just about had my fill of your pack of mongrels these past few months. Don't tempt me into making sure you don't get to see this litter born." In the distance, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky above the Pacific, the scent of ozone and an approaching storm filling the balmy June air. The alpha bared her teeth as she took a step back, trying to steady herself. Victoria smirked. "Good dog. Isn't that so much easier? You know who I'm here for, and I know she's in your territory right now. Give me Bella Swan, and your precious little mother gets to live." A deafening chorus of denials echoed in Bella's mind, voices overlapping in a desperate clamor. She shoved them aside, slamming the door on their fears. The alpha could feel them clawing at her thoughts, searching for any weakness, but she held firm. Victoria was here for her, and she had always known how this would end. Bella was painfully aware that all the deaths in Seattle were her fault. The blood-crazed newborns who had once been ordinary people had lost their futures because of her. Seth was dead because of her. Carmen and Eleazar were dead because of her. The alpha refused to let Emily and her unborn child become just another name on a headstone because of her cowardice. She glanced down at Rosalie once more, taking in every perfect inch of her imprint's face before she phased out. Victoria's eyes widened slightly, whether at the alpha's unrepentant nudity or the realization that she was a wolf shifter. Bella didn't care. "Bella," Rosalie hissed, her voice laced with urgency. Bella looked up at her mate, frustration evident in her voice. "What the hell are you doing?" She reached out, her hand gently caressing Rosalie's cheek, her thumb gliding along the curve of her jaw. I'm ending this, Rose. Nobody else is going to die because of me. With that, she dropped her hand, stepping away from the blonde vampire to face Victoria directly. You and me, Vicky. Just like you wanted. Let her go. Victoria licked her fangs, glinting with silvery venom. Tell your dog to leave. Her too. Her crimson eyes flickered to Rosalie and back again, a feral smile spreading across her lips. I want to savor every moment of your agony, just as James wanted. I've seen how fast you mutts can heal, and since you're one of them now, it'll just make every second sweeter. Bella, no. Emily begged, her sobs cut short as Victoria clamped a hand over her mouth with a snarl. The alpha glanced over at Brady, who was struggling to get back on his paws. His flank was no longer bleeding, and his leg was only slightly twisted. Bella reached deep within herself, tapping into a well of power that had transformed from a turbulent riptide into a tranquil, bottomless sea. Go back on patrol. Don't come back here. Link up with Cullens. The ashy-brown wolf looked up at her in disbelief, a whimper rising in his throat. Bella flashed her teeth at him, her voice dark and commanding, leaving no room for argument. Don't make me order you twice, Brady. Go. Reluctantly, Brady rose to his paws and padded away, his head hung low and his tail tucked between his legs. Bella fought to suppress the guilt rising in her throat as she turned to Rosalie. Her imprint wasn't looking at her, her gaze was fixed on Victoria. Edward is already dead. A mate for a mate, Rosalie's voice trembled, then hardened to ice. Let this end, Victoria. Edward is gone, just like James. Nobody else needs to die for this. Victoria froze, a whirlwind of emotions flashing across her face too quickly to identify a single one. But then, all at once, it settled into a sneering denial. In an instant, she dug her nails into Emily's stomach, drawing a pained cry from the pack mother. Liar. You're liars, all of you. The red-eyed vampire spat Bella's name like an insult. No more games, no more lies. She leaves, or this one dies. Rosalie growled, the sound only fading when Bella grasped her wrist in a firm grip. Naeli, please. Nobody else is going to die because of me. I have to do this. You have to let me go. The blonde vampire struggled to break free from her mate's hold, but the alpha remained steadfast. Softening her tone, she said, I've been on borrowed time since the moment I met your family. You and I both know I'm too much of a danger magnet for my luck to keep holding out. I thank the spirits every day for bringing you into my life and giving us the time we had, but that time has run out. Tell the pack I'm sorry I couldn't be a better alpha. Let Charlie know I wished I could have been the daughter he deserved, and... Bella trailed off, the imprint bond connecting her soul to Rosalie's roaring like a dying sun in her heart as she whispered, Tell my imprint I love her with all I have. Look after Skoll and Hattie for me, wolves travel better in packs. And tell her. I'm sorry we ran out of time. With one final look at her imprint, the alpha released her wrist and walked toward Victoria. She tried to ignore the agonized cry she left behind, the tears blurring her vision, and the feeling of her soul being torn in two. But the one thing Bella couldn't ignore was the icy chill that racked her spine. Victoria's eyes widened as she let go of Emily, who collapsed onto the porch before scrambling to her feet and sprinting away. Victoria charged toward Bella, her red hair whipping around her as she let out an animalistic howl. What is happening? What did you do to me? From the corner of her eye, the alpha caught a flash of white streaking through the trees, heading straight for Victoria. Just in time, the red-eyed vampire's gift for evasiveness kicked in, and she sidestepped Clara's snapping jaws by mere inches. The white wolf crashed through the porch, concaving the front door and snapping two support beams as she landed in a dazed heap. Clara's pelt was smeared with venom, blood, and gore from the battle, her lungs heaving in a rattling wheeze from several broken ribs. Emily slammed into Bella, sobbing into the crook of her neck. The alpha returned the embrace as tightly as her enhanced strength would allow without injuring the pack mother. She then grabbed Emily by the shoulders. You're safe now. Sam's okay. Go to Billy's. Colin and Brady will guard you. Go, now. Emily nodded frantically before sprinting away, kicking up clouds of dust as she tore down the driveway toward the main road. Victoria seemed to have recovered from Clara's attack, her crimson eyes wide and frantic like a cornered animal as she realized she had lost her only piece of leverage. Marble muscles tensed, ready to spring away and lick her wounds, but Bella knew she would always come back. Victoria would create more newborns, kill more innocent people, all to fuel her quest for revenge. She would never stop. You'll never get another chance like this, Bella declared, drawing Victoria's frantic gaze to her own. You want me. You want me to feel the pain you felt when Edward killed James. When he tore him to pieces. When he turned him into ash. When he turned him into nothing. The Alpha threw her arms out in a goading gesture, her voice rich and commanding. You want me? Come and get me. With an inhuman scream, Victoria launched herself forward. Bella braced herself as Victoria lunged forward. The Alpha leaped to meet her, phasing midair and crashing into the red-haired vampire with a flurry of fangs, snarls, and claws. She managed to sink her teeth into Victoria's arm, but a fist slammed into her jaw, knocking out several teeth and sending blood rushing from her mouth. Victoria twisted like an eel, spinning around to kick the Alpha's already injured jaw, sending her crashing into the side of the house. The paneling splintered and shattered on impact, debris showering down onto the tawny brown wolf's head. But before Victoria could advance, Rosalie charged in, knocking her off her feet. Claws dug into the flesh of Victoria's thigh, ripping out a chunk. Victoria screamed as the two of them tumbled to the ground, their movements becoming a blur of color in the chaos of the fight. Bella finally managed to regain her footing just as a metallic screech pierced the air, bringing the battle to an abrupt halt. She watched in horror as Victoria hurled one of Rosalie's legs a dozen feet away before sinking her teeth into the blonde vampire's opposite shoulder. Rosalie cried out, thrashing desperately against Victoria's grip, her dark eyes wide with panic as she searched for her mate. Consumed by rage, Bella charged across the yard toward Rosalie, every instinct screaming at her to protect her. With a powerful leap, the tawny brown wolf aimed directly for Victoria's head. But then she recalled Jasper's words from their first training session, never go for the obvious kill, they'll be expecting that, and you will lose. In the blink of an eye, Victoria twisted her head, taking Rosalie's arm with her as she sprang to her feet. She caught Bella by the throat, throwing the Alpha to the ground with enough force to crush several bones in her spine. Bella gasped, struggling for air as Victoria straddled her, claws digging into her throat. A fevered light burned in the depths of Victoria's crimson eyes as she leaned closer, cooing, finally. Just you and me, Bella. How does it feel? To know you're going to die screaming and in agony, just as my James wanted? Nobody can save you now. Not your precious dogs. Not the Cullens. Nobody. Black spots danced in Bella's vision as Victoria tightened her grip around her windpipe, a reedy whine escaping from her bared fangs. Her eyes rolled in their sockets as she desperately sought to catch a glimpse of Rosalie one last time. The blonde vampire lay just a few feet away, dragging herself toward her mate with all her strength. Beyond her, in the shadows of the tree line, stood a white wolf. It was missing its left eye, but the right one shone a bright, oddly familiar blue. Gray fur coated its muzzle and chest, yet there was an undeniable aura of power radiating from it. Just as the darkness began to engulf Bella's vision, Clara's voice whispered in the back of her mind. It always showed up when something bad was about to happen. James? Victoria murmured, her grip around Bella's throat loosening slightly. But, how? You. The Alpha sucked in a sharp breath as the red-haired vampire jumped off her, stumbling toward the white wolf in the tree line. Is it really you? Bella rolled to her paws, trembling as fire raced down her spine and through her jaw. The white wolf seemed to look right through her before it jerked its muzzle toward Victoria, who was still approaching in a daze, mumbling incoherently. The Alpha didn't need to be told twice. She lunged at Victoria, her mouth wide open, and this time, her jaws clamped around the red-eyed vampire's head. Victoria's scream was abruptly silenced by the sound of a metallic screech as Bella tore her head from her body. It was over. The moment the realization hit her, the Alpha tossed the head aside and rushed back to Rosalie's side, their gold eyes meeting in a moment of shared understanding. Burning topaz hues danced alongside a storm of relief, love, and euphoria coursing through their bond. Bella quickly retrieved Rosalie's missing limbs, watching with bated breath as the blonde vampire carefully set them in place. Gradually, the pieces began to fuse back together, the cracks around the torn skin smoothing over until only faint, silvery scars from Victoria's venom remained. Rosalie let out a small puff of unnecessary air as she shook out her arm. Then, she turned a glare at Bella that could have frozen a glacier. Grabbing Bella by the cheeks, she said, "If you ever try to sacrifice yourself again, Bella Swan, I will kill you myself. Do you understand me? I've only just gotten you. I can't, I won't." The fierce glare melted into a sheen of tears that could never fall as Rosalie sobbed, throwing her arms around Bella's neck. "I love you, you stupid, trigger-happy pup. Don't you ever do something like this again, or I swear I'll..." Bella interrupted her imprint by dragging a slow, wet lick up Rosalie's cheek, which only made Rosalie cry harder. "My son. What the hell am I supposed to do with you?" The Alpha nuzzled her imprint, inhaling the comforting scents of Earl Grey tea and lilacs. The pair stayed like that for several long moments until Bella pulled away at the sound of clattering wood. She turned to see Clara stumbling to her paws on the front porch. The sight of the small white wolf jolted Bella from her reveries, and she snapped her gaze back to the tree line. The one-eyed wolf was still there, staring directly at the Alpha. Something about it made Bella's hackles rise, an ancient, powerful, and unsettling presence that set her on edge. The two stared at each other for several heartbeats, neither willing to make the first move. Their staring contest was interrupted when Clara padded to Bella's side, freezing in her tracks as she followed the Alpha's gaze. A long, summoning howl rose up from the west, cutting through the tension in the air. Through the thickening tension in the air, Bella gritted her teeth and opened the door to her mind. A storm of voices surged in, so loud that she physically recoiled from the cacophony. "Bella. You son of a bitch. We did it. It's over. We won, Bells. The army's gone. We got every last one of those filthy, reeking bloodsuckers. Don't ever shut us out again. Is Emily. She made it to Billy's safe, boss. We got her. Oh spirits, I can't feel my legs. Sleep. I want to sleep forever. Bella." The last voice nearly brought the Alpha to her knees. The bushes near the one-eyed wolf trembled, and then a familiar sandy-brown wolf stepped into view. His chest and throat were matted with dried blood, but his brown eyes sparkled as he rushed out from the tree line. "Seth. Seth. But how? Sethy. Little brother. You're alive. Seth. Seth. Seth." Seth crashed into Bella like a freight train, tumbling over and over into a heap of tawny and sandy-brown fur as the two wolves cried out in joy. The Alpha pushed the pup off, nuzzling him affectionately before pulling back. But I saw you die. We all saw you die. I don't understand. I felt you disappear from the pack mind. How are you alive? What did you do?" Seth kneaded the ground with his paws, his tail twitching uneasily as he glanced over his shoulder. "It wasn't me, it was him." The one-eyed wolf padded out from the tree line, stopping several feet away from Bella, Rosalie, Seth, and Clara. A nervous buzzing flickered in and out of the pack mind as the wolves watched through their Alpha while the one-eyed wolf spoke. His voice was gruff, his mind closed off and cold, yet somehow he managed to connect to the pack mind as if he were part of it. "You've made quite the mess of things, girlie. I guess I shouldn't have expected anything less from the great-granddaughter." Bella was so stunned she could barely form a thought. "Scruffy? No way. Who's that? Old man Scruffy was a wolf this whole time? How, why, but doesn't that mean..." "It's been you," Clara interrupted, her voice thick with emotion. My entire life. I've always seen you. You live on the res. You've always lived on the res. I thought you were a ghost. A figment of my imagination. Who the hell are you? If the one-eyed wolf was put off by the storm of emotions swirling in the pack's mind, he gave no indication. He glanced over at Clara, and sorrow flashed through the depths of his one good eye, but it disappeared in an instant. My name is Kaltir Silvervein. I've been watching over you and your brother from the moment you were born, protecting you when you needed it and being there when you needed me. Where do you think that gift of yours comes from? It certainly wasn't from your harpy of a mother. When Clara fell silent in shock, Bella stepped forward, baring her teeth at Kaltir. What did you do to Seth? How is he alive? Bells, I'm right here, you know. Both the alpha and the one-eyed wolf ignored him. Kaltir chuffed, you can save your posturing for some wolf who cares, little alpha. I made everyone see what they expected to see. Your wolves and vampires were losing that battle. You know it, I know it. I gave them something to fight for. It wasn't Bella who replied, but Leah. Her fury cracked like a gunshot as she howled, you fucking bastard. You had no right. I thought my little brother was dead. Dead. Leah, Seth whimpered, pressing himself against Bella's fur. Kaltir used his gift and then dragged me out of the field. He made sure I was fully healed before I tried to phase back in. I'm not saying it was right, just... I'm here. I'm okay, Lee. Leah's anger dampened a fraction as she looked at her little brother. Bella's voice was pleading, but she was far from deterred. Some random old man plays mind tricks on all of us, some of us for our entire lives, and we just want to act like everything's fine? No way. Just who the hell do you think you are, you old bastard? Kaltir remained unfazed by the venom in her tone as he addressed her. Your wolves could learn to respect their elders, little alpha. Bella flashed her teeth, stepping protectively in front of Clara, Seth, and Rosalie. Just as she opened her mouth to retaliate, Sam's voice rumbled through the edge of her thoughts. Bella, we've got a problem. Quickly, she sifted through the pack's mind to reach Sam, seeing through the black wolf's eyes as Alice trembled in Jasper's arms. The pixie-like vampire whispered, they're coming. The Volturi. They're coming. Bella snarled and snapped back into herself, her gaze sweeping across her wolves, Kaltir, and finally landing on Rosalie. The blonde vampire had a furrowed brow and an exasperated expression as she lifted a hand to tap at her temple. I'm not a wolf, Bella. You've all just been growling and huffing at each other for the past 5 minutes. What the hell is going on? The alpha shook her head slowly, lifting her muzzle to the west, where a plume of dark smoke billowed from the battle clearing. Both covens had worried from the start that the Volturi would take notice of a newborn army drawing too much unwanted human attention, especially so close to Cullen territory. After the Seattle media began non-stop coverage of the growing hysteria, Carlisle had been certain they would intervene, yet they never had. Why now, when the battle was already over, would they choose to show up? Bella gritted her teeth, a sneaking suspicion creeping in. It was time to find out if she was right. She glanced over at Kaltir, sizing him up. The old wolf paused for a moment. Bella felt a surge of hatred for the grumpy old wolf stirring in her gut, but she also recognized the appreciation for what he had done for Seth. There was something unsettling about him that made her teeth clench, as if he radiated a kind of wrongness that kept trying, and failing, to set off alarm bells in her soul. He met her gaze without flinching, appearing completely indifferent to her feelings and the simmering anger within the pack's collective mind. The one-eyed wolf must have sensed her thoughts because he snorted and said, I'll come, girlie. No need to get your tail in a twist. Seems I've grown too soft in my old age to stay away anyhow. Let's go meet this so-called vampire royalty. Chapter 40. Chapter 39. Brady, guard Emily and Billy until I say otherwise. Colin, run a circuit and stop by Kim's to make sure she's okay. Seth, Clara, head back to the clearing, we'll catch up with you. The alpha's voice trailed off as he sized up the old, one-eyed wolf before flashing his teeth. Wait here. Kaltir chuffed, and an uneasy sense of wrongness curled in the alpha's gut as he sneered, I'm here by choice, not your orders, little alpha. I'm going with my descendant. A flicker of fire ignited in Bella's spine, though it wasn't entirely hers. Clara rounded on Kaltir with a snarl. I don't want you anywhere near me. You can either listen to my alpha, or you can go back to whatever shadows you've been hiding in for my entire life. Come on, Seth, let's go. Go away, can't be real, nightmare, run, run, run. Hiding in a dark closet, listening to her mother sobbing from the kitchen, begging every god and spirit that existed to let her daughter stop going insane. Kaltir's ears flattened against his head as Clara took off. Seth hesitated for a moment, glancing between the one-eyed wolf and Bella before ducking his head and trotting back into the trees. A flicker of nervous tension passed through the pack mind as the wolves tuned into their alpha's emotions. With a sigh, Bella addressed Kaltir again. Fine. Wait here if you want, but don't go after Clara. I won't issue a single command to stop her from taking a bite out of your sorry hide. I appreciate your help in saving and hiding Seth, but don't think that's enough to win my pack over if it comes to a fight for everything you've done. Kaltir, seeming to recover from Clara's outright rejection of his presence, sat back on his haunches with a wolfish sneer. Everything I've ever done has been for the good of the pack, girlie. Whether you trust me or not doesn't matter in the least. You blacks never change, do you? The alpha snapped her jaws together with an audible clack. Before she could act on her frustration, Sam's voice called out to her once more. Bella, you need to hurry. Alice says they will be here soon. With a glare directed at Kaltir, the alpha groaned deeply as she phased out, her limbs feeling heavy as lead. She stumbled forward on 2 legs instead of 4. Cold arms wrapped around her, drawing her gaze down to Rosalie's concerned topaz eyes as she steadied her mate. Bella cracked a grin, trying and failing to mask the painful spasms that racked her still-healing bones and muscles. You know, we really ought to stop meeting like this, Miss Hale. It's unbecoming of a Southern belle to see their intended naked before the wedding night. Rosalie rolled her eyes, pulling Bella into a tight hug. Her voice was strained but light-hearted as she replied, We've had one real date, and you're already talking about marriage. How's that for unbecoming? The blonde vampire pulled back, cupping Bella's cheeks in her hands. What's happening? Wolf telepathy is annoying when someone isn't in on it. Bella grimaced as she took one of Rosalie's hands, leading her toward the ruined front porch. She shouldered through the caved-in front door, dragging her imprint into the living room. It pained her more than she could express to see the state of Sam and Emily's house. The porch was in splinters, the front door broken in 2, and a wolf-sized dent marred the exterior. Inside, dozens of pictures, decorations, and furniture were strewn about the living room. This house meant everything to Sam and Emily. It represented safety and warmth for the pack. Now, it felt like a graveyard. The sound of crunching glass made Bella pause. She lifted her foot and saw the portrait she had painted for Sam and Emily nearly 4 months ago. Emily had gotten teary-eyed as she thanked Bella profusely for the gift, and Sam had clapped her on the shoulder with a heartfelt smile. A smile that so rarely graced his stoic features. Emily had framed it and hung it on the left wall of the den, perfectly positioned for anyone in the kitchen to see. She would always smile softly when she caught a glimpse of it while cooking. Now, however, it lay shredded nearly to ribbons, with a shard of glass piercing Sam's face. Bella? Rosalie called gently as the alpha shook her head, wiping away the tears that formed in the corners of her eyes. Bella snarled, It isn't fair. None of them deserve this, and it's my fault. Edward, Victoria, the Volturi, it's all on me. Seth nearly died. You nearly died. And for what? None of this would have happened if I had just bled out like I was supposed to in that damn ballet studio. Edward would still be alive, those newborns would never have been created, and the Volturi wouldn't have come here. The pack would be safe. You would be safe. Bella. Bella held up a hand, threading the other through her hair as she started to ramble. Words poured out in a nearly incoherent rush, the adrenaline that had been coursing through her veins suddenly vanishing, leaving her lightheaded and panting. I couldn't even do that right, just like I couldn't beat Victoria without Coultier's help. I tried to protect you, and I failed. Here I am, the supposed true alpha, Ephraim Black's rightful heir, and I nearly lost 2 of my wolves and my imprint in one swoop. Spirits, I don't even know if any of us will survive the next hour. She broke off then, her hand dropping from her hair to hang limply at her side as she murmured, "The Volturi are coming." That's what we were talking about in the pack mind. Alice saw them. They must have known about the newborns, known they were being created to wipe out your coven. Just wait here. I need to get dressed. Without another word, Bella bounded up the stairs 2 at a time, ducking into the spare bedroom and throwing herself into action. Bella quickly slipped on a pair of sweatpants and a sports bra. She rummaged through the nightstand drawer until she found an old lighter, pocketing it before rushing back down to her imprint. Rosalie stood frozen in the center of the ruined living room, her golden eyes staring off into the distance. Bella approached her slowly, reaching out for her hand, only to have the blonde vampire snatch it away as if it burned her. Rose. Mon Soleil. My love. My migraine-inducing, trigger-happy idiot of a wolf girl. Shut up and let me talk. Stop treating me like a piece of glass when I'm your imprint, Bella, the other half of your soul, just as you are mine. It's not your job to always protect me. Please, just stop and breathe for me. Stop being so self-sacrificing and self-righteous. Talk to me like I matter, like your pack and your family matter. Rosalie spun on a dime and stepped into Bella's space, jabbing a finger into her chest. None of this is your fault. Edward, Victoria, the Volturi, none of it. Stop blaming yourself for things you can't control. Stop trying to play the martyr when I need you, when the pack needs you. What's the point of any of it if you're gone when we need you the most? Some of the fire faded from Rosalie's gaze as she pulled Bella into a crushing hug. Stop trying to be so strong that you forget you aren't alone, Bella. You burn too bright to keep forgetting that. Rosalie nuzzled into the crook of her neck, the scent of Earl Grey tea and lilacs mingling with cedarwood and the forest after a rainstorm. She continued softly, "You're brave, funny, kind, and as headstrong as they come, but you aren't alone. You aren't to blame. I've tried to blame myself for so many things that have gone wrong in my existence for so long that I still struggle to believe I'm worthy of you. But I'm here now, and so are you, despite all the obstacles that have come our way. For now, that's all that matters. Nothing else matters." Bella's hands trembled as she cradled Rosalie against her, the outpouring of love and support through their bond giving her just enough strength to keep from collapsing. "I'm so tired, Rose," Bella admitted. "I know," Rosalie replied gently. "I'm here now. You don't have to be strong all on your own, Bella. Fate has a way of watching things fall apart, but I'll hold you together for as long as you need." The alpha let out a shuddering sigh, taking one of Rosalie's hands in her own just as Coulter huffed impatiently from the front yard. "We need to go," he called. Rosalie leaned up and pressed a soft kiss against Bella's lips before pulling back just enough to share the same breath. "I love you, Bella Swan." Bella smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Martyrdom and all?" Rosalie raised an eyebrow, her tone taking on a familiar, sharp edge. "Don't push your luck." The alpha chuckled, but the momentary bubble of happiness burst as she pulled Rosalie back through the ruined front door and onto the porch. Coulter was pacing a path in the grass around Victoria's head and body, his fur bristled and his electric blue eye focused on their clasped hands. With a low growl, the old white wolf turned and melted back into the trees. "Who was that?" "I don't recognize him from the pack," Bella asked. "Trust me, he's no pack of mine. That's Coulter, the one who saved me and Seth. Come on, I'll explain on the way. We need to hurry." Bella walked toward Victoria's body, fishing the lighter out of her pocket. The alpha stared down into Victoria's lifeless, crimson eyes for a long moment before flicking the lighter to life and dropping it. The venom ignited instantly, bright orange flames licking up the fuel until the entire body was ablaze. A sickly purple plume of smoke and burnt venom filled the air as Bella stepped back, taking a moment to breathe. Rosalie held Bella's hand tightly, guiding her into the trees without saying a word. They left Victoria and the nightmares she had brought with her to burn. As they ran, Bella did her best to explain everything that had happened with the pack, answering Rosalie's questions as they came and returning each reassuring squeeze of Rosalie's hand. Just before they reached the clearing, Rosalie asked, "Do you trust him?" "It doesn't matter whether I do or not," Bella replied. "He saved Seth and then me. If his gift could protect us, it can protect my family too." They burst into the clearing, rushing toward a gathering of wolves and vampires at the center where it seemed a fight was about to break out. Kaltir sat apart from the wolves, perched on his haunches but occasionally letting out a low growl. Clara and Will stood as far from him as possible, Clara refusing to look in his direction while Will glared without blinking. All the newborns were dead, burning in a pile near the tree line, sending up noxious purplish smoke into the air, except for one. A short, black-haired female newborn was being shielded by Tanya and Emmett, who stood protectively behind the rest of their coven. Both had black eyes and were hissing at Sam and Leah. The wolves snarled in return, their anger so palpable that Bella felt it in her bones, even from a distance. Carmen and Eleazar stood beside Kate and Irina, clutching each other tightly but staring blankly into the void. Aside from the silvery scars on their throats, they appeared exhausted yet otherwise unharmed. Bella had always been amazed by vampire healing, but she didn't have time to greet them in the midst of what was shaping up to be a very bad situation. The Alpha closed the distance to her pack in an instant, positioning herself dangerously close to snapping fangs as she growled, "Stand down." The snarls ceased, but the anger remained, the former Alpha. The she-wolf glared over Bella's shoulder at the cowering newborn and her protectors. Rosalie started to step toward Emmett but froze when he hissed at her. A stunned expression crossed the blonde vampire's face before she asked, "Tanya? What the hell is going on? Why are you defending one of Victoria's newborns?" A moment of heavy silence hung in the air before Tanya shook her head as if trying to clear it. The usually rich, commanding tone of the ancient vampire's voice softened to a gentle whisper as she said, "She's the one, Rosie. Mine and Emmett's. She's everything we've been waiting for. The piece we've been missing." Rosalie glanced at Emmett, seeing the same all-consuming, protective light burning in his golden eyes. Turning back to the head of her coven, she asked, "Carlisle?" The doctor stepped away from Esme's side, approaching his eldest daughter but stopping at a respectful distance from Tanya and Emmett. "It isn't common, but it's not unheard of for a trio to be mated. However, this is the first case I've seen of an unmated pair being bonded to the same individual." Excuse me? Can anyone tell me what's going on? I don't understand why I'm not dead right now," a soft, stuttering soprano voice called from behind the wall of possessive, protective golden-eyed vampires. The newborn appeared timidly between Tanya and Emmett, frail and trembling like a leaf, her bright red eyes widening as Sam and Leah began snarling at her again. Bella quickly commanded them to be quiet. The Alpha then addressed the newborn gently, "What's your name?" "Bree. Bree Tanner. What's happening to me? I don't understand." "Riley, he said you were going to kill us if we didn't kill you first. That you were dangerous. That you'd killed all the ones who never returned from hunting. I never wanted to hurt anyone. He said it was the... Please, it's the only way to make the burning stop." "I'm sorry," Bree pleaded. Emmett ground his teeth, startling Bree as he snapped, "If that motherfucker wasn't already dead, I'd kill him again." Bella and Rosalie exchanged uneasy glances, but before they could speak, Alice joined the tense standoff, her golden eyes frantic. "We can handle this later. I can't get a clear vision with the pack involved, but the Volturi is almost here. I saw Jane leading them. If she's coming, it's likely Alec is with her. Felix too. Whatever happens, it's not going to be good. You need to take your wolves and go, now, Bella." "It's too late, darlin'. Jasper said, stepping in to join Alice. He clasped their hands together as he addressed both the pack and the covens. Their blood and their scents are all over the field. We won't be able to explain it, even if they leave now. We won't have to, Bella declared, turning her attention to Kaltir. Can you affect multiple people at once? The old wolf glared at her for a moment before his good eye flickered over to Clara and Will. After a long pause and a weary sigh, he nodded his assent. Returning the gesture, the alpha addressed the pack. Everyone else, I want you back at Billy's place. Figure out a pair to take over patrol for Colin and Brady. Sam, Seth, I want you both off for the rest of the day. You were hurt the worst. Whatever happens here, I'll handle it. A round of snarls and growls rose among the wolves, but they fell silent when Rosalie stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Emmett's waist. She leveled the pack with a frigid look. I've got her. No matter what fool thing she tries to do, I'll make sure your alpha gets home safe. Some of the ice melted from her demeanor as she added gently, You're her family, which makes you mine too. You've already fought for today, let us take care of your future. Grumbling and nervous whines answered the blonde vampire, but slowly, one by one, the wolves began to withdraw. In the clearing, Jake, Leah, and Seth paused at the eastern edge of the tree line, casting worried and frustrated glances back at Bella before they turned and melted into the shadows. Tanya and Emmett relaxed their defensive stances now that the immediate threat to their mate had passed, but the head of the Denali coven wore a look of dread. The Volturi have no room for mercy, Rosie. You and I both know that. If they see Bree, her words faltered as a faint, distant sound of footsteps echoed through the western tree line. Emmett snarled under his breath, turning to confront the impending threat, his fingers instinctively reaching for Tanya's. Thinking quickly, Bella turned her gaze toward Kaltir, who stood at the edge of the gathered covens, his electric blue eyes narrowed as they met hers. I don't know who you are, not really. But I do know you saved Seth and me today. I know you care about Clara, Will, and this pack. I'm asking you, not as the alpha, but as tribe, however much or little that matters to you. Hide our scents, our blood, anything that could give them a reason to suspect a pack of shifters. Make them see me as a newborn, red eyes, white skin, everything you can do. And for any love you bear for the imprints our pack and all those before us have had, hide Bree. She doesn't deserve to die for everything she was forced to do, not for the monster that created her. Kaltir listened intently, but a low snarl built in his throat at the mention of Bree. He could smell the Volturi guard now, an ancient scent, a thickly sweet bleach tinged with the metallic odor of blood. Decades of murders, mountains of bodies, and a disdain for humanity honed into blades crafted for death. Please. I can't lose anyone else. Nobody else needs to die. Whether or not he would comply, Bella turned away and rejoined the covens. It felt like a wave of icy water crashing over her. As the cascading shadows enveloped her, the alpha felt a shiver run through her, despite her elevated body temperature. She understood that Kaltir was using his gift, and she hoped it would be enough. From the darkness, they emerged like wraiths, gliding effortlessly across the ground with a predatory grace. 4 figures in total, all cloaked in heavy black robes adorned with the Volturi's insignia clasped at their throats. They paused just beyond the burning pile of newborns and, in perfect unison, lowered the hoods of their cloaks. The shortest member of the group, the only female, was Jane. Her voice was soft, yet as dangerous as a viper's hiss. Impressive. I've never seen a coven escape an assault of this magnitude intact. Everything about her, her voice, her scent, her eyes, radiated danger, igniting Bella's instincts. The wolf within her howled against its constraints, yearning to rid the world of the twisted evil that Jane and her companions embodied. Each of them had lived for thousands of years, reveling in the lifeblood of countless men, women, and children. If Bella lost control now, if she acted on the primal urge to attack, it would all be for nothing. Gritting her teeth, she fought to suppress the tremors threatening to overtake her. Kaltir's soft warning growl reached her, a grounding force amid the storm raging in her mind, urging her to protect her tribe, her pack, her imprint, and her family. Carlyle inclined his head, responding with calm precision. We were lucky. A cold smile crept across Jane's lips as her ruby-red eyes flickered toward Tanya. I doubt that. It seems you needed a little help. It's nice to see you again, Tatiana, Katrina, Irina. The head of the Denali coven tensed, a low growl building in her throat, only to quiet when Emmett squeezed her hand, his strong presence silently urging his bondmate to stay calm. As tense silence settled once more between the groups, it was Alec, Jane's twin, who broke the stillness. It appears we missed an entertaining fight, he remarked. Yes, Jane agreed, tilting her head slightly, a serpent smile curling on her lips. It's not often we're rendered unnecessary. Bella stepped forward, every muscle in her body coiled like a spring, a spike of ice settling in her spine. She could practically feel steam rising from her exposed skin. Accusing the Volturi of holding back was treason. Claiming they knew about the newborn army Victoria had created, yet did nothing in hopes of wiping out the Cullen coven, was treason. To commit such treason would mean losing everyone she loved. So, the Alpha gathered her instincts and her heart, speaking in a cold, measured tone. If you'd arrived a half-hour ago, you would have fulfilled your purpose. Jane's eyes widened slightly, her smile faltering. She assessed Bella with a calculating gaze, as if the Alpha were an intriguing specimen she wanted to dissect and display. Bella stood her ground, her breaths rapid but shallow as the silence stretched, threatening to snap. Finally, Jane tilted her head, her dark eyes piercing into Bella's. Pity. More so that Edward Cullen turned you without our knowledge. Arrow will be most displeased with him. Snake. 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 Coiled in the grass, waiting to strike when the prey makes a mistake. Bella lifted her chin in a facade of defiance. Edward lost his mind and tried to kill me in a blood frenzy. I was never his mate, just his singer. He confused the two and called it love. Carlyle turned me just as I was trying to save my life, and when I woke up 3 days later, I hunted Edward down and killed him. Bella cast a sidelong glance at Carlyle, pouring as much love and loyalty into her expression as she could, reminiscent of the way Edward had once looked at his creator. Then she turned her gaze back to Jane. I am what I was always meant to be. Jane's left eye twitched before narrowing as she focused on the head of the Cullen coven. This is troubling news, Carlyle. Arrow desperately wished to have him join us. Would you really allow this arrogant newborn to live after killing your first coven mate? Carlyle clasped his hands together, and Bella silently prayed that none of the guard noticed the tremor. She had never truly apologized to him for everything she had done to his family, and a sick twist of fear curled in her gut as he lowered his head. She owed him so much, for welcoming her into his family, for providing a solid foundation as the crumbling walls of her world revealed its supernatural truths. He had raised a boy who had turned into a monster, yet he had also created a family despite the bloodshed that had plagued his kind. Carlyle was a father, a healer, and a good man despite his faults. But could he ever forgive Bella for what her existence had done to his family? When he finally spoke, Carlyle's voice was filled with conviction. My son, no, Edward, was not in his right mind. None of our kind truly can be when they spend every waking hour with their singer. I warned him from the beginning, time and time again, but he never heeded my words. I am to blame for what he became, for turning into the monster I spent so long teaching him not to be. In the end, he was lost, caught in a pit from which there was no escape from the ravings of the beast we each have within ourselves. But long before that, Bella became a part of our family. He raised his head then, looking to the Alpha before slowly turning towards. Please give Arrow my deepest apologies, but the Edward he wished for died before Bella ended his suffering. She is a part of our family. She is one of my daughters. Jane absorbed this information for several long moments. A silence so thick and suffocating fell over the field that Bella could barely breathe. The scent of ozone and rain filled the air as dark clouds rolled in from the Pacific, warning of the coming storm. A crack of lightning split the sky above the battlefield, followed by the ominous growl of thunder. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Jane let out a disdainful scoff. Save your guilt and your godliness for the dead, Carlyle, for they have no meaning to me. I shall relay your message to Arrow. The kings will be quite distraught by what has happened here. An army of such a size is a tall order for even two covens like yours to have bested, HM. Others may start to believe we're turning a blind eye to such grievous affronts to our control. You have my thanks, Jane. And of course, I did not doubt the Volturi would have intervened had they known of our plight. Jane hummed in wordless agreement before donning her hood once more, with Alec, Felix, and Dimitri following her lead. In a blink, the Volturi guard turned and began to disappear back into the shadows of the trees. However, just before the darkness swallowed her, Jane turned once more to address Carlyle. The kings will be most interested in what transpired today. Her crimson eyes flickered from Bella to the doctor, a saccharine smile gracing her thin lips as she continued, "It may do well to plan a visit soon. Arrow misses the company of an old friend quite dearly." With a respectful nod of the doctor's head, Jane melted back into the shadows alongside the rest of the guard, leaving a looming darkness in her wake. Silence reigned for a beat, then a minute, then nearly 5, before Alice let out a. With a joyful whoop, Bella launched herself into Jasper's arms. The Major laughed, spinning her around before placing a gentle kiss on her temple and setting her down on the ground. The pixie-like vampire turned to the covens and the wolves, her wide smile radiating excitement. "We did it. Caius and Marcus will lose interest immediately once they hear the army has been dealt with. But Arrow will reach out regarding Edward, Carlyle. He'll request a visit, and you need to find a way to get out of it. We're safe, all of us." As the weight of their victory sank in, Bella felt the last of her strength slip away, collapsing to her knees. Cold arms wrapped around her shoulders, and the familiar scent of her imprint filled her lungs as the Alpha clung to her like a lifeline while she sobbed. It was finally over. They had done it. No more fearing for the lives of her pack every time she sent them on patrol. No more worrying every minute of every day about the next threat looming over her tribe, her family, and her friends. James was dead. Edward was dead. Victoria was dead. They were free. Rosalie gently lifted Bella's chin, their eyes meeting, dark topaz against honey gold. She smiled, saying, "We did it, Bella. It's over." The Alpha let out a wet laugh, kissing Rosalie with all her heart before pulling away and turning to Kaltir. The one-eyed wolf shuffled uneasily on his paws, halting when he noticed Bella's gaze. "Thank you. For everything," she said. Kaltir held her gaze for a long moment before he chuffed softly and turned away, his tail low as he began trotting toward the tree line back in the direction of La Push. Bella furrowed her brow at his retreat, quickly getting to her feet and jogging after him. "Hey! Wait up, old man." The white wolf paused at the edge of the trees, his ears folding back as he rounded on Bella, lips peeled back over his fangs. She rolled her eyes at his demeanor, crossing her arms over her chest. "You saved us today. You've been watching over Clara and Will their whole lives, and you're just going to walk away like some kind of coward?" Kaltir stepped into her space, growling as he snapped his teeth just inches from her face. But Bella didn't flinch. A surge of protective anger radiated down her spine, but she quickly soothed it, sending a gentle wave of reassurance to keep Rosalie from crossing the field and clocking the old wolf for threatening her mate. The Alpha lifted her chin. "We're having a bonfire tomorrow night, and I expect you to be there. You owe us an explanation, all of us." Bella and Kaltir glared at each other for several long moments until finally, the old white wolf ceased his growling. Without so much as a blink, he slinked off into the shadows. The Alpha called after him, 10 o'clock at the council building, "Don't be late, old man." Bella couldn't help but chuckle at the affronted snarl he let out, and she broke into full-bellied laughter as she felt Rosalie come up behind her, wrapping an arm around her waist. The blonde vampire nuzzled into the crook of Bella's neck, her cool lips ghosting along heated skin. "What now, Mon Soleil?" she asked. Bella let her laughter fade, slinging an arm around Rosalie's shoulder and pulling her close. "Now we rest. We recoup. Tomorrow night, we throw a party the likes of which even a bunch of 1,000-year-old vampires have never seen. By some miracle, the storm that had been brewing the night before had passed just over the edges of the Pacific coast, leaving plenty of dry firewood and brush for the bonfire as night began to fall the following day. The council, pack, and imprints had gathered an hour earlier, celebrating and causing a ruckus that could be heard from miles around. Billy, Harry, and Charlie had broken out their secret stashes of aged whiskey and were currently trying to drink each other under the picnic table while Sue berated them. Jake had Seth hoisted up on his shoulders, spinning him around in circles and chanting, "The boy. The boy. Who lived. The boy who lived." Seth shouted, laughter spilling from him as he thumped his back, eager to be set down. Meanwhile, Jared and Paul were taking turns leaping over the roaring fire, which towered nearly 5 feet high. Kim called out, urging her wolf to stop, while Leah shouted for more wood to keep the flames climbing higher. At one of the picnic tables, Brady, Colin, Clara, and Will were enjoying a feast of snacks laid out by Sue and Emily, engaged in quiet conversation. Nearby, Quill and Embry perched on a log, their heads close together as they whispered back and forth. Embry's face flushed under the flickering firelight, revealing Quill's hand resting gently on his. Bella stood beside Sam and Emily at the edge of the bonfire, keeping an eye on the pack's antics. The old alpha glanced over at her, then cleared his throat. In that moment, Emily leaned in and pressed a kiss to Sam's shoulder before pulling away and heading toward the picnic tables. Bella raised an eyebrow and turned to Sam. "What?" she asked. "You did good, Bella. Better than I ever could. I just wanted to thank you, Alpha to Alpha, for everything you've done for our pack," Sam replied. Bella laughed and wrapped her arms around him in a hug. "You don't have to thank me, Dad. You're getting too soft in your old age." She pulled back, offering him a warm smile. "I never could have done it without you, and we both know that. I'm just sorry it happened the way it did." Sam nodded, his gaze drifting to his imprint, who was now laughing at something Will had said. His expression softened. Maybe it was always meant to be this way. It happened how it did, but it's over now. You're the alpha, just like you were always meant to be. As for me, I'm finally ready to give up phasing. "What?" Bella started, but before she could finish, a hush fell over the clearing, announced by the sharp scent of sickly sweet bleach. The Cullens had arrived, emerging from the shadows. They walked along the roadside at a steady pace, stopping several feet away from the gathering of humans and wolves. However, Rosalie, Emmett, and Tanya were nowhere in sight. Bella shot a glance at Sam that silently communicated, "We'll talk later," before heading toward Carlisle. The doctor greeted her with a smile. "I fear our arrival may have put a damper on things, Bella." The alpha waved him off, feeling a strange thrill coursing through her veins. "I invited you here because we're celebrating. We wouldn't be celebrating if the Cullens hadn't helped us fight. You deserve to be here and let loose like the rest of us, Carlisle. All of you do. Now, where's Rose?" Esme chuckled. "Oh, you know our eldest daughter. She loves to make a dramatic entrance. As if being allowed on pack land for the first time since the treaty wasn't enough, honestly. She wanted to show off," Alice chimed in, smiling as she leaned back against Jasper's broad chest. "She and Em will be here any second." In the distance, Bella heard the familiar roar of 2 engines racing down the road. A huge grin spread across the alpha's face as Rosalie and Emmett rounded the corner that led to the council building, riding Skoll and Hattie, respectively. They pulled into the grass next to the parking lot and cut the engines. Emmett hopped off the bike with a whoop. "Whew. That was almost as fun as a hunting run. Bella, you've got to try that." Bella laughed and rushed at Emmett, pulling him into a hug. "It's my bike, Em. I know how she runs." Lowering her voice to a whisper, she asked, "How are you doing? Where's Bree?" Emmett tightened his hold slightly and replied in a low tone, "With Tanya, resting for now. Tan said if I didn't go get some energy out, she wouldn't let me see Bree for a while. 10 whole minutes." As if she could keep me away that long. She's amazing, Bella. I can't wait for you to meet her. Bella smiled as she pulled away completely, nodding at Emmett before walking towards Rosalie. The blonde vampire leaned against Skull, looking like a biker's dream in skin-tight jeans, a brown leather jacket, and windswept hair. She smirked as the alpha approached, enjoying the effect she had on her mate and reveling in the success of her plan. Maeli, Rosalie said. Mon Soleil, Bella replied. Can't you run faster than any vehicle on Earth? I can't help my dramatic flair, darling. It's my first time setting foot on La Push land in 70 years. I had to make it memorable. You seem to enjoy it. Besides, I thought you'd like a chance to get away from everything once the party's over, just the two of us. Bella smiled and wrapped her arms around Rosalie's shoulders, pulling the blonde vampire in for a kiss. It felt different from the handful they'd shared before. It wasn't soft, slow, or gentle. Rosalie's lips ignited a fire that curled down Bella's throat, flaring into a blaze just behind her navel. The alpha growled low in her throat, a sound echoed by her imprint as they lost themselves in each other. They had waited so long, dancing around each other for over a year since they first met. First, it was Edward, then Victoria. Now that both were gone, buried and burned, there was nothing left but each other. No more obstacles could keep them apart. Hey! Get a room. There are kids on this channel. Jake hollered. Does this mean I win the bet, Alpha? Come on, I need the money. Jared chimed in. Bella groaned as she pulled away far enough from Rosalie to flip them the finger, only for Charlie to yell, Bella Swan. I raised you better than that. And I told you to wait for marriage until I'm in the grave. The alpha dropped her head into her hands as laughter erupted around them. A blush colored her cheeks. Spirits, I'll never lose my virginity at this rate. Unfortunately, she had spoken loud enough for everyone to hear, prompting another round of teasing and catcalling. Rosalie chuckled, wrapping an arm around Bella's waist and guiding her back toward the bonfire. She lifted Bella's chin, her lips brushing against the shell of Bella's ear as she whispered just low enough for only Bella to hear, Don't be so sure, darling. I have plans for us. Bella startled, her eyes widening like a puppy's at the unexpected words, but the blonde vampire only laughed softly, a rich tone that did nothing to cool the heat building within Bella. For now, don't we have a party to attend? You promised to show us vampires a good time. Amen to that. Kate exclaimed, striding over to the table where Harry, Billy, and Charlie were sitting. She snatched a bottle of whiskey, much to the men's dismay. I haven't had a good party since the 20s. Nothing compares to a speakeasy in New York. As the tension in the clearing finally broke, the wolves and the covens began to mingle and chat. But it was Paul who truly kicked things off, sauntering toward the picnic tables with a cocky grin that spelled trouble. Ooh, Sparky Barbie wants a party, huh? He said, joining Kate and grabbing another bottle of whiskey from the table, prompting a sigh from Harry as he buried his face in his hands. You're on, Blondie. First one to down a bottle wins. Paul challenged. Kate flashed him a predatory smile, raising an eyebrow. Do you know how much alcohol it takes to get a vampire drunk, pup? Paul uncorked his bottle, the rich amber liquid glinting in the firelight as he replied, All I'm hearing are excuses, Blondie. What, you scared? Are you really going to let the big bad wolf whoop your ass? Kate. Irina called out from her spot beside Leah. At least go easy on him. You're over 1,000 years old, not 17. No, Leah laughed, planting a kiss on Irina's shoulder. I have to see this. Nobody's ever been able to outdrink Paul. Kick his ass, Kate. As the night wore on, everything faded into a blur. The covens, council members, and wolves mingled, sharing laughter, food, and drinks, reveling in the joy of the futures they had fought hard for and won. Bella sat next to Rosalie by the fireside, feeling warmth radiate from the top of her head to the tips of her toes as she looked around at her family. Each of them held a piece of her heart, and they would always have a place in it, no matter what happened after tonight. The only thing missing was... Huh. I really thought he'd come. Guess I was wrong, Bella muttered, taking a swig of her beer before gazing back into the fire. She had an arm draped over Rosalie's shoulder, pulling the vampire close and savoring the coolness of her skin. Rosalie hummed softly, her eyes glowing orange from the flickering flames as she looked beyond the gathering. I wouldn't be so sure. The alpha straightened as the scent of old leather and pine wafted through the air. She sprang to her feet as Kaltir emerged from the shadows at the edge of the firelight. He looked just as Bella remembered from her childhood, dressed in loose, hand-woven clothes that concealed his frame, with wispy white hair and heavily wrinkled copper skin. His missing left eye was hidden beneath its lid, while his right eye scanned the gathering. He leaned heavily on his cane, fingers gripping the handle tightly. Clara and Will jumped to their feet at once, with Will snarling as tremors coursed through her body. You. The alpha stepped forward until she stood in front of the twins, splaying her hands out in a halting gesture. I asked him to come, she said, glancing over her shoulder. You deserve answers, Clara. We all do, and I want to hear them. If you don't want to, you and Will are free to leave. Clara's mouth opened and closed, her bright blue eyes glaring over Bella's shoulder at Kaltir before slowly returning to meet the alpha's gaze. Fine. But if I don't like what I hear, do I have permission to kick his ass? Let's keep the ass-kicking to a minimum. Most of the pack is too drunk to phase, and I'm not in the mood to break up a brawl, okay? Clara growled under her breath but nodded in agreement. With her reluctant acceptance, the alpha relaxed her posture and nodded to Kaltir, inviting him closer to the gathering and the warmth of the fire. The old wolf grumbled as he shuffled over and settled onto the log that Quill and Embry had vacated. The rest of the group gathered around the fire, forming a wide circle with all eyes focused on Kaltir. Billy, Harry, Sue, and old Quill whispered among themselves, casting uneasy glances at the old wolf. Suddenly, old Quill went rigid, his hand trembling as he pointed an accusing finger at Kaltir. It is you. Bad spirit, usurper, one-eyed monster. You were banished from these lands, commanded never to show your face again. Kaltir straightened, his dark eye flashing electric blue, and a chill seemed to envelop the air as he spoke in a deep, resonant tone that sent shivers down Bella's spine. You will watch your tone, boy. I am your elder, invited to your fireside by the current alpha. Be still, and be silent. Old Quill clutched at his chest and sank back into his chair, muttering under his breath. Kaltir took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, scanning those gathered around him. My name is Kaltir Silvervein, and I was once the alpha of the Quilut pack. Chapter 41, Chapter 40. Rosalie felt Bella tense at her side. The alpha's usual scent of cedarwood and the forest after a rainstorm sharpened into the bite of ozone, carrying the threat of a lightning strike. When she glanced at her mate, she saw the brilliant gold of Bella's eyes dancing with the flickering flames of the bonfire as she glared at Kaltir. It was always breathtaking to witness the wolf spirit that shared half of Bella's soul, the spirit that had chosen her as its imprint, come to life. But it was also sobering. For years, Rosalie and her siblings had sneered at the wolves, dismissing them and tossing out degrading, dog-like comparisons whenever they crossed paths. Yet, they had never truly paused to examine their petty rivalries from the outside. They had never seen how terrifying the first phase and the dozens that followed could be. They had never understood the heavy burden the protectors carried on their shoulders to defend their land, their tribe, and their families. They had never considered whether the wolves could be children or if they had any choice in phasing at all. It was a damning realization to understand the arrogance, scrutiny, and disrespect that Rosalie and her siblings had directed toward the pack. That was something they couldn't take back. They could only move forward toward a better, more understanding future for both the Covens and the wolves. If all the battles, bloodshed, and terror they had endured together weren't enough to bridge the divide, then nothing would be. The pack deserved the freedom to live as they chose, regardless of the wolf spirits that now shaped their futures without their consent. Rosalie witnessed firsthand just how much phasing could change a person. The Bella she had once known would have shrunk into herself as all the wolves in the pack turned to assess her reaction to Coultier's blatant disrespect toward an elder of the tribe. The Bella she remembered would have hidden behind a curtain of brunette hair rather than make a decision that might upset someone else, hoping someone would step in to shield her from conflict. Rosalie knew Bella would do it for her. The Bella she once knew would have stumbled over herself, desperate to escape from the weight of everything now resting on her shoulders. But the Bella standing before her now gave her a reassuring squeeze on the shoulder before rising gracefully to her feet, embodying the essence of a predator poised to strike at the slightest misstep. She scanned the group, her piercing golden eyes meeting those of each wolf and then the elders, radiating strength and determination. This new Bella was self-assured, confident, and completely in tune with who she was, what she was, and her rightful place in the world. Rosalie wasn't entirely sure how the pack's telepathy functioned outside of phasing, but she noticed several wolves nodding in agreement and respect to whatever Bella was conveying. Finally, Bella's gaze landed on Coulter, and when she spoke, her voice resonated with the rich, commanding authority of an alpha. I invited you to the light of our fire to share your story, not to disrespect any member of my family or the tribe. If you can't do that, Coulter Silvervein, then you have no place here, alpha or not. Rosalie shivered as the weight of Bella's words pressed against the back of her neck. Even though the words weren't directed at her, there was something about that voice coming from Bella that sent goosebumps racing across her skin. After all, Rosalie had a penchant for danger, fast cars, racing down winding roads, women who could ruin a mortal man's life, and high-adrenaline sports like skydiving and free climbing the tallest mountains. These were the thrilling pursuits that ignited a whirlwind of excitement and adrenaline through her venom-frozen veins, making her feel alive and almost human again. But her mate, her wolf, when the voice of the alpha emerged from her, was a different kind of dangerous. Rosalie could feel Bella's conviction and anger tightening around her ribcage through their bond as the two women, alpha to alpha, glared at one another. Finally, it was Coulter who broke first, tossing his head back to let out a. The sound of laughter echoed, rich and rusty. Bella clenched her fists at her sides as Coulter's laughter gradually faded. He shook his head and said, "You blacks really never change, girlie. You say you want the truth, but you won't even let me defend myself, huh?" Bella opened her mouth, ready to retort, but Coulter interrupted, shaking his head once more. History repeats itself, little alpha. Time and time again. Ephraim's descendants should know that by now. After all, he's the reason I'm here today, to tell the story he tried to erase from our history. A heavy silence settled over the group, punctuated only by the crackling fire and the hissing of embers. All eyes were on Coulter as the weight of his words loomed over them like a dark cloud. Slowly, Bella sank back onto her log, wrapping an arm around Rosalie's waist and pulling her imprint close. The blonde vampire let out a soft purr, relishing the warmth of her mate's touch, which provided a grounding presence to hold on to. The tightness in Bella's ribcage eased as she embraced both her role and Rosalie, replaced by a gentle wave of calm as the wolf within her settled in the presence of its imprint. Coulter sighed before resting his cane across his lap, running his leathery hand over the engravings of wolves along the polished wood. His right eye flashed bright blue for a moment before it disappeared as he focused on the fire and began to speak. I was the alpha of the Quileute pack before Ephraim Black, phasing for the first time in the year 1899 when I was 23. Perhaps it was the copious amount of alcohol the pack had already consumed, loosening their inhibitions, or maybe it was the spirits playing tricks on Bella, cursing her with a bunch of knife-wielding toddlers who had no sense of social etiquette. Whatever the reason, she felt the beginnings of a headache forming as Quill blurted out, "Holy shit, you're 130 years old?" He quickly realized the implications of his outburst. Coulter's cheeks flushed as his grandfather shot him a disbelieving glare, drawing the attention of several others around the bonfire. At his side, Embry chuckled and gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. "First of all," Embry said, "how is it that you failed algebra but can do calculations off the top of your head so quickly?" He then tilted his head, looking at Coulter curiously. "And second, why do you look like that if you never stopped phasing?" Coulter raised an eyebrow and replied gruffly, "Do you want a story or not, pup? Don't interrupt your elder. And does my age really matter here?" He glanced toward the left side of the bonfire, where the Denali coven and Leah were seated, and let out a disdainful huff. One of your wolves imprinted on 1,000-year-old cold one. Is 100-year-old wolf so unbelievable? Leah straightened at his tone, her grip around Irina's waist tightening into a white-knuckled hold as she growled, "Don't bring me into this." Maybe female wolves always imprint on blonde cradle-robbing cougars, Paul chimed in, his comment unhelpful. He caught the bottle Leah threw at his head and calmly set it aside with a roll of his eyes. Don't get all upset just because I'm right, Clearwater. Jacob snickered from his spot on the log next to Rosalie and Bella, half turning to face the blonde vampire. He swayed slightly as he spoke. Hey Rose, do you have any more blonde cousins we could bring down to meet Clara? Clara groaned at the mention of her name, putting her head in her hands. Will offered a reassuring hand on his twin's back. I appreciate the thought, guys. Really, it's sweet, but I'm straight and not into blondes. Jake snickered again, sloshing his bottle of wild turkey dismissively. Sure. Say that until you meet the next round of ultra-hot blonde vampires. We do have a Russian coven we speak with on occasion, Culture interjected, another group of vegetarians like us. I believe they're all blonde except for Ophelia, Irina said. Kate, who had been sipping from her own bottle of whiskey, sputtered and laughed, shaking her head. Ophelia would eat that poor girl for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, no offense. Clara lifted her head, looking torn between believing Irina and not. None taken, I think, she replied. Can we please focus? Bella snapped, casting a pointed glare over her wolves before turning her attention back to Cultier. However, the expression on his weathered face stopped her in her tracks. The old wolf looked torn between bitterness and longing as he observed the pack and the covens interacting so easily with one another. Each flicker of the flames seemed to shift the emotions he was wrestling with. The familiar feeling that something was off about his presence had begun to fade the longer he sat by the fire, but Bella wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. After a long pause, during which the pack remained silent, she sighed. Thank you. Please continue, Cultier. The old wolf seemed to gather himself as he cleared his throat, staring into the fire. A pair of nomadic cold ones had begun preying on our people, and so the gene was once again activated, just as it had been in all the generations that came before and after us. Our pack consisted of myself, Everett Reed, and Holt Clearwater. As the eldest, I was chosen to lead us as the alpha. We killed the cold ones, and the tribe was once again safe. Everett found his imprint and settled down to have a family with her. Holt gained enough control that he stopped phasing after a few years, but I never truly stopped. I feared what would happen if the cold ones returned and none of the tribe still carried the gene, so I never gave up the wolf spirit that now shared my soul. I met the woman who would be my wife some years later, Violet Tufall, and I loved her with everything I had. I had dreams of releasing the wolf within me, of living a normal lifespan, and growing old by her side, Cultier said, his voice heavy with emotion. But then she became pregnant, and tragically, she died giving birth to our son. He took a shuddering breath, and the lightness in the room vanished. The pack, covens, and elders watched him intently, the weight of his words hanging in the air. The old wolf ran a hand through his wispy white hair, tilting his head up toward the stars. I lost myself for a time. I named our son Kai-Ah and left him in the care of our elders as I grieved. But before I realized it, years slipped by as I walked the line between man and wolf, spending more time as a beast than as a human. I roamed far and wide, from the cold tundras of Canada to the southernmost borders of Mexico, always restless, always searching for something I could never find. It was during that time that I began to understand the true nature of my gift. As a child, I always felt different, perceiving people around me in ways others could not. I could make them unaware of my presence if I chose to. My mother called it a gift, my father claimed it was a bad spirit poisoning my mind. Within the pack, Holt and Everett would often complain that they could never find or sense me when I wasn't in the mood to be discovered. But as I roamed, I began to grasp just how right they, and my parents, had been. I could render myself invisible to others, both man and beast, by reaching into their minds and warping their perception of reality, It felt like an extension of the pack mind I once shared with my brothers. Every mind acted as a doorway I could open, allowing me to use my gift. Only those whose minds I touched could never sense me, unlike Holt and Everett. As time passed, I practiced more and more, pushing the limits of what I could make others see. Sometimes, I thought I had finally. I had gone mad, weaving false fantasies in my mind as I fell apart at the seams. Perhaps the ancestors and the spirits were tormenting me, granting me a gift that allowed me to vanish from this world and from the perception of every living being within it. But then it struck me, if the spirits truly had a say in the matter, they would have let the heartbreak of losing Violet take me. They would have allowed me to rest. Instead, I wandered and searched, losing myself so deeply that I managed to lose nearly 20 years along the way. As silence enveloped us, Kaltir took a breath, and it was Clara who broke it, her voice soft and wavering. Her eyes shifted from bright blue to amber and back again. You had your gift as a kid. Just like me. The one-eyed wolf nodded, lowering his gaze to the fire as he looked at his descendant. Yes, I did. My father believed, much like your mother does, that I was cursed, an omen said to torment him for the fantasies I created in my head. I was taken to shaman after shaman for a cure, until one day my father simply gave up, shunning me for the evil he believed possessed my mind. Clara absorbed this revelation for a moment before growling accusingly, "That doesn't fix anything that you did. My whole life you just, ugh. If our gift passed through you, why did Grandpa Kaya never tell me anything?" Kaltir clenched his hands around his cane, steadying himself before he replied, "It skipped generations, much like the little Alpha's gift. Kaya never knew me, nor the gene he carried. Let me continue the story before you go on ceaselessly accusing me, pup." Bella startled at the overwhelming rush of thoughts, emotions, and memories flooding her mind, gritting her teeth against the onslaught. She couldn't tell if it was Rosalie's presence or the safety of her pack that provided enough weight to keep her from being swept away. Kaltir took a moment to gather his thoughts, then spoke. "I stopped wandering shortly after and finally returned home, but so much time had already passed. My son was grown, having left La Push just months before. The elders who once praised me now scorned me, and the men who had been my brothers no longer recognized me. Our tribe no longer felt like home. Yet, a small flicker of hope deep within my soul refused to let me leave again. There had to be something left for me in this life, so I stayed, but I never revealed myself to my family. For more than 20 years, I had simply disappeared. Perhaps it was better that way, a distant memory untainted by the man I had become, unchanged by time from my continued phasing. I would be a stranger they could barely recognize. I settled on a small plot of land near the edge of our border on State Route 110. The council granted me a stipend for the service I had once given in defense of the tribe, the same as Holt and Everett still received. I built a house, little more than a shed, and made my home there. The urge to roam, to search, never truly left me, but some part of me could not abandon my place. I couldn't understand it until the day I saw her. My soul called to hers, the wolf howled for its other half, and my heart screamed to be hers and for her to be mine. Kaltir paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink into the group. His dark gaze swept around to Sam and Emily, Jared and Kim, Leah and Irina, before finally settling on Bella. His gaze shifted between Bella and Rosalie, an unreadable expression on his face, his eyes flickering with intensity. Every wolf present understood that feeling, whether they had imprinted or not. They all felt the shift in gravity that came with that moment. Once their eyes met, everything else faded away. For years, I waited, living in fear even as I loved Violet, worrying that one day I would meet my imprint's gaze and want to lay the world at her feet instead. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. I would have done anything for her, ripped the world apart, done whatever she asked, if only she would utter the words. But my imprint was already taken, pregnant, and engaged to Chief Ephraim Black, long before he began phasing, and before the Cullens first came to our land. Later, I would learn that it was a scandal for our tribe, our chief marrying a white woman and getting her pregnant before marriage. All of it was frowned upon by the tribe and the elders. Yet, in that moment when I first met her, none of it mattered. She was the one, the other half of my soul, and no barriers could keep us apart. I confronted her, Rain Swan, and tried to explain who I was, what I was. But she rightly refused me. I found myself spilling every tribe and pack secret to a stranger I had just met, but the power of the imprint and the howling of the wolf within me wouldn't allow anything less. Rain would hear none of it, she believed none of it. Who was I compared to the man who would be her husband? He truly knew her and loved her, the father of her child. The only thing she ever said to me was, "Leave me alone. Don't ever come near me, speak to me, or talk about this so-called imprint again." Bella felt as if the air had been ripped from her lungs. Great-Grandma Rain was supposed to marry Ephraim? She locked eyes with her dad across the fire, witnessing a whirlwind of emotions cross the police chief's face before he turned away. Bella stared at Billy in disbelief. All these years, they had been told that Great-Grandma Rain's pregnancy with Ephraim was a mistake, a fleeting affair that led to heartbreak. When Charlie first made friends on the reservation as a kid and began to get to know his distant cousin, Billy Black, he had practically been shunned by the tribe. Meanwhile, Bella had always felt the weight of whispers behind her back from the older Quileute members, who viewed her as the great-granddaughter of Chief Ephraim Black. When Bella first phased, she wanted nothing to do with leadership or her great-grandfather's legacy as his eldest descendant. She believed her carrying of the gene was a mistake. She was a mistake. Despite the instincts and the wolf that shared her soul calling out for her to lead, she felt unworthy. Before the alpha could spiral further into despair, Rosalie leaned in and whispered softly, "You're okay. I'm right here. Just breathe, Bella." Bella inhaled sharply, feeling the angry buzzing in her mind transform into a whirlwind of worry and concern as the pack's eyes turned toward her. "Breathe," Rosalie had said. "Just breathe." The alpha let out a shuddering sigh, expelling a rush of emotion before lifting her head. Kaltir was watching her with an unreadable expression, but when he saw her begin to gather herself, he continued. "I tried to leave my home again, both halves of my soul torn to shreds. The call within me to stay was nearly gone. For so many years, I had searched for something, some semblance of peace, meaning, or rightness in a world that had taken my Violet from me. But this was what the spirits had blessed me with instead, a fleeting glimpse of my imprint that crashed and burned into a slow, agonizing death without her. I nearly lost myself entirely to the wolf, existing as little more than a wild animal for months, unable to stay away, but just enough control to follow her wishes. Every fiber of my being cried out for her, but even in the depths of my despair, I adhered to the command she had given me. There was nothing but the sound of her voice, even if what she had spoken into existence shattered me in a way I still cannot describe. Then, Ephraim Black, Levi Yulee, and Quileute Era 2 phased for the first time, just before the Cullens arrived in our territory. I felt their panic and heard voices other than my own for the first time in nearly 30 years. Some scrap of humanity took over, and I reached out to them, soothing them and promising to help. At first, they thought I was a ghost, a malevolent spirit sent to guide them to the next life and out of the nightmare they suddenly found themselves in. Ephraim called me Ghost, referencing the color of my pelt and the chills that enveloped him when I first approached this new pack. I hated him with every fiber of my being. I wanted him to suffer for taking my imprint from me, to feel the agony in every breath I took. Perhaps it was the instincts of the wolf to protect the pack that kept me from killing him right then and there, or maybe it was the distant blood he shared with Violet, which gave him the same doe-brown eyes as hers and subdued my bloodlust. I saw every thought, every memory, every emotion swirling in their minds. I felt Ephraim's panic in his fear for Rain, now that he was a monster. I knew Levi thought he was going insane, convinced that the wolf warriors were just a legend of the tribe. I heard Quill's excited chatter about this new form and the power it could bring. I hated Ephraim, but all three of them were young and scared, a brand new pack that knew nothing of what it meant to be a protector or how to manage the transformation from man to wolf. What I felt for one member of that pack did not mean they didn't deserve my help, so I chose to stay and guide them. They struggled for many months passed, and the spirits of the wolves within Ephraim and Levi clashed relentlessly, vying for dominance to the point where I sometimes feared they might destroy each other. Ephraim was young, brave, and fiercely headstrong, while Levi was loud-mouthed and hot-headed. Their souls struggled to find harmony until Ephraim named Levi as the beta, easing the tensions and reducing their constant fighting. I wanted so desperately to continue hating Ephraim as time went on and I grew closer to this new pack. I waited for him to embody the role of the devil who had taken my imprint from me, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. He made her happy in ways I couldn't. He led our people through poverty, struggle, and strife with a level head and kindness. He was a good chief and a good man. I had to watch through his eyes, experience his memories, as he lived a picturesque life with my imprint. I never revealed the truth of why I was there, a remnant of a distant past, a different pack, silenced by Rain's command. Ephraim was her future, so I remained quiet. Kaltir took a shuddering breath, gripping his cane with white-knuckled intensity as tremors racked his frame. A mask of rage settled on his face as he glanced at Billy and then Jake. Snarling under his breath, the old wolf wiped the emotion from his expression and turned to Carlyle, the head of the Cullen coven, who straightened under his gaze. I was there to meet this strange-eyed coven, though I did not reveal myself, not even to the mind reader. I encouraged Ephraim to forge the treaty despite his fears. I had seen and killed my fair share of cold ones and monsters during my years of roaming, but these ones felt different, almost human. If they wished to coexist peacefully with us and not spread their disease, to live alongside the humans in the town where Rain came from, even offer them protection, then they could stay. Ed. My son. He told me that day there was something strange about the wolves, something they weren't telling us. He warned me not to trust them, even when Ephraim offered us a peaceful resolution. It was you he sensed? Carlyle whispered, a sad, longing tone weaving through his words as Esme pressed against his side. The old wolf nodded. You outnumbered us then, and they were too inexperienced to win a fight against so many cold ones. I chose to give your coven a chance because of the threat you could have posed to my imprint and the tribe. My ranging showed me many truths about your kind. Most were bad, but a few were good. If you could live by your word, as you wanted to prove, then there was no need for senseless deaths. Carlyle furrowed his brow at this but nodded in acceptance, wrapping an arm around Esme's waist and pulling her close as he gazed off into the distance, likely lost in memories. I continued in this strange existence for a time, watching over, guiding, and teaching this new generation of wolves, until that day. A niece of Levi Yulee had come down to visit from the Macaw tribe, and when Ephraim met her eyes, he imprinted. Rain was due in months, but when he met Martha, there was no one else. He fought it for a time, but the pull of the imprint is something no wolf can fight, no matter their strength. He told Rain the truth, and the weight of her grief and rage nearly tore me apart. I had to watch as she packed up everything she owned and fled back to Forks to be with her parents. Leah growled, and Sam flashed his teeth as Kaltir looked at them, a frown tugging at his lips as he continued. History repeats itself. Time and time again. When she was gone, I went to confront Ephraim, where he sat, collapsed on his knees like a beaten dog. I cursed him, spat on his ancestors, and the spirit of everything I had sacrificed for him, all for the pack, for Rain, for the tribe, felt like it had been for nothing. In a blind haze, I challenged him, alpha to alpha. I was older and more experienced, but he was young and strong. Without control, I couldn't use my gift. In the end, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. He always sensed when I was trying. I lost that fight, and it cost me my left eye. Ephraim no longer saw me as a mentor but as an enemy and a monster with ulterior motives. The weight of the rejected imprint tore through the pack mind, fueling my rage. He believed I had been trying to steal Rain from him, to overthrow him as alpha, to lead from the shadows and bend him to my will. As alpha of the pack and chief of the tribe, he banished me from our lands, commanding me to live as he had always called me, a ghost, never to be seen or heard from again by the tribe, or he would take my other eye. I would later learn that he had me removed from the tribal archives, which held the history of all the Quileute packs, ensuring that my story and his shame would remain forgotten, reduced to a mere footnote of a protector driven mad by a broken imprint. I lost Violet. I lost my son. I lost Rain. I lost my home. I lost an eye. It felt as though there was nothing left to do but find a hole to crawl into and die. I headed north to do just that, but just as I reached the edges of the La Push territory, I felt a pull in my chest that stole the air from my lungs. The imprint bond that connected my soul wouldn't let me leave Rain alone, unprotected, and grieving, even after her rejection. She wasn't his. She wasn't even mine, but she was everything. She deserved the world, yet all she had received was heartbreak and pain. Silence settled, thick and heavy. The grief in Coultier's voice was as fresh and raw as if everything had happened yesterday. Decades ago, meeting your imprint was like finding the missing piece of a puzzle. It provided a sense of balance, a deep sense of belonging in the world. But when that sacred bond is rejected, beaten down, and crushed beyond repair, it can destroy a wolf and the very soul it shares. Yet Coultier had managed to find the will to carry on, albeit in a bitter, struggle-filled way. Several long minutes passed as the old wolf steadied himself, his ragged breathing gradually settling into a smoother rhythm. Finally, he spoke again. I couldn't leave her, but I couldn't go back home either. I had lived for so long, too long, wasting half my life chasing a feeling that had all but vanished. At that moment, after everything I had endured and everything I had done to the people I loved, I made a decision. It was my time. I would release the wolf within me and continue living until I could finally pass on, as I should have with Violet. Without the connection to the pack mind, Ephraim, Levi, and Quill could no longer sense me. Their duty remained solely to the tribe and their imprints. So, I moved to Forks, taking on odd jobs wherever I could find them and using the small stipend I had left from the tribe to buy a house on the far edge of town, as far from La Push as possible. I could still hear the howls of wolves from time to time, the sound of a pack in a place I once called my own, but as the years went by, their calls faded away. One day, Rain saw me at the market when I wasn't using my gift to hide. I caught sight of her, holding the hand of a little girl who couldn't have been more than 7. She froze, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at me, and I at her. I could see the fear in her gaze as she pulled her daughter close, the destruction and pain that Ephraim and I had caused her etched clearly on her face. When she left, I vowed never to let her see me again. I wanted her to live her life. Free from everything that came with being a wolf and the dark spirits we carried with us, I thought I had found peace. But then came 1991, the year where all our stories converged. A rejection can't truly break an imprint bond, no matter the agony it inflicts on the wolf. That bond remains, a heavy weight in your chest that keeps you anchored to this world until it's time to move on. Even when you stop phasing, when you finally gain the control to do so, the spirit of the wolf that shares your soul is always with you. I came to understand these truths the moment Rain Swan died on September 18th at 11:37 p.m. from heart failure. My anchor was gone, and with it, my control over the wolf. I barely managed to escape my house before I phased for the first time in over 50 years. The excruciating pain of the transformation was nothing compared to the torment of my soul trying to tear itself in two. I lost track of how many days passed as I struggled to regain control. I was inconsolable, nothing more than a wild animal, barely able to put one paw in front of the other as I howled my pain to every god, spirit, and fate that existed. Finally, some nights later, I came to my senses, standing on the cliffs above First Beach. My lungs filled with the scent of home I had longed for all those years. And right there beside me was Ephraim. Coultier wiped the moisture from his eyes and let out a bitter chuckle. He laid his cane across his lap, his eye flashing in electric blue as he stared down at it. He was an old man by then. We both were, old dogs who didn't seem to know when to quit. Ephraim had given up phasing a few years after he met Martha. He settled down and had a happy little family with her, but the grief in my howls had called to him, to the alpha of the pack he had once been. Levi and Quill had both passed the previous year, leaving him as the only one left. "She's gone, isn't she?" he asked. I phased out, collapsing into a heap at his feet, just as he once had at mine. Yet, he lifted me by the arm, handed me the clothes he had brought with him to the cliffs, and offered me the cane he had whittled himself. 3 wolves, one russet, one chocolate brown, and one black, chased each other through the woods. Once I was dressed, I expected him to send me on my way, to do what I should have done when he banished me, find a hole to die in. Instead, he asked me to walk home with him. I'm so sorry, Ghost. She was a good woman. Better than anything I ever did to her. But if you're here to stay for a little while, would you walk with me? A scruffy old man like you shouldn't be alone at night, and my eyes don't do too well in the dark anymore. Why don't you guide us? There was no fight left in me. No fire. No will to go on. Nothing at all. But that feeling, that flickering, fleeting hope that had once driven me, flared to life. I had lost everything, yet in that moment, some small part of me dared to follow the instincts that had guided me most of my life. When we reached his house, we sat on the porch, and Ephraim pulled out his pipe, offering it to me as if we were old friends. When I refused, I finally asked him what had changed his mind about taking my other eye if he ever saw me again. He laughed. Time changes a man, he said. Time, and the realization that I won't be around forever. I always had a feeling you never truly left. That someday you would come back to haunt me. You're too old and too stubborn to have given up that easily, Ghost. He sat in silence for a long time before he sighed. Kaya Silvervein came back to the tribe 2 years after you left. He has a family now, with 2 great-grandchildren. Levi and Quill have great-grandsons, little terrors, they are. I have my Jacob, though the doctors are worried. I didn't understand why he was telling me this, showcasing the perfect little families he and his pack had built, while the knowledge that my son had been home for years hit me like a punch to the gut. When I finally got to my feet, snarling and growling right in his face, demanding to know what the hell he wanted, Ephraim just laughed again. That, he said, I want the old wolf who can guide a new pack. I'm dying, Ghost. Lung cancer of all things. I've already lost Levi and Quill, and I don't have much longer before I join them. That coven you had me make the treaty with won't stay gone forever, I feel it in these old bones of mine. One day they'll be back, and they'll bring the pack back to life with them. History repeats itself, time and time again. Our descendants will have to carry the weight of our duty when we're gone, and I can't die knowing it'll rest on nothing but old stories and elder legends. I wanted to punch him, to curse him, to phase and run away, shedding this human skin forever. But that damned feeling in my soul stopped me. I had searched, roamed, and ranged for more than half my life, looking for something I could never find. Yet all that time, so much of it wasted, had led me to that porch, sitting with a man who had cost me so much. If it meant anything at all, I couldn't have known until he said, Rain's great-granddaughter looks just like her. Spitting image, if I ever saw one. But she bears my blood, Ghost, and even if she's the first female wolf in our history, she'll be the new alpha someday. Even if she has to fight Levi's little terror for it. Kaya's granddaughter, Clara, has your gift. She's only a year old, but the first time I held her, I felt those same chills I once felt with yours. Her and her twin brother, Will, have the same color eyes as your wolf does. If that isn't an omen for the future, I don't know what is. They'll be the next generation. Those who carry the bloodlines, the Clearwaters, the Lahodis, the Camerons, the Culls, the Little C's, and the Fullers. We may be old dogs now, but when those pups grow up, they'll need someone to guide them, protect them, and keep them safe. If you won't do it for me, do it for Rain, for your family. Bella clutched her chest as hot tears pricked her eyes. He had known. Ephraim had known she would be the alpha someday and wanted her to be protected. It didn't erase the pain he had caused Great-Grandma Swan, nor did it diminish the roiling mixture of sorrow and grief in her gut. Yet, a small, fleeting sense of being recognized as his blood and his heir lifted a year's worth of weight off her shoulders. At her side, Rosalie nuzzled into the crook of her shoulder, sharing in her relief through their bond. Bella scrubbed the tears from her eyes as Kultir continued. I realized then what I had been searching for, a reason to stop roaming, to stop ranging. Purpose. With Rain gone, I had nothing left but the family who never knew me and the wolves who would one day phase to defend our home. So, despite the bitter history we shared and the hate I still held, I promised to look after the new generation of wolves as Ephraim had asked of me, but only if I could return to La Push to be close to my descendants. He accepted and gave me back the little house off State Route 110 that I had once built. But when he offered to fix the tribal archives, to undo the damage he had done, I refused. Kaltir Silvervein was a name that should stay forgotten. I was just a scruffy old man who needed to look after some unruly pups when their time came. Ephraim died 7 months later, and I watched from the shadows as he was laid to rest. I kept an eye on all of you as the years passed, setting up a junkyard on my property to blend back into the community. It felt like everything had changed so much since my banishment. My days of roaming may have been behind me, but I still traveled occasionally to scratch an itch that never truly faded. I encountered other strange-eyed, human-like cold ones far to the north. He paused, flashing a wry smile toward the Denali coven, his bright blue gaze fixed on Eliezer, before continuing. But I would always return home to fulfill my purpose. If Ephraim was right, and if my travels taught me anything, it's that history has a nasty habit of repeating itself, time and time again. I awaited the day the Cullens would return and bring the wolf spirit back to our tribe. The old wolf turned to Clara and Will first. I was there for your entire lives, watching over you. When your mother began to grasp the extent of your gift, I used mine to shield you from what she perceived until you learned better control. I couldn't stop her paranoia or the toll it took on you, and for that, I am truly sorry, Clara, Will. I couldn't reveal myself, but when she and your father argued more frequently, I was always there to hide you both from their anger. When you were 7, you often vanished right in front of them whenever they yelled. I did my best to ensure they never realized what you could make them see or not see. I know now that I didn't do enough. I frightened you both, and for that, I apologize. I was not the protector you needed, nor the one you deserved. I did what I thought was best, but it wasn't enough to shield you from the suffering you endured. He then turned to Sam. I was there when you phased for the first time, Sam Yulee. I was the voice in your head telling you to calm down and breathe. You thought you were losing your mind, hearing a voice that wasn't your own, but I was the one guiding you to phase out and seek the elders. You were too panicked. I remember that night well. I used my gift to hide from your sight, but I offered you my shoulder to lean on as you stumbled out of the woods. After you learned to settle into your skin, you didn't need my help much, and you did well during your time as Alpha. I just gave a nudge here or there when Paul Lahote and Jared Cameron began to show signs of the change. Sam looked startled at the praise and what Kaltir had done for him. He glanced rapidly between the old wolf, the elders, and Bella. Suddenly, he laughed, a deep, booming sound he hadn't made in a year. Running a weary hand down his face, he said, "That was you? I nicknamed your voice, Wise Man, in my head. I always thought the first phase had made me go a little too insane, and I couldn't make you go away. When I stopped hearing you, I thought I'd finally lost it." Kaltir huffed. "Once you settled in as Alpha, you had little need of me. If I guided your every move or decision, you would never have found your own way to lead." Sam's laughter faded, and he offered the old wolf a respectful nod. "Thank you for helping me." Kaltir returned the gesture and then looked toward Quill and Embry. "I was the one who led you two out of the woods when you got lost on the trails at night. You were both about 8 at the time, sneaking out of your rooms after bedtime to go exploring. Embry had broken his arm slipping down a slope, and when you rushed to help him, Quill, you lost the trail entirely. I heard the screaming all the way from the junkyard. You thought I was a forest spirit sent by the elders to help you." Quill's mouth dropped open as Embry grabbed him by the shoulders and started shaking him. "Did you hear that? That bed is almost 10 years old now. You owe me like $1,000. Kaltir let out a rusty chuckle, but a mournful expression passed over his face as he addressed Embry alone. When your mother first began drinking and lost her job, I made sure you always had food in the house and that the bills were paid. You were only 12 at the time. I knew what would happen if Child Protective Services found out about the state of your home, and I realized there would be little the tribe could do to keep you out of the foster system if that happened. I just wish I could have done more. Embry's eyes widened in disbelief as he lifted a hand to clutch the arm Quill still had resting on his shoulders. But she didn't get laid off until I was 16. She was still going to work when I was a kid. I had to get a job and start taking care of her after that. She lied, the old wolf replied somberly. I'm sorry, Embry. Your mother was a good woman once, but she has been sick for a very long time. I would watch her leave the house, only to go up to Port Angeles to drink most days when she left for work. Embry gripped Quill tighter, his lower lip trembling as tears began to shine in his eyes. I thank you. For trying. For keeping me out of the system. Kaltir nodded in silent acceptance as he glanced toward Jake, Seth, and Leah. You three were a nightmare. Always gallivanting about, playing on that rock formation or on the cliffs. I can't count how many times I had to distract you from falling and breaking your necks or convince you that your parents or siblings were calling you home. Ignoring their sputtering indignation and protests, Kaltir finally turned his attention to Bella. The alpha stiffened under his gaze, and the tension hung thick in the air as he slowly shook his head. But you? The great-granddaughter of Ephraim Black and Rain Swan? There was truly no way for you to make it any harder for me to protect you, was there? From the moment you returned home until this day, I have been watching over you, and you were the most trouble out of the whole litter. Bella opened her mouth to retort, but a round of laughter erupted, cutting her off. Laughter erupted all around the bonfire, a chorus of joy from the pack, the elders, and even the covens. It should have filled Bella with warmth, but instead, indignation flared up her spine. Even Rosalie was chuckling, though she tried unsuccessfully to hide it. What the hell is so funny? The alpha demanded. The wolves and elders were the first to respond. He's got a point, Bells. You took us cliff diving when we were 10, one said. You convinced our parents to get us dirt bikes when we could barely ride a bicycle between the four of us, another chimed in. Bella, sweetheart, do you know how many feral cats I had to keep you from hiding in the shed during the summers because they were too hot? Remember when you thought it would be funny to play chicken with the black bears up near North Ridge, Chief? That was 6 months ago. Every time I told you not to climb Lookout Rock in the rain, you'd do it just to do cartwheels. Bells, do you realize how many bones you've broken in your life? 30. And you're only 18. You were a danger to yourself on flat surfaces, hon. I had to stitch you up a dozen times from tripping on thin air and cracking your head open on the nearest sharp object within a mile radius. Then the covens joined in. Bella dear, you did walk into a vampire den knowing we were vampires. I've known you for about a month now, and even I can see you're the biggest danger magnet to ever walk on 4 legs, no offense. You ran away from me and Jazz to face off with a literal tracker by yourself. You faced off against the Volturi guard with some half-baked scheme that somehow managed to work, Bella Bear. I've got to say, props to you. You fell in love with 2 different vampires, faced off against an entire army of them, and almost got yourself killed several times in the process, Rosalie added, running a soothing hand down the alpha's spine. It's a good thing I find your lack of self-preservation amusing. Martyrdom is so endearing, Mon Soleil. Protecting you for a lifetime sounds like a tall order. Face flushed with embarrassment, Bella exclaimed, this is an outrage. An attack on my character. Dissent in the ranks. Major, I'll have these men and women court-martialed. Jasper simply tipped his hat, a grin spreading across his face as he soaked in the light-hearted, joking atmosphere around him. No can do, darlin'. I'm afraid you can't escape family that easily. Bella let out a frustrated groan before scrambling to her feet. With one arm, she pulled Rosalie up to her side and grabbed a beer with the other, raising it high for a toast. One by one, the pack, the covens, and the elders lifted their drinks to join hers. The alpha surveyed the group, taking in each face flickering in the firelight. Pieces of her heart were laid bare beneath the full moon. They were all alive. They were all safe. They were all here with her tonight because of... Kaltir, Bella began softly, thank you. I know you've made mistakes and faced a life full of pain and suffering. But we're all still here today because of you. You have helped us when we didn't even know you existed. You have protected and guided us when we felt lost and alone. You are a good man despite your faults, and I thank you for the sacrifices you've made to keep our pack and our tribe safe. I know it doesn't make up for everything you've done or what's been done to you, but you have my gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, the lives of my pack, and the lives of my family. To Kaltir Silvervein. To Kaltir, the crowd echoed. Chapter 42. The bonfire gathering came to an end shortly after Kaltir finished his tale. A few conversations flickered around the firelight. The tension that had been on a roller coaster of ups and downs for the better part of an hour finally dissipated. The Council of Elders had pulled the old wolf aside for a private conversation, and Clara, as if in a daze, had risen to join them. She froze when her ancestor turned to her with an unreadable expression. After a brief moment, Kaltir nodded to both twins, who stepped into the circle of discussion with him and the elders. Bella could catch snippets of their conversation, words like home, time, and staying. But she chose not to eavesdrop further. She hadn't known Clara and Will for long, but in the short time they'd spent together, it was clear that the burden they carried had weighed them down for years. They deserved their own closure, just as Kaltir did. The Alpha felt a sense of serenity wash over her, finally at peace for the first time in what seemed like forever. Since the day she first phased, she had felt like the odd wolf out, at least in her own mind. The instincts of leading, corralling, and supporting the pack had come naturally, yet they were often overshadowed by an echo of her own denial. She had constantly second-guessed herself, trying to fit into a box small enough to maintain the status quo and keep the peace. But now, after everything she and the pack had endured, the weight of her heritage no longer felt like a tightening noose around her neck. Her place as the Alpha felt right, no longer a painful brand marking her as a mistake, but simply the way things were meant to be. On the pack side of the fire, Leah, Kim, Seth, and Jake were congratulating Sam and Emily on their pregnancy, showering them with well wishes and prayers for smoother sailing than any of the pack had experienced in months. Meanwhile, the Covens exchanged stories from their long histories, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences under the warm glow of the fire. Histories unfolded around the bonfire, with Jasper leading the conversation about a battle he had fought during his time as a human. Paul and Kate were still engaged in their drinking competition. Despite clearly losing, Paul refused to throw in the towel, his speech and motor skills deteriorating rapidly. Colin and Brady were yawning at least once every minute, and Bella made a mental note to send them off to bed soon. However, one conversation made her blood run cold. Rosalie had left her side several minutes ago, and now she seemed engrossed in a deep conversation with Jared. Their words were too low for even a wolf's hearing to catch, but the surge of surprise and excitement flowing through the imprint bond made the Alpha jump to her feet. As she approached the pair, Rosalie's golden eyes flickered over Jared's shoulder to meet hers, glinting with mischief. "I'll keep it in mind," she told Jared with vague finality, brushing past him to intercept her mate. "Are you ready to go?" Bella's mind momentarily short-circuited, torn between the urge to wipe the smug smile off Jared's face as he turned to rejoin his imprint and the need to understand what Rosalie was implying. "Go? Go where? I said I had plans for us. Did you forget already?" Rosalie's voice was low, laced with an undercurrent of a purr that sent a shiver up Bella's spine. "Or is the big, bad Alpha so preoccupied that she forgot about me?" Bella felt as though she had been thrown back in time, nearly a year ago when she was still human, completely susceptible to a vampire's charms. She fumbled over her words, her tongue tying itself in knots as she gazed at the radiant smile of Rosalie Hale. "No, I didn't. I'd never." The blonde vampire simply laughed, turning away and tossing over her shoulder, "Come on, Mon Soleil. We have a bit of a ride ahead of us." Bella nearly stumbled over her own feet as she followed. Bella hurried after her imprint, tuning out the laughter and catcalls that echoed around her. "See you guys later. Sam, make sure nobody dies while I'm gone, and get Colin and Brady to bed." Rosalie had already made it back to the dirt bikes, Skull's engine roaring to life as she pumped the kickstart with ease. Bella joined her just as Rosalie climbed onto Hattie, grinning from ear to ear as the twin sounds of the rebuilt engines filled the air. "Where to, Miss Hale?" Rosalie asked playfully. "It's a surprise. I know you usually hate surprises, but I hope you'll enjoy this one." Bella kicked her dirt bike into first gear, rolling the throttle back with a grin. "Lead the way, Rose. I'll follow you anywhere." As Rosalie peeled out of the lot and onto the highway, warmth and desire transformed into nervous excitement that pulsed through their bond. Bella followed closely behind, exhilarated. It was a beautiful night, as if Mother Nature herself had recognized that the threat had finally passed, clearing the ominous storms for a sky lit by the full glow of the summer moon. Still smiling, Bella tilted her head back and howled as they cleared the law-pushed territory and began their journey down the winding highway that led out of Forks. After a moment, Rosalie joined her, the wolf that shared the alpha's soul practically wagging its tail in delight at the sound of their imprint blending into their song. It filled Bella with warmth, love, and happiness. As her howl naturally faded, Bella couldn't help but stare at Rosalie. Moonlight didn't quite have the same effect on a vampire's skin as sunlight did, refracting and sparkling with a kaleidoscope of colors off the diamond-hard, venom-frozen surface. Instead, it made them glow with a silvery light, giving them an ethereal, otherworldly appearance, like a spirit sent down from the stars. "See something you like?" Rosalie teased, turning to face her mate while still cruising at nearly 60 miles per hour. "I see that the spirits have blessed me with the most beautiful woman in the world," Bella said, her voice filled with sincerity. She watched as Rosalie's eyebrows lifted in surprise, then added playfully, "And I can't help but wonder if this is all a clever ploy to get me naked before our wedding night." Rosalie scoffed, though her tone remained warm. "Flattery will get you nowhere. Stop trying to ruin your surprise." Bella smirked. "So it is a ploy to get me naked before our wedding night. For shame, Miss Hale. I thought you were a gentleman." "Bella," Rosalie replied sweetly, but the coolness in her voice sent a shiver down Bella's spine. "If you aren't a good girl, you won't get your surprise." Bella barely held back a whimper, her cheeks flushing from her hairline to her toes. She raised a shaky hand and mimed zipping her lips shut. Satisfied with her response, Rosalie signaled for them to slow down as they approached their turn. The entrance to the path was just off the highway, nearly invisible, much like the driveway to the Cullens mansion. Bella knew they were about a dozen miles southwest of that. Thick foliage and undergrowth lined the path, the tightly packed trees blocking most of the moonlight above. But for the wolf and the vampire, navigating through the woods was no challenge. They traveled through the trees for nearly 5 miles before Bella spotted a structure nestled among the untouched woodlands. It was a cabin, rustic and old, with moss-covered logs forming its walls and a thatched roof on top. 2 windows faced them, glowing softly from the warm light inside and flickering candle flames resting on the sills. A small wraparound porch completed the cabin, featuring a tin overhang and a brand-new porch swing gently rocking in the breeze. If it weren't for the cobblestone pathway stretching a few yards from the door and connecting to the trail they were on, Bella might have thought it was a scene straight out of a fairy tale. It was just an abandoned hunter's lodge. The blonde vampire pulled off to the side of the front yard, cutting the engine of Skull as she swung her leg off the dirt bike. Bella quickly followed suit, tilting her head back and taking a deep breath of the rich, earthy tones of the forest, letting out a pleasant hum. When she opened her eyes, she found Rosalie staring up at her with darkened golden eyes. Bella's hand lifted on its own, freezing midair as she intended to cup the alpha's cheek. Frowning at her hesitation, she intertwined their fingers and guided Rosalie's hand the rest of the way, nuzzling into the cool palm against her cheek. "I'm ready for my surprise, Naeli," Bella said softly. A pleased rumble rose from Rosalie's chest. "Close your eyes." A teasing remark was on the tip of Bella's tongue, but the crackling, nervous energy flowing through their bond made her hold back. She felt strung tight and giddy, her body caught in a tug-of-war between fight or flight, keeping her on the edge of both. She did as she was told, allowing the cool hand pressed against her lower back to guide her. Bella heard the faint creak of a door opening before the scent of cedarwood and lilac flowers flooded her senses. She inhaled sharply at the intoxicating mixture, a pulse of heat rippling through her blood and pooling just below her navel. Their scents mingled, blanketing every inch of the space around her. Rosalie's hand left her lower back, trailing up her shoulder before dipping down to her collarbone, her imprint circling Bella like a predator closing in on its prey. Unable to contain her whimper this time, Bella strained forward for more, only to be halted by the hand that now rested loosely against her chest. "Open your eyes." Bella snapped her golden eyes open, widening in surprise at the sight before her. The interior was far more modern than the exterior suggested. To her left was the living room, equipped with. The room featured a cozy fireplace with a flat-screen TV mounted above it, surrounded by a U-shaped leather couch. In one corner, 2 armchairs were tucked neatly beside organized bookcases. Framed vintage car and motorcycle posters, which Bella recognized from the Cullen garage, adorned the cream-colored walls. Alongside them hung several paintings, her own artworks of the Pack, La Push, and First Beach, which used to decorate her bedroom and Charlie's living room. To the right, the space opened up to a dining table that flowed into a kitchen equipped with stainless steel appliances, granite countertops, and a small island. Next to a fridge larger than any Bella had ever seen was a deep freezer, from which she could just barely catch the scent of Clearwater fish fry and frozen elk meat. Branching off from the main room was a small hallway, its floor scattered with fresh rose petals. The entire area was illuminated by soft, warm light from fairy lights strung overhead, their glow reflecting the golden hue of Rosalie's eyes as Bella turned to gaze at her imprint. In an instant, the alpha swooped in, lifting Rosalie off her feet and kissing her deeply. The blonde vampire laughed into the kiss, her fingers weaving through Bella's thick tawny hair, pulling her closer. It felt good. It felt right. It felt like coming home. As Bella gently set her imprint back down, she pulled away just enough to share the same breath, her heart racing in her throat. "It's beautiful, Rose. I love it." Rosalie smiled, then playfully flicked Bella's nose. "You don't even know what it is yet," she teased, standing on her toes to plant another kiss on the alpha's lips before settling back onto her heels. This was an old hunter's lodge that was abandoned back in the 30s. It was practically a ruin until Esme got her hands on it. Sometimes, when my siblings or I needed to escape for a while without leaving the area, we'd stay here in the area, but Carlisle and Esme agreed that we deserve our own place. That's what this cabin could be, if you want it. Our home. Bella's eyes widened as she looked around the cabin again, taking in the reality of it all. Home. A place for her and Rosalie. Not too far from Forks, where her dad lived. Just 5 miles outside of Pack territory, keeping her close enough to respond quickly to any issues that might arise in La Push. She felt a flicker of trepidation through their bond as she glanced back at her imprint, but it was quickly overshadowed by her own elation. Without thinking, she swept Rosalie into her arms and spun them around, laughing and chanting, "Yes, yes, yes. All right, all right. Put me down, wolf girl." "This is only the first half of your surprise," Rosalie said, grinning widely, completely unbothered by the blush on her cheeks. Bella complied, but her grin faded to a pout as Rosalie slipped out of her embrace and walked away. She paused at the entrance of the hallway, where rose petals lined the path. Turning back to Bella, she crooked a finger in a playful gesture and lowered her voice to a sultry tone. "Don't you want to christen our new house, darling?" Bella swallowed hard against the sudden dryness in her throat and felt a rush of warmth between her thighs as she followed Rosalie's retreating form. The hallway branched off at the end, leading to 2 separate bedrooms, but she watched as Rosalie disappeared into the right. When Bella entered the room, she came to a halt, captivated by the sight before her. Rosalie stood in the center, her dark eyes half-lidded. Behind her was a king-sized bed, adorned with rose petals and glowing softly beneath the fairy light strung from the canopy above. Candles flickered on the nightstands, dressers, and window sill, adding to the enchanting glow that filled the space. The room glowed with a warm, inviting light. Rosalie approached her mate, gently taking Bella's hands and pulling her further inside. Their eyes locked together, held by an unbreakable, magnetic force. "I promised you candles, a bed, and privacy." I hope it's everything you dreamed of, Mon Soleil, she said softly. Bella chuckled, her throat tight with emotion as she cupped Rosalie's cheek, her thumb brushing along the prominent bone. I think I remember dreaming of it happening anywhere, anytime, even on a dirty garage floor. This is more than I could have ever asked for. Thank you, Rose. A low purr rumbled in Rosalie's chest, but she shook her head as if to clear her thoughts. This is your first time. I wanted it to be special, but I also want you to go at whatever pace feels comfortable for you. She turned her head slightly, playfully nipping at Bella's thumb. The sound of Bella's sharp intake of breath made her purr deepen. You know, I've been with women before, but they were always just a means to an end. A release and a chance to take control when I felt like I had none. Tonight is about you, and having me however much or little you want. I'm yours, Bella Swan. Something within the alpha snapped. It didn't matter whether it was her or the wolf, a guttural snarl escaped her clenched teeth. Rosalie's eyes widened slightly as Bella closed the distance between them, pushing her further into the room until the back of her knees hit the bed, causing her to slide back. Bella followed her up onto the bed, pressing Rosalie against the headboard. The scent of Earl Grey tea and lilacs intensified, a tantalizing mix that burned all the way down the alpha's throat as she gripped the sides of Rosalie's head, the wood creaking beneath her touch. Rosalie? Yes? Don't talk about other women tonight. You're mine. My imprint. Nobody else will ever have you again. Rosalie's head tilted back instinctively as she let out a sound that was halfway between a gasp and a moan. A soft whimper and a moan escaped Rosalie, revealing the smooth, unmarked expanse of her throat and drawing a pleased growl from the wolf beside her. Bella lingered for a moment, absorbing the vulnerability that her imprint displayed so effortlessly, and only for her. Their eyes locked, need, a silent plea, and permission flashing through those dark depths was all the alpha needed. She leaned down, capturing the delicate junction of skin between Rosalie's neck and shoulder. Her jaw ached with the desire to bite down harder, but as Rosalie arched upward with a moan, their bodies pressed closer together. Not yet. With Herculean effort, the alpha unclenched her jaw, replacing her teeth with her tongue, tracing a path up the column of Rosalie's throat to the edge of her jaw. When she pulled back, panting, she was met with pitch-black eyes staring back at her. That was until the rich scent of Rosalie's arousal hit her, making her eyes nearly roll back in delight. Bella splayed her hands over the hard plane of Rosalie's abdomen, itching to remove every barrier that separated them. Sensing her mate's impatience, Rosalie leaned up and shrugged off her jacket. But when she reached for the bottom of her shirt, Bella took hold of it for her. Black eyes met golden ones as, slowly, inch by inch, the offending material was peeled away. The alpha's heart raced impossibly higher at the sight of the forest green lace bra that barely contained Rosalie's breasts. Her mouth watered at the sight of the pale abs that clenched beneath her gaze, knowing her pupils were likely dilated as she traced a finger from the base of Rosalie's throat to the top of her waistband, murmuring, "So beautiful." Bella lost track of time as she settled in Rosalie's lap, her hands gliding over every inch of exposed skin, whispering words of praise followed by soft kisses on the pale surface. When she finally looked back into her imprint's eyes, she found Rosalie's gaze was lidded, yet she smiled softly. "Take your time. Take your time, my son. I'm yours, at whatever pace you want," Rosalie whispered. Hers? Yes. Take her time. No. The wolf inside Bella cried, "Mine. Imprint. Claim. Now. Take her." Bella fell upon Rosalie like a starving man, kissing, licking, and savoring every inch of her. The blonde vampire let out a startled hiss at the sudden change in pace, which quickly turned into a moan, an aching sound that sent a rush of heat straight to Bella's core. When Bella's hand hooked onto the front clasp of Rosalie's bra, she tore it off with a snarl. How dare it keep any part of her imprint hidden from her? She knew she wasn't thinking entirely with her own thoughts, nor acting solely with her own intentions. All she could hear, smell, and taste was Rosalie, 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 Rosalie. It made her teeth ache and her heart throb in her chest, the wolf keening against the incomplete bond that tied her soul to the goddess beneath her. Bella was Rosalie's, and Rosalie was hers. Tonight, that truth would be etched onto her imprint skin for the world to see. She took a fleeting moment to gaze in awe at Rosalie's ample breasts before her desire to touch and tease them overwhelmed her. Bella felt like she was on fire, a roaring cacophony of need and want that could only be satisfied by Rosalie, her touch, her scent, her taste. Anything Rosalie offered, the alpha would take and drink it down, desperate to ease the blaze that coursed through her veins and clouded her mind. Rosalie's breath hitched as Bella cupped her breasts, rolling and massaging them with her hands before pinching their stiff peaks. Ah. Bella. The alpha froze, partially coming back to herself as she looked up into Rosalie's eyes. Her imprint was panting, fangs peeking out from her upper lip. Those lips curled into a smile as Rosalie cupped Bella's cheek, pulling her mate into a kiss that she quickly deepened, her tongue darting out to tease. "You're overdressed," Rosalie said, her voice low and sultry. With a feral grin, she swiftly tore off Bella's shirt and bra. "And that was my favorite bra you ruined." Bella shivered at the sensation of her overheated skin pressed against Rosalie's, letting out a low groan as their bodies connected. "I'm not sorry," she mumbled, propping herself up with one hand while trailing the other down her imprint's front, stopping at the top of her jeans. "Off. Please." With a teasing shimmy, Rosalie slipped out of the tight denim. Bella couldn't suppress the desperate sound that escaped her as the scent of Rosalie's arousal filled her senses. Maintaining eye contact, Bella rose to her knees and peeled off her cutoffs, her fingers brushing the elastic of her panties. She bit her lip at the sinful growl that escaped Rosalie at the sight, feeling undeniably sexy and desired. The knowledge that the goddess known as Rosalie Hale, her imprint, couldn't look away as she removed the last barrier to her naked body made her heart race. Everything about this was new, exciting, and terrifying, but being with Rosalie made it all feel right. Time seemed to freeze as Rosalie drank her in, her eyes pitch black, the growl in her throat shifting to a deeper, harsher tone. "Bella? Emitim? If you don't finish what you started, I won't be able to control myself much longer." "Who said I never finish what I started?" The growl faltered, hitching into a desperate, wordless sound that made Bella wonder just how much Rosalie enjoyed the sound of her voice. But for now, she had more pressing matters as she settled between Rosalie's legs, purring at how easily they parted for her. The lacy forest green panties were soaked, a slick sheen glistening around the apex of Rosalie's thighs. Bella's breath caught for a moment, and as her eyes flicked up to meet Rosalie's, she found nothing but the same burning desire reflected back from those inky depths. She slowly peeled away the final layer that separated her from her prize. Bella's first, second, and third thoughts were perfection, divinity, and awe. Her fourth thought was, does she taste as good as she smells? The answer came quickly as she pressed her tongue flat against the bottom of Rosalie's slit, dragging it upward until she reached her clit, sucking gently at the sensitive bundle of nerves. Rosalie let out a sound that was halfway between a curse and a snarl, her spine arching as she gripped the back of Bella's head, pressing her down harder. Bella was more than happy to oblige. She chased every hitching breath, every shudder, and every twitching muscle as she learned how to please her imprint. As Rosalie's grip on her head eased, she pressed her tongue down harder, her nails digging into Bella's scalp with a pleasant kind of pain whenever the alpha sucked on her clit. Bella had never done this with anyone before, and a smug sense of possessive pride filled her. Rosalie would never want anyone else after her. The blonde vampire tasted even better than she smelled, and Bella felt like she could die a happy woman if this was how it felt. "More," Rosalie hissed, tugging at the hair she had wrapped in her fist. "I want your fingers, Alpha." The use of her title sent tremors down Bella's spine as she quickly obliged, feeling a fresh rush of wetness between her own thighs at Rosalie's request for more. "Curl them." No, yes, just like that. "Harder." "Good girl." Bella was nothing if not a fast learner, she just needed a good handler and the high-value treat of praise. Rosalie's breathing quickened as she began to grind against Bella's fingers and tongue, a bestial growl rumbling in her chest as she chased her peak. The alpha worked tirelessly to give it to her, feeling their bond crackle like a live wire between them, until her teeth began to ache from the intensity of the moment. The bond throbbed in Bella's heart and coursed through her veins, demanding fulfillment, urging her to claim Rosalie as hers forever. She pulled away from her imprint's sensitive spot, continuing to move her fingers as she kissed a slow path up the blonde vampire's body, reaching the edge of her jaw. Rosalie's brow furrowed, pleasure mingling with confusion as Bella kissed her hard, tasting herself on the warm tongue that slipped into her mouth. When Bella pulled away, she looked down at Rosalie with dangerous, hungry eyes. "Bella? What's wrong?" Rosalie asked, but it wasn't Bella's voice that spoke, it was the wolf within her. A predator with brilliant golden eyes gazed down at its mate, as if she were the most precious, divine prey in the world. The wolf's words were rich and deep, reverberating through the bedroom even without a command behind them. "Our bond is incomplete. It's not whole. Without my bite mark claiming you as my own, a piece will always be missing." Rosalie groaned, a low and deep sound, feeling the weight of the unfulfilled bond pressing against her throat while Bella's fingers continued to find that sweet spot inside her. "Then mark me as yours," Rosalie urged. The alpha let out a feral growl, nosing against her imprint's cheek, prompting the blonde vampire to tilt her neck to the side. Bella kept pumping her fingers, curling them just right, making Rosalie shudder and buck against her palm. Rosalie's breath hitched, her lungs heaving as she locked eyes with Bella. "Please," she whispered. In an instant, Bella lunged forward, her teeth sinking into the perfect expanse of skin where Rosalie's neck met her shoulder. The blonde vampire released a beastly cry of pleasure as venom surged from beneath Bella's fangs. Muscles twitched and fluttered around Bella's fingers as Rosalie experienced a wave of ecstasy like never before in her immortal life. Bella bit down deeper, joy, euphoria, and pleasure ripping through her soul as their bond completed itself, a coiling spring of connection surging between them. Behind her navel, a sensation wound tighter and tighter until it suddenly peaked, coinciding with her imprint. Bella let out a soft keening sound against Rosalie's skin, pressing their bodies together as she continued to gently pump her fingers, helping ease her imprint down from that high. After several long moments, Bella pulled away, dragging her tongue along her mark to seal it. Rosalie shivered, turning her head to meet Bella's in a searing kiss. When they finally broke apart, the alpha leaned down, resting their foreheads together, eyes closed, inhaling the intoxicating scent of her imprint. Earl Grey tea and lilacs mingled with cedarwood and earthy musk, their scents forever intertwined, forever claiming Rosalie as hers. The bond that connected their souls no longer felt like a flickering tether, it had become a solid, grounding weight in her chest. Bella could sense the blonde vampire's contentment, her love, and the raw, ragged edges of her fading pleasure. Her imprint was marked, sated, allowing some of the haze that clouded her thoughts to lift. Bella's gaze flicked down to the mark, her heart racing at the sight of it still etched into Rosalie's diamond-hard skin, her teeth marks. Venom was supposed to heal all wounds, whether natural or supernatural, just as her wolf blood did. Rosalie lifted a hand to it, her fingers barely brushing against the ragged edges, and her breath hitched. "It's so sensitive." "And it's still there," Rosalie said, pressing down harder. Her head snapped back against the pillows as she hissed, "Wow. Very sensitive." "Rosalie Lillian Hale, did you just say wow?" Bella chuckled at the eye roll she received. The wolf in Bella's soul practically crowed with pride and delight at seeing her imprint finally marked. But that joy was short-lived as Rosalie's eyes locked onto hers, a dangerous glint shining in those dark depths as she. Rosalie smiled and asked, "Do you think mine will stay as well, darling?" When she had suggested christening the new house, she meant every available surface, flat, cushioned, or otherwise. Bella quickly learned that a wolf's stamina paled in comparison to that of a starving vampire. As the night slipped away in a blur of pleasure, love, and happiness, she lost track of how many times she had experienced euphoria in the touch of her imprint. Each moment spent waiting for Rosalie had proven to be worth it. As the first hints of sunrise began to paint the eastern sky a dusky pink, Bella stepped out onto the front porch, inhaling deeply and exhaling in one long breath. She felt a pleasant ache all over, thanks to the beautiful blonde vampire who followed her to the porch swing. The nighttime cacophony of wildlife was fading, replaced by the distant calls of morning birds. Overnight fog receded into dew, clinging to mossy tree trunks and every blade of grass, adding a refreshing crispness to the air. Rosalie tucked her legs beneath her and leaned into the crook of Bella's neck, pressing a kiss against the silvery bite mark that stood out against her tan skin. Mating bites seemed to transcend healing, much to their delight. Bella shivered as she began to rock them back and forth, nuzzling against the crown of her imprint's head. "I love you," Bella said softly. "I love you too, darling," Rosalie replied. "Did Carlisle and Esme really gift us a house? I don't think they'll want it back after everything we just did to it. Some of the furniture is a little too destroyed to keep now. You should be grateful I talked Esme down from building us one from scratch." Bella let out a startled laugh, shaking her head. "That would have been a step too far. I'm perfectly happy having my sapphic romance in a cozy little cabin rather than a giant mansion that I'm sure my mom would build for us." Rosalie hummed in agreement. Lifting her head, Rosalie pressed another kiss against Bella's mark, grinning against Bella's skin as she felt her shiver. "We'd have more places to christen in a mansion." Bella smirked. "You're insatiable. Where was all this energy when I thought I was destined to die a virgin?" "I prefer the term newly mated," Rosalie replied softly. "And it was buried beneath layers of ice that you've since melted with your warmth, darling." Her tone shifted to a sultry pitch as she trailed her hand up Bella's thigh. "Besides, I'm not the one who was bent over the couch." "Insatiable," Bella repeated, running her fingers through Rosalie's hair and tugging gently. Rosalie's breath hitched as Bella's lips sealed around her bite mark, pressing down against the ridges that perfectly matched her teeth. Insatiable and still wanting more. Rosalie let out a low, throaty sound that left Bella feeling completely undone. "I'll always want more of you, my son. Flattery will get you anywhere, Nieli. I want to have you in bed again." Rosalie trembled, and Bella bit down on her mark once more before pulling away to meet the pitch-black eyes waiting for her. Her imprint definitely liked that voice, and Bella would keep that in mind. Healing isn't linear. It comes in waves, ripples, riptides, uncertain currents, and smooth-flowing streams. Healing happens with the change of the seasons, the phases of the moon, and in the company of the people you love. Bella knew this to be one of life's truths as she watched her pack laughing, bickering, and working together. Sam and Emily's house had been half destroyed during the confrontation that she, Rosalie, and Clara had with Victoria. As the pack's current headquarters, bed and breakfast, and rotating door, it was their duty to fix it. Although only Sam, Paul, and Jake had any real construction experience, it mostly turned into a chance for the pack to goof off together. The only one missing was Leah. Had been somewhat of a ghost in the weeks following the battle. The Alpha hadn't seen much of her, as she was usually off with her imprint, wherever that may be. They certainly deserved their time together, but Bella couldn't shake the unsettling feeling in her gut. It felt tied to the question she hadn't asked just before the battle. "Hey, Alpha Mopey. We could use a hand over here if you're done daydreaming." Paul called out, waving a hammer in the air from his spot on the front porch. Bella rolled her eyes at his nickname, but a smile crept onto her lips as she jogged over to join him. Choosing Paul as her beta had been one of her better decisions in recent months. He could be hot-headed, loud-mouthed, and quick to anger, but he was as solid as a rock and fiercely loyal. The care he had for every member of the pack was undeniable, especially for the pups he had taken under his wing. Paul wouldn't hesitate to call her out when she needed it, but he also supported her decisions for the good of the tribe and the protectors watching over them. Bella took the hammer Paul offered and got to work setting a new layer of wood on the deck. It was a sweltering day in early August, and in Washington, that meant temperatures were only in the low 80s. But for a pack of wolf shifters who ran hot, the heat felt suffocating. Everyone had opted to go shirtless and barefoot to cope with it. Fortunately, Emily, the blessing she was, brought out a tray of cups and 2 pitchers of freshly made ice-cold lemonade around midday. Now 3 months into her pregnancy, she was starting to show, her belly slightly round beneath the loose tank top she wore. Sam was by her side in an instant, his dark eyes practically glowing with love as he kissed the scars on her face before taking the tray and handing it off to Brady, Emily said, frowning as she poked a finger into her wolf's broad chest. Sam, I'm not an invalid just because I'm pregnant. Sue said I'm allowed to keep doing all the heavy lifting I want until the 3rd trimester. A round of laughter erupted at the sight of Sam's chastised expression. He murmured, I know that, my love. I'm trying to tell the wolf that. You're allowed to do whatever you want for as long as you want, just, let me help sometimes. Until I can stop phasing and get these instincts out of me. Emily's expression softened as she drew him down into a kiss, whispering against his lips, of course, love. Quillfake swooned into Embry's arms. Get me a man who respects women's rights like that. Embry looked down at him with a mix of disgust and amusement before dropping him onto the gravel driveway. Get me a man who isn't an idiot. Get a room, you too. There are kids on this channel, and I'm not looking for Animal Planet. Jake hooted, only to wince when Clara cracked him upside the head. Sam pulled away from his imprint, flashing a grin despite the teasing glint in his eye. This is my house. I'll find any room I want and make sure you never want to set foot in it again. Bella stepped in between the two males. Girls, you're both pretty. Dad, stop antagonizing the help, it just makes it more fun for him. Jake, stop flirting with Sam in front of his imprint, jealousy and home-wrecking are unbecoming of you. More laughter erupted from the wolves as Sam and Jake's faces darkened, while Emily raised an eyebrow at her wolf. The alpha shook her head, chuckling to herself. Come on, let's get back to work. That me-sized dent in the side of the house isn't going to fix itself. The construction had started 2 weeks ago, and under the guidance of Sam, Paul, and Jake, the house was nearly finished. They had replaced the front door first, now a solid piece of oak wood that Billy had come by to gift them. Ephraim had taken up woodworking. As he grew older, he developed a craft and passion that he passed down to his grandson. The door was beautifully carved and inlaid with various designs, featuring towering Sitka and cedar trees, the moon and stars, and, of course, wolves running along the outer edges. At the center of the door was the design of the pack's tattoo, the same one each wolf, except for the younger pups, bore on their right shoulders. Even when Sam stopped phasing, he and Emily would always carry a piece of the pack with them. By the time the sun began to set, the front deck was nearly finished, and the dent on the side of the house had a fresh coat of varnish over the new paneling. The pack was scattered across the yard, lounging in old lawn chairs or sitting on the grass, waiting for the meeting. Rosalie had informed Bella before she left that morning that the Cullens wanted to meet with the pack at sunset, although she hadn't specified why. However, something in Rosalie's expression as she kissed her mate goodbye had left the alpha feeling a twist of anxiety in her stomach. After the battle, Bella had decreed that the Cullens could come onto La Push land as long as the pack was aware of it and voted in the majority to allow it. She recognized that she was more biased than most against what the original treaty had decreed regarding the Cullens, but she had a meeting scheduled with the elders later that week to suggest some amendments. At her side on the half-finished porch, Paul tensed, drawing the alpha's attention as he scrunched up his nose. I know they're the good vamps and all, he said, but you'd think they would smell better than they do with the whole vegetarian thing they've got going on. Bella replied, we'd probably smell like a week-old junkyard wet dog to them. It's not great for anyone. Paul rolled his eyes and scoffed, at least I can barely smell them when I'm drunk, but you haven't let me touch a bottle in ages. Paul, you can't become an alcoholic. It sets a bad example for the pups. The beta puffed up his chest in protest. With a hint of false bravado, Paul declared, you're not my mom. I'm allowed to make bad decisions as much as I want. The alpha rolled her eyes. Not while you're on duty, which, as my beta, is all the time. I didn't even order you to stop drinking completely, you did that to yourself. Paul deflated at the reminder but flashed her a wry grin. Yeah, you'd be lost without me, Chief. It's sweet how much you care. Just gives me the warm and fuzzies. Plus, whenever I look at a bottle anymore, I can practically feel that hot, pissed off mom look you've got going on. I've got to say, I'm definitely into it. Stop projecting your femdom fantasies on me before I toss you through a tree and demote your sorry self. I've still got Jared on speed dial whenever I figure out how to unglue him from Kim. Paul offered her a mock salute, but his joking attitude faded as he shifted into a calm, serious expression when the Covens appeared from the tree line. Tanya and Jasper were absent, but Leah stood hand in hand with Irina alongside the Denalis. Rosalie broke away from the Covens, smiling as she embraced her mate, as if they hadn't just seen each other that morning. Bella hummed into the crook of Rosalie's neck, drawing strength from her arms but feeling uneasy about the tension thrumming through their bond. The pack got to their feet, forming a protective wall behind their alpha and her imprint. Alice fidgeted, her hands clenching and unclenching at her sides as she rocked back and forth on her heels. She couldn't seem to decide where to focus, flitting between Bella, the pack, and Carlisle with a pinched expression on her fairy-like features. Bella frowned at Alice's restless movements as she pulled away from Rosalie to face the Covens. "What's going on?" Carlisle sighed, meeting the Alpha's eyes with a somber expression. "We wanted to tell you in person, Bella. My Coven and I are leaving Forks for good." The Alpha's expression shifted from startled to betrayed, prompting him to continue. "Our presence here does more harm than good. If we stay, or even if we return in another 50 years, the wolf spirits that watch over your tribe will come back with us, continuing the cycle of children having their futures stolen away." He gestured toward Colin, Brady, Clara, and Will, regret shining brightly in his golden eyes. "I speak for all of us when I say we wish to break this cycle permanently. For too long, we were blind to the impact our presence had on those around us, those we now consider family. So, we are leaving Forks in a few weeks, once we have all our affairs in order. Jasper is currently scouting a new place for us in Alaska. We'll stay there for a while Emmett and Tanya settle down with Bree and introduce her to our diet." This felt too familiar, too reminiscent of what Edward had said a year ago when he abandoned her in the woods. The Alpha struggled to rein in the anger that made her body tremble as she forced herself to look back at her pack. All she saw was disbelief, confusion, and a flicker of hope. She didn't want them to leave again, not after everything they had been through together. The Cullens still felt like family, but so did the pack, people she loved, led, and needed to protect. She had once asked Sam to trust her to make decisions not just for the wolves, but for the future generations that would follow. Now, it seemed she had to make good on that promise. All at once, the anger drained from her, replaced by a deep sense of loss. Sometimes it felt like dreams were meant to remain just that, dreams. Without a word, the Alpha launched herself at the leader of the Cullen Coven, a sound caught between a sob and a whimper escaping her lips. After a moment's hesitation, Carlisle returned the embrace and whispered, "I'm sorry for everything we've done to you, Bella, but you will always be one of my daughters. Thank you for brightening our lives. Your endless light and warmth." Bella nodded against his chest before pulling away and turning to Esme. She enveloped her in a tight embrace. "Thank you for everything, Mom. You've always been there for me, taken care of me, and loved me in a way I never had before." Esme's eyes shone with unshed tears as she cupped Bella's cheek. "Every child deserves a mother, dear. I'm so grateful you allowed me to be yours. You've grown into such an amazing young woman, and I can't wait to see what you'll bring to the world." Sniffling, the Alpha turned to Alice and opened her arms. After a moment's hesitation, the pixie-like vampire launched herself into Bella's embrace, keening in pain as she wrapped around her like a koala bear. Words tumbled out of Alice in a rush, too fast and too jumbled to make any sense as she clung to the Alpha like a lifeline. Bella rubbed her back and made a soft humming noise. "Ally, I need air, unlike some glittery immortals." The keening turned into wet laughter as Alice dropped down, keeping her hands on Bella's shoulders and rocking back and forth on her heels. "In all the futures I ever saw, you were always happy. Even when you disappeared from my sight, I still knew you'd end up happy and safe. I'm so sorry I could never see what he did, what he made you believe. I'll live with that weight for the rest of my existence. I didn't treat you like the sister you are. I meddled. I pushed. I tried so hard to give you the future I thought was best instead of the one you wanted, deserved, and chose for yourself. I didn't listen when you needed me to. I abandoned you on the insistence of others. I don't want to leave again, but you have a family to look after, one that I can't stay here for. Bella pulled Alice into another hug, this one painstakingly gentle as she held the fragile pieces of the pixie-like vampire together. I forgive you, Alice. I have for. You've been there for a long time. You said it yourself, you only did what you thought was best. I was so angry when you came back after everything you'd done, but these past few months have shown me that life is just too short and can change too quickly to hold on to a grudge like that. You made mistakes, plenty of them, but so did everyone else. You're still my sister, and I love you. Just call me from time to time. Answer my emails. Don't disappear off the face of the earth again, because I'll hunt you down and carry you by your scruff like an unruly pup all the way home. Alice nodded, half sobbing and half laughing as she pulled away, wiping invisible moisture from the corners of her eyes. The alpha let her own tears fall freely as she added, and tell Jazz that goes for him too. No more carrying that guilt around. He'd better come see me before you guys head to Alaska. It wouldn't feel right not to see a fellow cowboy ride off into the sunset without a proper goodbye. Before Bella could gather her thoughts, her feet were swept out from under her, and she found herself pressed against a burly chest. Emmett's embrace was neither gentle nor crushing, but steadfast and strong, as solid as a bear. Bella, he said softly as he put her down, I'm going to miss you so much. Who am I going to beat in Mario Kart now? Who's going to wrestle with me? Who am I going to show off my comic collection to? The alpha chuckled and playfully slugged him in the arm. Is that all I'm good for? Fun times and impressing you? Emmett shook his head, lifting a hand to rub the back of his neck with an embarrassed expression. I'm not good with words like rose and ally. You're the best third sister I could have asked for. You made me feel appreciated for just being myself, like I wasn't just a pretty face with amazing hobbies. And incredibly humble, the alpha teased, drawing a laugh from the burly vampire. Emmett continued, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm so glad you came into our lives, he said, his voice warm with emotion. Before you, I'd never seen Rosalie as happy as she is now. Jazz was never as calm as he is around you. Ally would never have found her best friend. Mom and Dad wouldn't have had a third daughter. Our family wouldn't have been the same without you, Bella. Bella smiled, laughed, and cried, hugging him tighter than before. It had been years since she felt so overwhelmed, but this goodbye was the kind she had deserved from the very beginning. It felt like closure, finally allowing her emotions to flow. Once she felt she could breathe again, Bella turned to Leah. They exchanged a bittersweet, teary-eyed smile that spoke volumes about their long history and friendship, no words necessary. You came to say goodbye too, huh, Lee? She asked. Leah nodded, tilting her chin up as she held her imprint's hand tightly. I did. I want permission to leave the pack and go live in Denali with my imprint, Alpha. Behind Bella, several voices rose in surprise. Leave the pack, one questioned. But what about the tribe? Another added. What about our duty? Came a third voice. How could you? Can she even do that? What? I'm gonna miss you, sis, Seth said softly, breaking away from the group to approach Bella. His expression revealed that he had already accepted Leah's decision, despite the pain it caused him. The Clearwater twins embraced, their hug conveying more than words ever could, before they turned their attention to Bella, one with a pleading look and the other with a burning challenge in her eyes. The Alpha offered no resistance as she reached deep within her soul, tapping into the well of power that lay dormant there. She sifted through the many threads connecting her to each member of the pack until she could feel Leah's. In her mind's eye, each wolf had a distinct color to their thread. Leah's was a rich, dark blue, intertwined with the. In the bright web of the pack mind, Bella felt the soft auburn thread of Seth woven tightly around her. She focused on the thread of the she-wolf, and once she located it, she began to peel it away from the pack. With one final tug, she snapped it off from herself. Air rushed from her lungs as Leah gasped and fell to one knee. "I'm fine," she assured Irina, catching her breath. The well of power within Bella surged at the sudden loss of a pack member, but it was the Alpha who spoke as Leah rose to her feet, her golden eyes nearly glowing in the fading light of the sunset. "Leah Clearwater, you are no longer bound to my pack. You will hear no others when you phase, travel where you wish, and live as you choose with your imprint from this day on, until the spirits call you home." As the golden hue faded back to a soft dough brown, Bella forced the wolf to recede. She stepped forward and pulled Leah into a hug. "But you will always be my sister, no matter how far you go or how much time passes. I love you, Leah. Never forget that you have a family here too." Leah returned the embrace tightly, pouring all her love and appreciation into the moment. When she finally pulled away, she brushed past the Alpha to say her goodbyes to the pack. "There's one last thing I'd like to offer before we leave," Carlyle said, drawing the attention of everyone gathered, his smile focused on Bella. "A blood debt owed and paid for. If you'll allow it, on top of the cabin, I wish to give 2 large donations to your pack and the tribe." "What for?" Bella asked, puzzled. "Our presence here has caused both of you too much to ever truly repay. But your pack is growing, and it's my wish that you have a head start on your futures. The pack's money is for whatever you wish to do with it, and the same goes for your tribe. It's one of the better parting gifts I can think of to heal the damage we've caused." Before Bella could respond, Sam spoke over her. "We accept." The Alpha turned too. He looked at her with disbelief, but his expression softened as he wrapped his arm around his imprint's waist, cradling her belly. "If it's all right with you, Bella, I have a family to worry about now. I'd like to provide for them and finally open up the garage that Jake and I have talked about for months. I could take some of the pack on as employees if they want, and teach them a trade." Jake, Quill, Embry, Paul, and Clara practically lit up at the idea, their voices overlapping with rapid agreements and excited pleas. Who was she to deny them something they wanted so desperately? Bella turned a half-hearted glare at the head of the Cullen coven and lifted her hand for him to shake. "Fine, Doc, twist my arm, why don't you?" Carlyle merely smiled as he shook the Alpha's hand. "A blood debt owed and paid. Now we need to return home and begin preparations for our move. Thank you for meeting with us. And if you ever wish to visit, just give Alice a call. You will always be welcome in our home, no matter where we are or how much time has passed." With that note of finality, the covens began to depart, Leah trailing behind them. She paused just at the edge of the tree line, turning back to face the pack. With a sad smile, she lifted her right arm in the air to wave goodbye, her pack tattoos standing out against her tan skin. Then she tipped her head back and howled. As one, the pack answered her song, creating a symphony of love and loss as the sun dipped below the horizon. With one last parting look, Leah turned and disappeared into the trees, moving toward her future. Silence followed her departure as the weight of what had transpired settled over the wolves, one by one. But in that quiet moment, Bella felt a familiar chill brush against the back of her neck. "Come on out, old man. You can't hide from me." Jared cursed aloud as Kaltir materialized from the shadows of the house next to him, earning a rusty chuckle from the old wolf. "I liked it better when you thought I was just a figment of your imagination." "I was just a trick of your imagination, girlie," Kaltir said, rolling her eyes good-naturedly. "I liked it better when you didn't act like a ghost. What are you doing hiding around here?" At her question, some of Kaltir's warmth faded. He glanced around at the pack, lingering over each wolf and the lone vampire present, before returning his gaze to Bella. He had visited a couple of times during the construction to talk with her about her great-grandmother and father, or to chat with Clara and Will. Each visit seemed to breathe new life into him. He no longer appeared as haggard as one might expect from 130 years of life, though he still leaned heavily on the cane Ephraim had gifted him. In recent weeks, the old wolf had also become less surly, less quick to bristle at the smallest slight. The strange feeling of wrongness that had accompanied him when he first joined the Alpha had faded entirely as she accepted him as part of the pack. "I guess that's the real question, little Alpha. What am I still doing hiding around here? Bella barely managed to suppress a flinch at Coultier's unconscious projection. It was challenging for the Alpha to hear the thoughts, emotions, and memories from the pack mind without being phased in, but if the projection was strong enough, it always reached her. Sam had explained that it was a constant feedback loop of his thoughts, but her gift allowed her to keep her own thoughts separate from the doorways of the other wolves unless something was strong enough to cut through her shield. Coultier sighed deeply. I guess I just don't rightly know what to do with myself, girlie. That coven isn't coming back. Your imprint bond and bite with her, he said, nodding toward Rosalie, claims her as packed to your wolves and won't cause the gene to manifest in any more of the bloodlines. I did as I promised Ephraim all those years ago, and now? You pups are all grown up. You don't need a protector to look after you anymore. My purpose is fulfilled. I think it's about time I clear out and do what I do best, roam far and wide until I find some peace. The pack exchanged wide-eyed glances, at a loss for words. That was, until Clara and Will took a tentative step toward the old wolf. Clara spoke first, her voice hesitant but firm. I don't think your purpose is fulfilled. My grandpa Hunter always believed in my gift, in the stories of our tribe. He believed in me when nobody else, except Will, did. I think he'd like to meet you and hear the story of the protector who has watched over our family since the time of his grandfather. Now it was Coultier who seemed at a loss for words. His eyes flickered between dark brown and bright blue. After a long pause, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Perhaps I could stick around for a while longer, if my descendants wish it. Clara and Will shared a knowing look before turning back to their ancestor in unison. We would, ancestor. Bella surveyed her pack, pulling Rosalie close as her throat tightened. She had lost one family, maybe not forever, but still not the same. Yet in that moment, as dusk faded into night and the moon and stars gleamed against the cobalt darkness, the Alpha felt a bit like Alice. A vision of the future played out before her, her pack, her family, growing, changing, and waning with the passage of time. They would be happy, free, and fulfilled in every way she could offer them. With Rosalie by her side, Bella knew it was a future she could make a reality. There would be hard times and bitter days, but nothing could ever truly break the bonds they shared. Just as she had told Leah, no matter the distance or how much time had passed, each and every wolf carried a piece of her heart, and they. Bella Swan, the Alpha of the Quileute pack and the great-granddaughter of Chief Ephraim Black and Rain Swan, pressed a gentle kiss to the crown of her imprint's head, a smile gracing her lips. I love you, Naeli, she said warmly. Rosalie tilted her chin upward, returning the gesture with a kiss over the silvery scar of her mark. She gazed into the golden eyes that mirrored her own and replied, I love you too, my son. My light in the dark. Chapter 43, Chapter 42. Things had been going remarkably well for Bella Swan over the past 7 months. She had officially moved into the cabin that Carlisle and Esme gifted her, just a week before the Cullens left for Alaska. Domestic bliss suited her just fine after the tumultuous roller coaster of the past few years. Well, relative bliss. Sam had officially given up phasing shortly after the Cullens departed for good. Since then, he had stayed true to his word, using a portion of the pack's gifted money to build the garage he and Jake had always dreamed of, located just off State Route 101 and less than a mile from Coultier's old junkyard. He had brought Jake, Quill, Embry, Paul, Jared, Rosalie, and Clara on board as employees, working on a rotating schedule. Now, Howlers, named by Jared, was thriving, bustling with business between La Push and Forks. Customers were praising the garage for the passion, speed, and dedication the team showed in their work. Interestingly, some older individuals, both men and women, seemed to have more car troubles than most, stopping by at least once a month just to watch the tall, muscular wolves and the beautiful vampire as they worked. With his business taking up half of his time and Emily due to give birth any day now, the former Alpha couldn't afford to keep his house as the pack's headquarters. Fortunately, with a bit of persuasion and some well-timed puppy eyes, Bella convinced Rosalie to open their home to take on that responsibility. She didn't really need to persuade Rosalie too much, She could see the excitement in her eyes at the thought of the Alpha's pack staying with them. But a little begging never hurt. Rosalie had always wanted a family. Even when she still loathed being a vampire, joining the Cullens had given her a semblance of that. Now they were gone, but she had gained a lively band of pups that brought more laughter, warmth, and joy to their home than she could have ever imagined. Rosalie was easily welcomed into the fold of the pack, something that brought her a sense of belonging she had longed for. That initially caught her off guard until Bella shared the advice she had learned long ago about dealing with the wolves: you just have to roll with the punches. While not every interaction was easy or seamless, Rosalie grew especially close to Jared, Kim, and, most surprisingly, Paul. Their abrasive banter and cutting remarks led to an unlikely friendship, and whenever they were in the same room, they bickered like an old married couple. The blonde vampire wasn't quite ready to embrace the unofficial title of Pack Mother, but she spent a significant amount of time with Emily, learning how to cook for the pack, care for them, and, if necessary, calm their tempers. She wasn't a cookie-cutter housewife by any means, but that didn't stop her from shooing away any wolf who dared to sneak a bite of her cooking before it was ready, armed with a wooden spoon. It warmed Bella's heart to see her trying so hard, even when Bella reminded her during those first few months that the pack was mostly made up of adults who could cook for themselves. Rosalie had scoffed at that, insisting that they were all just pups, including Bella, and someone needed to make sure they didn't starve or kill each other. Bella settled back on her stool with a groan, stretching her arms above her head until her back popped satisfyingly. Rosalie hadn't shown her the first night, but the cabin had a garage at the edge of the backyard. It was nearly twice the size and lacked the rustic charm, being 2 stories tall with metal paneling and soundproof walls. The first floor was spacious enough to accommodate 6 cars at once, even with 2 on hydraulic lifts. One entire wall was dedicated to every tool a mechanic could dream of, while the opposite wall featured floor-to-ceiling shelves filled with a mix of CDs, vinyl records, car manuals, and motorcycle manuals. A staircase tucked into the right corner led up to, on the second floor. Originally intended for miscellaneous storage, Bella had transformed this space into a hangout spot for the pack. A 70-inch flat-screen TV dominated one wall, flanked by 2 couches and 3 comfy recliners facing it. Above the TV hung a wooden sign, a handmade gift from Billy, reading, "No phasing allowed inside the garage." Rosalie adored it and had thanked him profusely. Quill had contributed his PS2, complete with all his games, and now the pack gathered every 3rd Friday for a Madden elimination tournament. Charlie had even bought Bella a second fridge as a housewarming gift, which now resided against the opposite wall, always stocked with grab-and-go snacks and drinks. In a cozy corner on the second floor, the Alpha had set up her art studio. A handful of easels and stacks of canvases lined one wall, while the opposite side boasted a shelf brimming with various paints and brushes. Now that things had settled down, she found herself dedicating more time to painting. The cabin and garage showcased some of her favorites, snippets of treasured memories shared with the pack. There was a bonfire on First Beach to celebrate Jared's 18th birthday, a late-night raid on the 8-era general store where the wolves crowded around the seating area outside, laughing as Quill and Embry attempted to chug Coke and Mentos on a dare. Sam and Emily's early fall wedding, their silhouettes framed by the sunset, and Christmas with Charlie, the chief of police, beaming as he held up a brand-new pole and lure set. Rosalie even captured a quiet moment sitting on the porch swing early one morning, a steaming mug of cougar blood in hand as she gazed at the sunrise. Her latest project was the biggest she'd ever attempted, a canvas standing 6 feet by 6 feet, nearly as tall as she was. It had to be large enough to encompass everything she envisioned for its 4 corners. She had just begun. A few days ago, Bella had started working on her ambitious design, but she knew it would likely take months to complete. A familiar tug in the center of her chest brought a smile to her face as she hopped off her stool and carefully covered the canvas with a tarp. Thanks to the soundproofing in the garage walls, she wouldn't hear her imprint calling for her, but the bond always reminded her when she was needed. After cleaning up her supplies, Bella jogged down the stairs and out one of the side doors, chuckling as she scuffed her boots on the doormat Quill had bought for the garage last week. It read, "Wipe your paws," with a cartoon dog wagging its tail behind the letters. The cold air of early March greeted her, accompanied by a gentle breeze that tousled her hair. Recently, she had started adding little braids, just like she used to do for Jake and Seth when they were kids. Now, her hair grew a bit past her shoulders, giving her wolfish shaggy appearance when she phased. Paul had wisely learned to keep his thoughts to himself about it. As Bella approached the back door of the cabin, faint conversations grew louder. She stepped inside the mudroom, kicked off her boots, and made her way into the living room. It was Sunday, which meant Howler's was closed, and the Alpha's house was packed with wolves. Jake, Seth, Clara, and Cullens sat on barstools around the island, while Embry and Quill lounged in the living room, engrossed in an NFL highlight reel. Will stood next to the stove with Rosalie, and Brady perched on the counter beside them, grinning as he recounted his week at school. If anyone but Colin or Brady dared to sit on her counters, Rosalie would have tossed them out the back door without a second thought. But the unofficial pack mother had a giant soft spot for the youngest pups, meaning they could probably get away with anything, and she wouldn't bat an eye. Bella had called her puppy whipped, and Rosalie had playfully retorted, "Chase her own tail." She smiled as she listened to a story Brady was telling, occasionally chuckling or throwing in a comment that made the young pup blush and stumble over his words. Meanwhile, Will frowned at the recipe book propped on the counter. With one hand, he stirred a boiling pot of soup while turning the page with the other. The male Silvervein twin had a surprising passion and talent for cooking. In fact, he had mentioned in passing his dream of making a career out of it someday. For the tribe's portion of the Cullens donation, the Council of Elders decided to allocate a significant amount of money for everyday repairs across the reservation and to establish a job outreach program. However, most of the funds were directed towards college scholarships that the kids of the tribe could access once they were accepted into college. Will hoped to attend a culinary school in Oregon after finishing high school. During Bella and Rosalie's trip to Alaska for Christmas, they had mentioned his aspirations to Esme, who then wrote down every recipe she could think of to gift him when they returned home. Will had been ecstatic about the gift, and often he, Rosalie, and Bella would take turns cooking for the pack so he could try out all the new recipes. "Something smells good," the Alpha said as she greeted them, wrapping her arms around Rosalie's waist and pressing a kiss to her cheek. Rosalie replied, "Will found a recipe for black bean pregnancy soup that he wanted to make for Emily. You know how she's been struggling to eat meat lately. Could you grab the Tabasco sauce from the fridge for me, darling?" Bella raised an eyebrow, glancing around at the army of helpers Rosalie had at her disposal. "That's all you need? Hot sauce? You've been in the garage for hours, Bella. If I hadn't called for you, you would have been hiding there all night, avoiding the sunlight like a vampire. Besides, dinner is almost ready," Rosalie said, turning around to. She kissed her mate on the lips. "Do I get to see the painting yet?" "No, and if you keep asking, I'll let Jake see it first." Jake groaned from the kitchen island. "Don't throw me into this, Bells. Unlike you, I don't bite the hand that feeds me." Rosalie folded her arms and glared at the Alpha. Though the effect was somewhat undercut by the warmth of love she felt against her spine, Bella could rarely deny her imprint anything for long. Soon, she amended, grabbing the Tabasco from the fridge and setting it on the counter next to Will, who mumbled his thanks as he added a dash to the soup. "I promise you'll be the first one to see it. I can't play favorites with the pack, it gives them an ego complex." Rosalie gave her a winning smile that said she knew just how easily she could get what she wanted, pressing another kiss against her mate's lips. "Thank you. Why don't you get a shower? There's a strip of green paint on your..." Before the blonde vampire could finish her sentence, a howl rang out from the east. The wolves were on their feet in an instant, dashing out of the house after their Alpha and her imprint. Bella tore off her clothes and leapt forward, phasing midair and taking off like a bullet back toward La Push, where Paul and Embry were patrolling. Rosalie was at her side, little more than a blur of blonde hair. Paws thundered behind her as the rest of the pack followed. "Paul? Jared? What's going on?" "It's happening, Chief. You've got to hurry." "What's happening?" "Emily just went into labor." Panic subsided into elation as the wolves realized what the summoning call had been for. Emily had chosen to have a natural birth at home, and the pack had been on high alert for weeks, waiting for it to happen. Bella slowed down until she and the rest of the pack came to a stop, her tail wagging and practically vibrating with excitement as Rosalie turned to look back at her. Understanding dawned on her Imprint's features as she asked, "It's happening?" The alpha nodded before addressing the wolves. "Seth. Go get Sue as fast as you can and call Leah. Tell her to get down here. Jake, grab Billy. Quill, fetch your grandfather and Joy. Will, Brady, Colin, head back to the cabin. Get the soup off the stove and put it away so you don't burn my house down. Everyone else, get to Sam and Emily's. Phase out on the way, they don't need a bunch of big dogs crowding them." A chorus of acknowledgments filled the air before the wolves took off. Bella phased out, unbothered by her nudity as she swept Rosalie off her feet, kissing her passionately. Rosalie laughed against her lips. "Put me down. I promised Emily I'd help her as a midwife, and you aren't stopping me, Bella. Have I ever told you how incredibly attractive it is that you were a pediatric surgeon in the 90s? Bella asked, a playful smile on her face. Rosalie rolled her eyes good-naturedly as Bella set her back on her feet. "Many times, Mon Soleil. Though I do appreciate the praise for my brains and not just my body from time to time. I can praise both with my mouth if you'd like. I'm very good at multitasking. I'll even do that thing with my tongue that you love so much." Rosalie growled softly, her golden eyes darkening. "After I deliver a baby, you tease. Find some clothes, I'll see you there." The blonde vampire ran her fingers through the alpha's thick tawny hair, tugging her head to the side and biting down on her mark hard enough to make Bella's breath hitch. When she pulled away, her eyes sparkled with mischief, a clear indication she knew exactly what she had done to her mate. "If you're a good girl, maybe I'll give you a treat afterward," she said, and with that, she blurred away. Bella sighed at the sudden emptiness left behind. Tilting her head back, she asked aloud to no one, "I'm the tease?" Shaking off her thoughts, the alpha quickly found a stash of clothes in a nearby tree hollow and dressed before making her way to join the others. Bella raced toward La Push. By the time she arrived at Sam and Emily's, the rest of the pack and the elders were already gathered. Kaltir stood near the elders and offered Bella a nod as she entered, but his gaze quickly returned to the house. His body trembled, his bright blue eyes staring off into the distance, lost in memories of his first wife. The other wolves paced anxiously, listening to the sounds emanating from inside. Emily's moans of pain filled the air, while Sam's soothing baritone tried to comfort her. Sue, Rosalie, and Joy were there, guiding the birthing mother through the process as they prepared medical supplies. Evening gave way to dusk, the sun setting behind the western mountains, but the only change was the increasing intensity of Emily's cries. As night deepened, the hours dragged on past the 12-hour mark. The pack remained rooted in the yard, their worry palpable. Just as the first light of dawn began to break, the sound of pounding footsteps echoed through the stillness. Leah skidded into the gravel driveway, her newly cropped hair sticking to her forehead with sweat, her lungs heaving. Her ice-blue eyes darted toward the house before locking onto Bella's. With a shake of the alpha's head, Leah took a deep breath and made her way into the yard. It looked like she had run full tilt all the way from Alaska without stopping for a break. Leah collapsed onto the grass beside Bella. "How long has it been?" A particularly loud scream from Emily made the entire pack wince. Seth glanced down at his watch before answering his sister. "We just passed 14 hours. Is that bad?" "No. It's within the typical range for a first birth," Billy replied. "I just hope it's over soon." Sarah took nearly 22 hours to have Jacob, and it took a long time for her to recover from that ordeal. As if Billy had spoken it into existence, the house suddenly fell silent. All the wolves sprang to their feet in an instant, their muscles tensed against the raw tension that hung in the air. The morning air was filled with a stillness that was suddenly shattered by the sound of a baby's first cry. Excitement and joy surged through the atmosphere as the wolves whooped and howled in celebration, welcoming the newest addition to their pack. Hugs were exchanged, tears flowed, and the tension of held breaths was finally released. Joy and Sue stepped onto the porch several minutes later, shushing the wolves even as tired smiles spread across their faces. Sue approached Leah and Seth, pulling them into a warm embrace before turning to the alpha. "They're asking for you first, Bella," she said. Bella hurried through the front door, inhaling the unfamiliar scent that lingered beneath the smells of blood, labor, and sweat. Following the intriguing aroma upstairs to the bedroom, she paused just outside the door. Inside, Rosalie sat in an armchair beside the bed, speaking softly to the new parents while jotting notes in a journal resting on her lap. Emily reclined against a mountain of pillows at the headboard, cradling a tiny bundle against her chest. The new mother looked utterly exhausted yet radiantly happy as she gazed down at her baby. Sam sat beside her, leaning protectively over his wife and child, a shield that seemed unbreakable. When he noticed Bella's hesitation, he looked up and waved her in, a broad smile lighting up his face. "Come here, she won't bite. Doesn't even have the fangs to do it yet." Bella stepped into the room, moving to stand beside Rosalie as she peered down at the newest member of the tribe. Her heart melted as the little girl scrunched up her face and let out a sweet gurgle. The baby's scent was unlike anything Bella had ever encountered, fresh and captivating, wrapping around her soul in a way that demanded attention, protection, and love. Rosalie reached for Bella's hand, and Bella gripped it tightly. "She's beautiful. Have you thought of a name?" Bella asked. Emily smiled, planting a kiss on Sam's cheek before responding. "Amari. Amari. Samantha Yulie." "That's a beautiful name," Rosalie replied softly, her eyes reflecting a heartwarming gentleness as she gazed at the baby. Sam and Emily exchanged a glance before the new mother carefully lifted the bundle toward the blonde vampire. "Would you like to hold her?" Rosalie froze, completely caught off guard. It was rare for her to be surprised, and even more unusual for her to be so blindsided that she forgot to breathe. Sam chuckled at her reaction, prompting her to unfreeze. "Are you sure?" I'm still a cold one." "I don't. I shouldn't." "Rosalie, you helped deliver her. You were a pediatric surgeon for 7 years and kept me from phasing right here in this room," Sam pointed out. "Your family. I'd like you to hold her." Rosalie nodded once, then twice, as she gathered herself and stood up, extending her arms. Emily carefully handed Amari over, smiling at the blonde vampire's wide golden eyes as she stared down at the baby she cradled. Bella pressed against Sam's side, gently brushing a tuft of black hair away from Amari's face with her finger. Standing there with her imprint, gazing down at the baby girl as if she were the most precious thing in the world, the alpha felt an aching desire the likes of which she had never experienced before. She glanced at Rosalie from the corner of her eye and noticed the blonde vampire shared the same sentiment. Perhaps their little family could grow someday too. "I actually wanted you two to meet Amari first so we could ask you something," Sam said, wrapping an arm around Emily's shoulder and pulling her close. The new mother snuggled against his broad chest, letting out a contented sigh. At Bella and Rosalie's questioning looks, he continued, "We were hoping you would both agree to be Amari's godmothers." Bella exchanged a glance with Rosalie, their bond flaring with unspoken emotions and words that needed no voicing. After a moment, the alpha smiled and nodded. "Of course. We'll be Amari's godmothers." A knock at the doorway drew everyone's attention to Sue. "Everybody wants to see the new baby, but I told them I'd check with you first," she said. Emily let out a sigh that was half exasperated and half resigned. She sat up to take Amari back from Rosalie before replying, "You can send them up, but if they're loud, I give Bella full permission to phase and put the beat down on them." The alpha chuckled as Sue disappeared down the stairs, tugging Rosalie to her side and wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Unfortunately, half of them would enjoy that, but I can appreciate the sentiment, Em." One by one, the pack crowded into the bedroom, oohing and eyeing over Amari while congratulating the new parents on their healthy baby girl. Leah was the last to get a look, and when she did, she burst into tears. Carefully, she pulled all 3 of them into a hug, stumbling over her congratulations and wishing them nothing but happiness. After about an hour, the Alpha finally ordered the pack to clear out and give them some space. By the time she and Rosalie left, the sun was beginning its slow ascent into the sky, and they walked hand in hand along the pack trails back to the cabin. "Rose?" Bella asked. Rosalie replied. "Do you want to have a baby? A baby out of wedlock? For shame, Bella. I thought you were raised better than that." Rosalie rolled her eyes at the deflection and pressed a kiss against the knuckles of the hand she held. "I'm serious. I remember Vera's story. I know all you ever wanted back then was a family like that." Rosalie sighed, a bittersweet smile tugging at her lips. "I used to. Maybe a small part of me still does, but no, not anymore. I have a family now, maybe a little bigger and furrier than I imagined, but it's mine. Ours." She stopped walking, looping her hands behind Bella's neck. "I'm happy just the way things are." "I'm happy with you," Rosalie said. "I'm happy to be needed as the pack mother for the pups and now as Amari's godmother. And besides, you haven't asked me to marry you yet, and I won't tarnish my good name with a baby out of wedlock." Bella smiled against the kiss that Rosalie pressed to her lips. "So you're saying I have a chance to win your hand in marriage?" Rosalie pulled away with a smirk. "I'm saying I have eternity to wait for you to ask. Though maybe some other beautiful wolf will come along and sweep me off my feet before you get the chance. I'm a very impatient woman, I don't like to be kept waiting." "Oh really?" "Another wolf?" the Alpha asked, crowding Rosalie's space until she found herself backed against a tree, Bella's hands caging either side of her head. "I seem to remember promising to praise every inch of you with my tongue yesterday and how badly you wanted me to do it." "Bella," Rosalie whispered, tilting her head up and offering her throat to her mate. Bella hummed at the display, dragging her tongue up the column of Rosalie's throat before rumbling in her ear. "If you're so impatient, let's have a little game. I'll give you a head start home. If I catch you, I make good on my promise and win your hand in marriage. And if you don't?" Rosalie asked, her laughter bubbling up. Bella chuckled. "You get to see what a good girl I can be, and I still win your hand in marriage." Rosalie let out a breathless laugh. "That doesn't sound like much of a challenge. What can I say? Your wish is my command. You should run, your head start is about to be up." Without another word, Rosalie ducked out of Bella's arms and took off in a blur. Bella quickly stripped, stuffing her clothes beneath a flat rock nearby. She rolled her shoulders, her eyes flashing gold as she inhaled the scent of Earl Grey tea and lilacs that ignited a fire in her veins. The Alpha leapt forward, phasing midair as she chased after her imprint. Future wife. Bella Swan no longer fidgeted. She had been a protector of the Quilu tribe for a year and a half, and for 10 of those 18 months, she had served as the Alpha of the pack. She had faced down countless red-eyed vampires, nearly lost her life 3 times in just as many years, and somehow managed to bridge a species rivalry that had existed for twice as long as she had been alive. The clumsy human who once tripped on thin air, made herself small, and rarely spoke up for herself was long gone. In her place stood a strong, confident wolf shifter who knew her place in the world and the role she played for the people she loved. But when the Alpha looked down at the ring in her hand, she felt that familiar flutter of nerves. It was Great-Grandma Rain's ring, passed down through generations until it had found its way into Charlie's care. When she had shared her plan to marry Rosalie with him, his face had lit up. He had dashed up to his bedroom, only to return with a small, dusty red velvet box. "Open it," Charlie urged, leaning back in his kitchen chair and smiling over his coffee. Bella did as he asked, her heart stuttering in her chest. The ring featured 2 twisting bands of gold, cradling a teardrop diamond at its center, surrounded by smaller diamonds. It showed signs of age, with a tiny chip in the center of the teardrop diamond. As she examined it, Charlie spoke up. "It was Grandma Rain's. I gave it to Renee on our wedding day, but you know how that turned out. When she gave it back, I decided to hold on to it, hoping I'd someday pass it down to you. It's beautiful, Dad. Are you sure you want to give this to me? You're my favorite daughter, Bells." Of course I want you to have it. But I'm your only daughter. Charlie chuckled, setting his coffee mug aside and reaching out to take one of Bella's hands in his own. That ring carries a lot of history, and I want you to continue that legacy. Of the Swan family history. If you've decided that Rosalie should be part of that legacy, then this ring is meant for her. I know you don't need to ask my permission to marry her, but you have my blessing anyway. She makes you happier than I've ever seen, Bells. In the end, that's all that really matters to your old man. Bella smiled through her tears as she moved around the table and hugged her dad tightly. Charlie embraced her back, his own eyes glistening when they finally broke apart. And if she ever breaks your heart, I know my shotgun won't be much help. So, I'll send the boys after her to knock some sense into that hard head of hers. The Alpha froze at the sound of one of the side doors opening downstairs. Quickly, she pocketed the ring and pulled the tarp back over her painting, turning just in time to see Rosalie coming up the stairs. The blonde vampire smiled at her as she approached, wrapping her arms around the back of Bella's neck. I figured I'd find you up here. There is such a thing as sunlight, you know, Rosalie said. Bella tilted her head up and kissed her imprint, a purr rumbling in her throat. I'm almost finished, and then you can have me as much as you want. Rosalie hummed noncommittally as she pulled away, glancing at the tarp before looking back at Bella. Are you all right, darling? Our bond has been a bit sporadic lately, and your heart rate is through the roof. Cursing her supernatural hearing, Bella stood and stretched, flashing Rosalie an easy grin. I'm fine, just a little nervous, I guess. This is the first time I've spent 4 months on a single project. I want it to be perfect before I show anyone. Rosalie raised an eyebrow but chose to let it go. She turned to head back downstairs. Well, if you're not busy, come downstairs. There's something I want to show you. Curious, Bella quickly packed away her supplies and cleaned up her area before jogging downstairs. Rosalie was leaning against the wall, waiting for her. The 1957 Chevy Bel Air, Jolene, as the blonde vampire had begrudgingly admitted to naming it, sat with 2 large duffel bags at her feet and 2 black boxes resting on the convertible roof. The blonde vampire stepped away from the car, taking the boxes with her as she approached her mate. I know we just celebrated our anniversary last month, so consider these some belated gifts, she said. The Alpha raised an eyebrow as he took the boxes. I feel like I'm being buttered up for something. Wasn't a 3-day session of mind-blowing sex enough for you? Rosalie growled softly under her breath, sending a pleasant shiver up Bella's spine. Open your presents before I take them back. Bella rolled her eyes but smiled as she opened the first box. However, her expression dropped completely. White-hot disbelief and embarrassment made her hands shake as she pulled out a hot pink, rhinestone dog collar with Rosalie's pet written on the tag. Before the Alpha could say anything, Rosalie burst out laughing, a warm, rich sound that Bella cherished every time she heard it. Bella's gold eyes widened in shock as she stared at her imprint. Still chuckling, Rosalie shook her head. Don't you like it? With a playful growl, Bella dropped the boxes and lunged for her imprint, grinning at the startled cry Rosalie let out as she was picked up and tossed over Bella's shoulder. It was just a joke. Put me down or I swear to God, Bella. Never. Renounce your loyalty to Jared Cameron, or you're sleeping in the doghouse. Okay, Rosalie laughed, still smiling when she was back on her own 2 feet. Her golden eyes sparkled with love as she gazed up at Bella. It was just a gag gift, darling. Jared convinced me to do it ages ago. Bella huffed, still trying to force the blush from her cheeks. I'll show him a gag gift. I need to find the world's strongest shock collar and give it to Kim. Remote after I lock it around his stupid neck. Rosalie rolled her eyes and pulled away, retrieving a second box from the floor to hand to her mate. You aren't allowed to kill Jared. I like him, and Kim would never hurt a fly, much less her wolf. Now, open your actual gift. If it's a leash, you're sleeping in the yard, not even the doghouse. And I'm becoming celibate for an entire year. Bella. The second gift was adorned with rhinestones, this time laid on a band around the rim of a black suede cowboy hat. Bella pulled it out, staring at it in awe, and snatched 2 rectangular pieces of paper that fluttered out before they could hit the floor. She turned them over, a huge smile breaking across her face. "You're taking me to a rodeo?" Rosalie nodded. "I figured since you still dress like a frat boy who grew up in a rodeo town, maybe it was about time you looked and lived the part. The Cheyenne Frontier Days is supposed to be the biggest outdoor rodeo and Western celebration in the world, and it's starting this week down in Wyoming." Some of the alpha's excitement faded as she sighed. "That sounds amazing, Rose, but with the pack. I can't just up and leave them like that. Plus, we're supposed to be babysitting Amari this weekend." "I thought you'd say that," Rosalie replied, walking over to one of the garage front doors and pressing the lift button. As the door raised, the entire pack came into view and rushed toward their alpha, tossing her onto their shoulders despite her squawking protests. Bella was pulled out of the garage and unceremoniously dumped onto the ground. "Guys, what the heck?" Paul was the first to respond. "Alpha Mopey, you need to unwind. I can handle things while you're gone, so get the twist out of your panties. I need the practice anyway." Sam, cradling Amani on his hip, added, "You work too much, Bells." Emily had already contacted her cousin to babysit this weekend. "You should go spend some quality time with your imprint," she suggested. "Plus, we can throw a party while you're gone." Quill chimed in, only to wince when his boyfriend playfully smacked him on the head. "What he meant to say is that you deserve a break from being the alpha for a while and some time away from your responsibilities," Jared added, always the voice of reason, even if he often caused headaches. "Besides, your hotel is already booked, and that collar will probably look great with the hat." But wait a minute, guys. Jared, I swear to every god," Bella started, trying to gather her thoughts and find a counterargument. But before she could finish, Rosalie was pulling the Bel Air out of the garage, the top down and duffel bags resting in the back seat. "Everything's taken care of, Bella. Now, are you coming or not?" The alpha glanced between her grinning friends and the pout on her imprint's face. It really wasn't fair how they teamed up on her like this. Not when she would never let them know how much it meant to her that they cared enough to do so. All right. Let's go on a road trip." The drive from Forks to Cheyenne, Wyoming, was supposed to take almost 21 hours, but they made it in 17. Bella ended up sleeping through most of it. After all, as much as Rosalie adored her mate, her cars were like her babies, and no one else was allowed to drive them if they wanted to keep their limbs intact. The weight of the ring in the alpha's pocket felt heavy throughout the journey, but something deep within her urged her to hold onto it, despite the gnawing doubt in her gut. She had it for over a month, but she hadn't found the right moment or place to ask the question that had been on her mind since that first time she made love to Rosalie. They dropped their bags off at the hotel, an upscale establishment with gold accents that Bella really didn't want to know how much it cost for just one night. The cost of their stay was much lower than expected, which made the drive to the grounds even more appealing. There was so much to see, hear, and do that it was almost overwhelming for the alpha's enhanced senses. But as they walked through the front gates, Rosalie took Bella's hand, providing a grounding presence amidst the chaos. The fair was alive with rides, games, shows, food stands, and live music. Bella, dressed in her boots, blue jeans, button-down shirt, and new cowboy hat, was practically vibrating with excitement. She had never given much thought to her shopping habits beyond comfort, but the distinct atmosphere of the Frontier Days celebration had her grinning from ear to ear as she embraced the cowboy fantasy. Rosalie led them to a small set of stands surrounding a circular pen, where cowboys took turns riding a handful of bucking broncos for a rough stock event. Most of the riders were thrown off within seconds, quickly exiting the pen the moment they lost their saddles while the pickup men corralled the horses out of the ring. A judge's booth faced the viewing stands, with speakers on either side announcing scores for each cowboy. As Bella sipped her lemonade, she watched one of the cowboys prepare to ride a mean-looking bay stallion. The mop of curly blonde hair peeking from beneath the brim of his hat caught her attention. "He looks like Jasper," she murmured with a smile. "Spirits know the Major would love something like this." "Oh, he does." We come here almost every year, a cheerful voice chimed in from Bella's left, causing her to nearly drop her lemonade as she turned to see none other than Alice. The Alpha launched herself at the pixie-like vampire. Ally! Bella exclaimed, her laughter ringing in the air as Alice returned the embrace. After pulling away, Alice gestured toward Jasper, who tipped his hat to the group before tightening his grip on the reins of his stallion. I keep telling him to go for the... He's got the frontier record, but he's way too humble about it. That much was true. Bella had only half listened to some of the earlier scores when she and Rosalie arrived. Jasper had managed to hold on to the Bronco just long enough to place himself in the middle of the pack before being tossed off, jogging out of the arena and hopping out of the pen. The Major looked completely at ease, tipping back the brim of his brown leather hat as he settled onto the bench in front of the trio, flashing an easy grin. Been a while since we made the trip down here, he said. But Rose mentioned planning a getaway for a certain college frat boy who grew up in a rodeo town, and Ally being Ally saw the perfect opportunity to visit her sisters. I hope we're not barging in. His last sentence was directed more toward Rosalie, who frowned for a moment so briefly that Bella thought she might have imagined it. But then Rosalie shrugged and replied, the more, the merrier, I suppose. I didn't plan much other than getting us here and letting Bella do whatever she wanted. I'm open to ideas until the fireworks tonight. At the word plan, Alice's face lit up with a grin as she took one of Rosalie's hands in her own. As my second favorite sister, it's my duty to show you the best time. Come on, we've got places to be and people to see. Rosalie grumbled good-naturedly as she and Bella, whose hands she still held, were pulled out of the stands. Second favorite, she says. I should be the only favorite after all the shopping trips I put up with in your stead. Bella laughed, nudging Jasper's shoulder as they walked. I have to say, after seeing you on that bucking bronco looking like a true Texan cowboy, I can't imagine you back in those awful slacks and loafers you used to wear in high school. Jasper huffed a laugh, the gentle brush of his affection against her spine a welcome familiarity. He replied in a low, conspiratorial tone, Ally swore up and down it would help me blend in. In with the humans, but between you and me, I burned those monstrosities before we moved to Alaska. His drawl was thicker than ever, whether it was due to the event they were attending or simply because he no longer had to pretend to be from somewhere he wasn't. The Alpha couldn't tell. What mattered most was seeing him happy. She had always had a soft spot for Jasper, and she cherished the ease and comfort that defined their relationship after all these years. Careful now, Major. If Ally hears you burning something as prized as her outfits, she'll hog-tie you. Who's getting hog-tied? Alice asked, turning to face them with a curious tilt of her head. The Alpha and Jasper exchanged a knowing look before responding in unison, both wearing matching grins. Nobody, darlin'. Nobody, honey. Alice pouted, glancing back and forth between the two of them. This feels like bullying. It's not fair when you both do that weird twin telepathy thing, and I can't even see Bella's future to warn me about it. Rosalie rolled her eyes. Welcome to my world. You should see her and Jake together. It's like twins separated at birth, but they can literally hear each other's thoughts at the most inconvenient times for me. I can't tell you how many times I've been ganged up on in my own home. Bella chuckled as she pulled away from Jasper and wrapped an arm around Rosalie's shoulders, pressing a kiss to the crown of her head. Don't lie, you love the Jake and Belle's delight. We're adorable. Tolerable is a better word. What I'd love is not to hear the wolves complaining about how much you gush about our sex life. The Alpha gave her a sheepish grin as warmth spread across her cheeks. At least it's all good things. Rosalie flicked her nose playfully but followed it with a kiss on Bella's cheek, their bond crackling with smug triumph just beneath her skin. You're lucky I'm just vain enough to accept the praise from secondhand sources about how great I am in bed. Alpha said. Bella stumbled mid-step at the sound of the title in such a public place. The heat in her cheeks ignited into a full-on burn that spread all the way down to her chest. She felt like she might combust when Alice chimed in, swooning into Jasper's waiting arms. Ah, young love, Alice said, popping out of the embrace as quickly as she had fallen into it. She walked backward through the crowd, facing Bella and Rosalie with a Cheshire grin. You two are so cute together, it's almost sickening. So, Bella, I've got to ask, is the alpha thing a kink, or is it just a wolf thing? Ally. Bella exclaimed, her voice filled with embarrassment. You should see how she gets when I call her a good. Mercy. Bella begged, clamping a hand over Rosalie's mouth. Mercy, please. I can't keep the pack out of that, but Rose, I'm begging you not to drag my good name through the mud in front of a vampire with a perfect memory. I'll literally never financially recover from that. Rosalie huffed against Bella's hand before peeling it away, revealing a smirk on her lips. So the pack can hear about it, but my darling sister has to be left in the dark. I swear to every god and spirit that exists, I'll be better about it. Lock and key. I'll do anything, I promise. Anything, Rosalie tilted her head, pretending to think it over. Her golden eyes flicked back and forth between her mate's pleading expression and her sister's vibrating anticipation. Then she let out a dramatic sigh. Sorry, Alice. My lips are sealed. Bella mumbled her thanks as Alice pouted. You're no fun. I could tell you all about the thing Jasper does with his. And that's my cue, the major cut in, taking Alice by the shoulders and spinning her around to face the right way through the crowd. We promised to show them a good time at the frontier, so let's get to it, darling. Rosalie took Bella's hand as Jasper began leading them toward the carnival ride section of the grounds, leaning in to whisper in her mate's ear in a low voice. A teasing murmur sent a chill down the alpha's spine. Don't think I'll forget about that promise anytime soon, darling. Bella shivered, tightening her arm around Rosalie's shoulder until her hand brushed against the bite mark hidden beneath her t-shirt. Rosalie shivered as her mate pressed harder against the mark, looking up through her lashes into the brilliant golden eyes that awaited her. The alpha rumbled, I'd never dream of forgetting a promise to you, Rosalie. Come on, lovebirds. Alice called, breaking them out of their moment and bringing the pair back to the very public present. Places to be, people to see. The rest of the day passed in a blur, with Alice taking on the role of tour guide for Cheyenne Frontier Days. They rode every carnival ride twice, watched bronco riding, breakaway roping, bull riding, and steer wrestling from the main grandstands. They explored dozens of shopping stands, from which Alice had to be physically dragged away, and sampled a variety of food when Bella's stomach announced its displeasure halfway through the day. As dusk began to fall, Alice led them to the final stop on the tour, the carnival games section. A few of the larger stands looked like they had been lifted from an old-fashioned fair, with bright blinking lights highlighting overpriced games and prizes. Alice and Jasper took off towards the skee-ball rows, but Bella's attention was immediately drawn to the balloon and art stand and the giant stuffed wolf plushie that hung from the rafters above it, sporting a large prize label on its chest. It was roughly the color of her own wolf, though a shade lighter, and she knew she was going to win it for her imprint. The alpha practically ran to the stand, dragging Rosalie with her and startling the college-aged girl with raven black hair and brown eyes who was running the booth. Bella demanded, how many balloons for the big wolf? 5 of the extra small ones on the top row. It's $10 for 6 rows, the girl replied. Bella mumbled, her eyes wide as she glanced between Bella and Rosalie, her cheeks flushing. She tucked a lock of black hair behind her ear and added, but, I can do $8 for 7. A low rumble reached Bella's ears as Rosalie wrapped an arm around her waist, radiating possessiveness. In a tone that clearly said back off, she replied, we'll take 10 for 6 throws, thanks. The wolf within Bella practically preened at the attention from her imprint, but the alpha chided her softly, you'll give the poor girl a heart attack glaring at her like that. I'm yours, Rose. Rosalie sniffed disdainfully, her voice still low. I don't appreciate a human trying to flirt with what's mine when any wolf or vampire would know you're spoken for. She released Bella's waist, trailing her fingers along her mate's shoulder, lightly brushing over the silvery bite mark hidden beneath her button-up. Then, raising her voice to a level the human could hear, she said, go ahead and show off your dart-throwing skills, darling. The wolf toy would look perfect in the garage. Bella barely suppressed a whine at the touch before Rosalie pulled away, a devious glint in her gold eyes. Taking the challenge, the alpha retrieved her wallet and handed the worker, who was now avoiding eye contact, a $10 bill. Bella took the darts, flipping one into the air before catching it in her other hand. They felt light and flimsy, the tips dulled to the point that it almost seemed unfair. Classic overpriced carnival game tactics. Too bad they'd never had a wolf throw them before. 5 minutes later, the pair rejoined Alice and Jasper, Bella hoisting the 3-foot-long wolf plushie onto her shoulders like it was a toddler, while Rosalie rolled her eyes at her mate's antics. True to form, the alpha had already named it, Rosella, of all things, and declared that a shelf would be built to display it in the garage. By then, night had fully set in, bringing with it a sense of adventure and excitement. A pleasant coolness filled the air, enhancing the bright lights of the carnival games and rides surrounding the group. Alice opened her mouth to speak, but her words were drowned out by a loudspeaker announcement declaring that the fireworks show would begin shortly. The pixie-like vampire froze, her eyes darting back and forth for a moment before she snapped back to reality, turning to stare at Rosalie with an open-mouthed expression. "Well, this has been fun, but Bella and I are going to watch the fireworks now, alone." "See you guys later," Rosalie said quickly, almost stumbling over her words in a way that the alpha had never heard from her usually composed self. Bella glanced back at Alice and Jasper as she was pulled away, noticing that the pixie-like vampire was shaking, as if she were an energy drink personified. She tilted her head at Rosalie as they walked, feeling the familiar ebb and flow of their bond intensifying between hot and cold. What was that about?" Bella asked. "Less talking, more walking, darling. We need to make it to our spot." Their spot turned out to be a small hill just outside the main grounds of the carnival, secluded from prying eyes by a wall of densely packed trees on all sides. It felt picturesque and intimate, like a little pocket of paradise meant just for the two of them. When they arrived, Rosalie briefly let go of Bella's hand to grab the wolf plushie from her shoulders. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared and reappeared in a blur, laying out a checkered blanket and lighting candles on the ground. As the first fireworks of the night began to explode overhead, blanketing their little paradise in shades of red, orange, and white light, Bella felt a knot of tension that wasn't her own coiling in her chest. It was as if she'd been thrown back in time to a year ago, to the first date she and Rosalie had shared at the water's edge in Olympic National Park. Happy tears pricked at her eyes as she looked down to see Rosalie giving her a soft, knowing smile. As she reached for her mate's hands, the alpha didn't hesitate to take them. She drew Rosalie in for a kiss, pouring every overwhelming emotion into that moment: love, happiness, warmth, joy, and anticipation. Their connection was electric, and as the fireworks lit up the sky, they lost themselves in each other. Rosalie pulled away first, a determined look shining in her eyes. Slowly, she dropped to one knee and took one of Bella's hands in her own. Bella felt her heart skip, trip, and then fall flat when Rosalie began to speak. "Isabella Marie Swan," Rosalie said, her voice steady. "For 2 years now, you have been a part of my life. For 2 years, you have been the center of my world, even when I was too stubborn and afraid to accept our bond. I've watched you grow into a strong, beautiful, confident woman, and I spend every second of every day thanking every god, spirit, and fate that exists for giving me the chance to make up for all the time I wasted denying what was always meant to be. Before you, I never truly knew what love felt like or what it meant to give myself completely to another person, knowing they would treat me with the same kindness, understanding, and patience that you do. I spent so long not allowing myself to feel. The events that led to my turning convinced me that it was better that way, better to retreat behind my own icy walls than to risk being hurt again. Even with my coven, my family, I kept them at arm's length. I never let them see me break or feel pain. But then you came along and showed me how easy it could be. Your warmth and light melted through every barrier I had, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. You never thought twice about it because that's just who you are. You are warm and kind and good in a way I thought I'd never deserve, yet you have shown me time and time again that I do. You've made me laugh, cry, and feel more in a year than I've felt in almost 80 years. You make me feel human. Make me feel deserving of love. You make me feel like I'm the only woman in the world when you smile at me. You've given me a family. You've given me back the future I've always dreamed of since I was a little girl. The only thing that could possibly make that future perfect is if you would do me the honor of becoming my wife." Rosalie reached into her pocket with the hand that wasn't holding Bella's, pulling out a stunning gold wedding band adorned with a small square sapphire at its center. The alpha clung to her imprint like a lifeline, tears streaming down her cheeks as she trembled from head to toe. "Yes, yes. I'll be your wife, Rosalie." In that moment, the tension in her chest melted away as Rosalie slipped the ring onto her left ring finger. Without a second thought, the alpha tackled her to the ground, laughter bubbling up as she kissed Rosalie repeatedly. The blonde vampire returned her laughter, meeting her lips with a possessive fervor that took Bella's breath away. Time slipped away as they lost themselves in each other, but eventually, Bella pushed herself up onto her elbows, looking down at Rosalie with a smile. "I love you." Rosalie lifted a hand to cup Bella's cheek, drawing her down into another lingering kiss. "I love you too, darling." Suddenly, the weight of the ring in Bella's pocket felt like a white-hot branding iron, and a breathless laugh escaped her. "I can't believe I pulled a Rosalie Hale." She had spent so long agonizing over the perfect moment and the perfect place that she had overlooked the essence of proposing. It didn't have to be flawless. All she needed was herself and Rosalie. And now, the blonde vampire had beaten her to it. But that simply wouldn't do. The alpha refused to be the only one leaving this little paradise with a ring on her finger. Life was too short, and the future she dreamed of would only be complete if Rosalie someday stood in front of her at the altar, surrounded by their friends and family as they. Rosalie's brows furrowed at the sudden shift in energy as Bella pulled her to her feet. "What do you mean you pulled a me?" Rosalie asked, confusion in her voice. Bella simply shook her head, cradling Rosalie's cheeks in her hands. She leaned down, pressing a gentle kiss on the crown of Rosalie's head and whispered, "I spent so long trying to get this right that I forgot all I needed to do was make it happen." Understanding dawned on Rosalie's face as Bella slowly dropped to one knee, mirroring the proposal Rosalie had just made. The air whooshed out of Rosalie's lungs as she watched Bella pull a ring from her pocket. Looking up through her lashes, Rosalie felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. "I know you just proposed, and I'm not trying to take away from that at all, Rose. I love you so much, and I want you as my wife. I just... Bella, if you don't make an honest woman out of me in the next 5 seconds, I'm going to kill you," Rosalie said, her voice shaky, tears that would never fall shining brightly in her golden eyes. Bella felt the raw excitement ignite in her veins, compelling her to continue. "Rosalie Lillian Hale. I love you. I know I say that a dozen times a day, and I've probably said it thousands of times since we accepted our bond, but it's the truth. I love you more than I've ever loved or ever will love anyone. From the very first moment I met you, I was intrigued. Even when I thought you hated me, there was just something about you that drew me in and made me want to know more. You definitely made me work for it, but I wouldn't have had it any other way. I love how passionate you are, whether it's about your latest project or our family. You put your heart and soul into everything you do. I love how giving you are, with yourself, your time, and your dedication. I love your quick wit and how easily you can wind me up. I love how effortlessly you wrap everyone around your little finger. Your protectiveness over anything and anyone you deem worthy is something I truly admire. You possess a strength that you may not always recognize in yourself, but I see it. You've come so far in this life, and your determination to keep fighting every single day is awe-inspiring. I cherish how hard you work to remind me that I'm worth every moment of your time, especially on days when I forget that myself. Your love for me, and everything that comes with me, fills my heart. You defended me when I lacked the words to defend myself. You spoke up for me when I was still human, terrified of everything happening around us. You protected me when I couldn't protect myself, even risking your life for me. You ground me when I feel suffocated by the weight I carry on my shoulders. I may not have chosen my imprint, but I thank the spirits every day that the wolf in my soul chose you as its other half. Forever and a day wouldn't feel like enough time to show you how much I love you, but with this ring, I hope to convey just a fraction of what you mean to me. This ring belonged to my great-grandmother, Rain, and it has been passed down through generations of the Swan family, carrying our history with it. I want you to share in that history with me. I want forever and a day with you, Rosalie Lillian Hale. Will you do me the honor of agreeing to be my wife? Rosalie let out a wordless sob, her hand trembling in Bella's grip as she nodded. Bella carefully slipped the ring onto Rosalie's finger before rising to her feet, clasping their hands together and lifting them up. The ring sparkled beneath the light of the fireworks, tangible symbols of the love they vowed to each other. Bella wrapped her arms around Rosalie, pulling her close. The bond that united their souls flared with an intensity that rivaled the blazing heat of the sun. Forever and a day. That's the promise she had made. It had taken a long time to get here. They found a place where they could be safe and happy, a future no longer uncertain and plagued by doubt, but a bright horizon they would walk toward, hand in hand. I love you, Bella. I love you too, Rosalie. Over 1,000 miles away, across rugged mountains and endless prairies, along the winding path of Highway 101 and branching off into State Route 110, they traveled through tightly packed trees and unmarked trails. They passed the little cabin in the woods and continued up to the garage beyond it. A gentle breeze swept through the open window on the second floor, pulling down a tarp and revealing a beautiful painting. Emily leaned into Sam, with Amari perched on her hip. Kim rested against Jared, smiling. Bella and Rosalie stood with the rest of the pack, pride shining brightly in their golden eyes. Paul was teasing Seth, while Quill and Embry stood hand in hand. Jake and Jared shared a laugh over an inside joke, and Clara and Will exchanged exasperated glances at Paul and Seth's antics, though a smile was tugging at Clara's lips. Colin and Brady stood close to Rosalie, arms wrapped around each other's shoulders. Kaltir leaned heavily on the cane that Ephraim Black had gifted him long ago, watching over the pack as the guardian he had always been. Carlisle, Esme, Alice, and Jasper stood just beside the pack, their golden eyes reflecting happiness as they wrapped their arms around their mates' waists. Leah had an easy arm slung over Irina's shoulders, her expression calm in a way she had never experienced before, holding her imprint close. Emmett and Tanya hovered protectively at the edges of Bree's space, their love evident as they watched over their shared mate, whose eyes had begun to turn a rusty amber color as she flashed a nervous smile. Kate stood beside the trio, one brow raised in a challenging manner. That matched the sparkle in her eyes and the electricity that danced at her fingertips. Carmen and Eleazar rounded out the coven, with Carmen wearing an exasperated smile while Eleazar maintained an air of steadfast calm. For humans, 12 vampires and 13 wolves formed the most unlikely family, creating a reality that felt almost like a cherished memory, even if the truth lingered as a distant dream. Together, Bella and Rosalie would walk hand in hand toward the future that awaited them on the horizon. At the edge of that horizon, their families stood ready to welcome them home, no matter how far or how long they traveled.